I crossed into a different world and worshipped a supreme ancestor as my master. I thought I could live safely relying on the reputation of my master. But unexpectedly, a demonic invasion erupted into a catastrophic battle, and my master fell in that great war. Since then, I have become the master of the Pyomyo Peak. I am well aware of the dangers in this world, so I have been living in seclusion at Pyomyo Peak, either farming or fishing, for a whole 1,000 years. In the end, I have endured to become a peak half-saint powerhouse, becoming a figure similar to the ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, just one step away from the cultivation level of my master. If I had such strength back then, perhaps my master would not have fallen before me. Actually, as early as 100 years ago, I had already reached the half-saint peak, and I was just one step away from becoming a saint. The opportunity to become a saint could come at any time. Today is the apprentice ceremony of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and the entire mountain gate is crowded with people, perhaps tens of thousands. Everyone's face is filled with excitement. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, as one of the 9 holy places in the southern region, has been passed down for tens of thousands of years and rules over 50,000 states. If one can join the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, they will definitely achieve enlightenment, and even the lowest creatures will ascend to heaven. Having secluded himself on this ethereal peak for 1,000 years, it is time to find a worthy successor for the lineage of the master. After all, this ethereal peak used to be the top peak of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, 108 peaks in total. Now, there is only himself, which is quite lonely. Chen slowly raised his hand, and a distorted ripple appeared in the space. He was ready to tear through the void and step towards the mountain gate. He faintly felt the resonance of heaven and earth stirring, guided by the sage host. The opportunity to enter the realm of the saint has arrived. The matter of the disciple recruitment ceremony can be put on hold for now. Becoming a saint is the priority. The voice of the system sounded in Chen's mind, making him extremely excited. It's great. After accompanying the host for 1,000 years, this moment is finally here. Upon hearing this, Chen was first stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. He did not expect that after entering the peak of the half-saint for over 100 years, the opportunity to become a saint would come at this moment. Great! Chen immediately nodded, sat cross-legged, and golden rays of light faintly erupted within his body. With the resonance of heaven and earth, he unexpectedly triggered the resonance of heaven and earth. Xianyun Square, as the final checkpoint of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's disciple recruitment ceremony, is already crowded with people. The tens of thousands of disciples who were here earlier have now been reduced to only about 10,000 after undergoing various tests. To be accepted into the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the most important thing is appearance, followed by talent. If one's appearance is not good, they wouldn't even have the face to say they are a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Those who can come here are all extremely talented individuals from the entire southern region, most of whom have noble identities. They are either princesses of a country or the proud daughters of major families and sects, with a cold and beautiful temperament. The male-to-female ratio is roughly 1 to 10. This once-in-a-decade Ice Cloud Golden Age has instantly attracted tens of thousands of Ice Cloud Immortal Palace disciples to come and watch. After all, there might be some handsome young junior brothers or beautiful junior sisters who will be accepted as disciples under their own masters. In the center of the Ice Cloud Square, a group of disciples surrounded a stone pillar, and the power of the stars enveloped the stone pillar. Every new disciple was undergoing the final physical test. If they could pass the test and be selected by the elders, it would truly be a step to the heavens. Fantong, Qingmu Spirit Body, Blood Condensation Realm Triple, test result is qualified. Wu Qian, Pain-Free Acupuncture Body, Blood Condensation Realm Triple, test result is qualified. The next one, Lu Mengyang, Half Yin and Half Yang Body, Blood Condensation Realm Double, test result. On the stone platform, the testing elder announced the results of these new disciples enthusiastically. Seeing this scene, the Grand Elder Muyangzi smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the qualifications of the disciples of our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace are quite good this year. In just half an hour, more than a dozen spirit bodies have emerged. This should be the best group in 100 years. On the side, a dozen elders nodded in agreement. Yes, 10 years ago, we old folks were still arguing over a disciple with a natural Dao body. I remember. At that time, you old rascal even brought out a kitchen knife to compete with me for disciples. You have the nerve to bring that up. If I hadn't gone to pee halfway, would you have stolen my flower? You old hairy thief? One of the beautiful female elders coldly snorted, angrily saying, if it weren't for those shameless people from the Supreme God Palace, who joined forces with the other 7 holy lands to suppress our Ice Cloud, why would our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace have fallen to this state? At these words, the elders all sighed. Since the former palace lord fell, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had been leaderless, and the other 8 major holy lands had been aggressively suppressing it and seizing various resources. Although the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was also one of the holy lands with numerous strong individuals, the other Holy Lands did not dare to truly act. However, if this continued, it was feared that in less than 10,000 years, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would fall out of the ranks of the 9 major Holy Lands and become a first-class power in the Southern Territory, which was their real concern. Alas, if the Supreme Palace Lord were still here, these old folks wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. One of the women in white said indignantly. Once, as the leader of the 9 major Holy Lands in the Southern Territory, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had 1 saint, 3 half-saints, and dozens of supreme powerhouses, ruling over 50,000 Dao states in the Southern Territory with millions of disciples. It was so powerful. However, after the battle between righteousness and evil, the strength of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace suffered severe losses, currently not even a third of what it used to be. What are you whispering about? At this point, in the middle of the clouds, a clear and cold voice rang out. A snowy shadow suddenly floated to and landed in front of the elders. See this scene. The crowd of elders knelt down. Greetings, Master. Greetings to Senior Bamboo Heart. Greetings to Master. The person who came was none other than one of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud. Bamboo Heart. Fairy Bamboo Heart wore a white veil, and her pair of stunningly cold eyes were devoid of emotion. With a faint cry, she asked, "Are all the elders here? Today, this Ice Cloud bloom?" Naturally, it was the elders of the peaks who accepted disciples, and Bamboo Heart was already in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's master grandfather generation, unless one encounters someone with excellent natural talent. Otherwise, the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, as well as the Ice Cloud Palace master would not take on disciples easily. Enlightened Master, the 108 peak elders have reached 107. That white-robed woman came to the Bamboo Heart fairy respectfully. Where's the ancestor? Bamboo Heart asked with a frown. Ancestor? What ancestor? At those words, the faces of the group of elders were stunned. One by one, you looked at me and I looked at you, not even knowing how to answer. Grand Master? When did we have an ancestor in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Seeing this scene, Bamboo Heart did a double take. It's the Misty Peak Master, Su Chen. Su Chen? It dawned on the crowd. It was said that there was also a personal disciple of the Taishan Palace Master living in seclusion on Misty Peak, only that it had never stepped out of Misty Peak in 1,000 years, all day either fishing or planting flowers. If not, Bamboo Heart suddenly mentioned, they are fast to engage in forget the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and this number of people. However, it suddenly occurred to them that when they met this Ice Cloud ancestor, they would still have to call out a junior master. After all, people's status is there. At this time, the white-clothed woman stood up and returned. Back to Master. Disciple has sent Qinglian to Misty Peak 3 hours ago to inquire about Junior Master. In previous years Junior Master has not participated in the apprentice ceremony, and I'm afraid that this year won't be participated either. At these words, Bamboo Heart's clear eyes flashed with a touch of sadness inside. It's just that, he likes to touch the fish. Just let him go. The crowd of elders sighed. They have all lived for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. I have never seen a cultivator like Su Chen, who either feeds chickens and raises fish, or writes poetry, and spends the whole day touching fish. After worshipping the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for 1,000 years, it is said that he is only in the realm of the celestials. Nowadays, most of their first disciples have exceeded the celestial realm. Isn't this a waste of time? At this point, clank, a sound of a sword suddenly came out, resounding through the heavens and earth. What's going on? The sound of this sword sound comes from where? This sword sound instantly startled everyone's attention. They probed toward the Ice Cloud Plaza with incredulous faces. Just see, above the stone platform, a petite and delicate figure stood before the stone pillar, about 11 or 12 years old. Her face is absolutely beautiful, but the same light as a clear pool. A white dress seems to be better than the cold snow. A pair of clear eyes, cold to the extreme, could not see the slightest emotion. It was only her small hand that was gently pressed against the top of the stone pillar. At this point, a flash of golden aura from the girl's body suddenly blossomed into a 10,000-foot golden light. In the sky above the Ice Cloud Plaza, endless flying swords hovered. The sound of swords shook the sky, and there was a golden light. Countless flying swords appeared, and the sword pattern Dao rhythm instantly illuminated the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Born with a vision, a demon is born. What's going on here? The heavens have shown a vision. A divine body has descended. Could it be that a son of a peerless sword body has appeared in my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? See this scene. The eyes of the crowd of elders, along with immortal Bamboo Heart's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. A heaven and earth vision of this level is at least a divine body descending into the world. Old me already don't know how many years. Haven't seen me Ice Cloud. Is it possible that a peerless sword body has come out? It's a new book period, so lots of support. Bookshelves, good reviews, and catch up reading. Thanks. Chapter 3, 10,000 Swords Sacred Body. Alarming the Palace Lord. South of the border. Quite a few of the powerful people from the various Tao states belonging to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace all tilted their heads to look at the sky. The natural phenomenon of a sword body descending into the world drew their attention. And that direction is clearly Yangzhou. In an instant, many powerful people in the southern border were shocked. A vision of the sword Tao. A supreme sword body has descended in Yangzhou. Could it be the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace truly deserves to be called a Holy Land Taoist lineage. In just 500 years it has produced another son of the great Tao. A group of elders listened to the order. Prepare 3 10,000-year-old cold ice pits and fly to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace with the old immortal. To congratulate them. We mustn't miss out on this extravaganza. Just then, above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds changed dramatically. A sage silhouette surfaced above the sky dome, densely packed and numbering up to tens of thousands, encircling the sword shadows that were flying all over the sky. Afterwards, in the direction of the Ice Cloud Plaza, he bent down and respectfully paid his respects. Golden light shone and sword light flew. No, not right. A pilgrimage of saints, rare in all ages. This is not a divine body. This is not a divine body. This is a holy body. This is the descent of a holy body. Such a large number of saintly silhouettes. Even senior brother Jiang Guanyu from 500 years ago didn't possess one. It's very likely that it's still in existence that's good enough to be ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 saint bodies. Quickly, go inform the palace master. Go quickly. In the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, everyone from the elders of the peaks, down to the outer disciples, as well as everyone present, were all shocked. Just now they thought it was a divine body, until the saints' pilgrimage. They then realized that this was clearly a holy body vision. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had produced a supreme sword Tao genius. Not only the territory of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, but the entire southern borderland was abuzz. The great Tao states, the places of the mountain gates of the great powers. A stream of light crashed through the roof and shot up into the sky, running towards the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace at an extremely fast speed. His grandmother, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace actually produced a sword Tao saint body. I must not let others get there first. A supreme sword Tao genius has descended into the world. The old immortal's legacy is finally expected. Even if I have to face the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, I, Hadong Gun Master, will put my word down here today. That one who doesn't know how to die and dares to snatch my disciple from me. I'll have to poke 10,000 transparent holes in him. The crowd of elders had long been staring at the girl in the middle of the stone platform with unbelievable faces. How quickly Bamboo Heart reacted. In an instant, he floated to the girl's body. Lifting her veiled hand, she pressed it lightly against her brow. A sword mark rose up to the sky. There was a flash of shock in Bamboo's mind's eye, and his heart set off waves of shock. Only then did she open her lips unbelievably and said, One sword holy body. The moment these words came out, the hearts of the crowd of elders contracted dramatically, practically on the verge of suffocating. What? Million sword saint body. This woman is actually the 10,000 sword saint body. This is truly God blessing my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Ha 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 ha. 10,000 swords holy body. That was an existence that was located in the third rank of the 3,000 sacred bodies. It was second only to the ancestral dragon's sacred body, and below the desolate ancient's sacred body, the Eucharist. It was far above 10,000 God bodies, 30,000 Tao bodies, and 100,000 spirit bodies. 500 years ago, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had produced a divine body visionary, Jiang Guanyu, who was a sensation. Crowned as the first person with the highest natural talent in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in the past 1,000 years. In just 500 years, he stepped into the realm of the hegemonic emperor, suppressing a host of southern borders' prides. Now, there was even another 10,000 sword saint body that was enough to stir up the entire eastern desolate realm. This was the first time they had been this ecstatic after the fall of the supreme palace master. Seeing the sudden scene in front of her, the little girl obviously panicked. She hurriedly bowed down respectfully. Disciple, greetings to immortal Bamboo Heart. Bamboo Heart forced himself to hold back his excitement, took a deep breath of cold air, and said, No need to be polite. What's your name? The little girl raised her eyes, and there was a flash of calm in them that should not have been there. Her cherry lips lightly opened and returned. Disciple, named Jianwu Xin, 11 years old this year, is a person from the Eastern Spirit Kingdom of the Sword State. Heartless, sword heartless, Bamboo Heart murmured softly. She always felt that this little girl was clearly different. It wasn't just natural talent, but a calmness that came from the heart and soul. Just then, above the ice cloud square, 6 snowclad figures fell from the sky. Each of them had a worldly icy face, and their bodies naturally exuded a cold and piercing aura. As it fell, Countless ice spirits drifted down around them. Flying snow danced, and even the air of the entire cold state seemed to be a few points colder. Their arrival was like fairies descending to the earth, making the ice cloud immortal palace, which was already illuminated by golden light, as beautiful as a dream, like a fairyland. Seeing these figures, all the elders, disciples, all respectfully bowed down. Greetings, masters, masters. Greetings, masters. First fairy Maku Bamboo, second fairy Jun Xianrun, third fairy Shuefei Yen, fourth fairy Bingyu Li, fifth fairy Ice Bamboo, sixth fairy Mulan Yi, and the seventh fairy, Bamboo Heart. They could all be Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's ancestor level figures. All of them were supreme powerhouses who had stepped into the supreme realm. Normally it would be a godsend to see one of them. Today, the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud have surprisingly all arrived here. One could imagine just how shocking this 10,000 sword saint body was. At that moment, a flash of ice shadow slowly stepped out from the 7 immortals. Her arrival added to the already dreamy wonderland. See the figure. All the disciples on the spot instantly froze. It was a woman in a snowsuit. A long, ice-colored hair fell straight down to her waist. Not pure white, but glistening white with an ice crystal-like breath of ice color. Under the illumination of the saint's light, so beautiful that it dazzled the eyes. The absolute beauty of the ice face is permeated with a hint of coldness. Ice eyebrows, ice eyes, ice lips, are so perfect that they can't find any flaws. In terms of looks, the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud were already beautiful. And this woman, even more than the Ice Cloud's 7 fairies to be 3 times more beautiful, even if it is the world's best painter, but also difficult to paint its 10,000th of the charm. No matter who faced her, they could not produce the slightest bit of blasphemy. Her arrival actually caused that sage's shadow on the sky dome to dim a few points. Seeing this figure, all the elders quickly bowed down respectfully from their panicked bodies. Greetings, Palace Master. At those words, all the disciples on the spot panicked. Master of the palace? Could this be the Palace Master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Mu Bingchan. That was a powerhouse of the half-saint realm. According to rumors, the Ice Cloud Palace Master was even the first fairy of the southern border. See this. All of the disciples, too, bowed down. We pay our respects to the Palace Master. Ignoring the crowd of disciples, the Ice Cloud Palace Master slowly came to Jian Wuxin's body. She faintly let out a cry and said, Jian Wuxin, what a 10,000 sword saint body. If you are willing, this Palace Master will immediately order to accept you as a personal disciple, and all of the feats of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace will be at your disposal. This statement caused everyone to be shocked in vain. Chapter 4, Big Brother Gathering, Anomaly reappears. Ice Cloud Palace Master even put down his stature to personally come out to accept his disciple? This little girl, when it comes to good luck, it made a crowd of new and old disciples envious. However, the 10,000 sword saint body, which ranked third in the 3,000 saint bodies, also caused them to be unable to generate any jealousy, because they don't deserve it. Once the innate 10,000 sword sacred body is released, it will definitely suppress an era, and my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace will surely rise, coming out of the predicament it has been in for the past 1,000 years after the fall of the Supreme Palace Master. Based on this alone, this girl is qualified to be my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace Master's personal disciple, the third of the 3,000 sacred bodies, even if all of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud were to accept them as their personal disciples. That's right, only a group of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's old ancestors together can nurture this girl, a peerless sword body descending into the world. This woman will have the qualifications of a great emperor. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's group of elders praised them in succession, fearing that they would provoke this little girl to be less than desirable. The Ice Cloud Palace Master's ice-cold eyes slowly opened. Unable to see the slightest bit of emotion, she said faintly, "What do you think?" Jian Wuxin raised his feet and was at a loss as to what to say. It all came so suddenly. It's also too dreamy. Legend had it that the Ice Cloud Palace Master, who stood at the top of the southern border's Tower of Gold, as well as the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, had even personally stooped down to accept her as a personal disciple, and he had also awakened the 10,000 sword saint body that was unmatched in all of history. However, she knew that if she wanted to avenge her mother's death, she had to worship the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and improve her strength. Only when one is strong can those blood feuds buried in one's heart and soul be avenged. Disciple Jian Wuxin would like to. She bent down and was ready to pay her respects, but at that moment, a mocking voice resounded through the heavens and earth. A hallowed in a 10,000 sword saint body, to worship a fallen Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. It's too shabby, isn't it? With the mocking voice, the crowd looked away with an angry glance. Dare to take the initiative to pick a fight at the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. What a big dog's guts. See only. A crack appeared above the sky dome. As far as the eye could see, There were void cracks everywhere. In the crack, a pair of green withered hands stretched out, and a figure with a superb aura stepped out. It was an old man covered in green, with dry skin, tattered clothes, and creepy eyes like those of an evil spirit. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd of elders were jolted. The Ice Cloud Palace Master's narrow, cold eyes narrowed lightly. The Holy Land of 10,000 Poisons. The Poison Emperor. Can't die from poison. Almost the same moment. Above the sky dome, the void shook as another extremely strong aura walked out. Upon seeing this figure, the group of elders as well as the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud clenched their teeth in death and seemed to be filled with anger. Supreme Divine Palace. Divine Lord. Infinite Holy Desire. Standing in the sky above the dome of the sky, Wuji Sacred Desire looked at Mu Bingchan and said indifferently, "He, Bingchan Palace Master. Farewell." Humph. The Ice Cloud Palace Master snorted coldly and scolded harshly. "Anyone else? Get out of here." At this point, an ancient aura walked out from within the void cracks. Each one of them exuded a shocking and superb aura. Void God Heavenly Palace Palace Master. Zhuoshu Z. Supreme Sea Palace Sea Emperor. Sea Demon Ro. Holy Lord of the Host Holy Land. Eastern Emotionless. Immortal Sword Domain Sword Master. Sword Without Regret. The King of Pigs in the Land of 10,000 Pigs. Pig Wujing. Hadong Holy Land Gun Master. Gun Wandong. Sunflower Water Country. Gan Tianyen. The Golden Hand of the Doctor Prime. Iron Prime. The appearance of these figures pressurized all the disciples, nearly suffocating them. Seeing this more than one intimidating figure, the hearts of the group of elders jolted. These are all bigwigs standing at the top of the pyramid of the southern border. The lords of the 8 holy lands, and the lords of dozens of first-class forces. The realms of the Eastern Wasteland Realm are Blood Condensation Realm, Body Tempering Realm, Chakra Sea Realm, Spirit Drawing Realm, Earth Sect Realm, Celestial Realm, King Realm, Hegemonic Emperor Realm, Supreme Realm, Semi-Sacred Realm, and Sacred Realm. And all of these sacred landlords were immortal half-saints. The lords of the major first-class powers were also super powerhouses who had stepped into the Supreme Realm. If they casually stomped their feet, the entire southern borders would change. But today, all of these superpowers, they're all gathered here? It didn't take much thinking for them to realize. This group of old men with half a foot in the coffin board were definitely here for the 10,000 sword sacred body. The 6 immortals of the Ice Cloud rose up into the air and met the group of lords of power straight on. And Fairy Bamboo Heart was also protecting Jian Wu Xian tightly behind her. The Ice Cloud Palace Master's icy face sank, and she said in a cold voice, "Why? You 8 holy places, gathered in my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. What is the meaning of this?" Since the fall of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Supreme Palace Master 1,000 years ago, the Supreme Divine Palace Divine Lord, Wuji Sacred Desire, then joined forces with the other 7 great holy lands to suppress the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace together, grab a variety of resources. When Jiang Guanyu came out 500 years ago, he drew them in once. I didn't realize that this time, the holy body descended. Again? Ha 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 ha. The Hadong Gun Lord took the first step to stand out and laughed loudly. Of course I'm here to snatch my disciple. Is the 10,000 sword sacred body also worthy of use by your Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? I announced that this little ninny belongs to my Hadong Holy Land. Whoever dares to snatch a disciple from me, I will have to poke 10,000 transparent holes in his body. Bah! Seeing this, the Immortal Sword Master couldn't stand still as he cursed angrily. You old bastard. I think you just want to poke the little girl. My Immortal Sword Domain is the only sword cultivation holy land in the southern border. All kinds of sword Dao feats and sword techniques are available. If heartless youngster worships my Immortal Sword Domain, the old man will teach you my unrepentant sword, and the unrepentant sword technique and sword skill. The Immortal Sword Master's words instantly caused a stir. Unrepentant sword. That's a holy spirit weapon. Spiritual weapons are categorized into mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, king, royal, king, honored, and holy. Each saint-grade spiritual artifact was incredibly precious. Even an immortal half-saint might not be able to possess it. This Immortal Sword Master was really willing to give up in order to take in a disciple. This shows how strong the determination is. Seeing that both of them went down first, the host Sacred Lord also immediately stepped forward. He smiled slightly. A beautiful, wide smile, like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Heartless little girl. Although my Dongdao Sacred Ground is inferior to the Hadong Sacred Ground and the Immortal Sword Domain in terms of the inheritance of the Kung Fu, my Dongdao Sacred Ground is the sacred ground in the southern border that possesses the most rare and exotic beasts. And if you join me in the Dongdao, the old me will personally catch 10,000 old hands every day for you to replenish your body. Nonsense. How can a mere host heavenly palace be worthy of being compared to my kingdom of 10,000 pigs? My old pig slaughters 100. 000 pigs for heartless little nymph every day. Male or female, thin or fat, take your pick. I, Supreme Sea Palace, will condense 10,000 drops of sea spirit milk every day and catch 100,000 demonic beasts from the Eastern Sea Road domain for heartless girl to enjoy. Put your mother's fart. This father immediately ordered to seal heartless little nymph as a holy maiden, not divine maiden. As my void god heavenly palace goddess, I guarantee that I will allow heartless to step into the emperor realm within 1,000 years. A group of sacred landlords opened their mouths one after another, all unwilling to show weakness. At those words, the faces of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's group of elders were furious. To come and rob people on their turf and be so honorable and justified? Totally not treating them like human beings. But at the same time, facing the 8 holy lands, as well as dozens of first-class forces, they had the heart but not the power. Shut up! The Ice Cloud Palace Master's cold face completely sank as an icy, bone-piercing, terrifying aura erupted out. Do you really think my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has no one? The imperishable half-saint's pressure instantly enveloped the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, pressing down on the crowd of disciples who couldn't catch their breath. Obviously, this Ice Cloud Palace Master, the #1 fairy in the southern borderlands, was completely enraged. However, a group of lords of power did not think so. Wuji's sacred desire hemmed and hawed. Bing Chan Palace Master, this really isn't us trying to snatch people. Our southern border's 9 holy places are in the same breath for a family. It's just that one of the 3,000 holy bodies, the 10,000 swords holy body, has descended, which is the blessing of the ice clouds, and even more so, the blessing of our entire southern border. If this girl doesn't die young, she will surely become a saint in the future, and may even have a chance to certify as a great emperor. This kind of 10,000 ancient capital, if it only stays in a Bing Yun immortal palace that has already fallen, isn't it a waste? After all, among our 9 holy places, only your palace does not have a saintly powerhouse. This statement was made. The crowd of elders, including the 7 immortals of the ice cloud, clenched their teeth in death and were filled with anger. Back then, when the Devil's Way attacked the southern border in a big way, the Taishang Palace Master led a group of powerful people from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to fight to the death. The other 8 holy places either watched the show or spent the entire day hidden behind their protective formations and closed their doors. Eventually, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace managed to repel the Devil Dao, but it also suffered heavy losses. Even the Supreme Palace Master fell in that great battle. Now this group of greedy and fearful people, in order to seize the resources, are so shameless as to bring up old matters again. You, Curtain Bamboo's beautiful eyes glared, so angry that she could no longer speak. If the Supreme Palace Master was still around, even if they were given 10,000 more guts, these 8 holy lands would not dare to make a half-hearted move. However, today, without the Saint's strong man sitting in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, can only be slaughtered. Ha 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 ha. Wuji's sacred desire laughed coldly, his face full of smugness. If all the fairies of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace also have no opinions, then this seat will. But just then, there was an explosion in the sky. Ka-ching! With an explosive sound, a deep crack exploded above the sky dome, and a terrifying aura spread out, shrouding the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in black clouds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on here? Could it be that there are still great powers who want to come and compete with us for the disciple? One of the Lords of Power snapped his head up with a shocked expression, clearly stunned by the scene. Suddenly, a wisp of purple chi parted the clouds and appeared above the dome of the sky, blossoming into a striped path. In an instant, this blooming purple chi, converging into a river, like 100 rivers. This is auspicious purple energy. How can there be an auspicious purple chi? Could it also have been attracted by this little ninny? This woman is truly worthy of being a 10,000 sword saint body. Heavenly blessing. This is heavenly blessing. The crowd of Ice Cloud elders, along with the successive arrivals of the lords of the forces, all tilted their heads and looked toward the sky. First, there was the sound of the sword, and then there was the pilgrimage of the saints. And now an auspicious purple one. This was not a daughter of the great Tao. This was simply a demon asking for the world. It's the daughter of Heaven's Way. If he grew up, he would definitely suppress the ages and push across an era. But that's when an ancient aura appeared amidst the auspicious purple aura, emitting a majestic aura. That was a saintess virtual shadow. In an instant, the saintly silhouettes were as many as hundreds of thousands, millions of saintly silhouettes bent down and worshipped. But it wasn't the Ice Cloud Plaza that they were worshipping. Instead, it is the misty peak behind the Ice Cloud Square. Requests for bookshelves. Favorable reviews. Boing boing. Chapter 5, Sage's Essence Blood. Astonishing all beings. Seeing this scene, Countless ice cloud disciples looked remotely above the sky dome. One was stunned. Even if they were stupid, they understood. These saintly silhouettes are not worshipping the 10,000 sword sacred body at all, but they are making a pilgrimage to that mountain. So, where is there? A lord of power was completely dumbfounded, looking incredulously at the mountain peak that was covered in ice fog. Ethereal. Ethereal. How could a saint's silhouette make a pilgrimage toward the ethereal peak? An ice cloud elder's voice trembled lightly, unable to believe his eyes. Ethereal peak. It was once the most glorious main peak of the ice cloud immortal palace. Although the supreme palace master has fallen, Misty Peak is still her long resting place. How could Misty Peak attract a saintly pilgrimage? And there is only one person on that mountain, and that is the ice cloud ancestor, Chen. No, it can't be. How could the Misty Peak attract the pilgrimage of saints? How could it attract the auspicious purple energy? That is at least a vision that is tainted with the chi of a saint in order to be triggered. How could it be pilgrimage to Misty Peak? The 7 immortals of the ice cloud were also completely frozen, although they were strong in the realm of the supreme being. And yet, he had never seen anything so strange. What the hell is going on here? Damn! How can this ice cloud immortal palace be so evil? First the holy body descended to the world, and now there is an auspicious purple gas. Could it be that Misty Peak is still hiding an ice cloud old ancestor with heavenly strength? Or did some Bingyun Taizu swindle and climb out of his coffin? The crowd of lords of power also opened their own eyes wide, and each one of them felt as if they were blind. It seems to have been forgotten that they are still competing for disciples. Just as the crowd was shocked, rumble, rumble, rumble. The roiling purple chi that had gathered into a river instantly blossomed into one river vein after another, like a tidal wave surging madly in all directions. 1,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. This. All the elders, disciples, the 7 immortals of the ice cloud, the lords of power. Both eyes stared violently, his heart surging beyond measure. Shocked. 30,000 leagues of purple breath. 30,000 leagues of auspicious purple breath. Bamboo Heart's chest was even more shocked by the waves. The 30,000 miles of purple chi instantly enveloped the entire ice cloud immortal palace, and was still spreading to all parts of Yangzhou. One by one, the lords of the forces rose up in the air, wanting to find out what was going on. Just then, a golden light that rose up to the sky instantly erupted from the netherworld peak. After touching this golden aura, a group of strong people were unable to move and fell from the sky. Where are the demons? Pretending to be gods. Why don't you quickly come out and suffer death? An overwhelmingly powerful aura instantly erupted as the Wuji sacred desire crashed through a stone pillar and rose up into the sky. The aura of an immortal half-saint directly pressed towards the golden light. Sinful animal! How dare you! Seeing this scene, the Ice Cloud Palace master's cold face instantly changed. That's Misty Peak there. It is the long resting place of the successive Taishang Palace masters. Her master's father is buried there. With the strength of the Wuji sacred desire immortal half-saint, it would be enough to raise this netherworld peak to the ground in an instant. What's more, Su Chen is still on the mountain at the moment. In the midst of her angry rebuke, she waved her snowy hand, and the icy cold air directly stabbed at the infinite sacred desire. And wherever it passed, it was filled with ice spikes. Layers of space shattered and the void distorted. 2 immortal half-saints striking out would inevitably injure the innocent. But this moment, the golden light actually swept directly towards the 2 of them, pressing them to death. These 2 half-saint auras that were enough to destroy the heavens and the earth instantly disappeared without a trace under the golden light. In the midst of the radiant golden aura, a figure shrouded in golden light slowly rose. It was as if he had been transformed into a full-fledged immortal of the heavens. The Dharma is solemn and unruffled. Even the entire Snow Maiden Mountain followed the golden light and trembled slightly, emitting a resonant sound that shook the heavens. However, due to the golden light, it was impossible to see the appearance at all. Around him, drop after drop of golden blood beads floated. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops, the whole 365 drops. The blood of the saint. Saint's essence. That's Saint Essence blood. What the hell happened? Could it be that this person is in the process of entering sainthood? Sainthood? It was too nebulous for all present. A person with the talent of a different tripod. If he did not die young, and cultivated for thousands and thousands of years, he might be able to reach the realm of an emperor, or even a supreme being. Cultivating for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years might be able to reach immortal half-saint. But want to enter the holy. It takes more than talent. It takes luck. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and had only produced 3 saints. But now, there was such a great power trying right in front of us? Rumor has it that when a peak half-saint powerhouse breaks through, he will condense the blood of a saint's essence to open up the holy light for himself, and the more blood represents the stronger the talent. And there was once an old ancestor in my immortal sword domain who condensed 3 drops of saint's blood when he broke through to the saint's breakthrough. And this person even had a full 365 drops of saint's blood added to his body. At that moment, the immortal sword master trembled and opened his mouth. The entire Ice Cloud Plaza was shocked when these words came out. To be able to cultivate to an immortal half-saint was already a supreme heavenly pride, an existence that was enough to suppress the ages. Generally when one enters the saint, there are only 2 or 3 drops of holy blood, and 10 drops have been astonishing. And this person actually condensed 365 drops of saint essence blood. What kind of demonic existence is this? Palace. Master. When did my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace have this figure? Could it be any old ancestor who hasn't passed away? Jun Xianren floated to the side of the Ice Cloud Palace Master, her face full of shock. Mu Bingchan shook her head. Even she didn't know who the figure was. Since the fall of his master's father, the entire Misty Peak was just one person living in Su Chen. And they, the young masters, either planted flowers or fed chickens every day. After cultivating for 1,000 years, he was only at the celestial realm. Can this mighty man still be him? It's just a pity that my divine sense can't penetrate this saintly golden light. Mu Bingchan sighed. Even if she was an immortal half-saint, she looked so powerless in the face of an initiate saint powerhouse. This was why, over the years, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had been suppressed by the other 8 holy lands. There is not a single saintly powerhouse in the middle of this southern border. It simply couldn't stand up. At that moment, the saint's golden light dissipated. What appeared in the eyes of the crowd was a snowy shadow. Seeing this figure, everyone's gazes couldn't help but freeze there. This is a man who seems to have stepped out of a painting. A white snowsuit, dashing and elegant, the look of the god of Luo, the face of an exiled immortal. No words can portray a millionth part of its divinity. Falling flowers, flying snow-like temperament aura, as if born to stand in the clouds, by all beings to look up to. Under the golden light, this figure was like a heavenly god, stunning all beings. The holy light shines as if it were an earthly paradise. So handsome. I want to have monkeys with him so bad. The countless heavenly proud maidens of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace were instantly attracted. Their little faces flushed red, feeling their hearts tremble and their heartbeats accelerated violently. See this scene. Mu Bingchan, along with the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, was stunned. Su Chen. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 6, Stepping into the Sacred Path, Astonishing the World. Su Chen? All the Ice Cloud elders violently trembled in their delicate bodies, their chests lifting up in shocking waves. What southern? Could it be the Ice Cloud ancestor who lives in seclusion on Misty Peak? How is this possible? Among the rumors, isn't Ancestor Bingyan only at the celestial realm? How could he be an immortal saint? Am I blind? Or am I dreaming? Back then, when Su Chen worshipped the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and was accepted as a personal disciple by the former palace master, it was a sensation. It should be known that back then, Su Chen's physique test result was that he was born with blocked meridians, and he was simply not a material for cultivation. The Supreme Palace Master, however, took him in as his only personal disciple. The status was also above the group of elders. At that time, the Ice Cloud Elder, along with the Ice Cloud 7 immortals, were all a bunch of once suspected that this Taishang Palace Master would not be coveting Su Chen's beauty before accepting him as his personal disciple. After all, people's face value is there. And after the fall of the Supreme Palace Master, Su Chen closed his door and stayed hidden in Misty Peak the entire day, either fishing or planting flowers. Had a great time. But this is, after all, a metaphysical world where the strong are honored. It was said that this Ice Cloud ancestor had cultivated for 1,000 years and was only at the celestial realm. But how can be sainted today? It was still a sacred entrant who had condensed a full 365 drops of sacred blood. How the hell is that possible? Is it an international joke? The ones who still had memories of Su Chen were only the Ice Cloud Palace Master, and the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud. Even the 107 main peak elders, most of them have forgotten that this Misty Peak also has a hidden Ice Cloud ancestor. What a handsome man. Who on earth is this person? So handsome looking, and even a sainthood entrant powerhouse, just by looking at his face. I can't do it. I'm going to faint. When did the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace have this kind of immortal? This damned face value. This damned strength. This damned gentleness. Finished. I can't stand it anymore. I want to go lie down in the outhouse. Where is the saintly powerhouse from? Could it be that he is also with the old me wanting a disciple? But why I can't get angry? Poor old me, this maiden heart. Father, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to say that, does it? You still want to steal my husband from me. Be careful, I'll go back and tell mother. The crowd of lords of power, as well as most of the powerful people from the continents who had come to observe, were all frozen in midair, or shocked, or envious, or blown away, or obsessed. The appearance of the snow shadow made everyone fall into fairyland like a dream. A female supreme being, who was over 10,000 years old, was filled with fire after seeing Su Chen, and quickly restored her appearance to 14 years old, a springy smile floating on her face. The other side, Jian Wuxin, who was protected by bamboo heart, was also instantly attracted to this scene. So handsome, her clear eyes blinked, and a faint blush floated up to her cheeks, adding a bit more of a strange, shy beauty. It was the first time she had seen such a perfect man. This figure under the golden light was like a heavenly god descending to earth. At this point, above the sky dome, two strange voices shook through the clouds. On, sigh. Immediately afterward, an ancient aura parted the clouds, and it was a glittering five-clawed golden dragon that quietly emerged, with endless pounds of breath. After the dragon's shadow, another phoenix shadow follows. Dragon and Phoenix. Heres the Dragon and Phoenix. The Dragon and Phoenix visions, which surrounded Su Chen's body, waved down countless golden lights, 365 drops of holy blood. At this moment, the power of a saint erupted, and the golden light of the sky enveloped the entire ice cloud immortal palace, and even the entire Yangzhou is still spreading outwards continuously. After half a breath, the holy blood dissipated, completely integrating into Su Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fusing 365 drops of holy blood and successfully stepping into the saint realm. Phew! Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of holy qi, a touch of delight flashing across his eyes. At this moment, he finally entered the saint. Even he didn't expect that this realm of saint entry would be so difficult. It was more than 10,000 times harder than the half-saint back then. You know, he was into the half-saint. But when he slept, lying down and broke through, just then, the system's voice sounded again. Due to the host's success in becoming a saint, one copy of the host's special physique, the evil god body, is rewarded. Evil charming god body, able to enhance the host's infinite charisma. Under the evil charming god body, any living being in the world will be obsessed for 10,000 years when they see a glance of the host. A smile from the host can make all living beings sink, and even wet. Congratulations to the host for becoming the most perfect man in the world and reaching the achievement. One glance infatuates for 10,000 years. One smile fascinates all beings. Due to the host being too perfect, the system activated the amazing fate grand roulette mode. As long as you accumulate 100,000 amazing values, you can trigger the Great Wheel of Fortune 10 consecutive draws, which can bring rich rewards to the host. Su Chen was slightly stunned. The Great Wheel of Fortune? What the hell is this? He hadn't had time, though, to study it too much. At that moment, an evil aura surged into Su Chen's body. There wasn't any change in his appearance, but there was an additional unique evil allure that tantalized the heartstrings. It made everyone in the room, their eyes straighten. Good. What a perfect man. Who the hell is he? Su Chen glanced over, but realized that he was actually above Misty Peak, and countless shocked, dumbfounded gazes around him fell upon himself. Watching him is like watching monkeys being watched. What's this all about? Why do you all feel as if you've never seen me before? If I'm not just a holy man? It was fortunate that he had cultivated his mind for 1,000 years, or else he really would have been overwhelmed by this scene. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host has stunned the 7 immortals of the ice cloud. Stunning value plus 1999. Completing a streak of stunning. The host has stunned the ice cloud elders. Stunning value plus 2999. Completing the second consecutive stunning. The host has astonished the Lord of the 8 Holy Lands. Astonishment plus 3999. Completing the trifecta of astonishment. The host has amazed the lords of the first-class forces. The amazement value is plus 4999. Completing 4 consecutive amazements. The host has stunned the Ice Cloud Palace Lord Mu Bingchan. Stunning value plus 5999. Completing 5 consecutive stunning. The host amazes the audience. Complete the regiment. Achievement reached. Amaze the world. Su Chen's heart was delighted. So that's how it works. Amazing people get amazement value. I just didn't realize that the system had a penchant for stunning people. System, oh, people don't have it. Subset of, boing boing. But he didn't care too much. After all, readers don't feel vicarious if they don't look good. A moment later, Su Chen raised his eyes and swept them away. In the end, his sight landed on the shocked Mu Bingchan. His eyes indifferent and supercilious, puzzled for a few moments. Senior Sister Mu, isn't today my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's apprentice acceptance ceremony? What are you all looking at me for one by one? Could it be that the apostle acceptance ceremony is already over? The disciples, all elders, The 7 immortals. After hearing Su Chen's words, the crowd of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's mouths twitched, and they went crazy inside. Mother asterisk 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 Your old man made such a big commotion that he almost scared the piss out of us. And take on an apprentice? Take your sister. But with that, a wave of ecstasy washed over the crowd. Don't know what for though. This old ancestor Bingyun, who was rumored to be only in the celestial realm, could actually be a powerful person in the realm of the saints. But for now, it also means the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would once again have the blessing of an immortal saint. Then this 10,000 sword sacred body would definitely not be snatched away by the other sacred grounds. Ha ha, my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace not only has a sacred body descending into the world now, but also an ancestor stepping into the sacred realm. This is truly God blessing my Yangzhou. God blesses my Ice Cloud. Not bad, not bad. This elder would like to see who dares to mess with my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace after today. Dare to provoke my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Even if you are the Lord of the Holy Land, I will tear you apart alive. The crowd of Ice Cloud elders were ecstatic. With the blessing of a holy man, who would I be afraid of in the Ice Cloud Palace? Who else? All those who are not afraid to die come. How fast did the Grand Elder, Mu Yangzi, react? He immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "We welcome the Ancestor Master's departure. Ancestor's glorious ascension to the realm of sainthood is a blessing for Bingyun, a blessing for Yangzhou, and a blessing for the entire southern border." Everyone on the spot was once again confused, not to mention the crowd of power lords, even the Ice Cloud elders, the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud, and the Ice Cloud Palace Master were confused. Is this eldest elder's ability to see the wind and turn the tide so strong? But what made the crowd of female disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace even more furious was that this Grand Elder was actually competing with them for the limelight in front of the ancestor. Abominable. It's an abomination. On the contrary, the faces of the group of lords of power turned green. It's worse than eating. Wasn't it said that this Ice Cloud Immortal Palace no longer had any saintly powerhouses? Why did one just come out of nowhere? The point is, none of them recognize, and damn it, the holy entrance under their noses. 365 drops of holy blood added. What kind of demon? What kind of invincible existence is this? Could it be that this saintly powerhouse was a great trick hidden by the Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master, suddenly appearing and stunning the entire audience at the time of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's life and death? But let's just grab an apprentice. What's the matter with you? Also, on the contrary, all the female lords of power, each one of them had a peach blossom face, like a springtime smile. It had to be said that this mysterious sacred initiate powerhouse in front of him was just too perfect, so perfect that even a 10,000-year-old rotten tree can spring on the spot. At this point, only the Grand Elder said again, "Greetings, Ancestor. My Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's disciple acceptance ceremony today has not yet ended." Speaking here, he immediately pointed to Jian Wu Xian behind Bamboo Heart. This woman is a holy body descending to the world, possessing the qualifications of a great emperor. Ice Cloud, a group of elders including the 7 old ancestors, as well as the palace master, know that I am incapable of tempering her. Only the ancestral master is qualified to accept this kind of supreme sword Dao woman as a disciple. So I implore the ancestral master to take this woman, take this girl as a personal disciple. With the ancestor in place and the daughter of the sacred body descending into the world, I, Ice Cloud, am bound to push across the ages, suppress an era, and move towards the path of rise once again. 5 stars, add a bookshelf, and free swag for those who can give it away who. Thanks. Chapter 7, The Empress Reincarnates, accepts a disciple without a heart. Having said that, only to see the Grand Elder sweeping a glance at the lords of the 8 Holy Lands with a face full of disdain. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a smug look. Competing with my Ice Cloud Palace for disciples? You're not worthy? You little cowpokes. Who cares if you're the Lord of the Holy Land or the King of North American Cannonball? If you dare to mess with my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, you will be killed. At those words, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Eventually his gaze landed on a petite figure behind Bamboo Heart. Seeing this scene, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes, and his heart was slightly shaken. Nice clear eyes. On the contrary, Jian Wuxin's eyes widened in curiosity and looked straight at Su Chen, meeting him on all fours. Host, this woman is the reincarnation of a female emperor. Her cultivation in her previous life was at the realm of a half-step great emperor, and she was born with the 10,000 sword saint body. So I see that she is qualified to be your disciple. The system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. An empress reincarnated? A half-step to the realm of the great emperor? Born with the sacred body of the 10,000 swords? What an unbelievable qualification! Su Chen had a flash of joy in his heart. He was just about to come out of the gate to accept a disciple and pass on the netherworld peak. I didn't expect it so soon? Or the reincarnation of the empress, born with the sacred body of 10,000 swords. At that moment, only a group of elders were seen, all kneeling down. We welcome the ancestor to the gate. Ancestor's divine might is invincible. This woman is born with the sacred body of the sword Tao, and is qualified to be an ancestor's disciple. We still hope that the ancestor will accept her as a personal disciple and establish her as the young palace master of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. With the ancestor here, my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace will surely push forward across the world, shaking down the ages. At this moment, Wuji Sacred Desire's face turned green. It's as bad as eating. Didn't they say that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace no longer had any powerful sacred realm entrance? What coffin did this old monster come out of? Don't look at the fact that he was an immortal half-saint and had lived for more than 70,000 years. However, when compared to a true saintly powerhouse, it was simply a firefly's fire that competed with the white moon. Not self-serving. How could he dare to compete with Su Chen for a disciple? But since we've come in such a big hurry, it's not like we can lose face. After all, one was at least a famous figure in the southern border. A generation of the Lord of the Holy Land. How humiliating would it be to be scared off in a puff of smoke like that? Wuji Holy Desire skin and flesh, hands clasped fists, respectfully said, Evening Generation Supreme Divine Palace, Wuji Holy Desire. See the Ice Cloud Ancestor. Congratulate the Ice Cloud Ancestor to successfully enter the saint, and be happy to get a beloved disciple. That what? Evening Generation still has some things, so he will slip away first. Having said that, he then crashed through a stone pillar and rose into the air, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, the corners of the mouths of the group of sacred landlords twitched. This Wuji Holy Desire. When did he become so timid? But they all fled with their fists as well. My senior, Pig Wujing of the land of 10,000 pigs. Congratulations to Ancestor Bingyun for stepping into the realm of the saints. And congratulations to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's young palace master for descending into the world. And I'll be excusing myself for now as the old sow at my home is about to give birth. Late Senior Void God Heavenly Palace Swishu Elder. Congratulations to Ancestor Bingyun on her joyous acquisition of a beloved disciple. My wife ran away with someone else, so I won't stay much longer. See you next time. Latecomer Hun Yuan Prime Hands. No clan. No sect. Congratulations to Ancestor Master for being initiated into sainthood. I suddenly want to go back to practicing Iron Sand Palm. Ancestor Bingyun pays his respects. Latecomer Hudong Holy Land Gunwan Dong. Meet Ancestor Bingyun. My daughter-in-law seems to miss me. I'll go back and poke her 10,000 transparent holes. Late Sunflower Water Country. The late Foot Washing Clan. Evening Excelsior. With a cry of respect, these lords of power broke into the air and left. The speed was so fast that it was even faster than when it came. Crap, why don't you go? Are you kidding me? Just on Su Chen's side. The system's voice kept ringing in his mind. Shock value plus 556 from Infinite Holy Desire. Shock value plus 657 from Inuyasha. Shock value plus 789 from Zhu Sukuan. However, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he stepped on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and walked slowly forward, and all the dust around him quietly drifted away, as if he did not want to disturb him. Where he passes, it seems like the sky, the sea, are eclipsed. The sun and the moon have no light. Ancestor Su Chen, when he is the exiled immortal of heaven. Stunning the crowd, Su Chen slowly stepped in front of Jian Wuxin and gave a faint cry, saying, "What's your name?" Faced with a sudden scene, only to see, Jian Wuxin's small face blushed with shame, a blush spreading quickly from her snowy face to her neck. She bent down and respectfully bowed, back to the ancestor. The disciple. Disciple's name is Jian Wuxin, 11 years old this year, and she is a person from the Eastern Spirit Kingdom of the Sword State. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen smiled faintly and said, "Sword heartless. Sword cultivators are inherently heartless and do not taint themselves with half a drop of worldly emotions in order to achieve the supremacy of the Sword Tao." A very nice name. This smile, such as the cold wind to help the willow, gentle and elegant between, but also full of dense gas, so that the world has dimmed a few points. Ancestor is so handsome. I'm going to give Ancestor a monkey. Ancestor, take me as your disciple. We'll elope together. In an instant, countless female disciples with peach blossoms in their eyes screamed, constantly throwing winks at Su Chen, and some of them vigorously clenched a pair of jade legs. Many male disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace were gritting their teeth in envy. Another saintly powerhouse, and so handsome. Where did the ancestor come from? Hook the soul of this group of little sisters. Little sisters. So envious. Seeing this scene, Jian Wuxin's eyes were mesmerized and he instantly lost his composure. The corner of Su Chen's lips curled up into a smile. Would you like to worship my misty peak and become my Su Chen's disciple? The entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was shocked when these words came out. this mysterious ice cloud ancestor was actually going to accept a disciple. It was said that he had worshipped in the ice cloud immortal palace for 1,000 years and had never taken on a disciple. Could it be that the ancestor's first time had just been taken away by this little sister who had an unbelievable qualification and possessed a saint body? So envious. I didn't expect that this junior sister would be able to worship Misty Peak and be the disciple of the ancestor just after entering the ice cloud immortal palace. I want it too. Not for anything else. Just for the face value of the ancestor. Even if the ancestor is really a waste of the realm of celestial beings, I'm willing to Senior, I also want to be a disciple of the ancestor. If you don't transfer me into the Misty Peak, beware that I'll tell the senior Nyang about you peeking at the senior sister's baths. Not being able to worship Misty Peak was a permanent pain for the female disciples of Ice Cloud. Facing this sudden scene, Jian Wuxin only felt that everything was too fantastic. First, he worshipped the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and then he awakened the 10,000 Sword Saint body, which attracted a group of lords of the southern border forces to compete with each other. I didn't realize that it also blew up the Ice Cloud ancestor, who was secluded in Misty Peak. This ancestor is really too handsome and perfect. This Ice Cloud ancestor, who was like an exiled immortal, even wanted to take her as his disciple? She just felt like she was dreaming. She must be, but, even if it's a dream I'm willing. Jian Wuxin's eyes fluttered. The corners of his eyes were misted with water, and a few teardrops quietly slipped down. She stepped out from behind Bamboo Heart and shouted, I do. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 8, Accepting an Apprentice Gift Package. Establishing a young palace master. The words fell, causing the crowd of female disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to be so envious and jealous that they were almost on the verge of crying. Obviously they were all new disciples. Now it's good. The person was directly carried away by the ancestor. And even the crowd of elders will have to obediently call out a little sister when they see them in the future. The key was that this ancestor was still so handsome, so perfect, and his strength was so unbelievable. We do. Fairy autism, woo woo woo. At this point, the Grand Elder stood up freely and bellowed. Sword State Sword Wuxin, aged 11, born with the 10,000 Sword Saint body, worships my Ice Cloud Misty Peak and enters the lineage of the Ice Cloud ancestor. Rite of passage. Congratulations, ancestor, on gaining a beloved disciple. With the ancestor here, my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace will definitely push forward across the world, shaking down the ages. Heartless little ninny is born with the 10,000 swords body, worthy of being an ancestor's disciple and worthy of the inheritance of the Supreme Palace Master. Ancestor's divine might is overwhelming and invincible. The crowd of elders frantically donned joy. Palace Master, Master Su He. Curtain Bamboo floated to Mu Bingchan's side and spoke softly. Obviously, she was still a little shaken up, not yet having recovered from the shock of just now. The senior brother who, as far as he could remember, either touched fish or chanted poetry every day, had actually become a powerhouse of the sage realm all of a sudden? It had to shock them. One must know that as Su Chen's senior sisters, they hadn't rarely carefully examined Su Chen's body. With their strength in the supreme realm, it's absolutely impossible for them to make a mistake, right? Obviously, he was only at the first level of the celestial realm. How did he suddenly enter sainthood? What the hell is going on here? Is it really a ghost? Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to Lord Host for successfully harvesting a cheap disciple. This system will present the host with an apprentice acceptance gift package. It has been automatically placed into the system space. May I ask if the host will extract it? At those words, Su Chen froze slightly. An apprenticeship package? Is there a special reward given by the system after this disciple acceptance? After freezing for a moment, Su Chen nodded and said, Extract. Ding. The apprentice gift pack is being extracted. Current progress? 1%, 2%, 10%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial Grade Technique, the Great Emperor's Longevity Scripture. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sacred Grade Sword Technique, the Howie Sword Technique. An Imperial Grade Technique? In the Eastern Wasteland realm, the realms of Gongfu and sword techniques, spiritual weapons, pills, and all kinds of heavenly materials were all the same. They are mortal, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, kingly, royal, sovereign, honorable, and holy. Sacred grade techniques, spirit weapons, and pills were all incredibly precious. Even an immortal half-saint might not be able to possess it. Su Chen traveled through the Eastern Wasteland realm for 1,000 years, signing up for countless rewards, all kinds of pills, techniques, and spiritual weapons, and even more. And there were naturally so many saint-grade feats. However, this was the first time that he had seen this emperor grade technique that was far above a saint grade. This acceptance of an apprentice and such a great gift package. He hurriedly flipped through the first page of the Great Emperor's Longevity Scripture. Great Emperor Eternal Life Scripture, Emperor Quality Gongfu. Is the ancient scripture created by the ancient Great Emperor? Non-saintly strong person cannot repair. After comprehending to the pinnacle, even when sleeping, Gongfu can automatically run, absorbing the essence of all things in the sky and the earth for their own use. Can be the spirit of the source of the host to enhance the cultivation of the host? Seeing this scene, Su Chen's heart was delighted. He called out to the good guys straight away. This ancient great emperor who created the great emperor's longevity scripture is too good at it, isn't he? After attending to the peak, you can cultivate even when you sleep? Wouldn't that be customized for him? If he had had this technique before, how would it have taken him 1,000 years to step into the realm of saints? He didn't rummage through it too much, though. Now that he had suddenly entered the saints, he had induced such a great scene that had shaken the southern border, and his senior sisters, before that, all thought he was just a waste of the celestial realm. This kind of thing, still have to in long time not see the sisters, first catch up. Su Chen walked over with large strides and smiled. Senior brother, meet the senior sisters. Senior sisters, have you identified any disciples of your choice today? Humph, you guys, you still have the nerve to say that. Upon hearing this, the third fairy, Shui Fei Yen, snorted lightly and blankly glanced at him without any good reason. The only little girl with excellent qualifications has been snatched away by you. The key is that you, this little fellow, has actually reached the realm of the saints. You're concealing it from your sisters, but you're concealing it from them in a very bitter way. How do I know? Fishing for a saint? Su Chen scratched his head, embarrassed, said, why Don, elder sisters, come to my misty peak to sit tomorrow, and senior brother will bring you along to fish? You little one. Shui Fei Yen glared at Su Chen. Fishing and getting sainted? Is that a human thing you're saying? If a man who touches fish and feeds chickens every day can be sainted, then I might as well fish every day? One must know that the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud as well as Palace Master Mu Bingchan were all disciples of the Supreme Palace Master. They had also all been the proud daughters of an era, with exceptional natural talent, suppressing countless celestial pride. Among the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, even the youngest, immortal Bamboo Heart, it has also been alive for more than 5,000 years now, but it was only the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. How is it more than a star short of being a saint? Even if she was given another 5,000 years to cultivate, she wouldn't necessarily be able to step into the immortal half-saint, not to mention the realm above the half-saint, the realm of the entered saint. But his own little brother, who was born with a blocked meridian, had run ahead of them without even realizing it? Nima, 1,000 years of saintly power. What kind of demon, what kind of heaven-defying existence is this? Seeing that Shui Fei Yen was a bit angry, Su Chen also hurriedly came forward and said, if senior sister doesn't mind, I can also personally cook and make a delicious meal for senior sisters. It just so happens that the cucumbers that were planted last year are already ripe, tender and smooth. The suddenly approaching Su Chen made Shui Fei Yan's snowy face redden. She raised her snowy hand against Su Chen's chest, and she skimmed her face. Alright, got it. Mu Bingchan glanced at Su Chen rather helplessly and said, senior brother, I didn't expect that amongst the 9 of us, it would be you who would be the first to step into this sacred realm. Master's vision really isn't wrong. Back then, after their master's fall, the heavy responsibility of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was handed over to them. However, the southern border is vast, with 10,000 races and countless Taoist systems, and there are nearly 500,000 Taoist states. So if you want to truly gain a foothold, there must be a shortage of saintly powerhouses to sit on the sidelines. She was already at the peak of Immortal Half-Saint 1,000 years ago. She was also the only half-saint powerhouse from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace that didn't fall during that war between the righteous and the demons. How difficult is the road to sainthood? She groped for 1,000 years, never been able to step out of that step. Did not expect to be this every day to touch the fish little brother, to grab the first. This little guy, how the hell did he do that? But those weren't important. With the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, which had a saintly powerhouse sitting at its helm, and the addition of fresh blood such as Jian Wuxin, who was born with the 10,000 sword saint body, it was bound to rise strongly once again, suppressing an era. In the sky above the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the holy light shone brightly, and the auspicious purple chi was 30,000 li, and the dragon and the phoenix were auspicious. Su Chen's entry into sainthood also brought saintly chi to Bingyun once again. Countless 50,000 Dao state forces under the banner of Bingyun hurriedly came, some stepping on immortal swords, some tearing the void, all wanting to witness a saint's posture. Lanzhou Ramen sect. Congratulations to Ancestor Icecloud on his departure. Ancestor Icecloud is happy to have a beloved disciple. It is the fortune of the southern border. I wish the Icecloud Immortal Palace to stand at the top of the southern border. Great Sword Sect Patriarch Falling Great Sword. Congratulations to ancestor Bingyun for achieving sainthood, and may immortal Bingyun sweep through the 8 wastelands. The White Divine Sword, White Snow, presents the monarch-grade spiritual artifact, Snow Divine Sword, and has come to pay homage to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. 9 Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch Du Flip River, along with young Patriarch Du Zitung, sends a congratulatory gift of 3 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow to congratulate ancestral master Bingyun on her joyous acquisition of a beloved disciple, Shur Xiling of the Great Desolate Stone Kingdom. Congratulations to ancestor Bingyun on his joyous acquisition of a beloved disciple. With the ancestor at the helm, my cold state will surely prosper permanently, pushing forward an era horizontally, suppressing the pride of 10,000 ancient heavens. Just as the crowd was marveling at this ice cloud extravaganza, Mu Bingchan raised her eyes and swept towards the countless forces, and said in a cold voice, "From this day forward, this palace master declares that Jian Wuxin is the young palace master of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and whoever dares to hurt a single hair on her head, my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace will not rest until she is dead." This statement was made. No one dared to speak or object. Whether it was the Ice Cloud of the past or the Ice Cloud of today, it was definitely not something that these Dao lineages, clans, or divine kingdoms of theirs dared to mess with. Of course, these lords of the forces under the banner of Ice Cloud also understood. Mu Bingchan's words were naturally addressed to those 8 holy lands. Just then, a sound of breaking air rang out over the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Master of the 3 sacred islands of the Eastern Sea Road domain, the sacred heavenly demoness of the Qin. Here, add a bookshelf and 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 9, The Sage's Gift, the Worship of the Heavens. As the words fell, countless powerful people and countless forces tilted their heads and looked towards the sky. 3 sacred islands. Isn't that the holy Taoist system of the East Sea? The Eastern Wasteland realm is divided into more than 10 Tao domains, such as the Central State, the Eastern Sea, the Northern Wasteland, the Western Region, and the Southern Border. The size of the area is vast. In just the Southern Border alone, there were a full 500,000 Tao states, and the 3 sacred islands were one of the Holy Land Taoism in the Eastern Sea Road domain. As the same Holy Land Tao lineage, the strength of the 3 sacred islands was naturally not weak, and even surpassed the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in its heyday. The great Tao domains were also separated from each other by the endless starry sky, and they barely interacted with each other on weekdays. But how did the forces of this eastern sea descend into the southern border Tao region? Just then, a curling zither sound swung through the void and came, lingering in the ears, pleasing to the ear. A white figure slowly descended and floated down to the sky above the ice cloud. It was a woman in white, with a veil on her face, long flowing hair, and a pair of curved eyes that were indescribably beautiful, as if they had captured all the clear and tranquil blue waves in the world. Although he hadn't seen his true face, just that pair of eyes was breathtakingly beautiful. She stroked the long zither with her jade hand, and the sound of the zither was dazzling, attracting hundreds of birds to fly and dance, as if she were a fairy descending to the earth. Seeing this figure, the Ice Cloud Palace Master, along with the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud, all bowed down. Senior Mu Bingchan, meet Senior Qin Sage. Greetings to Senior Qin Sage. She was none other than the island master of the 3 sacred islands, the Sage of the Zither, the Heavenly Witch, White Puffy, a genuine immortal saint. Rumor has it that her strength is through the roof. He entered the Holy Spirit by practicing the Qin Tao and became famous in the heavens. Just the sound of the zither could wipe out a person with a single thought across millions of miles of space, a strength that wasn't even below the previous Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master. One must know that the way of the zither is extremely difficult to comprehend. Among the thousands of avenues, the difficulty was enough to rank in the top 100. At the sound of SB's voice, Bai Pao Pei's beautiful eyes flowed, her gaze landed on Su Chen's body, her lips lightly opened, and she exhaled immortal qi. Xian Yin's disciple does have a few extraordinary points. With you sitting in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, this seat will also be relieved. Su Chen frowned slightly, eyeing Bai Pao Piao. From the attitudes of the several senior sisters, and the tone in which the fairy in front of her spoke, this Qin Saint Heavenly Demoness and her own master should have had a good friendship. Afterwards, Bai Pao Pei's gaze landed on Jian Wuxin's body again. After sizing him up for a few moments, she spoke again once more. Being in the 10,000 sword sacred body and being accepted as a personal disciple by Immortal Voice's disciple, it is your destiny to be her disciple's grandson. That's just it. This seat will grant you some creation. As the words fell, she lifted her slender jade finger and gently pointed it at Jian Wuxin's Jinsho. A bead of blood coalesced at her fingertips, emitting a golden glow and being enveloped by the aura of a saint. In the next breath, the blood beads slowly fell down and dripped on Jian Wuxian's brow before integrating into her body. It's a drop of Saint Essence blood. Seeing this scene, countless powerful people were shocked. How precious is the blood of a saint? Most of the time when a half-saint entered sainthood, he would only be able to condense 2 or 3 drops of essence blood. A saint's essence blood also represented a body's talent and the heights it could reach in the future. 10 drops. Already amazing. Even the once number 1 powerhouse of the southern border, Mu Xianyin, had only condensed 30 drops. A person like Su Chen had condensed a full 365 drops of saint essence blood. Then it could be called one in all ages. An invincible demon. And this Qin's sacred heavenly demoness. She had even bestowed such a precious saint's essence blood to Jian Wuxin already? Even an immortal half-saint wouldn't dare to have the slightest extravagant hope. I'll wait. Kowtow to Senior Zither Sage for his gift. Senior's favor. I, Bing Yun, will never forget it. The crowd of Ice Cloud elders knelt down, filled with shock. Although this drop of holy blood was not bestowed upon them. But nowadays, Jian Wuxin was the young palace master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and was even the disciple grandson of the Supreme Palace Master, the ancestor's master and disciple, with a drop of holy blood quenching her body. Coupled with the cultivation of her ancestor, with Jian Wuxin's natural talent, she was bound to be able to rise quickly. On the contrary, Jian Wuxin, she was at a bit of a loss for words. She naturally understood what this drop of holy blood represented, but she had a master now, and she didn't dare to make a rash decision without Su Chen's consent. She then turned her gaze to Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen let out a light laugh as he said, "Heartless, Senior Zither Sage naturally means well, so just accept it." "Yes, master." Only after receiving Su Chen's reply did Jian Wuxian make a respectful bow to Bai Pao Pei. "Disciple Wuxian, many thanks for the grace of Senior Zither Sage." This scene could make the crowd of Ice Cloud disciples, as well as many of the southern border's prides, envious to death. This little girl, with a 10,000 sword sacred body, and worshipping the ancestor as her teacher. Now, even more so, a saintly powerhouse has been given such a chance. Where did she get such good luck? On the contrary, Su Chen was quite satisfied. He naturally understood that this Bai Piao Piao was one of his own. Jian Wuxin was the reincarnation of a female emperor, and naturally, her fortune was countless times far beyond the usual heavenly pride. It was considered her chance to be gifted by a saint. If in the future, Jian Wuxin grew back up and certified as a great emperor, perhaps the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, as a result, would even be able to obtain the great emperor's fortune. Just then, above the void, another huge aura of pressure instantly enveloped the area, interrupting the thoughts of countless people. "Bai Pao Piao, you woman came so fast. Old me doesn't have any good gifts. If little nymph Heartless doesn't mind, I'll give you my clear lotus sword. Ha 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 ha. I hope that ancestor Ice Cloud will not be amused." A green lotus bloomed amidst the loud and refreshing laughter. A figure appeared in the clear lotus. He was dressed in green, his eyebrows revealing an ethereal appearance. Seeing this figure, the top and bottom of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace as well as a group of lords of power sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Bai Pao Piao, who was in the air, raised her eyes slightly. "Qinglian Sword Immortal. Li Changcheng. One man, one sword. Only I. Qinglian Sword Immortal." This was likewise a saintly powerhouse, whose fame in the southern borderlands was not below that of a group of saint lords. In the southern borderlands, in addition to the 9 holy lands, there were many long-inherited immortal lineages, ancient divine kingdoms, powerful sects, and divine teachings in Taoist traditions. Most of these forces were dependent on the 9 holy lands. Among them, some were even not weaker than holy places. In addition to these forces, there were also many super-powerful people who preferred to be alone, who would not attach themselves to any force, and who only pursued longevity and a martial way in their lives. Qinglian Sword Immortal, Li Changcheng, was one of them. Didn't realize, the ancestor's entry into sainthood had even brought in such superpowers. It looked like these saintly powerhouses all wanted to befriend them, just as a crowd of powerful people were shocked. "Oh, what a cute little ninny, worthy of being descended from a holy body. I, the Shaking Light Holy Land, am also willing to accept her as a disciple and enjoy all the resources and all the Tao laws of my Shaking Light." A demonic red-robed woman tore through the void and appeared in the sky above the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The superb aura was suffocating. Sage, another saintly powerhouse. She was wearing a red dress, and her enchanting eyes as well as her stance were as if she was seducing the soul. Shaking Light Holy Lord, Gu Hongyi. It is said that she possesses a worldly charm bone. Every knit of her brows and smile are all seductive. No one dares to look her in the eye. However, just as her gaze fell on Su Chen's master and disciple duo, she froze. "No, I changed my mind. I only hope that the ancestor master can come to my Shaking Light Holy Land more often to visit for a while, and the slave family will definitely teach me everything." Ugh, shameless, Gu Hongyi, all of you Shaking Light Holy Land can be all man-eating demonesses. Our ancestor brother won't go to your place. Poof. At this point, another figure tore through the void and appeared in the crowd's line of sight. She was dressed in black and tasseled, and her appearance was unparalleled. Heavenly Demon Sect Master. Luoli. Surprisingly, it was another saint. Luoli looked at Su Chen, eyes flickered, gently exhaled. Hot and wet Yuan-in breath gushed out. My heavenly devil church, all up and down 50 million female disciples are willing to give ancestor brother a monkey. Amat ba. Sin. At this time, another female nun folded her hands and looked at Su Chen with eyes full of tears. Buddha. I am sorry. Disciple has never seen such a perfect man. On the path to Buddhahood, disciple is stumped, destined to go to the western paradise of ultimate bliss. Disciple in the future is only willing to give him a lifetime of washing his feet. On the other side, Li Changcheng, who had arrived earlier, suddenly blushed in his old face, and he was also embarrassed. If the ancestor doesn't mind, old me can also give up my own Dao intention for the sake of my ancestor and wield my sword from now on. Cultivate the evil preventing sword. The new book set sail. You pretty boys and girls, make sure you catch up on your reading until 100,000 words in the feeder. Thank you. Plus, 5 stars, hypes, catch up reading, and free swag. Chapter 10, Agar Spirit Milk. Former Sword Emperor. The ice-cloud immortal palace's once-in-a-decade disciple acceptance ceremony lasted until late at night before it ended completely. Countless powerful people have to worship He Bingyun, all want to witness a glimpse of the saint's elegance. But, after Su Chen had finished accepting his disciples, he brought Jian Wu Xin back to Misty Peak early. In order not to be disturbed, he flicked his right hand and laid down a boundary to isolate the sound. The most terrifying ones are still the strong women of the major powers. One was like a wolf, too raw and scary, both hated to eat him alive, and everyone understood that the sky was about to change in the southern border. Back to the bamboo house, Jian Wuxin looked around, curious about everything. The ethereal peak couldn't be simpler. A bamboo house, a courtyard, a stone pavilion, a waterfall, a cold pool, to a piece of purple bamboo. Master, is this where you usually live? Jian Wu Xin spoke softly. Although she was a great emperor reborn, she had not yet awakened her emperor soul and had no memories of her past life. Cultivation in this life is only a few short years, and his cultivation still remains at the peak of the 10th level of the blood condensation realm. It's natural to be more interested in everything that's new. Nice. Su Chen nodded, enchanted. All the thousands of great roads in the world are the way of heaven. Eating is the way. Sleeping is the way. Fishing is the way. And planting flowers and feeding chickens is also the way. The master is hidden between the mountains and the water. Walking in the crowd, mortals cultivate the mind and body, can also come out of a road of their own. That is the way of longevity. In the future you will be with the master to cultivate this way of mortals. The way of mortals? Jian Wu Xin froze. My master is really seemingly mediocre. But soon, countless silver radiance sprinkled down, and a law of the great Tao suddenly appeared in her mind. Take away. She seemed enlightened, and in the next moment, her realm directly came to the first sky of the body-tempering realm. Feeling the changes within his body, Jian Wuxin was filled with joy and immediately bowed down respectfully. Many thanks for the guidance from master. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was violently startled. What the hell? A breakthrough? It's too soon. Honestly, he was envious. He had been touching fish for 1,000 years, and he was only at the realm of a saint. People can break through with this talk. If he had that kind of talent, wouldn't he have casually certified as a great emperor and slaughtered the forbidden zone? Lord host, there is no need to feel strange. This cheap disciple of yours is a female emperor reincarnated. As her strength rises, the emperor's soul will gradually awaken, and the speed of her cultivation will also become faster and faster. The system explained. Su Chen nodded. And he understands. This kind of reincarnated body of a female emperor was born with an extremely strong physique and talent, and when the memories of the previous life were restored, then within a very short period of time, the cultivation level skyrocketed and returned to the strength of the previous life. If I remember correctly, in my previous life, I stayed up late to read a novel, which seems to have a Ice Master reincarnation. Su Chen looked towards Jian Wu Xin, but a strange data frame appeared in his line of sight. Name, Jian Wu Xin. Age, 11. Identity, Sword Emperor Reincarnation, Beloved Disciple. Cultivation level, first level of body tempering realm. Physique, born with the 10,000 sword saint body. Dao intent, female emperor's sword intent, emperor's soul not yet awakened. Stature, a small lotus is a small lotus. Personality, calm. Favorability, 98. What the hell? Little lotus is just the tip of the iceberg? Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt a little confused. Nima. The system has become so sophisticated that it can read poetry? Chen sucked in a mouthful of cool air and calmly said, Wu Xin, you're only at the body tempering realm now. There's no rush in cultivation. You need to take one step at a time and slowly build up your foundation. Okay? Jian Wuxi nodded. Don't worry, Master. I understand. Although blood condensation has passed, I will definitely build a firm foundation in the realm of body tempering and impact the Qi and blood extreme realm. Not bad. Enlightenment, qualifications, and are all considered excellent. A good seedling. Chen was quite satisfied. Then he raised his right hand, and in his hand there was an additional small jade bottle. This is for you. Jian Wuxin looked at the jade bottle in Chen's hand in shock. Senior. This is? After receiving the bottle and gently opening the cork, a rich spiritual qi gushed out like a fountain. In an instant, the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth on the netherworld peak increased by several times. Drops, drops, drop. Drop after drop of white lotion dripped from the top of the bottle and fell into her milky fingertips, slowly sliding into her palms. Crystal clear. The aroma is overflowing. It's almost like milk. Agar. Heavenly spirit milk? Jian Wuxin's heart and soul trembled violently. It was actually such a holy thing as the agaric sky spirit milk. Although he was the reincarnation of a female emperor, he was reincarnated into a cultivation family in this life. He also recognized a lot of heavenly materials. This agar celestial spirit milk was a treasure of heaven and earth that nurtured the heart and soul and quenched the body. Only, instead, she had hate on her lips. Ma Yufeng, you killed my mother and forced me out of the family. 3 years later, I will kill you personally. Jian Wuxian turned to look at Chen, tears in the corners of her eyes, her face overwhelmed. Master, why would you be so good to me? Obviously they've only just met. Chen, however, gave this precious thing directly to her to quench her heart and soul. This gentleness, this care, this thoughtfulness, was something she hadn't felt since her mother's death. She was an orphan in this life, being a concubine in her family with a low status, and was usually not bullied by the talented disciples in her family. After mother was killed by that green tea, Ma Yufeng, she swore that even if she died, she would make that heartless family pay in blood. But how could she repay such a great favor as Chen's? Chen froze, then raised his hand and rubbed her cicatrization and smiled. You are the disciple of the master. If I don't care about you, who do I care about? Looking at the face that was close at hand, like an exiled immortal, and the gentleness that went deep into his heart and soul, Jian Wuxin wiped away the teardrops from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were misty, her cheeks were covered with a reddish haze, and she lightly bit her shell teeth. Master. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen's head. Ding! Host's interaction with disciple Jian Wuxian was successful. Affinity +5. The system will open a new function. Intimate mall. Note, the host can gain intimacy by interacting with Swordless Heart daily, or perhaps completing the master and disciple quest. Intimate mall? Chen was slightly stunned. What's the point of this? The system explained. Lord Host, inside the intimate mall, there are all sorts of heavenly materials, spiritual weapons, and techniques, so many that you will be dazzled. In short, there's everything in there, only what you can't think of. Nothing you can't get from the redemption. Interact to gain intimacy and then redeem various rewards. He can gain affinity by interacting with Jian Wuxian on a daily basis or by completing master-disciple quests. And he was counting it as an interaction when he gifted Jian Wuxian with heavenly materials and treasures. After so many years of signing on, he's had a ton of various rewards for a long time. So to summarize, where do you put the Russian nesting dolls? Chen gave the system a blank look. Could it still be possible to redeem a dome sister? Sitting in the cold pool of the waterfall, Jian Wuxin's clothes were soon wet. The aura of this eye pool was very rich, making it an excellent place to cultivate. Opening the mouth of the bottle, the rich aura gushed out once again. Smelling the sweet liquid, Jian Wuxin murmured, I don't know how it will taste. Will it be sweet? At that moment, Chen's voice came from the distance. Right, heartless, agar celestial spirit milk. Even though it is a supreme treasure for quenching the body and condensing the soul that is nurtured by the aura of heaven and earth, it will be very painful, so you have to bear it for a while. Under the gazebo, Chen, who was sitting on a rocking chair, hummed a little song while eating grapes. When he thought about it, the first time he tried the agar celestial spirit milk, his person was about to crack. It hurt for days. The taste of it, it just made him want to die. It's all still a bit evocative when I think back on it now. And although Jian Wuxin was the 10,000 sword saint body, he was only 11 years old after all. Being a daughter again, she probably couldn't handle it either. It's better to be warned. Don't worry, Master. Jian Wuxin raised his eyes and responded. I can withstand it. This bit of pain Wuxin is not afraid. Words. Su Chen nodded, quite satisfied as he evoked a smile. Not bad. The children are teachable. With that, a grape was dropped into his mouth. Pouring the agar celestial spirit milk into his hand, Jin Wuxin stretched out his little tongue and carefully licked it. A cold sensation stimulated her, and a rich aura flowed everywhere in her body. So icy, so numb. Jin Wuxin's beautiful eyes widened as she looked incredulously at the remaining lotion on her fingertips. This agar celestial spirit milk is really something good. She then swallowed the bottle of milky white liquid. All of it. In an instant, the rich spiritual chi exploded violently within her body, and the spring in the pool was like a water dragon that rose up to the sky. Ah, so cozy. Jin Wuxin couldn't help but let out a slight groan. The agar celestial spirit milk actually gave her a kind of lustful pleasure, as if her body was being torn apart. And it still continues to crack. Chapter 11, A Flurry of Breakthroughs. Ancestor awesome. Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Within the Forbidden Land. Ha 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 ha. An earth-shattering cheer spread out, as the hair of one elder after another rose, and a cloaked aura was exposed from them. It's broken. I've broken through. I've broken through too. Ha ha. The bottleneck that has trapped old me for 100 years has finally been broken through by breaking the shackles. Old me is going to suppress the ages. Old me is going to push across the world. Old me is going to have to punch 10,000 cows to death, only to see one elder after another, just like a rocket, directly crashing through the roof of the room and rising up into the air, standing under the sky. At this moment, in the sky above the ice cloud immortal palace, clouds surged and lightning flashed. As the voice spread, the gazes of countless disciples within the ice cloud immortal palace converged on the sky in unison, revealing gazes of envy. So envious, Master has broken through. Right ow. The ancestor this time to break through the realm of saints, triggered the heaven and earth vision, descending 30,000 miles of auspicious purple gas. It should be a great time for us to cultivate, but how can our group of disciples earn these old guys? Envious to death. Alas. I also want a breakthrough. I also want to fly in the sky like a bird. The crowd of Ice Cloud disciples were envious. Just then, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, there was a shout full of excitement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I broke through. The crowd turned their heads away. It was a youth with a handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, and a white robe made him dashing and unrestrained, enough to be the dream girl in the hearts of countless young girls. Of course, compared to Su Chen, that could be described as a firefly competing with the white moon. It's not a billion-point difference. No, it doesn't even qualify to be compared to that. Compare handsome with Su Chen. That's simply self-defeating. Heavens, this is senior brother Muhani? He is the personal disciple of the Grand Elder. I heard that at the Heavens Pride Conference 100 years ago. At that time, senior brother Hani was a strong man, and he was able to force his way past countless Heavens Pride from the 8 Holy Lands, and broke into the top 100 of the Southern Borderlands Earth Sect ranking. Right. It is said that senior brother Hani has only been worshipped in my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for 200 years, and now he is already a celestial realm powerhouse, enough to rank in the top 10 existences amongst the personal disciples of a group of elders. It was only half a month ago that I heard that senior brother Hani had broken through to the 3rd level of the celestial realm. So how did he break through again in just half a month? The crowd of Ice Cloud disciples, with shocked faces, looked at the man incredulously, only to see that Muhani directly crashed through the roof and swept up into the air. The thrill of the breakthrough made him feel free. He shouted an excited cry to the firmament. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Grandmaster is awesome. Ancestors forever God. But after he shouted this, a huge aura madly surged into his body. Muhani was violently startled, and waves of shock rippled through his heart. This was clearly a precursor to a breakthrough. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to break through again? This scene could scare the crowd of Ice Cloud disciples. What the hell? Another double breakthrough? Even if senior brother Hanyi's natural talent is extremely strong, it's not to the point of being heaven-defying? What the hell is going on here? Did I see a ghost? For a while, countless Ice Cloud disciples began to speculate one after another. Even if Muhani was a generation of heavenly pride and possessed the body of the great Tao, it was absolutely impossible for him to be so heaven-defying. In the realm of celestial beings, one weight is a mountain. Even if it was the son of a heaven's pride who wanted to go over one, it would take at least 10 years, or even longer. How come this Muhani had just made a breakthrough? These auspicious violet chi can all be induced by the ancestor when he broke through to the sacred realm. Could it be because of that line about grandmasters being awesome? I have a feeling. Is likely. It must be senior brother Hanyi's cry of faith that has gained the blessing of the ancestor. A group of Ice Cloud disciples. Look at me. I see you. But shouting grandmaster powerful in front of a big audience is too difficult, right? In the end, a female disciple stepped forward, her face blushing. She sucked in a breath of cold air. Ancestors are so good looking. Awesome is awesome. The female disciple summoned up her courage and let out a clear voice. Grandmaster is awesome. Ancestors forever God. At this moment, above the sky dome, countless strands of auspicious violet chi madly surged into her body, her aura rapidly revolving, and she was about to make a breakthrough in a matter of moments. Feeling the changes within her body, the female disciple was ecstatic and on the verge of jumping up in excitement. Great! I'm about to break through. Seeing this scene, the Ice Cloud disciples were thrilled. Grandmaster is awesome. Ancestors forever God. Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Sunset Mist Peak. Ice Cloud Hall. The attention of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud was not with the group of disciples or the elders. Instead, they all gazed in the direction of the ethereal peak. 1,000 years of entering the realm of the saints. Strong. It's too strong. It's simply demonic to the point of being outrageous. It was obvious that none of them had gotten over the shock. Yet, the 4th fairy Ice Moon Glaze, Sai leisurely said, I did not expect. My sister's 8 people. Bitter cultivation for many years. But still better than Chen, this little guy touching 1,000 years of fish. How on earth did this guy do it? Thousands and thousands of years of hard cultivation is no match for your own junior apprentice brother touching a fish for 1,000 years? Is that such a blow? Southern, am I small? Have you seen it or have you tried it? Curtain Bamboo revealed a bitter smile. We were also all once a generation of heavenly pride daughter. Horizontal pressure of an era. Did not expect, in the end, but was exceeded by his own youngest brother. No matter how he did it, it is no longer important. They, all of them had also been the best of an era, and some were even invincible for a lifetime. All of them had divine body visions, and even possessed holy body visions. But, no one else can do this to this extent. Not to mention them, even their masters, even the successive generations of the Ice Cloud immortal ancestors, absolutely none of them were able to do so. 1,000 years of saints. They have experienced tens of thousands of years and have never heard of it. Speaking here, she paused and then said, Now Ice Cloud, not only do I once again have a saint in the town, there is even a sword Dao saint body descending, really out of the 2 demonic suns, if there are no accidents. Within 100,000 years, Ice Cloud Immortal Palace are bound to be as stable as Mte Taishan, unshakable, before the millennium. After the fall of the Supreme Palace Master, the burden of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace fell on their shoulders, being suppressed by the 8 Holy Lands joining forces and seizing all kinds of cultivation resources. This resulted in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's current generation of disciples being far weaker than the other Holy Lands. Though annoyed, there was nothing they could do. The main reason for this was because the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace did not have a saintly powerhouse in attendance. In the long run, what if they fall in the future? To whom should Ice Cloud's future be entrusted? Will it be reduced to a first-rate, second-rate or even third-rate power? Or will it gradually disappear into the river of history? No one thought that. In the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's most critical time, this almost forgotten by the world's youngest brother, but like a miracle strong out of the world. Senior sister Makuzu has a good point. The second immortal Jun Xianren nodded and said, Master Su has been hidden for 1,000 years. He has already grown up completely. The entire 365 drops of sage essence blood added to his body, not to mention in the southern border, even in the entire eastern wasteland is absolutely unique, enough to be described as one in all of history, and more of our attention should be placed on this child. Jian Wuxin, standing on the side of the bamboo heart, eyes slightly narrowed, opened his mouth and said, Born 10,000 sword saint body. If you grow up, it is very likely that within 5,000 years, my Ice Cloud will be out of another saint powerhouse. In this great struggle in the world, countless forces have to compete for resources. Their own strength can be strengthened by 1 point, will be more than 1 point of hope to survive. And I, Ice Cloud, originally had no intention of participating in worldly battles, but in the 1,000 years since my master's fall, the other 8 Holy Lands have simply bullied people too much. Master Su's disciples and master will definitely lead my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to suppress the forces of the southern border. At those words, a flash of helplessness flashed through Mu Bingchan's icy eyes. Although the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had never wanted to participate in worldly battles, these 8 Holy Lands had indeed bullied people too much. It doesn't seem to exist anymore either. She lightly glanced at the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, and said in an icy tone, That said, you and I, the 8 sisters, must not slack off. Within 5,000 years, you must all step into the realm of the immortal half-saint for me. Yes, the group of 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud bowed down heavily. As the words fell, Mu Bingchan heavily closed her eyes. The scene of Su Chen's entry into the Holy Spirit today still reverberated in her heart and soul for a long time. the realm of entry into the sacred realm. She had fumbled for thousands of years, but had not found a single opportunity, and her youngest senior brother, who has been in the palace for only 1,000 years, had already taken that step. That's a bit of a blow, isn't it? She said in a condensed voice, passing down the order. From tomorrow onwards, this palace master will use the auspicious purple chi induced by senior brother's sainthood to make a closed-door impact on the sainthood realm. All matters in the palace are fully entrusted to Shouju's senior sister to take care of, and without important matters, the palace master shall not be disturbed. Chapter 12, Mindless Breakthrough. Law of Blade Intent. Far above the vault of heaven, an ancient aura surfaced in the air. The holy might swept and spread, straight to the top of the clouds. The holy light was 10,000 feet, and the divine radiance of the great Tao penetrated the 9 heavens. Alarmed 10,000 beasts hibernate. The living beings are terrified. The lone bird faltered and flew in fear. It seems that all the spirits are at a loss, terrified. First, the innate 10,000 swords saint body descended into the world, and now an old ancestor has unveiled his coffin and stepped into the realm of sainthood. The great era of the ice cloud immortal palace is coming, worthy of being a sacred ground Tao system. It's only been a short 1,000 years since that woman Mu Xianyin fell, and there's another sage powerhouse coming out of the Yangzhou Bingyun. This kind of heritage is truly terrifying. Humph. So what? A mere 10,000 sword saint body is just a mere thing. My supreme divine palace has similarly produced a saint body vision in this generation. It's not certain who will crush who. In the world of great struggle, saints represent everything. Back then, Mu Xianyin was only 30 drops of saint essence blood. It is said that this saint has condensed a full 365 drops of saint blood. Just what kind of demon is this person? Old Immortal will also have to shut down again. It was not easy to survive the death of the Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master. How can my immortal sword domain be compared to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, which is full of women's Tao lineage? A bunch of stinking pussies. Don't think of suppressing me? So what if there is a saint descending into the world? The 10,000 poisons Holy Land, will crush you and the others just the same in this life and stand on top of the southern border. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's changes on this day shocked the entire 500,000 Tao states in the southern borderlands, and even the Tao states in the several surrounding Tao domains were also startled. Strong people from all the Tao states came out and hung in the air, gazing at the scene in Yangzhou, their faces grave and full of worry. Some of them were worried, some were shocked, some were surly. Everyone knew that in the midst of this great struggle, the Tao lineages, sects, lineages, and divine kingdoms in each state would spare no effort in scrambling for every bit of resources to enhance their own strength. And with the descent of the sacred body and the entry of the mysterious Ice Cloud ancestor into sainthood, the cold state Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was bound to rise once again. The entire pattern of the southern border will be reshuffled. They all know that the great era of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace may really be coming, in the twinkling of an eye. 3 days went by in a flash. Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, Misty Peak. Sitting in the cold pool, Jian Wuxin suddenly opened his eyes. Rumble. Suddenly, an amazing aura fluctuation, like a clear spring, gushed out from her body. The shock caused the pool water in the pool to stir up tens of feet of water, and her aura, surprisingly, was skyrocketing. The peak of the first heavenly body tempering realm. Body tempering realm second sky. Body tempering realm triple sky. Body tempering realm fourth sky. Body tempering realm fifth sky. In just a few short breaths of time, her cultivation had gone all the way from just entering the realm of body tempering, directly to the fifth sky of body tempering realm. That kind of speed is enough to make one's jaw drop. Feeling the great changes within his body, Jian Wuxin was excited. Great! Finally! I've completely absorbed this bottle of agaric sky spirit milk given to me by my master. Jian Wuxin let out a light smile and stood up. The clothes on his body had also long been soaked through by the water of the pool. Master! Walking out of the cold pool, Jian Wuxian came to the front of the compound and shouted at the bamboo house, but there was no one inside to respond. No? A few moments of doubt crossed her mind. Pushing the door, inside was a bamboo bed that couldn't have been simpler, and an ice silk cooler, worthy of being a master. You only sleep in a cooler. Seeing this scene, Jian Wuxin marveled. If you didn't know, you would have thought that my master was a mortal with no cultivation. When will I be able to cultivate a state of mind like masters? She searched around. The house was empty. Jian Wuxin twinkled his curved eyes and muttered softly, could it be that master is feeding the chickens in the backyard? At that moment, a familiar figure slowly pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Hearing the voice, Jian Wuxin turned back to her beautiful eyes, respectfully bowing down. Disciple, greetings to master. Su Chen looked at Jian Wuxian incredulously. You girl, you completely absorbed the agaric sky spirit milk so quickly? Jian Wuxin curled his eyes and let out a playful smile. Disciple has indeed completely absorbed the 108 drops of agar spirit milk gifted by Master Teacher, and his cultivation has also been raised to the 5th sky of the body-tempering realm. Thank you, Master Teacher. If it wasn't for Master, people would still be stuck in the blood condensation realm. He. Su-chan only felt his mouth twitch a little. Damn you. 108 drops of agar sky spirit milk, all absorbed so quickly? You know, when he first swallowed just one drop, it hurt for days. On the other hand, Jian Wuxin directly swallowed a whole bottle raw and was still so alive. It didn't seem at all like it had been affected by the overbearing aura in the heavenly spirit milk. Is this the difference between a heavenly pride and a mortal? This female emperor's reincarnated body, coupled with her natural 10,000 sword saint body, was truly demonic. Su-chan couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Lord Host, although this disciple of yours is the reincarnation of a female emperor and has a talent that is unrivaled in the ages, it is likewise very dangerous. Su-chan had a flash of doubt in his heart. What do you mean by that? The system said again. The reincarnation of the Empress is to seal one's own imperial soul and be able to retain all the natural talent as well as inheritance of one's previous life. And after reincarnation, one can once again realize the Tao. And with the increase in strength, after the Emperor's soul is awakened, his or her cultivation from his or her previous life will be gradually restored in a very short period of time. But the reincarnated body of such a great power is also the most precious tonic in the world, and if it is accidentally exposed, it will inevitably attract the greed of countless living beings. A mortal can live a long life if he eats a mouthful, and if he can devour the Emperor's soul and take over his flesh, he can rob him of the fruits of his many lifetimes of endeavor, as well as his inheritance. Hearing this, Su-chan was shocked in his heart. Doesn't that mean that Jian Wuxin is a living, breathing Donkey Kong? Everyone wants her, wants to eat her alive? Eat her up. Which way is it? Subconsciously, Su-chan's gaze unconsciously swept towards Jian Wuxin. What would happen if I ate her? Speaking of which, a glint tickled in his eyes. Well, nothing will happen to the host if he eats her. The system paused and replied. It's just that. She'll be pregnant with the host's baby. He. Su-chan gave the system a blank look. But then, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smirk. So, if I eat you up altogether, will you be pregnant with a little baby too? That's good. Host, come and eat me, the system said with a smiling face. Su-chan was speechless. If you weren't in the flesh right now, let's see if I don't rub you on the floor. Master, what are you talking about? At that moment, only Sword Wuxin flickered his eyes, blinking and wondering. Nothing, I was just in the middle of what we're having for lunch today. Su-chan shook his head. Then he muttered in a low voice. I was wondering when I'd eat you, but again, he quickly dismissed the thought. Su-chan, she's your disciple. How can you have such thoughts? Besides, she's only 11 now. Still a little kid. Nothing has developed yet. It must be very astringent. Even if we were to eat it, it would have to be a few more years, wouldn't it? However, looking at it now, before Jian Wuxin had grown up, it was still impossible to let her go down the mountain to go on a wave. After all, in this world, the strongest is the most respected. And if you want to save your life, you still have to be strong enough on your own. The 10,000 sword sacred body might have shocked the 8 holy lands, but the reincarnated body of the Empress, once exposed, the entire southern border's 500,000 Tao states would go completely crazy over it. After all, half emperor, even for Su-chan, it was too nebulous. Yo, Jian Wuxin gently nodded, then whispered, Senior, then where did you go just now? People have been looking for you for quite a while. Gollum. However, her stomach rumbled just as the words left her mouth. Seeing this, Su-chan couldn't help but laugh. Just now, as my master observed that you were about to leave the gate, I went to the chicken coop and wandered around, catching an old hen in preparation to make chicken soup for you. Are you going to help in the kitchen? Aha, can ya, master? Jian Wuxin nodded his head gently. At this time, Su-chan said again, by the way, the cucumber that master planted next to the chicken nest is ripe. You go ahead and pick it. Remember to make it fresh, cool and delicious. Soon, Jian Wuxin then picked a few cucumbers and came inside the kitchen. A variety of ingredients had long been laid out on the stone platform, and an old hen drained of blood, but when she took a closer look, she snapped out of it. What kind of old hen is that? It was clearly a hegemony emperor realm demonic beast phoenix. Does master usually take phoenix demonic beasts as hens to eat? However, she didn't open her mouth to speak, but instead carefully observed Su-chan as he cut the vegetables. The next moment, she was even more confused, only to see the plain and ordinary kitchen knife in Su-chan's hand, slash after slash slaughtered at the body of the phoenix corpse. The light of the slashes flew and dazzled the eyes, and in the midst of the flowing sword light, she unexpectedly saw one great Tao law after another. Waves of shock rippled through Jian Wuxian's chest. It's blade intent. Knife will. That's the stuff of legends. But how did she see one blade intent after another on top of Su Chen's kitchen knife? She had heard the clan elders in her family talk about how one could initially comprehend the laws of the great Tao once they reached the immortal half-saint realm. Immortal saints, on the other hand, were able to fully comprehend the meaning of the great Tao. This one of Su Chen's was an actual law of blade intent. But didn't Master Teacher just break through to Sage? How could he have comprehended the law intent realm so quickly? Could he have comprehended the sword intent long before he entered the saint? First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 13 Terrifying Talent. Disciple taking mission. Jian Wuxian couldn't help but cover his lips. She was still able to recognize the blade intent because the clan elders in her family had brought her to feel it up close and personal. The blade Tao inheritance of a blade cultivator saint. But that saber intent, compared to the saber intent of Master, was simply like the light of a firefly. Not worth mentioning. She sucked in a breath of cold air at the thought. A saintly powerhouse, terrifying as it is. Luckily, this person was her master teacher. My master's natural talent. It's surprisingly so high. No wonder he stepped into the realm of immortal saints after worshipping the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for just 1,000 years. Just then, Su Chen slowly came back to his senses. He said to Jian Wuxin, "This chicken soup has already begun to simmer, so you only need to wait quietly for an hour." Jian Wuxin came back to his senses and said, "Senior, then what are we going to do now?" "Now." Su Chen glanced at Jian Wuxin and said, "You've been closed for 3 days, go take a hot bath and relax first. There's almost an hour left before dinner is served." "Aha." Jian Wuxin nodded in excitement. "Then Master, see you in a while." After saying that, she walked away from the bamboo house. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Host and Jian Wuxian interacted successfully today. Affinity +10. Seeing this departing back, the corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked into a smile. 1 hour later. Cackle! The door to the room was gently pushed open with a soft thud. The scent of a young girl's genjutsu hit her. Jian Wuxin, who had already bathed and changed well, put on a thin light garment and slowly stepped out. Her body, always as soft as a light veil, just out of the bath is still wet black hair, stained with water droplets. On the delicate face, a drop of water slipped now and then. Gollum! Su Chen froze for a moment. My protege is quite an eye candy. Right at this moment, Jian Wuxin opened her cherry lips and complained. Master, people's stomachs are starving. Whoopee! Only then did Su Chen come back to his senses. It seemed like since Jian Wuxin had worshipped in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, he hadn't eaten anything yet except for that bottle of agar spirit emulsion. You go sit down at the stone pavilion and you'll be done in a minute, Su Chen said with embarrassment. Aha! About 10 breaths later, Su Chen carried a bowl of steaming chicken soup to the stone pavilion and arranged it neatly. Seeing this scene, Jian Wuxin's eyes went straight. It's full of rare beasts. What 10,000-year-old Sanlong tendon, corpse mountain blood tiger whip, cold ice jiao dragon heart, ice by emperor scorpion, all of which the ordinary people have never heard of. The standard 4-course meal with a few cucumbers. It was only the first meal, and Master was treating her with such precious ingredients? Jian Wuxian was touched. For people who cultivate immortals, it is true that they do not need to eat when they reach a certain level. Grains and cereals only bring impurities to the body. However, Jian Wuxin was still a fledgling on the cultivation path, and it was still early days before he wanted to reach the realm of sucking in aura and drinking dew. Looked at Su Chen. Another look at the dishes. Fresh and tasty. It was full of seductive colors. Jian Wuxin's appetite was instantly whetted. Will Master's cooking be good? But my mother said that girls should be more reserved and eat in small bites. But she couldn't hold back any longer, and she padded over to the table and sucked hard. At once, as if falling into a dreamy paradise. Cannot be extricated. Only the next moment, she was even more shocked. Jian Wuxin's curved eyes snapped open, filled with incredulity. I've realized again. What? At the sound of this voice, Su Chen's heart was shocked, and he hurriedly turned his head to look at her incredulously. Another double omen? Just smell a dish? Saying that, Su Chen hurriedly probed out his spiritual sense and checked up on Jian Wuxian's aura fluctuations. Sure enough, the barrier she had just broken through to the 5th sky of the body-tempering realm had actually loosened a tiny bit again. This scene could have confused Su Chen. Boy, didn't she break through to the 5th level of the body-tempering realm? How did she become enlightened again so quickly? Is it because I cook? But I cook every day and smell every day. Why didn't I realize it? This reincarnated body of the Empress doesn't have to be so perverted. Feeling the changes within his body, Jian Wuxin violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Definitely the master teacher. Cooking also made his own way. That's rice path. No wonder Master wants me to touch the fish with him. It was only now that she understood Su Chen's words. Everything in the world has its own Tao. The sword has a sword Tao. The knife has a knife Tao. Even cooking has a rice Tao. Mortals cultivate their bodies and minds and have their own paths. She's enlightened. She's finally enlightened. Jian Wuxin hurriedly bowed down respectfully. Many thanks for the guidance. Master's great kindness. Wuxin will never forget it in this life. After the wine and food. It's long past midnight. Su Chen vacated a room for Jian Wuxin. At this time, Jian Wuxin suddenly turned around and said to Su Chen, Master, what are we doing after dinner? Do we need to cultivate at night? Starry night an hour. It is the most intense spiritual chi of heaven and earth in a day. It is also the best time for cultivators to retreat and meditate. She had heard the elders in her family say that dual cultivation at night was even more capable of growing by leaps and bounds. If I were to double cultivate with my master, would I go straight to heaven? Upon hearing this, Su Chen shook his head as he said, There's no need to cultivate. Master has prepared a good thing for you. You have now stepped into the fifth sky of the body tempering realm. And even though you have the agar plasma heavenly spirit milk to quench your heart and soul, your body and bones are still too weak. And wanting to impact the chi and blood extreme realm is still a bit difficult. Heartless, do you prefer a medicinal bath? Or do you prefer to take it in your mouth? Hi, like the medicine bath one, or the one you take in your mouth? Jian Wuxin was slightly stunned. A moment later, she seemed to realize something, and her little face flushed, a blush quickly extending up from her snowy neck. She clenched her teeth lightly, her face so shy she could almost squeeze out water. Master, you're bad. I'm only so young and you want? Su Chen was flabbergasted. What the hell? This little girl seems to have misunderstood something? At this time, the system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Host's interaction with his disciple was successful. Shyness value from Jian Wuxin plus 10. Harm. Shyness value? Su Chen was once again confused. What the hell is this again? Didn't we say intimacy? How can there be a shyness value? Is there any crush value? Wanting to kiss and mouth value in the future? Seemingly seeing the doubts in Su Chen's mind, the system said again, What is this, Lord Host? And maybe there's the system that wants to kiss you on the mouth value. Poof. Seeing Su Chen mute, the system let out a playful laugh. Ding. The host has successfully accepted a disciple, triggering the system's first disciple acceptance task, helping disciple Sword Wuxin break the chi and blood extreme realm. Completion of the mission will receive a large number of rewards few gifted by this system and plus 10 goodwill with disciple Jian Wuxin. The host must cheer up. I'm not sure. An apprentice mission? At those words, Su Chen clenched his jaw. This one sounds like it might be okay. It just so happened that he had already planned to help Jian Wuxin break the chi and blood extreme realm. Every time a cultivator broke a pole realm, he would invoke a heavenly vision and receive a blessing from the Great Tao. The Great Tao bestowed blessings could double one's fortune, skyrocket one's strength, and gain many benefits. In the future, when battling against the same level of heavenly pride, one would be able to easily crush it. Some can even challenge across realms. First shift. Add a bookshelf. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 14 Pill of Chi and Blood. Tempering the Flesh. Being born with a natural sword Tao Saint body. Another reincarnation of the Empress. Swordless heart was destined to be impossibly ordinary. With that, Su Chen turned around and fished out a wooden box from his sleeve. It was a delicate little box, made from the finest 10,000-year-old purple cloud immortal vine. Seeing this, Jian Wuxin raised her beautiful eyes and surveyed the box, her heart wondering for a few moments. Master, what is this? Su Chen smiled and introduced. This is a Zun Pin elixir, super chi and blood elixir, which is made from many precious herbs such as wash agaric immortal liquid, gnarled dragon whip, 10,000 years of cold ice marrow, and ice blue emperor's scorpion tail, etc., and boiled on high fire for 80 days, and then dissipated by a small fire for 120 days, in order to congeal the elixir. Smell, can top 10 years of hard cultivation, body floating, more strong prana essence, prolonging the roll of life. After serving, can be a large number of enhancement of their own chi and blood power, on the blood condensation realm, as well as body quenching realm of the cultivators, and then break the chi and blood extreme realm, but also has a great benefit. As he spoke, Su Chen flicked his index finger and the lid opened. Sure enough, as soon as the divine pill came out, a rich aroma wafted out, and Jian Wuxin only felt that his cultivation had refined a few points. Only, when her beautiful eyes landed on top of this pill, snapped, only to see that inside the wooden box was a crystal clear elixir. Dan is fragrant and seductive. It was just this elixir, almost as big as an egg. Master, this super chi and blood pill, It's too big. Can I contain it? Jian Wuxin only felt a little confused. An elixir the size of an egg. Could this fit in her tiny mouth? Well, should it? Su Chen was silent for half a breath and began to measure up. Seductive pink cherry lips. Egg-sized elixir. Why don't you try it first? Jian Wuxian nodded. Whatever. Anyway, it was gifted by the master. So eat it. Besides, this was a Zun Pin elixir. It was something she hadn't even thought about before. Unexpectedly, it was directly given to you by your own master to use to break the Qi and Blood Extreme Realm? She said darkly in her mind. I must not fail my master's expectations. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Jian Wuxian moved. Goodwill with Jian Wuxian +3. Host Lord must cheer yo. Strive to make this cheap disciple of yours fall in love with you soon. Don't worry. This system will definitely not mind. He. Su Chen. On the other side. At this moment, 10 days had passed since Jian Wuxin had paid his respects to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and the 30,000 miles of auspicious purple chi that enveloped the cold state gradually dispersed. Inside the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Forbidden Land, one after another, the elders crashed through the roof and shot up into the sky. Each of their bodies exploded with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. These were actually all Emperor Realm super powerhouses. It could be seen just how deep the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's heritage was as one of the 9 great sacred grounds. I didn't realize that the ancestor's entry into sainthood had brought us so many benefits. Second elder Mu Lax Shi opened his mouth. A female elder with an excellent appearance and an icy temperament also nodded. Senior Lax Shi is right. This 30,000 miles of auspicious purple chi that the ancestor has invoked will not only allow all of us to have breakthroughs of varying degrees, and with the ancestor stepping into the realm of saints, it will also be able to maximize the deterrence of the other 8 holy lands, so that they won't dare to make half a fuss anymore. 106 elders said, with the ancestor, my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace will prosper permanently. Nice. I'll see who dares to mess with my Ice Cloud in the future. The group of elders also spoke up. Between the words, there was no lack of revealing disdain. Back then, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was the first of the 9 holy places in the southern border. How domineering was that? And now that the Ice Cloud has re-established an elder ancestor into the sacred, why would it need to be afraid of other small rats and mice? Another elder said, not only do I, Ice Cloud, have an ancestor who has entered the world of sainthood, but I also have a saintly body such as Senior Sister Heartless descending into the world, so I'm afraid it won't be long before I enter the world again. Not bad, prepare to enter the world. Although I, Ice Cloud, have never cared to oppress weak forces, but the prestige of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has never been something that any mole can offend. Humph. Even if the 8 holy lands are fine, those first-class forces under their command have also been rampant in the last 1,000 years, constantly provoking my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Do they really think that I, Ice Cloud, have no one? And now that Senior Sister Heartless is about to be born, we must pave the way for him as well. So let's start with those first-class forces under the banner of the Supreme Divine Palace, and casually slaughter a full house first. Use their blood to tell the world that I, Ice Cloud, cannot be offended. If you dare to run wild again, you will be shocked to death. That stinking from Ping Shui country. Last time, she actually dared to say that Lao Fu was a 3-second man. Really pissed off Lao Fu. Ping Shui country slaughtered altogether. There's also the Green Mountain sect. 376 years and 2 months ago, that old piker, the Green Mountain ancestor, even gave a disdainful glance at the old man with a scornful gaze. Extinguished. The Sea Turtle sect's patriarch, Turtlehead One Blade, had also followed the 8 holy lands to defy my Ice Cloud, saying something about his Turtle Sea sect's heavenly pride crushing my Ice Cloud. A first-class power also dares to be so arrogant. Absolutely must not be left alive. A crowd of elders, all of them fierce. Within this forbidden place, it was discussed which family should be destroyed and with which there was hatred. In a light touch, it was as if these traitorous forces of the Holy Land had been convicted of the capital crime of extermination. Just used the blood of these people to make an example of them. Let the world know that the immortal Ice Cloud is never to be offended. 7 days passed. In the purple bamboo forest, Jian Wuxin was already completely immersed in cultivation. At her side floated dozens of demonic beast silhouettes. There was a golden devil rock, a blood emperor lion, a 9-headed Qilin, and a heavenly thunder mythical beast. All of these are the legendary 2 fierce beast souls. Each one of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Roar! Anan! Ow! The voice of the ancient beast soul resounded through the heavens. The souls of these ancient ferocious beasts were killed by successive generations of Bingyun great ancestors and then suppressed in the underworld cold heavenly pool, to be used for future generations to hammer their flesh and blood bodies. Jian Wuxian punched out, and blood light rushed to the sky. A demonic beast silhouette instantly exploded into a puddle of blood mist. She was hammering her flesh, wanting to break that chi and blood extreme realm. How can they not expect? In life, majestic, let all the spirits fear. After death was only an 11-year-old girl, used to hammer the flesh. As for Jian Wuxin, this punch after punch startled the birds in the forest, and the demonic beasts were terrified. The force of her punch had clearly reached 30,000 pounds. It seemed that every punch carried a monstrous amount of power, desire to shatter the vault of heaven. As Jian Wuxin hammered her flesh and blood, a drop of golden blood quietly surfaced in front of her chest. A golden pattern blossomed, and the holy breath contained within was incomparably divine. This drop of sage essence blood was naturally bestowed upon her by Pao Piao. I'm afraid that if one dared to use a saint's essence blood to hammer their flesh at the body-tempering realm, it would be Jian Wuxin alone. The other side. Feeling the changes in Jian Wuxin's body, a look of satisfaction appeared on Su Chen's face. This female emperor reincarnated is really strong. Su Chen softly chanted. Having been a half-emperor cultivator in his previous life, this life is destined to be anything but ordinary, and will surely launch himself once again towards that great emperor's way. Since as her master, I naturally can't be ordinary either. If she suppresses a world of heavenly pride, I'll suppress these 10,000 ancient years, and crush all living beings with my invincible capital. A red-colored holy light rose up into the sky, enveloping the entire misty peak, the great emperor's sutra of eternal life. It was only when it was turned over that Su Chen began to read it carefully. Great emperor's longevity scripture, created by the lazy great emperor in ancient times, belongs to the emperor grade kung fu, as long as it is cultivated to the peak. Even if you lie down to sleep and eat on your stomach, the kung fu can automatically operate, absorbing the aura origin from all things in the heaven and earth, and constantly enhancing the strength for the host. Have to say, this slacker emperor was really still somewhat similar to himself. If he has the opportunity to prove himself a great emperor in the future, he may also create a piece of this lazy man's scripture. The great emperor's sutra of eternal life is subdivided into 5 volumes. A volume of human scripture, a volume of the earth sutra, a volume of heavenly scriptures, a volume of the Bible, a volume of imperial scripture. The more layers one participates in, the stronger one's attainments will be. The speed at which the aura of heaven and earth automatically operated, the faster it was. 10 days had passed since he had taken Sword Heartless as his disciple. These days, he would flip through this great emperor eternal life scripture when he had nothing to do. With more in-depth knowledge, he realized just how perverse, even heaven-defying, was this great emperor longevity scripture. It was just a pity that even after 10 days had passed, he had only barely been able to comprehend the heavenly scriptures. He was tempted to ask the system, this great imperial eternal life sutra, does it have any menstrual cramps? Seeing Su Chen's serious scene, the system's heart was filled with a touching color. Excellent. After accompanying the host for thousands of years, this is the first time I've seen the host actively cultivate. Host Sama, truly the most exotic man in this world. I love so much. This kind of natural talent, this kind of face, this kind of quality. It can truly be said that there is none in the ages. When it comes to being astonished as a heavenly being, with such a perfect host, this system has not wasted its life, she said in her mind. The host is assured. With this system in place, it will definitely accompany Lord Host to witness the great emperor, pushing across these 10,000 ancient years, suppressing millions of heavenly pride. In this life, the host is invincible. Whoever dares to mess with the host, this system will kill them all. Chapter 15, Chi and Blood Extreme Realm. Successive breakthroughs. Time rushes by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A lot has happened in that time. There were many transcendent first-class forces that were overthrown and bloodily slaughtered, though a host of forces knew exactly who it came from, but no one dared to take the initiative to poke their nose out. On this day, a bloody light suddenly shot up from the bamboo house. In an instant, the entire netherworld peak, along with the several surrounding main peaks, was enveloped by this strange aura of blood light. As if summoned, the spiritual energy that had originally been wandering between heaven and earth scrambled towards the netherworld peak, converging into a river. Good. What a rich aura. What's going on here? Could it be that the aura has revived? This vision immediately attracted countless gazes. Countless ice-cloud immortal palace disciples of all ranks tilted their heads and cast their eyes this way. Ethereal peak? How come it's misty peak again? Why does this kind of blood light feel a bit familiar? It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. At that moment, a slightly older Bingyun disciple marveled. I once saw this image 500 years ago, when it was senior brother Jiang Guanyu who broke the Qi and blood extreme realm, inducing some heaven and earth visions filled with blood light. This ethereal peak's vision, how similar to the blood light vision at that time. Could it be that this ethereal peak also has someone breaking the extreme realm of Qi and blood? When these words came out, all the disciples' hearts were jolted and they sucked in a breath of cool air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The extreme realm of chi and blood? Isn't that something that needs to reach 100,000 pounds of one's own strength before it can be broken at the time of the second realm of blood condensation and body training? My ice cloud immortal palace in the past 1,000 years. But only Jiang Guan you've seen your brother a talent to break it off. How could someone break the chi and blood extreme realm? On this misty peak, there are only two people living in seclusion. The ancestor and little uncle Heartless. And the ancestor has long since stepped into the realm of the saints. So this chi and blood extreme realm can't be the ancestor. Could it be that this vision of bloodlight is related to little uncle? But didn't Junior Master just worship the ice cloud immortal palace for a month? How could he break the chi and blood extreme realm? If it's Junior Master, perhaps it's still possible. After all, she's in the body of the 10,000 sword saint body that is unrivaled in all of history. Coupled with the tutelage of an ancestor master, she might actually be able to create this myth. The disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, who were talking a lot, were speculating about the person who had triggered this vision of bloodlight, brainstorming while shocked. The stronger the bloodlight vision was, the greater the power of the breakthrough. This kind of vision is actually several times more than that of Jiang Guanyu 500 years ago. It was hard to imagine what kind of heaven-defying demonic pride this was. Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, Sunset Mist Peak, Ice Cloud Hall. The 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud tilted their heads, gazing incredulously at this scene. Chi and blood vision. I didn't expect it to really be a chi and blood vision. It's only been a short month since this child, Heartless, broke the chi and blood extreme realm. It's really something. Bamboo Heart marveled. With their strength, they naturally saw at a glance that this was a vision of the chi and blood extreme realm. Despite having a holy body vision, a person who has gone from the 9th level of the blood condensation realm to the chi and blood extreme realm. This makes us all marvel. The 4 immortals, Bing Yuli, also nodded. They had all crushed an era with their invincibility. Both had also broken the chi and blood extreme realm. Still, seeing this scene again, he couldn't help but marvel at it. Curtain Bamboo shook his head. Worthy of being Master Su's disciple, with Master B tutoring him, in the near future, my Ice Cloud will have another demon who will crush this world with invincibility. The other side. On Misty Peak, Su Chen looked toward a scarlet bloodlight with a shocked expression. Under the bloodlight, a small and delicate figure appeared in his sight. In the body-tempering realm, a fist strength of up to 100,000 would be enough to break the chi and blood extreme realm. I didn't expect that this little girl would have hammered the strength of her flesh to 500,000 pounds. Truly worthy of being born with a 10,000 sword saint body. Worthy of being the reincarnation of a female emperor. Su Chen's face was filled with incredulity. 100,000 pounds for the extreme state of blood condensation and body hardening. And yet, this 100,000 pounds of fleshly strength could be called demonic. 500,000 pounds. Let's not even think about it. Su Chen naturally broke the chi and blood extreme realm back then. Only, he broke through by lying down. The path of cultivation was full of ups and downs and difficulties. Not only did one need to have an extremely high level of talent, but also a strong willpower. Every cultivator, with every break of a pole realm, would obtain the blessing of the great Tao once, laying a firm foundation for future cultivation. If one was baptized with the blessings of the great Tao in every realm, one would almost certainly enter sainthood in the future. And with Jian Wuxin's natural talent, Su Chen was completely confident that he would completely temper it to become a generation of heavenly pride of the ancients. Within 1,000 years, she will be allowed to step into the holy way. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! The host's disciple, Jian Wuxin, broke the chi and blood extreme realm and stepped into the Sea of Will realm. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, and receiving the reward, Chi and Blood Linglong Dan X1, and the Zun rank technique Great Sun Thunder Body. Chi and Blood Linglong Dan, it came from the host's disciple breaking the Chi and Blood Extreme realm. It contains infinite Chi and blood power, and can automatically open up a small space to store Chi and blood power. Great Sun Thunder Body, a Zun grade technique, utilizing lightning to quench the sinews and refine the physical body, bringing the strength of the physical body to the level of lightning. It is divided into the Copper Thunder Body, the Jade Thunder Body, and the Great Sun Thunder Body. Another 3 months went by in a flash. During this period of time, apart from raising chickens and feeding fish every day, Su Chen was immersed in the cultivation of comprehending the Great Emperor's everlasting scripture, though it also just popped into my head and arrived to take a look. But it's better than before, right? This day, within the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, a strange movement resounded through the clouds, and the Snow Maiden Mountain moved slightly. That Hercules was again the resonance of heaven and earth. Immediately, a flash of blue light shot up into the sky, and the light spread out, wrapping the ethereal peak in it. Under the smear of endless light, Misty Peak appeared a little more dreamy, like a fairy palace. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another heaven and earth vision? It's only been a few short months. Why is there another heaven and earth vision on Misty Peak? Could it be that Junior Master has already broken the extreme realm of the Chakra Sea realm? Truly worthy of being the disciple of the ancestor. It's true that people are so much more than people. It's only been a few months since I joined the ancestor's disciple, and I've already broken the extreme realm of Chi and blood as well as the Sea of Wheel in succession. I'm envious to death. What's the use of being envious? Ancestor is a man you'll never get. Just look at it. Anon. Not bad. The ancestor is an immortal sage of divine might. Is it not something that mere mortals such as myself can harbor thoughts of? And the young master uncle is also superbly talented. We are the same as the disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. We should not be upset. No matter how much more upset and jealousy, the ancestor can't be yours. It will only make your own heart even more uncomfortable. It would be better to watch from afar and be a licking dog to be true. Chapter 16, Time has changed. Supreme Divine Palace. Time is running out. Without realizing it, a year had passed since Jian Wuxin had paid his respects to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. However, it was not a quiet time. Countless forces had been exterminated. Yet no one dared to take the initiative to stand up and crusade against the culprits. And all of the southern border forces were still deeply immersed in the image of Su Chen's entry into sainthood, unable to wave it away. Invincible capital. This was the adjective given to him by countless powerful people in the southern border. 365 drops of Saint Essence blood, truly one in a million. Early evening. Su Chen, who was sitting on the edge of the cold pool, leisurely shook the fishing rod in his hand. In the next breath, the surface of the lake shifted slightly, creating a ripple. She pulled hard and a huge fish in the water, hundreds of meters long, was caught. Splashes and spills everywhere. To the side, a petite figure was wielding a long sword. Sword Wuxin was a sword cultivator by birth, and with the 10,000 sword saint body, his comprehension of the way of the sword could be said to be unparalleled in the ages. The dancing sword light was formless and intangible, yet majestic. Looking at it from afar, one would think that it was a sword Dao master who had long been cultivating swords for many years. Not at all like a little 12-year-old girl who could do that. Seeing this scene, she stopped the long sword in her hand and came over in excitement. Master, you're too good. She was like a cute elf as she jumped into Su Chen's arms. It's been a year of exposure. Unconsciously, Su Chen had become a tie in her heart. At this moment, her heart, in addition to her mother's hate, and a touch more attached, a touch, only belongs to the master and disciple love between her and Su Chen. And as her strength increased, there seemed to be an additional vague memory in her mind, but she couldn't tell what it was. Only vaguely remember what the sword father, what the female emperor, as if these memories are accompanied by her in general. The corner of Su Chen's mouth, a slight smile. You girl, how come you like to eat the master's grilled fish so much? Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin's heart rejoiced as he smiled lightly and said, it can't be helped. Who made master's grilled fish so delicious? Su Chen shook his head helplessly and leaned down to rub Jian Wuxian's jinsho. At the age of 12, she was already a bit more agile than when she first worshipped the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Simply beautiful. The scent of a girl's genjutsu hit her. Clothed in light clothing, her body was always as soft as a light veil, and her long black hair, dampened by the pool of water, was stained with water droplets. On the delicate face, a drop of water slipped now and then. Smelling this familiar scent, Su Chen's heart and soul stirred. Gollum, this disciple of mine is quite an eye candy. Between thoughts, his gaze traveled from Jian Wuxin's hair, all the way through the seductive cherry lips, the slightly bulging delicate breasts, and the tender waist as delicate as sheep's fat jade. And then, the pair of powdered, delicately carved jade feet. It is simply perfect, the best on earth. It's just a shame that it's still too small, and I don't know when I'll be able to grow up. One had to sigh. Jian Wuxin's talent was truly demonic, truly heaven-defying. One must know that Jiang Guanyu, who was crowned as the first person with the highest natural talent in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in the past 1,000 years, it is a divine body vision. When it is a generation of heavenly pride, the qualification is not below the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud. The same across an era. However, he had cultivated for 500 years, but he was still only at a mere hegemony emperor realm. As for Jian Wuxin, this had only been under his tutelage, but in just a year's time, she had already stepped into the Sea of Wheel realm, and had already arrived at the 10th heaven of the Wheeling Sea realm. It also broke the Chi and blood, Sea of Wheel, and dual polarity realms one after another, gained 2 great avenues of blessing. This kind of talent is unprecedented. Even Su Chen was envious. It's well known, the Eastern Wasteland realm's cultivation path is divided into Blood Condensation realm, Body Tempering realm, Chakra Sea realm, spirit-inducing realm, earth sect realm, celestial realm, king realm, hegemonic emperor realm, supreme realm, semi-sacred realm, and sacred realm. Among them, the blood condensation, body tempering, and sea of wheel realms were called the secret realm of the physical body. Introducing spirit, earth sect, and celestial, also known as the secret realm of the avatar. Kings, hegemons, and emperors are the secret realms of immortality. The supreme, on the other hand, was the final pivot to the holy realm, being in the last stage of the flesh-body mystic realm. Jian Wuxin was naturally still hammering his flesh body. During this year, Su Chen didn't intentionally cultivate, but also observed and watched the great emperor's everlasting scripture in his spare time. Every day, he planted flowers, fished, and fed chickens, to temper and teach Jian Wuxin. The 356 drops of holy blood that he had fused when he entered sainthood had already devoured 10 drops. At the current rate, it wouldn't take him more than a few years to refine them all. Until then, in the middle of the southern border, he would have no more enemies. Su Chen's talent should be a heavenly pride of the ages. Back then, his master, Mu Xianyin, was the #1 strongest person in the southern border. However, when he entered sainthood, he had only been able to condense 30 drops of saint essence blood, a 1,000-year-old immortal saint, 365 drops of holy blood added to his body, plus a demonic disciple who was the reincarnation of a female emperor. Just ask you, are you afraid? Good apprentice. Spring has come. Let's go to the fields and plant seedlings this morning. Su Chen shook the corner of his coat and slowly got up. Aha! Jian Wuxin rose from Su Chen's arms. It had been a year, and she had grown accustomed to living in seclusion. And she understands. Wanting to avenge her mother's death, with her current self she was still too far behind. On the day she really grows up, that heartless family, as well as the green tea Mai Yufeng, she will surely cleanse them one by one. South Border, Supreme Divine Palace. If it was said that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, which once possessed a saint, 3 half-saints, and dozens of supreme powerhouses, was the head of the 9 holy bodies in the southern borderlands, then the Supreme Divine Palace can be called second. And now, after the Ice Cloud had fallen, the Supreme Divine Palace had the hidden momentum of becoming the #1 holy land in the southern borderlands. It was heard that in this 1,000 years, not only had there been a saint body vision, but there were even 5 god body visions. The qualifications of the disciples were far from being comparable to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. 1/3 of the southern border heaven's pride list were also disciples of the Supreme Divine Palace. At this moment, inside the Supreme God Palace, an extremely strong aura stood above the Great Hall. His demeanor was peaceful, and he had a completely superior stance. He was none other than the Divine Lord of the Supreme Divine Palace, the infinite sacred desire. At that moment, an overcast wind suddenly blew through. A youth with a grim face appeared. This youth, with a white face, from afar actually has a few feminine colors of a woman. The youth bowed down respectfully to Wuji's sacred desire. Disciple Wu Bu Go, greetings to master. Upon hearing this, the peerless sacred desire looked down from the heights, and then froze slightly. Bu Go, you just broke through again? Wu Bu Go slowly got up and returned. Back to master. Disciple has broken through the earth sect extreme realm and obtained the great Tao blessing. Nice. Wuji's sacred desire nodded, quite satisfied. You are equipped with a divine body vision, and your qualifications are heaven-defying. You are only a year old. You have stepped into the 10th heaven of the earth sect realm, and you have also broken the 4 great extremes of chi and blood, the sea of wheeling, the spirit of drawing, and the earth sect realm one after the other, obtaining the great Tao bestowal of blessings for 4 times. Your future accomplishments may not be below those of your elder brothers. Chapter 17, The Plot of the Divine Palace. Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Wu Bu Go smiled grimly. To be praised by this immortal half-saint was truly something to be proud of. Also, have you heard about the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace lately? At this moment, the wondrous sacred desire suddenly spoke. The matter of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Wu Bu thought for a moment, then said, I heard that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had a disciple who attracted a holy body vision a year ago, and it was said that it was also the 10,000 swords holy body that had never been seen in the past, and the qualifications were so strong that it even led to the master and the lords of the 7 holy lands descending on the ice cloud wanting to compete for the disciple. It's just that in the end, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace actually had a saintly old ancestor lift the coffin boards and climb out of the tomb, snatching away this heavenly pride's daughter with the 10,000 sword saint body. You are right, yet there is something about it. Wuji's sacred desire nodded. At that time, when Yangzhou suddenly appeared with the sword light vision, the entire southern border was stirred up, but in the end, it was still snatched by this old monster who didn't know how many tens of thousands of years he had lived. even after a year. Whenever Wuji's sacred desire mentioned Su Chen, he was furious. However, disciple feels that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace simply doesn't deserve to have this kind of heavenly pride daughter with the 10,000 sword saint body. At this time, Wu Bugu suddenly murmured, even less worthy, for one of my southern 9 holy places. Oh, does the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace not deserve to be one of the 9 holy lands of the southern border? A glint flashed in the eyes of the peerless sacred desire. Bu Go, tell us your opinion. Please forgive me, Master. This disciple is foolish and does not dare to meddle in the battle of the Holy Land. Wu Bu Go murmured and shook his head. Don't be afraid. It's just you and me here. No one will know. Wuji's sacred desire patted Wu Bugu's shoulder. The more he looked at him, and there was admiration in his eyes. He didn't know why, but looking at this little disciple was even smoother and more comfortable than looking at all those female disciples of the Supreme Divine Palace. Back to Master. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace did have the strength to be one of my southern border sacred grounds or even the head of the sacred grounds 1,000 years ago. Speaking here, Wu Bu Go paused for a second before saying, but today's Ice Cloud is much less powerful than it was before. And even the half-saint powerhouse is only the Ice Cloud Palace Master 1. Although an old ancestor lying in a coffin has stepped into the realm of saints, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has long since lost its great power, and it's only a matter of time before it falls out of the ranks of the 9 great sacred grounds. And for this daughter of the heavenly Tao with the 10,000 sword saint body to worship the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, disciple can only say that it's a waste of resources. Therefore, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace truly doesn't deserve to be one of the holy lands of the southern border. Listen to Wu Bu Go slowly. The infinite sacred desire was quite satisfied. A Taoist system that is 90% women is also worthy of being the holy land of the southern border? Realize that. The female disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, each and every one of them is icy clean and beautiful. The point is, according to the rules of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, Ice Cloud disciples, all of them are not allowed to marry outside. Isn't this a waste of so many resources? Do you know why the Master summoned you here today? Wuji's sacred desire glanced at Wu Bu Go and said again, the disciple does not know. Wu Bu Go shook his head. Peerless sacred desire turned around and said, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's heavenly ice sword pavilion is about to open. Sky Ice Sword Pavilion? Wu Bugu was slightly stunned. Isn't the heavenly ice sword pavilion a forbidden place for the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's sword cultivator lineage? I wonder why Master would suddenly mention the heavenly ice sword pavilion. Wuji's sacred desire raised his eyes and looked out into the world, saying, you're right. The heavenly ice sword pavilion is indeed the lifeblood of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's sword cultivators. And within this pavilion, it even possesses countless sword Tao legacies of the Ice Cloud's successive generations of elders. And it is the place to which countless sword cultivation geniuses of the southern border aspire. And the heavenly ice sword pavilion opens once every 50 years. And the next time it opens will be half a month from now. And my Supreme Divine Palace, as one of the 9 great sacred grounds of the southern border, is qualified to send a sword Tao genius to the Ice Clouds to enter the sword pavilion for enlightenment every time the sword pavilion opens. I don't know what the Master means. At those words, Wu Bu Go's eyes narrowed and froze. Supreme Sacred Desire smiled and turned around. You are also a renowned sword cultivation genius amongst my southern borderlands. So my master would like to send you to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to participate in this heavenly ice sword pavilion on behalf of my Supreme Divine Palace. And in the middle of the pavilion, fiercely humiliate Ice Cloud's disciples for me. Rub them on the floor. Let them know what is the true Holy Land Taoism. What is the true Son of Heaven's pride. Speaking of this, a flash of light flashed in the eyes of the peerless Saint Desire. He seemed to enjoy it. In the middle of the sword pavilion, ruthlessly humiliating the disciples of Bingyun, Wu Bu Go's feminine eyes narrowed. Disciple understands. At this moment, he revealed a smile of contentment. It seemed like he was enjoying it, too. The feeling. Wuji's sacred desire glanced at him and said, Yuan go down. Yes. Wu Bu Go once again bowed down and was ready to retreat. At that moment, the voice of the infinite sacred desire resounded behind him again. Remember to send people. Give this seat in the southern border. Search for hundreds of thousands of good posture of the wonderful age of the girl. The age of the best not more than 16 years old. Remember On the other hand, Misty Peak. In the pavilion, Su Chen was lying leisurely on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. In the distance, a powerful aura put him in the void, flying this way. The fact that I was able to break through the Supreme Realm this time is all thanks to the Ancestor must be properly thanked. In addition to counting the days, my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's heavenly ice sword pavilion is also about to open, right? With the aura emitted by that girl Wu Xin in the past year, she should have also stepped into the realm of spirit-inducing spirit, so it's a good idea to ask her if she has any ideas about going into the sword pavilion to realize the way. This person was none other than the Grand Elder, Mu Yanzi. and the aura emanating from him had unexpectedly reached the supreme realm. Yes, the auspicious purple chi induced by Su Chen's entry into sainthood a year ago caused him to fall into meditation. After a year of seclusion, he finally broke the shackles and ranked at the supreme realm. Calculating in his mind, the Grand Elder flew directly in the direction of the bamboo house. As he was about to reach it, he stopped. Since the ancestor has been living in seclusion for 1,000 years, he must like purity and doesn't like to be disturbed by others. I'd better walk over. After saying that, the Grand Elder excitedly walked towards the bamboo house. Walking up to Su Chen, he bowed respectfully to Su Chen in the rocking chair. Mu Yangzi, pay respects to the ancestor. At the sound of the voice, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes as he faintly said, "What is it?" The Grand Elder said, "Back to the ancestor. Half a month from now is the opening day of my Ice-Cloud Immortal Palace's Sky Ice Sword Pavilion. So, I've come to ask, does Senior Sister Heartless have any plans to go in for enlightenment? Sky Ice Sword Pavilion?" Su Chen frowned slightly. After so many years of worshipping the Ice-Cloud Immortal Palace, although he had never been out of Misty Peak, but he had heard something about it. Sky Ice Sword Pavilion. Is the Ice-Cloud Elders as well as the old ancestors of all generations of sword cultivators? The place of inheritance. Sealed inside were the legacies of countless sword Dao ancestors. It is the holy place of enlightenment that countless sword cultivator disciples aspire to, and it is also the foundation of the lineage of Bingyun sword cultivators. It opens once every 50 years. Each time it opens, it lasts for a month. Any disciple whose cultivation had reached above the spirit drawing realm and below the king's realm could enter. How did this old man know that Heartless had stepped into the spirit drawing realm? Oddly enough, if the Grand Elder knew what was in Su Chen's mind, he was afraid that he would hate to curse his mother. Your old man still has the nerve to say that. This Misty Peak has visions coming from it every day. The disciples don't know about it. Can we old guys who have lived for thousands and thousands of years still not know about it? This year, Jian Wuxin's strength had indeed increased quite a bit. It's good to get her out there for some experience. So it is. Su Chen nodded, then yawned and waved his hand. This seat knows, Yuan go down. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 18, the day of the opening of the pavilion. The Celestial Pride Gathering. Half a month passed quickly. The blazing sun slowly rose into the sky. Today was the opening day of the Sky Ice Sword Pavilion. Due to the fact that in the Sword Pavilion, the Sword Dao inheritance contained was too powerful. As a result, the Sky Ice Sword Pavilion had also become a dream place for countless Ice Cloud disciples. If you are lucky enough to get a legacy, doesn't that just take off in place? Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. At the mountain gate, Grand Elder Mu Yangzi took the lead and stood in front. Around him, there were also 107 peak elders from each peak arriving one after another. Today is a great feast for the Ice Cloud. According to the regulations, the first and second-rate clans under the banner of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace could all send extremely talented Sword Dao disciples to come to Ice Cloud to seek the way. While the first class is 2 places, the second class is 1 place, but Bingyun's command was a full 50,000 Dao states. Therefore, one could imagine just how many famous Sword Dao prides of the southern border would be gathered by the Grand Elder, uniformly leading the 108 peak elders, sitting here, naturally more dignified. Beyond the mountain gate, many Sword Dao prides came. Some were sitting on flying demonic beasts, some had their swords on flying swords, and some were personally escorted by kings or hegemonic emperor-level powerhouses. In short, the number of heavenly prides is countless. From a distance, thousands of people had already gathered. The forces behind these heavenly prides were all commanded by the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The invoking spirit realm and the earth sect realm were in the majority. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 half-step celestial top-tier celestials, although it was nothing compared to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. However, when placed within their own clans, they could be super geniuses who looked out of a Dao state. This generation, it seems that the disciples of the great Dao states under my Ice Cloud's command are not yet good. Seeing these disciples, the Grand Elder was quite satisfied. Not bad, all already have several disciples with excellent natural talent. That is, if they are put into my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, they are also a good hand. The second elder, Mu Laxji, also nodded. Right at this moment, in the sky, a breaking sound suddenly rang out. Upon closer inspection, the man actually came with his feet in the void. Quick, look, that person can actually step on the void. Difficult. Could it be that he is actually a strong person of the celestial realm? Celestial realm. Hiss. Many celestial pride looked up and sucked in a breath of cool air. After a cultivator reached the realm of spirit drawing, he could mobilize the aura of heaven and earth for his own use, thus reaching the point of flying with a sword. And after stepping into the celestial, one could directly step into the air. Such a heaven. Even if it was placed in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, it would never be nameless. Heaven and earth. Hiss. Many celestial pride sucked in a breath of cool air. Sure enough, soon enough, someone recognized this person. That's Desolate Prefecture's Stone Kingdom, the son of Shur Xiling. Shur-E. It is said that as early as 100 years ago, on top of that Heaven's Pride conference, he crushed countless Heaven's Pride with the strength of the Earth Sect realm's 10th heaven and squeezed into the top 100 of the 100,000 Earth Sect ranking. And I didn't think that 100 years had passed and that he had already stepped into the realm of the celestial beings. The Stone Kingdom of the Desolate State was enough to be ranked in the top 5 among the first-class forces under the banner of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. It is said that this stone country, countless years ago, also had an old ancestor who had stepped into the ranks of immortal half-saints. This is that kid Shur Xiling's son? Seeing this figure, the Grand Elder slightly stared, then nodded. Not bad. After not seeing him for 100 years, this little brat has already reached the 6th heaven of the celestial realm. He must have come to my ice cloud this time also to enlighten himself in the Sword Pavilion, and if he can obtain the inheritance of an old ancestor, it will be of great benefit to himself. At the Heaven's Remarkable Assembly 2 years from now, his name will definitely be on the list of 100,000 celestials. At that moment, a stern aura suddenly descended. Many celestial pride had sideways glances. It was a young man with a clear face. The most intriguing thing was the 6 long swords behind him. He is the young sect leader of the Cloud State's Lingyun Sword Sect. One Sword Lingyun. I didn't realize he was here. It is said that 10 years ago, he had killed a demonic dragon of the celestial realm with a single sword, and now his cultivation is only more refined. See the 6 swords on his back? That's one of the Lingyun Sword Sect's top 10 monarch-grade spiritual weapons. I didn't expect that the Lingyun sovereign actually directly imparted all of these supreme treasures to him. You guys look at the 9 people behind him. It seems that they are also the 9 offerings of the Lingyun Sword Sect, the White Bamboo 9 Elders, and it's said that all of them are super powerhouses who have stepped into the hegemonic Emperor realm. At this point, a dragon roar resounded, and several paths broke through the air. Seeing this silhouette, quite a few of the celestial pride were also shocked once again. Long Aotian of the Long Family Compound, Shud Mountain Villa Young Lord, Divine Maiden of Yunbing Mountain, Prime Iron Hands Heir Lu Zong Yuan. It is said that 100 years ago, they had already stepped into the realm of celestial beings, and I don't know what kind of demons they are today. One after another, the heavenly pride of a first-class power arrived. Most of these heavenly prides were endowed with a supreme Tao body and were gifted with extraordinary talent. At that moment, far above the dome of the sky, there came a jarring sound. Heavenly Vault Divine Kingdom, Linba with the Grand Princess and the Night Princess, have come to pay their respects to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. May the immortal Ice Cloud prosper for eternity and sweep across the 8 wastelands. With a sound that shook the sky, a giant warship appeared in the sky above the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. It carried an extremely terrifying aura of spiritual energy. Battleships. In most of the Divine Kingdom, the Ancient Kingdom, all of them are spirit weapons used to transport armies, and this time, the Sword Pavilion of Enlightenment even appeared to be so one. Predictable. The people on top of this battleship must be of honorable status. Above the plywood, 2 silhouettes stood. On the left, was a small and delicate figure, a white dress enveloping Eli's body, long hair to the waist, and a petite physique. The face is stunningly beautiful, with big, soulful Khazarian eyes. It looked like it was only 7 or 8 years old. It was quite a bit smaller than Jian Wu Xin. Only on her face, there wasn't a trace of the smile that a little girl should have. She stood at the edge of the battleship, staring blankly at the miles of flying snow in front of her, and in her eyes, there was no expression. Another one. It looked about 17 or 18 years old. Her features were extremely delicate, a perfect color on earth. She was dressed in a long light blue dress, and as her skirt danced with the breeze, she unintentionally outlined her delicate and incomparable figure. The jade face was absolutely beautiful, but it was so cold that it would make people look at it and feel deeply cold. See this scene. The countless celestial pride below tilted their heads. The Heavenly Vault Divine Kingdom? Isn't that the most powerful first-class force under the banner of Ice Cloud? I didn't realize that the ones they sent to enlightenment were actually the Grand Princess and the Night Princess. This Grand Princess named Lin Qinger is something special. It is said that she is equipped with 30,000 Dao body of the first 3 of the cold water channel body. She is our southern border are famous among the daughter of Heaven's Pride, now but 17 years old, has stepped into the realm of the introduction of the spirit. It seems that this time the Heavenly Vault Divine Kingdom, it is to send her to the Ice Cloud Enlightenment in 100 years next session of the Heaven's Pride General Assembly. The girl is bound to be famous in the southern border. Thinking about her in comparison, this 9th princess is much more miserable. Rumor has it that the Empress of the Divine Kingdom was pregnant for 300 years before she was born, and as soon as she was born, she shocked the heavens and earth and killed her birth mother. And above the dome of the sky is a huge vertical eye or double pupil, accompanied by heavenly thunder divine punishment. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there is no living thing. ******* double pupils in one eye? What kind of monster is this? Could it be that she is the legendary calamity body? I don't know, but it is said that she couldn't cultivate until now, and I don't know what the heavenly vault divine kingdom was thinking. How could they let her come to the ice-cloud immortal palace for enlightenment? Just as the crowd of celestial pride was discussing, the air went cold, and an eerie aura suddenly rushed down to the sky. Boom! His arrival sent a cold shiver down the spines of many around him. There wasn't any fuss. It just fell from the sky with a light touch. This was a youth with a face full of grimness. His face was white, and from afar he actually had a few feminine colors of a woman. Upon seeing this figure, the surrounding heavenly pride's faces changed violently, and they were unable to speak for a long time. He's the Supreme Divine Palace's 5 divine sons. Wu Bu Go! The moment these words came out, countless celestial pride turned their heads and looked toward him. What? Wu Bu Go! It's really him. He's the personal disciple of the Divine Lord of the Supreme Divine Palace, known as Mr. Bu Go. It is said that he even possesses a divine body vision, and his qualifications can be said to be unrivaled in the ages. Worthy of being a Holy Land Tao lineage, it is actually a divine body vision. But since the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace fell, didn't all the other 8 Holy Land Celestials disdain coming to the Ice Cloud Enlightenment? This Wu Bu Go, how did he come? Hearing the shock all around, with compliments, Wu Bu Go seemed satisfied. It was as if he was the star of the day. He certainly didn't come to the Sword Pavilion for enlightenment. He similarly possessed a Sword Tao divine body, and his natural talent was unmatched in all of history. What he wanted to do today was to ruthlessly humiliate the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's celestial pride. Let them know what a true heavenly pride is. The crowd of Ice Cloud elders had certainly noticed the scene. This little brat from the Supreme Divine Palace. Why did he come? Don't all the other 8 Holy Lands disdain to be in the company of my Ice Cloud? Could it be, it's that old immortal, Wuji Sacred Desire? Seeing that my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has produced a saintly powerhouse, preparing to make this brat come to his knees and beg for forgiveness? Just as the group of elders were speculating, an extremely terrifying aura then suddenly pressed down. It was a cold snowy shadow. She wore a white veil over her face and was dressed in snow. Although she couldn't see her face, she was filled with an immortal aura, as if she was a fairy descending to earth. Seeing this figure, the group of Ice Cloud elders respectfully bowed down. Greetings, Master. Greetings to Senior Bamboo Heart. Greetings to Master. And all the celestial pride above the mountain gate kneeled down respectfully. Greetings, Fairy Bamboo Heart. We, the disciples, pay our respects to Fairy Bamboo Heart. Bamboo Heart paid no attention to the kneeling of the crowd. Instead, his eyes sank, and a coldness suddenly spread out in all directions, as the aura was too superb. It's too scary. It directly pressed all the heavenly pride, gasping for air. Sensing this scene, Wu Bu Go, who had not yet knelt on the ground, fluttered and also knelt on the ground. He trembled and opened his mouth. Greetings, Immortal Bamboo Heart. Humph. It was only until Wu Bu Go knelt down that Bamboo Heart retracted his mighty pressure and sternly rebuked. If there is a next time, you'll be waiting for that old thing, Wuji Sacred Desire, to come and collect your corpse. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 19 Entering the Sword Pavilion. Heartless arrives. The whole room was shocked at these words, and not one of them dared to say more. The pressure and fury of a supreme powerhouse was definitely not something they could withstand. Bamboo Heart then withdrew her expression and said in a clear and cold manner, "All rise. Thank you, Fairy. Thank you, Fairy Bamboo Heart." It wasn't until Cultivation Heart opened his mouth that the crowd of celestial pride finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly got up. And on the other side, by this pressure, Wu Bugu, who was scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, then wobbled and climbed up. Until now, he was still in shock. Obviously, just now, Bamboo Heart was completely enraged. He was skeptical that Bamboo Heart would completely obliterate him in a fit of rage. He finally understood why the lords of the 8 Holy Lands had been scared off by the sage powerhouses that day when they descended on the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to compete for disciples. This Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is a complete bunch of lunatics. Don't want to die a madman. A year ago, many of the first-class forces under the 8 Holy Lands were slaughtered in one night. This year, moreover, many forces have been exterminated, although they all knew that this was the work of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. However, no Holy Land dared to come out and accuse the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace of crimes. It turns out that even the 8 holy places are afraid of these lunatics. He finally got it. He now suspected that he would really have to obtain a powerful sword Dao inheritance in the middle of the sword pavilion today and ruthlessly humiliate Bing Yun. Would these ungodly beautiful crazy ES crush him in a fit of rage? Sure enough, women are horrible creatures. He still likes his master's gentleness. After the crowd of celestial pride got up, Bamboo Heart swept her cold eyes over the crowd and faintly said, "Today is the opening day of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion, and according to the regulations, all the first and second-rate forces under my Ice Cloud's command can send disciples above the spirit-drawing realm and below the king's realm each time to come to my Ice Cloud for enlightenment. In that case, all of you come with me." When she finished speaking, she turned away with a flutter of her skirt. Although after the Ice Cloud Palace Master had closed down, everything in the palace had been handed over to Shouju to take care of. But the Disciple Acceptance Ceremony or the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion Enlightenment, such Ice Cloud extravaganzas, were all fully presided over by Bamboo Heart. The remaining 6 immortals, on the other hand, spent more time in seclusion, impacting that immortal half-saint realm. Furthermore, last time, Su Chen's entry into the sacred attracted all sorts of visions, causing countless powerful people to be in seclusion palaces. This was the case for the Ice Cloud Palace Master, and it was also the case for the rest of the 6 immortals. Only Bamboo Heart had worshipped in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace the latest, cultivating for 5,000 years, and her cultivation was still stuck at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. As a result, most things in the palace were given to her. Yes, the crowd of celestial pride once again bowed down. Afterwards, with a group of elders, they slowly came within the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Along the way, a large group of female disciples from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace looked at them like curious babies. What kind of crappy heavenly pride is this? It's ugly. Exactly. Look at them with hair still growing out of their nostrils. It's disgusting. It's still our ancestor who is handsome. I so want to give my ancestor a monkey. Listening to the words of the female disciple of the Ice Cloud, each of these heavenly prides were furious. Most of them, in fact, wanted to come and witness the worldly looks of the Ice Cloud fairies. I didn't realize they'd call it disgusting. You're a leg man. What guy doesn't have hair in his nostrils? Could this legendary ancestor really be perfect to this extent? To have a bunch of female Ice Cloud disciples who can't get enough of him and are fighting to have monkeys with him? But Wu Bu-go didn't care, because he's not interested in women. The only thing he wanted to conquer was his master. It's been a long walk. All of the celestial pride finally stopped. In front of them was a huge ice and snow attic. One powerful formation after another enveloped this sword pavilion. Bamboo Heart stood outside the sword pavilion. Her clear eyes narrowed slightly. Within the sword pavilion is divided into a total of 108 layers. And each layer contains the sword Dao inheritance of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's successive generations of elders, as well as successive generations of old ancestors. As for what kind of inheritance you can obtain, it's up to you, but you should act according to your ability. Do not be overly ambitious. If you are backfired by the inheritance, it is also self-inflicted. Do you all understand? Bamboo Heart swept over the crowd and said coldly, like a fairy descending to earth. She is cold and indifferent to everything. After 5,000 years of worshipping the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she had long since cultivated an ice heart. Not a drop of worldly emotion. But to the master, the 7 senior sisters, as well as Su Chen have a different emotion. We understand. The crowd of celestial pride above the plaza all respectfully bowed. For them, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was the backer, and the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud are the heavens. It was the cornerstone of the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. With that, Bamboo Heart's beautiful eyes flowed. And with a wave of her plain hand, the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion behind her, its doors opened. An extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual chi gushed out. She turned around and said indifferently, "The Sword Pavilion is open. You may enter." With Bamboo Heart's command, countless celestial pride swarmed in. On the other side, seeing the crowd of celestial pride enter the middle of the Sky Ice Sword Pavilion, a majestic figure moved slightly. This was a middle-aged man wearing a python robe, with sword brows and starry eyes, and an extremely strong aura. He was none other than the Heavenly Vault Divine Kingdom, 3rd Prince Lin Ba, a hegemonic emperor powerhouse. Lin Ba turned to Lin Qinger, who was on the side, and spoke, "Your Highness, this Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion only opens once every 50 years, and is the inheritance place of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's lineage of sword cultivators, and even though you've only just stepped into the realm of spirit-inducing spirituality, this is the kind of opportunity that must not be missed." At those words, Lin Qinger nodded. "I understand. If one could obtain a sword Dao inheritance from Elder Bingyun, it did have a lot of benefits for her future cultivation path. Moreover, she was already in a supreme ice cultivation body. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's techniques were mostly based on ice cultivation, which complemented her physique exactly." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Lin Tian'er next to her with a worried expression. She bent down. Tian try to see if you can condense your body senses here. Sister is going to enter the sword pavilion to enlighten the Tao, and perhaps she won't come out for a month. Aha, go ahead sister. Lin Tian puffed out her fragrant cheeks and nodded. But sister, you should also pay attention to safety. But you promised to protect people. Don't worry. Silly sister. Lin Qinger rubbed Lin Tian's shinsho with a helpless face. This sister of his own is quite adorable. As the lord of the heavenly vault divine kingdom, Lin Tianhong had dominated the great desolate state for tens of thousands of years, but extremely obsessed with women. In his lifetime, he married more than 10,000 concubines. Sons are more like hundreds of thousands. The birth mother of the two Lin Qinger sisters was the 14,394th wife that Lin Tianba had married. Her oldest brothers, too, have all become Mrs. Grandpa. And while Lin Tianba had lived a glorious life, he only had 9 daughters. Both are old enough to have daughters. 2 sisters of similar age and from the same mother. They grew up with a strong bond, born with 1 pupil and 2 holes, plus not being able to cultivate. As a sister, she is also very anxious, with intolerance. With that, Lin Qinger also followed the group of celestial pride and entered the sword pavilion. Seeing the situation, the Grand Elder was stunned and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Isn't this the little girl from the heavenly vault divine kingdom? I didn't expect that after not seeing her for 10 years, she's already grown so big. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the group of elders also fell onto Lin Qinger and began to size her up. 17 years old at the first level of the spirit drawing realm. Not bad girl child. Even if you put it within my ice cloud immortal palace, you can still become the personal disciple of the various elders. Not bad, and with a cold water channel body. Such qualifications are already not below that little doll Muhani. From what I've heard, this ninny is still Lin Tianhong's daughter. This little brat really gave birth to a good daughter. If I can take her under my peak, I'm afraid that before long, another daughter of heaven's pride will emerge from the sky with unrivaled talent. You fart. This little ninny. Old man booked. At the sound of SB's voice, Bamboo Heart also noticed Lin Qinger. She frowned and murmured softly, being a cold water channel body, cold outside and soft inside, is not rare, so you can pay a little attention to it. And at this moment, Wu Bugo followed cautiously. He didn't even dare to look at Bamboo Heart. Just now, he was almost not scared to pee by Bamboo Heart. So how could he dare to act like a bully now? Outside the sword pavilion, countless disciples who were not qualified to enter were envious. Most of them were disciples who had just joined IceCloud not long ago. People from other affiliated forces were able to enter, but they weren't qualified. And they all hated to go into closed-door cultivation right now, striving to be able to enter the sword pavilion as soon as possible. Those, on the other hand, disciples of sword cultivators who had long since stepped into the realm of celestial beings were watching from afar. Let's see in this era, among my ice-cloud immortal palace, those sons of heavenly pride will come out across the sky again. As for the sword cultivation disciples of the ice-cloud immortal palace, people have long entered for several hours. The heavenly ice sword pavilion opens once every 50 years. Each time it opens, it lasts for a month. Inside the sword pavilion hall, it was divided into 108 floors. Each floor was inscribed with numerous formations, and the spiritual chi was also incomparably dense, making it an excellent cultivation site. Even if he couldn't obtain the inheritance, it would be a good choice to retreat inside for a month. The Grand Elder and a group of elders were all watching from the outside. All wanted to see what heaven-defying inheritance their own disciple could obtain. Tianqing, this kid is not bad. It's only been an hour and he's already stepped into the 3rd layer. I see hope in obtaining an old man's sword Dao inheritance. That's a good point. He has the long sword Dao body. And it's only been 20 years since he worshipped in my ice cloud immortal palace. And now he's already stepped into the realm of spirit drawing. And it's said that it seems like he's only just turned half a katana this year. Right? 30 years old at the realm of spirit drawing? This kind of qualification is not below you and I. I'm afraid that the Heaven's Pride Assembly in 100 years' time will see the birth of another generation of Heaven's Pride. A group of elders, one after another, praised. Suddenly, a shimmering sword light appeared in everyone's line of sight. Just see. In the air, a flying sword stepped into the air. Above the flying sword was a small and delicate figure. At the sight of this figure, everyone's gazes froze. This is a girl who seems to come out of the painting. Her eyes are clear and calm, and her breath is cold and absolutely stunning. She was none other than Su Chen's open-door great disciple, Jian Wu Xin. Chapter 20 Crowd Shock. Mysterious Tian harnessing his flying sword, Jian Wu Xin arrived quietly. As he fell, he slightly bent over and bowed to Bamboo Heart as well as the group of elders. Disciple Sword Heartless. Greetings to Senior Bamboo Heart. Greetings to all elder brother and elder sisters. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone froze instantly on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this little heartless girl? But why is she stepping on a flying sword? Could it be that she has stepped into the realm of spirit drawing? The faces of the group of elders were shocked as they all probed out their spiritual senses and began to detect Jian Wuxin's cultivation level. In the next moment, all the Ice Cloud elders were all completely shocked. Because, the aura cultivation emanating from Jian Wuxin's body at this moment, it's clearly the realm of the induced spirit. Asterisk 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 in hell. It's really a cultivation level of the spirit drawing realm, and it's still in the second sky realm of the spirit drawing realm. How is this possible? Heartless little ninny. Wasn't it only a year ago that she worshipped in my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? How did she step into the realm of spirit drawing so quickly? What the hell is going on here? Even if she is born with a natural 10,000 sword saint body, there is absolutely no way she can have such speed. I just can't match it even if I'm on a rocket. All of the Ice Cloud elders were in complete disbelief. How old is this little girl? 11 or 12? And it seems that she was only at the 9th level of the blood condensation realm when she just joined the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? How long has it been? In just 1 year, he had gone directly from the 9th level of the blood condensation realm to the spirit drawing realm? Even with an innate Saint Dao physique, even if the qualifications were more heaven-defying, it was absolutely impossible to be so fast. You're on a ing rocket? What a monster this is. Seeing this scene, Bamboo Heart was also startled and quickly probed out his spiritual sense to check Jian Wuxin's body. After a long moment, her chest jolted, sending a wave of shock through her. The realm of spirit drawing is really the realm of spirit drawing. How on earth did you girl? Bamboo Heart looked incredulous. The shock was even greater than when she had first discovered that Jian Wuxin possessed a sacred body. Cultivate for a year. From the 9th level of the blood condensation realm, crossing over the two realms of body training and sea of wheel, directly stepping into the realm of spirit drawing? How heaven-defying and invincible is this? In that case, it seemed that Jiang Guanyu, who had been hailed as the first genius of the Bingyun Immortal Palace for 1,000 years, was not worth mentioning in front of her at all. Even the successive generations of the Ice Cloud Immortal Ancestors didn't have this kind of speed, not to mention the generations of Immortal Ancestors. It was her master, the former #1 powerhouse of the southern border, the Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master Mu Xianyin, and definitely not to this extent. Jiang Guanyu, why is it me every time? Am I just a unit of measurement? Or am I a toolman child? Jian Wuxin bowed slightly and shook his head. Back to Senior Bamboo Heart. Disciple doesn't know either. Just follow your master daily. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Dig wells and drink. Plow fields and eat. This realm just naturally rises. The moment these words came out, the entire square above directly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you follow the ancestor daily to plant and feed the chickens, you can improve by leaps and bounds. I'm still young, don't lie to me. I told you. The ancestor worship into my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is only just 1,000 years. On the step into the realm of saints, horizontal pressure of the ancient pride, the ancestor must have their own cultivation doorway. I did not expect to be cheaper than the heartless master of the young master. Simply envious of my death. Senior, you must transfer me into the ancestor's sect, or else I'll have to tell the senior mother about your peeking at the senior sister's baths. Humph. I don't care. I also want to worship under my ancestor. I also want to follow my ancestor to raise chickens and feed fish. I also want to be tempered by my ancestor. Woo woo woo. Outside the sword court, all of the female Ice Cloud disciples were so envious that they were on the verge of crying, especially those who had followed Jian Wuxin to worship the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Obviously they were all initiated at the same time, but now it's good. People first awakened the 10,000 sword sacred body, and then worshipped under the ancestor's door, and were also bestowed with Saint Essence blood by the same powerhouse of the Eastern Seaway domain, and were established by the Palace Master as the young Palace Master. It made a bunch of elders have to call out a senior sister when they saw it. In just 1 year, he had stepped directly from the blood condensation realm into the realm of spirit drawing, trampling them hard underfoot. But what about them? A year had passed, and most of them were still stuck at the 4th or 5th level of the blood condensation realm, struggling hard. It's almost like, man to man. The key was that Jian Wuxin had actually been personally tempered by the ancestor for a year. Simply envious. I also want to be tuned up by the ancestor. Fairy autism. Woo woo woo. Bamboo Heart sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Su Chen? This little guy really has some over-the-top cultivation way? 1,000 years to step into an immortal saint himself. That very year, he had crossed his disciple into the realm of spirit drawing as well. No way. When the elder sisters are out of the gate, they must go to this misty peak to find out what's going on. If he refuses to talk, he will be eaten alive. Since you've already stepped into the spirit drawing realm, go in and make a break for it as well. With your talent, you will definitely be able to obtain a good sword Dao inheritance. When the next sword pavilion opens, you might be able to break through more than 35 floors, breaking the record that Zhang Guanyu has held for 1,000 years. Bamboo Heart spoke languidly. Then thanks to Senior Bamboo Heart, Jian Wuxian clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to Bamboo Heart's body. After saying that, she turned into a stream of light and entered within the Sky Ice Sword Pavilion. Seeing Jian Wuxian's disappearing back, Bamboo Heart sighed leisurely. That said, but after 50 years, would this girl still really be able to enter the middle of the Sword Pavilion? With her natural talent, perhaps it won't be long before she exceeds the realm of celestial beings. On the other side, the other petite figure moved slightly. Lin Ba, who was on the side, frowned and asked, "Ninth Princess, are you alright?" Lin Tianer shook her head. "I'm fine, just why? I see another figure in this sister's eyes. Another big sister whose breath is cold and scary, yet seems not so scary." Second shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 21 Immortal Punishing Sword Formation. Aura turns into dragon. The other side. Inside the heavenly ice sword tomb. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of sword lights, breaking through the air, emitting a sky-shattering sound, as if the heavens were about to break. If the sword pavilion is the place of sword inheritance, then this sword tomb is the long resting place of Bingyun's successive generations of ancestors. Luckily, this place belonged to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Forbidden Land, with a powerful boundary shroud. Otherwise, this amazingly terrifying sword might was enough to harden the heavenly dome, cutting through countless void cracks. Ding! The host has fully comprehended the Haoyi sword technique, and the current realm is back to basics. At those words, Su Chen did not have a half expression on his face. His divine sense sensed that Jian Wuxin had entered the Sky Ice Sword Pavilion. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Wuxin is in the middle of the sword pavilion for at least a month, so I'll just sign in here recently. Ding! May I ask Lord Host if you were signing in at the Heavenly Ice Sword Tomb? The system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. Sign in. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen immediately nodded his head. He was also curious to know if there would be any other rewards in different places. Ding! Congratulations to host Heavenly Ice Sword Tomb for signing in successfully and obtaining the Immortal Execution Sword formation, including the 4 Immortal Execution Swords. Words. A look of shock spread across Su Chen's face. He had heard of the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Isn't that the immortal formation set up by Lord Tong Tian, the head of the Interceptor sect, who had the strength of Tong Tian in his previous life? It is a supreme spell formation that dominates the heavenly way of killing, composed of the Immortal Execution Sword, the Immortal Killing Sword, the Immortal Trapping Sword, and the Absolute Immortal Sword. It is rumored that it cannot be broken without the 4 saints. He also didn't expect that the system would equip him with such a heaven-defying holy weapon. Nowadays, although he had arrived at the realm of saints, but equipped with the Immortal Execution 4 swords, he was bound to truly crush the 10,000 ancient celestial pride of the southern border. System, open the character template for me. Su Chen opened his mouth. As you wish, my lord host. The system responded with a cry. A character template was then quickly constructed in his line of sight. Host, Su Chen. Identity, Ice Cloud Ancestor. Face value, 99 points. The power to which it belongs, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, one of the 9 holy lands of the southern border. Cultivation level, first heaven of the Sage Realm. Physique, mortal body, evil divine body. Gnosis, mediocre. Feats, Great Emperor's Longevity Scripture, Emperor's Grade. Current degree Bible. Haoyi Sword Technique, Saint's Grade. Current degree Back to Basics. Xian Tiangong, Rubbish. Spiritual weapon, the 4 swords of the Immortal Executioner, a holy item. A powerful killing weapon in the world. Dharma Treasure, 365 drops of Sage Essence Blood, currently refined. 10 drops. Formation, Immortal Execution Sword Formation, unbreakable without the 4 saints. Beloved Disciple, Jian Wuxian, current favorability 101. Achievement, 1 glance infatuated for 10,000 years. 1 smile mesmerizing all beings. The way of the sword, back to basics. The way of the knife, back to basics. Marksmanship, back to basics. Stick technique, back to basics. Rakudo, back to basics. Calligraphy, back to basics. Healing, return to basics. Looking at his character template, Su Chen was quite satisfied. This great emperor's longevity scripture, the Haoyi sword technique, and the latest signing of the Immortal Execution 4 swords were also not bad. It can barely work. The 4 swords of immortal cultivation are the Immortal Execution Sword, the Immortal Killing Sword, the Immortal Trapping Sword, and the Absolute Immortal Sword. At that moment, the system opened its mouth and let out a playful laugh. My lord host, how perfect. A touch of helplessness surfaced on Su Chen's face. Why am I suddenly still a little uncomfortable with this heartless being gone? The other side. Outside the Sky Ice Sword Pavilion, countless gazes converged on that projection, though the projection was only one tiny dot. But it is possible to know exactly where these disciples are at. What do you guys say? Senior Sister Heartless will be able to break through to the first few floors this time? At this time, a female elder suddenly spoke. Back then, Jiang Guanyu had also entered the Sword Pavilion when he had just stepped into the Spirit Drawing Realm, and with his strength of the first level of the Spirit Drawing Realm, he impacted all the way up to the 11th level of the location, directly alarming the 7 old ancestors. Lin Yu Peak's elder, Mu Yuting responded lightly. Senior Sister Wu Xian was born with the 10,000 sword saint body, and now that she has stepped into the second level of the Spirit Drawing Realm, I would say that she will at least be able to reach the 12th or 13th level of the hierarchy. In the Sword Pavilion, the concentration of aura in each layer is double that of the previous layer. To break the formation boundary, not only do you need strong strength, but you also need to be enlightened enough in the way of the sword. And if you forcefully impact the boundary, you may also be subjected to the backlash of the formation. 13th floor? The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing slightly as he began to gaze at the scene within the Sword Pavilion. Now that he had stepped into the Supreme Realm, the eyesight is naturally different, looking out of the corner of the eye. But soon, a figure quickly appeared in their line of sight. Look guys, it's that little guy from Shigua. He's already at the 10th floor. Upon hearing this, a group of elders observed. It's only been an hour, but it's already rushed to the 10th floor. This little fellow, his natural talent is good. With his strength of the 6th level of the celestial realm, I'm afraid that this time, he will be able to weigh up to the 28th or 9th level. Sure Xiling, truly taught a good son. There's also that little doll from the Lingyun sword sect. I didn't expect him to have rushed to the 10th floor as well. Amongst the heavenly pride of these first-class forces, these two can be considered absolute geniuses. Just as the Ice Cloud elders were marveling, a bizarre figure actually leapt upwards at an extremely fast speed. That's only to see that this person had arrived at the 10th floor in a matter of moments. It even surpassed the middle celestial realm heavenly pride such as one Sword Lingyun. Takishi Bugu? That's Wubu Go from the Supreme Divine Palace. It is said that this person has a divine body vision. Is the Wuji Holy Desire that old immortal's personal disciple? I did not expect that this Wubu Go was so good. It seems like he's only a year old, but now he's already stepped into the 10th heaven of the Earth sect realm. This kind of talent is completely not below Jiang Guanyu. Inside the Sword Pavilion, Wubu Go, who was still leaping upwards, had a silly grin on his face. With the talent that this male has shown just now, I'm sure that these old undead people of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace will be scared to death. Although I don't dare to make a fool of myself outside, but in this Sword Pavilion no one will be able to stop me. I must ruthlessly humiliate you all and show you what a true genius is. On the other side, as soon as he stepped into the hall, a rich spiritual chi poured out, causing Jian Wuxin's pores to completely relax. Sensing the scene, she was pleasantly surprised. The aura in here was actually as much as twice as much as outside. However, compared to Master's ethereal peak, it was still quite a bit different. She walked slowly inside. The further to the center, the more dense the aura becomes. Coming to the center of the first floor, Jian Wuxin sat down on his knees. At that moment, an ice bead emitting the spiritual chi of heaven and earth quietly surfaced in her chest. Slowly bloomed a striped path. In an instant, countless heaven and earth auras quickly and frantically surged towards her as if they had been summoned. A small, delicate figure wandered in. This figure instantly attracted countless gazes. Look guys, that senior sister, the heaven and earth aura around her is so strong. But, why does she look so familiar? I think I've seen her somewhere before? Come on, you old colorful batch. You get excited at the sight of a good-looking senior sister. She's still an 11 or 12-year-old at a glance. Are you an animal? Wait. An 11 or 12-year-old at the realm of spirit drawing. Quite a few of the Ice Cloud disciples started sizing up Jian Wuxin one after another. Although that day, Jian Wuxin had awakened the Sword Dao Saint Body, invoking the Saint Body's vision and being worshipped by all the saints. It even attracted a crowd of Holy Land Lords, who fought with each other. However, most of these disciples had been worshipping the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for decades. Plus Jian Wuxin hadn't left the mountain for a year. Many disciples had forgotten what she looked like, but when they reacted, they were completely confused. She, isn't she the heartless young master who worshipped under the ancestor's door? I said, why does she look so familiar? The moment these words came out, the entire core area of the first floor was shocked. There was a tilt of the head. It's still true. It's really little Master Heartless. But wasn't she locked up and tempered by the ancestor? To be able to enter within the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion requires at least the cultivation of the spirit drawing realm. Why is she here? Could it be that she has already stepped into the realm of the leader realm? Impossible. How long has she only been worshipping my ice cloud immortal palace? Perhaps most of these disciples had never seen it. However, the name of Sword Wuxin was one that they had heard like thunder in the recent year. The awakening of the 10,000 sword saint body, which is unmatched in all ages, accompanied by visions and saints' pilgrimage. It even attracted a crowd of lords of power, who fought for each other. In the end, it was taken in by a legendary ancestor who suddenly came out of nowhere. But how did such a legend come to be here? The point is, she's only been worshipping in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for a year, right? In 1 year, he broke the chi and blood chakra C dual polarity realm from the blood condensation realm and stepped into the spirit drawing realm? Nima, you're on a plug-in? I'm on a rocket. And I definitely can't go that fast. 12 years old. You're really going to suppress the ages? Just as they were shocked, Jian Wuxin opened her beautiful eyes and shook her head helplessly. This speed is too slow. Compared to Master's purple bamboo forest, it's simply one heaven and one earth. No, still too little. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and the spirit elixir floating in her chest suddenly blossomed. Immediately afterward, all the aura on the entire first floor of the Sword Pavilion suddenly transformed into a dragon's shadow, and a steady stream of aura surged madly towards her. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire first floor of the Sword Pavilion shook violently. Countless disciples woke up from their meditations with shocked faces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? Where's the aura? Where's the aura? Why is there not a single drop of aura left in the Great Hall? Tima, what do you call this? All the aura in my body has been sucked out. The crowd of disciples were furious after being awakened, but in the next moment, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them, because above their heads, countless heaven and earth auras coalesced together, and then actually transformed into a spirit dragon. The aura transforms into a dragon. Chapter 22, Creating Myths. Straight to the top of the tower. Spirit, aura transforming into a dragon? What the hell? It's an aura transforming into a dragon. In their shock, this spirit dragon hovered and soared above the head of the first layer. It was then injected into Jian Wuxin's body. Ah, it's so good. Jian Wuxin let out a groan as an indescribable relief washed over his body. As for her cultivation, she had unexpectedly broken through the bottleneck of the second sky of the spirit drawing realm and arrived at the third sky of the spirit drawing realm. A sudden breakthrough? This is a breakthrough? In the midst of all the people staring in disbelief, Jian Wuxin slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Shaking the corners of her coat, she looked like a heavenly creature. At this moment, she actually had a hint of an empress. At the same time as she opened her eyes, countless sword intents sounded around her. It seems to be very disturbing. What's this about? Why does it seem like all this sword intent has been summoned? Could it have been caused by Junior Master Heartless? In the next moment, one could only see that the sword Dao inheritance of these successive generations of elders actually flew directly towards Jian Wuxin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come all these sword intentions are throwing themselves directly into the air? Could it be that little Master Heartless physique summoned them directly? My ing mind is broken. They, the disciples, had been here for a long time, meditating hard, and these sword intentions were indifferent. But the other young master, directly break through a level. These sword will not be able to resist? Looking at the sword intent flying around him, Jian Wuxin faintly swept a glance. She then slowly got up and said helplessly, the aura here is still too weak to support my cultivation. The sword intent here seems to be weak as well, so it's better to go to the next level and take a look. After saying that, Jian Wuxin slowly walked towards the second floor. This scene caused the crowd of disciples from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to look straight in the eyes. The aura transformed into a dragon and absorbed the entire layer of aura? And you say the Sword Dao legacy is too weak? Auntie, you have to realize you're only 12 years old. How can we be embarrassed for those of us who are 30 or 40 years old and have only stepped into the spirit-inducing realm? Are all those who follow the ancestor so powerful? Outside the Sword Pavilion, a group of Ice Cloud elders, through their spiritual sense projection, carefully surveyed the scene inside. Although the spiritual awareness projection could only perceive the progress of the disciples, it could not see what was happening. After all, the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion was laid down by a sage immortal ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. It was the lifeblood of the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's sword cultivator lineage. Even if they were Empyrean powerhouses, they couldn't penetrate the boundary with their divine sense. Second level. Look guys, this kid, Heartless, has gone to the second floor. Suddenly, the female elder of Tianshui Peak cried out in alarm. The crowd of elders, one after another, looked sideways. Second level? How long has it been? A little bit. And it's the second level? Have you had 5 minutes? Worthy of being the daughter of a heavenly pride with a saintly body. Just 60 breaths and she broke the boundary of the second layer. Not bad. This little ninny's speed is much faster than those disciples before her. Compared to senior sister Heartless, those stinky fish and shrimps before were nothing. With senior sister Heartless qualifications, my ice cloud immortal palace will surely have another demon that will crush the southern border's heavenly pride with its invincible qualifications. Not bad. Not bad. Although the heavenly ice sword pavilion had 108 floors, but it's only really practical to have only 30 floors. The first 10 floors were the exclusive venue for disciples of the spirit drawing realm. The 11th to 20th floors, on the other hand, were basically all Earth sect realm disciples. The disciples of the celestial realm were all between the 21st and 30th levels. However, there were a few disciples with unbelievable qualifications, sons who were able to break this boundary. Take, for example, Jiang Guanyu, who came out of nowhere in 500 years. When he first entered the sword pavilion, it was with the strength of a man who had just stepped into the spirit drawing realm that he impacted all the way to the 11th floor. It shocked all the elders. Even the 7 immortals of the ice cloud were given a fright. If the timing was just right, and he was able to step into the heavenly ice sword pavilion with a cultivation level of 10th sky of the guiding spirit realm, perhaps this result would also have to be rewritten. However, with the same cultivation level of the spirit drawing realm, Jian Wuxin entered into the heavenly ice sword pavilion. This record, will it be broken? As long as the group of ice cloud elders, their eyes were fixed on top of the divine sense projection. Boom! Only an earth-shattering sound could be heard within the sword pavilion. All of the ice cloud disciples on the second floor gazed at this scene. A petite and delicate figure broke the ceiling boundary of the second layer with a direct punch and broke in. Third level up. Third level up. At that moment, a disciple raised a loud and shocking cry. Third level? So soon. Another layer has been broken through. How long has it been? A little less than 7 minutes. In just 7 minutes, you broke another layer of boundary and broke into the third layer. Junior Uncle Heartless is too perverted. All the disciples marveled, filled with shock. Come to the third level. At that moment, a rich aura surged madly towards her. In the air, one invisible sword intent after another flew through the air for the disciples to comprehend. But Jian Wuxin frowned and faintly said, "There's a hint of sword intent, but why is it still so weak?" The moment her words came out, the surrounding ice cloud disciples could not wait to find a crack to drill into. There was a hint of sword intent, but why was it still so weak? We had worked so hard to climb to the third floor, and we were all doing our best to realize the way of the sword, wanting to obtain that sword Dao inheritance that had a slim chance. And in your case, it's too weak? Holy, auntie, even if you are in the 10,000 sword saint body and have a heavenly talent, you are not so demonic. These could all be feats handed down from powerful people of the Emperor realm, although most of them were only spirit grade, or earth grade. But throw a book out there and it's enough to start a rain of blood. Is that a human thing you're saying? It wasn't that Jian Wuxin was pretending. Rather, these feats were indeed too weak for her. She is the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor. In her previous life, she was equipped with supreme sword intent, so it could be said that she was the sword and the sword was her. Over the past year, as her strength increased, her desire for the way of the sword grew stronger. It looks like it's still going up. As the words fell, Jian Wuxin continued to transform into a stream of light and rushed towards the 4th floor. Mu Yangzi and the others outside were shocked. It's the 4th floor. She's going to the 4th floor. But the words had only just fallen. The projected points of light, like a tidal wave, erupted. 5 floors, 6 floors, 7 floors, 8 layers, 10 layers. In an instant, Jian Wuxin's figure was standing on the 10th floor. Nima, this girl on a rocket? It's only been a few ing breaths. And it directly rushed to the 10th floor? By the 10th floor, Senior Sister Heartless has also arrived at the same level that Jiang Guanyu had reached. Will she break this record that has remained unchanged for 500 years? The crowd of ice cloud elders, their eyes went straight. In a few breaths of time, he directly rushed from the 3rd to the 10th floor. You're going ing crazy? On the 7th level below, a pale blue figure was touching a sword intent. It was only when she had just made her initial attempt at this sword intent that her heart suddenly tightened. She opened her cool eyes and faintly said, "Why did a breath just now sweep right past me and head upwards? Could it be an illusion? But why is it so real?" After saying that, Lin Qinger closed her eyes and became enlightened once again. On the other side, before the group of ice cloud elders could breathe a sigh of relief, the next scene completely overturned their perceptions. Just see, the flash of light on the projection was like a rocket. 11th floor, 12th floor, 20 floors, 30 floors, 40 floors, 100 floors. 101, 102, 103. Finally, she was at 108. Stopped. Chapter 23 Visionary Thunder Tribulation. Day of opening the pavilion. 1. 108 floors? Senior sister heartless. She actually rushed to the 108th floor. She rushed to the top of the tower. What kind of demon is this? What kind of perverts have come out of my ice cloud? Seeing this scene, the entire outside of the sword pavilion, all the ice cloud elders, as well as the ice cloud disciples, as well as those who accompanied the major heavenly pride to come to enlightenment of the strongest people, were completely insane. They have never seen such a shocking thing in their lives. What kind of invincible demon is this? Is there anyone more invincible than her in the southern borderlands? Does this really have the qualifications of a great emperor? Jian Wuxin rushed to the 108th floor in one breath. As it was far from the 30th floor, it had long been empty. The higher she went, the more she realized it was like there was no knot barrier, or rather, it was as if these knot blocks had automatically opened their doors when they encountered her. She directly invoked her aura, and she leapt here. Jian Wuxin raised her beautiful eyes and surveyed the surroundings, murmuring softly, "Is this the end of the road? By the looks of it, this should be the top of the tower of the sword pavilion." As soon as he stepped into the 118th floor, suddenly, a heaven and earth aura that was so dense that it was extreme came crashing down on his face. Feeling this aura, Jian Wuxin's heart was delighted. It's so dense. This place is actually hundreds of times the aura of the first layer. According to the internal setting of the Sky Ice Sword Pavilion, every layer up, the richness of the heaven and earth aura would be twice as much as the next layer, then the next layer, and she remembered correctly. There should be 108 floors inside the Sword Pavilion, right? In other words, the level of aura was now 108 times that of the first level. Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes flowed with more than a touch of joy. Immediately, she sat down on her knees. An ice bead emitting an icy cold aura quietly surfaced in his chest. With that, the elixir blossomed. What she needed to do now was to close her mind with the rich aura of this place. Strike that higher realm, filled with heaven and earth aura like a deep sea, majestic and thick. It crazily converged above Jian Wuxin's head. That was no longer an aura transforming into a dragon. Instead, the aura becomes a sea. The aura storm was like the sky dome collapsing, madly surging into her body. Come what may. Not enough. Not enough. All of it. Reincarnation of the Sword Emperor, with a natural 10,000 swords holy body. Then there was the blessing of the great Tao of the dual extreme realms of blood condensation and sea of wheel. That, in a nutshell, is her bottom line. Boom, boom, boom. Above the firmament, the sound of a loud noise exploded. One dark dragon after another appeared in the sky above the cold state, crazily tearing the void as if the sky was about to collapse, causing the heavens to tremble. The disciples within the ice cloud immortal palace tilted their heads, looking at this amazing scene. What's happening here? Could it be that heaven and earth are resonating again? A vision of the great Tao? How come my ice cloud has been full of strange things in the last year? Could this be another one of the senior brothers, or elders crossing the heavenly tribulation? Countless disciples marveled, and there were others who knew what was happening. Even the group of ice cloud elders didn't know, because this wasn't a thunderbolt. It was merely caused by the overly large amount of aura that Jian Wuxin had been cultivating. Time flies. A month has passed. This day was the day when the Ice Cloud Sword Pavilion closed. One after another, the Ice Cloud disciples walked out of the Sword Pavilion one after another. Many of them had gained a lot, and some of the disciples had also obtained the Sword Dao inheritance. That senior brother Han Yi. I didn't expect him to break through to the 26th floor with his cultivation of the fourth heaven of the celestial realm, and also obtain a cold snow sword intent, which is said to have been left behind by an elder of the Emperor realm tens of thousands of years ago. That sword intent in senior sister Mu Shue's hand seems to be that sunset cloud sword intent from the 28th floor. Looking at these senior brothers and sisters who had all gained something, the crowd of Ice Cloud disciples were envious. On the other side, a grim aura stepped out. He was none other than Wu Bu Go of the Supreme Divine Palace, and he was wearing a smirk on his face. It looks as if the harvest was pretty good. This time, with my strength of the 10th heaven of the Earth sect realm, I have directly broken through to the 28th floor, which is surely enough to shock the bumpkins of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and just the thought of their astonished faces makes me, ha 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 ha. In the midst of his self-indulgence, Wu Bu Go walked in the direction of the group of elders. However, he realized that the gazes of the group of Ice Cloud elders were not even right here. He hurriedly walked over, only to find the gazes of the elders converging on that projection. What's going on here? A flash of doubt crossed Wu Bu Go's mind. He swept his gaze over as well. Just the next moment, completely frozen. 108 floors? What the? He hastily changed his appearance, then found a disciple and inquired, "This senior brother, what's the situation on this 108th floor? Could it be that a supreme celestial pride has come out?" That ice cloud disciple glanced at him and said indifferently, "You say this it's just a 1-year-old disciple of one of my ice cloud's old ancestors who has just been admitted under his door." Hiss. At those words, Wubu fiercely sucked in a breath of cool air, not daring to imagine his eyes. 1 year after initiation, stepping into the spirit drawing realm, and directly rushed to the 108th floor. What a demon this is! When did the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace have such a supreme genius? Yo! Seeing this, that disciple blankly glanced at him in a bad mood, hooking up a touch of smugness. "See how scared you are. On this kind of broken qualification, under the seat of my Ice Cloud major ancestors there are not 100,000. There are still 80,000. At that moment, a light blue figure slowly walked out. Seeing this figure, Lin Tian'er, who had been waiting outside for a long time, had a light smile on her lips and shouted, "Sister, I'm here." Hearing her sister's shout, Lin Qing'er also waved at her. "How about it, Your Highness? Did you gain anything from this trip to the Sword Pavilion?" Lin Ba hurriedly walked forward and asked. Lin Qing'er nodded. "This time, I broke through to the 7th floor, and after a month of enlightenment, I obtained a sword intent named Snowless." With that, she raised her right hand and an ice extreme sword intent quietly floated into the air. Seeing this scene, Bamboo Heart above the sky arrived quietly. Feeling the sudden arrival, Lin Ba hurriedly bowed down. "Heavenly Vault Divine Kingdom Lin Ba, meet Fairy Bamboo Heart." Afterwards, the two Lin Qing'er sisters also paid their respects. Lin Qing'er has met Fairy Bamboo Heart. Lin Tian'er has met Bamboo. Fairy Bamboo Heart. Snowless Sword Intent. "I didn't expect that you would have obtained Master Snowless Sword Intent. It's all God's will." Without paying any attention to a few people, Bamboo Heart's gaze fell on Lin Qing'er. She faintly said, "You have a cold water channel body. You stepped into the realm of spirit drawing at only 17 years of age. And now that you have obtained this Snowless Sword Intent, this seat has a destiny for you. Would you be willing to worship my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and be my Bamboo Heart's disciple?" Chapter 24, Bamboo Heart accepts a disciple. "Will you inherit my way of the sword?" The entire Ice Cloud Plaza was shocked when these words came out. What? Old ancestor Bamboo Heart. She's actually going to stoop down and take in a disciple herself? Or this girl from the Heavenly Vault Divine Kingdom? No, this girl was the one we looked at first. How could it be snatched away by old man Bamboo Heart? The group of Ice Cloud elders wanted to cry, only hating that they were not strong enough. A year ago, Sword Heartless came out of nowhere. Being measured with the vision of a holy body shook heaven and earth. It attracted the 8 holy places, as well as many forces to fight for it, and they were naturally not qualified to point it out. It was finally cut off and pocketed by the ancestor. However, this cold water Taoist body was similarly described as a peerless Taoist body, ranking high in the top 3 of the 30,000 Taoist bodies. The qualifications are equally unbelievable. I didn't expect to be robbed by this old ancestor again. How? Bamboo Heart's cold eyes narrowed and swept over the crowd, coldly snorting. Do you all have an opinion? Dare not! Dare not! Old ancestor, feel free to take it. How dare I have a problem with it? Whoever has a problem with that, I'll whip the hell out of him. The crowd of Ice Cloud elders shook their heads vigorously. Joke! Who dares to have a problem with the old grandfather accepting a disciple? Shut up if you don't. On the other side, the corners of Wubu's mouth twitched. That's not at all what he fantasized about. Shouldn't the whole place be cheering when he comes out? How come no one gives a about him? Instead, they were watching this Bamboo Heart fairy taking on disciples? Lin Qing'er clearly hadn't reacted to this sudden scene. This Bamboo Heart elder ancestor, one of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, was actually going to accept her as his disciple? But after all, she was also a generation of royal daughters, so she naturally understood that old Bamboo Heart ancestor must have taken a liking to her, wanted to make this master and disciple bond with her. Disciple Lin Qing'er, greetings to master. With her respectful bow, the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace drew a chorus of congratulations. The 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud accepting disciples was enough to be considered a major event in the entire southern border. After all, these 7 old ancestors were all disciples of the #1 powerhouse of the southern border back then, Mu Xian'in. Each of them possessed the strength of a top supreme being, or even a half-step half-saint. Being able to worship under these 7 old ancestors naturally attracts countless envious gazes. The venue was then greeted with a chorus of congratulations. 6 months have passed in a flash. At this moment, 5 months had passed since the time when the Sword Pavilion was closed. However, Jian Wuxin still didn't step out of the Sword Pavilion. In other words, she had been in seclusion in this Sword Pavilion for an entire half a year. The square outside the Sword Pavilion, that divine projection had lasted for half a year. The matter of Jian Wuxin breaking into the 108th floor and going straight to the top of the tower, It had long since sensationalized the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and Bamboo Heart, who presided over this Ice Cloud extravaganza, had unexpectedly gained a disciple. As for the other Ice Cloud ancestors, as well as the Ice Cloud Palace Master, they were still in seclusion. Those heavenly prides who had come to Ice Cloud Enlightenment had also relatively all not left, wanting to see what kind of character this kind of supreme heavenly pride was. It's been almost half a year, right? Why hasn't Senior Sister Heartless come out yet? Elder of Shui Yun Peak, Shui Xian Yun, looked with a grave face at this sky-ice sword pavilion that stood in the clouds, full of shock and confusion. The Grand Elder, who was on the side, also shook his head. I didn't expect that Senior Sister Heartless had broken through to the 108th floor, breaking a record that no one in my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has ever been able to achieve since the palace was built hundreds of thousands of years ago. This girl's qualifications are simply beyond what we can imagine. This generation has produced an ancestor, and now there's a sister Jian Wuxin who can be called an invincible demon. We old guys, even we have no regrets. Another elder sighed. The inheritance sealed in the 108th floor of the Sword Pavilion is the inheritance of another sage ancestor of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in addition to the Ice Cloud Great Ancestor who built the palace with the Taishang Palace Master 200,000 years ago. Perhaps, Senior Sister Heartless she is receiving this sword intent inheritance? Inside the Sword Pavilion, like a deep sea storm, the aura into a sea had long since stopped churning and had become extremely calm. To be precise, it should be long gone, a drop of heaven and earth aura. And at that moment, Jian Wuxian slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her lips slightly opening and closing as she exhaled a mouthful of aura, the spiritual breath inside her. Surprisingly, he had already arrived at the half-step Earth Sect realm. 12 years old, half-step Earth Sect. If this gets out, the entire southern border is about to tumble again. Right at this moment, an old voice resounded from within the distant Sword Pavilion Spirit Sea. Body with 10,000 swords holy body. In just half a year's time, it will be from the introduction of the spirit realm 2 days of cultivation, elevated to half a step of the ground zone. The foundation is as solid as a golden soup. The body at least also has 2 avenue blessing. I observe your bone age is only 12 years old age. Your natural talent can afford to be the first one of the 10,000 ancient times. The little girl one really gave me a good big surprise. Jian Wuxin slowly raised his eyes, his face calm. There didn't seem to be the slightest hint of pride. Instead, there was more of a stoic color that shouldn't have been there at that age. She faintly said, the path of cultivation is so long, the talent root and bone is only one of the things, and laying the foundation firmly is originally just the first step. As for the qualifications being number 1 in all ages, even in that distant Emperor Fall era, I don't think anyone would dare to claim to be number 1, right? The old voice was silent. Then he said again, but your qualifications, even if you're not the first in the ages, you can still afford to be the first person in my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for hundreds of thousands of years. At those words, Jian Wuxin but shook his head. There's no such thing as first or second, although my talent is indeed strong. Compared to him, it's simply one heaven and one earth. Him? The old voice was slightly startled. He was originally a wisp of residual soul that was sealed within the Sword Pavilion 200,000 years ago. It survives only for those who seek to pass it on. Could it be that there was someone else in this world who was even more demonic than the girl in front of her? Who was enough to be called a monster? And who would that be? The old voice rejoined. Can you tell me who that he is? At this point, a figure that looked like an immortal appeared in Jian Wuxin's mind. My master, she murmured softly, no emotion visible in her eyes. A very handsome, gentle, perfect man. The old voice, once again, was silent. To be able to train this kind of heaven-defying demonic daughter, then what kind of heaven-defying existence would this person be? If I were to compete with him for a disciple, would he be so furious that he would completely annihilate my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace with a single slap? But seeing the girl in front of him with the vision of a holy body, he couldn't let go. What a great body for the Sword Dao inheritance, if she is truly able to pass on my Dao intent and carry it forward. Even if my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace really gets slapped to death, so what? Having made up his mind, the pale voice, once again, rang out. I am one of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's 200,000-year-old ancestors, although I have long since passed away in the river of history, but in my lifetime, I was likewise a saintly body visionary, cultivating hard for more than 30,000 years, and stepping into the realm of saints. Back then, I was also an existence that crushed the world with my invincible capital, and my inherited sword Dao is enough to be considered one of the best in all of history. Little girl, are you willing to inherit my sword Dao legacy? Chapter 25. What is the way of the sword? Heavenly Ice Sword Intent. Inherit your sword Dao inheritance? Jian Wuxian's beautiful eyes curved. Her expression calm. No emotions could be seen. She faintly said, although it's only a saint, it's at least a saintly inheritance, so we can give it a try. The old voice was silent again. Although it's only an exalted sage, it's at least a sacred inheritance? Can I try? Auntie, are you talking like a human being? Although he was only a wisp of a remnant soul. However, he could clearly sense the changes in Jian Wuxin's body. She seemed to have a powerful aura hidden within her for the past 6 months. Could it be that this little girl is the reincarnation of an ancient great power? If that was the case, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let her pretend to be in front of her. Good. Then I will ask you, what is the way of the sword? What is the way of the sword? Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes narrowed. The corner of her lips hooked up a smile. The great Tao of the sword. When thunder and lightning is the blade, wind and clouds are the edges, the sky is the body of the sword, the earth is the hilt, down against the 9 ghosts and yellow springs, up against the jade sky and dome of the heavens, open with yin and yang, and control with the 5 elements, out of the invisible, and closed with the godless, across the 6, and out of the corner of one's eye. When this sword comes out, it is like a thunderous force, breaking heaven and earth, and hiding everything. Only the sword of heaven and earth and human hearts can be called the ultimate way of the sword. The words fell. Inside the sword pavilion, above the 108 floors of space, there was a sudden rattling sound. Boom, boom. The sudden scene seemed as if it was going to collapse the sky. At that moment, only an illusory figure appeared above. He suddenly became terrified. His voice trembled and said, words come out like swords. You little girl, what kind of monster, or what kind of demon? But he hadn't finished his sentence, only to see, Sword Wuxin continued to speak. The extreme realm of the sword, on the other hand, is to move the stars with a shocking power, and the sword covers the sky and the dome of the heavens. When a sword comes out, it uniquely breaks the ages. The party may be called the extreme realm of the sword. This shadowy figure wanted to cry. He was utterly speechless, clueless, helpless. Your grandma's leg. With your understanding of this sword path, you still need me to teach you? Auntie, why don't you just teach me? Let me inherit your swordsmanship legacy. Seeing the virtual shadow's appearance, Jian Wuxin only felt amused. She was the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor and possessed the 10,000 sword sacred body. The qualifications of the sword path are unmatched in all ages. Ask her what is the way of the sword. Guangong plays a big sword in front of him. One word. Stupid. But earlier he had already said his big words, so how could he lose face in front of a 13-year-old girl child? He coughed a few times, and then said in a deep voice, well said. With the power of shocking the heavens, moving the stars, the sword to cover the sky, a sword out, the soul break of 10,000 years, can be called the extreme realm of the sword. Little girl, you have a deep understanding of the sword Tao and are qualified to inherit my sword Tao legacy. The words fell, just by waving his big hand. The 108 layers of internal space suddenly turned into a sea of Tao filled with the rhyming rules of the great Tao. In the sea of Tao, endless flying swords circled, their swords roaring to the heavens, with a divine radiance that shone brightly in every corner of the 108th floor. These, all of them, are sword intent, the appearance of countless flying swords, in which a vague point of light shone brightly. Sword patterns and Tao rhythms, waves down, bathed in a sea of sword intent Tao. Jian Wuxian was like a heavenly god, the look of the god of Luo, the face of an exiled immortal. At this moment, it was as if she was the female emperor of the sword who had once looked out of the world. The sword is her. She is the sword. A true sword Tao Supreme. I have been cultivating for 30,000 years before I stepped into the realm of the saints and achieved greatness in the way of the sword. My sword is the heavenly ice sword. I was also called the heavenly ice sword saint, and I have been through 100,000 years in my life without a single defeat, and this heavenly ice sword pavilion was established under my name. Today, I will impart this heavenly ice sword intent to you, and with your talent that is unmatched in all of history, I believe that 1,000 years from now, the name of my ice cloud heavenly ice sword saint will once again resonate throughout the top of the southern border. As the void spoke, the sword light flew. A sword intent was instantly refined by Jian Wuxin. She was already in the 10,000 sword saint body, another reincarnation of the sword emperor. In terms of her comprehension of the way of the sword, if she called it second, no one would dare to call it first. Plus, nowadays, her emperor's soul had begun to slowly awaken. These saint sword intentions were nothing more than a casual take for her, and they were all completely all over the place at a glance. Although those emperor's soul memories were still rather vague, gradually, she seemed to have understood a lot. Now that you've been reincarnated, you should practice well. She was born to testify against the great emperor, reincarnated in pursuit of the ultimate in swords. The previous life failed to certify the great emperor. It's not like it's not possible in this life. And her master. This man she wrapped up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too damn fast. The void sucked in a breath of cold air. With that, these sword intentions were refined. He too began to slowly disappear. And his breath was getting weaker and weaker. Until finally, he once again looked deeply at Jian Wuxin. With this kind of demon in the world, perhaps my ice cloud will truly stand at the top of the southern border once again. It's just a shame I won't get to see it. But just then, his head snapped up, as if something had occurred to him. If she is truly the reincarnation of an ancient great power, can I also attach myself to her first, and rise from the dead after remodeling my physical body later? When he thought of this, he was violently happy and instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Jian Wuxin's body. Half a month later, above the dome of the sky, dark clouds tumbled and divine thunder descended from the heavens, as if it was going to tear the chaos apart hard. Suddenly, snow fell from the sky, and the tens of thousands of miles around the ice cloud immortal palace were turned into a world of ice clouds. An ice aura shook and transformed into a 10,000 feet ice sword silhouette that fell blatantly. When the ice sword fell, the 10,000 mountains collapsed and turned into ice spikes in the sky, stirring up thousands and thousands of feet of endless ice abyss. The disciples of the ice cloud immortal palace who were still cultivating were awakened by the cold one by one. Although, most of them were ice cultivators. However, in the face of this sudden scene, they were still filled with shock. What's going on here? Could it be some kind of heaven and earth anomaly again? Could it be that among my ice cloud immortal palace, there's another son of the great Tao who possesses the vision of ice and snow? On the other side, the elders who still stood guard outside the sword pavilion tilted their heads, shocked, for they were more than familiar with this sudden vision. This was clearly the heavenly ice sword intent that had once shaken the 9 heavens by a sage ancestor of the ice cloud 200,000 years ago. Sky ice sword intent. In other words, this little girl, Jian Wuxin, really did it? This is the heavenly ice sword intent. Could it be that junior sister Heartless has really comprehended the heavenly ice ancestor's sword Tao inheritance? But this is so unrealistic. It's like a dream. I'd rather I hadn't dreamed and believed that what was happening was real. First there was the ancestor who entered sainthood, and now little sister Heartless has brought us so many surprises. The great era of my ice cloud immortal palace is really coming. It's just a pity that the 6 old ancestors as well as the palace master are all in seclusion. Otherwise they would all be deeply shocked by this scene. Right. Only their words were not yet finished. Suddenly, boom! With an explosion, the top of the sky ice sword pavilion tower in front of them unexpectedly exploded with a crack, and the thunderclouds that had previously dispersed unexpectedly once again surged madly towards the ice cloud immortal palace. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 26 Heartless opening of spiritual veins. Old ancestor uncovering the coffin. What's going on here? What happened? In the face of this sudden scene, it was obvious that everyone hadn't reacted yet. The ice cloud elders waiting outside the sky ice sword pavilion looked up, and the countless pride of the heavens who had not yet left were even more shocked. The many disciples who were still in seclusion also woke up from their meditations and looked at the sky above. Countless gazes once again converged towards the sky ice sword pavilion's side. Could this be another vision? What's going on? What's going on? How did the top of the sky ice sword pavilion's tower explode into a crack? Am I blind? On the other side, Sword Wuxin in the sword pavilion sat cross-legged, and above her head was a crack. Sunlight refracted in through the cracks. The sunlight that hadn't been seen for a long time didn't disturb Jian Wuxin. She squeezed her eyes shut. There wasn't too much self-congratulation because he had refined the heavenly ice sword intent. All she has to do now is open the spiritual vein. Most of the unusual cultivators open up spirit veins with 3 or 5. The unusual heavenly pride with a spirit body is able to open up 36, the Tao body 81, the God body 365, and the Saint body 1000. In my current life, I'm just a 10,000 sword saint body, and I don't know how many spirit veins I'll be able to open up. Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes suddenly opened and she muttered, spiritual veins. It is the meridians in the body that are used for the flow of spiritual chi from heaven and earth, and the more spiritual veins that are opened up, the faster the flow of spiritual chi in the body will be. And after a cultivator reaches the peak of spirit drawing, he or she can attempt to open a spirit vein for the first time. When the words fell, she closed her eyes again. Then, the luck began. Feeling the continuous flow of aura within his body, Jian Wuxin didn't half snicker. Too weak. Still too weak. These auras are simply too weak. After she had sucked up all the aura from the 108th floor, there would have long since been not a single drop of aura left here. And what was coming at her now was the aura from outside. It still seems like it needs to be stepped up. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sky ice sword pavilion shook violently. starting from the first floor and going all the way up to the 107th floor. All of the heaven and earth aura inside unexpectedly broke through the boundary restriction at this moment and surged madly towards Jian Wuxin on the 108th floor. In her body, aura surged at the same time. A glint of ice beads also crept across his chest, then bloomed open a single spiritual vein. 1, 2, dozens of spiritual veins surfaced. Instantly, it made Jian Wuxin feel much more relaxed. A few breaths later, her lips opened and she exhaled an aura. At this moment, there were already 100 spirit veins blooming in her chest. No, it's still too little. Jian Wuxin shook his head. The number of these spirit veins already exceeded that of an average Dao body heavenly pride. But, to her, it was still far from enough. Now that her emperor's soul had awakened, the heaven and earth spirit chi she needed was too huge. These spirit veins are simply not enough. It looks like we'll have to utilize the Empress sword intent. Jian Wuxian's curved eyes narrowed. Boom! The words fell. A terrifying sword intent suddenly rose up into the sky, violently exploding the top of the tower, which was already cracked open with a single fissure. Once again, buzz! Along with the roar of the Empress sword intent, it was as if the entire heaven and earth, at that moment, trembled. And in the meantime, above the firmament, black clouds rolled in, boundless, covering all light. And just in the last instant, although there were black clouds as well, this moment had been completely enveloped by thunderclouds. What the hell is going on? What the hell happened? Is this the main breakthrough of the palace? Or which old ancestor is transiting? But this thundercloud vision, it's just like that even if it's a half-saint's tribulation. This scene had completely startled the crowd of Ice Cloud elders, but apparently they underestimated. Boom, boom, boom boom boom. A thunderbolt shook the sky. Thunder surged. Dark clouds tossed, wanting to tear the sky apart and rain down endless divine punishment. On the other side, 100 spirit veins bloomed at the same time, and the entire ice cloud immortal palace trembled slightly. In the sky above the dome of the heavens, countless channels of heaven and earth aura, as if summoned, carried endless Dao divinities and surged madly towards the top of the tower of the heavenly ice sword pavilion. Around Jian Wuxin, the aura of heaven and earth converged into a river, just like a vast river of stars, clad in silver radiance. Just like an absolute red dust fairy. Where's aura? My aura? Why is there not a single drop left? Countless secluded heavenly prides, disciples, as well as some ice cloud elders and deacons, all of them awoke with a jolt, only to find that there was not a single drop of aura around him. And above their heads, the entire ice cloud immortal palace's heaven and earth aura has long been transformed into a spiritual sea. These elder deacons in seclusion rose up into the air and stood above the sky. Spirit sea. This is the spirit sea. Just who is ferrying the calamity? Such a huge sea of spirit isn't afraid of bracing itself to death. At that moment, a sound of breaking air came from the depths of the Forbidden Land. Bold, who is spying on my ice cloud immortal palace's aura? Get your ass down here and die. Abruptly, a bellowing voice exploded into the heavens and earth. Everyone present, including all the ice cloud elders, disciples, and the major force's heavenly pride, all felt their hearts and minds tremble. What a terrifying aura! Did this not startle that old ancestor? But the palace master as well as the 6 old ancestors have closed their death throes. This voice is not. In shock, a huge crack split open in the sky above the ice cloud immortal palace. Within the crack, a pitch-black colored sarcophagus emerged. A palm as dry and thin as withered wood suddenly reached out from within the sarcophagus. With a slight push, suddenly, the millions of pounds of coffin lid was lifted off. A demonic shadow flew out of the coffin and rose up to the sky, its demonic aura rushing to the sky and its white hair flying, making it look particularly hideous. Seeing this dry figure, many of the more senior disciples, as well as the elders, had their pupils shrink. Even Bamboo Heart, who was watching everything, was jolted. This was the Xian Tian great ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace who had long been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. It was the same generation as her master, Moose Enin. Unexpectedly, this suddenly caused thunder tribulation vision had alarmed the Xian Tian great ancestor who had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. One must know that the ancestor's entry into sainthood a year ago had failed to awaken this old man. From his coffin, greetings to great ancestor Xian Tian. Greetings to great ancestor Xian Tian. All the disciples and elders knelt down. The one in front of me is a real old ancestor. A superpower at the peak of supremacy. An existence second only to the Ice Cloud Palace master and the ancestor. Greetings, master. Even Bamboo Heart flew to this dry old man's body and bowed slightly. At the sound of the voice, Emperor Xian Tian returned to his senses and looked at Bamboo Heart and said suspiciously, "Little girl Bamboo Heart, it's you? Could it be that you caused this thunderbolt?" Mastermind. Bamboo Heart shook his head and was just about to reply. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. above the dome of the sky, a vein of light blossomed open. 1, 2, 10, 20, 30. In a matter of moments, this vein of light blossomed to 100. Chapter 27, Opening the Heavens and the Earth. Heartless out of the gate. Seeing this sudden blossoming vein of light, everyone was suddenly startled and looked up. Spirit veins? Could this be a certain heavenly pride of my ice cloud immortal palace opening up a spirit vein? But if you open a pulse, the commotion is too damn loud. Could it be that this person is trying to rush the invoking spirit extreme realm? Just as it dawned on everyone, 1,000, 2,000 bars, 5,000 bars, 10,000 bars, 20,000 bars. In a matter of moments, this spirit vein bloomed to as many as 20,000. 20,000 bars. Your ing open. Seeing this scene, no matter if it was a disciple, a heavenly pride, or an elder, both eyes were bulging outward, unable to believe their eyes. The Chen heavenly ancestor as well as the bamboo heart were also shaken violently. 20,000? Most of the ordinary cultivators opened up spirit veins, but most of them had 3 or 5, while the pride with a spirit body was able to open up 36, the Tao body 81, the God body 365, and the Saint body 1,000. And 2,000 spirit veins was naturally the highest limit that the spirit-drawing realm could reach. It is also referred to as the spirit-inducing extreme realm. Zhang Guanyu back then was only 400 bars. These 20,000 bars. Are you sure it's not just me being blind? But just before the crowd could react, the spirit veins above that heavenly dome once again surged like a tidal wave of fierce beasts. 30,000 bars, 40,000 bars, 100,000 bars, 500,000 bars, 1,000,000 bars now. A whole million spirit veins. In the midst of countless people's shock and horror, this spirit vein had opened up to 1,000,000. *******. Damn you! Is this opening a spiritual vein or opening up the sky? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes and even thought they were blind. 1,000,000 veins, not to mention unseen, not even ing heard of. When did my ice cloud immortal palace have such a demonic pride? Even if it was the ancestor from back then, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible to be so heaven-defying. Who the hell is this? All of the ice cloud elders marveled out in awe, frantically sweeping their spiritual sense around, not sparing every corner of the ice cloud immortal palace. As for Bamboo Heart as well as Shin Tiantaizu's gaze, they were dead set on the top of the tower of the heavenly ice sword pavilion. Seeing the gazes of the two elders, all the elders seemed to understand. Going into the heavenly ice sword pavilion for half a year of seclusion. Perhaps she was the only one with this kind of talent. On the other hand, inside the sword tomb, Chen was lying quietly on top of an earthen grave. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. So soon? It's going to attract another vision? He also didn't expect that Jian Wuxin would be able to achieve this level, despite being inside the Forbidden Land. However, with his strength, his divine sense was able to easily detect everything that was happening in the sword pavilion. Naturally, he also knew that all of this had to do with Jian Wuxin. Host, this cheap disciple of yours, the Emperor's soul may have awakened. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Chen was slightly stunned. The Emperor's soul perhaps awakened? He had heard the system say that. Reincarnation of the Empress. It was the sealing of one's own Emperor's soul, which allowed one to retain all the qualifications of one's previous life as well as the inheritance of the sword Tao. After reincarnation, as one's strength increased, the Emperor's soul would slowly awaken, and one's cultivation would be rapidly restored in a very short period of time. In his previous life, his qualifications were nothing more than a natural 10,000 sword saint body. And what would this sword Tao legacy of hers be? In other words, Jian Wuxin's Emperor's soul might have awakened? Chen was rather helpless. This disciple of mine, she is quite extraordinary. Why does she have the feeling of a novel heroine? But counting the days, this little girl should be about to leave the gate, right? At this moment in the sword pavilion, the 108th floor, an exquisite pair of beautiful eyes slowly opened. It was a petite and delicate figure. She possessed a worldly face and a light dress that lightly caged her delicate jade-like body. His eyebrows were like a curved moon, and his eyes were extremely clear, not tainted with half a drop of emotion. A temperament out of the ordinary, as if not eating earthly fire of the 9 heavenly basilica general. From the aura emanating from her body, she was clearly already an earth sect powerhouse, and in addition to this earth sect realm's aura, 1,000,000 spirit veins were slowly withdrawn into the spirit pill. 2 sword intentions surfaced on her side, one for the ice sword. One was her Empress Dowager's intent. This smudge of the female emperor's sword intent was clearly the sword emperor's Tao intent inherited from her previous life. She had also regained her mastery of the female emperor's sword intent while breaking the spirit-drawing extreme realm and opening up her spirit veins. One person carries 2 kinds of Taoist intentions, a holy realm, an emperor realm. What kind of invincible, demonic existence is this? In a year and a half, from blood condensation to earth sect, spanning 4 realms, breaking the pole realm 3 times, more than that, it opens up a million spiritual veins. In this world, she is invincible. In this life of recultivation, he would surely crush the ages with his invincible talent. Jian Wuxin's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes revealing a touch of icy coldness. I didn't expect to accidentally awaken the Tao intent of my previous life in advance. Shortly afterward, the sword pavilion opened. An icy coldness came over him. Seeing this figure, all the elders who had been waiting for a long time were violently startled. She actually broke through again? The crowd of Ice Cloud elders were so excited that they rushed forward. Senior Sister Heartless, did you really break through to the 108th floor? A female elder with an equally stunningly beautiful appearance opened her mouth and asked. Though they had witnessed miracles time and time again over the past year and a half in this little girl who was only 12 years old. But still, I can't help it. I can't dare to believe that's true. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion, there were only a handful of people from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace who were able to break through to the 30th floor or above. Each of them was a peerless heavenly pride in the ages, and after many years, became the existence of a giant on one side. It's like, for example, the Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master, once similarly possessing a holy body vision, with a talent that was unrivaled in all of eternity. After 10,000 years of worshipping the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, he stepped into the realm of the immortal saints, suppressing countless heavenly prides in the southern border. At the time of sainthood, he even condensed 30 drops of saint essence blood. It made a bunch of saintly old monsters chilled and didn't dare to mess with it easily. But it was such a super strong person who had only managed to break into the 60th floor when he broke into the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion back then. Moreover, it was still with the strength of a half-step hegemony emperor to break into the tower. This Jian Wuxin in front of him, however, with a strength that had just stepped into the spirit-drawing realm, all the way up to the top of the tower like a rocket. Nowadays, he has even stepped into the realm of the Earth sect. This kind of talent. Nima, I'm a rocket, but not as fast as you. Jian Wuxin bowed respectfully to the group of elders and opened his mouth to reply. Back to all the elder brothers and sisters. Disciple did indeed break through all the way to the top of the tower. At those words, the elders sucked in a breath of cool air. Get an affirmative answer though. But still, you can't help but be shocked. The female elder of Heavenly Cloud Peak couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to ask. Senior Sister Heartless, what about that Heavenly Ice Ancestor's Sword Tao inheritance, which you can comprehend? That is the inheritance technique of a saintly powerhouse. If you are able to obtain this technique, it will be like a fish out of water for you, and your future path of cultivation will be as smooth and unimpeded as if you were walking on the ground. Old Ancestor Sky Ice's Sword Tao inheritance is truly powerful. With that, Jian Wuxin stretched out his small snow-white hand. Suddenly, the aura shifted, and a cold and piercing chill erupted out. A silhouette of an ice spirit longsword appeared in her hand. Second shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 28, None in All Ages. The sound of sudden descent. Seeing this scene, all the elders violently sucked in a breath of cold air, their chests lifting up in shocking waves. Sky Ice Sword Intent. This is really Heavenly Ice Sword Intent. Young Palace Master, how on earth did you do that? This is the Sword Tao inheritance of the Heavenly Ice Ancestor. That's a Saint's Tao intent. The crowd of Ice Cloud elders only felt that it was too unbelievable and shocked. Although he had long been mentally prepared, the moment he saw it, he still couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Even Bamboo Heart, who had been watching from the side for a long time, was incomparably shocked, and his chest set off a wave of shock. Whether it was her, or the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, or perhaps it was the former Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master Mu Xianin, the current Ice Cloud Palace Master Mu Bingchan, and the countless Ice Cloud ancestors. All of them had also wanted to obtain this Heavenly Ice Sword Intent, but in the end, all of them ended in failure. Not to mention the Heavenly Ice Sword Intent, they have never even managed to break through to the top of the tower. And this Jian Wuxin, not only did he step into the realm of spirit drawing by virtue of being 12 years old, now it is even with the strength of the guiding spirit realm, all the way to the top of the tower. Will be this Heavenly Ice Sword Intent? A steady hold. This little ninny, she's really turned it on? They all seriously doubted that Jian Wuxin's talent was not even below Su Chen's. After all, Su Chen is 1,000 touching fish, and he stepped into the immortal saint. It even fooled everyone, including all the Ice Cloud disciples, elders, and the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud. Even the Ice Cloud Palace Master failed to see the difference in Su Chen. What kind of monsters are these 2 masters and disciples? My Ice Cloud Immortal Palace at first traitorous luck. It had only been 1,000 years since the fall of the Supreme Palace Master, and now not only was the ancestor stepping into sainthood, But even this newly initiated junior sister was rising rapidly. Previously, they had thought that it would take at least a few hundred years for Jian Wuxing to grow up. Today it seems. I'm afraid that it won't take 50 years before he becomes a holy son who grows up and completely crushes the other 8 holy lands. Then, what about the party's pulse opening vision? Was the vein opening vision just now caused by you as well? Right, just now. All the heaven and earth aura of my ice cloud immortal palace was suddenly drained. Could it also have something to do with you? Could it be that you are opening up spirit veins and impacting the spirit drawing extreme realm? At this moment, the crowd of still stunned ice cloud elders once again asked, even opening a spiritual vein can trigger a vision? Are you breaking ground? Well, it should. It's me, isn't it? Jian Wuxing nodded his head gently. She also did not expect to. She just opened a spirit vein, but will cause such a furor. It directly stirred up the ice cloud immortal palace. Even more, 1,000,000 spirit veins were opened. One must know that 2,000 spirit veins would already be the extreme realm. The 1,000,000 bars was something she honestly didn't expect. Perhaps it had something to do with the awakening of her imperial soul. And if she remembered correctly, even in the heavenly domain where she had lived in her previous life, the highest recorded number of spirit veins was only 20,000. In other words, she directly broke the meridian record 50 times? Boy, am I all that contrary? Hiss. At those words, the crowd once again sucked in a breath of cool air. It's numb. Completely numb. The ancestor's 1,000-year entry into the Holy Spirit. You little girl with a 10,000 sword saint body. 12 years old Earth Zone. Breaking the 3 extreme realms. And opening 1,000,000 spirit veins. You two masters and disciples really want to go against the sky? If this little ninny grows up completely, who else will be my ice cloud immortal palace's rival among the southern border in the future? Sister. Her aura is terrifying. Stronger than the aura of the bamboo heart ancestor. At this moment, Lin Tian'er, who was at Bamboo Heart's side, suddenly opened her mouth, her tone seeming a bit nervous. Tian'er, what's wrong? Lin Qinger lowered her head and looked towards Lin Tian'er, puzzled for a few moments. Based on this period of waiting, she already knew that the legendary demon in front of her was the disciple of ancestor Bing Yun. Even though it was the first time I saw it, it still felt too shocking and incredible. With a body of 10,000 swords, he worships his ancestor, breaks into the top of the sword pavilion, and opens up 1,000,000 spiritual veins. This is perhaps the real demon. And the name of Jian Wuxian had long been famous in the southern border in these half a year. I don't know. Lin Tian'er shook her head and said, it's in this sister's eyes that there seems to be a touch of a very frightening aura hidden, and I can't tell what it is. I had a feeling when this sister first entered the sword pavilion half a year ago, but when she came out just now, this feeling seemed to have gotten even stronger. It was a very cold, harsh, yet seemingly calm and serene aura. Bamboo Heart froze slightly. She then sucked in a cool breath and tried to calm herself. She said faintly, being in the holy body of 10,000 swords, 1.5 years to step into the realm of the Earth sect, breaking into the 110th floor of the sword pavilion, refining the heavenly ice sword intent, opens up 1,000,000 spirit veins. Heartless, the shock you gave us was too great. Your natural talent, there is none in the ages. Just then, only to see Jian Wuxian clench his 5 fingers together and withdraw the sword intent in his hand. She shook her head, without any semblance of movement in her heart, and said, disciple also took a lot of effort to refine this heavenly ice sword intent. It was really a fluke. This sword intent is indeed powerful. If I didn't have the 10,000 sword saint body, I'm afraid that in the sword pavilion, staying for another half year, it would be absolutely impossible to refine it. As for opening up 1,000,000 spirit veins, it was also a fluke. Even the disciples didn't expect it. The disciples, all elders, Lin Qinger, Bamboo Heart. The words drove everyone in the room crazy. Are you too, master and disciple, so Versailles? At that moment, the Grand Elder walked over. He forced himself to hold back his inner excitement and spoke. Senior Sister Heartless has not only stepped into the realm of the Earth sect now, but she has also obtained the heavenly ice sword intent of Elder Ancestor Sky Ice. So when the Heavens Pride Conference 100 years from now, she will surely be unrivaled and crush all the Heavens Pride in the southern border. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxing furrowed his brows and queried, the Heavens Remarkable Assembly? What is that? At the mention of the Heavens Pride Conference, the shocked look on Mu Yangzi's face instantly disappeared. A sigh of relief ensued. He said, after the fall of the Palace Master 1,000 years ago, my ice cloud immortal palace has been suppressed by the 8 Holy Lands in a joint effort to seize all kinds of resources. And since there are no saints sitting on the ground, the younger generation of disciples are also far inferior to the other Holy Lands. And now you and the Ancestral Master's sudden emergence will surely make up for this. Jian Wuxian nodded. Now that her imperial soul had awakened, she had still understood that she was the reincarnated body of the Sword Emperor. Some of the memories of his previous life are gradually being restored, and now the most important thing was to raise his strength, striving to prove himself as a great emperor in this life and reach the realm of complete transcendence. But in this life, she realized that she already had another hold on her heart. This Heaven's Pride conference or whatever, on the contrary, did not have anything to do with her. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind the crowd. What a heaven-defying qualification! What a heaven-defying little girl! When has my ice-cloud immortal palace produced such a heaven-defying daughter? Little girl, would you like to be my teacher? At the sound of the voice, the one who spoke was naturally the Xian Tian great ancestor, Taizu. I'm afraid this isn't right, the Grand Elder said with embarrassment. That made him cry a little. It seemed that this old monster, who had long been in seclusion for 10,000 years, had even taken a fancy to Jian Wuxin as well. However, she had long since worshipped Su Chen as her teacher, and even if her heart was moved again, Xian Tian Taizu was not qualified, because this is the beloved disciple of the ancestor. Humph, what's wrong with that? The Xian heavenly great ancestor snorted coldly and flung his long sleeve widely. The hallowed Xian heavenly great ancestor. Even if this little ninny's qualifications are even more heaven-defying, so what? Why can't she be my disciple? Could it be that I'm still not worthy? He, Xian Tian Taizu, the ashes. He had also possessed a divine body vision and broken the extreme realm several times. A person's strength reaches the peak of supremacy, not below the 7 immortals of the ice cloud. How is it that you don't deserve to be this little girl's master? Senior, she is Su, Bamboo Heart, who was on the side, was just about to move forward to speak. Suddenly, a voice of disdain resounded above the sky dome. Not that I'm saying, you little old man, you don't really deserve it. Who? At the sound of the voice, the Xian heavenly ancestor snapped his head up and swept into the void, not sparing a single corner. Dare you say he's not worthy? Nor do they look at who killed the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's fierce reputation back then. However, just as he looked up, boom! Suddenly, the power of the laws outside the heavenly ice sword pavilion began to surge up, and in the underworld, the heaven and earth aura that had long since been sucked up by Jian Wuxin to the point where not a single drop was left began to recover rapidly. Follow closely. A brilliant golden light, appearing out of nowhere, cut a crack, and it looked like everything was silent. And yet it seems as if the avenue was being reversed backwards. A near-perfect figure just appeared in front of everyone's eyes out of nowhere. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. There's free swag to go around. Chapter 29 Eye of Terror. Born with heavy pupils. It was a man. He was dressed in a white snowsuit with a swaying coat. The beauty and flawlessness of the unearthly fairy face. One look will make a woman obsessed. Let the fairy sink. No rhetoric can portray its millionth part. The airy aura of falling flowers and flying snow is mesmerizing. It looks mediocre, but it's mind-blowing. Ice Cloud Ancestor. Truly the heavenly exiled immortal. Stunning all beings. He came slowly toward the crowd. Wherever he passes, such as stepping on the clouds, all the dust around, are quietly floating away, seemingly unwilling to disturb him. And with every step, a circle of golden ripples would be set off. The appearance of this figure caused all the disciples, as well as the celestial pride, to completely boil over. Look, it's the ancestor. Finished ancestor is so handsome. I love. Ancestor, I love you. I so want to give you a monkey. It's over. It won't work. I have to go to the outhouse. Wait for me. I'll go too. Seeing this flash of golden light, the Xian Tian great ancestor was violently startled. Holy, Saint's golden light. You're an immortal saint. A saintly powerhouse? Since the fall of senior sister Xianin, when did my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace produce another saintly powerhouse? Has a lot happened in the meantime? The group of female disciples blankly glanced at Xian Tian Taizu. The Grandmaster's entry into sainthood is unknown? Looks like this old man didn't have a net in his coffin. However, Su Chen did not speak, but instead walked towards Jian Wuxin. Buzz. That moment, all the elders present, as well as the countless Ice Cloud disciples, and the major celestial pride, only felt their spirit pills jumping wildly and suddenly. Geez, this is what kind of subtle steps, seemingly ordinary and common, but in fact, it contains endless avenue law mystery, especially in the eyes of the crowd of elders. Each step of this was as if the stars and rivers were reversed, the sun and moon were turned upside down, and it seemed to contain a profound and unfathomable rule of the Great Tao. Is this the legendary Great Tao Daoi? But how could the ancestor's walk have a Great Tao Daoi? Could it be that the ancestor cultivates the way of the foot, the great Taoist way? It required a saintly powerhouse to comprehend it, and even half-saints could only condense a virtual shadow. Even they hadn't seen it. Although Su Chen was a saintly powerhouse, It was by no means possible for him to be in possession of two great Tao intentions, right? The only explanation is that what Su Chen cultivates is the footpath. Then only then did an elder explain to the Xian Tian great ancestor. Great ancestor, this is an ancestor. You have to lower your posture. You can't be high and mighty. Understand? Ancestor? What ancestor? The Xian Tian great ancestor snorted coldly. The old man has been lying in his coffin for 10,000 years, and he still needs to lower his posture and call someone an ancestor? Simply ridiculous. He then pouted and looked at Su Chen and scowled. Kid, I see that you are also a disciple of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Old me is Xian Tian Taizu. Is this little girl really your disciple? Yeah, he was the titular Xian Tian Taizu, who had been lying in a coffin for 10,000 years. I've been alive for 50,000 years. A figure that belonged to the era of the Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master Mu Xianyin. Even if Mu Bingchan as well as the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud saw him, they would have to respectfully call out to him as senior. Let him call someone else a grandmaster? It's just ridiculous. However, Su Chen didn't pay too much attention to it, and instead turned his gaze to the other side of the room. Jian Wu Xin. Su Chen quietly smiled, without the slightest hint of blame. You girl, you're finally willing to come out of customs? When the master allowed you to enter the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion for training, he didn't allow you to live anywhere, and this time you stayed. It's been a small half a year. Master teacher. Seeing this all too familiar figure, Jian Wuxin's small face flushed, although the two had been together for a year. But at this moment, Jian Wuxian had been in seclusion for half a year. Now, see again. It was hard not to let her soul tremble. The Empress awakened. Whether it was her temperament or the tone of her voice, she had become cold and lonely, not tainted with half a drop of worldly emotions. But in front of Su Chen, she found herself unexpectedly too shy to speak at once. What's going on here? Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The host has detected the Eye of Fear, born with a heavy pupil, with the qualifications of a great emperor, can be accepted as a disciple. At those words, Su Chen was stunned. The Eye of Fear? Born with heavy pupils? A great emperor? What is this crap again? The system explained. Lord Host, this Eye of Fear is not a piece of crap. This is an invincible qualification that is enough to make Saint Realm powerhouses, and even Emperor Realm powerhouses, covet it. Invincible qualifications? Su Chen paused and nodded. Could it be that there is still a female emperor reincarnated body that is invincible? Put. The system snorted. Host, the reincarnation of the Empress is indeed demonic, but it's only manifested in the case of multiple lifetimes of recultivation, with several chances to impact the Emperor realm. But the Eye of Fear, it's the real deal that has the qualifications of a great emperor. This kind of physique is not a body of chi, but a true body of calamity. The mother is pregnant for hundreds of years, thousands of years, some even tens of thousands of years, will come out, and once born is bound to suffer the wrath of God. The sky above the dome of heaven will be torn open a crack, appearing a vertical eye, attracting the heavenly thunder divine punishment. Within 10,000 miles of all living things, the birth of the mother must also die, so the birth of the plague, but also bound to be alone all their lives. Anyone who is in possession of such a supreme eye will be spurned by all beings, by all spirits, and live in a world of shadowy cells all their lives, and will not be able to cultivate any gong methods whatsoever, and most of the fear of the majority to be accompanied by heavy pupil, a pupil double holes. This heavy pupil for the natural supreme phase, heavy pupil internal covered with ancient Tao law, mysterious and unpredictable, heavy pupil once open, and can even penetrate the heavens and earth, if one can go to the extreme, not to mention slaughtering supreme saints, or even decimating heavenly true immortals, it's absolutely nothing. Therefore, this Eye of Fear, possessing the qualifications of a great emperor, is not just talk. Once this kind of calamity body grows up, it will truly horrify all spirits and terrify all beings. Asterisk. So strong. Hearing the system's words, Su Chen was instantly shocked. Born to kill, born to be invincible. So anticlimactic. And where is this man? Su Chen asked again. Back to the Lord Host, right next to that senior sister of yours. Next to sisters? He slowly turned back to Bamboo Heart's direction. Beside Bamboo Heart were two silhouettes, one large and one small. The older ones, about 17 or 18 years old. The features were extremely delicate, a perfect color on earth. A light blue long skirt gently swayed, revealing a few points of coldness on the absolutely beautiful snowy face. Small, petite and delicate, a white dress enveloping Eli's body, long hair to the waist. Her skin was snow white, as if it was powdered. Her face was stunningly beautiful, and she had a pair of large, soulful Kazran eyes that were gorgeous. Looks only 7 or 8 years old. Is it another lowly? Su Chen walked up to Bamboo Heart, bowed slightly, and smiled. Greetings, senior sister. You little guy. Bamboo Heart shook his head helplessly. There was also quite a bit of helplessness about this junior apprentice brother. He always surprised them to varying degrees whenever he showed up. Su Chen smiled and looked at the two women behind Bamboo Heart and asked, Senior sister, could they both be your disciples? Nice. Bamboo Heart nodded. Half a year ago, I had indeed taken Xinger under my tutelage. Her gaze then landed on Lin Tian'er as she faintly said, This is the 9 lords of the heavenly vault divine kingdom. Lin Tian'er. In the face of this sudden scene, the two Lin family sisters also froze for a long time before they respectfully bowed down. Xinger, meet the ancestor. Tian'er, meet the ancestor. They also did not expect that this legendary ancestor would actually take the initiative to walk up to them and ask about them. Seeing this scene, Bamboo Heart frowned slightly. Senior brother, why did you suddenly mention your interest in Tian'er? As Su Chen's senior sister, she naturally understood that this little guy was idle all day long on weekdays, and for him to take the initiative to ask, he was naturally interested in him. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. It's still senior sister who understands me. I observe that this little girl is already 7 or 8 years old, but there is no look of aura fluctuation on her body. It looks very strange. Bamboo Heart nodded and returned, You are right. When this woman was born, she had triggered the thunderbolt vision, but it was extremely strange. She did not have the slightest fluctuation of aura on her body. And back then, there was an elder in my palace who had also examined the body for her, but there was no problem whatsoever. I have also personally checked for it in these half a year. Yet everything is normal. So perhaps we can only wait until after senior sister has left the gate. The senior sister she was referring to here was naturally the Ice Cloud Palace Master Mu Bingchan. But as for Su Chen, she didn't think there was anything strange about it. After all, Su Chen was an immortal saint. His qualifications and eyesight were naturally far superior to hers, and it was nothing unusual for him to be able to see these abnormal physiques. Su Chen said, Senior sister, I have an unkind request. Oh, Bamboo Heart was puzzled for a few moments, and a touch of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes. You little fellow, it's rare that you take the initiative to look for me. Tell me about it. Hearing what Bamboo Heart said, Su Chen was still a little embarrassed. He hurriedly moved closer and came to Bamboo Heart's body. His eyes narrowed. Senior sister, this little girl has a special physique. Why don't you give it to me? It'll be of great use to me, and I'll turn around and condense a few sage Dao intentions for senior sister to help her in her cultivation. Put. Bamboo Heart snorted and blankly glanced at him without any good sense. A year has passed since I've seen you, but you've also learned to bargain. There's really something about you. You're so stingy with your senior sister. But she quickly added, What? Could it be that you have a crush on this little girl? You don't have a fetish again, do you? First Heartless, then Lin Tian'er. Why are they all little girls? If you don't tell your secret, believe it or not, I'll call on my senior sisters, force my way up to Misty Peak, and eat you alive. Su Chen bristled. I'm afraid of you. You pick the place, the floor, the table, the grass, or the lake. I'm a saintly powerhouse. If I can't beat you all together, I won't be surnamed Su. Bamboo Heart was completely speechless. She was already cool in nature and indifferent to everything. I didn't expect that I would actually be unable to speak to this junior apprentice brother. He was a saintly powerhouse. It did seem to be stronger than his own 8 sisters combined. Okay, ha. Bamboo Heart blushed in shame and grunted lightly. Here you go. Alright, then thank you senior sister. Su Chen smiled in embarrassment. Afterwards, Bamboo Heart said to Spirit Forest Tian'er, you have a special physique. Perhaps my senior brother has a way to solve your body's problems for you. Are you willing to go to Misty Peak and accept my senior brother's tutelage? Lin Tian'er froze and raised her eyes to look at Lin Xinger beside her. Apparently she was a little undecided. At only 7 years old, she was still a small child. After all, the mind is not so mature. But Lin Xinger, who was her older sister, couldn't hold back any longer. She immediately knelt down, her heart and soul trembling as she said to Su Chen, Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Ancestor. If Ancestor can really solve Tian'er's problem, Xinger will not be able to repay him even if he works as an ox or a horse. Seeing this scene, the corner of Jian Wuxian's lips on the other side curled into a smile. With her emperor's soul awakening, she was naturally able to see Lin Tian'er's special physique. Eyes of fear, born with heavy pupils. This kind of great emperor's talent, even in the heavenly domain of her previous life, only one would emerge in millions of years. As for Lin Tian'er, if she could worship under her master, he's bound to be happy too. In the year that they had been under Su Chen's tutelage, they had spent every day together, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Su Chen's gentleness, Su Chen's perfection, and every trace of Su Chen's smile were all deeply engraved in her heart and soul. Unforgettable. In this life, in addition to hatred in her heart, there was a touch of attachment belonging to Su Chen. She was originally the reincarnated body of a great emperor. In his previous life, he was even the emotionless sword emperor. It shouldn't have been tainted with 7 emotions and cold-bloodedness, but in this life, by that perfect figure, deeply rooted in the heart and soul. Maybe it's all God's will, she sighed in her mind. Since you can't hide, you might as well follow your heart. The merciless and ruthless sword emperor had long since fallen in his last life. Now she is just the disciple of that man. Nothing else. First shift. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 30, Familiar Taste. Accepting Lin Tian'er as an apprentice. Having received her sister's affirmation, Lin Tian'er's little face also blushed as she respectfully bowed down. Disciples, willing to go. Since that's the case, you can go with Heartless on that day. Bamboo Heart nodded and said indifferently, Master Su is an immortal saint of 1,000, with heaven-defying qualifications, and he is also Jian Wu Xian's master, so with his strength, he might really be able to approach. Yes, Tian'er understands. Lin Tian'er respectfully bowed down. Although she was only 7 years old, she had often heard of this legendary ancestor. Although he had never seen it, he was equally curious about this ice cloud ancestor. If the problem of her inability to cultivate could be solved, it would be enough to prove that she was not a calamity body. The knot she had been working on for years would be opened. She also wanted to be like a normal person, with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Laughter, loved ones, could cultivate and be able to become a generation of heaven's pride. Very good. Su Chen was quite satisfied. Bidding farewell to Bamboo Heart, he led one in each hand and returned to Ethereal Peak. This confused the crowd of elders and disciples. Be a good boy. Isn't this Bamboo Heart very cold and arrogant, not tainted with this drop of emotion? Why are you blushing? Is this still the same Bamboo Heart fairy who is forever frozen? Something's not right with these two. It's very wrong. And the disciples that the ancestor took in, how come they're all little girls? Does he have some special fetish? Thinking of this, many female elders who have lived for thousands of years have transformed their appearance to that of a 14-year-old, and on the flip side, the Xian Tian great ancestor who wasn't heated by Su Chen, that still had any anger left in him. As he stared blankly at Su Chen's departing back, Xian Tian Taizu muttered, Emma, ancestor can be so perfect, but how do I feel? How does he look more and more clean and fresh? Old me is a little, ahem. The 3 of them returned to Misty Peak. Just after stepping into that familiar purple bamboo forest, a strong fragrance drifted in. Wow, that smells good. Unable to resist the stimulation of her taste buds, in an instant, Lin Tian'er's mouth was watering. She blinked her big eyes. Sister Heartless, what is this smell? It smells so good. For this smell, Jian Wuxin was too familiar. She let out a light hum and skimmed her face. Master, what kind of delicious food are you cooking again? You actually didn't even wait for me. Humph. With that, she shook off Su Chen's grip and rushed to the house, trying to catch a present. This stupid master, is he cheating on me behind my back? This could make Su Chen look confused. Little girl, how come you've learned to get angry after your retreat from the sword pavilion? Did you get your period? Push the door and enter. Inside the familiar house, everything was familiar. This flavor, it turned out to be a long-simmered for a long time chicken soup emitted. Thinking about what she had just done, Jian Wuxin couldn't help but blush her small face. It turned out that the master was so attentive. But I am. Subsequently, Su Chen began to carefully check Lin Tian'er's body, and it was indeed undoubtedly the same as what the system had said. There was no aura fluctuation. There was also no check on her spiritual roots. Her physique. It looked like this kind of physique was a bit strange, if not for the fact that she was a princess of the divine kingdom with an honorable status. With her looks, even if she was only 7 years old, she would still be extremely dangerous, right? After all, underneath this white dress, there is a dreamy copper body that is enough to make anyone lose their mind. Jian Wuxin also seemed to be able to see a few things. Master, how is it? At those words, Su Chen was slightly stunned. It looked like by virtue of the awakening of the swordless emperor's soul, it had indeed changed quite a bit. On the other side, Lin Tian'er's curved eyes fluttered, almost so nervous that she was on the verge of crying out. Senior ancestor, do you really have a way to solve the strange things that happened to me? One can see what brutal damage and torture this inflicts on a little girl of only 7 years of age. She just wants to be like a normal person too. Su Chen nodded. You're actually not a body of calamity. It's just that your body is a bit special. Just need to go through my special tutelage. Everything is a small problem. As he said this, his mouth quirked up with a wry smile. Conditioning? At those words, Lin Tian'er's small face slightly reddened. She didn't know why she was like this. Obviously she was all still a 7-year-old girl herself. But, just feel so shy yo. What the hell is going on? Jian Wuxin puffed out her fragrant cheeks and hummed lightly. Humph. Master has another little loli. He's all but forgotten about them. No way. Su Chen retorted, rubbing Jian Wuxin's jinsho, and tenderly said, since you guys just returned to Misty Peak, you must be starving as well. So let's eat first. Good feed. Hearing that he could eat, Jian Wuxin jumped straight up in excitement. Being in seclusion for half a year, she had long been craving the meals cooked by her master. Will the food cooked by the ancestor be good? Lin Tian'er muttered. Soon. The standard 4-course meal, plus a few freshly ripened cucumbers. It was exactly the same as when he had first entertained Jian Wuxin. Seeing the familiar cucumber, Jian Wuxin muttered, Master, why do you like cucumbers? The food was tasty and the aroma wafted. It quickly seeped into Lin Tian'er's heart and lungs. Hoo! Ancestor's cooking smells so good. At once, Lin Tian'er was flooded with starry eyes, drooling. Seeing this scene, Su Chen froze. Is my cooking really that outrageous? At that time, when Jian Wuxin first smelled it, his cultivation directly skyrocketed and he was immersed in a breakthrough. And this little lowly in front of me, looks like the drool can be stretched. Ahem. A mouthful of rice still had the same familiar flavor. Jian Wuxin only felt like he would never get tired of it no matter how long he ate it. Even now that the emperor's soul had awakened, his dependence on Su Chen never decreased in the slightest. As for Lin Tian'er, after just one bite, she was completely immersed in it, intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. After the meal and the wine, Jian Wuxin took out a bottle of peach blossom brew under the peach blossom tree and sipped a cup for Su Chen. Master, please use the wine. She held out her hands and handed her glass over. Sitting under the peach tree, Su Chen was slightly stunned. What's this little guy up to now? Receiving the wine cup, Su Chen drank it all in one go. He smiled slightly and said, Heartless, what's wrong? Jian Wuxin smiled ebulliently. Disciple hopes that master will also take Tian'er junior sister into his pocket and make her master's disciple, so that I can have a junior sister. Taking Lin Tian'er under your door as well? Su Chen murmured and snickered. Aren't you afraid that after master accepts another disciple, someone will compete with you for favor? Humph. No way. Jian Wuxin snorted lightly and pouted her little pacifier. If master dares to cold shoulder me, I'll. Just what? Su Chen was puzzled for a few moments, his gaze crossing over Jian Wuxin's body. Jian Wuxin huffed and turned her face away. I'll bite you. Where do you want to bite me? Bite you. Bite your finger. On the other side. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian'er's complexion was somewhat indistinct as if she had lost her soul. Ancestor's relationship with Sister Heartless looks good yo. They should be a pair of master and disciple with a good bond, right? Speaking of this, a touch of envy actually flared up in her eyes. She also craves affection, longing for someone to care, someone to accompany, longing to be like Jian Wuxin and Su Chen. For a while, only then did Jian Wuxin notice Lin Tian'er on the side. Her little face flushed, and she hurriedly got up off of Su Chen. Su Chen was a bit helpless and hung the wine cup on the branch as he jumped down from the peach tree. Slowly coming to Lin Tian'er's body, Su Chen said indifferently, Little girl Tian'er, you are not a body of calamity. Just that your body bones are a bit special, and you only need to go through this seat's special tutelage before you can cultivate. But this seat has a bland nature, never meddles in worldly affairs, and is not half interested in others. But since I have promised you, I will naturally help you return to normal. But you believe in cultivation. There are only two options. At those words, Lin Tian'er froze. Senior Master Ancestor, please speak. Su Chen nodded and continued. 1. Wuxin has been worshipping my Misty Peak for a year and a half, although she is only 13 years old. But now she has also stepped into the realm of the Earth sect, and is considered an elder position in the usual sect, to the point of being able to teach her disciples. If you worship her and become this seat's disciple, I will be able to exceptionally teach you a few times. Secondly, when this seat first came out to accept Heartless as a disciple, it was because I wanted to select a disciple with excellent natural talent to inherit my master's Tao intent. But Heartless is a sword cultivator, and is not able to fully inherit my Netherworld Peak's legacy. While you have a special physique that does not require a Tao intent to be passed down to you, you can also choose to worship under the seat and become my Su Chen's second personal disciple, and at that time, even if you temper you for a lifetime, there will be no problem. Saying this, Su Chen's eyes traveled all the way up from Lin Tian'er's toes and rested on that exquisite face. He said again, now you can tell this seat your choice. Lin Tian'er's eyes fluttered. Her eyes filled with Su Chen's figure. Could I also worship under this legendary ancestor and become his personal disciple? But why do I feel so shy? Little cheeks red as if on fire. Just what the hell is going on? but she simply couldn't resist this perfect and gentle figure. She gathered her courage and finally made the first major decision of her life. She shouted to the sky dome, "I want to choose the second one, to become a disciple of the ancestor and be trained by the ancestor for the rest of my life. First shift. 5 stars, few thanks." Chapter 31, The Second Acceptance Gift Package. Shai T. Honor. I want to choose the second one, to become a disciple of the ancestor and be tempered by the ancestor for the rest of my life. A clear and pleasant voice rang out from the netherworld peak. The birds are surprised and the springs are flowing. It was hard to imagine that this was coming from a little girl with the eye of fear. Instead, it's more like an angel that fell to earth. It was only when she said those words that her face was instantly covered in a reddish blush. Oh my god. Lin Tiana, Lin Tiana. You're still a little girl. How can you say such shy words? Lin Tiana raised her small hands and buried her rolling cheeks in them. She didn't know why she was like this. Just the moment she saw Su Chen, she knew what was called a glance of infatuation for 10,000 years, a smile of fascination for all beings. Well, not bad. Su Chen nodded with quite a bit of satisfaction. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Although he is still young, he still understands things. The children can be taught. Since this is the case, after today you are my Su Chen's second personal disciple, and you may not leave the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace without my master's orders. Yes, master. Lin Tiana respectfully bowed, and then spat her little tongue at Su Chen. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Host, for successfully harvesting a second sheep apprentice. The host's second disciple is the Eye of Fear, with the qualifications of a great emperor and blessed with good fortune. The host will receive double rewards for signing in daily in the future. Double bonus? This Eye of Fear chakra boost is nice. Another great emperor's capital. The pressure is too much. Su Chen sighed helplessly. First, there was a female emperor reincarnated, and now there was a great emperor's capital. How is it that all of these holy lands, holy son and holy daughter level celestials are worshipping him one by one? Double the rewards. Double the joy. Host adult to Cheerio. Also must take good care of yourself. Tempering disciples although good, but health is the most important. Daily morning, noon and night a cup of Chinese wolfberry plus red dates cannot fall. Know it? Su Chen gave the system a blank look. Double the rewards. Double the fun. Do you want to join us? Triple pleasure. Doesn't that smell better? At this point, the system said again. Due to the host harvesting a second sheep disciple, the host is once again rewarded with an apprentice acceptance gift pack, which has been automatically placed into the system space. May I ask the host, is it extracted? Extraction. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen immediately nodded his head. The last time he took Jian Wu Xin as his disciple, the system rewarded him with a great emperor's longevity scripture, plus a Haui sword technique. All of them are not bad. It shouldn't be too bad this time. Ding! The second apprentice package is being withdrawn. 30%, 69%, 99%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Saint Grade technique, the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a demonic beast egg, Suna Gongfu, as well as a demonic beast egg as black as ink appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, a huge wave of memories flooded into his mind. Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger, Sacred Grade Technique, divided into 5 styles. One finger imprisons the heavens and earth. The second shatters mountains and rivers. The third destroys living beings. The fourth breaks the firmament. And the fifth moves the Qiankuan. At the highest level, you can merge your 5 fingers, easily imprisoning one side of the earth and sky. The Great Desolate Heavenly Hands, destroying dogs as soon as they are released. Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands. What a familiar name. Su Chen muttered. However, he didn't care much about it. At least it was a holy merit law, so he would use it. He then looked at the pitch-black demonic beast egg. Demon beast egg, not yet hatched. Properties unknown. 1 kung fu. 1 egg. It's not bad. A moment later, Su Chen came back to his senses. He stretched out his hands on top of Lin Tianer's small hands and helped her up. You are originally a princess of the Divine Kingdom, with the most noble status, but after entering my misty peak, you have to abide by my master's rules, and you should take a rest after you have just eaten. Also, bathe and change your clothes a little earlier. Later on, master will educate you properly. Feeling the gentle sensation coming from Su Chen's hands, Lin Tianer's small face reddened again. Although she was a princess of the Divine Kingdom, she was only a little girl now. Coupled with the series of calamitous things that had happened to her, she had never been in close proximity to a man before, let alone in such an intimate manner. Coupled with Su Chen's face value that was enough to make a fairy sink, ripples inevitably rose in his heart. It's over and done with. My sister said that if I touch with a man, I'll get pregnant with a little baby. I'm not pure anymore. What should I do? Half an hour later, a hot mist of water came from inside the house. The door to the room flicked open and a petite figure slowly stepped out, her hair wet. This person was none other than Jian Wuxin. She turned to Lin Tian'er in the stone pavilion and shouted, "Senior sister Tian'er, I've washed up. Come in and bathe quickly too. Later, we're going to be educated together by the master Fu." "Aha, it's on its way," Lin Tian'er under the stone pavilion responded. Afterward, she actually turned her head to look at Su Chen, who was gently holding the zither. She clenched her shell teeth lightly, her small hands gripping the corners of her snow-white skirt tightly, as if she was caught in a moment of entanglement. After a long time, she finally loosened her lips and said shyly, "Master, can you bathe with me?" "Aha!" Su Chen snapped, looking at Lin Tian'er, puzzled for a few moments. Why? What is this little girl thinking? A few breaths later, that face of Lin Tian'er's turned red in an instant. Finally, she spat out her milky breath and shyly said, "My sister has always washed me since I was little, and I'm not very good at undressing." This, can't undress? What the hell kind of reason is this? It was only after a long time that Su Chen finally nodded. Alright, although Lin Tian'er was the disciple he had just taken on, he was still a small child no matter what. Plus, she had lived in the shadows since she was a child and almost never interacted with people, and her living and living were all taken care of by Lin Qinger, since as her mentor, these chores would have to be taken over by him. Step inside the bathroom. The hot mist of water had long since dampened Lin Tian'er's hair. Every now and then a drop of water drips down. Seeing this scene, even Su Chen was a little less comfortable. It was just helping her out of her clothes, but this was only a 7-year-old girl after all. Inevitably, there will be some kinks. On the contrary, Lin Tian'er, other than her shy face, surprisingly did not have a trace of resistance. It's like, permission was granted in silence. She murmured in her heart, "Sister once said that once a girl carries a small baby, then she has to live with this man for the rest of her life. But this man is the words of master." It's been a long time in the making. There was a long silence, brainstorming for a long time. Lin Tian'er shook her head with great effort before she bravely raised her beautiful eyes and looked directly at Su Chen. Seemingly understanding, shyly opened his mouth, "Master, do you have the confidence to help me put on the white dress again?" First shift. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 32, Heart of the Heavenly Child. Her Taoist intentions. "Master, do you have the confidence to help me put on my white dress again?" A shy voice escaped from the little girl's lips. It's like a heavenly voice, light but a little shy. If it is a normal man, I am afraid that the next instant will be like a beast in heat, ruthlessly pouncing on the girl in front of the eyes, which is like an angel, pressed under the body to vent their animal desires. What kind of person was Su Chen? Cultivate your mind for 1,000 years and never enter the world. Indifferent to everything, but even he was shocked to the core by the scene before him. "Su Chen, what are you thinking? She's your disciple." Su Chen fiercely bit the tip of his tongue to quickly wake himself up. Retracting his expression, he looked at Lin Tian'er in front of him. A touch of tenderness added to his eyes. "Silly girl, since you've worshipped my misty peak, you've never been just a person. You will not only have your sister in the future, but also your heartless senior sister. And, as a teacher, we are all your relatives." Su Chen said indifferently, "Putting on the white dress again for you was originally something that Master should have done. But Master, Lin Tian'er's eyes were mesmerized and seemed to carry a watery mist. She was originally just a 7-year-old little girl who had been in the body of a calamity since she was a child. Although she is the princess of the god's kingdom, she is spurned by the world and suffers from cold eyes, and the only one who accompanies her is her sister. Now, in the face of this sudden flash of tenderness, it was clear that she was having some trouble coping. Lin Tian'er grit her teeth lightly, and in the next moment, she even directly flung herself into Su Chen's arms and let out a loud cry. "Master, why are you so good to me? Oh wah. I'm obviously a calamity. From the moment I was born, I killed my mother, and even led to the destruction of all living beings in a 10,000 mile radius. Even the heavenly thunderbolt sent down divine punishment, and even more so, it was not allowed to wipe me out completely, and everyone was afraid of me and stayed away from me. But you don't dislike me, and you even took me as a disciple. Now you actually have to undress and bathe for me. Why is Master so nice to me? Oh wow." At those words, Su Chen was slightly stunned. Then he raised his hand and rubbed the jinsho of the girl in his arms, with a gentle gaze, saying, "Fool, you have never been a calamity. You are only the disciple of the Master, a beautiful little princess little girl. If the Master does not feel sorry for you, who will feel sorry for you? Mastermind." After a long time, Lin Tian'er in her arms raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Chen blankly. Her small face was blushing, and she clenched her teeth, before a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Aha! He. Master is the best. Having said that, she then hid her shy little face in Su Chen's arms once again. She didn't know why she was like this. For the past 7 years she had never been alone. Never had anyone but her sister cared for her. Now, in the face of Su Chen's sudden gentleness, it is clearly irresistible. Seeing this scene, the system muttered. Host Lord is coaxing the little girl again. But why am I just can't get angry. There is actually a hint of happiness. But the host is clearly the system's. No. Mama said that as a system you must be reserved. But I'm so happy when I see my host happy. What's wrong with me? Eastern Wasteland Realm. Central State Dao Realm. On an immortal mountain, where clouds and cranes fly. In the ancient pavilion, there is an old man sitting, all in white, with a gentle face, but his hair and beard is pale as snow. Quite a bit of windy mortal Taoist atmosphere. He sat quietly, indifferent to everything. Strange. The old man deduced that in the middle of this southern border Dao domain, there is obviously a heavy pupil descending to the world. And after several years with the old man has a master and disciple. But why is this karma getting weaker and weaker? The old man murmured, his pale eyes slowly opening. A pair of eyes that looked like they had survived 100 generations and were untouched by the years. But at this moment, his face was more than a little puzzled. It turned out that just a few hundred years ago, he had deduced that there would be a heavy pupil descending from the southern border. And that under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, this woman would have a master-disciple relationship with him. But just a moment ago, this aura was getting weaker and weaker, almost about to disappear completely. What's going on here? Could it be that this heavy pupil body has been given the go-ahead? With doubts in his heart, the old man closed his eyes again. That's just it. Let the old man deduce some more to see where exactly you are. On the other hand, on Misty Peak, a moment later, Lin Tian'er, who had been in Su Chen's arms for a long time, slowly raised her eyes, and there was a touch of shyness in her eyes. She averted her face and slowly said, Master, if you don't wash, the water will get cold. Yoo-hoo! After looking at it for a while, Su Chen then reacted. Strip for Lin Tian'er. This is really somewhat quite difficult for him. After all, no matter what, Lin Tian'er was his disciple. Plus she was a solid little girl. He looked at the shy Lin Tian'er and raised his hands tremblingly for a moment. Boy! Although I had already prepared myself for this, it was too much of a hardship. Master, if you find it difficult, I will do it myself. Looking at Su Chen's appearance, Lin Tian'er let out a sigh, a hint of despondency flashing through her eyes. Seems too embarrassing after all? After all, I've only just gotten to know Shizuan, and it used to be my sister who helped me undress. I'll be a grown-up from now on. I must do these things myself. Go Lin Tian'er, you must be able to do the same. With a few encouraging words in her mind, she reached out with her small, tiger-like hands and tugged at the chain of her skirt behind her. Don't be in a hurry, silly girl. Let the master come. Seeing this scene, Su Chen hurriedly went up and tried to help her. But before he could reach out, the white dress that covered his body slipped to the ground in Lin Tian'er's haphazard tugging. A delicate body carved out of pink and jade was completely exposed to the air. 7 days later, in the stone pavilion, a figure lazily lay on top of a rocking chair. Lin Tian'er relied on his arms, and under the peach tree, Jianwu Xian waved his long sword. Peach blossoms scattered and sword lights flew. She had awakened the emperor's soul, plus opened up millions of spirit veins that had never been seen before. Jian Wuxin's current cultivation speed could be described as terrifying. Plus, she was in possession of 3 kinds of Dao intentions. One for the cold and piercing heavenly ice sword intent, a kind of female imperial sword intent that was unmatched for her throughout the ages. Each of them was incomparably strong, enough to make a Saint Realm powerhouse's mouth water. Looking at Jian Wuxin's figure, Lin Tian'er's eyes were filled with envy. Senior, when can I also cultivate like senior sister? At this time, Su Chen shook his head and said helplessly, Tian'er, your physique is special, and your Dao intent is very different from that of your teacher, and your senior sister, so when the opportunity comes, your cultivation path, too, will come by itself. I understand, master. Lin Tian'er nodded her head gently, but just then, suddenly, she was distracted, as if by something. It didn't take long for her eyes to snap open. In her eyes, countless corpses fell to the ground with a roar, and in a matter of moments, the bones piled up and blood flowed into rivers. A figure, standing on top of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The aura that erupted from his body was like a god of war. He has the power to fight alone in the 9 heavens and look out of the world. First shift. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 33, The Heavy Pupil is an Invincible Road. Why borrow other people's bones? Okay, what a scary vibe. What's going on here? Lin Tian'er muttered. The beautiful eyes fell on top of this figure. This person has such a powerful aura. I'm afraid that even father is no match for him. Although it was only an image, she could clearly perceive the terror of the other party. It was like a god of war, crushing the ages in an invincible manner. It was the first time since her descent that she had sensed such an image. Could this be what Master said, the Tao intent that belongs to me? But, what would that be? Just then, a voice like a flooding bell suddenly resounded in her mind. The heavy pupil is the path to invincibility. So why borrow another person's bones? Hearing this voice, Lin Tianer's eyes snapped open, her eyes filled with fear and shock. This heart is my Daoi? Suddenly awakening Lin Tianer, her pupils trembled dramatically and she gasped for air. Afterwards, she got up from Su Chen's arms and began to sense. All of a sudden, a scarlet blood light suddenly shot up into the sky, and the entire ice cloud immortal palace followed suit with a slight movement. At this time, a vertical eye opened above the dome of the sky, and in the vertical eye, it was still a pupil with 2 holes. Heavy pupil vision. Sensing this terrifying aura, a figure crashed through the roof and rose into the air. One by one, the ice cloud elders were filled with shock. One glance. Double pupils. What the is this again? What the hell kind of vision is this? Looking at the vertical eye above the dome of the sky, even the group of ice cloud elders were shocked and filled with fear. Rumble. At this point, the entire Snow Maiden Mountain followed with a slight tremor, and then a bloody light spread out from the vertical eye. In an instant, the entire ice cloud immortal palace was shrouded in this bloody light, and then chariots, war horses, and mountains of corpses and seas of blood all appeared in the vertical eyes. Good, what a terrifying aura. This is the way of killing? How is it that ever since my ancestor left the mountain, my ice cloud immortal palace has never stopped? On the other side, Bamboo Heart raised her eyes slightly and looked towards the sky. This is the chi of killing? The sky bloomed into a vertical eye. It seems to be that little girl Tianer, searching for her own way of cultivation. Lin Qinger, who was beside Bamboo Heart, stared blankly at the sky. She was more than familiar with the vertical eye. Master is right. This is exactly Tianer's calamity vision. She muttered softly. Pouring out my heavenly dome to raise the strength of the country cannot be resolved for Tianer. This is just a few days. This legendary ancestor. What kind of heaven-defying characters? Feeling the changes brought about by Lin Tianer, Su Chen frowned. What's going on here? The host doesn't have to worry. This second chief disciple of yours, her Tao intent has also awakened. Her Taoist intent? Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he said. What exactly is Tianer's Tao intent? The system let out a playful laugh. Lord Host, have you ever heard that the heavy pupil is originally an invincible road? So why do you need to borrow another person's bone? The heavy pupil is the path to invincibility. So why borrow another person's bones? Su Chen let out a light thought and said, could it be that this heavy pupil is Tianer's Tao intent, which is originally the path to invincibility, and does not require the Tao intent inheritance of others? The host is so smart. The system nodded. Those who are equipped with the eye of fear are born for killing, and the heavy pupil is born for invincibility. Hearing the system's voice, Su Chen nodded. His 2 apprentices, one is the reincarnation of the empress. Being born with a natural 10,000 sword saint body, he possessed 2 kinds of Tao intent. Born to testify against the great emperor, reincarnated in pursuit of the path to immortality. The other one, born with the eye of fear, and even has heavy pupils to add to it. Born to kill, born to be invincible. What kind of demons and perverts are these? He immediately felt that being the master of these 2 girls was a lot of pressure. The path of the heavy pupil is inherently invincible. What a powerful killing aura. Is this really my Tao intent? Lin Tianer sighed softly. The killing aura inherited from the heavy pupil was too strong, enough to make people tremble with fear. Plus she herself was born with the eyes of fear. The combination of killing and slaying was only more shocking. She used to just wish to be able to cultivate like a normal person. But is any of this invincible killing Daoi really suitable for me? But if you can't grow up, what can you do to guard your master and your sister? She gritted her teeth in death. This heavy pupil inheritance. I must have you. On the other side, Jian Wuxin put down the long sword in his hand and looked towards Lin Tianer, who was sitting cross-legged. Since ancient times, the heavy pupil has no defeats. This natural talent of senior sisters is making me envious. Jian Wuxin murmured softly. However, if senior sister grows up in the future, she could very well become a great aid to master teacher in stepping through the heavens. Spring goes and fall comes. 6 months passed in a blur. The yellowed bamboo leaves are gradually falling. The purple bamboo forest is gradually covered with a layer of yellowish brown. I don't know how many springs, summers, autumns and winters I've been through guarding this hill. The scene outside the small bamboo hut was still as beautiful as ever, with beautiful mountains and beautiful water. Su Chen sat on top of the rocking chair as usual. It's already noon. It's time to get up and eat. and I don't know what that heartless girl is doing again. Yawning, he rose slowly from his rocking chair, pushed the door in. Inside the kitchen was a stunningly petite figure. A light dress, petite and delicate, her body as soft as if it were boneless. At the sound of the door being pushed, the figure slowly returned his eyes. Xian looked at Su Chen with a playful smile on his face. Master, are you awake from your nap? People's meals aren't even ready yet. Seeing this figure, the corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked into a smile. Without realizing it, Jian Wuxin had already worshipped in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for 2 years. Already 13 years old, she had an extra feminine touch? Though 13 years old was still a lowly. Except for the pair of dainty breasts on her chest that were only slightly protruding, everything can be described as perfect. Su Chen smiled. Do you need me to help you? You girl, how come you're so considerate of your master lately? You used to be the one who used to eat your master every day. Saying that, Su Chen was about to move forward. Seeing Su Chen walk over, Jian Wuxian's small face flushed, raising her soft and boneless snowy hand against Su Chen's chest. Don't, master, lie down, and let disciple serve you these days. In the past, it was all master-teacher taking care of disciple, but now disciple has grown up. Compared to before, Jian Wuxin seemed to have become a few points more mature. It was also unknown if it was due to the awakening of the emperor's soul. In half a year's time, Jian Wuxin's cultivation had unexpectedly climbed all the way up to the 5th sky of the Earth sect realm. Apparently it was because after the awakening of the emperor's soul, her cultivation speed had increased exponentially. Su Chen was seriously skeptical that this little girl was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to step into the saints for 100 years. One must know that it had only been 2 years since Jian Wuxin had worshipped under him. All the way from blood condensation 10 heavens, through body tempering, sea of chakras, spirit drawing, and then to earth sect. 4 realms, breaking the pole realm 3 times. More than that, it opened up millions of spiritual veins that were not found in the ancient world. This could no longer be described as perverted. It was simply an invincible demon. The talent of the invincible, crushing the ages. Okay. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and said, where is your senior sister? Mentioning Lin Tian'er, Jian Wuxin sighed. Senior sister, she's still in enlightenment, and I don't know when it's going to end. At those words, Su Chen also shook his head helplessly. Lin Tian'er had been in meditation ever since her heavy pupils awakened. Apparently, she was still having an epiphany about this heavy pupil inheritance. However, Su Chen understood that once the heavy pupil had an epiphany, it would be truly invincible. Then, for the master, go and rest some more. Aha, go ahead master. Jian Wuxian nodded, her cheeks blushing. Seeing Su Chen leave the house, she was relieved. Why is it that during this period of time, every time I see my master, my heart flutters and flutters? What's wrong with me? Just then, an old voice suddenly sounded in her mind. You want to get stronger, little girl? The voice was filled with a sense of compulsion. Hearing the voice, Jian Wuxin withdrew his shy expression, and with it a cool and solitary aura radiated out. Why play God? Get out of me. Chapter 34, Great Opportunity. Old Ancestor's Vow. Jian Wuxin let out a faint cry. The words revealed a stern tone. Perhaps she only became incredibly gentle when dealing with her master. You know I exist? In a panic, the voice was filled with incredulity. At the sound, only Jian Wuxin snorted lightly, the corner of his lips hooking up with a touch of disdain. Humph, a mere saint's residual soul. Could it be that you really think that by lingering in this emperor's body, you can escape this emperor's eyes? The old voice was horrified. If you realized my existence a long time ago, then why didn't you dismantle me, tear you down? Jian Wuxin returned his eyes and softly tweaked. Why would I want to tear you down? Aren't you afraid that I'll devour your soul source, take its of your physical body, and rob you of the fruits of your many lifetimes of endeavor? The old voice was full of disbelief and doubt. He could clearly guess that Jian Wuxin was definitely the reincarnated body of an ancient great power, and although this kind of great power was invincible in his previous life, he didn't dare to expose himself in this life, for this reincarnation is the most powerful tonic in the world. Mortals can live forever if they take a bite of it, while those who cultivate will be able to inherit the fruits of their previous life's Tao if they take the soul source. But this sword Tao genius in front of her wasn't afraid that she would devour her, taking away my Tao fruit? Jian Wuxin shook his head and said in a clear and cold voice, they are all the same way, striving for the pursuit of immortality. So what am I afraid of? As she said that, the corners of her lips but suddenly hooked up with a touch of disdain. Besides, this emperor is placing the emperor's soul in front of you, and you dare to devour it? A mere wisp of a saint's residual soul, devouring this emperor's imperial soul, will only turn into a pile of ash the moment it touches it. The old voice was silent again. The light then shifted and a shadow appeared. He was none other than the Heavenly Ice Sword Saint in the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion, the one who had long since passed away 200,000 years ago, but at the moment, he was just a wisp of a remnant soul. After passing down his Tao intent, he would completely perish in this heaven and earth. However, he saw a glimmer of hope in Jian Wuxin's body. He sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "Could it be that you really are the reincarnated body of an ancient great power?" "No." Without the slightest hesitation, Jian Wuxin shook his head and said, "I'm just his disciple, a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, just his apprentice, just a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, instead of the ruthless and uncaring Sword Tao Supreme, the Empress of the Sword in her previous life." This was the definition that Jian Wuxin gave himself right now. Since the time she had worshipped under Su Chen's door, that heartless and uncaring Empress had already died. The current unknowing has a hint of emotion. Just his apprentice? The Heavenly Ice Sword Saint was slightly stunned. He naturally knew who he was in Jian Wuxin's mouth. During these half a year, relying on Sword Wuxin, he had also come into contact with quite a bit of Su Chen, and more or less had some understanding. "I didn't expect that my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would produce another immortal saint after that little girl Musianin, and with a bone age that seems to be only 1,000 years old. It is indeed considered a generation of heavenly pride, and its qualifications are even far superior to that of all my immortal ancestors of the Ice Cloud." Mentioning Su Chen, this heavenly ice old ancestor's eyes actually had a few more points of relief. "It seems that the heavens are really not stopping me from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. With you master and disciple duo, Ice Cloud, will surely be standing at the top of the southern border in the near future. It's just that I didn't expect that a supreme powerhouse like you would also fall to the word of love." Indeed, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are the greatest barrier in this world. When he said that, he actually let out an involuntary sigh. In his mind, the figure of a young girl emerged. It then turns into middle age and then gradual old age. The years have not been kind to us. Humph. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin, however, suddenly snorted coldly and said in an icy tone of voice, "What business is it of yours? Next time, this emperor will completely obliterate this remnant of your soul." Old ancestor Sky Ice was dumbfounded. "I'm just going to flirt with the idea. Is that necessary? All that's left is a remnant of a soul, and you're still trying to scare me. Little girls nowadays really don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Wait, she seems to be older than me by I don't know how many thousands of years, right?" However, right at this moment, Jian Wuxin suddenly opened his mouth and added, "However, this emperor can give you a chance to be reborn." "What? You mean rebirth? You can give me a chance to be born again?" When these words came out, the heavenly ice-old ancestor shook violently, his pupils contracting violently, filled with incredulity. Rebirth? What a tantalizing and attractive 2 words, especially for saintly powerhouses like them. Although immortal saints were powerful and able to be called a giant in the southern border. However, even the peak of saints only had a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, not immortality, like the Supreme Divine Palace Divine Lord Wuji's sacred desire, similarly possessing a holy body vision. His cultivation reached the peak of the immortal half-saint, and he had lived for 70,000 years. However, because of his qualifications, he hadn't been able to take that step for tens of thousands of years, and if he didn't have the opportunity, he wouldn't be able to break through in his lifetime. "I'm only afraid that if I live for another 20,000 to 30,000 years at most, I will completely perish in this heaven and earth. The way of eternal life is the end that all powerful people seek. Only by ascending to the emperor realm and proving to be a great emperor, only then can we truly reach the realm of transcendence." The Sword Wuxin of his previous life was similarly so. Why was she reincarnated and reincarnated? Isn't it just to pursue that way of immortality? Just halfway but accidentally met Su Chen. Today, with a chance to be resurrected and able to pursue that path to immortality right in front of us, who could not be excited? You mean it? It can really bring me back to life. Old ancestor Sky Ice forced himself to hold back the restless heat and excitement within himself and asked again. Jian Wuxin snorted lightly and said disdainfully, "What do you think?" Receiving Jian Wuxin's affirmation, the Sky Ice old ancestor could no longer endure the joy within him. However, before he could even open his mouth, Sword Wuxin's voice came once again. "You don't have to be happy too early. There are conditions for me to help you resurrect." "You say?" "Don't say conditions as long as you can be resurrected. It's just that it's fine to let the old man be your mount." Sky Ice old ancestor sucked in a breath of cool air. "Very good." Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes narrowed as he turned around, quite satisfied. "Might as well tell you, with the strength of this emperor's previous life, a countryside like the southern border can be overturned with the flip of a hand." Hearing Jian Wuxin's voice, the Sky Ice old ancestor once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air. "Can a countryside like the Southland be turned over with a single hand?" What a realm that is! Just now, she called herself this emperor. Could it be that, in her previous life, she was in the realm of the legendary Great Emperor? Reincarnation of the Great Emperor. That's incredible too. No wonder this woman possessed such high attainments in the Tao of the Sword. At the age of 13, he stepped into the Earth's fifth sky. More than that, 1,000,000 spiritual veins were opened. In this life, if you can grow up again, you will not push the world horizontally and crush the ages? No wonder, when I disappeared into her body, she was able to detect it and was so calm. Turns out, people didn't take him seriously at all. Careless. You're right. I am indeed a reincarnated body. And this emperor still needs a sword slave in this life. If you are willing to be this emperor's sword slave and serve this emperor for eternity, in the future, after this emperor's cultivation steps into the holy realm, resurrecting you, will be just a snap of the fingers. Jian Wuxin slowly spoke, and each time each sentence could be considered a huge attraction for the Sky Ice Old Ancestor. Be her sword slave. Resurrecting yourself is just a snap of the fingers. With this woman's natural talent, cultivating to a saint would not even take 1,000 years. Old Ancestor Sky Ice could no longer endure the ecstasy in his heart. Immediately, he knelt and swore. With his right hand outstretched and 3 fingers facing the sky, he said in a loud voice, I hereby make an oath of the heavenly Tao. I, the heavenly Ice Sword Saint, am willing to be the slave of Sword Heartless and will never rebel against my master. This oath, the heavens and the earth, the gods and goddesses, every word is true. If there is the slightest bit of falsehood, may the heavens rain down divine punishment, obliterated in the rolling heavenly tribulation, and never be allowed to be reincarnated. Chapter 35, Old Ancestor's Flesh. Mysterious Beast Eggs. For cultivators, the oath of heaven is to be avoided with fear. The so-called oath of the heavenly Tao is that the cultivator will make a promise and submit it to the judgment of the heavenly Tao. If the oath is violated, the heavenly Tao will definitely send down the heavenly God's thunder tribulation, which is so dreadful that even a great emperor can hardly be spared, and a slave to swordless heart. So what? To be a slave of a great emperor was a blessing that the heavenly Ice Old Ancestors had cultivated for 10,000 lifetimes. Let's not talk about being able to be resurrected and get a new life for once. If, in the future, Jian Wuxin regained his position as an emperor and certified as a great emperor, would he also benefit from this and have the opportunity to impact the legendary great emperor realm as well? This kind of chance can be hard to find for ages. Seeing old man Tian Bing swear an oath, Jian Wuxin was quite satisfied. Although she was a sword emperor in her previous life, she was only a half emperor and had not certified as a great emperor. And this life, the current is also only the 8th heavenly cultivation of the Earth's own realm, can have a sword Tao saint as a slave, can indeed save a lot of running errands. With the oath of the heavenly Tao here, she wasn't afraid that the heavenly Ice Ancestor would rebel against his master. Even without the heavenly Tao oath, she was just as undaunted, because she believed that this Sky Ice Old Ancestor was a smart person. Jian Wuxin withdrew his expression and said coldly, since you have become my slave, you must distinguish clearly what you should do and what you should not do. Don't worry, master. Old slave understands. The heavenly Ice Old Ancestor's body bowed slightly and bowed respectfully. Joke. Who needs modesty when you can live forever? However, he then revealed a bitter smile. Master, it doesn't seem to be a solution for me to be in this state nowadays. I can't just keep clinging to your body, right? Jian Wuxin glanced at the Sky Ice Old Ancestor and said, that's natural. Although I can't remake your physical body for you right now, there's still nothing wrong with attaching your soul to a demonic beast, a flower or a plant. When she said that, she lifted her finger and flicked it. In the next moment, the corpse of a demonic beast without any vitality appeared out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, this turned out to be a black and white wolf dog that looked similar to Era. Pointing at the corpse of this demonic beast, Jian Wuxin said indifferently, this is the corpse of a sky-devouring wolf demon. In its lifetime, it was probably of celestial earth zoner cultivation. It was decapitated by me while I was cultivating in the mountains last month, and it's more than appropriate to use it for your physical body. This, if it isn't a dog's body. The heavenly Ice Old Ancestor wanted to cry and didn't know what to say. Auntie, you should at least find me a physical body. Or failing that, steal a random one from a coffin. My hallowed heavenly Ice Elder Ancestor, clinging to a dog's body to survive. If this were to be known by the descendants of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, where would this old face go? Immortal man in tears. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin blankly glanced at him. This heaven-devouring wolf demon is at least a ferocious beast bloodline. Could it be that it's still treating you poorly? Well, okay. Only then did the heavenly Ice Ancestor nod his head and only agreed. No way. It was a dog in appearance, but it was good enough to give him a physical body. Also as a saint powerhouse, he was more than familiar with the sky-devouring wolf demon. In the southern borderland, Besides the 9 holy lands, and some immortal families, there were also many demonic beast tribes whose strength was not below that of the holy lands. This sky-devouring wolf demon was one of them. The heaven-devouring wolf demon clan was powerful and possessed a ferocious beast bloodline, with the best of them being no less than immortal saints, ruling over the 30,000 Dao states in the southern borderlands, with a heritage that was no less than that of the Holy Lands. Back then, when he was invincible in the southern borderlands, it seemed that he even had an affair with one of the heaven-devouring wolf demon's royal consorts, infuriating the heaven-devouring wolf king to hunt him down for tens of thousands of years. I also wonder how this princess is doing. I look back now on that flavor at the time and slurp it up. Thinking of this, the corners of the sky-ice-old ancestor's mouth curled up into an immodest smile. Soon, with the help of Jian Wuxin, the sky-ice-old ancestor quickly took possession of this heaven-devouring wolf demon corpse. With a physical body, his strength would also be restored quickly. Misty Peak. In front of the bamboo house, Chen lay leisurely on the rocking chair. After having an apprentice? This little life is really good. You don't even have to do things yourself. It's just a pity that Tiana is in seclusion and Heartless is cooking. This bosom always feels empty, as if something is missing. He let out a helpless sigh. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in today. Doubling the rewards under the apprentice chi. Tricolored blood pupil flower X2. Listen to the system. Chen heart without waves. System how are all some heavenly treasures spirit? Damn wonderful medicine. There is no demonic beast pets and so on? Demon beast pets? The system thought for a moment and said, last time the host took on a disciple, wasn't a demonic beast egg rewarded? Why didn't the host take it out and take a look at it? Demon beast eggs? If the system didn't mention it, Chen had almost forgotten that he did seem to still have a demon beast egg. I haven't paid attention to it since I opened my gift bag 6 months ago. Afterwards, he hurriedly took this demonic beast egg out of the system space. Mysterious demonic beast egg, not yet hatched. Properties unknown. Looking at the introduction of the demonic beast egg, Chen couldn't help but give the system a blank look. It hasn't hatched for most of the year. Tops. Host Lord. Demon beast eggs want to hatch certainly need the mother to give it a continuous provision of temperature Here although the heaven and earth aura is very abundant and rich, but the temperature is extremely low, is put on 10,000 years is also still this way. Hearing the system's explanation, Chen seemed to understand. Are you saying that it needs to be like a hen hatching an egg for this demonic beast to break its shell? The system nodded and replied. The host is right. Oh, so that's it. Chen's eyes narrowed. How about finding a random hen for it to hatch? Say it and do it. Chen directly walked towards the backyard in large strides. He soon arrived at the chicken coop. In the chicken coop, one old hen after another was fat and strong, probably 100 or so. However, when they saw Chen, all of them shrank back one by one as if they had seen a ghost. Master, don't eat me. Eat her, eat her. She's got 2 tails more meat than me. Master, don't. Spare me. I'm still a child. This instantly made Chen a little bad. The old hens in the coop were all grass chickens he used to catch in the backcountry. I ate a lot of them, and caught a lot of them one after another in the back. It's been kept to about 100 or so. Chen gave the old hens a blank look. I'm not here to eat you today. So, what are you here for then? One of them asked boldly. Chen took out the demonic beast egg and said to a group of old hens, whoever can hatch this egg first, I'll put a separate cage for it, and additionally raise 100 large roosters in it. A bunch of old hens' eyes went straight when they heard there was a rooster. Most of them have been locked up for hundreds of years, some even longer. A creature like a rooster hasn't been seen in I don't know how long. Yes, sir. Don't worry, master. I will definitely complete the mission. Seeing this scene, Chen smiled helplessly. Sure enough, any creature that's been single long enough will miss its other half. Chapter 36, why don't we make a dog meat hot pot? You guys go for it. Anon. After saying that, he threw the demonic beast egg directly over. It's got a whole bunch of hens in a tizzy. Seeing this scene, Chen couldn't help but laugh a little. A joke? Which hen doesn't want to be the empress of chickens, have hundreds of roosters to serve her, and go to the peak of chicken life? Soon, inside the kitchen, came Jian Wuxian's voice. Master's meal is ready. Come over and eat. Okay. On the other side, a black figure plopped down by the cold pool, where the aura was thick and exotic flowers and plants competed for attention. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a black and white wolf demon. I never thought that one day, my heavenly ice-old ancestor would be reduced to clinging to the corpse of a dog demon in order to survive. Oh heavens! Oh earth! What have I done wrong? Why do you treat me like this? Is it because I greened that old dog? The sky-devouring wolf king. After some impotent barking, Old Man Sky Ice began to inspect his body. Damn it! The bloodline constitution of this fleshly body is so frail and weak. Old me previously thought it would be a royal dog demon, but with the old man's heaven-defying means, coupled with the master's heavenly talent, in 100 years at the most, the old man will definitely stand at the top of the southern border once again, probably looking down on the saints of the heavens, since he was attached to the corpse of a demonic beast, which belonged to the type of borrowing a corpse to return to the soul. Coupled with the fact that this wolf demon's bloodline was extremely low, his body was now incredibly weak, and he could only withstand the aura of the celestial realm alone. It also looks like it will only be a slow recovery. Say it. He was about to attempt to transport his power. Golem. But it is clear that the body is not what it wants to be. A hungry grunt came from his stomach, leaving him exhausted and weak in all 5 legs. This Thai body actually feels hungry. He was invincible in his previous life, and after 30,000 years of bitter cultivation, he finally became a saint. A lifetime of 100,000 years of experience without a single defeat. Not only the southern borderlands, but even the several surrounding Dao domains had circulated his invincible name. It could be said that he has been invincible all his life. He had long forgotten what hunger felt like, and at the moment, he was as weak as if he had been deflated. At that moment, the water rippled and one medium fish after another poked out of the water. Seeing this, the heavenly ice-old ancestor was instantly overjoyed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Meat, it's meat. When he was surprised, he stretched out his claws and tried to catch one. But he ended up pawing through the water of the pool for most of the day and didn't catch a single one. Look, you guys, this stupid dog is still trying to eat us. A demonic beast of the celestial realm, and its bloodline is still so inferior. How could a dog be wonky within the master's courtyard? At a glance, it's not raised by the master. It must be spying on the ethereal peak's fortune and wanting a piece of the pie. These fish in the cold pool actually looked at Old Man Sky Ice with disdain before spitting out human words. What's going on with this? Sky Ice Old Ancestor hastily probed the divine sense, only to find that all these fish actually have the bloodline of a true dragon. The lowest was also at the hegemony emperor realm cultivation level. Old me has dominated the ice cloud for 100,000 years. When have I ever suffered such indignity? I was at least once an immortal saint, right? Now I've been reduced to the point where I'm being bullied by a fish. Once again, Fairy Boy is in tears. Woo woo woo. Just then, a rich meaty aroma came down the cold wind and, at once, sent a jolt through his dog's nose. This caused the heavenly ice-old ancestor, who was lying on the ground, to once again raise all his spirits. Following the scent of meat, Old Man Sky Ice wandered over and let his eyes go. In the courtyard, 2 breathtaking figures came into view. Master? Old Man Sky Ice froze for a moment. It turned out to be Su Chen and Jian Wu Xin, who were sitting under the peach tree to eat. Master, you have to eat a little bit more. It's something people made especially for you. Come on. Open your mouth. You girl, stop it. Su Chen just stopped his hand. Master is not a child. He still needs you to feed him. No way. Master must obey, or else I'll feed you with my mouth yo. Humph. On the other side. Emma, it's so gluttonous. Old Ancestor Sky Ice had long since drooled. He was certainly attracted by the smell of the meat. After attaching to the heaven-devouring wolf demon, his sense of smell was indeed much sharper, and with his strength, he could smell anything millions of miles away. Well, at least I'm now my master's sword slave, so I should get a little bit of my share, right? Making up his mind, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor quickly flew away. Bang bang, hearing a sound, Su Chen, who was eating a piece of meat, lowered his head and suddenly realized that his feet seemed to have been hit by something. Ha, where'd you get the hyena? Su Chen froze slightly, then lowered his head to look. What hit him was actually a black and white dog. He didn't remember there being a dog on Misty Peak. However, the dog was similar to the husky he had in his previous life. Heartless, when did we feed a dog? Jian Wuxin furrowed his brows. Senior, what dog? With that, she too lowered her head to look. As her sword slave, she naturally recognized that this was none other than the heavenly ice ancestor. Master, this is, she was just about to explain. Only before she could finish her words, Su Chen spoke again. Heartless, look at this silly doggy. It must have been attracted by the smell of meat. It's got quite a bit of lean meat on it though. How about shabu shabu as a dog hot pot? Chapter 37, even the ancestors can't escape the law of true fragrance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog fondue? The Sky Ice Old Ancestor gave a violent jolt. The hairs of sweat stood on end. I'm the immortal ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and you juniors are going to shag me in hot pot? However, Su Chen didn't care about that. With that, he lifted the heavenly ice ancestor and prepared to go to the kitchen to give him a chop. Master teacher, don't. Jian Wuxin immediately shook his head. This dog is mine. I found it not long ago, when I was practicing my sword in the back of the mountain. This is a sky-devouring wolf demon bloodline cub, so I brought it back seeing as it's quite pitiful. Oh, so that's it. Chen just struck his hand. Since it's a pet raised by an apprentice, let's keep it for now. It would be good to use it to watch over the family later. Phew. Hearing this, the heavenly ice ancestor breathed a sigh of relief. Nima almost let a stepchild shag a hot pot. However, the emptiness of his body still defeated him, and the sky ice ancestor raised his dog's head and looked blearily at Chen. Ow. Upon hearing this, Chen looked down at the sky ice old ancestor and queried, "Are you hungry and want to eat a little something as well?" Seeing this, old ancestor sky ice nodded his head vigorously. Okay. Chen also understood that things like dogs were humane. When you're hungry, you bark. Since it was mindlessly raised, I'll reward you with a bone. Said, with a flick of Chen's long sleeve, the bones of the demonic beasts piled up on the table spilled out all over the place, and the soup that hadn't yet been finished splashed out. Eat it while it's hot. Chen yawned lazily and slowly got up, lying down on the rocking chair. This could make the heavenly ice ancestor look confused. Ow, asshole. I'll you up. Who are you insulting? I am a hallowed heavenly ice ancestor. Your immortal ancestor. How dare you let me gnaw on a bone? Do you really think I'm a dog? The heavenly ice old ancestor roared angrily, his eyes filled with rage. Dare this junior to treat him like a dog, or an earth dog. What are you waiting for? Eat up? Seeing that the heavenly ice ancestor didn't eat, and had been growling non-stop, Chen just stopped. It's probably recognizing it. Heartless. Bring over yesterday's leftovers in a few minutes. Just dump them on the stone slab. It should eat them when it gets hungry on its own. Yowza. Jianwu Xin nodded. When she brought out the leftover rice from within the kitchen and poured it onto the stone slab, old man Tianbing looked at her with pitiful eyes. Master, you don't really treat the old man like a dog, do you? Old ancestor Sky Ice was so aggrieved that he was on the verge of crying. A saint was treated like a dog by his juniors, and let him eat leftovers? Isn't that dog shaming? Ah no, isn't that wolf shaming? At least he was a heaven-devouring wolf demon. This. Why don't you endure for now, and after I step into the holy Tao, I'll restore your physical body for you. This worried Swordless to death. For a moment, he actually didn't know how to explain to Chen. Is it possible to say that this dog is actually the old ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Well, old man Sky Ice sighed helplessly, but let him eat leftovers and gnaw on dog bones. It's absolutely impossible. Never. After a long time, lying on the ground, the feeling of hunger made him weak. His eyes actually unconsciously cast to the leftovers on the stone brick, as well as the top of the dog bone, especially the bones, with the strong flavor that wafted from time to time. No, this seed is at least an immortal saint. How can I eat such lowly things, even if I, old ancestor Sky Ice, starve to death today? I will definitely not eat a single dog bone from a descendant like you. Another half hour passed. Old ancestor Sky Ice had long been starving to the point where his eyes were dim, and his gaze landed on the top of the pile of bones. But I'm so hungry. How about, just once? When old me recovers my strength, I'll make sure to make those stinking fish in the back of the mountain look good. Poof. He looked at Chen, who was lying on a rocking chair, and then at Jianwu Xin, who was practicing with his sword in the courtyard. Taking advantage of the duo's lack of attention, the four legs stomped fiercely, directly and quickly wolfed down the food. Next, Emma. That smells good. I have to say, this Scion's cooking is really delicious. And what exactly is the broth of these bones made of? After the meal was in his mouth, the Sky Ice old ancestor chewed vigorously on the broken bones in his mouth, still somewhat unfulfilled. But just the next moment, an incomparably pure bloodline breath spread out in all directions from his stomach, passing through his meridians and flowing to every inch of flesh and blood, washing every sludge in his body. At once, he then bathed in the warm chi and blood sense, his body flowing freely. This bloodline aura is repairing my body? The heavenly ice old ancestor was startled violently, then began to scrutinize this bloodline aura. Asterisk. This bloodline aura actually contains an extremely large amount of chi and blood laws within it. What's going on here? Is it because of that meaty bone? However, just before he could react, something even weirder happened. While his fleshly body was being repaired, his cultivation was unexpectedly skyrocketing. Celestial realm first heaven, celestial realm second sky, celestial realm triple sky, celestial realm fourth heaven, celestial realm 9 heavens, celestial realm 10 heavens. Yes, while this physical body of the heavenly ice old ancestor was being repaired, its cultivation had unexpectedly skyrocketed directly to the 10th heavenly realm of the celestial realm. And that wisp of his residual soul had actually solidified by more than double in this instant. Feel the changes brought about within your body. The heavenly ice ancestor was instantly unrestrained. Ha ha, old me finally doesn't have to worry about dying out with it. Sure, aside from the mouthful of flesh and bones that contained the laws of the great Tao, the main reason why his cultivation was able to rise was the solidification of his residual soul. It's more of a recovery than a boost. The dog's reaction naturally could not escape Su Chen's eyes. He yawned and got up from the rocking chair, stroked the dog's head, and said to old ancestor Sky Ice, "What a smart dog. Not bad at all. Barely qualified. From now on, I'll call you Wong Kai, and you'll stay and watch over the house for me." Want? With these words, the heavenly ice old ancestor wanted to cry. Grip it. I'm not a dog. Ferryman in tears again, woo woo woo. About 15 days later, a drizzle fell from the sky, bean-sized raindrops that slowly slid down the bamboo house. In the courtyard, under the peach tree, Jian Wuxian was wielding his longsword. This set of sword techniques was called the Snow Maiden sword technique. It was the most common set of swordsmanship among the disciples of the Ice Cloud, named after the Snow Maiden mountain. Almost everyone does. The sword is simple and has a beautiful stance. It was as if the ice spirit Snow Maiden was flying. Su Chen sat in the pavilion, stroking his long zither. The sound of the zither curls up and lingers in the ears, as if it were a fairyland on earth. It was this high mountain water that he was playing. How come I'm always roaming the realms of the heavens? T.T. The fairy that farts is going to bounce me. Those who like to be hidden in the landscape and masked 10,000-year-old virgins have to play me. Even the piggyback that was sent to the heavens by a big truck driver had to bounce me. Corresponding to this scene, Su Chen actually unconsciously wanted to recite a poem. After the new rain on the empty mountain, lure the spring swallows to their nests early. Peach blossom first bloom stone pavilion sitting. I have no worries about dancing with a sword without a heart. Su Chen was still quite satisfied with his verse. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The host signed in successfully today. Reward host Lord Mandarin's heavenly immortal sword. Mandarin Duck Heavenly Immortal Sword, Sacred Spiritual Artifact. It is transformed by the Saint Realm demonic beast Mandarin Ducks. There are 2 in total, divided into male and female, due to the fact that the Mandarin Ducks represent the meaning of love and affection. Separately it can slaughter saints, and merged it can also cut down emperors. It possesses notable power. Yuanyang Tianxian Sword. Su Chen glanced at the 2 splashes of golden light. I didn't expect that there would be a spiritual weapon that represented the meaning of love and affection. System, why would you give me this kind of spirit weapon? Lord Host, these 2 Mandarin Heavenly Immortal Swords are of course for you and your future Tao couple. The system responded with a playful smile. As for who to give it to, it's up to you. He. My dogs. For some reason, when he saw this pair of Mandarin Duck Heavenly Immortal Swords, a familiar face appeared in his mind. Why did I suddenly think of Master? Murphy misses her too much. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. That's just it. It's also time to let Heartless inherit his master's legacy. After a long time, he slowly got up and came in front of Jian Wuxin's body. Sensing Su Chen's aura, Jian Wuxian retrieved his longsword and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. Su Chen nodded his head and said lightly, Wuxin, it has been 2 years since you joined under Master's tutelage, and the fact that you went all the way from the blood condensation realm to the Earth Zone realm, and broke one extreme realm after another, are all things that Master has witnessed with his own eyes and witnessed. Now that the time is ripe, Master wants you to inherit your ancestor's Tao intent. Do you have any ideas? Master Ancestor's Tao intent? Jian Wuxian, who was wielding his long sword in the stone pavilion, slowly raised his eyes. She murmured, then bowed respectfully to Su Chen. Back to Master. Disciple is willing. You come with me. Chapter 38. Can't help but want to dance for Master. It's been a long walk. They came to the other end of the purple bamboo forest. It was a cold world covered by ice and snow. The wind was howling and cold. At once, an icy chill struck. Jian Wuxin subconsciously shrunk. However, she was surprised to find that the aura as well as the coldness of this place was far more than the outside by several times. It was a place of cultivation that Ice Tao practitioners dreamed of. In the distance, flying snow drifted down from the sky, and hazy ice fog loomed. Poolside, a strange ice flower, scrambling to open, like a fairyland. Seeing this scene, Jian Wuxin immediately brightened up. She opened her lips, stars flooding her eyes. Wow, Master here is so beautiful. A voice as soft as a light breeze sounded in Su Chen's ears, but he didn't have time to react. Just by looking at it, Jian Wuxin then couldn't wait to lift up the hem of her skirt. A pair of snow-white compact jade feet, gently swinging on the surface of the lake. The pool was flooded with ice flower-like ripples, and countless pale blue ice spirits danced lightly. A small, delicate figure dotted the dreamy wonderland. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart was slightly shaken, thinking back to that year, when he had just worshipped in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. His master was also like Jian Wuxin, who liked to dance lightly at the edge of this cold pool. At this moment, he actually had a flash of reminiscence. Mastermind. Su Chen raised his eyes to the dome of the sky, and helplessly sighed with a wink. I didn't expect. The disciple, but now he has also become the teacher of her people. His master teacher. Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master. Mu Xianyin. Once the first fairy of the southern border. The beauty of the sound of immortality is as beautiful as a dream. Back then, when he had just worshipped in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, he was tested to be born with blocked meridians. It was his master who took him under his tutelage and established him as a personal disciple, admired by the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. However, at the time of the war between the righteous and the devil, the other 8 holy places closed their doors, and Mu Xianyin alone led the strong men of the Bingyun Immortal Palace to meet the devil's path. In the end, Mu Xianyin fell in front of him after killing 3 devil Dao saints. He would never forget that moment. If he had had the strength he has now, would it have ended differently? After a long time, he came back to his senses and slowly walked towards Jian Wuxin. Seeing Su Chen walk towards him, Jian Wuxin then realized his impolite actions just now. Her face blushed with shame, and she hurriedly bowed down. Master, I'm sorry. Just now I didn't hold back for a moment. So, it's okay. Su Chen shook his head, then pointed towards this heavenly pool and smiled. Heartless, do you know where this place is? Here? Jian Wuxin raised his eyes and looked around, murmuring softly, this is a very beautiful, beautiful place. So beautiful that I can't help but want to do a dance for my master. For my master. Su Chen's complexion swirled as he faintly said, this is the underworld cold heavenly pool, which is the long resting place of my master. What? At those words, Jian Wuxin looked incredulously at this icy cold pool. The pool of underworld cold? Wasn't that rumored to be the most mysterious and forbidden place in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Legend has it that all generations of the Ice Cloud Immortal ancestors were buried here. It is a restricted area of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. I didn't expect it to be on top of this misty peak. And the master's master. Isn't that my guru? No wonder. Master brought me here. Thinking of this, Jian Wuxin's face blushed even more. He was bouncing on the grave of his long-dead master? Master teacher. Like a child who had done something wrong. Jian Wuxin shyly lowered his little head. Su Chen took a step forward and walked to her body, rubbing her jinsho without reproach. He then gave a big wave of his hand. Above the cold pool, a dreamlike back silently emerged. Simple snow clothes, without any decoration, but outlining a perfection that could not be depicted in any words. Long hair trailing down the waist, each strand of ice blue hair as if it were the world's purest ice and snow. Her arrival caused the entire underworld cold heavenly pond to become a few degrees colder. The flowers and plants stopped swaying, and the cold energy stopped floating altogether. Gradually, a strange ice flower quietly bloomed, crystal clear and purely beautiful. It was hard to imagine what kind of perfect to dreamy woman this snowy shadow had been in life. Dumbfounded, looking at the figure in front of him that was like a dream, Jian Wuxin once again lost his color. Is this the master ancestor? Before he had time to react, a loud and clear phoenix sound suddenly resounded through heaven and earth. Sigh, the water trembled dramatically with a shock, sending up a ripple. Suddenly, a flash of ice shadow rose up from the bottom of the cold pool and stood over the cold pool. Ice Phoenix. Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes shrunk. This was actually a Taiku raptor, the divine beast Ice Phoenix. She had heard from the elders in her family that the divine beast Ice Phoenix was an alternative branch of the true Phoenix clan, and its bloodline was even purer and stronger compared to the Fire Phoenix clan. And the aura emanating from this Ice Phoenix was actually still at the immortal half-saint realm. In addition to Su Chen, this Ice Cloud Immortal Palace also had a half-saint powerhouse. Greetings, little lord. The ice shadow shifted. The shadow of the Ice Phoenix through the layers of water mist flow of light a turn. The ice plume disappeared, transformed into a fantastic cold woman. Fell to Su Chen's side. Long snow-white hair cascaded down. The hair was like ice, slightly revealing a bit of ice blue glitter. Even the eyebrows were white. She was completely naked. Her towering waves of snowy fat. Her skin was like the first snow. Her snowy legs were slender, but the woman's forbidden place was covered by her long hair. Just when her divine sense landed on Su Chen's body, her icy eyes snapped, and waves of shock rippled through her chest. Little lord, you broke through. The young girl's icy eyes showed shock. This was because the aura emanating from Su Chen's body was clearly at the immortal saint realm, and it's still the second heaven of saints. Before Su Chen had even worshipped in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she had long since followed Mu Xianyin for thousands of years. Back then, the fall of Mu Xianyin made her heart and soul die, and she never came out again. sinking in this cold pool to guard her master's long resting place, and she had always been able to feel the changes in Chen over the years. Due to the fact that she had laid down a boundary, the underworld cold heavenly pool was completely isolated from the outside world, and the various visions induced by the ice-cloud immortal palace in the past 2 years had not attracted too much attention from her. Unexpectedly, this is only a short 1,000 years. This little lord has already stepped into the immortal saint. Well, I already stepped into the saint realm 2 years ago. Chen nodded gently. Between his eyebrows, he revealed an extraordinary temperament. Upon hearing this, she came to a realization. So that saintly vision a year ago was actually induced by little lord. Not really. Chen shook his head. At that time, I, Bing Yun, had a saintly body descend into the world, which similarly attracted saints to make pilgrimages. As he said that, his gaze also landed on Jin Wuxin's body. Aside, Jin Wuxin was a little dazed, and at that moment, her little face flushed, and a blush quickly extended up from her snowy neck. She clenched her teeth lightly, her face so shy she could almost squeeze out water. Master, this big sister, she's not wearing any clothes. Chapter 39, Teacher Ancestor's Inheritance, Ice Phoenix Tipping Cannon. Master, this big sister, she's not wearing any clothes. Seeing Ice Phoenix's appearance, Jin Wuxin's small face flushed and lightly bit her shell teeth. However, there was no change on Chen's face. It seemed that the appearance of the Ice Phoenix had long been commonplace. Hearing Jin Wuxin's voice, the Ice Phoenix's icy eyes shifted and landed on her. 10,000 swords saint body? Ice Phoenix Ice was suddenly startled, then looked at Chen and asked, "Is it this disciple that little lord is talking about?" "Not bad." Chen nodded and said, "2 years ago, Heartless worshipped in my ice cloud immortal palace to invoke the saintly visions, and it just so happened that I also broke through to the saint realm, and by chance, I accepted him as my personal disciple. Xiener, now that Wuxin has stepped into the 5th heaven of the earth sect realm after 2 years of bitter cultivation, I want her to inherit Master's Tao intent and pass on Misty Peak." Inherit the Master's Taoist intent? Hearing this, Ice Ferrier began to measure up. This woman has a 10,000 sword saint body, and at the age of 13, the realm of the earth zone, has broken the extreme realm 3 times, and gained the great Tao blessing 3 times. Not bad, qualified to inherit the Master's Tao intent. She nodded. For Jianwu Xin, it was quite satisfactory. Back then, for Mu Xinin's body fall, she blamed herself immensely, but also a lot of pain, has long been no half of the emotion, only the heart of eternal cold ice. But, after all, people can't come back from the dead, and the netherworld peak's legacy, the Master's Tao intent, all need to be inherited by someone. Chen would have been the most suitable candidate, but Bing Xiener also understood that his quest wasn't here, and there was no need to force it, since the Master personally stooped down to accept him as his disciple. It also shows that Chen must have something too good. As it turns out, the owner was right. To step into the realm of saints in just 1,000 years, who else under the heavens could do it besides Chen? Chen turned his eyes back to Jin Wuxin and said indifferently, "Wuxin, your master ancestor's inherited technique is called the Ice Phoenix Pouring Codex, and it is from this Ice Phoenix clan. The Ice Phoenix Pouring Codex is a holy grade technique, amazing and mysterious, and the extreme coldness contained within it is icy and incomparably cold. So if it is cultivated to its fullest extent, it would only be a matter of a single thought to turn a Tao state into a funeral ice prison. Underworld cold heavenly pond's spiritual chi is also several times thicker than the outside world. It is an excellent place for cultivation. These days, you will stay here to cultivate. Without the permission of the teacher, you may not leave this place. Xiener will teach you well." Jin Wuxin's small face flushed as she gently nodded. Back to Master. Disciple understands. The next days, Chen would be in the underworld cold heavenly pool every day, enjoying the beautiful scenery. The 2 disciples were in seclusion. It had been a long time since they had been this quiet, and they were still a bit unaccustomed to it. Whenever it was time to cook, Wang Kai would also stand guard in the kitchen a little bit earlier, looking at Chen with bated breath. "What's that?" "Wanted. Catch." With a flick of Chen's right hand, the demonic beast bones that were caught on the chopsticks were thrown into the air by him. At this point, a black and white figure leapt up and took the meaty bone in its mouth. "Nappy, that smells good. This junior's bone stew is so delicious. I can't stand it. If I can, please, don't be polite. Please humiliate me to your heart's content. I'm lying down." Some more time passed. Suddenly, a blood-red vertical eye with heavy pupils bloomed once again in the dome of the sky. The killing aura. The killing aura contained in the heavy pupils shocked the entire southern border, along with several surrounding Tao domains. Not only the southern border, but even the remaining several Tao regions were enveloped by this killing aura. This heavy pupil vision was no less than the pilgrimage of saints attracted by Su Chen's entry into sainthood 2 years ago. On this day, countless powerhouses came out of the gate. Supreme beings marveled, and immortals deduced, all wanting to probe to find out just what power this heavy pupil came from. But, obviously, all ultimately fruitless. Immortal saints from all the great Tao domains were also certain. In the midst of this southern border, another supreme heavenly pride had finally emerged. This son, he must be invincible. Of course, what they don't know is this heavy pupil heavenly pride, at this moment is obediently lying in Su Chen's arms. Master, I've finally refined this heavy pupil inheritance. He. Su Chen rubbed the head of the person in his arms, lowered his head, and laughed softly. It's not bad. Not only did he refine the heavy pupil inheritance in half a year's seclusion, even his cultivation level has risen all the way up to the 10th sky of the blood condensation realm, and is not far off from the speed of your senior sister. However, Lin Tian'er shook her head. She said, not at all. Senior sister has a holy body vision, and at only 13 years old, she has already stepped into the earth sect realm, and is the most powerful person I've ever seen other than my master. Even my 1001 royal brother can't compare to him. You know, he's the most famous heavenly pride in our great desolate state. Wait, 101 royal brothers? At those words, Su Chen frowned. Just how many sons has your father given birth to? Well, I did the math. Lin Tian'er thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes flowing, about 384,500 or so? Oops, people can't remember. Anyway, so many anyway, I can't even count them all. Su Chen only felt confused. 380,000? Your family owns a pig farm? So fertile. Speaking here, Lin Tian'er curved her eyes and smiled playfully. But besides Sister Qing'er, I also have still 7 sisters yo. They can all be princesses. They are all pretty and beautiful. If Master doesn't mind, I can ask Father Emperor to let all my sisters marry Master. If you don't mind, I can ask Father to let all my sisters marry you. Winter goes and spring comes. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed by. The heavy snow first covered the entire purple bamboo forest, and then the tender green branches and leaves sprang up again, and Misty Peak was refreshed. In the middle of the cold pool, the phoenix's voice was loud and clear in the air. One terrifying phoenix shadow after another shook the water of the cold pool thousands of feet high. The phoenix shadow swept past, and the cold ice exploded. Jian Wuxian's figure stood above the cold pool. Within the beautiful eyes, there had long since been a touch more composure and coldness. The moment, she actually had a hint of empress. Why? Still can't refine it. Jian Wuxian pondered. Where exactly did it go wrong? Ice Phoenix Tipping Codex. Inherited from the 2 ferocious raptor Ice Phoenix, it belongs to the top-level Saint grade technique, and can only be cultivated by possessing the Ice Phoenix bloodline. There were 10 weights in total, and each one was extremely powerful. In the past half a year, Bing Xian'er would use the Ice Phoenix source blood to quench Jian Wuxian's heart veins every day, coupled with the fact that she herself is in the body of the 10,000 sword saint body, and broke the extreme realm 3 times, but also opened up 1,000,000 spirit veins. The qualifications are even more unique in the ancient times. For the comprehension of the Gongfu's comprehension of the Ice Phoenix pouring codex, it can be said that it is breathtaking. For half a year, she had been comprehending this Gongfu every day, comprehending it to the 9th level while being stuck at the 9th level. In any case, it was impossible to comprehend this last one. If one wanted to inherit Mu Xianin's Tao intent in its entirety, one would have to comprehend the 10th gravity, but she could never take that step. What was going on? Suddenly, a snow shadow floated to her. An ice fairy had landed in front of her. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Stable updates after today. Chapter 42 Girls Meet. Amazing disciple. You girl don't need to be in a hurry. In just half a year you have comprehended the 9th gravity. Such a speed can already be called unprecedented. In my impression, except for the little lord no one can compare with it. Not even the master. Ice fairy comforted. After half a year of contact, the two had long been very familiar with each other, and she had gradually accepted the existence of the Ice Phoenix inheritor. However, she likewise did not see any abnormality in Jian Wuxian. She was the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan, and guarding the Ice Phoenix inheritance was originally her duty. This is also why, an immortal half-saint demonic beast, willingly submitting to the human forces. It can also be said that, the Ice Phoenix clan was originally the guardian demonic beast of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Senior Xian'er, I'm fine. Jian Wuxian shook her head, but a flash of conviction flowed from her beautiful eyes. But, the Ice Phoenix pouring code is the inheritance of my master ancestor. I will definitely obtain her. Ice Fairy. Just then, a familiar figure walked over. Seeing this, Jian Wuxian and Bing Xian'er bowed their bodies and paid their respects. Greetings, Master. Greetings, little lord. Chen was quite satisfied. Not bad. In half a year's time you have comprehended Master's Ice Phoenix pouring code to the 9th level. Just then, a small head leapt out from behind him. This was a petite and delicate little girl with a white dress covering her body. Whether it was her curved eyebrows, cherry lips, or starry eyes, she could be called someone's best color. Although she looks only 8 or 9 years old, she has long been as beautiful as a dream. Seeing this figure, Jian Wuxin's heart was delighted. Senior sister, you've come out of the customs? Aha! Lin Tian'er nodded her head gently, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They hurriedly came over and jumped into Jian Wuxian's arms. Senior sister, you don't even know. People miss you. Lin Tian'er flooded with starry eyes and blushed. Jian Wuxin lowered her zhenshu and sized up Lin Tian'er. In her heart, she silently said, this little senior sister is worthy of being born with heavy pupils. Just by holding her, the killing aura in her body is so strong, and she doesn't know that in the future she will be able to grow to all sorts of levels. With her emperor's soul awakening, her eyesight was naturally not bad, and the aura emanating from Lin Tian'er's body was clearly already at the 10th level of the blood condensation realm. It's just a step away from the Sea of Wheels. It seems that senior sister's delay in breaking through was because she wanted to impact the Qi and blood extreme realm. Thinking of this, Jian Wuxin shook his head. She reincarnated in this life and recultivated, and with her cultivation and qualifications from her previous life, she opened up a million spirit veins that had never been seen before. And this heavy pupil was known for killing and invincibility. The record holders of Qi and blood power through the generations were also heavy pupil inheritors. It was also unknown how many pounds of Qi and blood power the senior sister of his could impact. Chen looked at Bing Xian'er and explained, this is the young disciple I took in half a year ago. She is called as Lin Tian'er, born with the Eye of Fear, a heavy pupil inheritance. The Eye of Fear? Heavy pupil inheritance? Ice Fairy's cold eyes narrowed as she muttered softly, if I remember correctly, it was recorded in the Ice Phoenix ancestral soul that the heavy pupil inheritance is the way of killing, and has its own invincible path. Those with heavy pupils are born supreme and are invincible throughout their lives. Little lord, where exactly did you get so many demonic celestials from? Well, Chen scratched his head and said, would you believe me if, when I said it was just lying around, they sent themselves to the door? Ice Fairy rolled her eyes. There was being speechless too. At this time, Chen turned his head and said to Jian Wuxin, Wuxin, now that you've also been in seclusion for half a year, you should return to the small bamboo house with your master first. About 3 days later, the window opened and sunlight filtered through the curtains. Inside the house, there was a soft voice. Elder sister, what are you doing? It's early in the morning and people aren't even awake yet. Ha ah. A little girl yawned and got up from her bed. Her starry eyes misted with water, as if she was still awake. She was none other than Lin Tian'er. After 6 months in seclusion, she's 8.5 years old. Still a white dress to cover the body, absolutely beautiful face, beautiful as a dream. After she awakened the heavy pupil inheritance, her cultivation speed could be said to be like 1,000 miles a day. In just 1 year, from having no cultivation, he had arrived at the 10th level of the blood condensation realm, and was likely to break through at any time. If she hadn't deliberately suppressed it, wanting that to impact the Qi and blood extreme realm, she would have broken through long ago. No, wake up. Jian Wuxin blankly glanced at her without any good sense of humor and said, it was hard to get Master Zun to agree to accompany us to the mountain for a stroll, so we must not be late. Yoo-hoo! Hearing that she was going to accompany her master, Lin Tian'er immediately came energized and immediately got up from the bed. The two of them packed up and went out into the courtyard. A breathtakingly perfect figure had been waiting here for a long time. Greetings, master. Greetings, master. Seeing this figure, the two of them respectfully bowed down. You two girls, you had to drag master to the bottom of the mountain for a trip, and you're actually late. Chen slowly turned his eyes back to the duo. It's all my sister's fault, always staying in bed. No way. It is clearly that senior sister's body is too soft, causing people to have no spirit at all. Chen glanced at the two sisters. The eyes are weird. Boy, are the lilies blooming in my hometown? He then spoke. You all haven't eaten yet, have you? Since you're going out to have fun you should eat your breakfast first. Aha! After a long time, the three of them left Misty Peak and arrived at the bottom of the mountain. For Chen, coming to this ice-cloud immortal palace all belonged to a miracle. After all, he had only left Misty Peak 2 or 3 times after worshipping the ice cloud for 1,000 years. The ice cloud immortal palace was divided into 2 courtyards, the inner and outer. The inner courtyard was full of disciples above the spirit drawing realm, and the outer court is also new to discipleship. As soon as he arrived at the inner courtyard, he caused a furor. Look guys, does that look like an ancestor? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's still true. The other two. Isn't that Master heartless? With that 9 princess of the heavenly vault divine kingdom? Holy. These 3 have too much face value. Ancestor is truly worthy of being an ancestor. A one-man play with 2 beauties. Or 2 Lolitas. I'm so envious. All rise and honor the Grandmaster. Looking at the figures of the 3, countless male disciples were envious. But what's the use of envy? Su Chen's appearance similarly caught the attention of countless female disciples. Look, it's the ancestor. Finished ancestor is so handsome. I love. Ancestor, I love you. I so want to give you a monkey. It's over. It won't work. I have to go to the outhouse. I'm going too. Master. So you're so popular. Jian Wuxin looked at the reactions of the surrounding Ice Cloud disciples and snickered. Have you forgotten, you girl, when you first met your master? Su Chen blankly glanced at her without any good reason. This girl, after only 2 years of worship, she dares to flirt with her master? If we were to give her a few years, wouldn't she just crush me? The first time I met my master. Jian Wuxin softly tweaked, then began to recall. What was it like when you first met your master? At that time, a little girl stood in front of a large crowd, facing those big men at the top of the pyramid in the Southland, and shouted I do. It shocked countless people and drew the envy of countless heavenly prides. She suddenly vaguely remembered that she seemed to have some reaction even then. Geez, is this really me? Jian Wuxin covered his lips, his face full of incredulity. Then her little face blushed with shame. She gently bit her shell teeth and huffed and puffed as she turned her face away. Master, you are simply bad. I'm ignoring you. Poof. Su Chen was slightly stunned. How did this little girl learn to be angry? She's on her period? 13, that's about right, isn't it? Since we're all on our period, does that mean, is okay to eat? Put. Beside her, Lin Tian'er let out a light laugh. Tian'er, what are you laughing at, you girl? Su Chen asked suspiciously. Lin Tian'er curved her eyes and hooked them, came to his ear and laughed softly. Because, Master is already perfect. He. Since the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was too huge, the 3 of them also walked for quite a while before walking out. Although with Su Chen's strength, he could directly tear through space and step into the void. But after all, it's companionship for these 2 sisters. It would be better to take a walk and move your muscles. The cold state was already incredibly cold, covered in ice and snow all year round. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was even located in the extreme northern cold land of the cold state. Its temperature is predictable throughout the entire southern border of nearly 500,000 Dao states. Like the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, there were very few that had opened up a mountain and established a sect in such a bitterly cold place. Most of the time, it is because the clan's inheritance technique is related to ice and snow. As soon as you come to the foot of the mountain and walk out the door, the icy scene fades. What followed was a lush scene. Master, where are we going to have fun? Jian Wuxin twisted his head to look at Su Chen, obviously having switched from shyness. Well, Su Chen looked around. After 1,000 years of seclusion in Misty Peak, it was surprising that he was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. Why don't we go to the bazaar in front of us for a stroll? Aha, let's go. Jian Wuxin nodded. Master would come out once in a while, and would definitely be interested in the trinkets of the mortal world. Due to the fact that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was one of the 9 holy places in the southern borderlands. It's freezing in here though. However, there are also many people who cultivate, or old people who run small businesses at the foot of the mountain. The 3 of them wandered around for a good while. Su Chen was indifferent to everything, and it's these 2 sisters who are like curious babies. What a weird and wonderful thing to check out. Look, senior sister, the name of this bottle of elixir is so strange, yo. It's called something like 7 times a night. And this, gnarly whip, Ice Biker Emperor Scorpion Whip. Boss, how do you sell this? Pack it all up for me. He. Master will be very happy. After a long time, Su Chen walked towards a chicken coop and said to the owner, give me 100 adult large roosters. Yes, uncastrated ones. Okay. With that, the owner of the coop picked out the roosters one by one and served them to him. Seeing this, Su Chen was quite satisfied and said, I think the hens in the coop should like it. This night, on the upper edge of the Misty Peak, there was a wail of despair that resounded for several days before stopping. Spring is gone and fall has arrived. Without realizing it, 6 months passed by. On this day, a pillar of aura light rose to the sky. Countless heaven and earth auras in the surroundings surged towards the netherworld peak. The entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was once again in a state of shock. This is clearly the Earth sect extreme realm. Before this heaven and earth vision ended, another visionary aberration enveloped the area. The entire netherworld peak was shrouded in miles of thunderbolts. Master, it's going to rain again. Lin Tian'er let out a cry of surprise and hid at Su Chen's side. Standing in front of the bamboo house, Chen glanced at the dome of the sky and said indifferently, "Your senior sister. She has broken through." Chapter 41, Stepping into the Celestials, Eating Chen alive. 2 visions in a row. Without much thought. This was naturally drawn by Jian Wuxin. And on this day, it also declared that Jian Wuxin had stepped into the realm of celestials, worshipping the ice cloud immortal palace for just 3 years, one after another. He broke the 4 great polar realms of Qi and blood, sea of chakras, spirit inducing, and earth sect. The body has the vision of the holy body and the 2 Dao intentions. One was Saint Dao intent, while the other was Emperor Realm Dao intent. Jian Wuxin used his strength to tell everyone, "She, Sword Emperor reincarnated. There is no one in the ages. What about reincarnation and reincarnation? What about the quest for immortality? Isn't this way of immortality broken?" Feeling these 2 powerful heaven and earth visions, Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, countless disciples envy, sigh, shock, and a main peak. The crowd of Ice Cloud elders looked up. The one at the head was naturally Grand Elder Mu Yangzi. "I didn't expect that in just 3 years. Senior sister heartless, she has already stepped into the celestial realm." The Grand Elder lamented 10,000 times. "How can this let us old guys? How can we live? Worshipping the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for only 3 years, all the way from blood condensation to celestial beings. They have witnessed too many miracles. Numbed, so to speak." "Yes." Second Elder Mu Lakshi nodded and said, "Since the ancestors' entry into the sacred, I have witnessed too much. The great era of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has indeed come. In this world of great struggles, strength means everything, and for senior sister Heartless to grow up so much, it is also bound to be accompanied by Qi." A female elder spoke up. "With the ancestor in attendance, Ice Cloud, no longer have any worries." The Grand Elder narrowed both of his eyes. "At this heaven's remarkable grand ceremony, Ice Cloud, will surely be famous in all the heavens." Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Inside a forbidden land, a stunningly beautiful woman in a snowsuit snapped her eyes open. Her eyes were clear and cold, like a solitary ice lotus. Heartless she has actually stepped into the celestial realm. This statement was made. The 6 surrounding snow shadows also opened their eyes, waking up from their meditation. "Feel what's happening out there." The second fairy, Jun Xin Run, nodded. "Eldest sister is right. Heartless this girl, and also broke the Earth Zone Extreme Realm, Qi and Blood Extreme Realm, Chakra Sea Extreme Realm, Citation Realm Extreme Realm, Earth Sect Extreme Realm. In just 3 years, this girl has actually broken the Extreme Realm 4 times? The 3 immortal Xue Fei Yan raised her eyes, her face full of incredulity. What kind of overpowering means does this little guy Chen have? In just 3 years, he has cultivated a peerless demon. At this point, another pair of cold and clear eyes opened, and she was none other than Fairy Bamboo Heart. Not too long ago, with Chen's saintly fortune, she had finally stepped into the 10th heaven of the Supreme Realm. The last period of time, on the other hand, has been spent on stabilizing the skyrocketing aura. The other 6 immortals, on the other hand, were in a deadlock as they were impacting the half-sate realm. The Ice Cloud Palace Master was even impacting an immortal saint. Strong people like them possessed a long lifespan. A closure can be as short as 3 or 5 months, or as long as hundreds of years, or even thousands or tens of thousands of years. Bamboo Heart leisurely said, "Sisters, in fact, the last time in the Sword Pavilion, Heartless even stepped into the 108th floor and obtained the sword intent of the Heavenly Ice Ancestor." "What? You're saying that the Heavenly Ice Ancestor's sword intent was obtained by Heartless?" Curtain Bamboo suddenly opened his mouth, his face full of shock. The rest of the 5 immortals, too, had revealed shocked expressions. Last time, they were both in death seclusion and had no knowledge of what was happening in the outside world. Jesus, breaking into the 108th floor of the Sword Pavilion? Obtaining the sword intent of Old Man Tian Bing? This, not only that. Bamboo Heart glanced at the 6 immortals and said again. She even opened up 1,000,000 spirit veins. Even the remaining 6 immortals fell into numbness when these words came out. 3 years, congealing blood to celestial beings, breaking the extreme realm 4 times, breaking into the 108th floor of the Sword Pavilion, obtaining the sword intent of the Heavenly Ice Ancestor, and opening up millions of spiritual veins that have never been seen before in all of history. What kind of invincible demon is this? Even if Heartless possesses the 10,000 sword saint body, he can't be this demonic, right? To cultivate this kind of heavenly pride in just 3 years, could it be that Master Suhi really has some kind of overpowering method? It seems like this is heaven's gift to me. Ice Cloud, a group of 7 immortals were shocked. He himself had entered sainthood for 1,000 years, and even his disciples had all stepped into celestial beings for 3 years. How the hell did this little guy do it? At this point, an overwhelmingly gorgeous figure appeared before the eyes of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud. She has a stunningly beautiful ice face, with a hint of coldness in her body. Ice eyebrows, ice eyes, and ice lips are 3 times better than ice and snow. Greetings, senior sister. Seeing this person, the 7 immortals of the ice cloud bowed slightly. This was none other than the first fairy of the southern borderlands, Ice Cloud Palace Master Mu Bingchan. Ever since Su Chen had entered sainthood, the Ice Cloud Palace Master had fallen into a deadlock, bound to impact that saintly realm. I didn't realize that Jian Wuxin stepping into the Celestials had startled her as well. There is no need for words. I already know all that, the Ice Cloud Palace Master said indifferently. Then senior sister this time out of the gate. Curtain bamboo doubt a few points. The Ice Cloud Palace Master didn't reply, but instead looked in the direction of Ethereal Peak. Go, sisters, go to Misty Peak, eat this little guy Su Chen alive. On the other side, Ethereal Peak. Ding, the host's disciple, Sword Wuxin, has broken the Earth Sect Extreme Realm, breaking through to the Celestial Realm. Reward the host, the Chongling 3 Sacred Leaves. The system's voice sounded in his head, and Su Chen withdrew his expression. Then, a strange flower blossomed before his eyes. Chongling 3 Saints Leaf, high-grade holy elixir, with red, blue and white leaves, containing pure heaven and earth aura. Saints can automatically break through 3 realms after taking it, and can also refine 10 drops of Saint's essence blood. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully surveyed it. Saints can automatically break through 3 realms and refine 10 drops of holy blood after eating. So anticlimactic, to know that immortal saints, they were already at the top of the southern border. Enough to be considered undefeated, and between each of these heavens, it could be considered a heavenly rift that was difficult to cross. If you wanted to break through a level, don't even think about it without tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation. After Su Chen broke through to Immortal Saint, 3 years have passed, but only some time ago to break through the Dan Sage human realm 2 heavens. From the 3 heavens there is still a small gap. However, he had already refined 50 drops of his Saint Essence blood. With the refining of the holy blood, the holy chi in his body became even more dense, and the saintly chi brought to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace far exceeded that of ordinary saints by an unknown number of times. In these 3 years, with his saintly chi enveloping him, the strength of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was also rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. Many elders, deacons, and disciples broke through one after another, and, to his surprise, this Chongling 3 Sacred Leaf could actually make a direct breakthrough. It seemed that he could also raise his strength a bit again. After all, these 2 demonic disciples of his were afraid that if they cultivated for another 100 or 80 years, they would almost catch up with him. That's a lot of pressure. Just then, there came the sound of a spaced-out voice. You little fellow, you're having a good time. Here in the mountains, in the sky, ice and snow drifted down, and 8 icy shadows arrived silently. Chapter 42 Su Chen delivers the opportunity. 7 immortals closed in. Seeing these 8 glimpses of ice shadows, Lin Tian'er froze for a moment, then immediately bowed down. Greetings, Elder Bamboo Heart. Greetings masters. Not that she called just one. Rather, she had only met Bamboo Heart, and she didn't recognize any of the other 6 immortals as well as the Ice Cloud Palace Master. It's Elder's sister and the girls? Su Chen slightly raised his eyes and looked toward the ice shadow in the sky. But aren't they on death row? Why are they all out? He also bowed slightly and smiled. Greetings to all the senior sisters. No need to be polite. The Ice Cloud Palace Master looked at Lin Tian'er on top of him and said suspiciously, You are Master Su's new disciple who has been admitted to the sect, the 9 princesses of the Heavenly Vault Divine Kingdom? Su Chen explained. Tian'er doesn't need to worry. She is the Palace Master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Mu Bingchan. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lin Tian'er's small face flushed and she shyly bowed down. Greetings to the Palace Master Teacher. Shame on you. Shame on you. As a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, it is surprising that he does not recognize the Ice Cloud Palace Master. The Ice Cloud Palace Master slowly raised her eyes and sized up a few points. Not bad at all. Although this palace cannot see your physique, but it is said that you had attracted 10,000 miles of lightning punishment when you were born. By no means an extraordinary physique. And by worshipping under Master Su's disciples, you are bound to become a dragon and phoenix amongst men. After some shushing, Su Chen walked to the front of the crowd and smiled. Today, senior sisters, how come you're all free to come to my Misty Peak? Humph, Shui Fei Yan snorted lightly, lifting her right hand to press down with a palm, and with it, her body pressed over as well, pushing Su Chen against the stone pillar of the stone pavilion, coldly snorting. You guy, you still have the nerve to say that. Hurry up and hand it over. Right, that's right. If you don't hand it over, don't blame the senior sisters for being merciless. Bingju also gave a light hum and pouted. The other few fairies, on the other hand, were looking at him like wolves and tigers, and even the Ice Cloud Palace Master was revealing a ferocious gaze. This scared Chen to death. Looking at the hot and wet lips close at hand, as well as that pair of huge peaks, Chen swallowed his saliva. Hand over what? Humph. You still have the nerve to say that. Shui Fei Yan once again hummed and said, how on earth did you temper Jian Wuxin into such a demon? Your overpowering method. Yes, senior brother. Bamboo Heart on the side also spoke up. It's not just heartless, there's also tea on her. Back when she left, but there was no aura fluctuation in her body. But now she's already in the 10th heaven of the body tempering realm. Don't tell me that none of this has anything to do with you. If you don't tell me today, the 8 of us sisters will go at it together. This. Chen scratched his head. Looks like the sisters are here for that. But these 2 sisters' blossoming speed really didn't have anything to do with him. However, if he said that, these 8 senior sisters would definitely not believe him. He laughed and said, told you so. Since the senior sisters are caught in the middle of a death spiral, why don't you let senior brother deliver some opportunities to the senior sisters? The words fell, and Chen did not speak. Instead, with a big wave of his hand, he condensed hundreds of great Tao divine rhythms in the air. Each of them contained endless power of laws. These law divine rhythms enveloped the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. At a level such as Chen's, wielding a great Tao divine rhythm for one to comprehend was still a breeze. After all, he was a saint. Even though it was only the 2nd level of the Sage Realm, it was still at the Sage Realm level. And the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud were all still in the mortal realm's secret realm of eternal life. Even the most powerful Ice Cloud Palace Master was only a half-saint. Sensing this scene, the other 6 immortals as well as the Ice Cloud Palace Master violently opened their eyes. It's still counting that you guys have a conscience. You didn't let senior sister love you for nothing. Seeing these endless forces of law, Shui Fei Yan withdrew her right hand, and Shui Yan let out a light laugh. Turn around and wait for me to get out of the customs. I will definitely reward you properly, yo. After saying that, she sat down on her knees and began to comprehend this great Tao divine rhythm, impacting that half-saint realm. The other 6 immortals also closed their doors after some assurances. At this moment, the Ice Cloud Palace Master's lips slightly opened. Senior brother, you are truly the greatest gift from heaven to my Ice Cloud. Chen laughed and said, senior sister, where is this coming from? You also hurry up and close the door. For Mu Bingchan, he could be said to have mixed feelings. From the time they worshipped Ice Cloud, these 8 senior sisters never bullied him for being rootless. Instead they pampered and protected him. Especially Mu Bingchan. She was more like a big sister. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace shook its head helplessly, and then rejoined. Where's little girl Heartless? Why don't we see her? Back to Palace Master Senior. Senior sister, she is still in seclusion in the underworld cold heavenly pool. At that moment, Lin Tian'er, who was on the side, explained. So it is. The Ice Cloud Palace Master nodded. What's wrong? Chen was puzzled for a few moments. Why would senior sister suddenly mention Heartless? According to normal circumstances, Ice Cloud 7 immortals as well as the Ice Cloud Palace Master have been stuck in the bottleneck for many years. And now that there are some great opportunities for enlightenment, they should immediately shut down the door, right? However, after the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud had all gone into seclusion, this senior sister instead inquired about Jian Wuxin, who was not at the celestial realm. The Ice Cloud Palace Master explained. 1 month from now, it will be the 100 Yearly Heavens Remarks Conference. The so-called Heavens Remarkable Assembly is a secret realm that will be opened in the Taiwan ancient city, at which time Heavens Remarkable that has a lifespan of no more than 1,000 years and a cultivation level above the spirit drawing realm will be able to enter and seek their own opportunities. And this Heavens Pride ceremony, the entire southern border Dao region of 500,000 Dao states of the major Heavens Pride will participate. My Ice Cloud Immortal Palace as one of the 9 holy places will have 10,000 places, so I hope that this session of the Heavens Pride General Assembly, Heartless can participate along with the Ice Cloud crowd of disciples. The Heavens Pride Conference? Chen nodded slightly. I understand, senior sister. He had heard a little bit about this 100 Yearly Heavens Remarks ceremony. It had also been 3 years since Jian Wuxian had worshipped under him, so it would be better to let her go out and make some waves on her own. After all, she is the reincarnation of the Empress, with a Taoist intent of its own. After explaining some more simple things, the Ice Cloud Palace Master also sat down on his knees. Senior brother, you will be the one to protect our path this time, she said softly, then fell into meditation. Looking at the group of senior sisters, Chen shook his head helplessly. Then he raised his right hand and condensed drop after drop of blood from his fingertips. These were surprisingly all saintly essence blood, a full 21 drops. Each drop contained an endless amount of sage essence, wrapped in the laws of the great Tao. Then, with a flick of his right finger, 21 drops of sage essence blood were injected into each of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud. With the saint's essence blood, the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud were all bound to improve greatly in this seclusion. Maybe they could all even step into the half-saint realm. On the other hand, Chen looked at the Ice Cloud Palace master as he helplessly said, "Senior sister, don't blame me. Senior brother will also grant you another chance." After saying that, he plucked off a piece of the Qiongling 3 sacred leaf, took it into his mouth, and chewed on it. Then to Mu Bingchan's icy lips that were permeated with a hint of coldness, he gently covered them, ferrying the essence of the Qiongling 3 sacred leaves into her mouth. Aside, Lin Tian'er stared blankly at the two of them, murmuring softly, "Master's movements are so strange, yo," said, her finger even unknowingly put in her mouth and sucked up. Chapter 43, Centerless goes out, heads to the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, and after a year of hard work, Lin Tian'er also naturally displayed the power of the heavy pupil inheritance. She had arrived at the 10th heaven of the body-tempering realm 100 years ago, but she hadn't been in a hurry to break through. Instead, she had been hammering her flesh every day. Heavy pupil has killing as its path, and invincibility as its path. The physical body is the most important step. After half a year of refining, her chi and blood power had reached a staggering 3 million kilograms. You know, even if it was Jian Wu Xin, the chi and blood extreme realm was only 500,000 pounds. Historically, the chi and blood record holders were all heavy pupil inheritors as well, stuck at half a step in the sea of wheels, ready to break through at any time. But it also wanted to impact the secret realm of the flesh body once again. She wanted to know exactly where the extreme of this chi and blood power was. On the other side, in the underworld cold heavenly pool, a pair of calm eyes slowly opened. The gaze in his eyes was a little too quiet to be scary. Jian Wu Xin slowly got up, a light dress, floating in the air in the cold wind. Her hair was like ink, each one clearly visible. No emotion could be seen on his face, yet there was a cold aura that naturally emanated from her. Stepped into the realm of celestial beings. Her use of the heaven and earth aura became even more skillful. At the spirit drawing realm, one can initially touch aura and fly with a sword. Celestials, on the other hand, can directly step into the air. In addition to this aura of the celestial realm, 3 dashes of icy blue Dao intent surfaced on her side. One for the ice sword, one for the emperor's sword, one was the shadow of the ice phoenix. This holy ice phoenix shadow was naturally the ice phoenix Dao intent of her master ancestor, Chen's master, Mu Senin. The moment she broke the earth sect extreme realm and stepped into the celestial realm, she actually accidentally comprehended the 10th gravity of the ice phoenix tipping codex. Naturally, he also refined this ice phoenix Dao intent. At the same time, it was also announced that since the ice cloud immortal palace had been built for hundreds of thousands of years, the Taoist intentions of the 3 sage ancestors over the generations, she was actually the only one, occupying 2 of them exclusively, plus her own empress sword intent. One person carries 3 kinds of Taoist intentions. What kind of invincible, demonic existence is this? Jian Wuxin's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes revealing a touch of icy coldness. I didn't expect that I would also accidentally obtain Master Ancestor's Dao intent. As Su Chen's disciple, she naturally knew that Mu Senin had fallen into the hands of the devil Dao back then, and the devil's way. In her previous life, it was already unknown how many immortals, as well as half-emperors, had fallen by her hands. She faintly glanced at the shadow of the ice phoenix, revealing a few moments of doubt. It's just that, why would the Master Ancestor, who had such a powerful Dao intent, fall at the hands of a few mole saints in the district? One day later, back to the little bamboo hut. However, just as Jian Wuxin had just stepped out of the purple bamboo forest, he was dumbfounded by the scene of blackness in front of him. 8 immortal women sitting in the courtyard of the master. Jian Wuxin muttered, "Could it be that senior is hiding a woman in a golden house behind my back?" Immediately, she shouted into the room, "Master, why are there so many women here?" Jian Wuxin muttered her little mouth in exasperation, but just as she had just walked to the courtyard, she realized that all of these fairies were actually the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, as well as the Ice Cloud Palace Master. Why are the masters here? It still looks like they're all in seclusion. What's going on? After she saw one of the great Dao laws that enveloped the ethereal peak, she understood. It must have been the master who laid down this great Dao law for the masters to comprehend. Is Heartless back? Hearing the sound, Su Chen yawned and came out of the house. Seeing Su Chen, Jian Wuxin swept away her earlier decline and directly jumped into his arms. "Master, I miss you so much." When she hadn't seen her for half a year, she just felt like she particularly and especially missed her master teacher. This confused Su Chen. Boy, is this rebellious disciple going to charge the master? After breakfast, Lin Tian'er continued to hammer his fleshly body in the purple bamboo forest. Southern, meanwhile, was lying in a rocking chair jerking off his dog. Around them sat 8 breathtaking figures. The dog looked at the Ice Cloud Palace Master as well as the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud with some confusion. When did my ice cloud immortal palace prosper so much, breaking through half-saints altogether? With the heavenly ice ancestor's previous saintly cultivation, he was naturally able to see, at a glance, the strength of these juniors. It could be said that during the 200,000 years that he was sealed in the heavenly ice sword pavilion, countless ice cloud disciples had entered the pavilion to enlighten themselves, and there are only a few top qualifiers. For the 7 immortals of the ice cloud, he had some influence. With his eyes, a glance will see the ice cloud's 7 immortals. 6 of them are out of the supreme bottleneck, at any time may break through. Returning to the bamboo house, Jian Wuxian wielded his long sword for Su Chen at the stone pavilion. At this time, Su Chen opened his mouth and said, "Heartless, there's still a month left before the Southern Border's Heaven's Pride Conference opens. Countless Heaven's Pride will be heading there at that time, and I, Ice Cloud, have a great elder to lead the team. Do you have any thoughts on that?" Su Chen looked toward Jian Wuxian, who wouldn't sell himself short. It's also time to let Swordless go out for a wave. The Heaven's Pride Conference? At the sound, the dog's head snapped up. He had also participated in the Heaven's Remarks Conference and had topped out in it, seeking his own chance and ultimately being invincible for an era. Having a secret realm like this was naturally better for Jian Wuxian. Jian Wuxian retrieved his longsword and replied, "Back to master. Disciple is willing to go. Very well, this is for you." Su Chen nodded, then pulled out a piece of diamond from his sleeve. A sword mark was engraved on the diamond. This is the desolate ancient divine jade, which contains a powerful aura boundary that can save your life when it matters. So keep it. Su Chen explained. "Thank you, master." Jian Wuxian let out a light smile and walked over, collecting the diamond. However, at this time, she came up to the root of Su Chen's ear and whispered, "However, could master put it on for me personally?" "You girl?" Su Chen's heart and soul trembled slightly, and he shook his head helplessly. "There's really nothing you can do about it." He. Half a month passed by. Ice Cloud Square. The figure of the Grand Elder stood at the front of the Great Hall, and behind him, a group of elders, lined up, 4 men and 4 women, 8 in all. All of them were superpowers of the Emperor realm, and they were the protector elders of this heaven's remarkable assembly. After all, this time, the matter was of great importance, and in every session of the Heaven's Pride Conference, all the major powers would send their most elite disciples. If something goes wrong, the future of a clan can be lost. At a glance, there were densely packed Ice Cloud disciples, and all of these were the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's heavenly pride, as well as its roots. But not all of them were in the celestial realm, or kings. More of them were disciples with lower cultivation levels like Earth Sect and Spirit Drawing. After all, there was a time for the opening of the Tai Wasteland Secret Realm, and only the best in the same realm were qualified to go there. Among these 10,000 disciples, there was no lack of chiefs of major main peaks, or personal disciples of elders. Not far away, there was a petite figure wearing a white coat and a bucket hat, blending in with the crowd. At her side followed a black and white dog. The Grand Elder looked at the crowd and let out a muddy voice. "This trip to the Tai Wasteland Ancient City, pay attention to your own safety, and especially keep an eye out for the people of the 8 Holy Lands. Do you understand?" "We, the others, obey." The crowd of Ice Cloud's Heaven's Pride disciples bowed down. Afterward, the Grand Elder waved his hand. "Depart." Chapter 44, The Hate in the Heartless Heart, The Devil's Way Out. The words fell. All of the Ice Cloud elite disciples, some of them fabricated sword techniques, some flew with their swords, some stepped into the air, and some rode demonic beasts. They flocked towards the teleportation array. Since the southern border is so huge and vast, there were basically teleportation arrays between every Dao state, and the Tai Wasteland Ancient City was located in the hinterland of the southern borderlands, which was the territory of the host Sacred Land. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and the other forces in Yangzhou had all needed to use the teleportation array to get there. Jian Wuxian glanced at the Sky Ice Elder Ancestor and said, "Let's go." After saying that, she entered into the teleportation formation with Old Man Sky Ice. 3 days later, along the way, they crossed thousands of Dao states and encountered many forces. When these forces saw the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, they gave way. It was because Bing Yun was the master of this piece of heaven and earth. On this day, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's large troop arrived at a place called Sword State, Kenshu. As one of the most powerful Dao states under the banner of the Ice Cloud, there were countless sects with deep roots. Even more so, it was situated with a first-class power like the Lingyun Sword Sect. Lingyun Sword Sect. Patriarch Lingyun had hosted a banquet early in the morning to receive the Ice Cloud disciples. They, too, had long since selected their disciples to go along with the Ice Cloud Immortal Palaces. Not for anything else, just because there is the blessing of the Holy Land Taoist tradition. On the road are much safer. On the other side, a mountain spring. After having dinner, Jian Wuxin came to sit here. For some reason, ever since worshipping the ice-cloud immortal palace, she had especially enjoyed this kind of quiet place. Jian Wuxin raised his curved eyes and looked into the distance, a flash of complex emotions flashing through his eyes. However, this scene was still captured by the Sky Ice ancestor. He spoke. Master, what is wrong with you? Why does it feel like you were preoccupied as soon as you stepped into the sword state? He naturally knew that Jian Wuxin was the reincarnator of the female emperor, but the last thing such a strong person should have is feelings. Except for Su Chen, of course. Jian Wuxin shook his head. I'm thinking of scenes from my childhood. Scenes from childhood? Old ancestor Sky Ice was puzzled for a few moments and said, why did you suddenly think of being a child? Jian Wuxin jacked the dog, then gave it a rundown of when he was a child. Her early childhood was unfortunate, suffering all kinds of humiliations, and eventually her birth mother was forced to die, and even her relatives were slaughtered cleanly. And as the words fell, the Sky Ice old ancestor became suddenly furious. What? It's an abomination. This group of mole crickets, how dare they bully my master like this? I'll go and slap them to pieces. After saying that, it was about to rise up in the air to go and take out an evil breath for Jian Wuxin, but suddenly it seems, he doesn't know the bearings yet. Awkward. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin withdrew his expression and said lightly, and this is where I was born. Sky Ice old ancestor sucked in a breath of cool air. At once, killing. And what are the master's plans? As long as master gives the order, I'll immediately go and slap these mole crickets to death, even if it means wiping out the entire face state from the southern border. When he said that, he was filled with anger. Obviously, he was also furious. Revenge. Jian Wuxin's curved eyes narrowed, revealing a cold smile. Of course this revenge must be avenged, and since it's rare to come to the sword state once in a while, we might as well take care of it all together. The words fell out of her mouth and she slowly rose. 3 years, it's time to make an end to the feud of the past. Ma Yufeng, the Ma family, since you killed my mother, I won't blame this emperor for being cold-blooded and heartless. A few breaths later, Jian Wuxian walked out of the lake. With every step, the surface of the pool rippled. The sword intent and killing intent emanating from herself would also be 1 point more intense. Back then, her emperor's soul had not yet awakened. She's just a commoner's daughter. With her humble status and humiliation, only her mother cared for her. But my mother died of hatred, and the family pressed on. Banish her from the family at only 11 years old. And now, identity aside, she possessed the 10,000 sword saint body and held 3 kinds of Tao meanings in her hands, breaking the 4 great polar realms one after another and obtaining 4 blessings from the great Tao. In just 3 years, he even stepped into the realm of celestial beings. What's more, there was a saint's remnant soul as a slave, in the middle of the entire southern border. And who is more invincible and demonic than her? After worshipping the ice cloud immortal palace, the sword Wuxin from 3 years ago had perished. Now she belonged to Su Chen alone. She chanted softly, Master, after I have broken this last knot in my heart and recovered my lost sword heart, I will definitely stay by your side obediently and not go anywhere. On the other side, Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, inside the main hall. Humph. Rampant. An exasperated voice resounded in the hall. Upon closer inspection, this was none other than Xin Tian Taizu. He eyed the outside of the hall and burst into a rage. This supreme divine palace is clearly blatantly targeting my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. It's simply too deceitful. Second Elder Mu Lakshi frowned and mused. I didn't expect this old bastard, Wuji's sacred desire, to be so narrow-minded. The disciple was snatched away by my Ice Cloud ancestor, and sent some bull ***** heavenly pride, Wubu go, to come to my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to act like a pussy, not thinking that he would be pressed and rubbed against by heartless little girl. And he himself went so far as to encourage the first-rate forces under his command to wage war against the second-rate forces under my Ice Cloud. It's only been a year and more than 100 second-rate forces have been tragically exterminated. It's simply hard to become great with this kind of heart. Humph. The Xian heavenly ancestor once again snorted coldly and said in exasperation, if it weren't for the fact that my palace master was in seclusion, where would there be a chance for these old mongrels to run wild? Turns out, after Wu Bugo's failed attempt to pretend in the Sword Pavilion, the Supreme Divine Palace had even allowed the first-rate forces under its command to specifically target the second-rate forces of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. In just 1 year, hundreds of second-rate forces had been destroyed, but these people did a clean job and left no trace. It made the crowd of Ice Cloud elders hate their teeth, and the Xian Tian Taizu, who had been awakened from his enlightenment in the Sword Pavilion of Swordlessness last time, did not enter the coffin again. It was only after some inquiries that he finally realized that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had changed so much. But this is not the way to go on. A female elder also lamented. Why don't we go and ask the ancestor to come out? At this moment, The second elder suddenly opened his mouth as he shook his head. No. Since the ancestor has been in seclusion for 1,000 years, it means that he likes purity and does not want others to disturb him. We must not venture to disturb him. Let's wait for the palace master to come out before discussing this matter. The crowd of elders, too, shook their heads helplessly. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had a total of just one immortal half-saint, and after the palace master closed his doors, there was no more half-saint. Shocker. Just they do not know. Not only the palace master, even the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud are also on the Misty Peak. Although the ancestor's entry into sainthood had made a group of sacred landlords not dare to act rashly, it was still possible to make some small moves behind the scenes. Also, reporting to the great ancestor, according to the voice of the city lord of the Tai Wilderness ancient city, it seems that the southern border isn't peaceful lately, and there are demonic cultivators infesting the area. At that moment, a female elder suddenly said. When these words came out, the entire hall roared with shock. What? You mean the devil's way has reappeared? The crowd of Ice Cloud elders turned their heads to look at her, their faces full of incredulity. Since ancient times, the southern border has been divided into 2 paths, the righteous and the devil. The 9 holy places of the righteous path, led by the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, jointly resisted and cleaned up the demonic path. Devil cultivators, on the other hand, hide in the shadows and never appear out of sight, but every time it comes out, it is bound to be with a thunderous force, setting off a storm of bloodshed in the southern border. 1,000 years have passed since the last time the Devil's Way was infested. That time, it could also be said that it was the loudest in hundreds of thousands of years. The 9 saintly powerhouses of the Devil's Path came out in unison, leading countless Devil's Path cultivators to launch an attack on the righteous path. However, the other 8 holy places had avoided the battle and hid in their mountain gates, not daring to come out. Only the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace went to war. In the end, the Ice Cloud Palace Master fell in this heaven and earth after killing 3 saintly demonic cultivators, as well as nearly 10 half-saints. Although the demonic path was repelled, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace also suffered heavy losses, which led to all the subsequent chain reactions. After that time, the demonic path also disappeared. For the people of the Devil's Way, the group of Ice Cloud elders could be said to hate them to the bone. See it and kill it. I didn't realize that 1,000 years had passed, and these little rats hiding in the shadows were back on the prowl again? Great ancestor Xian Tian frowned. Is the news true? There shouldn't be any mistake. This news was personally passed on to the various Holy Lands by the city lord of Taiwan Ancient City. The female elder nodded, certain that her information was not half bad. Xian Tian Taizu sucked in a breath of cool air. It seems that this southern border, again, will not be peaceful, he murmured. Immediately spread the word that all the disciples who are practicing in the Tai Wasteland Ancient City this time must pay attention to their own safety. 1,000 years ago, Senior Sister Xianin killed 3 of their demon Dao saints one after another. They will definitely not let it go. And this infestation must be for my Bingyun as well. Chapter 45 Eastern Spirit Ma Family, Sword of the Broken Air. Sword State, East Spirit Country. As a huge empire that was one of the best in the entire Sword State, the Eastern Spirit Country was deep and strong. The territory is home to many sects and Taoist traditions. There was no shortage of 3rd and 4th-rate forces among them. These were all kings, or even hegemonic emperor realm powerhouses sitting in the town. It also had a certain amount of power in the entire Eastern Spirit Kingdom. The Ma family is one of them. According to rumors, the Ma family's ancestors had produced a supreme realm superpower. At one time, it became a first-class power in the southern border, leading the entire Sword State, attracting countless forces to worship. Brilliant for a while. Even among the entire 500,000 Dao states in the southern borderlands, there was still a certain amount of discourse. But, since that supreme ancestor passed away, the Ma clan's generation was not as good as the previous one, and it was gradually reduced to a 4th-rate power. Today, there were only 3 king realm ancestors in the family, but after all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The Ma families was also an existence that one would absolutely not dare to mess with in the entire Eastern Spirit Kingdom. And today, the entire Ma family is overjoyed, because the Ma family has produced a demonic daughter, Ma Yufeng. This year, he was only 15 years old. Yet he had already stepped into the realm of the Sea of Wheel. Even more so, he had broken the Qi and Blood Extreme realm a month ago. It was said that she also possessed a green tea Dao body that was in the top 10 of the 30,000 Dao bodies. His qualifications were not below those of a super heavenly pride of a first-class power. It was also a few days ago that Ma Yufeng actually got lucky and was spotted by the Supreme Divine Palace, one of the 9 holy lands. What was mind-boggling was that Divine Lord Wuji's sacred desire was even personally naming her as his disciple. This then makes it intriguing, because many forces in the south border know that the Wuji holy desire is extremely good at female sex, especially young girls under the age of 16. On top of that, he even had his disciple Wu Bu Go personally come to welcome her back to the palace. Who is Wu Bu Go? The entire southern border was famous for its super heavenly pride. With a divine body vision and heaven-defying qualifications, he is only a year old and is already a strong person at the 10th heaven of the Earth sect realm. According to rumors, he even broke the extreme realm 4 times and obtained 4 great Tao blessings. Everyone understood that the Ma family was bound to rise strongly. Capital. The streets are crowded with people and traffic. Countless clans converged towards the Ma family, all wanting to dip into the Ma family's joyous spirit. The Great Hall of the Ma family. Ding Xiao Xiao, master of Dong'an City, sends a congratulatory gift, 1 Earth-grade spiritual artifact and 10 spiritual artifacts. Congratulations! It is a blessing for the Eastern Spirit and a blessing for my sword prefecture that the pride of the Ma clan is worshipped in the Divine Palace. Wang Yan, the presiding officer of the Sinking Incense Temple, has arrived, delivering congratulatory gifts of 3 Earth leveling techniques and 10 spiritual treasure pearls. Congratulations to the Ma clan's heavenly pride for leveling the playing field and soaring to the heavens, leading the Ma clan to sweep across the 8 wastelands. The Prime Minister's residence has arrived, delivering 300,000 taels of gold and 1,000,000 taels of silver. With a loud shout from the welcoming disciples, one figure after another slowly walked in. Most of them had a proud face and a strong aura emanating from their bodies. Those who were able to enter the Great Hall to pay their respects were also cultivators of at least wheeling C or above. It's the head figure of all the big families and clans. A middle-aged man sat in the middle of the main hall. He was dressed in all black and had a powerful aura. But strangely enough, his face was unusually long, like a horse's. His presence made the crowd of noble status people in the arena look dim. He was none other than the head of the Ma family, Ma Jiaxian, an Earth sect realm 10th heavenly strength. Suddenly, the voice of the welcoming disciple rose. East Spirit Kingdom's Lord Dong Qingxian has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, the gazes of all the cultivators in the Great Hall couldn't help but look towards the doorway. At that moment, a powerful aura came slowly from outside the Great Hall. It was a middle-aged man with a dragon robe that was particularly bright. Greetings, Lord of the Kingdom. Long live the Lord of the land. Seeing this figure, everyone present respectfully knelt down. Even Ma Jedi was the same. Dong Chongxian, Lord of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom. The Eastern Spirit royal family behind him was one of the third-rate forces in the southern border. Sure enough, Ma family's heavenly pride worships the supreme divine palace. Even the East Spirit Kingdom's national lord wants to flatter. The aura emanating from Dong Qingxuan's body was actually at the celestial realm. Such strength might not be considered anything in a holy land, but in this kind of countryside land, it was also an absolute powerhouse. Ma Jiaxian also rose from his seat and bowed slightly in obeisance to Dong Qingxuan's body. Greetings, Lord of the land. Brother Ma doesn't need to be polite. Dong Qingxian slowly walked up to his body and helped Ma Jiaxie up, then turned his head and swept towards the crowd. Ministers, rise. Thank you, Lord of the land. Long live the Lord of the land. As the voice fell, all the lords of the forces of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom slowly rose. For Ma Jedi, although his Ma family's heavenly pride had already worshipped the supreme divine palace, and his identity and status could be considered to have risen. But, after all, Dong Qingxian was the Lord of the Eastern Spirit. Plus, his Ma family and the Eastern Spirit royal family were in-laws. So, Ma Jedi wasn't really desperate. After the group of East Spirit Kingdom's Lords of Power rose, Dong Qingxian laughed out loud and said, "This king doesn't have any better gifts, so I've made Brother Ma laugh." He then gave a big wave of his hand. A long sword then flew in directly from the outside. Chen! He turned away and murmured. At the same time the words fell. A eunuch next to him then turned over a holy decree shouted, "The daughter of the Ma family, Ma Yufeng, possessing the green tea Dao body, is a supreme talent, and being enshrined in the divine palace is a blessing for the Ma family, as well as a blessing for my Eastern Spirit Kingdom. I, the Lord of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, with great imperial grace, bestow upon Ma Yufeng a heavenly spiritual artifact. 3,000 spirit stones, 30,000 taels of gold, 1,000,000 taels of silver, a population of 1,000,000 people, 800 family generals, and 30,000 escorts, and title her as the County Lord of Ma Ling, with the fiefdom of Heavenly Spirit City." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. The county was crowned and rewarded with a fief. This was a reward that had never been seen before in the history of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom. According to the laws of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, owning a fief meant that one could hold a private army. The main thing is, Dong Qingxian had actually directly rewarded him with a heavenly grade spiritual armament. The eyes of a group of Earth sect realm powerhouses were glowing with greed. Heavenly-grade spiritual weapons were extremely rare in the Eastern Spirit Kingdom. It was usually held in the hands of a strong person of the celestial realm. What a big deal. Thank you, Lord of the Kingdom, for your great kindness. The crowd of Ma family elders respectfully kneeled down. This kind of supreme treasure was the envy of them all. Ma Jiexian turned to Dong Qingshan, clasped his hands together, and bowed once more. I thank the State Lord on behalf of my daughter. No harm done. Dong Qingshan just rested his hand and said, Brother Ma, I wonder where County Head Ma Yao is now. Guys, today's big ceremony. Not seeing it? Ma Jiexia slowly got up and smiled. Today is a big event for the youngest daughter. She is accompanying her mother in the backyard at the moment. I will send someone over to inform her. Very good. Very good. A moment later, a figure came from the back hall. It was a wonderful woman in a green dress, about 15 or 16 years old. She had a green tea look on her face. Even her shoes were green. She was none other than the pride of the Ma family, Ma Yufeng. Putting aside the disciples of the quasi-holy land, she was likewise the present-day county head of Mayo of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom. Status is honored. With a green tea Dao body, he was equally gifted. Ma Yufeng bowed to Ma Jiexian and Dong Qingshan. Greetings, father. Greetings, auntie. Not bad. In addition to being the lord of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, Dong Qingshan was also Ma Yufeng's aunt. So, in a sense, the Ma family was the state protector family of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom. Ha ha, there is no need for Fenger to be courteous. It is my East Spirit's good fortune to be able to produce a talent like you. Dong Qingshan was quite satisfied as he helped Ma Yufeng up. Nowadays, Ma Yufeng not only represented the Ma family, but likewise the entire Eastern Spirit Kingdom. If she was able to grow up and create something in the Supreme Divine Palace, the entire Eastern Spirit Kingdom would surely follow suit. This was because the Holy Land Taoist system could be considered an existence that could only be looked up to for these countryside forces. By the way, Phoenix, where's Lord Saint's son? Before Ma Yufeng could reply, Ma Jiexia on the side had already spoken eagerly. Wu Bugo came to the Ma family today to pick up Ma Yufeng from the palace. This was something that the entire Jianzhou knew. However, Dong Qingshan, Ma Jiexian, and the others were also concerned. After all, the Sword State was the sphere of influence of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The relationship between Ice Cloud and the Divine Palace was well known to the entire southern border Dao region. The Lingyun Sword Sect, which ruled the Sword State, was even one of the first-class forces under Bingyun's command. They made such a big deal out of it. And indeed they were also afraid of Bingyun asking for punishment. It is said that the disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace who went to the Taiwang ancient city to practice, also descended on Jianzhou yesterday. Just as the words fell, a maniacal laughter resounded in the sky dome. Where is Ma Yufeng? Why don't you come out and kneel down to receive me? The sound that shook the heavens resounded above the capital. The tone was full of disdain. The top powerhouses of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom rushed out of the Great Hall, looked to the heavens, and respectfully bowed down. None resisted, or dared to. Just don't even dare to take a breath. Everyone's eyes were even filled with admiration. Gazelle, Haya. A huge crack suddenly tore open in the sky, and one black warhorse after another poked out of the crack, obscuring the entire East Spirit capital city. Each one of them, all of them were large in size, fearing that they were tens of meters tall, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. There were 9 such huge warhorses. Behind the black warhorse was a huge carriage. A figure was sitting on the carriage, and that person was naturally Wu Bugo. What is this? 9 horses pulling a cart. This is the 9 horse-drawn cart. But why are these 9 horses coming out of a void rift? Legend has it that stepping into the Emperor realm can tear through the void. Could it be that this Lord Saint's son is followed by an Emperor powerhouse? The strange vision that suddenly appeared filled the crowd of Eastern Spirit powerhouses with shock. Emperor realm? What an invincible being that is. Afterward, the 2 figures knelt down towards Wu Bugo. Greetings, Lord Saint's son. The coming of the Holy Sun is a blessing for the world. A blessing for all the people of the Eastern Spirit. Seeing Dong Qingshan and Ma Jiexian bow down at the same time, the crowd of unruly people reacted. Panicked, he knelt respectfully and bowed. We have met Lord Saint's son. Lord Saint's son is blessed and honored for all ages. Nothing thought. Wu Bugo, regardless of his qualifications, strength, and status, was at the top of the entire southern border Dao region. For such a supreme pride to be able to look at them squarely was the greatest gift to them. Hearing Wu Bugo's voice, a green figure walked out of the Ma clan's main hall. 15 or 16 years old with a green tea face, Ma Yufeng kneeled down respectfully to Wu Bugo in the sky above the dome of the sky, and also vigorously kowtowed a few times. Bang bang bang! Greetings, senior brother Bugo. As the pride of the Ma family, Ma Yufeng had shown absolute ruthlessness from a young age. Not only are you hard on others, but you're even harder on yourself. It was said that 3 years ago, the Ma family had produced a daughter of genius, although he had not awakened his physique. With the age of 11, he had fought to reach the 10th heaven of the blood condensation realm. The limelight even overshadowed the daughter of the head of the family, Ma Yufeng. As a result, it also drew the grudge of Ma Yufeng, who finally forced her mother to die, as well as forcing away this daughter of genius. Even her lineage was slaughtered by the Ma family, leaving not a single survivor. If this daughter of genius was still alive, the Ma family would even have a double heavenly pride in one family. Great! Master's vision is not bad. Wu Bugu on the carriage raised his eyes and sized up Ma Yufeng. Being in the top 10 of the 30,000 Dao bodies, the green tea Dao body, and only 15 years old, she has stepped into the realm of the Sea of Wheel. And this kind of poison body is also unparalleled in this countryside land. It's also more than suitable to be used as Master's cauldron. The corner of Wu Bugo's mouth curled up into a smile. Obviously he was very satisfied. If it wasn't for the Wuji sacred desire giving him a summons that he must personally come to the Eastern Spirit Kingdom and receive Ma Yufeng into the palace, he didn't even bother to come to such a country place. This girl's natural talent is worthy of being called a heavenly pride. Even if placed in my divine palace, it's enough to be a personal disciple of a bunch of elders. Beside Wu Bugo, a middle-aged man in black clothes also sized up Ma Yufeng. He exuded an unfathomable aura. Humph, it's just a shame. Upon hearing this, Wu Bugo's eyes however flashed with a touch of jealousy. Why would Master like this kind of woman who was covered in green? Could it be that this kind of green tea all have something overpowering about them? There was no shortage of jealousy in his words. The corners of the black-clothed man's mouth on the side twitched a bit. He just felt his mouth twitch a little. It was said that this fifth divine son had a special fetish for Lord God Master. Could it be true? The words fell at the same time. Wu Bugo got up from his seat and directly stepped on his aura, walking step by step towards the Ma clan's main hall. This scene could have confused the crowd of Eastern Spirit powerhouses. Feet on the void. He's actually stepping on the void. Wasn't it said that at least a cultivation level of the celestial realm is required to step into the air? Could it be that Lord Saint's son? He has stepped into the celestial realm. Countless strong people sucked in a breath of cool air. The realm of the celestials. This legendary saint's son of the divine palace was actually a celestial realm powerhouse. One must know that their Eastern Spirit Kingdom's kingdom lord was only at the celestial realm, right? I didn't realize that Lord Saint's son had already stepped into the celestial realm. Ma Jiexian was filled with shock. Celestial realm. He was only one step away from this realm. And yet, arguably, it's as hard as it gets. In addition to the 3 kings of his Ma family, there were likewise 10 celestials. The rise and fall of a family is never a battle of juniors, but rather these top strengths. Dong Changxian, who was on the side, was not only shocked, but also sighed. He has a Taoist body. Only after 300 years of bitter cultivation did he step into the celestial realm and become the supreme of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom. The holy son of the supreme divine palace is actually a celestial being? How old is Wu Bugo? He's only a year old, isn't he? 60 years old. Celestial beings. The depths of the Holy Land are truly unfathomable. On the contrary, Wu Bugo was still full of disdain. Yes, 2 years ago, after he was invisibly thwarted by Jian Wu Xin in the Sword Pavilion, he returned to the Supreme Divine Palace to begin his bitter cultivation. A month ago, he finally stepped into the celestial realm. In addition to his face of arrogance, his talent for identity was definitely described as heavenly, being endowed with the vision of a divine body. At the age of 1 armor, he broke the extreme realm 4 times and stepped into the celestials. If it hadn't been for the emergence of this invincible demon, Jian Wuxin, Wu Bugo was equally invincible in this era. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Wu Bugo took a step and walked up to the crowd, bending low. Suddenly, he stretched out his right hand and hooked Ma Yufeng's chin with his forefinger, seriously sizing it up. TSK, what a beauty. It's just a pity it's covered in green. Faced with this sudden scene, Ma Yufeng was not affected in the slightest. Instead, she scratched her head and threw winks at Wu Bugu. Brother Bugu, let's go. From now on in the Divine Palace, I'll belong to you, so you can rub and abuse me as much as you want, yo. At those words, Wu Bugo was not half affected, but instead was extraordinarily disdainful. You look very beautiful, but unfortunately, this male is not interested in women. What do you mean? Ma Yufeng, who was kneeling on the ground, froze. Not interested in women? Wu Bugo actually said he wasn't interested in women? Strange. In the face of my seduction, even a newborn dog demon will not be able to resist temptation. How did this Lord Saint's son? Is there really something wrong with his sexual orientation? And she'd made a point of preparing for this moment. I didn't realize that they would just come to you and say, I'm not interested in women? Careless. But what puzzled her in a million ways was why the Divine Lord of the Supreme Divine Palace would make such a big deal out of it, allowing a heavenly beauty like Wu Bu go to come and personally pick her up, even if she had a Tao body. She was just an ordinary disciple in the huge Supreme Divine Palace. At this point, only to see Wu Bu go shaking off Ma Yufeng's chin, he slowly got up and faintly said, "Senior sister Yufeng, let's go. Don't let master wait impatiently." "Yoo-hoo." Ma Yufeng nodded and immediately got up. Carefully, he followed behind Wu Bu go. At this time, Ma Jiexie suddenly said to her, "Fenger, this is a long way to travel thousands of miles to the Divine Palace. There is nothing for my father to give you. Take this." As the words fell, a black bead that emanated clear cracks fell onto Ma Yufeng's hand. Seeing this, she immediately knelt down. "Thank you, father." Upon hearing this, Wu Bu go's feminine gaze glanced at him, and then coldly laughed. "Sky shading bead. I didn't expect that this kind of countryside sect would still have this kind of treasure." The so-called shading beads, as the name suggests, when worn on the body, it could resist the full force of a strong person of the 10th heavenly realm of the celestial realm once. It seems that these countryside clans do have a bit of heritage. No need to be polite. Ma Jiexie helped Ma Yufeng up. Although he was desperate for love, he still doted on this only daughter. In particular, today's Ma Yufeng was also responsible for the rise and fall of the entire Ma family and even the Eastern Spirit Kingdom. Go quickly. Don't make the Holy Sun Lord wait too impatiently. "Well, my daughter obeys." Ma Yufeng nodded gently. Due to her low status, she was not qualified to pull the cart with Wu Bu go, the 9 horses. Instead, she sat alone on a demonic beast. She then turned to Wu Bu go. "Lord Saint's son, let's go." Wu Bu go nodded and waved his big hand, just about to open his mouth. All of a sudden, a sword chi. It was like a long rainbow that broke through the sky. Chapter 46, Pissed Off Jade Phoenix, the one who killed you. This sword chi came too strangely and too quickly for the crowd of Eastern Spirit powerhouses to perceive, and its target was clearly Ma Yufeng, who had just sat on the demonic beast. What? Feeling the sudden sword chi, Wu Bu go's face changed. However, when he realized that the massive sword chi was not locking onto him, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Phoenix, be careful. Get out of the way." But, the other side, 2 voices sounded at the same time. One came from Ma Jiexie, while the other came from Dong Qingxian. Between the panic, Ma Jiexie directly flew towards Ma Yufeng with his aura running, and the same was true for Dong Qingxian. Boom! A blast, like a mountain collapsing. The ground cracked open with 100 feet of fissure, and the entire Ma clan hall was actually directly broken into 2 halves. Bright red blood spurted out, and a broken arm slammed hard on the ground. A moment later, a silhouette stepped out of the dust and fog, his body stained with blood, his clothes tattered and full of sword marks. Seeing this scene, everyone present was violently shocked. This silhouette was actually the head of the Ma family, Ma Jiexie. Yes, Ma Jiexie used his fleshly body to block this terrifying sword. But the price to be paid is heavy indeed. He had wanted to transfer the aura of heaven and earth to dissolve this terrifying sword. However, he realized that under this sword aura, his aura was actually like a mole cricket, and the invisible oppression made him unable to exert any force at all. What is this realm? Could it be another celestial being? But today, the Holy Son of the Supreme Divine Palace was here. So who dared to spoil his pleasure? Who the hell is this guy? Just as everyone was shocked, a strong smell of urine wafted out. What's that smell? It stinks. What the hell is going on here? Why does it smell like urine? Everyone cast their gazes over, only to find that Ma Yufeng, who was sitting on the back of the demonic beast, had long since been paralyzed with fear. The demonic beast on her hip was even shaken to death by this terrifying sword chi pressure. On top of that, there was drop after drop of water running down the demonic beast's back. Drops, drops, drop. Ma Yufeng, who? She actually peed herself? What kind of terrifying sword is this? How can it be so powerful? Scared the pants off of a divine palace disciple, a supreme heavenly pride with a green tea Dao body? Just as the crowd was puzzled, Dong Qingxian rose into the air and stood above the sky. He frowned, and his strength in the celestial realm instantly erupted, spreading out in all directions. And judging from the aura emanating from this, Dong Qingxian was unexpectedly a strong person at the 3rd level of the celestial realm. The celestial realm triple sky is not bad. Wu Bu go also began to measure up. Oh, the black-robed middle-aged man standing beside him frowned and said, "Could it be that Lord Saint's son is still interested in this Eastern Spirit Kingdom Lord?" Upon hearing this, Wu Bu go shook his head as he said, "It's just a pity that he didn't break the extreme realm even once. Although it's enough to be a king in a countryside land such as this one. In my divine palace, miscellaneous is not even counted as a miscellaneous. The only one who can interest me is my master." The black-robed man's mouth twitched and he stopped talking. On the other side, Dong Qingxuan's brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist, why are you defying my Eastern spirit? Contempt my Ma clan, contempt the divine might of the entire Supreme Divine Palace. How dare you secretly lay such a deadly hand on them? Why don't you dare to come out and meet them? Worthy of being the lord of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom." Every word and sentence of his was like a blade poking straight to the heart. Even more so, it lifted the Supreme Divine Palace above the surface. What a terrible imperial mind trick. Cold state, ice cloud immortal palace, ethereal peak. In the pavilion, Chen was lying on top of a rocking chair, looking exceptionally relaxed. Raising his right hand, he looked at the tricolored petals in his hand and yawned. I didn't think that this holy thing would be eaten and consumed so quickly. With that, he threw this last petal into his mouth. 3 days had passed since Jian Wuxin left. He continued to enjoy his leisure time alone, as usual, at sunrise and sunset, and his aura fluctuation had unknowingly arrived at the 4th level of the Sage Realm. Yes, after swallowing the remaining 2 Qiongling 3 sacred leaves, his strength once again skyrocketed. In just 3 days, all the way from the 2nd heaven of the Sage Realm to the 4th heaven. That would scare people to death. Saint Realm cultivators, each step was an insurmountable rift. Without thousands and thousands of years, one could not even think about it. And he actually crossed directly 3 times. Since the addition of the uncastrated rooster to the coop, the hens have been more spirited and have been working hard daily to help him hatch his eggs. At that moment, a sky-charging blood light enveloped the area, and the surrounding aura was unusually agitated. Without much thought, Chen understood what was going on. Sure enough, a few moments later, a small and delicate figure came from trotting all the way. "Excellent, Master!" Lin Tian'er excitedly shouted at Chen. At the sound of the voice, he lifted his head and looked at the little girl. "Tian'er, what's wrong? People have finally broken through." He. Lin Tian'er laughed playfully. Obviously, the feeling of joy from the breakthrough excited her. "Well, not bad." Chen nodded gently. From the aura emanating from Lin Tian'er's body, she had indeed stepped into the Sea of Wheel realm. And what was even more shocking was that her chi and blood power had actually become so dense that it made Chen's heart tremble. This is the Super Chi and Blood Extreme Realm? Chen's face was unbelievable. The so-called Super Chi and Blood Extreme Realm was to hammer the power of Chi and blood to 10 million Jin at the time of the secret realm of the physical body. I didn't expect this little girl to actually do it. 10 million pounds of Chi and blood power, plus the Eye of Fear, the heavy pupil inheritance. This little girl's qualifications, I'm afraid, were not below Jian Wuxin at all. But the heavy pupil was destined to be alone all her life, and her future growth would inevitably be based on endless killing. Afterward, Chen raised his hand and rubbed Lin Tian'er's shinshou. "Our family Tian'er is awesome." It's still because Master Teacher is well trained. Lin Tian'er let out a light smile, her small face revealing a few moments of doubt. "But where is senior sister? Why haven't we seen her lately?" "Your sister." Chen laughed lightly. "Your senior sister. She went back to her mother's house." "Back to my mother's home?" Lin Tian'er puffed out her fragrant cheeks, seeming to understand. "What's that?" Chen didn't reply. Instead, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the underworld cold heavenly pool, and softly recited, "It's also been 3 days since Heartless descended from the mountain, and this time when he entered the Tai Wasteland mystic realm for an adventure, he is bound to be in a lot of crisis as well." "That's just it. Master will protect your path for a while." On the other side, Sword State, East Spirit Country, the Great Hall of the Ma family. In the face of this sudden sword, everyone on the spot was in a state of shock. A sword was able to chop off the arm of Ma Jiexie, who was at the 10th heaven of the Earth Zone realm, causing countless Earth Zone spirit drawing powerhouses to feel deep fear. What kind of a strong man is this? Could it be a celestial being? Just as a group of powerful people were probing out their divine senses and probing around, a small and delicate white figure was already standing above the sky. It was a woman in light clothing, with a bucket hat on her head, a veil on her face, and a fairy dreamlike garment that swayed in the wind. Although he did not see his face, the ice-cold aura that had already emanated from his body made people's hearts tremble with fear. The crowd of Earth-sect powerhouses didn't dare to meet their eyes. That stern aura seemed innate. "Who are you?" Dong Qingxuan's brows furrowed as his heart palpitated. "Why did your excellency sneak up on my East Spirit heavenly pride? Don't you know that Fonger has already worshipped the Supreme Divine Palace?" The gazes of some people all contracted drastically to stare at this figure, daring to lay such a deadly hand on the holy son of the Divine Palace when he was present. What kind of deep hatred did he have? The woman in the air was no other than Jian Wuxin. Her cold eyes narrowed and her lips flicked out. "The man who killed you. Second shift. 5 stars few thanks. Hyperventilating. Catching up on reading. Free swag. Chapter 47, a shocking poem, alarming the old ancestor. The man who killed you. An icy, soul-stabbing voice resounded in everyone's minds. The voices were small, but each was heard clearly. There were not many words, just 4. However, it caused a crowd of invoking spirit, and even earth-sect powerhouses to deeply feel palpitations and fear. The tone of his voice was stern and cold, as if it was a sharp sword, but it was deeply imprinted in the hearts and souls of every single person. Everyone's gazes converged on this woman in white, and what emanated from her was actually the aura of the celestial realm. Celestial realm. This woman is actually a celestial powerhouse. But how did the Ma family provoke such a character? In order to revive their ancestral glory all these years, the Ma family has been going around oppressing the weaker forces and snatching the mineral veins of the great clans, all on the strength of the Eastern Spirit Imperial family behind them. And it seems that this time they have kicked the can down the road, attracting a celestial powerhouse to hunt them down and kill them. There's a good show. The entire Eastern Spirit Kingdom's great lords gloated. Ever since the Ma family had become in-laws with the Eastern Spirit royal family, the Ma family hadn't done much to oppress them. Not long ago, the Ma family had just produced another heavenly pride such as Ma Yufang, who had even worshipped the supreme divine palace of the 9 Holy Lands, causing them to think for a while that the Ma family was about to rise. It looks like they'll get to see a good show before they rise. Ma Jiexie forced himself to endure the pain, his face pale as he said, "What is your honor's intention? My Ma family has no grudge against you. Why did your excellency lay such a vicious hand on you?" Before Jian Wuxing could open his mouth, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded. "What kind of little cowhorse are you to talk to my master?" As he spoke, a black figure descended from the sky. It was a black and white wolf demon with an overwhelming aura, and his appearance pressured a group of strong Eastern Spirit warriors to lose their breath. What's this? Dog demon? Could this be a dog demon? Everyone's gazes converged on this wolf demon in unison. And on the other side, sky-devouring wolf demon? Wu Bugo's feminine eyes narrowed as he said grimly, "That's a bit interesting." Originating from the divine palace, he had been standing at the top of the southern border Dao region since he was a child, and his vision naturally far exceeded that of these countryside forces. It wasn't surprising that he was able to recognize the sky-devouring wolf demon at a glance. The middle-aged man beside him, on the other hand, frowned and landed on the heaven-devouring wolf demon. Surprisingly, it's still the king's realm. How could a mole like the East Spirit Ma clan provoke a demonic beast clan? Dog demon? Asterisk. You. You're the dog demon. Your whole family is a dog demon. Between his anger, the sky-ice old ancestor slapped his palm out, and an extremely terrifying aura directly pressed towards the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, the ground split into countless cracks, and the entire Ma clan's great hall set off layers of huge waves. Then it violently collapsed into a pile of rubble. In an instant, there were countless miserable cries, and tens of thousands of Ma family members were directly buried. Around them, countless strong people were also turned into a bloody mist under this terrifying palm. The blood mist exploded, and the figure of the heavenly ice-old ancestor slowly emerged. His little mouth twisted in disdain as he said, "A bunch of little scum." This scene could have completely stunned countless powerful people. A slap that directly destroys the entire Ma family? What the hell is this realm? Could this be a king? What? The king's realm? This damn Ma family? What on earth has it done to provoke such a strong person? Countless strong people dispersed in all directions, lest they be injured innocently. Although the Ma clan's heavenly pride had worshipped the supreme divine palace, making them all want to bow down. But everyone could hear clearly that this king realm dog demon called this woman master. To be able to keep a demonic beast with a king realm cultivation as a pet, I'm afraid that this woman is also from an extraordinary background. At the very least, it is second-rate. Being born of first-rate strength, this kind of existence was no longer something they dared to provoke. It's important to stay alive. In the face of this sudden scene, Dong Qingxian, as well as Ma Jiexie, had long been filled with shock, as well as confusion. When did their Ma family provoke such a strong man? Just then. Bold. Who dares to destroy my Ma family's ancestral hall? A figure crashed through the roof and rose into the air. Standing in the sky, there were 13 channels in total, and each of them exuded an extremely strong aura. 10 of them were celestials, and the other 3 had clearly stepped into the king realm. Another 3 kings. Upon seeing these figures, the taut hearts and minds of all the Ma clan powerhouses finally relaxed. These powerful people were naturally the long-closed Ma family ancestors. At the head of the group was a long-bearded elder with gray temples and a gloomy face. He was none other than the old head of the Ma family. Horses have no sense. He looked at Jedi Ma and said, "Jedi, what's going on?" Father, I don't know. Either. Ma Jiexie forced the pain coming from his arm and shook his head. "Good point." he really didn't know either. The matter of Ma Yufeng worshipping in the divine palace was originally a shocking event, celebrated by all. Unexpectedly, a celestial powerhouse was suddenly killed out and directly chopped off his right arm. Then another king realm dog demon came out and destroyed the entire Ma family with a slap. This ing. Can someone please tell me what's going on? Waste. Ma Wui cursed angrily. Afterwards, he looked at Ma Yufeng, who had long since cried in fear, and then looked in the direction of Wu Bugo. Obviously, Wu Bugo never gave a damn about the fights of the countryside forces. He also had no choice but to look at the woman in the air with a gloomy face. Your Excellency, who exactly are you and why are you trying to destroy my Ma family's foundation? Looking at this long-bearded old man, Jian Wuxin actually revealed a wry smile. Oh, the corner of her lips hooked as she sneered. Grandpa Ma, it's only been 3 short years since I've seen you. Could it be that you've forgotten about me? As the words fell, a long sword imprint appeared in the air, emitting a dazzling golden aura. What? Seeing this scene, Ma Wui's 2 eyes snapped open, staring at the sword mark with a face full of horror. Sword mark. How did you get a sword mark? He was more than familiar with this sword mark. This was clearly a sign of another sword lineage that the Ma family had once had. And this sword mark, it even belonged to another heavenly pride of the Ma family at one time. But wasn't the sword lineage, and that heavenly pride, blood slaughtered clean by his family head's lineage 3 years ago? How come it's still there? He looked at Jian Wuxin with a deadpan look and said in a trembling voice, Who exactly are you? Ha! Jian Wuxin sneered and didn't do much explaining. She didn't bother to explain. One more word with these ungrateful people was a waste of her time. She only wanted to hurry to finish her revenge and return to her master's side. Sword Wuxin spoke coldly, saying, 3 years ago, you blood slaughtered my sword vein. 3,651 people. 3 years from now, I will use the sword in my hand to slaughter your entire family. Wang Kai, kill for me. Leave no one behind. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 48, One Touch. Terrifying sword intent. Yes, master. Hearing the voice, the Sky Ice old ancestor licked his paw, the corner of his mouth hooking into a grim smile. Killing. It's his favorite. He raised his doggy paws and was ready to strike. Wait. Ma Wui suddenly spoke again, saying, Your Excellency, do you really want to make an enemy of my Ma family? As he spoke, his kingly aura loomed in all directions. King's Realm. Already at the 3rd level of cultivation. The secret realm of longevity. Every king possessed a lifespan of 2,000 years. Celestial realm and King's Realm. A difference of 1 realm, but a world of difference. In this kind of countryside land, each king would represent the strength and status of the family. His voice was low and full of killing intent. Although your excellency is a celestial powerhouse, and you even have a king to protect you, my Ma clan is definitely not someone who can be bullied by anyone. Though, he didn't know where the sword mark of the woman in front of him came from, but his intuition told him that this woman was by no means a good person. At that moment, a voice transmission suddenly rang in his head. Father, that sword mark in her hand is exactly the same as that little girl Jian Wuxian's. And after Jian Wuxian disappeared 3 years ago, there has been no news of her, and it's very likely that she has worshipped in a side clan. And this woman is her master. She has come for the sword vein this time, to seek revenge. This voice transmitter was no one else but Ma Jiexian, the head of the Ma family. The moment he saw the sword mark, he recognized that it was Jian Wuxian's sword mark. What did you say? Ma Wui snapped. 3 years ago, the Ma family's sword vein was blood slaughtered by the family master's vein, and this was something that the entire Eastern Spirit Kingdom knew about. But what they didn't know was that the daughter of that genius of the sword vein had escaped the bloodbath. Even Ma Wui didn't know. If that's true, then today is bound to be a tough battle. But how could Jian Wuxian? How could he talk too much nonsense with him? The one who had awakened the emperor's soul had long since inherited the Tao intentions of her own previous life. Her Tao intent was the female emperor's Tao intent. Cold, arrogant, harsh, cold and unfeeling. Jian Wuxin slowly raised his eyes, his airy words icy cold. On the road to the Yellow Springs, there will be the Ma family's sinful animals to keep you company. Next breath, an ice sword had appeared in her hand. This ice sword shadow was no other than the heavenly ice sword intent inherited from the heavenly ice ancestor. With the sword of heavenly ice, slaughter the entire Ma family. The heavenly ice sword intent appeared at the same time. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunderstorms flashed. In a matter of moments, the entire Eastern Spirit Kingdom was shrouded under a dark cloud. Just by offering this sword intent, she had caused a not-so-small heaven and earth anomaly to be induced within the hundreds of miles around here. This was her realization of the way of the sword. The Empress Tao intent was unrivaled in the world. And that's when the other 2 kings, as well as 10 celestials auras erupted, locking Jian Wuxin firmly in place. Suppress her. manhwa bellowed. Although the other party was a celestial realm powerhouse and also had a king's realm demonic beast to protect him, but the difference between the two sides' apparent strengths is still huge. He still didn't believe that the other party was a super demon or not. Drink! With 3 kings and 10 celestials striking at the same time, the fluctuations induced were bound to destroy the heavens and the earth. But the next moment, a sword had already been cut out. The sword of heavenly ice was like a thunderbolt. A terrifying icy cold aura forced its way directly towards the 13 people. Look out! In the face of this sudden scene, everyone's faces instantly changed in shock. One of them hissed and shouted. Obviously, he did not expect that Jian Wuxin would be so determined. One by one, they simultaneously redirected their heaven and earth aura, trying to fight against it. But how could they possibly be faster than the Empress sword, the Jintian ice sword? Like thunder, chopped down in the air, carrying endless pressure. Boom! There was a blast in the air. The ground was stirred up hundreds of feet high. She had broken the Qi and Blood extreme realm, and her physical strength was as high as 500,000 pounds. Not to mention the sword intent, just this arm strength alone was enough to lift the ground of the entire capital city, layer after layer. So scary. Is this a strong person of the celestial realm? Countless powerful people were shocked. They were also all strong men from the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, with their strength reaching the Earth sect realm. But at this moment, compared to this kind of truly strong person, it was simply like a mole cricket. But at that moment, the ice fog dispersed. In the midst of the roiling ice and snow, 3 of the figures instantly exploded into ice fog. How is this possible? Killed 3 celestials in a second with 1 sword? Those are all super powerhouses of the celestial realm. Is this woman really just a celestial? How can she be so terrifying? In the face of this scene, countless powerhouses were shocked and filled with confusion. Same with the celestials. 3 celestials were cut down with a single sword. Are you sure I'm not dreaming? One must know that in a countryside land like the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, a celestial represented everything. Even the Lord of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, Dong Qingxian, was only at the 3rd level of the celestial realm today. This ing. On the other side, Wu Bu Go frowned, his feminine eyes falling on Jian Wuxin's body. A heavenly human realm first sky has actually erupted an aura comparable to that of the late heavenly human realm. As he took a closer look, he suddenly realized that Jian Wuxin's strength was actually not below him at all. It's still far more than that. The black-clothed middle-aged man at the side shook his head. I observe that this woman's bone age is not more than half an aeon. What? At these words, Wu Bu Go was violently shocked. No more than half an ace? A celestial who was less than 30 years old? How is this possible? He quickly rummaged through his mind. A heavenly pride that could reach this realm at this age simply hadn't been born yet. To realize that even he, being endowed with a divine body vision, breaking the extreme realm 4 times, and obtaining the blessing of the great Tao 4 times, he also cultivated for 60 years before stepping into the celestials. What the hell is this guy's deal? The black-clothed middle-aged man also sized up Jian Wuxin. Could it be the immortal sword domain's holy daughter? Or is it the mysterious disciple of Green Lotus Sword immortal Li Changqing? The faces of Ma Wui and the other King Realm powerhouses changed drastically. They also didn't expect the woman to strike with determination. And so scary. Most notably, that sword just now had actually reached the late celestial realm level. And they were able to sense incomparably clearly that the aura fluctuations in Jian Wuxin's body had only just stepped into the celestial realm. A cultivator of the first heavenly realm of the celestial realm was able to erupt with the strength of the late celestial realm? What kind of demon is this? Could it really be from a holy place? Other than their 3 kings, the remaining 7 remaining celestials were all pale and bloodless. Most of all, the coldness contained within this sword chi was too terrifying and too cold. If not for the fact that they were all physically overqualified, that sword just now would have been enough to kill them. If your excellency insists on being an enemy of my Ma family, then my Ma family will have no choice but to shock and kill you here. Ma Wui's face was completely gloomy. The sword that Jian Wuxin had slashed out just now had completely galvanized the killing intent within him. Poof, a sword slashed out, and Jian Wuxin's cold eyes moved. Even she hadn't thought that her sword just now had reached the astonishingly late stage level of the celestial realm. But then, her eyes glanced full of disdain as she coldly said, "A mere mole cricket is worthy of negotiating with this emperor." When these words came out, Ma Wui was already trembling with anger. How could he still not understand what Jian Wuxin meant? Peace? That's impossible. It looked like it would have to be a fight. However, this woman was able to burst out with the strength of the late celestial realm by virtue of her celestial realm first heavenly layer. Will her protective demonic beasts then? Little old man, you talk too much. Apparently his words are not without merit. Before he could finish his words, a monstrous giant claw was already pressing down on him. King's realm versus King's realm. Obviously, the Sky Ice ancestor went straight for the kill. If it wasn't for Sword Wuxin, with his strength from his previous life, he wouldn't even bother to shock and kill these ants. It's simply dirtying his hands. How terrifying was Old Man Sky Ice's kingly pressure. What? Under this monstrous giant claw, Ma Wui's face once again instantly changed drastically. Just now, Jian Wuxin's sword chi had yet to frighten him. But, underneath the giant wolf's paw, that was the real fear. Don't even think about suppressing me. Rise for me, Ma Wui bellowed. His aura of a king burst out from his body, and he met this monstrous giant claw head on. But apparently, all struggles are in vain. Boom! There was an earth-shattering thud. It was as if the dome of the sky had collapsed, and the entire Ma clan's grand hall, along with the ground of the capital, had sunk hundreds of feet downward. The terrifying aura of a king almost pressured space into distortion. Second shift. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 49, Blood Slaughter of the Ma family. Jade Phoenix's death. Who the hell are you? My Ma family's heavenly pride has now been worshipped in the divine palace. Even if you slaughter my entire family today, you will surely suffer the endless pursuit of the supreme divine palace in the future. Ma Wui's expression was 10,000 times more painful. He held his arms high in the air, dying against the force. His 2 feet are even injected right into the ground. Old Ancestor Sky Ice was originally an immortal saint, although his soul was attached to this heaven-devouring wolf demon. Under the daily nourishment of Su Chen's flesh and bone that contained the divine rhythm of the laws, his fleshly strength had heatedly recovered to the king's realm level. The strength that could be erupted was also by no means comparable to that of an ordinary king. When the other 2 kings saw this, they immediately erupted their kingly aura and charged directly at the Sky Ice Old Ancestor in the air. But the next moment, they then felt what it means to be desperate, only to see that the heavenly ice ancestor opened his fanged mouth and sucked violently at the 2 of them. It's like a gourmand devouring. A huge suction force enveloped the entire capital. Heaven-devouring wolf demon treasure art. This was what he had learned in this heaven-devouring wolf demon origin bloodline, with the power to devour the world. It was because the heaven-devouring wolf demon actually had a trace of Tao Tai bloodline in its body. Under the power of devouring, these 2 kings, along with countless powerful people, along with countless living beings in a radius of tens of miles, were all sucked into the belly of the heavenly ice ancestor. Seeing this scene, those remaining 7 celestial powerhouses were filled with shock and horror in their eyes. From the strength displayed by this man and beast, they were by no means usual cultivators, but rather from a powerful force. And Ma Wui, who was crushed under the wolf's claws, had long been cold in his heart. It's over. It's all over. Just now, bringing the supreme divine palace to the forefront again had been the last thing he could think of. But obviously, district a supreme divine palace, press simply not put in the eyes of the Sky Ice Old Ancestor. Die! The heavenly ice old ancestor bellowed once again, and the huge wolf claw brought with it endless monstrous power as it pressed down once again. The entire Ma family was reduced to a pile of rubble. On the other side, Jian Wuxian slashed out with his sword, and all 7 celestials exerted their celestial power, trying to resist it. But it's also all about doing the work of the role. Jian Wuxian's heavenly ice sword intent chopped these celestials like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, one sword at a time. Even the strong people from the supporting parties who came all the way here, she also slaughtered them all together. Wherever the sword passed, corpses were strewn everywhere and blood flowed in rivers. In an instant, the Ma family up to the celestials, down to the condensed blood, all cut off the vitality. The horse family suffered the biggest bloodbath since the founding of the clan. There is only one reason. That's, they should never have messed with the reincarnated body of a female emperor. Dozens of breaths later, except for Ma Yufeng, no one in the Ma family is alive. The Eastern spirit powerhouses who had previously come to the Ma clan to pay their respects also scurried away, all afraid that this matter would implicate them. They all know, the horse family is done, and that divine son from the supreme divine palace, Wu Bu Go, had never made a move from the beginning to the end, instead sitting on the 9 Mara cart and watching this good show. To be precise, the deaths and lives of these countryside forces are not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Holy Land. After finishing off the group of Ma clan powerhouses, she had already fallen from the air and slowly walked towards Ma Yufeng, who had long been scared and confused. At this moment, how could she still have the supreme glory of the God Palace disciples' majesty from before? There are also clothes that are torn and dirty, like a beggar. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Ma Yufeng's body trembled violently, filled with fear. Although she possessed a green tea Dao body that broke the chi and blood extreme realm, she was gifted with an extraordinary tripod. The heart has been vicious from a young age, even for an 80-year-old woman. But, after all, she was still a 15-year-old girl. Facing this descending strike of terrifying existence in front of her, she had long been scared out of her wits. Jian Wuxin's eyes stared straight at this childhood enemy without a trace of pity in his eyes. Ever since her mother was forced to die by her and the sword lineage was massacred by the Ma family, she swore that she would make this heartless family cut off their children and exterminate their descendants. A blood debt to be paid in blood. Jian Wuxian's snowy hand shook, and the heavenly ice sword intent was already against Ma Yufeng's chest as she coldly said, "Do you ever remember 3 years ago? One of the sword veins, heartless. One of the sword veins, heartless." At the sound, Ma Yufeng muttered, but the next moment, she hadn't had time to react. As the words fell, a cool breeze hit the room. The bucket hat as well as the gauze scarf fluttered with the wind, and a worldly face was completely exposed to the air. It was a face of breathtaking beauty. The clear eyes are like a lonely ice lotus, and the curved eyebrows, agar nose, and vermilion lips, are the most beautiful images in this world. Seeing this face she knew all too well. Ma Yufeng's pupils contracted at once, like seeing death. What? How is this possible? Your sword Wuxin. She could not be more familiar with this face, but didn't she die 3 years ago? How did it get here? There was also the terrifying strength of the celestial realm. What the hell is going on here? Wait. This script? Why do I feel so familiar? Poof. Jian Wuxian snorted coldly, and in the next breath, the veil had once again covered her worldly face. She said in a cold voice, "You don't need to know, because you're already a dead man." "No. Wait. You can't kill me. I'm the Ma family's heavenly pride. I am a disciple of the divine palace." Ma Yufeng struggled frantically, filled with fear, but the next moment, a sort of ice pole, even directly pierced through the defense boundary brought by the shading sky pearl, from her chest through the body and through. Drip, 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 drop after drop of blood, flowed out of Ma Yufeng's chest until she gradually lost her life in fear. A generation of heavenly pride with a green tea Dao body. Ma Yufeng, meteoric, drawing his long sword. Sword Wuxin did not have half a bit of pity in his eyes. Cold blood soared in the emperor, as it was in the past life, so it is in this life. It was only when she faced her master teacher that she would reveal that touch of gentleness. "Master, it's all settled." The heavenly ice-old ancestor kicked Ma Yufeng's corpse away and said respectfully to Jian Wuxin, "Well, let's go." Jian Wuxin nodded his head gently and said icily. Just then, a figure jumped down from the overhead carriage. "Your Excellency is truly a good fighter. I am the Supreme Divine Palace's 5th Divine Son, Wu Bu Go. I wonder what power your honor is from." Chapter 50 Heaven's Pride Clash. Su Chen suddenly felt palpitations. "Your Excellency is truly impressive. I wonder which power you are from." A voice filled with admiration sounded behind him. Jian Wuxian returned his curved eyes, which still had an icy cold intent. Only in the distance, a dark shadow came. His face was pale, but he looked incredibly feminine, and was actually a bit more beautiful than a woman. "My name is Wu Bu Go, the 5th Divine Son of the Supreme Divine Palace. Meet the girl." Wu Bu Go bowed slightly to Jian Wuxian's body and smiled. However, Jian Wuxin merely glanced at him and turned away. Operating the aura of heaven and earth, he stepped into the air. Only Wu Bu Go was left with the corners of his mouth twitching. "Damn, just looked at me and ran away." Upon hearing the voice, the Sky Ice-old ancestor then glared at him viciously. "Little brat of the Supreme Divine Palace. I don't care what kind of earth dog or earth turtle you are. You'd better not mess with my master or I'll break your limbs." After saying that, old ancestor Sky Ice also rose up in the air and was about to leave. Just then, a voice of fury sounded behind them. "Stop! How dare you not give my Duke Bugo face like that?" Next moment, a terrifying celestial aura erupted from Wu Bugo's body as he directly rose up into the air. With a punch, a huge shadow of an off-fire dragon floated into the air, emitting a hissing roar. This is the off-fire dragon treasure technique. The flames rose, and in an instant, they erupted into a sky-high wave that pushed straight at Jian Wuxian. Sensing this aura, Jian Wuxin turned back violently. The curved eyes sank, the lips lightly opened, emitting a cold and piercing intent. "Seek death." As the words fell, an ice sword had appeared in her hand as she held it in her right hand. She knew that her master ancestor's Ice Phoenix Dao intent was a unique symbol of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and she absolutely could not easily expose it before arriving at the Taiwang ancient city. And her Empress sword intent was too powerful. Currently with her cultivation at the celestial realm, it was still difficult to control. This heavenly ice-old ancestor's sacred realm Dao intent was quite smooth. The heavenly ice sword intent, a sword chopped out. It slashed directly at the approaching fire. Both of them were the pride of the world. A celestial realm from a holy land Dao lineage, with a divine body vision, breaking the extreme realm 4 times in one ace. A female emperor reincarnated, born with a holy body vision, breaking the extreme realm 4 times, carrying 3 Dao intents, and at the age of 14 at the celestial realm. Ice meets fire. Who will actually win? Boom. With that, there was an explosion, and space was flooded with layers of waves of light. It made the large hall of the Ma clan, which had already been reduced to rubble, once again be lifted up by hundreds of feet. Both figures were shaken away by tens of miles. See this scene. The black-robed man on the 9 marathon vehicle frowned, staring closely at the battle. Obviously, although Wu Bu-go was a god-body heavenly pride, he had come across the reincarnation of a female emperor who was unmatched in the ages. At the same time that Wu Bu-go was sent flying by the shock, the shadows of 2 ice swords suddenly broke through the air. With an endless icy killing aura, they directly slashed at Wu Bu-go. What? Feeling this cold and piercing sword chi, Wu Bu-go was violently startled. He asked himself, breaking the extreme realm 4 times and being born from the Holy Land Dao lineage, with his qualifications, even if he had just stepped into the celestial realm, he would still be able to fight with a mid-celestial, but he, surprisingly, lost in one move, still defeated, because he felt a strong killing aura in these 2 ice swords that were close at hand. This woman wants him dead. Nima! Wu Bu-go cursed angrily. Uncle Black, save me! A cry was uttered, sending out a sound of fear that tore through Wu Bu-go's heart. Growing up with a golden key, it was the first time he had felt such a dense killing aura up close, even the last time in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, when he was enveloped by Bamboo Heart's supreme pressure. It was not as strong as this current killing intent. Where the hell did this woman come from? At this point, only to see that black-clothed middle-aged man. His right hand was raised, and an unfathomable and terrifying aura directly surged in, instantly cancelling out the 2 sword chi chopped out by Jian Wuxin. Feeling this aura, Jian Wuxin along with the heavenly ice ancestor's eyes narrowed. Imperial powerhouse. Yes, with the duo's eyesight, they instantly recognized the black-clothed man in front of them as an Empyrean powerhouse, and they naturally knew that Wu Bu-go was the Supreme Divine Palace's 5 divine sons of honorable status. This Emperor powerhouse should be his protector. Boom boom. 2 loud bangs cancelled out Jian Wuxian's sword chi, and the man in black retracted it into his right hand with considerable satisfaction. But just as he was feeling smug, 2 deep sword marks unexpectedly appeared on his palms. Raging blood spurted out. Seeing this scene, the man in black frowned. How is this possible? A sword chi from the celestial realm is actually able to injure my emperor's body. Although it was only 2 tiny smears of blood, one had to know that he was an emperor powerhouse. I don't know how many times I've crushed celestials, but this woman in front of her was able to hurt her? What is she really about? Could it be that they came from other Dao domains and also came for the Taiwan Shuang's secret realm? The black-clothed man subconsciously clenched his right hand, and with that, a thick killing intent surged out. With a wave of his hand, he bellowed, "These 2 have injured the divine sun and defied my supreme divine palace. They absolutely cannot be spared." Yes, sir. As the words fell, dozens of figures crashed through the carriage and rose up into the air, each of them emitting an extremely strong aura. No good. Seeing this, the Sky Ice-old ancestor was violently startled. This supreme divine palace little brat had actually placed murderous intent on them. And these dozens of auras in front of them, 10 of them had actually stepped into the king realm. The rest of them were also in the realm of celestial beings. These could all be heavenly pride disciples from the Holy Land Taoist system, and were by no means idle. Master, be careful. The heavenly ice-old ancestor's 2 eyes narrowed, and instantly, his killing intent flared up. I didn't expect that I would be able to take these mole crickets and coach them before entering the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm. Humph. Jian Wuxin snorted lightly. Griffins are just ants. With that, her aura instantly worked. A shadow of an ice sword quietly emerged in his hand. With the heavenly ice sword intent in her hand, she then directly took the initiative to charge towards the group of Divine Palace disciples. Since there were a bunch of people looking for death, it wasn't her fault. Just use your blood to enlighten my sword. As the words fell, Jian Wuxian was already on top of the crowd. A sword chopped out. The temperature in the air instantly went several times lower. One of the Divine Palace disciples at the celestial realm frowned. Her sword has a few tricks up its sleeve. All be careful. That said. But, that is the sword of the Empress. Wherever the sword light passed, it instantly froze the ice and snow in the sky. For a moment, the crowd of Divine Palace disciples were so frightened that they hurriedly cast their divine abilities. The celestial realm was located in the last realm of the Avatar mystic realm, and in addition to being strong enough on their own, they also mastered many divine abilities and treasure techniques. The heavenly ice-old ancestor also joined the battle, but of course, his opponents were those 10 King Realm Divine Palace Celestials. For a while, there was one roaring sound after another above the sky. As time passed, body after body fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, He Wuya's face turned blue. He had only wanted to let the Divine Palace disciples try out the duo's stances and poke around. Didn't realize These two had actually laid their hands on him and killed so many of his disciples. At this point, since you've already been offended, you can't stay. Hey Wuya bellowed. He rose up into the air, and an incomparably powerful emperor's aura directly pressed down on the duo. Boom! Under this emperor's aura, the void was instantly shaken and distorted, with crack after crack appearing. The two flew out directly backwards. Put! A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out, and sword whooshing covered his chest. Obviously she hadn't expected that this emperor of the female supreme divine palace would suddenly make a move, because no matter where they were, the strongest of the older generation would not openly make a move against the younger generation for the sake of face, as well as regulations. Otherwise, it is bound to be strangled by a coalition of other forces. I didn't expect this little brat from the divine palace to be ungrateful, blatantly breaking the oath, and it's still a sneak attack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the air, the Sky Ice old ancestor cursed angrily. I didn't expect you little brat to be so shameless. Hey, what's the face? Upon hearing this, Hey Wuya smiled grimly, apparently not caring. As long as you are killed, who will know about today's matter? On the other side, Misty Peak. No good. Chen violently got up from the rocking chair. Master, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? Seeing such a strange Chen, Lin Tian'er on the side worried. I'm fine. Chen shook his head, because just a moment ago, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his chest. What's going on here? It's like 1,000 years ago, when the master fell that way. Could it be that Heartless is in danger? Chen muttered. Immediately, he began to deduce it instantly. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and a coldness flashed in his eyes. Kenju. As the words fell, he laid down a boundary with a wave of his hand. With that, a crack in the void was torn open. Transportation into it. Second shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 51 Sword Heart of Swordless. Sword returns to Chen Xin. On the other side. Sword State. East Spirit Country. A figure with a stern sword aura stood above the sky. It was a woman in white. A little girl to be exact. She was dressed in light clothes that looked like snow. Her body was petite, and she wore a bucket hat on her head. Her appearance was covered by a light veil, although the face could not be seen, just from that displayed posture and temperament. This was bound to be a noble daughter of a holy place. Sword whooshing covered his chest and quickly revolved his aura to stabilize his disordered breath. She also did not expect that this Emperor Realm Divine Palace Elder would suddenly strike out at them. Emperor? Zhen Wuxing's curved eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were filled with harsh coldness and killing intent. She was only in the first heavenly realm of the celestial realm right now, although he had broken 4 times the extreme realm and could battle late-stage celestials with all his might. But, Emperor, after all, it was far beyond her by an unknown number of realms. I didn't expect this old man to be so despicable as to strike out at a junior. Seeing this, Hei Wuya's 2 eyes narrowed. A celestial being and a king. TSK. What do you guys think? Which mole should I start with first? Speaking of which, he licked his lips and revealed a cold smile. It had clearly taken Zhen Wuxing and the Sky Ice Old Man as prey. When the words fell, dozens of Supreme Divine Palace disciples had already surrounded them, cut off all retreat for the 2 men. Even Wu Bugo was grim as he rose into the air. You Supreme Divine Palace is so ugly. Aren't you afraid of offending my heaven-devouring wolf demon clan? At this point, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor suddenly but laughed out loud. To tell you the truth, I am the son of the heaven-devouring Wolf King, Ao Cheng. If you dare to kill me, my father will lead tens of millions of wolf demons from my heaven-devouring wolf demon clan to step on your supreme divine palace. Speaking of this, old ancestor Sky Ice revealed disdain, obviously not putting Black Wuya in his eyes. Sure, he was totally scaring Black Wuya, although this body of his was a heaven-devouring wolf demon. It couldn't be more ordinary, and he didn't know how many levels it was inferior to the royal bloodline. As for the name Ao Cheng, it was also something he had searched for in the memories of this physical body. After all, the one he was facing now was an emperor. Even he can't do anything about it. This fleshly body was too weak. Even after being nourished by Su Chen's fleshly bones for a year, it was only barely able to burst out with the strength of the 4th sky of the king's realm. If you can scare. Sure enough, the moment they heard the words heaven-devouring wolf demon, everyone present was startled violently. What? The sky-devouring wolf demon clan? Hearing what old man Sky Ice said, the crowd of Divine Palace disciples revealed shocked expressions. Regarding the sky-devouring wolf demon, they could be said to have heard of it like thunder. That was a demonic power that was not at all weaker than the Holy Land Dao system. You say you are the son of the sky-devouring wolf king? At the sound of the voice, Hei Wuya's brows furrowed as he began to survey the situation. It was said that the heaven-devouring wolf king had a total of over 10,000 sons. and there were only 4 with the blood of the ancestral wolf. These 4, too, were all peerless celestials not weaker than the divine sons of the Holy Land. Among them was this youngest son, Ao Cheng. Rumor has it, the blood of the Ao Cheng ancestral wolf was the most intense, and with only 1.5 lifetimes, he stepped into the king's realm. Hailed as the hope of the heaven-eating clan, this son looks so valiant and extraordinary. Could he really be the son of the heaven-devouring wolf king? He Wuya took a closer look. Although Ao Cheng is famous in the south of the border, but after all, having never been out in the world, and having remained hidden from the clan, no one recognized it. And the heavenly ice ancestor had been nourished for a year by the meaty bones that contained the essence blood of various demonic beasts. Whether it was his body, or his bloodline, he had long since metamorphosed, and was completely not below the king clan wolf demon. At this look, it really has a few points of the temperament of the king's wolf demon. Ha ha, scared. Sky Ice old ancestor laughed cheerfully. If you're afraid, hurry up and kneel down, kowtow to little master me 100 times, then hurry up and get out. Otherwise, in the future, I will lead my wolf clan's army to completely erase your supreme divine palace from the ranks of the 9 great holy places. On the other side, Jian Wuxin's curved eyes moved slightly. She also didn't expect that this Sky Ice old ancestor would be so good at acting. A proper Oscar winner. It literally rubbed Kagome Nyang against the floor. Uncle Black, what should we do now? At that moment, Wu Bugo suddenly said to He Wuya, if the other party was truly Ao Cheng and it was obliterated, it would inevitably lead to endless retaliation from the sky-devouring Wolf King in the future. Nowadays, the relationship between the Supreme Divine Palace and the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was intensifying, so it was better to make fewer enemies. He Wuya didn't reply, but suddenly, revealed a grim smile. Originally, the old man was planning to leave you all dead. In that case, all the more reason to keep you. Suppress the old man. The words fell. With a wave of his large hand, a massive imperial pressure directly enveloped the duo. Feeling this aura, the duo's faces instantly changed in shock. Obviously, there was absolutely no way that He Wuya would let them go. Damned old mongrel. The heavenly ice ancestor cursed angrily. A kingly aura also erupted once again, churning within his body. He raised both of his wolf claws and directly met the palm that was pressed towards them head-on. Available at. How could the strength of the fourth sky of the king's realm stand up to the power of an emperor? Boom boom boom. There was a roar. And under this terrifying emperor's pressure, the Sky Ice old ancestor's forelimbs directly exploded into a bloody gash. In a matter of moments, both forearms were bloody and bone deep. It could be seen that emperor powerhouses were as terrifying as they were. Normally, when a king faced an emperor, he would be crushed or even obliterated in an instant. However, Old Man Sky Ice was after all a saintly powerhouse. Plus this was the body of a demonic beast. Froze and let him hold on for 2 seconds. Master, what do we do now? The heavenly ice old ancestor forced himself to endure the pain from his forearm and said to Jian Wuxin. However, Jian Wuxin did not reply. Humph, she snorted coldly, killing intent written all over her eyes. Next breath, the dome of the sky trembled. Dark clouds were dense, and raging thunderbolts churned endlessly. In an instant, the entire eastern spirit country, and even the hundreds of thousands of miles around, were enveloped in this overriding black cloud. See the scene. Wu Bugo was violently shocked. What's going on here? What a scary aura. Those dozens of divine palace disciples around them also looked up, their faces full of shock. He Wuya frowned and stared at Jian Wuxin dead in the face. If others couldn't see what was happening, how could he not? Both of his eyes narrowed as he said grimly, what an invincible demon. If I don't suppress you here today, you will become an endless problem for my divine palace in the future. The words fell. He raised his right hand and directly transformed it into a monstrous hand. Toward the sword Wuxin above the sky, he tackled. But, at this point, a bit of light emerged and transformed into an invisible sword shadow. The stern sword chi and the sword shadows caused a crowd of celestials and even kings to be emboldened. This is, seeing this scene, the Sky Ice old ancestor's face was full of shock, and he seemed to have forgotten the pain brought by his arms. More and more light and shadows then surfaced. It turned into one sword shadow after another. In an instant, there have been hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of, 100,000 ways, 200,000 ways, 1,000,000 ways, dense, countless, and frightening. Sword to Tatsumi. Jian Wuxian's curved eyes sank, and the killing intent in his eyes was abundant. Yes, she found the heart of the sword in this life. That is, the sword to the heart of Tatsumi. And these sword shadows were clearly her Empress sword intent. Also her life. First time using the Emperor Realm sword intent. It is bound to be a destructive existence. Go! She chortled. Subsequently, these countless sword shadows were like a flooding beast, surging toward He Wuya. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 52, I am the Ice Cloud Ancestor. Sword to Tatsumi. Go! Jianwu Xin coldly shouted. In the sky, densely packed sword shadows, like a flooding beast, surged towards Hei Wuya. Each and every one of them exuded a stern, terrifying sword aura. It's gut-wrenching. All of a sudden, sword lights were flying. A mole cricket is still a mole cricket no matter how much it struggles. Suppress me, Hei Wuya bellowed. That monstrous giant hand, in a matter of moments, had approached the body of Jin Wuxin. He struck out as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. That's how confident he is. Because, even though Sword Wuxian was even more heaven-defying and demonic, it was also always nothing more than a celestial being, and he could be a genuine emperor powerhouse. Those who were able to cross the 4 realms of celestial, king, hegemonic emperor, and even emperor, and fight against him, were afraid that they had yet to be born. Boom boom boom. With a roar, the void twisted slightly and exploded into gap after gap. The duo's sparring match had actually torn the void apart? This scene could make the Sky Ice Ancestor's blood boil as he watched. He couldn't help but smack his lips. Holy, Master is so raw. With the strength of having just stepped into the celestial realm, he was actually able to just tackle an emperor head-on. With the strength of the celestial realm, he hardened himself against emperors and cut through the void. Who in this world can do that except for Swordless Heart? Because that was the female emperor's sword intent. When the day comes, the master will be honored as an emperor. The old man is bound to be an existence that pushes across the world and suppresses the ages as well. This little girl. What in the world? Hei Wuya was violently startled. With the cultivation of the first heavenly realm of the celestial realm, he defeated Wubu Go with a single sword. 2 swords broke through his palms. Now, it is even more daring to meet him face to face. That incomparably bizarre sword light had even cut through the void that could only be torn apart by the Emperor realm. This ing. What the hell kind of monster is that? However, this could make the heavenly ice ancestor's blood boil as he watched. However, just before he could react, the sword light that emitted a harsh and cold aura suddenly penetrated his emperor's pressure. It ran through the monstrous hand. Jianwu Xian's sword intent had actually penetrated his pressure. How is this possible? Black Wuya's eyes were bulging out, unable to believe his eyes. But just then, the countless sword lights that pierced through didn't come at him, but instead, they killed towards Wubu Go behind him, and even a group of celestials and kings. Suddenly realizing this, Hei Wuya immediately shouted, Divine Son, watch out! Subconsciously, with his other hand, he had already swung it over, cupping Wubu Go directly in his hand, fending off the sword light for him. After all, Wubu Go is the divine son of the divine palace. It's something that should never have any accidents. Not just anyone could be a divine son of the Holy Land. In the middle of a holy place, a vision of the Taoist body can be a son of the Tao. A vision of the divine body may be the son of God. Eucharistic visions can be the Son. Among them, the Holy Son was the highest, the Divine Son was second, followed by the Tao Son again. As for spiritual bodies, as well as mortal bodies, then they are ordinary disciples. Wubu Go was able to establish himself as one of the 5 divine sons of the Divine Palace, so it was evident that his status was by no means ordinary. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an emperor protecting the path. But others are not so lucky. In the midst of the dense roar of sword light from Jianwu Xin, one figure after another falls. In an instant, those dozens of heavenly pride of the divine palace then fell under the female emperor's sword intent. To know, these could all be the heavenly pride disciples sent by the supreme divine palace to the Tai wasteland ancient city to enter the secret realm for training this time. Each one can be considered an absolute genius. This was a loss of nearly 50 people before even entering the Tai wasteland mysterious realm. Even if it's a holy land Taoist, it's still going to hurt like hell. You, Hei Wuya gritted his teeth, his face full of gloom. You killed my divine palace disciple. Even if you are the holy daughter of the Holy Land, I can't keep you. Only, his words had just fallen. A sword with infinite killing intent had appeared in front of his eyes, and the person holding the sword was none other than Jianwu Xin. Jian Wuxin was so crazy that he took the initiative to attack an Empyrean powerhouse? If people knew, they would just say she was crazy, totally desperate maniacs, but for reasons known only to her. Escape. There was no way to escape. The other party was an Empyrean powerhouse, and she was just a 14-year-old girl who had just stepped into the realm of celestial beings. Reaching the Emperor level, tearing through the void with his bare hands and spanning tens of thousands of miles in a single step was truly simple. It's better to let it go. There may be a glimmer of hope. She was already incomparably weak from forcing the Empress sword intent. This sword was also the last sword she could thrust. She's betting. Could the Emperor realm sword intent in her hand penetrate Hei Wuya's heart with a single sword strike? How fast was this last sword of Jianwu Xin? In an instant, He had already arrived in front of He Wuya's body. When he saw this moment, his heart skipped a beat, because, above that smear of sword light, he actually felt a sense of fear. It was like dimensional suppression that prevented his heaven and earth aura from functioning. Not bad. Jian Wu Xian's Empress Emperor's sword intent was at the Emperor realm. Even though they are not strong, they can make people linger for a short time. Wow. A flash of scarlet blood spurted from his face. Sword Wuxin, whose aura was nearly empty, still failed. Her sword ended up only leaving a bloodstain on He Wuya's face. Asterisk. Black Wu Fei touched his cheek in panic, then angrily yelled, "You little girl, how dare you ruin my face? No matter what, it's more solid to destroy a man's face than to kill him. Realize that some men care more about looks than women." As the words fell, He Wuya threw a punch. With an endless and terrifying aura, it once again pressed toward Jian Wuxin. Obviously, this time he had completely gotten off his ass. "Master, be careful," Old Man Sky Ice bellowed. Hurriedly, he wanted to run his aura to save Jian Wuxin, but it's simply too late. Jian Wu Xian, who was in the air, was shaken by this pressure and flew backwards. The diamond in the rough worn on her chest shook slightly, and this was naturally the life protector jade that Su Chen had gifted to her. Could save her life in a time of crisis. So soon, it's going to be used. Jian Wu Xian gave a light tweak. The heart is not willing, but to no avail. After all, the other party was an emperor powerhouse. There was no way to fight. Still too weak. Just then, above the dome of the sky, a void crack split open. It was as if the sun and the moon had turned upside down and the mountains had reversed. A streak of golden light emerged from the cracks in the void, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire Sword State. Feeling this vision, countless powerful people from the Sword State crashed through the roofs and rose into the air. Watching this scene, at that moment, one 10,000-year-old monster after another lifted their coffins and stood under the sky. What's going on here? How can there be a saint's golden light here? What on earth has happened? Could it be that a holy body has descended from my Sword State? On the other side, under this saintly golden light, He Wuya's Emperor aura with a heaven-destroying aura has completely disappeared. How is this possible? Could it be this little girl's protector? He Wuya was filled with shock. He rose up in the air and stood under the dome of the sky, shouting into the void rift. He said, "I am the Supreme Divine Palace Elder. He Wuya, may I ask, Your Excellency, who is coming?" Right at this moment, a figure that was nearly perfect to the point of suffocating fell from the void rift and stood on top of the dome of the sky. He was surrounded by the golden light of the saints. It was as if he had been transformed into a full-fledged immortal of the heavens. The Dharma is solemn and unruffled. His appearance caused the entire Sword State to follow with a slight tremor. His lips opened and his icy voice resounded throughout the entire Sword State. "I am Ancestor Ice Cloud. Second shift. 5 stars, few thanks. Hype. Catch up reading. And free swag." Chapter 53, Su Chen makes a move. Everything turns into nothingness. "I am Ancestor Ice Cloud." Icy cold sounds came out from the void cracks, and in an instant, it resounded throughout the entire Sword State. The voice seemed as if it was like a reversal of the heavenly path, a reversal of the mountains and rivers. The golden light coming out of the crack instantly enveloped Jianzhou, Lingyun Sword Sect. A figure crashed through the roof and rose up into the air, each with a superb aura that was frightening. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with sword brows. He was dressed in green, and his eyebrows revealed the aura of a stern sword blade. He was none other than the sect leader of the Lingyun Sword Sect, Ling Tian, an emperor powerhouse. What's going on? Ling Tian's brows furrowed as he looked with shock at the void crack in the sky above the dome of the heavens. A saint's golden light? At this moment, another powerful one rose up in the air and stood beside Ling Tian. The man was dressed in a white robe. His long beard danced with the wind, quite a bit of immortal style and Taoist atmosphere. This man, it was none other than the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Grand Elder, Mu Yangzi. Grand Elder, you're saying that this is a saint's golden light? Ling Tian's brows furrowed in shock. Nice. The Grand Elder nodded and said, 3 years ago, the mysterious ancestor of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace suddenly entered sainthood, and at that time, the old man had the honor of witnessing the light of sainthood with his own eyes. In this void, the golden light emanating from it is so similar to a saint's golden light that I think an immortal saint must have descended upon the Sword State. What? Ling Tian lowered his eyebrows and said, now that the opening of the Taiwai Desolate Mysteries is imminent, and this kind of southern border extravaganza has attracted countless powerhouses to go to the Taiwai Desolate Ancient City to spectate, how could a saint descend upon my Sword State? Ling Tian deliberated for a few moments and suddenly remembered something. The direction where the Void Rift is enveloping seems to be the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, and today, Eastern Spirit has a heavenly pride's daughter who has paid her respects to the Supreme Divine Palace. and it is rumored that it is still the 5 divine sons, Wubu Go, who came to personally greet her. Could it be that this saint's descent is related to the Supreme Divine Palace? When the Supreme Divine Palace was mentioned, the Grand Elder had a belly full of fire. After all, the Ice Cloud and the Divine Palace had always had a hostile relationship, and this Supreme Divine Palace was openly recruiting disciples on his Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's territory. Why are you so shameless? Go! I'd like to see that. Just which old monster dares to be this rampant? The words fell. The Grand Elder and Ling Tian, as well as a group of Empyrean powerhouses that had converged on the Ling Yun sword sect, tore through the void and headed straight for the Eastern Spirit. Not only that, the sky dome cracked open with a void rift at the same time. The entire sword state was in shock. Because the saints come down. Too shocking, too scary, and generally, an immortal saint descending into a place with such a great deal of effort was bound to foreshadow what had happened. As a result, countless powerful people flocked to the direction of the saint's golden light. The southern border is only so big in total. Which one is it? At this moment, the Eastern Spirit, Ice Cloud ancestors, He Wuya was filled with fear. He stared blankly at the breathtakingly perfect figure above the sky dome. This was not a saint's shadow, but a genuine immortal saint. You're the Ice Cloud ancestor. Suddenly, he remembered something. For the 4 big words Ice Cloud ancestor. 3 years ago, it was a thunderbolt. At the time, there was a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace who invoked the Holy Body Vision. It attracted the competition from the 9 Holy Lands, as well as a whole bunch of first-class forces. In the end, he was robbed by an old monster who suddenly lifted the coffin. And this old monster had still entered the saint under the eyes of a group of saintly landlords. It was almost enough to scare the piss out of a group of lords of power. Could it be that this mysterious Ice Cloud ancestor was none other than the one in front of him? But isn't he in the cold state? How did you get to Jianzhou? On the other side, sensing this suddenly descending figure, a touch of familiarity suddenly surged into Jian Wuxin's heart. She slowly opened her curved eyes and revealed a long-lost smile to the sky dome. Master. Seeing this figure, the sky ice old ancestor, who had risen up in the air, directly froze in place. Be good. It's that Chen kid. But how did he get here? Could it be that he left a life soul mark on his master? The so-called life soul seal is a strand of divine consciousness imprinted by the elders in the body of the juniors. You can sense the condition of the juniors going out to practice. Similar to soul crystals, Chen did suddenly sense that Jian Wuxin was in danger. Only he was only half right. Not the soul life seal. Rather, it's the mentorship that the two have built up every day and night for 3 years. It's like a bond that can't be broken. Above the dome of the sky, the golden figure was like a heavenly god descending. He raised his eyes slightly, looking towards Jian Wuxin, and with one hand, he reached out and grabbed him from the sky, cradling him in his arms, rubbing her Jinsho. She chided slightly. You girl, knowing that you can't fight, why are you still fighting so hard? Seeing this familiar face close at hand, Jian Wuxin's eyes moved slightly, and watery mist instantly covered his eyes. A teardrop slid down, and Jian Wuxin laughed softly, because I wanted to meet my master after I recovered my sword heart. I never thought that I would actually see it. Chen's eyes shook and his heart and soul swirled. Fool, master has always been there. The words fell. He then looked down at He Wuya on the ground and said angrily, Are you the one who injured my disciple? This statement was made. He Wuya was violently startled again. What? She's your apprentice? How is this possible? He couldn't believe his eyes. This woman who could be called an invincible demon was actually the disciple of ancestor Bing Yun? But he clearly sensed that the woman's bone age would never be more than half an aeon. But in the rumors, wasn't it 3 years ago that this Ice Cloud ancestor took on a disciple? You've grown to this level in 3 years? Or does he have other disciples? But, obviously, Chen wouldn't tell him the answer. Both of his eyes narrowed, and a cold killing intent instantly moved through the heavens and earth. In that case, then you shall not be kept. You, Supreme Divine Palace, what you did to me, Bing Yun, back then, I will liquidate them all. The words fell. Chen raised his large hand and violently pressed down. An endless supreme holy might, wanting to collapse the heavenly dome, directly suppressed towards He Wuya together with Wubu Go. Wait, don't kill me. I haven't served my master yet. Let me go. Wubu Go cried out desperately, his eyes full of fear. Because the supreme saint might brought about by Chen's palm was too terrifying. Even an emperor powerhouse like He Wuya was just the same in front of Chen. Just like a mole cricket. No, don't. He Wuya was just as full of fear. With a life spanning tens of thousands of years, he had also been the best of an era, eventually stepping into the Empyrean. Coming from a holy land, he never thought that he would fall one day, and it still fell under a saint. He struggled desperately, trying to resist. But it's too late for everything. Chen struck out, and the void collapsed layer by layer, tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles, and even millions of miles in a circle, all reduced to nothingness. First shift. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 54, Sacred Blood Repairing Body. Sword State shocked. A palm presses down. The might of a supreme saint was too terrifying and overpowering. Millions of miles in every direction were reduced to nothingness. One slap later, Chen withdrew his right hand, his face unperturbed. It seemed that doing all this was as easy as crushing an ant. It's the lifting of the hand. Because, on the southern border, a saint would represent invincibility. Even if they were only beginning saints, they were by no means comparable to mortal realm ants like emperors. Chen held Jianwu Xin and slowly fell down. Though annoyed at her capriciousness, he did not blame her. Instead, he slightly revealed a touch of helplessness as he said, "Open your mouth." Hearing Chen's words, Jianwu Xin froze. "Open your mouth? Open your mouth for what? No way. Is the master going to punish me by making me contain?" Thinking of this, Jian Wuxin's little face reddened as she shyly said, "Master, you're bad." Chen was slightly stunned. However, it seemed that he didn't hear clearly what Jian Wuxin was saying. At this point, he raised his right hand and extended his index finger, saying, "Wuxin, what are you waiting for? You forcefully activated your sword intent, causing your chi and blood as well as your aura essence to suffer a severe backlash. Master granted you a drop of sage essence blood to repair your heart veins. Hurry up and open your mouth." "Ha? Is that so?" Jianwu Xin froze again and said, "I thought. Why?" Chen revealed a flash of doubt. Could it be that this little girl is thinking too much? Nothing. Jian Wuxin immediately turned his face away and hummed softly, "I thought that master wants to hum." But, she still obediently removed her veil, and an exquisite and worldly face was revealed. "Open your mouth wide and wait quietly for the finger." "Ugh, waiting for the holy blood. Really can't do anything with you, girl." Chen shook his head helplessly and let out a light sigh. Then, moving his right hand above Jianwu Xin's, with a flash of golden light, a drop of holy blood had already coalesced at his fingertips. During these 3 years, his cultivation had gradually refined 100 drops of holy blood. His own saint's blood, as well as the saint's chi that he could bring to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, was also incomparably dense. After Misty Peak injected 21 drops of holy blood for the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud again, there were still a full 244 drops left as well. This amount simply left a crowd of immortal saints with their jaws agape. The holy blood coalesced at his fingertips, emitting a dazzling golden light. Next breath, dripping from fingertips, it fell into the middle of Jianwu Xin's mouth and slowly flowed down his throat. Holy blood. In addition to having great body hardening abilities, it also repairs the loss of chi and blood breath very well. 3 years ago, Jian Wuxin had been fortunate enough to receive the gift of holy blood from the 3 Sacred Islands Island Master, so he was very familiar with how to use it. Seeing the sacred blood enter Jian Wuxin's body, Chen let out a long breath of relief, but just as he was about to retract it into his right hand, there was a sudden damp heat coming from his index finger. See only. Jian Wuxin violently took his finger in his mouth and began to suck on it. Chen was violently startled and said, "Heartless, why are you biting my finger?" "Because." Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin slightly loosened his mouth and lightly tweaked. "I feel as if there's still a trace of Saint's Essence blood on my master's finger, so it can't be wasted." Well. Chen nodded gently. "There's no one else's reasoning for this. Since she thinks it's a waste, let her suck it up again." See the scene. The Sky Ice Elder ancestor on the side revealed a smile that wasn't old and proper. "Emma, master is so smart. It's almost like he's self-taught. He. Just as Jian Wuxin was still in between sucking, the sky above the dome trembled slightly. A void crack appeared. What's going on here? Could it be that the powerhouses of the Supreme Divine Palace are coming after us?" The Sky Ice Old Ancestor, who was still smiling in his old impudent simplicity, raised his head violently and looked towards the sky. Chen as well as Jianwu Xin, who were on the side, also felt these powerful auras one after another. Chen frowned, staring intently at the void crack. At this point, a figure stepped out from the crack, emitting an overwhelming supreme aura. This was clearly the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Grand Elder. Stepping out of the void, the Grand Elder looked around. Why is it bare here? However, just as his gaze landed on the Chen duo, the Grand Elder was so startled that he barely stood still and nearly fell from the sky dome. Ancestor, and Sister Heartless? What are you guys doing here? Could it be that the immortal saint who descended on the sword state just now is the ancestor? Hearing voices, Jian Wuxin raised his eyes and greeted the Grand Elder. "Greetings, senior brother Mu Yangzi." This time, she had followed the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's large troop to the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm. and other than Su Chen as well as the Ice Cloud Palace Master, the rest of the people were unaware of it. One could also say that it's just pure blending in. After all, when she stepped into the Celestials, it was only Su Chen as well as the 7 immortals of the Ice Clouds and a few other old ancestors who knew about it. 14-year-old celestial beings. Once exposed, it would inevitably lead to endless pursuit and aftermath. Seeing the duo, the Grand Elder was slightly stunned. It looks like it's been through a fierce fight. I'm sure it's also related to the ancestor. He also hurriedly flew down and bowed respectfully to Su Chen. Greetings, ancestor. Just then, above the dome of the sky, a figure tore open a crack and came from the void. Each one of them exuded a terrifying aura of at least the Emperor realm. At the head of the group was the sect leader of the Ling Yun sword sect, Ling Tian. When they all saw Su Chen, they were also shocked. I didn't expect the sage to be Ancestor Bing Yun, but why is he here? Shouldn't an immortal saint like him be lying in a coffin all day long, enlightening the Tao? How come he descended to my sword state? Although the group of emperor powerhouses were puzzled, they also bowed respectfully to Su Chen. Greetings, Ancestor Bing Yun. It is a blessing for my sword state that the ancestor's holy might has descended. The other side. Holy extreme state. Supreme divine palace. Inside a large hall, Wuji's sacred desire was sitting in the coffin, and there were dozens of wonderful young girls in their prime lying beside him. Each one was naked. Apparently, they were practicing some sort of harvesting technique. At this point, bang! An explosion. Wuji's sacred desire fiercely awakened from his meditation. His eyes narrowed and he said grimly, Bugo's soul crystal is shattered. Soul crystals. Anyone who is an elder in the family keeps one on hand for the safety of their offspring. And, just now, the soul crystal belonging to Wu Bugo suddenly shattered. In other words, a divine palace heavenly pride with a divine body vision was just gone? Just then, another rattle. The soul crystal that marked the supreme divine palace's 182 elders, Black Wuya, also shattered. The moment, up and down the divine palace, countless powerhouses were shocked and woke up from their seclusion. What's going on? Why did old Black's soul crystal suddenly shatter? Didn't he follow the divine sun to the sword state? How come the soul crystal is shattered? Could it be that he has fallen? What? How is this possible? The crowd of divine palace powerhouses were filled with shock. To know, the measure of a power's heritage was never those talented disciples, but these super powerhouses that stood at the top of the southern border's pyramid. If an ordinary power was able to produce an emperor, then that power would instantly cross into the ranks of second-rate powers. It might be heartbreaking to follow Wu Bugo, but the fall of an emperor, even a holy Tao lineage such as the Supreme Divine Palace would have to suffer meet. Inside the coffin, the infinite sacred desire immediately burst into a rage, yelling, who the hell is it? To even lay such a deadly hand on my divine palace's elder divine son is simply provoking the might of my divine palace. I will skin you and break you into pieces. With that, Su Chen descended. His saintly might, in an instant, spread throughout the entire sword state, with countless forces, countless powerhouses, converging on the Eastern Spirit, wanting to witness some of the Ice Cloud ancestors' posture. This is true even for several neighboring dojo. Rumor had it that this mysterious Ice Cloud ancestor was not only of heavenly strength, but was also incredibly handsome, like an exiled immortal of the heavens. Anyone who has seen him has fallen into intoxication and obsession for a long time. Thus, on the southern border, there was also a saying circulating, Ancestor Ice Cloud. The reputation of being obsessed for 10,000 years with one glance and mesmerized with one smile. However, right after Su Chen resolved to have Black Wuya, he tore through the void and returned to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. As for Jian Wu Xin, her trip to the Sword State had not only avenged her 3 years of hatred, but had also retrieved her sword heart. That is, the sword to the heart of Tatsumi. Back to the ethereal peak. Su Chen then came to the front of the stone pavilion and lay back on the rocking chair. In front of his body, 8 stunningly beautiful to the point of suffocating ice shadows were reflected in his eyes. Second shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 55, Precocious Tian'er. Taiwu Ancient City. Sisters are worthy of being once invincible heavenly prides of an era. Su Chen sighed a lot, after he laid down one of the laws of the Great Tao, and with the addition of 3 drops of Saint Essence blood from each person, the aura within the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud were all abnormally large. The Ice Cloud Palace Master was even more so. She had reached the peak of half-saint 1,000 years ago, and her 1,000 years of precipitation, coupled with the divine rhythm of the Great Tao, made it possible for her to break the shackles and step into the saint realm at any time. It seems that the Chongling 3 sacred leaves have played a role. Afterward, Su Chen yawned and said lazily, this going out for a round of activities is still a bit uncomfortable. It's still a good view from my misty peak. As he said that, he actually unconsciously raised his right hand and looked at the finger that was being sucked by Jian Wu Xin. On the edge, there was still a bit of moist heat left. I didn't realize that it's been 3 years since Heartless worshipped under me. Chen muttered. 3 years to tune up a celestial being, or a female emperor reincarnated. He suddenly felt that everything in this world was quite marvelous, and it seemed that everything had a destiny in the underworld. Thousands of years ago, he worshipped Icecloud and was accepted as a personal disciple by the Icecloud Palace Master. 1,000 years later, he became the master of Misty Peak, and Jian Wuxin worshipped under him, passing down his master's Dao intent. In addition to Sword Wuxin, he had also taken in a supreme heavenly pride with a heavy pupil inheritance like Lin Tian'er. But what always lingers in the heart is the fall of the master. Back then, he had just been worshipped in the Icecloud Immortal Palace for 3 years when the Devil's Way invaded and a heaven-destroying battle broke out in the southern border. The 8 Holy Land Taoist systems have opened their protective formations and closed their mountain gates tightly, fearing that they would be implicated. Only Iceclouds, under the leadership of his master, he repelled the attack of the Devil's Way with his own strength. But the master also so bleakly fell in front of his body. Even if 1,000 years have passed, it cannot be forgotten. Back then, he was underpowered, but now he was already a superpower of the 4th sky of saints. When the time was ripe, the Devil's Way and the rest of the 8 Holy Lands, he would definitely liquidate them one by one. Master, what are you thinking about? At that moment, a pleasant ethereal voice rang in his ears. A small and delicate figure suddenly jumped into his arms. Chen came back to his senses, looked at the little girl in his arms, and softly said, "It's Tian'er. Master is fine." Cheat. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian'er puffed out her fragrant cheeks and lightly hummed. "Today, Senior was not at Misty Peak for the entire day, and people have been looking for you for quite a while. Did you go out and cheat behind my back and my senior sister's back?" A flash of surprise passed through Chen's eyes. "This little girl, isn't she only 9 years old? How come you know so much? You little girl, you still know what cheating is?" Chen was puzzled. "Your senior sister taught you?" "Not at all." Lin Tian'er pouted her little pacifier and said arrogantly, My sister taught me. My sister says that once a man gets it easily, he doesn't appreciate it and then he goes out and cheats. I didn't realize it was real. Senior was gone all day today. He must have gone out to cheat behind my back and my senior sister's back. When my senior sister comes back from her mother's house, I'll be sure to tell my senior sister." Poof. On the other side, countless demonic beast figures swept across the Dojo Sea. These were none other than the disciples of the Icecloud Immortal Palace who had traveled to the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm to practice. In addition to Icecloud's large force, there were many other forces from under Icecloud's command. In the Sword State, after the group of forces converged, they all followed the Icecloud Immortal Palace as well. In a moment, the number of this group of heavenly prides unexpectedly exceeded 100,000 people. On a Shin bird demonic beast of the celestial realm, Jian Wuxin sat cross-legged. A light blue ice bead quietly emerged in his chest, and in the ice bead, a thick golden blood emanated. Yes, she refined this drop of Saint's essence blood. On that day, she had forcefully activated the Emperor's sword intent in the Sword State and hardened herself against He Wuya, thus causing her chi and blood to suffer a severe backlash. The Saint Essence blood bestowed by Chen allowed her deficient chi and blood essence to be replenished. However, the power of chi and blood contained in a Saint's Essence blood was simply too vast, and was not something she could consume as a celestial. 3 years ago, she was able to completely refine by Piao Piao's Saint Essence blood, and it was also because it was used to refine her physical body. Now this excess chi and blood power, it would be better to refine it directly, with a 10,000 sword saint body, breaking 4 times the extreme realm, and opening up millions of spirit veins that were unmatched in the ages. She was not afraid. Day by day, countless forces had flocked to the hinterland of the southern border. Even the Icecloud Immortal Palace has been reached. In an instant, the southern border once again created a wave. Because today is the once-in-a-century Heaven's Pride Conference. Boom! Boom! However, at that moment, a shockingly terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Jian Wuxin's body. Celestial Realm First Heaven. Celestial Realm Second Sky. Celestial Realm Triple Sky. Celestial Realm Fourth Heaven. Finally, only after Jian Wuxin's cultivation arrived at the 4th level of the Celestial Realm did the violent heaven and earth aura around him calm down. At that moment, she slowly opened her curved eyes, which were a cold calm. It was quiet in a very peaceful way, yet calm enough to be chilling and frightening. "Master, you made another breakthrough?" Seeing this, the Sky Ice-Old ancestor on the side was pleasantly surprised. "Aha!" Jian Wuxin gently nodded his head, and his chi language was still incomparably cold. At those words, the Sky Ice-Old ancestor was filled with shock, though it was perceived early. However, he still felt incredible when he received Jian Wuxin's answer. It's almost like witnessing a miracle. This master of his own, breaking the extreme realm time and time again, stepping into the celestial realm at the age of 14, and confronting emperor powerhouses head-on. Nowadays, another 3 realms were broken through one after another. Now he was beyond certain. Jianwu Xin was the reincarnation of a great emperor, not to mention being the sword slave of such a peerless demon. Even being one of her dogs would be 10,000 times more willing. Wait, it's like he's a dog now. Ha, let's go. Jian Wuxing slowly got up and jumped off the back of the Shin bird demon beast. Old man Sky Ice also jumped down together. As soon as he touched the ground, a powerful aura traveled from his toes upwards and throughout his body. What a powerful formation. Jian Wuxing's eyes narrowed as he sensed the aura of this place. Ahead, a huge, ancient city appeared in their eyes, filled with an air of desolation. The ancient city of Taiwan. It is also the location of the Heaven's Pride Conference. The surrounding area has long been a large crowd of black pressure, densely packed, fearing tens of millions. These were all the heavenly prides from the major powers. On top of that, there were many demonic beast figures. The Heavenly Pride Conference, such a centennial event, includes the 9 holy lands, all the first rate, second rate, third rate, and fourth rate, many divine kingdoms, immortal lineages, divine teachings and Taoist lineages, as well as the heavenly prides of the countless demon races have already arrived. It could be said that all the major forces of the 500,000 Dao states in the southern borderlands had gathered here today, just to stand out in the Heaven's Pride Conference and ultimately be invincible for an era. Chapter 56 Elders Shocked. Heaven's Pride Assembly. Seeing this scene in front of him, the heavenly ice-old ancestor couldn't help but sigh. How long ago was it that I was also a generation of demons, breaking into the Taiwan mysterious realm, defeating countless heavenly prides, standing out from them, and ultimately sweeping through an era with an unrivaled presence. However, before he could finish sighing, a superb aura had landed in front of them. Seeing this, Jian Wuxing bowed slightly and said, "Greetings to senior brother Mu Yangzi, senior sister Heartless." No need to be polite. The person who came was none other than the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Grand Elder, Mu Yangzi. Ever since he stepped into the Supreme Realm, he was getting more and more confident and stronger. From the Sword State to the Taiwan Ancient City, this period of time, every day, he had to drag up a few first-class Lords of Power under Bing Yun's command to spar with him in order to pass the time. And there was no one more miserable than the sect leader of the Ling Yun Sword Sect, Ling Tian. Every day, the head is exploded by a punch from the Great Elder, and dozens of teeth have been broken off. No way. Who let these first-class forces? Is the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace affiliated forces it? This in turn made these first-class power lords, screaming in agony, and arriving at the Tai Wasteland Ancient City was a great relief for them. After rubbing and abusing a bunch of first-class power lords, all separately, the Grand Elder had almost boasted that he was invincible in the world. As the words fell, the Grand Elder's gaze fell on Jian Wuxing, but just then, he snapped. You broke through again?" The Grand Elder's eyes bulged out, as if he had seen a ghost. Half a month ago, only Su Chen, the Ice Cloud Palace Master, the 7 Immortals of Ice Cloud, and the Grand Elder knew that Jian Wuxing had stepped into the Celestial Realm, and when traveling from the Sword State to the Taiwan Ancient City, Jian Wuxing's cultivation level was also at the first heavenly realm of the Celestial Realm without any change. But today, she was actually emanating the aura of the 4th level of the Celestial Realm? Am I blind? Stepping into the Celestial Realm in just 15 days. Celestial Realm 1st to 4th level? To know, his most pleased disciple Muhani, who possessed a Dao body vision, was now 200 years old and was only at the 4th level of the Celestial Realm. And the sword is heartless. Even if one possessed a holy body vision, broke the extreme realm 4 times, and opened up 1,000,000 spirit veins, it wouldn't be possible to cultivate so quickly. 14 years old, at the 4th level of the Celestial Realm? What kind of invincible demon is this? It seems that this session of the Heaven's Pride Conference is bound to be you, this girl. A stage of. The Grand Elder was overwhelmed with emotion. 3 years ago, when Jian Wuxing first entered the Ice Cloud, a group of elders had speculated that he must have come out of nowhere by sweeping away countless heavenly prides in the southern border with his unrivaled talent. But that was also bound to be the next Heaven's Pride Conference in 100 years. Unexpectedly, this term gave him hope. Don't worry, senior brother Mu Yangzi, I will definitely not dishonor the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's name as a holy land. Jian Wuxing clasped his hands and said, under the bucket hat, her eyes, filled with a stern intent, the great emperor reincarnated. It will be with invincible capital, and it will be able to crush all the ages. This time, when they came to the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, of the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's team, only the Grand Elder knew of her existence. Well, ha ha, my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, with you and the ancestor in attendance. will surely stand, prosper for hundreds of thousands of years. The Grand Elder stroked his long beard rather comfortably and said, but you must remember that once you enter into the Tai Wasteland's secret realm, everything will be isolated from the outside world, and even sage powerhouses will not be able to intervene, so be sure to pay attention to your own safety. Disciple understands. Jianwu Xin respectfully returned. The Sky Ice Old Ancestor on the side skimmed his lips. This little brat, why is he so wordy? Who are you? Subsequently, the Grand Elder's gaze also landed on the Heavenly Ice Ancestor. He bent down and lifted it up in one hand, cradling it in his arms and jerking the dog's head. This sky-devouring wolf demon's pup, I'm sure you fed it as well? The Grand Elder sized up the dog. Naturally, he recognized at a glance that this was the sky-devouring wolf demon. And this wolf demon had been following Jianwuxin since the beginning of the Sword State, so it must have been the Tao Protector demon beast that the ancestor had prepared for him. It's not bad. I observed that its bone age is less than 5 katas, but it has already stepped into the king realm. This kind of qualification is placed in the heaven-devouring Wolf King clan. It is also an absolute heavenly pride. With this kind of powerful demonic beast guarding the path, your well-being is bound to be a lot stronger as well. Demonic beasts, after cultivating to a certain level, they can take shape. However, this physical body of the Heavenly Ice Old Ancestor was currently still at the 4th level of the king's realm, and the gap was far. The eldest jerked his dog, and he fell comfortable. But the Sky Ice Ancestor could not do so. He cursed, "I'll you in the leg. You ungrateful grandson dares to commit the following offense and jerk off your old ancestor. I'll you in the ass." The words fell. He then directly slapped his hand towards the Grand Elder. Snap! A crisp sound left only a clear wolf claw mark on the Grand Elder's face. You son of a... The reacting Grand Elder was filled with rage. Punching people in the face is not a good idea. He was subconsciously about to slap him across the face, but stopped in mid-air. Wait. This is the dog raised by the ancestor. If I break it, what can I do? The Grand Elder hurriedly held the dog in his arms and comforted him. Brother dog, don't be angry. The old man will rub you in a while, but don't say anything bad about me in front of the ancestor. Su Chen, am I that scary? Jianwu Xin, my master is obviously so perfect. How can he be mean? Ha! At this point, the sky dome then trembled as an ancient voice came from the Taiwan ancient city, resounding through the heavens and earth. Fellow Taoists from the southern borderlands, the Tai Wasteland mystic realm is about to open in an hour, so you can enter the city now. The words fell. Countless celestial pride flocked to the city, fearing that they hadn't slowed down a step. Charge! I must be the first one to enter the city. This session of the heavens' remarkable grand ceremony. This Gongzi will definitely stand out from it and suppress countless powerhouses. Griffins in the Tai Wasteland secret realm. Grandpa is here. Why don't you kneel down and sing your conquests? The Taiwan ancient city, as an extremely special place, had many restrictions. Not only in the secret realm, even the inner city was inaccessible. So these strong men escorting the major heavenly prides were also waiting in this outer city area in droves. As one of the 9 great sacred grounds, the disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had always had a noble status and possessed the aura of the limelight. Just walking in brightly, the surrounding heavenly pride of the major forces also took the initiative to make a path. After all, the difference between a holy place and an ordinary power, not to say it's too big, but only pressurized and not comparable. Even if it was a first-rate power, at best, it would only be a supreme. And the Holy Land, that was the real deal, having a saint sitting there. This was also the reason why, back then, when the Ice Cloud didn't have any saintly powerhouses, the remaining 8 Holy Lands dared to be so rampant. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Jianwuxin also quickly took the Sky Ice Elder Ancestor and disappeared into the crowd. She didn't choose to join the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's large troop. That would be too conspicuous. As soon as we entered the ancient city of Taiwara, an even more powerful array aura then enveloped the area. Second shift. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 57, Taitsong God Body Zheng Wanyu. Entering the virtual battlefield. Worthy of being a party of the secret realm, just outside the secret realm. It possesses such a powerful array to protect the city. Jianwuxin surveyed the surroundings. Everything in the Taiwu ancient city was filled with an ancient atmosphere. It looked incredibly desolate. It was a fresh contrast to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace that was covered in ice and snow. At the very front, there was a vast and incomparably desolate square, which had long been occupied by countless celestial pride at this moment. On the side of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the leader was a young man. It was a youth with a handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, and a white robe made him dashing and unrestrained. He was none other than the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's #1 heavenly pride for 1,000 years. Zhang Wanyu. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming with the measuring unit. Mention the 3 words Zhang Wanyu. That's a lot to take in. 500 years ago, Zhang Guanyu came out of nowhere, allowing the Bingyun Immortal Palace, which was still immersed in the aftermath of Mu Shinin's fall, to see hope again. With the Tai Tsong divine body, as long as he didn't fall, he would almost certainly become a supreme in the future, and it was even possible to step into a half-saint, or even a saint, and Zhang Guanyu did not let the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace down. With his demonic heavenly talent, he broke the Qi blood, chakra sea, induced spirit, earth sect, celestial being, and king, 6 times the extreme realm. In just 500 years, he stepped into the realm of the hegemonic emperor, pride of countless heavenly pride. If it wasn't for the supreme divine palace, which had produced a demonic holy sun with a holy body vision, Zhang Guanyu would be truly invincible in the world. But he was the leader of the younger generation of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Greetings to senior brother Zhang Guanyu. At that moment, among the crowd of disciples from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, a disciple with the same dusty temperament walked out. He bowed slightly at Zhang Guanyu's body and said, "My Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The disciples who are traveling to the Taiwu secret realm this time have all entered the Taiwu ancient city." Aha! Zhang Guanyu nodded gently. It actually makes the disciple feel very strange. That disciple suddenly said again, "Say, my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, as one of the 9 holy places, has a quota of 10,000 for each session to enter the secret realm, but why is it that the quota given down by all the ancestors this session is only 9,999? The disciple said again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guanyu shook his head and said, "I don't know. Perhaps the old ancestors have their own intentions. There is no need to speculate too much. Disciple understands." The disciple nodded. But what compulsion do I have? As time passed, more and more celestial pride entered the city. The entire square had long been overcrowded, and in the very center of the most square, there was a high platform of thousands of feet vacant. It was filled with super powerhouses from the 9 holy lands, as well as some not weaker than the holy lands. Although the Tai Wasteland ancient city had many rules and restrictions, these forces with sage half-saints in attendance were, after all, different from the others and naturally had the qualifications to watch. At the very front of the high platform stood a figure with an overwhelming aura. It was an old man. His body was surrounded by countless thunderbolts, and his rising white hair as well as his beard made him extraordinarily bright. Thunder Supreme, a superpower of the third sky of the Supreme Realm. It was even one of the 9 elders of the Taiwan ancient city, and this year's Heaven's Pride Conference was hosted by him. Noon. The sun is dry and hot, and the sky is clear. Supreme Thunderbolt looked up at the sky and slowly got up, letting out a majestic voice. The hour has come. The heavens' remarkable assembly now begins. With a slight tremor in the firmament, the earth-shattering voice of Supreme Thunderstorm resounded throughout the entire Tai Wasteland ancient city, as well as every corner of the Tai Wasteland ancient land. The words fell. Everyone boiled over. The Heavens Remarks Conference, representing the highest specification stage for countless heavenly prides in the southern border. If one is able to stand out amongst them, one will surely honor their ancestors and become famous in the southern border. Ultimately the best of an era, waiting for 100 years. The moment has finally arrived. Afterwards, Supreme Thunderbolt looked at the tens of millions of heavenly prides from all sides. He said, "This session of the Heavens Remarkable Assembly is the same as previous sessions, with the guiding spirit realm as the boundary, and there are a total of 46,722,000 people who have entered the pre-selection battlefield, gathering all of the talented disciples from the 9 holy lands of my southern border, the 13 immortal families, the 8 demon races, and countless large and small divine kingdoms, sects, and divine religions. 40 million people sounds huge, but in the huge southern border, but is as small as a gravel. The southern border was fully 500,000 Dao states with countless forces. Even the lowest level Dao state had a population starting at trillions. And every Dao state, every power, has a rule of numbers. Even the most powerful of the 9 holy places only had 10,000 spots. It's conceivable. This Heaven's Pride Conference, just how many forces had been gathered. And all of these Heaven's Prides were bound to be famous existences. The Heaven's Pride Conference will open for 1 year, divided into 3 steps, and although it's simpler than previous years, it's also more brutal. One of them is for preparatory warfare. All people will be randomly placed into a virtual battlefield, a total of 467 battlefields, each battlefield 100,000 people. Each person will represent a point. Kill the opponent. You can get all the points of the opponent in the virtual battlefield, will not really fall, but will not be resurrected. It will be directly withdrawn from the battlefield, waiting for the end of the preparatory battle in the square. This battlefield is set up to improve your actual combat experience, and once you enter the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, you will truly face death, so it's best to prepare your hearts in advance. The battlefield will last for half a month. In the end everyone's points will be ranked ultimately. The top 100 will receive a large number of rewards from my Taiwu ancient city. As for what level of opponents you will encounter, it will depend on your luck. This statement was made. Countless celestial pride were in an uproar. This prep war is simple. All the celestial pride 100,000 people group, randomly placed into a virtual battlefield. Kill a person will be able to get a point, can also loot all the points. It's simply based on luck. A group of spirit-inducing earth sectors, if they come across a king, or even a hegemonic emperor, isn't that the same as being a salted fish? Being at the mercy of others. Now, the virtual battlefield is officially opened. The majestic voice of Supreme Thunderbolt that sounded like a flood bell resounded in everyone's minds. The might of the Supreme Being. The moment. Showcase. With that, 9 pillars of light were in front of the square, rising up into the sky and standing under the firmament. Light pillar. It would represent a teleportation array, and as for what opponents would be teleported and encountered, it would all depend on luck. Boom, boom, boom. With another roar, 10 stone monuments appeared in front of everyone's eyes. All of you now go to the stone monument and imprint your names, or you may imprint the forces to which you belong. Supreme Thunder said again. In the virtual battlefield, no matter what happens, we won't see it and will only observe you based on the rankings. The words fell. All the celestial pride went to the stone monument and left their names, as well as the forces they belonged to. However, there were a few heavenly prides that chose to conceal themselves. Master, let's go too. At this time, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor said, Go. Jian Wuxi nodded his head gently. Then, he also left the word sword heart on the stone tablet and disappeared into the pillar of light. Ken Shin. It was the name of her previous life. The heavenly ice ancestor left behind the words Ao Vast, even though Hei Wuya is dead. But after all, who knew if this heaven-devouring wolf demon's super heavenly pride had come? If you find out your name is taken, you won't be looking for it? After imprinting, he also entered the virtual battlefield. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 58, 1 man, 1 sword. Sweeping the virtual battlefield. A full 2 hours. It was only then that all the celestial pride flocked into the virtual battlefield. Above the square, a huge light screen projection was also reflected, filled with the number of celestial pride heading to the Taiwan mysterious realm this time. This time, the number of participants in the Heavens Pride Conference is 467. 200,000. It also represents the highest battlefield of the young generation of the southern border. This time, my divine son of the 10,000 poisons Holy Land will surely sweep away countless heavenly prides with his invincible talent. See this scene. The elder of the 10,000 poisons Holy Land sitting on the viewing platform raised his arms and shouted. It seemed to be quite confident in this Heavens Pride Conference. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My Hadong Holy Land is the first gun cultivation Holy Land in the ancient times. That gun skill is great. It's not a problem for one person to fight 100 people alone. The elders of the Hadong Holy Land were also not willing to show weakness. Come on. At this time, the Immortal Sword Domain's elder snickered. Since Jiang Guanyu's emergence, he has participated in a total of 4 Heavens Pride conferences. And wasn't your divine son from the Hadong Sacred Land the first to be rubbed up against by the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace that time? Joke. The elder of the Hadong Holy Land pinched his voice and did not blush. I, the Hadong Holy Land, have never wimped out since the beginning of its establishment until now. Even 3 years ago, I, the Holy Lord of Hadong, faced that legendary ancestor Bingyun without fear. According to Lord Holy Lord, at that time, that legendary ancestor suddenly crawled out of his coffin and flew to the sky to be bombarded by the 9 heavens divine thunder, and was about to be blasted into ashes by the divine thunder. But in the end, it was my Holy Lord of Hadong who lifted up his lance and poked 10,000 transparent holes in the 9 heavens divine thunder, and only then did he succeed in entering the holy realm. Otherwise, this whatsoever dog-skin legendary ancestor would have long since fallen under the 9 heavens divine thunder. On the other side, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Grand Elder had a blackened head. If it wasn't for the rule restrictions in this Taiwu ancient city, he would have smacked over. Let these old mongrels from the 8 holy lands taste his power. At this point, a female nun from a nunnery angrily said, Not at all. You guys are obviously the 8 holy land lords who wanted to go and compete with the ancestor for the disciple, and didn't expect to be scared to death by the ancestor. I heard from our master Jinkong that legendary ancestor is so handsome and good-looking that he charmed countless powerful people the moment he appeared. Therefore, our Jinkong master also betrayed the Buddha and returned to the world just to wash the feet of whichever legendary ancestor. Said here. This female nun's little face reddened, and she shyly said, I also want to wash my ancestor's feet. One enters the virtual battlefield. A chilly, cool breeze then blew in his face. Jian Wuxin's curved eyes narrowed as his divine sense probed out and surveyed the surroundings. It's a small, empty town. Around the teleportation array, it had long been filled with densely packed silhouettes. According to past practices, after entering a secret realm or battlefield, these heavenly prides would disperse and hide themselves away. After all, it amounts to elimination mode. A virtual battlefield is full of 100,000 people. One never knows who one will meet. Maybe you, a lead spirit, just came in and met a hegemonic emperor. You'll get your head bashed in. Sure enough, at the same time that Jian Wuxin's divine sense probed away, he noticed many of the celestial pride rushing towards the outside like mad. However, when they had just stepped out of the small town, the voice of Supreme Thunderbolt then resounded over all the virtual battlefields. The ancient city is a safe zone. Leaving the ancient city means your game has begun. Likewise in the ancient city, you can only stay for 1 hour. Once the hour is over, even if you harbor in the city, you will be beheaded just the same. Set out, children. Go and break into an era that belongs to you, and crush the ages of the ages with invincibility. The words fell. Then there were countless celestial pride that scurried out of the ancient city. Looks like the city isn't safe either. Might as well slip away while there are fewer people. In the meantime, in the center of the square outside, another light screen emerged, marking the positions from 1 to 100. Of course, this curtain of light represented the rankings of all the heavens pride, and in each virtual battlefield, a light screen projection similarly surfaced, and these represented the rankings of their respective battlefields. Glancing at the light screen projection over the battlefield, Jian Wuxin muttered, "It seems like it's time for me to set off as well." The words fell. She headed towards transferring her aura, and then flew outside the ancient city. Wearing a bucket hat on his head, his features were covered by a veil, a light garment, lightly caged. That's her, the Empress of Swords. As soon as they left the ancient city, the sounds of fighting came from the surrounding area. Boom, boom, boom. Sound after sound of roaring resounded in the virtual battlefield. Obviously, there were already countless heavenly prides that had begun to fight for points. In virtual space, there is only one life. Fallen. Then you are taken to the stage of the preparatory battle, which has ended early. But what equally powerful celestial pride have been looking for prey to kill? It's 15 days, but it's all up for grabs after all. Especially those demonic disciples from the various holy lands. This Heaven's Pride Conference has always been their stage, and the rest of the major forces of the Heaven's Pride, but also is just a stepping stone. As time passed, name after name appeared on the light screen of each virtual battlefield. Little brat of the Green Cloud sect. I didn't expect to be able to meet you here. What fate? I'm going to tear you apart alive. Female disciple of the Sword sect, you won't be able to escape today. This male will have to eat you alive. Ha 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 ha. Sister Hibiscus. Sister Tsuehua. Misunderstanding. I drop a dear mother Lu. Really day dog. How here can meet. Come on. Don't struggle. We two sisters won't treat you badly. This scene was staged in turn in all the major virtual battlefields. It's all random teleportation, but there's always a few with bad luck. Jian Wuxian curved his eyes and swept around. For a while, I didn't know who to start with. After all, she had been hidden with Su Chen at Misty Peak ever since she worshipped the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, so it could be said that she didn't have any enemies. The only blood feud was also avenged 12 days ago. She glanced at the skyrocketing list again once more and faintly said, "Forget it, just kill people as you see them." The words fell. An ice sword, a light sword, had already surfaced in her chest. The heavenly ice sword intent was a sacred realm sword intent, and this sword of light was also the Zunpin sword technique that Su Chen had taught her. There was no sword intent, but it was equally terrifying. Just that icy cold sword might alone cause the crowd of spirit drawing in earth sectors to tremble with fear. She held one in one hand, killing directly towards the surrounding crowd. Boom, 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 boom. In a matter of moments, Jian Wuxin transformed into an invincible little whirlwind, sweeping through the countless heavenly pride around him. Everywhere they passed, there were corpses everywhere. Though within the virtual battlefield, there will be no real death. But the pain, with no doubt, was real. Asterisk. So horrible. Who the hell is this woman? This is actually a ing celestial powerhouse. One sword shocked and killed hundreds of people. What kind of demon is this? Could it be an invincible demon from the Holy Land? How could it be so perverted? Second 5-star review yo thanks. Chapter 59, Slaughtering a Battlefield. The absolute first. Outside the old city. One after another. Another heavenly pride was chopped down by Sword Wuxin, with a single stroke of the sword, and fell from the sky. These were all the supreme celestial pride from all the great Tao states. Most of them were at the spirit drawing realm, or even the earth sect realm. Perhaps placed in one's own Tao state. It was a famous existence. But, In front of Jian Wuxin, it was just like paper mache. She cuts out with each sword. It almost always takes dozens of people. This is the oppressive power of the strong. This scene was repeated in more than 4,000 virtual battlefields. Only the main characters are all different. The celestial pride that walked out from the Holy Land was almost always the best in their realm. Incredible at the same time. Outside on the light screen, one familiar name after another, almost by turns, went up, because only the top 100 deserve this list. Look guys, my Supreme 4 Divine Sons have swept through the virtual battlefield. An elder of the Supreme Divine Palace shouted excitedly. Dead trash. My Immortal Sword Domain's Lord Godchild has long since rushed to the top 100. The Immortal Sword Domain elder on the side gave a disdainful cry. Sure enough, this statement was made. The crowd of elders on the viewing platform raised their heads and cast them towards the 100th position. 100th place, Sword Qingfeng. Points, 430. The power to which it belongs, the Immortal Sword Domain. See this scene. The crowd of elders from the 9 Holy Lands were shocked. Surprisingly, it's this brat Jian Qingfeng. It said that 50 years ago, he had attracted a divine body vision, possessing a wind sword divine body. His natural talent was demonic, and I don't know how far he's grown now. To be able to stand out in a virtual battlefield, one must be at least at the celestial realm. The moment these words came out, a crowd of powerful people were once again shocked. 50 years? That means it's less than a year old? Geez, less than a year in the celestial realm. With such qualifications, I'm afraid it's no longer below Zhang Guanyu. Give him a few more 100 years of worldly life, and he's bound to be another invincible demon. Humph. The elder of the Hedong Holy Land couldn't be bothered. He coldly grunted. Jian Qingfeng is nothing. My Lord Divine Son of the Hedong Holy Land rushed to 99 long ago. The crowd of sacred land elders, too, had been unwilling to show any weakness. My host Holy Land's Divine Son. How come he's 90? My Lord Divine Son of the Void God Heavenly Palace is 80. Little trash. I'm 50th in the Supreme Sea Hall. 30 places for me, the land of 10,000 pigs. From 100 to first place. Almost all of them are familiar names. 10th place, Handong. Points, 1482. The power to which it belongs, the host Holy Land. 9th place, Zhang Guanyu. Points, 1841. The power to which it belongs, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Almost all of the people named on the list were demonic prides from various holy lands, lineages, and demon clans. These demons had long been famous in the southern borderlands, and almost every one of them were equipped with divine body visions. And some were even equipped with holy body visions. For example, Zhang Guanyu, who then ranked 9th. The other top 9 are all the holy sons and daughters of the 9 holy places. All are clothed in the vision of the Eucharist. Of course there are a few unseen names, but not surprisingly. After all, almost every session of the Heavens Pride Conference, there would always be so many dark horses. Most of these dark horses are dark pawns hidden in the homes of major powers. Just for this moment, with a dark horse, it is famous in the south of the border. Among them, there is a never-seen AO vast 3 words. Apparently, Old Man Sky Ice had already begun slaughtering a virtual battlefield. When they saw the name, the crowd speculated. Could it be that the heaven-devouring Wolf King had created another demon with a group of she-wolves? On the other side, inside the virtual battlefield, one silhouette after another, they had their auras in full force, fleeing to the outside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of demon is this? It's horrible. Cut a bunch of them with one sword. This woman has gone killing mad. Run away. But why don't my legs work? Countless celestial pride had fear on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost. There is only one reason. In the air, a petite and delicate figure kept waving her long sword. In a split second, a streak of swordlight flew. Each swordlight carried a shocking and terrifying aura. Jian Wuxin, who had just stepped into the celestial realm, could battle late-stage celestials without activating the Emperor's sword intent. And now, she was already at the 4th level of the celestial realm. All of them were completely confident that they could fight with the early stage kings. That's how confident she is. Too weak, too boring. Jian Wuxin yawned while falling into meditation. With her attainment of the way of the sword, as long as the cultivation is sufficient, she could even, with the sky as the body of the sword, the earth as the hilt, the living beings as the blade, and the stars as the edge. Everything in this world can be a sword. The moment, she was totally blocking the entrance to the old city to kill. Her ranking, moreover, had soared from an unknown number, all the way up to 100. Look, you guys, 100th place has changed. At that moment, an elder suddenly noticed the change in the points list. The moment these words came out, a group of elders from the 9 great sacred lands raised their heads and looked towards the light screen. Number 100, Kenshin. Points, 2841. Affiliated power, unknown. Seeing this scene, Everyone revealed a few moments of doubt. Kenshin? The power to which it belongs is unknown. Could this be the hidden dark horse of the immortal sword domain? I didn't expect that you, immortal sword domain, would even learn to hide your disciples? How true! The crowd looked at the immortal sword domain's elders and snickered. But, that sword domain's elder, however, said disdainfully, joke, do you think anyone is like you guys? I, the immortal sword domain, have always been honorable and upright. How would I do such a nasty thing? The words fell, and the crowd murmured. Not your sword domain? And who would that be? From the name, it seems that it should be a heavenly pride of a sword cultivator. Could it be the mysterious disciple of Qinglian sword immortal Li Changqing? On the side, a smug look appeared on the face of the Ice Cloud Grand Elder. You guys just take your time to guess. Wait until we get to the secret realm and I'll show you what a truly invincible demon is. At this moment, the elder from the Hadong Holy Land exclaimed. Not bad. This sword heart is the son of a demon from my Hadong Holy Land. There are millions of ants with qualifications like these in my Hadong Holy Land. Just as the crowd was speculating, this sword heart is ranked. Surprisingly, it's still skyrocketing. 99, 98, 97, 96, 90. In an instant, then it has come to the 90th rank. Even the points have gone up to 4,399. That is, if she keeps killing people, at least 4,399 people had been beheaded by now. This. That's a little fast. What the hell kind of demon is this? Could it be that it's yet another heavenly pride with a divine body vision? Just as the crowd was staring in disbelief, the word Kenshin, it's more like riding a rocket. Soaring skyrockets. 80 names, 70 names, 60 names, 50, 20, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Finally, in just 3 hours, Kenshin came to the first place, and her points, heck, it had reached a staggering 99, 999. That means 3 hours. One person slaughtered a virtual battlefield. First shift, 5 stars. Few thanks. Chapter 60. First place reward, Thai Wasteland Mixed Spirit Bead. No. Number 1. This. Am I blind? In just 3 hours, one person slaughtered a virtual battlefield. What kind of demon is this? Could it be a super demon who has stepped into the hegemonic emperor realm? See the scene. Everyone present was violently shocked, like seeing a ghost. This Kenshin, just 3 hours. From 100, it soared to first place. What's more crucial was that her points had even reached a world-shattering 99, 999. It also means, one person slaughtered a virtual battlefield. What the hell kind of invincible demon is this? Previously, there were similarly precedents of demons slaughtering a battlefield, and there were not a few of them. Like, for example, a hegemonic emperor or king, descend into a virtual battlefield full of invoking spirits, earth sects, and celestials. It is equally possible to acquire all the points by yourself. But, that's basically at the end of this game. After all, even if you were more contrary, you wouldn't dare to block the city gates alone to kill. Who knew? The next moment, would one run into a king or even a hegemonic emperor? Just as a group of elders from all the great holy lands, they sucked in a breath of cool air. That's what calmed me down. This sword heart, how on earth did she do that? The elder of the Dongdao Holy Land was filled with incredulity. Could it be that the battlefield she was in was all a bunch of spirit drawing, earth sect ants? But, 100,000 of your ing people, just sticking their heads over and letting her chop them, would have to chop them for 3 days and 3 nights. Inside the virtual battlefield, Jian Wuxin opened his curved eyes and looked around. Obviously, there's no longer any sign of life here. It could be said that in the entire virtual battlefield, there was no one left but her. I didn't expect to kill all the people so quickly. Jian Wuxian gave a light tweak. Honestly, the fact that she was able to slaughter a city with her celestial realm cultivation could only be described as luck. Because, in the entire virtual battlefield, other than her, she had only encountered 3 dozen celestials, not to mention hegemonic emperors. Not even kings were encountered. All of them are mole crickets of the spirit drawing in earth sect. With her strength, as long as it wasn't a demon with a king realm cultivation, she almost always blasted a bunch of them with one sword. It's too easy. It's also too rough. She slaughtered 999 people without batting an eye at all. It was not at all like a little 14-year-old girl, who was supposed to have a heart of gold. Sure, she was originally the reincarnation of the empress, the blood of an unknown number of people on his hands. At this time, Jian Wuxian slowly moved, glancing at the light curtain standing in the center of the virtual battlefield. She shook her head helplessly. I'm the only one left. There should still be 14 days until the end of the virtual battlefield. So let's just stabilize some of the skyrocketing cultivation first. The words fell. She had then sat down on her knees, her aura running around her body as she began to consolidate her cultivation. All parties in the virtual battlefield were still in the midst of fighting one after another. All are scrambling for points. Although this preparatory battle was not particularly important, it was more about refining the heart of some heavenly pride. However, for the pride of the Holy Land, this ranking also represented the dignity of the power behind it. Besides, the ranking rewards of this Thai wasteland ancient city were also very precious. It was enough to make a strong person of the king's realm, red in the eyes. Soon, half a month of the world passed by. All of the heavens' pride stepped out of the virtual battlefield one after another. As soon as they stepped out of the virtual battlefield, countless celestial pride murmured, "Who do you think will be the first place winner this time?" "That goes without saying. It must be my lord holy son of the Hadong Holy Land." "Put your mother's fart. It's clearly the holy daughter of my host Holy Land." "Oh, a bunch of mole crickets. The first place of course goes to my supreme divine palace's sacred son lord." Between the arguments, all of them tilted their heads and cast their gazes towards the ranking light screen in the center of the square. But just as they saw the rankings, they were violently shocked. First place, Kenshin. Points, 99, 999. Affiliated power, unknown. Capped elapsed time, 3 hours. Sword heart? Who the is this? When did I still have such a demon in the middle of my southern border? Did another superb dark horse leap out of nowhere? Simply this scene, countless celestial pride was shocked. Although there were quite a few dark horses in the past, this sword heart was able to surpass a number of holy sons from holy places and seal the first place. So it must also have something outstanding. Just then, suddenly another heavenly pride said, "Ugh, wait, you guys, look at her elapsed time." As soon as these words came out, countless people converged on the light screen again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 hours? How is this possible? Your ing open. What exactly is this person's realm? Could it be a mysterious hegemonic emperor? On the other side, a figure stood in front of the countless celestial pride. It was a young man in green clothes. Extremely handsome. He actually exuded an aura of God's unfathomability. The youth narrowed both eyes and surveyed this light screen as he softly said, "Sword heart. This feat was accomplished in 3 hours. Even my lord took 2 days to slaughter a virtual battlefield cleanly. It's a bit interesting." At this time, a celestial pride walked up to him and suddenly said, "Sir Saint's son, just now, the Divine Lord sent a message asking us to be careful of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in the secret realm." "Well, what's going on?" The 5 divine sons were obliterated by a mysterious powerhouse in the sword state a month ago. Not even a single drop of ash was left behind. And on top of that even Elder Hei Wuya also fell in the sword state. According to rumors, that mysterious ice cloud ancestor had suddenly descended upon the sword prefecture a month ago. So it's very likely that this matter was the work of this ice cloud ancestor. Speaking here, that youth suddenly narrowed both eyes, revealing a touch of grimness. Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. In the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace camp, Zhang Guanyu also looked at the light screen in confusion. On the side, the Grand Elder's personal disciple, Muhani, said in disbelief, "Senior brother Jiang, why do you keep staring at this light screen? Although there are especially many dark horses in this session, it doesn't have much of an effect on me." Ice Cloud. At those words, Zhang Guanyu but shook his head. "It's nothing, just this sword heart, but what 3 years ago had worshipped under the door of my Ice Cloud ancestor of the young master. The name is somewhat similar." Countless heavens' pride speculated, and countless heavens' pride did not put it in their hearts. After all, every dark horse is too much. Maybe it's just luck? If you come across 100,000 spirit drawing realm griffins, I'd be fine if I were on it instead. More people were speculating about this first place reward, and what exactly it was. Just then, a thunderous rolling sound resounded in the sky above the Thai wasteland ancient city. In the next breath, the figure of Venerable Thunderstruck was already standing in the sky above the square, now announcing the top first place rewards. In order to save time, this supreme being doesn't bother reading, just read the first place directly. Listen up, you guys. First place, Swordheart, with 999 points, took 3 hours to complete the massacre, and is the deserved first place. The rewards for the first place are 100 celestial pills, 50 king's pills, 20 imperial pills, and 1 imperial technique, divine ability, or treasure art of your choice. She, on the other hand, will also obtain my Taiwara Ancient City's special art treasure Jade Taiwara Mixed Spirit Bead, and by swallowing it, she will be able to turn on 3 times the speed of her own aura absorption in the Taiwara Mysterious Realm. Second shift. 5 stars. Few thanks. Chapter 61. Jin Wuxin appears. Countless celestials are shocked. This statement was made. There was a roar in the room. What? The Great Desolate Mixed Spirit Pearl? It said that this is from the hands of the Dan King Supreme, one of the 9 elders of the Taiwan ancient city, and that only one pill can be condensed in 1,000 years. If you swallow it, you will be able to obtain 3 times the amount of aura absorption in this Taiwu secret realm. I didn't expect that the first place this time would be such a heaven and earth treasure. The Lord City Lord of the Tai Wasteland Ancient City. What a great deal. TSK. For the first place award. Countless heavenly prides were envious. Not to mention a whole bunch of pills. In terms of the Tai Desolate Mixed Spirit Pill, it would be enough for the holy sons of the 9 Holy Lands to have their jaws dropped. There were already countless opportunities in the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was even several times that of the outside world. It is an excellent place to practice, and most of these Heaven's Pride who entered the secret realm came here in search of a chance, not the so-called Heaven's Pride Conference. After all, whether it was the final hegemonic emperor list, king's list, celestial ranking, earth sect ranking, or even the spirit-inducing ranking list, it was almost unattached to them. According to the past practice, except for those few dark horses, all of them were dominated by the demons of the 9 great sacred grounds, the 13 world families, and the 8 great demon races. Among them, the 9 holy lands were the strongest. And, if one could obtain a Taiwu mixed spirit pill, a year in the secret realm of the Tai Wasteland was bound to skyrocket, even crushing the demons of other holy lands. A super supreme treasure that only comes out almost every 5 sessions was snatched away by an unknown dark horse? How could this not attract the jealousy of other heavenly prides? Supreme Thunderbolt swept his cold eyes over the crowd of celestials and let out a sound that shook and rolled with thunder. Now, please invite Kenshin to the stage to receive his award. The words fell. Countless celestial pride looked to the sky in unison, wanting to capture the figure of this mysterious celestial pride. I'd like to see what kind of demon is capable of crushing a bunch of holy sons of holy lands and sealing the first place. Just then, a petite and delicate figure had already walked up the ladder step by step from the crowd, with her feet stepping on the void. This one, a woman in light clothing with a petite physique, wore a bucket hat on her head, and her features were concealed by a palm of white gauze, but all over her body, she revealed a touch of coldness, breathtakingly beautiful, but cold enough to chill the soul. The moment she appeared, countless gazes converged on her. Seeing this scene, countless people's hearts and souls were violently shaken. Feet on the void? Surprisingly, it's a foot in the void. It seems to be a celestial realm powerhouse. I didn't expect that a mere celestial would crush a bunch of sacred land demons and rush to the first place in the scoreboard with the capital of a dark horse. This has never been done before. It's so demonic. Countless heavenly prides were talking. Some were curious, some were envious, and some were shocked. Celestial realm, placed in the midst of any first-class power, immortal family, or ancient divine kingdom. It was an existence that was sufficient to be established as a young patriarch. However, in front of a group of divine sons and holy sons of the Holy Land Taoist system, it was simply not enough to look at. This sword heart, just by what means did he crush a bunch of people from the Holy Land to ascend to the first place? At that moment, someone suddenly recognized her. Asterisk. I didn't realize it was her. Asterisk. It's this woman, just like crazy, directly blocking the city gate to kill, slaughtering for 3 whole hours. The moment these words came out, there were also a flurry of heavenly pride standing out. Yes, that's her. One person slaughtered one of our battlefields. Truly terrifying. The old man was almost pissed. Asterisk. Blocking the city gates to kill? So sick. The celestial realm dares to call a battlefield alone. What a powerful vigor. A woman of the celestial realm, blocking the entrance to the ancient city to kill? How confident does that have to be? I'm afraid that other than those powerhouses of the hegemonic emperor realm, almost no one would be able to do it. Not even for a king. After all, one man blocking 100,000 people to kill? It's just that the other person is not as strong as you, so you have to use your discretion. Rabbits bite when they're anxious. But, the woman in front of her was so cold that it was chilling. Not only did they do it, they did it. What kind of demon is this? On the other side, the crowd of holy sons and godchildren from the Holy Land looked sideways and began to take a look. Celestial realm. This woman dares to block the city gates to kill with her cultivation at the celestial realm. So bold. Oh, funny. Just, possessing such an icy aura. I don't know what kind of worldly face is hidden under this bucket hat. Oh, could it be that Lord Saint's son has his heart set on it again? The heart is not so much, but this holy son feels that this woman is definitely not simple. If it is really beautiful as heavenly fairies, it is not bad to stay by the side as a maid. Seeing this scene, the crowd of sacred land elders were also shocked. He began to probe out his spiritual sense, wanting to find out about Jian Wuxin's bottom line. The Grand Elder on the side was smug. See? This is the invincible demon of my immortal ice cloud. First there was the ancestor. Then there was little sister Heartless. I, Bing Yun, am the master of this era. Griffins like you, why don't you kneel down and tremble? Above the sky, Jian Wuxin slowly walked to the front of the high platform. Supreme Thunderbolt raised an eyebrow and looked at Jian Wuxian. You are Jian Xin? Yes. Underneath the cocked hat, Jian Wuxian's lips flicked out as he gave a faint response. A coldness was revealed in his tone. This coldness was full of harshness. Seeing this scene, Supreme Thunderstruck's heart was shocked. Nice icy breath. What's this little girl's story? He said. Since, as the first place winner of this points list, you will naturally receive your due reward as well. With that, Supreme Thunderbolt threw a Qinkuan bag over. In here, are all the rewards for this time, including 100 celestial pills, 50 king's pills, 20 emperor's pills, and the Tai Wasteland mixed spirit pill. As for that arbitrary imperial grade technique, divine power, or treasure technique, you will need to go to the scripture pavilion within my city lord's mansion to pick it out. Receive the Qinkuan bag. Jian Wuxin's body bowed slightly and clasped his hands. Many thanks. With that, she stepped into the void and returned to the ground. Everything is too easy. There is no dragging. Except for Su Chen. She was always that cold and piercing no matter who she faced. For not all of these mole crickets are worthy to speak much with her. Supreme Thunderstorm couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This girl is so stern. I've never heard the name of Swordheart in the southern borderlands before. Could it be a demon from another Dao domain? The second through 100th places followed, and all of them went up to the stage to receive their awards. With the strength of the heavenly ice ancestor, he was certainly within those 100. With his own Dao intent inheritance, he certainly didn't need these rewards. It was also natural for him to enter the Tai Desolate mysterious realm in order to protect Jian Wuxin's safety. After all, in a way, he was now Sword Wuxin's dog, her sword slave with an oath of the heavenly Dao. If Sword Heartless died, he would fall along with him, nothing else. Just for the sake of longevity, as well as Su Chen's mouthful of meaty bones, he could also be considered absolutely loyal to Sword Wuxin. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 62 Mischievous System. Entering the secret realm of the Taiwai Desert, the sky above the Taiwan ancient city, a silhouette hung in the air, and he just lazily lay flat on his back. Seems indifferent to everything that happens. This is a nearly perfect man, with the look of the god of Luo and the face of an exiled immortal, lying among the clouds, as if everything was his bearer. Su Chen yawned and said, I didn't expect that Wuxin. This girl would be blocking a city to kill by herself, quite like me back then. I think with her qualifications, it shouldn't be difficult for her to stand out amongst these countless heavenly prides. It's just that among the demons of these 9 holy lands, there are already more than 30 of them stepping into the hegemony emperor realm, and I don't know if Heartless will crush them. Speaking of this, Su Chen also shook his head rather helplessly. In this millennium, Ice Cloud showed weakness and was crushed by the 8 holy lands in all aspects, and even the disciples with superior qualifications were snatched away in countless numbers. As for the other holy lands, there were as many as several heavenly prides that possessed divine bodies or even divine body visions. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, however, only had Jiang Guanyu. The quality of this disciple level really couldn't be compared to other holy places. At that moment, the system's voice rang in his head. Host Sama, don't underestimate this apprentice of yours. She has sufficiently opened up 1,000,000 spirit veins that are unmatched in the ages. And in terms of cultivation speed alone, there is no one else in this world who can compare to her. Plus the secret realm level isn't too low, and she's bound to be able to grow to a level you wouldn't dare to imagine after a year of bitter cultivation in it. Oh, Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. How come this Gongzi doesn't have such good qualifications? Honestly, you system, did you eat my talent? How? The system puffed out its fragrant cheeks and said, different physiques have different ways of cultivation. Since Lord Host is of mortal physique, he also naturally has a mortal way of cultivation. But don't worry, Host, it won't be long before you can stand on top of the firmament and come that way. At the top of Go, proud of the world. With me, Su Chen. There is heaven. Su Chen blankly glanced at the system. Then do I still have to come up with a sentence? Even if I ride the Empress of the Sword, and only have to hold the fearful heavy pupil in one hand, I, Su Chen, am just as invincible in the world. Seconds, the system exclaimed. Worthy of a host, even I didn't think of that. The host Sama is really talented. This system is simply loved. But the host can consider riding this system yo. I'm good to ride too. He. The ancient city of Taiwan. Supreme Thunderbolt swept a glance at the countless celestials in the square. A thunderous sound like a flood bell was emitted. Great! The top 100 on the points list have all received their rewards. Others do not need to covet. Even if you covet cannot get. Only the more you think the more angry. It is better to work hard to improve the strength, and strive to get a point for themselves to obtain a harvest eye. And next, you will be entering the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, which contains countless supreme treasures, divine pills, spirit weapons, and even Tao intent legacies. As for what you can obtain, it will depend on your luck and strength. The secret realm of the Great Desolate will open in 1 hour and will last for 1 year. Once you enter the secret realm, you will face real death. So behave yourselves. The rolling thunderous voice of Supreme Thunderbolt resounded in the minds of all the celestial pride. Shake the clouds. It is evident that he is supreme. His words fell. The tens of millions of heavenly pride of the southern border present all respectfully said, "We understand." Though they are all the best in a Dawnguard state. However, when facing a superpower of the supreme realm, the due respect must be obeyed. The Tai Wasteland ancient city was extremely special in the southern borderlands. In addition to being in charge of the secret realm of the Taiwans, the strength of the Tai Wasteland ancient city was also absolutely no less than any immortal family. The 9 elders were all super powerhouses who had stepped into the realm of the supreme being as well. But the main thing was still the city lord of the Tai Wasteland ancient city. Rumor has it, he was extremely strong, not weaker than any Holy Land lord. Next, the tens of millions of celestial pride in the Tai Wilderness Square flocked outside the city to say goodbye to their clan elders. After all, this time, entering the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, there were 9 deaths in 1 life. One never knows what one will encounter, and what awaits one may be opportunity or death. See the scene around you. Jian Wuxin's curved eyes narrowed as he suddenly looked toward the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Master doesn't have to worry much. At this time, the heavenly ice-old ancestor suddenly said to her, although there are 9 deaths in the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, by virtue of the master's invincible qualifications, coupled with the presence of the old ancestor and I, the little brats from these 8 holy lands can't make any waves, and can be subdued by lifting their hands. At the sound of her voice, Jian Wuxin, however, gently shook her head as she said, "I'm not worried." But, when she said this, she didn't go on. After a moment, she finally sighed softly and said, "Rather, I don't know if Master has missed me. Sky Ice Elder, is this what is called love? Sour. I'm sore. Full of brass tacks." Soon, an hour passed in a flash. The rolling thunderous voice of the Thunder Supreme resounded in the sky above the dome of the heavens. The secret realm is about to open. Everyone quickly gather at the square. This statement was made. The previously dispersed celestial pride quickly went towards the square. 100 years of hard work, just for this day. If you can stand out among them, you are bound to become the best of an era. Famous in the Southland. Soon, the top tens of millions of celestial pride in the entire southern border had already converged. Boom, boom, boom. The dome of the sky suddenly trembled slightly. A void crack appeared, and 9 pillars of prime light, protruding from the cracks, stood in the sky above the dome of the sky. Supreme Thunderbolt said again, "The teleportation array will be opened in the 9 heavenly divine pillar, so you guys can go in." Another warning again. Everything in the secret realm of the Tai Wasteland you will face true life and death. Whether or not you can obtain your chance depends on yourselves. The words fell. Countless celestial pride madly rushed inside, regardless of the danger or not. The chance in the secret realm is what they care about the most. If one can emerge from this, one is bound to be the best of an era. Charge! This Gongzi must be the first to step into the secret realm. I am the Dao son of the Ji family of the Daoxian prefecture, so all of you get out of my way. Put your mother's fart. Your Ji family has only come with 3 people. This eunuch is the Dao son of the Chen family of the Qingtian prefecture. Believe it or not, I'll suppress you. A bunch of mole crickets. Did my hallowed Hadong sacred ground put out a word? Why don't you get lost? Let's go as well. Jian Wuxin glanced ahead and spoke faintly. Yes. Old man Sky Ice nodded his head. With that, the 2 of them also disappeared into the pillar of light. After a long time, the light pillar disappeared, and all of the heavenly prides entered the Taiwan secret realm. This represented the young generation of the southern border, the highest profile fight, and it officially kicked off. Over the vault of heaven, Su Chen lazily got up. Since Heartless has already gone in, he won't come out within a year. It's also time to return to Misty Peak. Otherwise T-Honor, that girl, will have to think about Master again. Second shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 63 Heavy Pupal Upanishad. Sacred Son of the Divine Palace Yi Wuxing. Back to Ethereal. It was already late at night. Sword Wuxing is both the reincarnation of a female emperor. Naturally, with its own way of practicing. Although Su Chen was the teacher of Jian Wuxin, he would not interfere too much with him. It might even be counterproductive to forcefully intervene. The Sword Wuxin who had recovered his sword heart had also recovered his Dao heart. Her path of cultivation in this life was bound to be unobstructed until she ascended to the 9 heavens and witnessed the realm of the great emperor. I don't know if that girl Tiana is asleep yet. Chen slowly walked into the bamboo house. Just see, a small and delicate figure sat on top of the bamboo bed. It was a little girl, wearing a snow-white dress, lightly caged, exquisite little face, as good as a jade porcelain doll. Though only 8 or 9 years old, she has long been as beautiful as a dream. At this moment, at Lin Tianer's side, a blood-red light was rising. Gradual, a vertical eye emerged from her brow. With that, it bloomed. In the vertical eye, there were actually 2 scarlet pupils, in which blood light tumbled, killing and evolving. Heavy pupil inheritance. Chen's eyes narrowed. Obviously, Lin Tianer was already making a preliminary attempt at the heavy pupil inheritance, and in that year and a half, she was also breaking the chi and blood extreme realm and had attained a strength of 10 million pounds that was also unparalleled in the ages. Heavy pupil evolution. Self-successful method. No need to use other people's Dao will. Zhenwu Xin had his own way of cultivation. Lin Tianer naturally had her own way of cultivation. Chen wouldn't even try to deliberately interfere. Feeling the familiar scent, the rushing blood light that blossomed in the center of his brow suddenly dissipated. That blooming blood pupil also slowly disappeared. The little girl opened her eyes and jumped into Chen's arms. Laughing playfully, he said, "He, so it's master." Chen rubbed the girl's head in his arms, and said, "Tianer, do you have any other feelings when you comprehend this heavy pupil?" Other feelings? Lin Tianer cocked her beautiful eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "It's just that as soon as I close my eyes, it's as if there exists an all-encompassing, densely packed rune meridian in my eyes, and I don't know what that is. It's as if between each stripe, it contains countless laws, and the killing aura is particularly strong. Not particularly fond of this aura anyway. Inclusive? Dense rune meridians?" Chen was slightly stunned. That's when it hit him. The system had said that day. This heavy pupil for the natural supreme phase. Heavy pupil internal covered with ancient Dao law. Mysterious and unpredictable. Heavy pupil once open, can even penetrate the world. He was surprised. It seems that this heavy pupil is a bit strange. But the heavy pupil inheritance was different from the other great avenues. So it was better to let Lin Tianer figure it out on her own. "Tianer, go wash up and go to bed. It's late in the day." Chen rubbed the girl's hair. Then the master. Lin Tianer clenched her teeth. Shyly, then, "Master, can you wash with me tonight?" On the other side, as soon as they stepped into the Tai wasteland mysterious realm, countless figures swept in all directions. It was a simultaneous teleportation though, but after all, the southern border was too huge. The number of Heaven's Pride that participated each time was also up to tens of millions, basically scattered all over the place based on their powers, preventing, right out of the gate, those hating forces from killing each other. On a short hill, dozens of silhouettes stood above, each emitting an extremely strong aura. At the head of them was a man in green. He stood with his arms folded, his gentle and elegant demeanor out of the ordinary. I didn't expect to step into this place once again. It's really nostalgic. The green-clothed man opened his arms wide and felt the familiar aura of the Taiwu secret realm. He was none other than the holy son of the Supreme God Palace, Yi Wuxing. If Zhang Guanyu was the leader of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the first genius in 1,000 years, that Yi Wuxing is the true number one person in the southern border for 1,000 years. When he was born, he had induced a vision of the holy body, and all the saints made a pilgrimage to him, and all the spirits enjoyed the bounty. Being endowed with the vision of a holy body, breaking the chi and blood, chakra C, induced spirit, earth sect, celestial being, and king, the 6 extreme realms, the same as Zhang Guanyu, 500 lifetimes. He had been out of the world 5 times, and had entered the secret realm of the Great Desolate 5 times. It is also equally invincible for 5 eras. With his own strength, he didn't know how many Dao sons and divine sons of the 9 holy lands he had crushed. Even the holy sons of other holy lands were not his opponents. It is the true and genuine number 1 demon of the southern border. Rumor, 100 years ago, he had stepped into the realm of the hegemonic emperor. Now that 100 years have passed, I don't know what level it has reached. I think that Lord Saint's son, this time, will definitely be able to stand out from it once again, above all the heavenly pride. At this moment, another man beside Yi Wuxing smiled grimly. As for the ants of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, they are still not casually crushed. He was equally a demon. He was one of the Dao sons of the Supreme Divine Palace. Humph! Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxing let out a cold snort and said, "Half a month ago, not only did senior brother Go fall in the sword state, even elder He Wuya also fell, and as the master had transmitted a message that ancestor Icecloud had descended to the sword state, This matter must be related to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Lord Saint's son doesn't have to worry much, the man said again. It's just a fallen Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. So what if a saint is produced? Originally 3 years ago, Bingyan also had a holy body vision descending. But it's just a pity that this 100 years, destined to not be able to compete with my divine palace. Even the qualification of stepping into the secret realm of the Great Desolate is not. And 100 years later, not right, perhaps not use 100 years, will have long been aborted. Ice Cloud Fairy Palace, and where is the qualification with my God Palace as an enemy? Smell. Yi Wuxing's 2 eyes narrowed as he said, a mere ice cloud. This saint's son naturally won't put it in his eyes. It's just that senior brother Bugo's revenge absolutely must be avenged. Since this matter is the work of the Ice Cloud ancestor, this session of the heavens remarkable assembly, we definitely can't let the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace have a good time either. Pass the order down. All the forces under the command of my supreme divine palace, with the first-class forces as the main ones, will respectively explore towards the outer circle of the mysteries and seize the excellent places for cultivation with rich aura, while my divine palace will take the 4 divine sons as the main ones, each leading 1,000 people. The moment scenes like this one, in turn, the secret realm of the Great Desert is divided into the core circle, the inner circle, and the outer circle. The aura of the core circle therein, as well as the chances, were several times that of the outer inner circle. These heavenly prides, on the other hand, were teleported to the outer circle separately. In the first instance, it's all about taking advantage of a favorable position first. Among them, the 9 holy lands, 13 lineages, and 6 demonic domains were the main ones. Every time these powerful forces would basically occupy more than 90% of the territory, those scattered cultivators, or second or third-rate forces, didn't even have the qualifications to intervene. On the other side, a small and delicate figure appeared in a forest. The aura is abundant here, and demonic beasts are rampant. I didn't expect that this Feng mysterious realm would reach the level of a medium mysterious realm. Jian Wuxing slowly opened his curved eyes and surveyed his surroundings. I've had a few days of business and delays. Officially back to updating. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 64, The Mysterious Inheritance of the Tai Wasteland Mysterious Realm. Jockeys destroy ancestors. Compared to the outside world, the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the Tai Wasteland Mysterious Realm was indeed much denser. Even if it wasn't comparable to Netherworld Peak's underworld cold heavenly pool, it was already no less than the 5th floor of the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion. Besides, this was still the outer area of the secret realm. Master, this secret realm is extremely huge. Even among the medium secret realms, it's enough to rank. At this time, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor on the side raised his dog's head to look at Jian Wuxing and said, in this Taiwan mysterious realm, it is divided into the outer circle, the inner circle, and the core circle, and if I remember correctly, we are currently in the outer circle. An ancient forest called the Desolate Forest. The younger generations of all the major forces, after entering the Taiwan mysterious realm, will all quickly go and seize cultivation sites with rich auras, and then begin closed-door cultivation to prepare for the subsequent inner circle as well as the core circle. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxing's eyes flickered as he said, do you mean to say that the inner and core circles of this Taiwu mysterious realm are like running a poison, and that they need time to arrive before they open up? Master is right. The Heavenly Ice Old Ancestor nodded and said again. Although it's called the Heavens Pride Conference, it's actually nothing more than a training ground for the younger generation, who are competing to be strong, between holy lands. In addition to the 9 holy lands, there are also 13 lineages, as well as the 6 demon races, which are barely qualified to compete with the Holy Land Dao, and the rest of the first rate, second rate, third rate, fourth rate, and other forces are basically cannon fodder for the Holy Lands. Jian Wuxing gently nodded his head and said, you and tell me, what kind of inheritance is in this Taiwu secret realm? Master, that's the right dog to ask. Ah shucks, the right man. The Heavenly Ice Old Ancestor looked around, hemmed and hawed, and said smugly, thinking back then, I was once invincible as well, and this party of the Taiwu secret realm was merely the starting point of a lifetime of invincibility for the old man. Cut the crap. Jian Wuxing's curved eyes narrowed and his airy words were icy cold. The Sky Ice Old Ancestor was dumbfounded. Auntie, I've turned into a dog, and I still won't let the old man blow off some serious steam. There's no such thing as bullying. Old ancestor autism? At this time, Jian Wuxing's eyes flickered as he surveyed the surroundings and suddenly said, this secret realm takes its name from the word Taiwu. Could it be that this is a remnant of a legacy inherited from an ancient chance? About the secret world. As long as it has the word ancient in it, or the word Taiku in it. Basically, it means that it is a product of the previous epoch, or even the previous epoch. Most of these legacies that spanned epochs were passed down by ancient great powers. It's like Swordless. She was once the Empress of the Sword. One's strength reached the realm of a half-step great emperor. At her level, it was basically enough to live for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Although she hadn't crossed epochs in her previous life, she had witnessed many ancient great emperors and even true immortal objects. This Tai Desolate mysterious realm, since it was named Tai Desolate, also represented its extraordinary nature. And as a native of the southern borderlands, old ancestor Tian Bing had also entered the secret realm on many occasions, so he could be said to know everything about this place like the back of his hand. After a long time, Old Man Sky Ice sighed. No way. Who made him a dog now? The master is right. He nodded and explained. Both the Taiwu secret realm and the Taiwu ancient city have been passed down for countless years, and have existed since the time of my descent anyway, and it is said that this place is a product of the ancient period. During the ancient times, there was a powerful Dao lineage situated in the middle of the southern borderlands, in which there were countless powerful people. There were many Saint Realm powerhouses, and there were even Emperor Realm powerhouses. Oh, there are still Emperor Realm powerhouses? At those words, Jian Wuxin's eyes narrowed. This was the first time she had heard of the Emperor Realm since her reincarnation. If what the Sky Ice old ancestor said is true, then this too desolate secret realm can be far more than medium secret realms. So simple, the same imperial realm. She naturally understood the meaning of the word emperor. The so-called entry into sainthood actually meant that the comprehension of a great Tao crossed into the saintly realm and was able to condense the laws of the great Tao. There are many blessings yet to come for mortals who cultivate the way. Every time you break the extreme realm, you will receive a blessing from the great Tao. Those in the saint realm, if they want to prove themselves as great emperors and reach transcendence, then it is against the grain. A little carelessness will lead to the wrath of God. She reincarnated and retrained in order to avoid this heavenly condemnation. Of course, it's too early to tell. After all, it hasn't been written on that level. But, to be able to have an emperor realm sitting in the town, no matter if it was a great emperor or a half-empire, to be able to cross over the Taiku and Shangu, and the two epical cataclysms without obliterating, was also enough to show that this Taiwang secret realm inheritance was not bad. Even though she was similarly equipped with the Empress sword intent, she had to be interested in this inheritance. Then where are the ruins of this clan? Jian Wu Xin asked again. Master, don't be anxious. The heavenly ice ancestor shook his head. Every heavenly pride assembly, all the heavenly pride also go for this Taiwang inheritance. And this sect's ruins are naturally hidden in the core circle. During this period of time, it is the moment when countless southern border celestial pride competes for glory. The old man knows that the master's temperament is cool. Except for that brat Su Chen, indifferent to everything, the master might as well just shut up in this desolate ancient forest, and wait for the old man to go and open up a path for the little brats of my ice cloud immortal palace. No answer. Jian Wuxin's aura was running to rise up in the air. In an instant, she was already above the ancient forest. At a glance, the endless ancient forests of the Tai Desolate were filled with giant trees that rose to the heavens. Didn't think much of it. Jian Wuxin took a bead out of his Qinkuan pouch. It was a translucent bead that exuded an extremely rich aura. The Great Desolate Mixed Spirit Bead. If one were to swallow it, it would enhance one's absorption of heaven and earth aura by 3 times in this Taiwu secret realm. Only once in 1,000 years can a Dan be condensed, which means that at least 10 sessions of the Heavens Pride Conference will produce one. Even a group of divine sons and holy sons of the 9 great holy lands would have to covet it. Having recultivated her first life, she naturally understood the benefits of such a supreme treasure. Opening his lips, Jian Wuxin swallowed the Taiwu mixed spirit pearl into his stomach. At this time, she suddenly whispered, "Strange, why do I suddenly want my master to feed me with his mouth?" Speaking of which, underneath the bucket hat, a blush rose on her cool cheeks. Jian Wuxin, what are you thinking? He's your senior. How could you even think such a thing? That's jockeying your ancestors. Swallow the Taiwang mixed spirit pearl. A dense aura instantly surged towards the surroundings of her body. An ice bead surfaced and blossomed into a cold vein. At once, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, millions of miles of heaven and earth aura in a radius were all madly surging towards her. This is no longer aura transforming into a dragon, nor is it aura becoming a sea. Rather, the aura is like a river of stars, with the millions of heavenly spirit veins blooming at the same time, under the superimposition of the triple aura absorption. How terrifying the speed of Jian Wuxin's aura absorption was too terrifying for one to imagine. On the other side, the heavenly ice ancestor reached out and fished out a meaty bone from a Qinkuan bag. Drooling, he. Fortunately, old me was smart enough to ransack that Su Chen kid's kitchen before leaving Misty Peak, or else I wouldn't have starved to death this year. Still, this meaty bone is delicious. First shift. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 65 Lin Family Sisters. Two desolate mysterious realm core circle refreshed. Time is running out. Soon. 6 months passed by. The heavy pupil opens up heaven and earth. And there has been no defeat on earth since the beginning of time. Boom! A fist blasted out. And layers of space collapsed. A terrifying killing aura filled the sky with ice and snow. Amidst the ice and snow, a small and delicate figure stood lightly. It was a small, powdered girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old. Her eyes rose lightly, with a delicate face that could not believe its true existence. Eyes that looked like stars in the sky. Eyebrows like the moon. Eyes like stars. Lips like fat. Every trace that the eyes can see, every inch of skin, are like jade porcelain dolls. She was petite, with a waist as slender as a willow, and a thin, snow-white dress that girded her lightly. A pair of bare little feet white jade-like also. A small exquisite toes, crystal clear. All of his body was filled with a beautiful and out-of-the-ordinary temperament, floating between the snow and ice, as if a snow spirit. It's hard to imagine. A 9-year-old little girl was able to erupt such an amazing aura. Not bad. Sky. In just half a year, you're actually able to shake mountains already. Not far away, below the stone pavilion, a snowy shadow lounged lazily in a rocking chair, humming a little tune. He. That's not because Master Teacher has trained you well. If it wasn't for Master Teacher, I wouldn't know what to do now. A petulant playful voice resounded in her ears. Lin Tianer's figure bent down and had jumped into Su Chen's arms. 6 months passed and she was 9 years old. Even though she was still a little girl, she already possessed a unique aura. Not only did he break the Qi and Blood Extreme realm half a year ago, he stepped into the realm of the Sea of Wheel, and after awakening her heavy pupils, her strength grew at a rocket-like speed. Nowadays, Hera was already lingering in the 10th heaven of the Wheeling Sea realm. It was only a step away from the spirit drawing realm. If the word gets out, a 9-year-old at the realm of spirit drawing was enough to make the entire eastern wasteland realm tremble. Lin Tianer's natural talent was not below Jian Wuxin's, and even if he were to be placed in the holy lands of other Dao domains, he would still be an absolutely unrivaled existence. The most terrifying thing was the power of her fleshly body. The power of her punch was enough to reach 10 million pounds. This was the dreadfulness of the undefeated heavy pupil. One must know that even the original sword Wuxin was only 500,000 pounds. Of course, this was mainly because all of Jian Wuxin's qualifications were reflected in his cultivation speed. After all, reincarnated and recultivated, it could almost be said that she didn't even need to cultivate, and with the revival of the Emperor's soul, she was able to cause her cultivation to skyrocket. Su Chen gently caressed the head of the person in his arms, and said helplessly, "You girl, it's only been 2 years since you entered the Dao, and your cultivation has actually already caught up with your sister." The sister he was talking about was naturally Lin Tianer's big sister, Lin Qinger. Mentioning Lin Qinger, Lin Tianer playfully laughed, "But people don't want to surpass my sister. When I was very young, it was my sister who had been protecting me. And master, if you can, also want to teach my sister more. Yo, Tianer, what are you babbling about?" Just then, a petulant voice sounded behind her. Not far away, in the courtyard, a cool figure walks slowly. She walks lightly. A gorgeous light blue long skirt her, with the breeze skirt dance, unintentionally outlined the delicate and incomparable body. The jade face was absolutely beautiful, but it was so cold that it would make people look at it and feel deeply cold. The person who came was none other than Lin Qinger. She walked to the front of the stone pavilion and hurriedly bowed her body slightly and bowed respectfully. "Disciple Lin Qinger, meet the ancestor." There is no need for Qinger to be polite. Su Chen got up and helped Lin Qinger up. For the past half year, the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud along with the Ice Cloud Palace Master were all in seclusion at Misty Peak. As Bamboo Heart's initiated disciple, Lin Qinger naturally didn't pay a lot of visits to Misty Peak, and at the same time, she could always keep an eye on her own sister's situation. What she couldn't believe was that this legendary ancestor really had such heaven-defying means. Not only did he deal with the matter of his sister's physique, but he also led her to step into the path of cultivation. Nowadays, Lin Tianer's cultivation level wasn't far from her. Poof. Lin Tianer hummed softly, pouting her little nipples. "Sister, really don't consider it. Being tempered by Master is really comfortable. Every time Master undresses and bathes me, I tremble all over." At the sound of the voice, Lin Qinger's cool cheeks were quickly covered in a blush. "This sister of my own family, how is it that after only 2 years of worshipping at Misty Peak, she is so tongue-tied? Is it really that comfortable to be tempered by this legendary ancestor?" Cough cough. Su Chen coughed dryly, without blushing or gasping, and said, "Qinger, what is your so-called business on the mountain this time?" Although it was said that when one stepped into the realm of spirit drawing, one could go to the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm to seek opportunities. However, It was obvious that Bamboo Heart did not intend for Lin Qinger to enter the world too early, and thus she did not participate in this session of the Heavens Pride Conference. Lin Qinger blushed shyly, slowly got up, and spoke, returning to my ancestor. This time, I wanted to inquire about my master's situation, as well as Miss Tianer somewhat. Senior Sister Bamboo Heart just stepped into the 10th heavenly cultivation level of the Supreme Realm not too long ago. I'm afraid that it won't take 100 years for her to succeed in stepping into the half-saint, so you don't need to worry. Su Chen gently nodded his head, then looked at the little girl in his arms again and helplessly said, as for Tianer, since it is rare for you two sisters to see each other, go to my misty peak and take a good turn. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Chen laid back down on the rocking chair. Thank you, ancestor. Thanks, master. He. Seeing the departing backs of the duo, Su Chen was rather helpless. Afterward, he spoke softly, it's been half a year, and I don't know how Heartless is doing, but with her natural talent, I think she has crushed countless mole crickets in these half a year, so let her go out and wave for another half a year. On the other side, a petite figure emerged in a barren forest. She was surrounded by countless heaven and earth auras. Spirit vein after spirit vein bloomed over the sky dome. Each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Jian Wuxin slowly opened his curved eyes, which revealed a touch of calm to the point of being chillingly clear. With the millions of spirit veins she had opened up, coupled with the triple spiritual chi absorption of the Tai Wasteland mixed spirit pearl, her closed-door cultivation had even triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. At this time, her lips lightly opened. Strange, why do I feel that my master is calling me? Could it be that I miss him too much? She rose slowly, and the aura emanating from her body had clearly reached the 7th heaven of the celestial realm. One must know that it had only been half a year since she stepped into the celestial realm. Half a year to raise 7 heavens. At such a speed, even if an ancient great emperor was here, he had to be shocked. Of course, it was only with her emperor's soul awakening that she was able to reach this kind of rocket speed. At this point, a demonic beast figure appeared in front of her. The heavenly ice-old ancestor's body bowed slightly and said, Enlightened Master, half an hour ago, the core circle of the Tai Wilderness mystic realm was opened, and now all the heavenly prides of the major powers are closing in on the Tai Wilderness inheritance. Should we go and join in the fun as well? There are no words. Jian Wuxin glanced at the Sky Ice Elder ancestor and had already risen into the air. Her current aura was already powerful enough to be feared. Go! First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 66 Thunderflame Valley. Sacred Land Demons Gathering. 2 prideful generations. As the words fell, Jian Wuxin operated the aura of heaven and earth and flew directly towards the depths of the Taiwu secret realm. Old Ancestor Sky Ice also followed closely behind. Although he was a borrowed body, he had also been an immortal saint with heavenly strength. In the past few years of being attached to the heaven-devouring wolf demon, his strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. After going inside the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, Jian Wuxin closed his eyes to cultivate. He, on the other hand, had been ransacking the 8 holy places everywhere under the name of Ao Qing, and in the past half a year, he had accumulated quite a few heavenly treasures. Anyway, the current physical body was a sky-devouring wolf demon, and there was absolutely no way it would reveal itself. It was a dandy time for him. It's almost the envy of a dog. Wait, he seems to be a dog now. The moment, the secret realm of the Great Desolate, the core circle, lay in valley. As the name suggests, the Thunderflame Valley is a rift valley split by divine punishment heavenly thunder. Above was 100,000 miles of rolling heavenly thunder, while below was 100,000 miles of red flame divine fire. Heavenly thunder. It took at least a strong person at the peak of the celestial realm's 10th heavenly realm to be able to touch it, because when a celestial being crosses the threshold, he will be condemned by heaven. When a half-step king transits the heavenly man tribulation, he will attract 10,000 miles of thunderbolts, cross over and take a step into the king. Failure is ashes. The celestial catastrophe can also be said to be the first hurdle in the cultivation of mortals. And the red inferno divine flame. It's more of a wisp of ancient true fire. It is said to have been transformed by a powerful demonic beast located in the secret realm of the Great Desert during the ancient times. Even though it had spanned countless years, both the heavenly thunder divine might and the red flame divine flame were far inferior to what they used to be. However, it was by no means easy to step into the core circle of the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, outside the Thunderstorm Valley. At a glance, it was densely packed with silhouettes. Obviously, celestial pride from all over the southern border had gathered here. After these half a year of killing, the blood of the heavens' pride had dyed half of the secret realm red. Some people fall. Some people get a chance to break through. Those who were able to cross the outer circle and inner circle and arrive at the Thunderflame Valley were none other than super demons who had suppressed the party. Of course, There were also countless prideful people from the spirit drawing and earth sect who all chose to stay in the inner circle and not approach the Thunderflame Valley. After all, the 100,000 miles of heavenly thunder from the Thunderflame Valley, as well as the 100,000 miles of divine flame, were not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even a strong person of the celestial realm was at risk of falling. But there were also some demonic prides from various holy lands, lineages, demonic clans, and first-class forces. Even if they were at the Earth sect realm, they would still have to try out this 100,000 mile thunder domain. Jian Wuxin's figure emerged above the Thunderflame Valley. On her side was a sky-devouring wolf demon. Both she and the heavenly ice ancestor exuded an extremely powerful aura. It caused the surrounding crowd of celestial pride to reveal shocked colors. When she first entered the celestial realm, she was able to kill a celestial with a single sword blast, and her strength today was unimaginable. Master, this is the Thunderflame Valley. This is also the junction between the inner circle and the core circle, and by crossing the Thunderflame Valley, one can enter the core of the Taiwanshuang mysterious realm. At this moment, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor suddenly spoke. Hearing this, a flash of strange light flashed through Jian Wuxin's eyes. Heavenly thunder divine descent, red flame divine flame, this Tai wasteland mysterious realm. There are really a few strange things about it. With her strength and eyesight from her previous life, she was naturally able to tell at a glance that Thunderflame Valley was not bad. To be able to divide the three regions so clearly, this party of the Tai wasteland secret realm was at least at the level of a medium secret realm. The moment, rumble, a tremor came from the sky above the dome. The time has come. The core circle will be refreshed. All celestial pride get ready. Half an hour later, the Thunderflame Valley entrance barrier will be opened, so you can enter at that time. Ancient voices came from the sky above. It was as loud as a flood bell, yet seemed to be full of the vicissitudes of time. Countless celestial pride revealed a look of shock as they raised their eyes and looked towards the dome of the sky. A wisp of residual thought. To be able to cross over the Taigu and Shanggu, two major epochs of indestructibility. This Tai wasteland secret realm. Exactly what secrets are hidden. Jian Wuxin's eyes flickered in thought. Soon, more and more celestial pride converged here. Most of them were celestials and earth sectors, and there were also quite a few cultivators at the realm of spirit drawing, all wanting to witness the stature of the demons of the 9 great sacred lands. At this point, rumble, there was another tremor, and countless powerful auras surfaced in the sky above the Thunderflame Valley. Dozens of figures towered above the Thunderflame Valley, and each of them emitted an extremely strong aura. At the head of the group was a man in black. Seeing this scene, countless celestial pride had sideways glances, filled with shock. That is the holy son of the void god heavenly palace, Zhu Tiancheng. It's said that he possesses the Tai Ching saint body, one of the 3,000 saint bodies, with heaven-defying qualifications, and is one of the top 10 demons in my southern border. Ranked 6th. Rumor has it that he already stepped into the hegemony emperor realm 50 years ago. Hegemonic emperor realm. Hiss. Countless heavenly prides were watching this scene above the sky dome. The so-called top 10 demons. That is to say the 10 people with the most perverted qualifications in the southern border Dao region over the past 1,000 years. This saint son of the void god heavenly palace was clearly also ranked as one of them, and was ranked as high as 6th. His natural talent is far beyond Jiang Guanyu. Jiang Guanyu, god damn it, how come it's me again? Subsequently, the sky dome resounded again as countless figures emerged, each with an overwhelming aura. Holy son of the land of 10,000 pigs, pig anal fisher. He also possesses a holy body vision, and his strength reaches the realm of hegemonic emperor. He's even ranked as the 5th of the 10 great evils. Immortal sword domain saint son. Sword blind. Although the sword domain saint son was born blind, his attainments in the Tao of the sword can be said to be unprecedented. Even his master, Sword No Regret, is ashamed to be inferior to him. If we are talking about qualifications alone, even Zhou Tiancheng and pig anal fisher may not be able to overpower him. With his current strength, I'm afraid that one sword could open the sky and break the moon. The holy son of the Hadong Holy Land, Gun Easy. Rumor has it that Gun Easy's qualifications are equally unbelievable and can be called a super demon. With an indestructible holy body and extremely strong physical strength, he can battle-wield his lance 1,000 times a night and fight from night to morning without the slightest bit of fatigue. The holy son of the 10,000 poison holy body, Poison Wansheng. This is a ruthless character. He has a 10,000 poison saint body, but his nature is also ruthless and venomous. Once someone said he was ugly, and in a fit of rage, he poisoned and killed all living beings within a 1,000-mile radius. Hiss. I didn't realize his humanity was so twisted. Countless celestial pride were shocked. Zhou Tiancheng, pig anal fisher, sword blind, gun prowler, poison Wansheng. These can be the holy sons of the Holy Land. The status is honorable and the strength is heavenly. It is a luxury to be able to see one of them in normal times. Now, outside of this Thunderflame Valley, it was surprising to see 5 of them at once. Just then, rumble, there was another tremor, and a slight shudder emanated from the heavens above. 2 overwhelmingly gorgeous figures appeared almost simultaneously. The Holy Maiden of the Supreme Sea Temple, Hai Pao Ro, with a Tai-in saint body. Her qualifications are heaven-defying. Hair as soft as seawater. The Holy Maiden of the Host Holy Land, Dongfang Shuexin. Dongfang Shuexin is a famous fairy in my southern border. Not only is her strength heaven-defying, but her immortal posture and beauty are even more famous in the southern border. Quite a bit. The immortal posture of the Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master back then. These two, they are known as my southern border's greatest generation. First shift. 5 stars, few thanks. Chapter 67, Sacred Son of the Divine Palace. Ye emotionless, demon race gathering. Seeing these 2 figures, countless celestial pride revealed a shocked expression. The holy daughter of the Supreme Sea Temple, the Holy Land of the Host Holy Land, all of them were magnificent women who had topped the ancient and modern world. Whether it was his qualifications, immortal posture, or appearance, he was undoubtedly at the top of the southern border Dao region. All of them possessed holy body visions, and their natural talent far surpassed Jiang Guanyu. Their admirers are enough to line up all the way from the easternmost part of the southern border Dao region to other Dao regions. They are the most stunning women in the entire southern border in this era. With the appearance of these 2 women, the strength of the 9 Holy Lands had descended for the most part. All that was missing was the Supreme Divine Palace, and the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Just then, the dome of the sky once again emitted a gurgling sound, and space was slightly distorted. One who could make the void twist with aura pressure alone could only be a hegemonic emperor. Obviously. The descent of another super demon. Rumble. In the midst of the heavenly dome trembling, dozens of figures landed in unison and stood in the sky above the Thunderflame Valley, each of them exuding an unrivaled and powerful aura. The one at the head was clearly a hegemonic emperor powerhouse, the holy son of the Supreme Divine Palace. Yi Wuxing. My God. He is the holy son of the Supreme God Palace? Yi Wuxing. I can't believe it's really him. It's said that he possesses one of the 3,000 saint bodies, the 7 killing saint body. It's so strong that it's unbelievable, having been 5 times out of the world, 5 times invincible. Rumor has it that 100 years ago, Yi Wuxing stepped into the hegemony emperor realm, and no one knows what realm he's in today. When Yi Emotionless comes out again in these 100 years, he will surely once again push through an era with an unrivaled posture. Seeing this green-clothed man who was like a heavenly god, countless were filled with shock. Yi Emotionless, a representative of an era, with a holy body vision. His qualifications were invincible and demonic. He had broken the chi in blood, chakra C, induced spirit, earth sect, celestial being, and king, 6 times the extreme realm, 5 times out of the world, 5 times invincible. He has crushed countless opponents and has pushed all enemies across the board. Having lived for 500 years, he was equally invincible for 500 years, the recognized number 1 heavenly pride of the southern border. Similarly, it was also ranked among the top 10 demons of the southern border. With his arrival, the 10 great demons of the southern border had been 7 on the spot. Lingering above the Thunderflame Mountain Ancient, Yi Wuxing stood with his hands in the air, his face expressionless, as if everything was not worthy of letting him have a look. After a long time, he sighed. A touch of helplessness appeared on his face. Alas, invincible for 500 years, and now he is going to crush an era. Why is life so lonely and hard to endure? That's natural. At this time, a black-clothed man beside Yi Wuxing suddenly opened his mouth. Elder brother has a supreme holy body with heaven-defying qualifications. Who in this world is worthy of being elder brother's opponent? This man's body likewise emitted an extremely powerful aura. That hera was likewise the hegemonic emperor's chi. He was none other than the great divine son of the Supreme Divine Palace's 5 great divine sons, Zhao Yun. The body is in the body of a god king. One must know that the divine king body was high in the top 10 of the 10,000 divine bodies. It was not below the average saint body, and was equally strong and demonic. The 5 divine sons of the divine palace, all of them possessing the divine body vision, although it has already fallen an honorary Wubu Go. But, one must know that in these 1,000 years of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, only one Jiang Guanyu had come out. The contrast in the quality of disciples between the 2 great holy places could be imagined. This was what the Ice Cloud Elder, as well as the Ice Cloud 7 Immortals were most worried about. They could still guard the Ice Cloud for 1,000, 10,000, or even tens of thousands of years. But what about after them? Who will guard the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace when they all pass away? The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had no one to follow in its footsteps, and this was the most fatal. Sure, All of these problems were solved with the sudden appearance of Su Chen and Jian Wu Xin. With the demonic talent of this master and disciple duo, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before the foundation of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would become even more solid, and even if it returned to the top of the sacred bodies, it would only be a matter of time. Humph. Yi emotionless snorted coldly, with a proud face. This saint's son was born invincible, is to live for invincibility, but it is a pity that, invincibility of these 100 years, but it is difficult to find a rival. 100 years ago, when I first entered the Hegemony Emperor, I traveled to the Kanglan Dao region to defeat the Holy Sons of the three great Holy Lands in a single move, and I also traveled to the Northern Wasteland Dao region 10 years ago to fight a 3-year bloodbath against the heir to the North Mountain Demon Emperor. However, even the North Mountain successor, who is extremely prestigious in the entire Eastern Wasteland realm, has made a poor move in the hands of this Holy Son. How lonely it is to be invincible. Just then, a roaring sound that shook the heavens and earth resounded above the sky dome. Ow dash. Along with this one wolf roar, there were dozens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands more. The sound of wolf roars resounding through the heavens and earth. Ow, 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 ow. Tens of thousands of powerful demonic beast figures emerged in the dome of the sky, stepping into the air. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Eat, sky-eating wolf demon. This is the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan. I didn't expect the demonic beast tribes that are entrenched in the Shunhuang mountain range to come. Heavens, these heaven-devouring wolf demons are all ancient relics, possessing the bloodline of ferocious beasts. You must know that this heaven-devouring wolf demon clan of the Shunhuang Divine Mountain is not at all weaker than a side of the Holy Land Dao. In the southern border road region, the 9 Holy Lands naturally represent the absolute rulers. As for the 13 immortal families, they could only manage to have a half-saint sitting in the town, and there was still a considerable gap between them and the Holy Land. In addition to the 9 holy places and the 13 immortal families, there are also countless forces of the ancient demon race, and most of these ancient demon races are entrenched in the major sacred mountains, such as the heaven-devouring wolf demon of the Shunhuang Divine Mountain, the 9 thunder mythical guy beast of the Golden Ancient Cave, and the great wind blood python of the 9 Rocks Cave, and so on. The 6 great Taiku demon races were the best of them. It was not at all weaker than these immortal world families. The heaven-devouring wolf demon among them, along with the mythical beast and heaven-swallowing sparrow, were not even below the 9 Holy Lands. Among the large group of sky-devouring wolf demons, the leaders were 3 humanoid wolf demons, 1 hegemonic emperor, 2 half-step hegemonic emperors. They were all the sons of the sky-devouring wolf king. Stay wide, stay strong, stay up all night. 3 half-blooded beings. The human race has a difference in physique, and demonic beasts and other living beings also have a difference in bloodline. Demonic beasts, ancient legacy species, ancient fierce beasts, half-blood beings, pure blood beings. Those who were able to dip into a half-blooded living being were already completely no weaker than the human race's divine body visions. This generation of the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan had a full 3 half-blooded beings, so naturally, one could see the power of their bloodline. Not to mention, rumor had it that the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan had descended a super demon with pure blood 90 years ago. It is also the simmering Qing who was impersonated by the Sky Ice ancestor. Greetings, Brother Yi. Haven't seen you for 100 years. Brother Ye's invincible style is still the same. The leader, Bo Guang, smiled at Yi Wuxing and said, "Ha, Brother Bo Guang and Brother Yi, goodbye." Just as Yi Wuxing was about to open his mouth, the sky dome once again rattled. Countless thunderbolts fell with a loud bang, wanting to tear the sky dome apart in general. In the midst of the thunderous light, a huge figure emerged. It was a demonic beast. 9 thunder mythical beasts. The Golden Ancient Cave's 9 thunder mythical beast was another half-blooded being. Ha ha, it's all coming, then I cannot be absent either. A pair of prime wings appeared in the sky above, obscuring the dome of the sky. The dark green light terrified countless living beings. Sky-swallowing sparrow. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 68, Thunderflame Valley opens. The might of the heavenly thunder is as fearful as this. Sky-swallowing sparrow. Another half-blooded being. The power of half-blooded beings lay in their bloodline and physique, which was already completely beneath the human race's divine body visions. Moreover, the body of a demonic beast was already countless times greater than that of the human race. This kind of demonic pride was almost an unrivaled existence in the same realm. With the arrival of the heaven-swallowing sparrow, countless celestial pride was shocked that the 6 great demon races had even descended halfway. Ha ha, I didn't realize you were all here. Haven't seen you for 100 years. You kind brothers are really getting stronger and stronger. This session of the Heavens Pride Conference, I will definitely not lose. Subsequently, the remaining 3 major demon race celestials also descended. Sky-devouring wolf demon. 9 thunder mythical beast, sky swallowing sparrow, green sky rock, gnarled dragon, and 9-headed serpent. The 6 major demon races of the southern border. To this point, the 9 holy lands, 13 immortal families, and 6 demon races that ruled over the 500,000 Dao states in the southern borderlands had all arrived in unison. These super demons all represented the strongest combatants of the younger generation of the major powers in the southern borderlands. Seeing the countless demons gathered, Yi Wuxing's eyes were filled with contempt. These so-called heavenly prides and demons were nothing more than stepping stones for him. 5 times out of the world and 5 times invincible was the capital of his arrogance. Aside from the holy sons of the 9 holy lands, he would never put anyone in his eyes. Soon, he stepped out with 1 foot and had already arrived in front of the group of disciples from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Yi emotionless swept towards the disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and said disdainfully, "I didn't expect that after 100 years, you Ice Cloud Griffin ants are still such weaklings that you don't deserve to be put on the mind of this saint's son at all. Yi emotionless, you don't have to be rampant. Although you're invincible in 5 lifetimes, I, Bing Yun, am by no means easy to bully. Our senior brother Jiang Guanyu has stepped into the hegemonic emperor realm, and he is not necessarily weaker than you. Nice. Even if you are the number 1 demon in the southern borderlands, and you dare to mess with my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, you will surely be suppressed." The crowd of Ice Cloud disciples were shaken. The Supreme Divine Palace and the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace were originally mortal enemies, coupled with the fact that after the fall of the Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master, many forces led by the Supreme Divine Palace were suppressing and besieging the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in all sorts of ways. Between the 2 great holy lands, it could be said to be at the point of immortality. The top powerhouses in the Holy Land might have scruples and would not strike at each other, but the crowd of disciples down below would not take it lying down. However, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had fallen after all, and the lower-level disciples were far weaker than the other Holy Lands. During these 1,000 years of fighting with the Supreme Divine Palace, there were also many times of crushing defeats, and still crushed by the Supreme Divine Palace. At the sound of the voice, a man in black on Yi Wuxing's side laughed disdainfully and coldly. The district Bingyun for 1,000 years has only produced a Jiang Guanyu, and it is worthy of competing with my Supreme Divine Palace for glory? If you mole crickets don't know how to behave, this divine son wouldn't mind having a repeat of the tragedy from 100 years ago. Speaking of which, the man in black licked his fingertips, seeming to miss a feeling. You seek death. The faces of the crowd of Ice Cloud disciples changed drastically and were filled with anger. Speaking of 100 years ago, it was also the last Heaven's Pride Conference. Also in this too deserted secret realm, the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace was miserably surrounded by the rest of the 8 Holy Land. 10,000 elite disciples. Life more than 80%. In that battle, many of the elders' personal disciples had fallen, and even the Ice Bamboo Fairy, one of the 7 immortals of the Ice Clouds, had her personal disciple fall in this Taiwan mysterious realm. This incident directly shocked the entire Ice Cloud. If it wasn't for the Ice Cloud Palace Master blocking the way, Ice Bamboo would have led a group of elders to kill the Divine Palace, and the one who made all this possible was the man in black in front of him, the 3rd Divine Son of the Supreme Divine Palace, ever invincible, a hegemonic emperor powerhouse with a divine body vision. The strength is not below Jiang Guanyu. Jiang Guanyu raised his hand to interrupt the angry Ice Cloud disciples, raised his eyes to Yi Wuxing, and calmly said, "Brother Yi, why bother to show off your mouth in this life's fight? Why not see the real chapter in the Taiwan secret realm?" He, sniffed Yi Wuxing coldly, then laughed loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha, simply arrogant. Since brother Jiang Guanyu is so sure, then let's go to the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm and have another good fight. But don't let this saint's son down." Amidst the laughter, Yi Wuxing's eyes were filled with disdain. On the other side, above the Leiyan Valley, his mother's leg, the heavenly ice-old ancestor directly cursed. "How dare you be so arrogant? When I enter the Taiwan secret realm in a while, I will have to rip these little brats' heads off and use them as night pots." Jian Wuxing was dressed in light clothing, and his head was covered in a bucket hat as he stood in the air. Her curved eyes drooped slightly, revealing a touch of coldness. Since it's an enemy of Master Teacher, it's just a matter of wiping it out in passing. After such a long time, she had a rough understanding of the division of power in the southern border. She had never been disdainful of this self-proclaimed genius from all sides of the demonic world. These so-called divine sons and holy sons might be honored in the southern frontier, but in the heavenly realm where she had lived in her previous life, they could not even be counted as kitchen fire burners. And those pure-blood and half-blood beings of the demon race are not as good as the old hens she raised in the back of the mountain in her previous life. Just then, rumble! There was a roar above the sky dome, and the Thunderflame Valley let out a trembling rumble. In the midst of the vibrations, the boundary barrier shrouding the front of the Thunderflame Valley suddenly tore open, and rolling heavenly thunder and red flames of the red flame god emanated out from the cracks. This is the aura of the Thunderflame Valley's heavenly thunder and divine fire. Could it be that the Thunderflame Valley has opened? Definitely. We must rush to the front and be the first to step into the inner circle. Everyone listen. Give this Daozi the opportunity to charge into the Thunderflame Valley, kill the Taiwan mysterious realm, seize all the inheritances, and dominate the Heaven's Pride Assembly. This Daozi must compete with the 10 great demons in this life. Wake up! You Red Wind Road State just came only one person. As the boundary crack appeared, countless demons rushed towards the Thunderflame Valley. Those heavenly pride demons from the 9 Holy Lands, the 13 world families, and the 6 great demon races were not moved, but instead, they all wore cold smiles on their faces, as if they were watching the show. The core circle of the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, rather than being a side of heaven and earth, was in fact nothing more than the ruins of a clan. This meant that after crossing the Thunderflame Valley, one stepped into the final inheritance mystery realm. All the opportunities, mysteries, resources, and legacies in the entire Tai Wasteland mysterious realm were mostly sealed within it. So, is it that simple to cross the Thunderflame Valley? Sure enough, when the tens of thousands of celestial pride who took a step ahead and rushed at the very front stepped into the Thunderflame Valley, countless rolling heavenly thunderstorms landed. Rumble! The lightning roared, instantly crushing these tens of thousands of celestial pride into charred ash. This scene could scare the countless celestial pride in the back half to death. Hiss! What a terrifying power of heavenly thunder! No wonder none of the heavenly prides of the great holy lands have moved. The might of this heavenly thunder is as terrifying as it is. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 69, straight into the Thunderflame Valley. Thunderbolt lightning. In the face of this terrifying scene, a crowd of celestials marveled. The divine punishment of heavenly thunder is sent down when a celestial being crosses the threshold. The fact that the Thunderflame Valley was able to lay down this 100,000 miles of thunderflame with the rolling heavenly thunder and the red flame divine flame as its base was enough to see its terror. After the first batch of heavenly prides were crushed into dust, the rest of the countless heavenly pride demons also withdrew at an extremely fast speed to avoid being affected. I didn't expect that after 100 years, the might of this Thunderflame Valley would still be so strong. Looking at the rolling thunderclouds in front of him, Supreme Divine Palace Great Divine Sun Zhaoyun especially sighed. Humph. On the other side, the saint's son of the land of 10,000 pigs, Pig Anal Fisher, coldly grunted. A mere celestial thunder tribulation is nothing more than bath water for us. It's only this group of scum from the spirit-drawing earth sect celestials who are afraid. The moment these words came out, the countless surrounding heavenly prides from all the major powers were annoyed. Even if we're weak and our natural talent is a bit worse, it's not like this. To know, crossing the 100,000 miles of Thunderflame Valley, although it was not really facing a heavenly tribulation. However, it is also definitely not an easy thing. Even if it is a celestial realm powerhouse, it has to be careful, and if it is not careful, it will be crushed into dust. What's more, it's them who are only spirit-inducing. Earth sect's heavenly pride? It was irritating, but there was nothing to be done about it. Dare to be angry. The immortal sword domain Saint Sun, sword blind, moved his ears and listened to the scent coming from the Thunderflame Valley. He said, brothers and sisters, when do you plan to move? Although he was the immortal sword domain Saint Sun, he was born blind. One had to rely only on a pair of ears, sensing the sense around them. However, it is also the same, born blind. By virtue of excessive demonic qualifications, he quickly grew up, flush in the ranks of the top demons of the southern border. He even pushed countless enemies across the border, and was eventually ranked as one of the top 10 demons of the southern border. There's no rush. Let's first see what dark horses are in this session of the Heaven's Pride Conference. Hadong Sacred Body Gun Prosperity. Standing with his hands in the air, his lance across his waist, there was an unrivaled momentum. Since Brother Gun has opened his mouth, it might as well be that we are also waiting a bit. The Holy Son of the Void God Heavenly Palace, Zhuotian Cheng, also nodded his head. Nice. The Holy Son of the 10,000 Poisons Holy Land, Poison 10,000 Saints, smiled grimly and said, this Holy Son, too, wants to see what kind of demon the Swordheart, who has crushed us and ranked as the first in the virtual battlefield, really is. If it really has a heavenly talent, this Saint's son really doesn't mind keeping it by his side as a maid. If the posture is superior, there's nothing wrong with using it as a cauldron for this male's cultivation. The other few holy sons of the Holy Land, as well as the pureblood beings of the 6 great demon races also nodded their heads. The fact that this mysterious sword heart was able to crush them and reach the first place with the cultivation level of the celestial realm was enough to show his extraordinary features. The other side. Jian Wuxin's eyes looked straight down at the Thunderflame Valley below, his face expressionless. She seemed to be sizing it up a bit. Thunderflame Valley was established to select heavenly pride demons with heavenly talent, and it was by no means easy to pass. The heavenly ice-old ancestor on the side seemed to have seen what Jian Wuxin was thinking in his mind as he said, "Master, the heavenly lightning and divine flame descending from this Thunderflame Valley are the purest form of Thunderflame, so it's better to be careful." 200,000 years ago, that era that had belonged to him, he had entered the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm 10 times, and had also been invincible for 10 generations. Invincible for 100,000 years, suppressing countless rivals horizontally, crushing the remaining 8 Holy Lands demons kicking out without a breath. Such an invincible person was naturally incomparably familiar with the Thunderflame Valley. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin nodded. Not a word. She coldly swept over the countless demonic prides that remained outside the Thunderflame Valley. Follows. Her eyes sank, and her heaven and earth aura of the 5th heaven of the celestial realm instantly operated. Next moment, her poetic and picturesque figure, like a fairy or a dream, even directly passed through the countless demons and rushed in towards the Thunderflame Valleys. See the scene. The countless surrounding celestial pride were shocked. Who is this man? Is she preparing to try and impact the Thunderflame Valley? But just now so heavenly pride were all turned into ashes under the heavenly thunder. She is alone. Although the Thunderflame Valley was full of crises, as long as the number of people was higher, the damage that each person needed to endure would be smaller. But, just now, tens of thousands of the heavenly pride of all the great Tao states flooded in at once, and they were all directly crushed into dust by the heavenly thunder. And she alone? You're so bold? Jian Wuxin's actions naturally drew the attention of the 9 Holy Lands as well as the 6 great demon races. Someone's moving. Look, you guys. The moment these words came out, a crowd of Holy Land powerhouses looked sideways. Actually still alone? Just how does this guy look so familiar? Look guys, is she the Swordheart who crushed my divine palace Saint Sun before? Asterisk. It's still true. It's this Swordheart. With his cultivation at the celestial realm, he directly crushed all of the holy sons and divine sons of my 9 Holy Lands, and ascended to the first place with a score of 3 hours. But with her alone, she wants to cross this Thunderflame Valley that gives countless celestial pride headaches. I'm afraid she's a bit out of her depth. Upon hearing this, many Holy Land demons cried out in disdain. A man? How dare you? Did Fish Liang give you the courage? The moment, outside the Thunderflame Valley, after a fleeting moment of stepping into the air, Jian Wuxin's figure was already lingering outside the valley. Rumble. The rolling thunder in the valley landed, emitting an extremely violent and terrifying aura. It seemed that the next moment, it was going to blast any living being into dust. Jian Wuxin once again gave a calm look and directly transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into it. This scene completely dumbfounded the countless demons. Asterisk. She really went in. That's 100,000 miles of heavenly thunder divine fire. How could she pass without others to share the damage? Isn't she afraid of being turned into ashes by the god of thunder? Soon, after Jian Wuxin's body had completely disappeared into the Thunderflame Valley, a wave of heat came crashing down on his face, and lightning surged above him, the double damage of the thunderbolt and divine fire. Boom! A streak of thunder exploded in the thundercloud, almost ready to tear through the dark clouds and land straight down in general. Sensing this horrifying scene, Jian Wuxin's mind tightened and his eyes flashed. Worthy of being a Taiku mysterious realm, I'm afraid that the level of this thunderflame would be enough to blast a hegemonic emperor directly into oblivion if it were in its heyday. After countless years of baptism, the power of the Thunderflame Valley had long been far less powerful than before, but still not to be underestimated. Ka-ching! Just then, a booming sound that shook heaven and earth instantly resounded through the Lei-Yin Valley. Amidst the fear of countless celestial pride, this heaven-shattering thunderbolt tore through the dome of the sky and landed straight down. It struck straight at Jian Wuxin, who was standing in the Thunderflame Valley. First shift. 5 stars thanks. Chapter 70. She can't help it. She's the reincarnation of an empress. Ka-ching! A heaven-shattering thunderbolt pierced through the clouds and struck Sword Wuxin directly above the Thunderflame Valley. The thunderous power driven by it made countless strong people's hearts tremble. There were subconscious steps backward. However, Jian Wuxin was undaunted. Her cold eyes sank, and her fingers lifted to use her finger as a sword, striking the sky. A powerful sword force blasted out. Rumble. With the sword formed by her fingers, she actually violently pierced through the descending thunder. It looked that easy. This scene could have stunned countless surrounding celestial pride. Fingers as swords. How is this possible? Was I blind just now? This woman. She actually used her fingers as a sword. Hard steel 9 heavenly thunderbolts? And that's such an understatement? How on earth did she do that? Even those immortal level heirs in the immortal sword domain would never be able to do this at the celestial realm. No way. This is absolutely impossible. It must be our blindness. Yes, it must be. It must be because we're blind that we're hallucinating. A cultivator of the celestial realm. How could she possibly do this? But, if all of this is true, what kind of attainment has she reached in the way of the sword? Countless Heaven's Pride demons were all shocked by this scene. Countless cultivators in the eastern wasteland were even more mute. It was as if they were seeing a monster instead of a cultivator. One must know that the power of heavenly thunder in this Thunderflame Valley was only triggered by a celestial being's tribulation. In other words, it would take at least a strong person at the peak of the 10th heavenly realm of the celestial realm to dare to attempt to touch it. The sword heart fairy in front of her actually had a cultivation level of 5 heavens in the celestial realm, so she chose to resist this terrifying celestial thunder tribulation. And it was also just 2 fingers pinching the sword, directly shattering the power of the heavenly thunder. To directly shatter it, this made the cultivators of the eastern wasteland. In fact, just like seeing a monster. Which family's pride is this? With this kind of talent, I'm afraid that it definitely wouldn't be weaker than a holy son of a holy land power. There's even been more than that. They had never heard of, never seen such a perverted demon. But the next scene was even more subversive to their 3 views, only to see the beautiful eyes of Jian Wuxin, who was located in the middle of the thunderclouds, sink, and immediately an incomparably powerful aura emanated out from her. That was clearly the cultivation level of the 5th sky of the celestial realm. Horror. In this moment, all of the cultivation was displayed. Subsequently, with the sound of a muffled grunt, Jian Wuxin's body, like a kite with broken strings, traversed through the paths of thunder and headed straight for the most central inheritance mystery realm. 100,000 miles, 90,000 miles, 80,000 miles, 70,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 50,000 miles. Very quickly, in the twinkling of an eye, Jian Wuxin's silhouette had already swept through half of the distance, leaving only 50,000 miles of thunderclouds. This scene stunned the crowd. It's a ing monster. This woman is definitely a peerless demon born in some holy land, and with the same surname of Sword. It's very likely that she's also the mysterious heir of that sword master Sword Wirm of the immortal sword domain. Not bad, to be able to possess such a perverted and heavenly appearance, as well as amazing boldness. She was definitely born extraordinary, and is most likely still the holy daughter of the Holy Land. Hiss, the holy daughter of the Holy Land. Simply terrifying. When this statement came out, a word woke up the dreamer, and the crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air, not daring to breathe. And those celestial pride who had misbehaved with Jian Wuxian also put away their lust. For them, those noble Holy Land holy sons and daughters are simply the existence that can only be looked up to. It is simply not their small clans. Small forces can be messed with. After all, in the southern border Dao region, these 9 holy lands were the absolute heavens, the absolute rulers. Although the 13 great immortal families were equally powerful, there was only one immortal half-saint sitting in the town, whereas these 9 great holy places had 1 or even more immortal saints sitting in the town, shocking the party. And looking at the entire southern border, the only ones who had the qualifications to be able to compete with the 9 great sacred grounds were those 6 great demon races. On the other hand, the holy sons and holy daughters of the holy lands, however, each had their own hearts in their mouths, and all of them started sizing them up as well. After all, they could all be born in holy lands, and they were all very clear about the underpinnings of the younger generations of the various holy lands, and they had never heard of any new saintesses in the immortal sword domain. Hadong Holy Land Gun Prosperity, puzzled, sword blind. Could this woman really be the mysterious heir of your master? You, Sword Unrepentant? But why have I never heard of it? Upon hearing this, Sword Blind shook his head. This female cultivator's sword Dao is too harsh and murderous. It should be the emotionless Dao. It's definitely not my immortal sword domain's sword Dao inheritance, and I've never heard my master's father say that he has any secret heir. She shouldn't be one of my sacred ground. Oh, you're not from your sword domain? Could it be a heavenly pride demon from another Dao domain? Or perhaps she is actually simply the illegitimate daughter of sword master Sword Wuxie. On the other hand, Jian Wuxin, who stood in the center of the Thunderflame Valley town, had long since left all the southern border celestial pride far behind. She had the Emperor Realm Sword Dao inheritance from her previous life to protect her, and these so-called celestial thunder tribulations and red flame divine flames couldn't possibly hurt a hair on her head. Even her aura barrier was impossible to penetrate. In just a moment of touching, these 9 tribulation heavenly thunderbolts were shattered to pieces by that incomparably powerful Empress Dowager's Dao intent. No way. Who told her to be too strong? These scenes, which were shocking enough in the eyes of others, were really like playing house to her. After all, she was the reincarnation of the Empress, This kind of breakthrough game without any challenge was just like playing in Jian Wuxin's eyes. It was simply not too easy. But play enough. It is also time to be a little more serious. Otherwise this a person to open hanging. Other people can only shout on the 666 game. It is too boring. It was boring to the point that she was too lazy to move, wanting to directly exit from the heavenly desolate mysterious realm, give up on this Heaven's Pride conference, and return to Misty Peak, returning to the warm and cozy embrace of her master. She obviously preferred to get tired of being in her master's arms and choking back tears than this child's game of playing house. Ahem. How is it choking back tears? Those are clearly tears of overflowing happiness. Happiness to the point that her icy heart, which had been cold and silent for countless epochs and frozen for millions of years without being able to beat, began to beat again. The middle of these 3 years with her master was a throbbing sensation she had never experienced, nor had she ever experienced before, even in the millions of years of her previous life. That was a strong teacher and disciple love. Even she herself didn't know that in those 3 years of contact, her and Su Chen's hearts had long been linked together, and could no longer be separated. It was a bond of destiny. That's why she had to have some fun for herself. She had to force herself to be active, or else this adventure down the mountain wouldn't have any meaning. First shift. 5 stars few thanks. Chapter 71, The Master's Rebel. Returning to his senses and looking at the inheritance mystery realm that was close at hand, Jian Wuxin did not hesitate for a second. She immediately revolved her remaining aura and gathered it in her entire body, directly charging towards the final sea of thunderbolt fire. Although the various treasures inherited in the Tai Wasteland mystic realm were not necessarily better than what she had been taught in her previous life, or by her master, but no matter what, it is also a Swire heritage. The mosquito is also meat. Can fight a little more is a little more. The reason why she reincarnated in her previous life, besides not certifying as a great emperor, she had also incurred a lot of enemies, which she was bound to encounter again in this life in her subsequent imperial path. At that time, if she was recognized by the enemy, whether it was her master, herself, or including the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she would face extinction. Therefore, she would try to raise her strength as much as she could right now. In her previous life, she was all alone, and even though she faced countless ancient saints and half-emperors alone, she wasn't afraid in the slightest. But now it's different. Now she has a master, a sister, a division, and that touch of bonding love that has been established with her master for more than 3 years, every day and night. Ugh! That's clearly a master-disciple bond. How can it be a bonded love? Jian Wuxin, how can you have such thoughts? This is something treasonous. You are deceiving your teacher and destroying your ancestor. A rebellious disciple such as you who rushes his teacher will be punished by heaven. Thinking of this, Jian Wuxin cannot help but small face Shido onto scent red and moist, almost can squeeze out water. Deception. Punching a teacher against his will? It didn't seem impossible if that person was the master. Thinking about this, Jian Wuxin's icy cold eyes fluttered and seemed to carry a touch of watery mist. Ice-cold small hands cover the mouth of the heart, completely forgetting that they are still in the middle of the Thunderflame Valley. Her lips gently opened, such as dreamy murmurs whispered, "Master, heartless want you, really want to. In the meantime, Yangzhou Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Above Misty Peak, all that could be seen was a stone platform stretching all the way to the waterfall, with a small pavilion constructed at the end. In the pavilion, there were 8 dreamlike figures sitting on their knees. Each of them had a worldly face, and their breath was icy cold, so that people did not dare to blaspheme. And in a purple bamboo forest not far away, a man who didn't look very old but had a dreamy young face. It was a small girl with a petite and delicate physique. She was currently hammering her physical body in the purple bamboo forest, and every time she threw a punch, it was as if the heavens and earth were trembling. The power of that punch was enough to blast heaven and earth to smithereens. Definitely capable of drying up 100,000 cows with a single punch. Those who know will say, what a cute little loli. Those who don't know will say that this is a cranky loli that came out of nowhere and is horrible. And the amenities throughout Misty Peak are singularly unassuming. A bamboo house, a courtyard, a stone pavilion, a waterfall, a cold pool, a chicken coop, a vegetable patch, to a piece of purple bamboo. This is not like the immortal residence of a high man. It is clearly the doghouse where mortals live. Nope. It's going to be quite a bit cleaner and neater than the average kennel. Meanwhile, in a field in front of the eastern cliff, only a handsome man in a snowsuit seemed to be busy. This person was no other than the owner of this Misty Peak, the one from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace that had shaken the entire southern border Dao region more than 3 years ago, the legendary ancestor, Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen was groveling in the field at the waist, and he had just inserted his right hand into a seedling when his heart suddenly shuddered. What's going on? Why do I feel like that girl Heartless is thinking about me again? Is Master missing her too much? Chen inserted as many seedlings as he could in his hands, and he got up from the paddy field. At this moment, the distance from the last time he went to the Tai Wasteland's secret realm to spy on. Ahem. That is called secretly focusing on the condition of Jian Wuxin. That is called protection. How can it be called peeping? Right. That would be called covert protection. Not voyeurism. Definitely not. It had been more than half a year since he had last left the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm. It was thought that Jian Wuxin had already had some results in the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm. Chen naturally knew that the great sinful disciple Jian Wuxian was the reincarnation of a female emperor. The inheritance in the secret realm might be full of temptation for others, but for Jian Wuxin, it was just a bunch of useless floor goods. He let Jian Wuxian go down the mountain this time. The main reason is still to let her go out to practice a little. When all the elder sisters are out of the gate, the ice cloud immortal palace is bound to reappear with 7 half-saints, and the eldest elder sister, Mu Bingchan, is likely to step into the realm of immortal saints. At that time, with the addition of him and the ice phoenix demon beast, the entire ice cloud immortal palace would have a terrifying lineup of 2 saints and 8 half-saints. That was a whole 10 superpowers. This terrifying force would be enough to sweep away any force, any Dao lineage in the southern borderlands, regardless of whether it was the sacred land Taoist system, the ancient family, or the ancient demon race. They would all be trampled under the feet of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. And according to the other 8 holy places oppression of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace over the past 1,000 years, at that time, the southern border would definitely set off another bloody storm since that battle between the righteous and the devils 1,000 years ago. Most likely still a monumental battle. The Immortal War was a great war that was set off by the Sacred Ground Taoist system, the ancient family, the Supreme Imperial Dynasty, the ancient Imperial Clan, and other immortal Taoist systems that possessed saint-level powerhouses. World War I. It can turn the heavens upside down and cause billions of living beings to bleed. In the southern border Dao region, it had been a long time since an immortal battle had been set off. The blood feud of his master, Mu Xianyin, was something he had kept in mind for 1,000 years. The 8 holy places tremble. If it really comes to that time, the southern border war together, the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace and that between the 8 Holy Land, that really is to the point of immortality. Therefore, before that happened, Jian Wuxin and Lin Tian'er would have to possess sufficient self-protection abilities. Don't look at the 8 holy places usually for a little resource fight. Once the problem involving the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace, all with wear a pants like, is bound to join forces to suppress the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace. Senior sister and the girls were out of the gate. Although the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would have a terrifying lineup of 2 saints and 8 half-saints, which was enough to sweep away all the enemies in the southern border Dao region, but the chances of starting a war against the 8 Holy Lands at the same time were slim. What is the Holy Land Taoism? That meant that explicitly at least one immortal level saint was sitting in the sect. The 8 great sacred lands were also 8 saints, and they had at least 20 to 30 other half-saint powerhouses in plain sight. This didn't even count the secretly hidden underbelly of those 8 holy places. At least like the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Back then, it claimed to have 1 saint and 3 half-saints, but in reality, it also had a half-saint level Ice Phoenix, as well as a peak supreme realm Xin Tian Taizu. After all, no one would put their full strength on the table in this world of deceitful immortal cultivation. These Holy Land Taoist lineages had been passed down for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. Who didn't have a few old ancestors who liked to sleep in coffins? Years more novels. He updated. First shift. 5 stars few. Boing boing. Chapter 72. The ultimate battle of tens of millions of celestial pride. Like when he entered the Saint 3 years ago, he had attracted 30,000 miles of purple chi, as well as millions of saint silhouettes to worship. So he was considered by the major powers to be an old monster who had been sleeping in a coffin for countless years. That's why it's a good idea to boost a little bit more than you can before the Great War opens. However, with him, a peerless immortal who had condensed 365 drops of saintly essence blood into sainthood, sitting in the town, at least those 8 holy lands wouldn't dare to come and make trouble again. Don't worry, Master. Chen'er will definitely personally kill the 8 holy lands and destroy their Dao lineages to accompany you. As he thought about this, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Su Chen's body. Though he was light in nature, he never competed with others. But the scene of the battle of the Devil Dao invasion of the southern border 1,000 years ago, when the 8 holy places closed their mountain gates for self-preservation, leaving his master alone to face the 8 Devil Dao voices and colors, was still fresh in his mind. To this day, he never dares to forget it. Ding! Please ask the host to go to the chicken coop to feed the chickens and complete today's check-in task. Just then, the system's voice suddenly resounded in his head. Upon hearing this, Su Chen slowly came back to his senses and collected his killing intent. For a sinful disciple who aspires to be a charging master and a rebellious disciple, His master is a scale that he absolutely cannot touch. When he was young, Mu Senin was like a light shining into his world. His electricity. His light. His only myth. Ahem. He's definitely not a punching bag against the division. Definitely not. After picking up the check-in task of feeding the chickens, Chen also slowly walked to the chicken nest to start today's portion of the punch card check-in. Not bad. It's only been 3 days. And this old hen has gained 2 tails of meat. So it looks like the big roosters have served them all quite comfortably. Picking up an old hen with his hand, Chen began to survey it. Since he had thrown the demonic beast eggs to these 100 old hens to hatch, he had also established strict rewards. Whoever can make the hatching level of the demonic beast eggs grow will be loved by 100 big roosters. So no matter what time of year it is, these old hens are scrambling to be the first to hatch. At first they would fight over it, and then Chen had to make a series of rules. That's 1 chicken for 1 day. And when it's done hatching, you can go to the coop next door and ask for a reward from the 100 big roosters. Under the nourishment of these 100 large roosters, the physique of these old hens was also improving at a rate visible to the naked eye. Anyone who has been moisturized will gain an average of 1 or 2 pounds of flesh a day. Thinking of this, Chen was aghast. His grandmother, why didn't I think of letting a big cock nourish them before? Ding! The host feeds the chickens, and today's portion of the sign-in punch card was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a superb rusty sword. Rusty sword. Quality, excellent. Introduction. This is the exclusive rusty sword of the host Lord Chen. The attack power is lower than a normal iron sword and higher than a normal rusty sword. It is the best of the rusty swords, but it still can't break opponents with stronger defenses. But there is a chance to trigger the passive tetanus to cause a continuous bleeding effect, and it is the exclusive weapon of the old six. After reading today's portion of the sign-in rewards, Chen's face was expressionless. For the past 1,000 years, he had been able to sign in and clock in every day, and the rewards he had received were varied and diverse. Up to the immortal execution 4 swords that can kill saints together, the Yuan Yang heavenly immortal sword that can combine 2 swords together, and other saint-level spiritual weapons and magic treasures, down to women's black silk, white silk, fishing nets, mysterious little umbrellas that isolate to avoid pregnancy in female practitioners, and mother-in-law's flesh silk. He had it all. There's no telling how many of these wound-breaking rusty swords have been signed, from the very first ordinary rusty swords, to low grade, medium grade, high grade, and in the current extreme grade. He had long been immune to these messy contraptions. Just think of it as rags anyway, and give it a straight dump in system space. The only thing Chen still has hope for the system now is whether the intimate mall can draw the dome sister. After all, who doesn't want a twin ponytailed white silk sister they can ride? On the other hand, in the Tai Wasteland's secret realm, in the middle of the Thunderflame Valley, with Jian Wuxian's mad dash, she had come to the exit of the valley. Yes, under the eyes of everyone, she had actually used her cultivation at the 5th level of the celestial realm to crush a group of kings, hegemonic emperor-level powerhouses, and become the first cultivator to pass the Thunderflame Valley test. Although, the group of king hegemony-level powerhouses did not make a move from the beginning to the end, but the fact that she was able to pass through this heavenly thunder and earthly fire that could only be induced by the peak of the 10th level of the celestial realm with a cultivation of the 5th level of the celestial realm still shook countless cultivators to their core. It was simply horrifying as hell. Too strong. With a cultivation level of the 5th level of the celestial realm, resisting the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation and passing through so strongly, and displaying such ease and normalcy, this is also perverted. Is this the gold content of the first place in the virtual battlefield? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this Kenshin? Is it a man or a woman? Wearing a bucket hat all day long. People can't even be seen. If this were a female, I would definitely incorporate her into my harem in minutes and make her my sole favorite. Bah! You're such a stupid bird and you still want to take Kenshin into your harem? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror and see how ugly you are? Your mom's nose is hairy. How can you, an ugly stupid bird, be compared to this young master? This young master must have her, no matter what it takes. She's mine. Ah, unfortunately, before this heavenly pride who called himself this young master could finish speaking, the man from earlier slapped him across the face. You curse again? Snap. You try one more curse? Snap. Pop. What the? You don't have hair in your nostrils? I'm Chow Nima. Snap. I day your grandma's a leg. Said hit people do not hit the face. Ah, you stupid bird is not allowed to hit my face. Ow ow ow. Don't hit. Woo woo woo. On the other hand, watching Jian Wuxians pass the Thunderflame Valley's test and enter the core area of the Taiwu secret realm, the crowd of holy sons of holy lands, young masters of immortal families, as well as the heirs of those 6 demon races and other immortal level forces were also finally unable to hold back, starting to give orders. he led the heavenly pride of his headquarters to pour into the Thunderflame Valley, launching a final attack towards the Taiwang mysterious realm. It was bound to be a terrifying battle with millions of ambushed corpses and blood staining the sky, representing the entire southern border Dao region, the ultimate battle of the various great Dao unification. Tens of millions of young celestial pride supreme beings in these 100 years. The curtain will be completely drawn. In this world of radiant great struggle, who can stand out in this Taiwang secret realm and become the first person of the million heavenly prides in the southern border, pushing across the world and soloing the ages? Ask the vast land. Who is in charge? This saint's son will then set his feet on the 10,000 worlds and be the first person in that heavenly and ancient world. First shift. 5-star review. Yo boing boing. Chapter 73, Conditioning from the Master. Supreme Secret Collection Opening. For the Tai Wilderness Mystic Realm. This kind of once-in-a-century young generation blooming assembly in the southern border. All the forces are always concerned about everything that happens inside. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But apparently, Chen wasn't half interested. No matter how viciously the juniors fought, to superpowers like them who had stepped into the immortal level, it was just a child's game. And as Jian Wuxin's master, he wouldn't go too far in interfering with her cultivation path. Back then, when Jian Wuxin had just worshipped his mountain sect, Chen had said that everyone had their own way of cultivation. Sword cultivators have the way of the sword. Knife cultivators have the way of the knife. A stick practitioner has the way of the stick. Devil cultivators, there is the way of dual cultivation. Quincy cultivator has a way of playing basketball. Jian Wuxin, as a reincarnated female emperor who carried the 10,000 sword saint body, on the other hand, had a heaven-defying way that belonged to be certified as a great emperor and live long against the heavens. Furthermore, in the case of Lin Tian'er, who possessed the ancient heavy pupil, the way she cultivated was the way of killing. As the saying goes, the heavy pupil is originally an invincible road, so why borrow another person's bone? In Chen's opinion it was crooked reasoning, and the idea was wrong. Although the heavy pupil has the path to invincibility, the heavy pupil is not invincible. So the correct one should be that the heavy pupil is supposed to be the path of invincibility. More bones, more paths. I'm a ing genius. Ha ha. Chen was satisfied with his answer. Pa dash. Only hearing a snapping sound, so excited that he raised his right hand violently. It was slapping on Lin Tian'er's delicate little butt. It hurt so much that Lin Tian'er's teary eyes are on the verge of crying out. The next day, early morning, Chen got up early and fed the chickens. Then it was time to start the daily mandatory tasks of weeding rice paddies and planting seedlings, and then go to the mountains to reclaim the wasteland and study the planting and cultivation of all kinds of fruits and vegetables. After all this farm work, it was time to prepare lunch for noon, after which it was the most enjoyable part of the day, fishing in the sun. Then, after that, it was time to feed the chickens, then prepare dinner, and after dinner, tune and tame the two well-behaved and lovable sinful apprentices. But the big disciple Jian Wuxin is at the moment practicing in the secret realm of the Tai wasteland. Along with her share of conditioning, Chen had to be rewarded to Lin Tian'er. It was reasonable to say that a cultivator would no longer need to eat after reaching the spirit drawing realm, and would only need to drink dew and eat spirit medicine. Grains and cereals only add to the burden of the cultivator. However, Chen was following the way of mortals, and everything needed to be based on the habits of mortals. Mortals cultivate the mind and then the body. A traditional Taoist practice of the hidden old six. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had come to 3 months later. In the meantime, on this very day, news spread in the Taiwang mysterious realm that a supreme secret treasure had appeared, and this news instantly sensationalized the entire Taiwang mysterious realm. Ah, the secret treasure of the supreme being, that represented the inheritance of a supreme realm powerhouse, as well as the accumulation of his life's wealth, which must possess countless top-notch techniques, spirit weapons, magic treasures, ancient medicines, and peerless elixirs. This kind of resource inheritance, even if it was placed outside, it was enough to make a crowd of emperors and supreme-level powerhouses red in the eyes. One could imagine how great the temptation of this supreme secret deposit was for these only celestials and king realm celestials in the Tai wasteland mysterious realm. As for those cultivators at the level of spirit drawing in earth sect, they were not half qualified to participate, and could only pick up some leftovers outside of the secret stash. The most attractive part of the secret stash had to be that supreme inheritance. If a cultivator was able to obtain the inheritance of a powerful person of the supreme realm, it meant that he would have the qualifications to achieve supreme. Supreme. It was the strongest person below the immortal great half-saint. Even if it was placed in the entire southern border, it was still an existence that dominated a party, and would be pulled in by any great power. Like the ice cloud immortal palace of the 9 great sacred grounds, there were only a total of 9 Supreme Realm powerhouses in the Xingtian Great Ancestor, the 7 Immortals of the Ice Cloud, and the Grand Elder Mu Yangzi, who had just stepped into the Supreme Realm, and the Grand Elder still relied on the 30,000 miles of purple chi that Su Chen had invoked when he entered the Holy Spirit, and followed the example of a group of disciples who let out a loud shout of Grandmaster is awesome. It was only after receiving the auspicious blessing of 30,000 miles of purple chi that he was able to step into the Supreme Realm. As the news spread, all the forces in the Tai Wasteland Mystic Realm quickly surged this way, and in just less than 2.5 days, a tomb in the depths of the Mystic Realm was surrounded by a dark and pressurized mass of people outside. There were many strong people who had stepped into the Celestial and King realms. Obviously, there is a great opportunity that has arisen here. According to the rules of the Tai Wasteland Secret Realm, only cultivators who had reached the Spirit Drawing Realm were qualified to enter the Secret Realm and compete for the chance of a lifetime. And as the Secret Realm gathered all the heavenly pride demons of the southern border's current generation, cultivators such as the Spirit Drawing Realm and the Earth Sect Realm were clearly not enough to look at. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they see each other. Many cultivators from rival forces started fighting as soon as they met. Wang Chang, I just saw it. You got a heavenly spirit grass. Hurry up and hand it over or don't even think about leaving. Oh, it depends on your strength if you want it. Kill Kai only because, how dare you steal a woman from this young master? You are simply looking for death. Die for master. Sinai. Hey, do you guys have anyone to team up with in a while? I'm Xingzhou Lin family young Lord Lin Langtian. I'm pregnant with a 6-armored body. I'm a superpower of the 8th heaven of the Celestial Realm, and I need a Celestial Realm female lord to go in with me on my expedition, to ensure that you come out pregnant. Yo-ho, isn't this Brother Wang? I heard that a while ago. You put young Master Li's mother to sleep, and was chased by him with a chopper and chopped 8 streets. That young Master Li is a half-step King Realm powerhouses, and you are only being the 9th heaven of the Celestial Realm. Why don't the two of us two-handedly chop him up in this supreme secret hideout, and jointly share his mother and sister equally? What do you think? Get lost. I hate 2 kinds of people in my life. One is a chow thief, and the other is the one who stops me from becoming a chow thief. And with the chow thief is incompatible. Alas. You guys, look, it's the immortal family's people who have arrived. I heard that their heir this generation is a hegemonic emperor-level powerhouse who carries a divine body vision. It seems that scum like us are out of luck. More than that, that's the divine son of the land of 10,000 pigs, Pig Ritian. It's said that he also carries a divine body vision, is a genius of the world, with heavenly talent, definitely not under that ice cloud immortal palace carries a divine body vision of Jiang Wanyu. With the arrival of a bunch of heirs from the immortal world families and sacred ground Dao lineages, it made countless celestial pride deflate on the spot. The heirs of these immortal level Dao lineages, but each of them carried a divine body vision. Their natural talent was unmatched in the ages, and they had basically all stepped into the hegemonic emperor realm. How could a powerhouse of this level be something that they, the celestial kings, could mess with? Second shift. 5 stars few. Boing boing. Chapter 74 Master's Conditioning. It's working. In the meantime, as these heavenly pride of the immortal grade Dao system descended, one strong and incomparable aura after another pressed down, causing the countless cultivators around them to lose their breath. At this time, only to see that the divine son of the kingdom of 10,000 pigs, Pig Ritian, immediately rose up in the air, smiled contemptuously, and said loudly, "This divine son declares that from this day onwards, this supreme secret treasure belongs to the kingdom of 10,000 pigs, and if you and other mole crickets want to enter the secret realm to seek for the opportunity, you need to turn in 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, and that's what I'm talking about, and Jesus will have to turn in the spirit stones when he comes." As he said that, a powerful pressure erupted from him, directly pouncing on the surrounding crowd. This was clearly a terrifying aura of the 6th heavenly realm of the king's realm, Pig Ritian, one of the 3 great divine body visions of the land of 10,000 pigs, carrying an absolute divine body, but with a lifespan of 5 katas, that is, 300 years old. He stepped into the 6th sky of the king's realm. Like other celestials who carried divine body visions, he had broken the 5 extreme realms of chi blood, chakra sea, induced spirit, earth sect, and celestial being one after another, and had received 5 heavenly blessings. Although he was not as terrifying as the saint son of the land of 10,000 pigs, Pig Anal Fisher, this terrifyingly heaven-defying talent was definitely not below Jiang Wanyu. However, even if he was more heaven-defying, there were not a few heavenly pride cultivators who craved for this supreme secret treasure, and it could be said that including the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the other 8 holy places, the 13 families, and the 6 demon clans all had ideas about this secret realm, so how could it be possible to let him, the kingdom of 10,000 pigs, swallow it all by himself. Humph. How is a mere country of 10,000 pigs worthy of being compared to my Hadong Holy Land? You dead pig. Roll down for this divine son. I've long looked at you with displeasure. Just then, an aura of fear rose up from the crowd not far away, letting loose with a loud curse, only to see the man holding a long spear in his hand, heading straight for Inu Riken, and an aura of the sixth heavenly realm of the king's realm similarly erupted from him. Someone soon recognized the man's identity. This person seems to be the divine son of the Hadong Holy Land Stabbing Wanfa. It seems true when you put it that way. Stabbing Wanfa, he is the second of the three divine sons of the Holy Land of Hadong, carrying a divine body vision, has broken the extreme realm many times 5 times, obtaining the blessing of the heavenly Tao 5 times. Its heavenly talent is definitely not below that of Jiang Guanyu of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The same realm, the same cultivation, the same divine son, the same heavenly, and I don't know who's stronger. Him and that pig Retian of the land of 10,000 pigs. Here's the bet. Here's the bet. Buy in, buy out. I'll buy that Stabbing Wanfa will win. It's said that he's as absolutely ruthless as his master. Hadong Holy Land Gun Wandong. His master can stab others with 10,000 transparent holes in a night, while he can stab others with 10,000 rounds in a night. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10,000 rounds. So terrifying, just by waiting for such horrible combat power. It can definitely hang this stupid bird Inuyasha. Yes, that's right. This stupid bird pig Retian. Don't think that just because you named yourself Retian you can really be Retian. Who are you looking at with a crooked face every day? If it wasn't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have to slap you twice a day. No. 4 slaps. A slap on the left hand, a slap on the right hand, a slap on the left foot, and another slap on the right foot. For the battle between the two immortal level heirs, it quickly attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Many people had turned their eyes this way. This kind of visual feast can't be seen once in 100 years. The other side, a silhouette silently watched the supreme being secretly hide the scene. She wore a light dress, her body was petite, and she wore a bucket hat on her head. Her face was covered by a white veil, but all over her body, she revealed a touch of coldness, breathtakingly beautiful and chillingly cold. Without much thought, this person was none other than that legendary ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, Su Chen's open-door great disciple Jin Wu Xin. 3 months have passed, and she is already almost 15 years old. No matter her face, temperament, and body, she is even more perfect. Ahem. Size is another story, although she was still a small lotus, but from the appearance alone, the tip, it seemed to have slightly bulged with a touch of delicate breasts. It seemed that Su Chen's conditioning over the past few years was still very effective, and what emanated from her body was actually an aura of the 9th heavenly realm of celestials. Not bad. 3 months had passed, and with the triple spiritual chi absorption of the Tai Wasteland mixed spirit bead, and with her terrifying talent of 1 million spiritual veins, her cultivation had once again broken through 2 layers, and she had already arrived at the 9th heavenly realm of the celestial realm. 3 months of 2 worlds. This terrifying cultivation speed was enough to shake the ancient great emperor. Master, the supreme secret realm has opened. Should we go and get a piece of the pie as well? At that moment, a dog beside Jin Wuxin suddenly spoke up. This dog was no one else. It was none other than Heartless Sword Slave, Old Man Sky Ice. The Sky Ice old ancestor who had possessed the heaven-devouring wolf demon had already perfectly controlled this demonic beast's body after adapting over the past few years, and under the rich spiritual chi of the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, his strength was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nowadays, it was already able to utilize the battle power of the 5th sky of the king's realm. As long as he didn't run into those immortal Dao lineage heirs who had stepped into the hegemonic emperor realm, he asked himself that he was invincible below the 8th heaven of the king's realm. After all, for demonic prides, it was normal for them to cross over and challenge 2 or 3 small realms. Even if he came across a king's realm 9th heavenly hall, or even a 10 heavenly hall powerhouse, he would absolutely dare to touch it. After all, he was once an immortal level powerhouse who had stepped into the saint realm, and could be said to be invincible when looking at the entire southern border. Even though it was now fallen, whether it was combat experience, or this aspect of mentality, as well as the Dao, Gong Fu, and inheritance that they had mastered, they were not comparable to these young celestial pride. By the same token, the same was true for Jian Wuxin, who was the reincarnation of a female emperor. Perhaps 2 deserts secret realm this kind of once-in-a-century heavenly pride conference, for other heavenly pride, is a confrontation of destiny and chance, about their cultivation way in the next 100 years. And the future exactly can reach all kinds of heights, but also whether they can stand out in this southern frontier 50 Dao states. Billions and billions of heavenly prides, become an invincible person who leads the southern border for an era. However, for Jian Wuxin, this Taiwu secret realm was nothing more than a trip to the mountains. It could not even be considered an experience, because her starting point was simply too high as heavenly ice old ancestor, an immortal level saint realm powerhouse who had been invincible in the southern borderlands 200,000 years ago, had willingly made a heavenly Tao oath to be a sword slave in her hands. Wherever sword Heartless pointed, he killed. Maybe after Jian Wuxin came to be a righteous great emperor in the future, he would also have a chance to witness that so-called great emperor realm. Old man Tianbing, what are you looking at? This is not called being a wimp. This is called having a pattern. Besides, the main thing is to eat Su Chen, that inside flavor of the dog bone. Hearing the words of the heavenly ice old ancestor, Jian Wuxin's face was expressionless, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile of the Dragon King. Don't be in a hurry. Just wait for them to come out of the Supreme Secret Collection. Then we'll just kill our way out of it. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 75. Sister, do you need me to help you cultivate? The mountains know no age, and time passes quickly. In an instant, it was already 3 months later. Now it had been a year since Jian Wuxin had gone down to the mountains to practice. During this period of time, the entire southern borderland had its attention focused on the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm. After all, this was a great opportunity that concerned the most important of the young generation of all the great clans. Although it is a fight between the juniors, this kind of heavenly pride grand ceremony also concerns the face of the major holy lands, immortal families, the ancient demon race, the ancient kingdom divine dynasty, and other immortal level forces. The impact of this is, well, imaginable. And on top of that, there was another piece of news that suddenly spread not too long ago, and that was that the Devil's Way, which had been silent for 1,000 years, had suddenly emerged again. There were rumors that a month ago, the Heavenly Desolate Prefecture, one of the 30,000 Dao prefectures under the host sacred ground, was bloodied by the Devil sect. In one night, all the top sects in the Sky Wasteland state were all wiped out, with no one surviving. As it was, the desolate state had become a dead state, and those terrifying demonic cultivators didn't even spare the newly born toddlers. The entire southern border was shocked by this news. The Sky Wasteland state was bloodied. Will they be next? Is the demon sect, which has been silent for 1,000 years, about to make a comeback? Under this terrifying suppression, countless sect forces chose to forbid their mountain gates, and for a time, people were terrified. After all, it's the unknown dangers that are often the scariest. Of course, the ones who closed their doors were those second and third-rate small sects, like the first-class sect forces. There were basically emperor or even a supreme realm superpower in attendance, and the devil sects would have to weigh the situation if they wanted to invade these forces. On the other hand, the 9 holy grounds, the 13 worldly families, the 6 great demon races, and other immortal-level Dao lineages opened their mountain gates wide as usual, as if nothing had happened. After all, these immortal Dao lineages all possessed half-saints and even immortal saints in their ranks. As long as the devil Dao didn't send out saint-level old devils like they did 1,000 years ago, these immortal Daos pressed and didn't even panic. They couldn't wait for those demonic sects to hit their doorsteps. In the meantime, Yangzhou, above Misty Peak, a handsome man dressed in snow stood in front of a stone pavilion. This person was no other than the owner of Misty Peak, that ice-cloud immortal palace mysterious legendary ancestor, Su Chen, and in the stone pavilion in front of him, only 8 cold immortal shadows were seen sitting in the center of the pavilion, each of them emitting a cold aura. They have stunningly beautiful and unearthly faces, and they are immortal. From a distance it was 8 beautiful immortal shadows, and from close up, it was even more beautiful, taking the breath away from countless cultivators. Let anyone, male or female, old or young, at the sight of them, hate to include them in the harem, as a private pet, locked up and tempered. Looking at these 8 splashes of immortal shadows, Su Chen stepped forward and gently held Ice Cloud Immortal Palace Mistress Mu Bingchan's cold little hand, carefully inspecting her body. Instantly, a hidden droplet of blood floated on her chest, which also emitted a dazzling golden light. Seeing this, Su Chen was instantly startled, carefully sizing up the drop of blood beads, and hurriedly raised his other hand to directly grab towards Mu Bingchan's chest. Boing! I only saw that Su Chen's left hand even directly pass through the drop of blood beads, and grasped on top of Mu Bingchan's left breast, and that delicate, full touch, immediately attacked. From the 5 fingers under the pain, the closed meditation in the senior sister was even the lips of the sister gently opened, and let out a wooing gasp. A clear scent of genjutsu immediately hit his face. Without paying any attention to the flushed Mu Bingchan, Su Chen carefully stared at the drop of blood beads and said with an unbelievable face, This seems to be Saint Essence blood? The blood of saints. This stuff was more than familiar to him. The so-called Saint's essence blood was that a peak half-saint powerhouse would condense Saint's essence blood to open up the holy light for himself when he made a breakthrough. And the more essence blood he had, the stronger his natural talent was represented. When a normal saint enters sainthood, it's only 2 or 3 drops. 10 drops of holy blood will be astonishing. Like his master Mu Xianyin was once known as the first strongest person in the southern border, so he had condensed 30 drops of holy blood, shocking the ancient and modern world. As for him, Su Chen, he had even condensed 365 drops of holy blood, directly scaring away the other 8 lords of holy lands, as well as dozens of first-class powerheads. It was important to know that all of these sacred landlords possessed the cultivation of the immortal half-saint realm, and those first-class power lords were also supreme powerhouses. One could imagine how terrifying the shock he had brought about when he entered the Holy Spirit was. And wasn't what was floating in front of her eyes on eldest sister's chest that saintly essence blood that could only be condensed by a saint realm powerhouse? It seems that after this year of seclusion, senior sister seems to have touched the level of the laws of the saint realm. Even her body is starting to try to condense the essence blood of the saints. It won't be long before senior sister is afraid that she will have to step into the saint's path. I don't know how many drops she will be able to condense this time, Su Chen muttered before reluctantly moving his right hand away from Mu Bingchan's left breast. Though again, one by one, they checked the bodies of the remaining 7 senior sisters. He checked carefully, every inch and every part of the senior sister's body he hated to peel open to check, fearing that the senior sister's breakthroughs would appear in any dangerous situation. After all, it's been 1,000 years of sisters taking care of him. Now that he's finally grown up, it's his turn to serve his sisters. I'm so dutiful. Shitty. After Su Chen's inspection, he finally came to a conclusion. The first one to be able to break through should be Mu Zhu, the head of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud. It was also Su Chen's second senior sister, the second disciple of Mu Xianyin, the number 1 powerhouse in the southern border back then. As the head of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, Mu Zhu was originally a powerhouse at the peak of the 10th level of the Supreme Realm, so it could be said that he had 1 foot in the realm of the half-saint, and was only 1 step away from being a half-saint, which was also known as a half-step half-saint. And this time, after Su Chen's 3 drops of Saint Essence blood had tempered his body, as well as under the power of the Saint Tao laws he had laid down, it could be said that Curtain Bamboo could break through at any time. In a similar situation to Curtain Bamboo, there was also the 2nd fairy Jun Xianren, and the 3rd fairy Shuefei Yen, who were also super powerhouses at the peak of the 10th level of the Supreme Realm, and were both just 1 opportunity away from achieving the realm of the half-saints. Su Chen's bestowal of this opportunity had undoubtedly given them this chance to make a breakthrough. As for the 4th immortal Bing Yuli, the 5th immortal Bing Zhu, and the 6th immortal Mulan Yi were also close behind. I'm afraid that when the 3 senior sisters in front of them made a breakthrough, they would follow suit and make breakthroughs one after another. According to Su Chen's guess, the time when the 6 senior sisters would break through the supreme shackles and step into the immortal half-saint realm would be within these 2 or 3 years. The 7th fairy Bamboo Heart, whose cultivation was slightly lower, was estimated to be 2 or 3 years at night. After all, apart from Su Chen, amongst the 9 disciples of Mu Xianyin, she was the latest to enter. And even though she was equally gifted against the heavens, she was still a small realm lower than her elder sisters, with only a cultivation of the 9th heaven of the Supreme Realm. Even with Su Chen's various resources gifted to him, if he wanted to take a step from his cultivation at the 9th sky of the Supreme Realm to the immortal semi-saint realm, he would need to spend a few years. As for eldest senior sister, that is, Gong Mu Bingchan of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, as to what she would be able to step into the realm of immortal saints, it would be entirely dependent on the amount of saint's essence blood she was able to condense. Generally speaking, when a half-saint powerhouse was breaking through to an immortal saint, the time needed to condense each drop of holy blood was exactly 1 year. In other words, if the number of the world's condensed holy blood was above a few dozen, the time it would take for her to break through to the saint realm would be around a few decades, unless she was able to possess a heaven-defying talent such as Su Chen's ability to dictate the ages. Although none of them had Su Chen's invincible talent, they also had the talent to become saints. If it wasn't for the purple bamboo forest not far away, Lin Tiana was still hammering her flesh. Su Chen was afraid that the Highlands would have to come up with a sentence. My family's senior sister. All of them have the qualifications of a saint. Lord Host. In fact, if you want Mu Bingchan to quickly condense the essence blood of a saint and successfully step into the realm of sainthood, it's not without a way. At that moment the system suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Chen frowned and asked with a puzzled expression, What method? The method is also very simple. In fact, it only requires the host adult to double cultivate with Mu Bingchan, using the method of yin-yang reconciliation, and nourishing her with her own sage yuan-yang. It will help her to quickly achieve the way of saints. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 76, Not a Scum, Just Want to Give Sisters a Home. Actually, the way to make Mu Bingchan step into the saint realm overnight is also very simple. It only needs the host to double cultivate with Mu Bingchan, using the method of yin and yang harmonization, and nourishing her with her own saintly yuan yang, which will help to quickly condense the saint's blood, and the lord of the host will only need to double cultivate with her for 100 times, and then it will be possible to help Mu Bingchan to achieve the way of saints. The system immediately opened its mouth to explain. A double fix, and a ing 100 times. After hearing the system's words, the corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched, seriously doubting if he had heard it wrong. As soon as the words left his mouth, his gaze landed on the Ice Cloud Palace Master's towering snowy fat that was so erect that it was about to burst the snowy garment in front of her chest, and then all the way up, through the snow-white collarbone, snow neck, chin, ice lips, agar nose, ice eyes, ice eyebrows, and above that perfect to no flaws of the pouring ice face. Then from the ice face all the way down, through the towering snow breasts, delicate willow waist, slender long legs, root toes is like jade carving. Let a person look at a glance cannot help but to float. Pop 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 dash. Only a few sounds of snapping were heard, only to see Su Chen raise his hand and slap 3 times on the ass of the old hen he caught from nowhere. Su Chen, ah Su Chen. They are all senior sisters who spoil you, love you, take care of you, pamper you, protect you, and love you the most. How can you have such thoughts? Simply treasonous. Su Chen hastily strangled this immature thought of his in his stomach. He was well aware of the temperament of his senior sisters, and there was no problem in sticking it to them for a few moments while they were in closed-door cultivation, without any perception of the outside world. This really if he used dual cultivation to help them cultivate. I'm afraid that the first moment after they woke up, they would be picking his skin. Among these 8 senior sisters, it was only the second fairy of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, Jun Xin Run, and the 7th fairy of the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud, Chu Xin, who were mild and more approachable. Su Chen was fine even if he ate some tofu in front of them. A few of the other senior sisters weren't so nice, moving around, chasing him down and chasing him out, pinning him to the floor and rubbing him hard. Back then, Su Chen, who had just worshipped the immortal door, still harbored the dream of the traveler, and had a great pair of fairy top, proud of the world. First Su Chen and then the sky of the cloudy ambition of the gas. He was bound to carve out a path of kingship in this immortal cultivation world that belonged to him. A traveler? It's not just a bound system. Invincible physique, invincible identity, invincible background, and invincible talent, all the way to hang the various heavenly destiny protagonists. Horizontal push the invincible in the ancient times. Cradle your sisters again and ride your master on the loose between heaven and earth. So he had seen his elder sisters as a harem early on. So he hadn't flirted with them at the time, saying that they were so grumpy, so don't worry that they wouldn't be able to get married in the future. However, he would also say, sisters don't really need to worry. If you can't find a Taoist couple in the future, why don't you all count yourselves as married to me and let senior brother be your Taoist couple? Senior brother, I'm not a slag. I just want to give every senior sister a home. Sure, this statement, he is every time the sisters to join forces to rub another meal. After a long time, Su Chen didn't dare to say anymore. Later, with the fall of the master, without the master as a backer, he also hides in the mountains all day fishing, farming. This meticulous is 1,000 years. Intends to win meticulous to invincible and then out of the mountain to pretend to hit the face. System, open the character template for me. Walking out of the stone pavilion, Su Chen laid down a saint-level protector formation containing the power of the laws to encircle the entire stone pavilion, then said to the system, obey, my host Sama. The system nodded its little head before opening its mouth to reply. As her voice fell, a character attribute template instantly surfaced in front of Su Chen's eyes. Host, Su Chen. Identity, Ice Cloud Ancestor. Face value, 99 points. Power belonging to, Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, one of the 9 holy places of the southern border. Cultivation, 4th heaven of the Sage Realm. Physique, mortal body. Evil divine body. Gnosis, mediocre. Techniques, Great Emperor Eternal Life Sutra, Emperor's Grade. Current level Bible. Howie Sword Technique, Holy Grade. Current level Back to Basics. Xian Tiangong, Rubbish. Spiritual weapons, the 4 swords of the Immortal Executioner, Holy Item. A powerful killing weapon in the world. And the Mandarin Duck's Heavenly Immortal Sword, Holy Item. The 2 swords together can kill a great emperor. Treasure, 365 drops of Sage's Essence Blood, 15 drops have been refined so far. 21 drops have been gifted to the 7 immortals of Bingyun. Formation, Immortal Execution Sword Formation, unbreakable by the 4 saints. Favorite disciple, Jian Wuxin, Reincarnation of the Sword Emperor. Current favorability 121. Lin Tian'er, Ancient Heavy Pupil. Current favorability 105. Achievements, a glance of infatuation for 10,000 years. A smile of fascination for all beings. The way of the sword, back to basics. Blade road, back to basics. Marksmanship, back to basics. Stick technique, back to basics. Lido, back to basics. Calligraphy, back to basics. Medicine, back to basics. Zither, back to the basics. Painting technique, back to basics. Character introduction, a poor little beggar at the foot of the Snow Maiden Mountain. The good thing is that from a young age was adopted by the Master Musianin, but fate seems to have played a joke on you. At the age of 15 years old the devil invaded. The southern border of the Taoist area broke out in a battle to destroy the heavens. The master of the 9-saint realm of the old devil, as well as tens of half-saint level of demonic cultivators surrounded by a wave of takeaway in your fragile mind left a huge shadow. Witnessed the horror of the world of immortal cultivation. After that, you were motivated to enter the Tao with Go and become the revered great emperor of Go. System comment, go for it, Lord Host. You have to meticulously and quietly develop and then amaze everyone. After looking at his character template, as well as the system's evaluation quotes, Chen was satisfied. But this master being taken away by a wave from the devil's sect, leaving a huge shadow on my fragile mind, is what the? When has a sage-level powerhouse like this seat ever been afraid? You know, he hasn't spent the last 1,000 years standing in a chicken coop with a cleaver in one hand and a fence closed with the other. One man and a knife, blocking old hens to kill. Although it is not like the master, not like sword wuxin that is fierce and invincible, but it is definitely enough to blow for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Even a chicken learned to play basketball, so killing a chicken can blow 2.5 years. Chen is quite satisfied. After closing the character template, Chen walked straight towards the purple bamboo forest. Although the sisters cannot be touched, but as a master, he still has Lin Tian'er. This filial disciple needs to be tempered. Today's portion of the tempering, it will start from Tian'er. Ahem. In the meantime, at this moment, in the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, at the Supreme Secret Collection, just in a cemetery, a husky was lying on his back digging into a dirt grave, and not far away, there stood a cold silhouette. Chapter 77 Old Sixth's Paradise. Master, look, I've grubbed out another dog bone. It's actually tainted with the aura of the Hegemony Emperor realm. This seems to be a Hegemony Emperor hand bone. At this time, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor standing on top of the earthen grave shaved a bone out of the grave and held it in his mouth. The saliva couldn't stop flowing down the corners of his mouth. Even he didn't know why. Ever since he possessed this heaven-devouring wolf demon's corpse, he wanted to gnaw a few bites of a dog bone whenever he looked at it, especially after he took full control of this body. Gnawing on bones became his daily behavior, and after entering the core area of the Taiwu secret realm in the past 6 months, he basically looked for ancient cultivators' graves every day, then plowed the graves, dug up the bones, gnawed on the bones, and his favorite thing is still to bring the bones of these ancient cultivators to make soup. Although the flavor wasn't as good as the old hen soup Chen had made, it barely solved the problem of him eating. Also, he realized he seemed to be getting more and more into digging graves. I really don't know. What kind of quirk is this? Is he really going to turn into a dog? Don't. I am refusing. I am an immortal level Saint Powerhouse, the heavenly ice old ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. I have been invincible for 200,000 years in the entire southern border Dao region, and I even had an affair with the heaven-devouring Wolf King's royal consort, which made the heaven-devouring Wolf King green, so I don't want to turn into a dog. Woo woo, but this dog bone really smells so good, so good. It doesn't seem like it would be impossible to eat such a delicious dog bone every day, even if you did become a dog. Boing boing, not far away, on top of an earthen grave, Jian Wuxin stood quietly, speechless in the face of this bit of outburst from the Sky Ice Old Ancestor. These 3 months down the line, she didn't scramble to enter the Supreme Secret Deposit to compete for resources as other cultivators did, while Old Ancestor Sky Ice had been wandering around the Supreme Secret Deposit, seeing a heavenly pride coming out of the secret deposit and tailing it all the way, then being an old six, sneaking in from behind, and directly killing people to get over the top of them. During this period of time, she had almost killed almost 3,000 people before and after. Almost 30 to 40 people every day, and the resources snatched from these cultivators were naturally incomparably generous. Jian Wuxian cannot care so much, regardless of your 3722, not used to see directly go up to start robbing, is the first to take the sword to directly force, either to leave the resources, or to leave the life and resources, to give you the opportunity to choose one of the two. There are only 2 options, keep the resources, let your people go, and keep your dog's life. You need no resources, you need a life. Running into this kind of barbarians who want money but not life, Jian Wuxin of course chose to send them an invincible sword technique mini combo. killing first and then crossing the border. Moreover, she didn't rob everyone, and specialized in picking the heavenly prides of those 8 holy places to rob, causing the heavenly prides of those 8 holy places to be miserable. How did we get such a tie thing? No longer competing head-to-head for resources, but instead ambushing the back as the old 6 and doing the robbing. What made the pride of the 8 Holy Land Dao lineages even more furious was that no matter how much they searched, sending out multiple powerful cultivators to carpet search, turning the entire 1,000,000 kilometers around the supreme secret hideaway upside down, they did not see the figure of this top-level old 6. From the mouths of the living, they only learned that this super old 6 was followed by a dog. Following a dog? The moment this news came out, the entire Taiwu secret realm exploded with speculations about the identity of this top old 6 and this dog. Who exactly were they? And to which power did they belong? Is it a term of loose cultivator? Or is it the heir of a certain immortal-level ancient powerhouse? One person and one dog dare to provoke the Holy Land Dao lineage. In a flash, Jian Wuxin's figure moved, and she surfaced in front of the Sky Ice Ancestor. And what was emanating from her body was actually an aura of the 10th heaven of the celestial realm. Yes, she broke through again. 3 months had passed, and her cultivation had already arrived at the 10th level of the celestial realm. Jian Wuxin had gone from just entering the celestial realm when he had come down from the mountain a year ago to the present day's celestial realm's 10th sky, and only a year had passed in between. She had actually cultivated sufficiently to such a realm in just 1 year's time. This kind of cultivation talent, this kind of demonic talent, should be the pride of the heavens for all ages. It's really worthy of being the reincarnation of the Empress. Master, from what I heard from the disciple of that supreme divine palace that was robbed 3 days ago, it seems that the greatest inheritance within the supreme secret treasure is going to be a reality. It's a supreme skeleton, and that supreme powerhouse's entire inheritance is perfectly inherited on top of that skeleton. Are we going to go and join in on the fun? At this time, the heavenly ice-old ancestor had just swallowed a red-hot ancient powerhouse's vertebrae and couldn't wait to say, "No need. The resources we've robbed outside during this period of time are already enough." It can be said that most of the resources within the supreme secret treasure have been snatched away by us. As for that supreme skeleton, let the people from those 8 holy lands fight it out. We'll just watch the show. Jian Wuxin finished shaking his head. Supreme skeleton? The supreme legacy? It could be said without a doubt that her own Empress Dowager Daowen 10 inheritance was enough to crush all the inherited Dao methods in the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm. How could that supreme inheritance in the supreme secret collection, that supreme skeleton, enter her eyes? It was just a fight between a bunch of mole crickets, and they only needed to collect the resources. Come on, let's go to the next secret stash. As soon as the words fell, the figures of Jian Wuxin and the Sky Ice-old ancestor materialized in place, heading towards the next secret hideout. Yes, you heard right. It's the next secret stash. The entire great desolate mysterious realm was so large. How could there be only one chance for the supreme secret collection? In the 3 months since the supreme mysteries had appeared, there had been another succession of large and small, hundreds of secret inheritances in the Taiwang mysterious realm. For example, celestial secret collections, king's secret collections, hegemonic emperor secret collections, and emperor secret collections had all surfaced, and even 2 more secret collections of supreme-level powerhouses had appeared. From this moment onwards, the fight in the entire Taiwang mysterious realm had just begun. This was the stage that belonged to the top prides of the various holy lands. For love and peace. Ahem. Not. For the sake of dignity and honor. Let's fight to our heart's content. And in the midst of this chaotic great battle, there were not a few old 6s like Jian Wuxin and Sky Ice Ancestor. They all have lurked in a corner of the Tianwu secret realm, waiting for an opportunity to strike, but have heard of the old 6 in the darkness of the night. Of course, this kind of murderous behavior, no matter in that place, is felt to be disgraceful. Simply treacherous people. The front cannot be defeated, just know that the back to do shady hooks. Disgusting heart. But for the old 6, they don't care about this. Some treacherous people even form teams, 3 or 5, 3 or 50, or even 3 or 500 to sneak up on the cultivators who have escaped from the various secret caches. Often these loose cultivators who were being hunted by major powers were the fattest. I'm not afraid of the old 6 having one. I'm afraid of the old 6 having a litter. This is simply old 6's paradise in the midst of this too wasteful secret realm. Third shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 78. Old Man Sky Ice's past. 3 days later, outside of another supreme secret treasure, the duo of Jian Wuxin and the heavenly ice-old ancestor had quietly descended. According to the news rumors, this supreme secret treasure that was the place of the fall of a supreme named Heavenly Sword. It contained countless opportunities and legacies. It is said that this Heavenly Sword Supreme, in front of his body with one of the 30,000 Dao bodies of the Wind Spirit Sword Body, is a Dao body ranked in the top 10 of the existence of emperors and supreme beings. Fruity. This Wind Sword Supreme ultimately achieved the Supreme Realm after going through many trials and tribulations. But with the fall of that mysterious sect in the Taiwan mysterious realm, this Wind Sword Supreme ultimately fell as well, leaving behind only one legacy in this fallen land. It was hoped that there would be a Sword Dao genius in the future generations who would be able to pass on his Dao. The inheritance of a supreme being had a great enough attraction for countless heavenly prides, even including the heavenly prides and demons of the 9 great sacred grounds, the 13 worldly families, as well as the 6 great demon clans, which were all immortal level Dao lineages. A supreme inheritance also meant that there was a future prospect of achieving the supreme realm. Isn't this properly the qualifications of the supreme being? And this half a year of the world's secret collection of large and small, plus there are hundreds of various such as Celestial Secret Collection, King's Secret Collection, Hegemonic Emperor's Secret Collection, Emperor's Secret Collection are quite a lot. Only the supreme level secret collection inheritance is only 3. The duo of Jian Wuxin and Sky Ice Elder Ancestor had just walked out of the last supreme level secret stash, and most of the resources inside had been looted by them through killing and looting. And this Heavenly Sword Supreme Secret Stash was naturally a perfect choice of target for sword cultivators like them. Isn't that just God's way of putting food on the table? There's no reason not to eat it. So, just one word. Rob. No, it's 2 words. Robbery. No, it's 3 words. I robbed. No, it's 4 words. We robbed. No, it's 5 words. We're going to rob. Be a good boy and put down your resources. This mountain was opened by me. This road was planted by me. If you want to pass from here, leave your resources behind. No resources? Then I'm sorry. You're not alive either. Adhering to this spirit of great love and selfless robbery, Jian Wuxin and old ancestor Sky Ice had been living quite nourishingly for a while. All kinds of cultivation resources have never been broken, so they planned to rob this Heavenly Sword Supreme secret treasure as they had done. Using the same method, they wanted to let these heavenly prides of the 8 holy lands and the 13 worlds, which were the immortal level inheritances that dominated the supreme secret realm, know what it meant to be socially sinister, what it meant to be miserably beaten by society, what it meant to be a true top-tier old 6. The supreme secret stash can be given to the hegemony. Even the entire Tai Wasteland's secret realm will be given to you. But sorry, the resources must be ours. However, when they arrived at the outskirts of the Heavenly Sword Supreme secret stash, they were completely dumbfounded, only to see that the crowd outside the secret stash was densely packed. There were wolf demons that looked like dogs, and countless heavenly pride demons of the human race. They were divided into 2 groups, each occupying 2 hills, looking at each other with a murderous aura in their eyes, and their numbers were so great that they feared hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of them. And the most also counts the scattered cultivators of all parties who watch the show. They are the main force of the crowd. Almost the entire Supreme Secret Deposit periphery are surrounded, almost reached hundreds of thousands of huge. It's literally 40 or 50 times the total of the 2 groups that fought combined. Nima. These days, there are more parties watching the fights than there are fighting parties. It's the Sky-Devouring Wolf Demon Clan, looking at the Heaven-Devouring Wolf Demon, which looked exactly like himself. The Sky Ice Old Ancestor exclaimed in shock. With just this glance, Old Ancestor Sky Ice recognized the identities of these 2 groups of people. This was clearly the Heaven-Devouring Wolf Demon Clan that was entrenched in the Shun Huang Divine Mountain, which was one of the 6 major demon clans in the southern borderland. The ancient Imperial Clan. The so-called Taiku Divine Mountain was the place where those Taiku demon races were entrenched. These Taiku demon races were powerful and profound, especially the Sky-Devouring Wolf Demon of the Shun Huang Divine Mountain, the 9 Thunder mythical Guy-Beast of the Golden Ancient Cave, and the 3 races of the Great Wind Blood Python of the 9 Rocks Cave. These demon clans that sat on the Swidden Mountain all had immortal half-saint level demonic beasts sitting on them, and in fact, their depths were definitely not below the 13 great immortal lineages. In particular, the Heaven-Devouring Wolf Demon Clan located in the Shun Huang Divine Mountain. The Heaven-Devouring Wolf King of its clan was a great ancient demon that had stepped into the immortal level of saints 300,000 years ago. It was an invincible powerhouse that belonged to the era of the Heavenly Ice Ancestor back then, and compared to the human race, the demonic beast race has a much longer lifespan, as well as a much stronger body. So the Sky Ice Old Ancestor has fallen for 200,000 years. And this Heaven-Devouring Wolf Demon race's Sage Demon King has even survived to this day. However, Old Ancestor Sky Ice didn't want to run into this Heaven-Devouring Wolf King at all. When he first stepped into the Saint Realm back then, his self-confidence was bursting, so he could be said to be looking at everyone. So he began to pay visits to all the great holy places, immortal families, the Swire God Mountain and other immortal level Daos, and challenged the immortal powerhouses of all the Daos. And at that time, the invincible him, looking at whoever was not agreeable to him, wanted to go up and smack him twice. It wasn't until when he killed the Shun Huang Divine Mountain that he, who was being suave at the time, actually took a glance at one of the heaven-devouring Wolf King's favored concubines. At that time, the invincible south border, he was so spirited that he didn't know how many wives and mature women were killers. Thus, on a stormy night, old ancestor Sky Ice took up with that consort of the sky-devouring Wolf King. Afterward, he even beautifully patted that princess's ass and said, "You're so moist nah." In the centuries that followed, he pretended to be a eunuch and hid in that consort's chambers every day, serving her. But it didn't last long, and soon the affair was exposed. Angry still doing a multiplayer sport with 10,000 favored concubines, the sky-devouring Wolf King, on the spot with a chopper, chased the Sky Ice old ancestor to cut 10,000 years. The heavenly ice old ancestor still hid in the northern desolate Dao region next door for 10,000 years before he dared to come out and show his head. Afterwards, he no longer dared to provoke this heaven-devouring Wolf King who was like a mad dog. Unexpectedly, after he had possessed this heaven-devouring wolf demon's body, he had actually encountered the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan again in this Thai wasteland mysterious realm. What kind of sins did I create in my previous life? How is it that I'm so destined to be with this heaven-devouring dog Z-clan in this life? I can really run into them everywhere I go. Bah! What fate! It's clearly a sinful relationship. Sky Ice Ancestor was powerless to spit. What the kind of luck is this? Whenever he saw the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan now, he would recall the scene of being chased by the heaven-devouring Wolf King with a sword back then. But, then again, looking back now, the days of cuckolding the heaven-devouring Wolf King at that time were really evocative. Apart from this heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, the ones occupying the other hilltop should be the people of the G clan, one of the 13 immortal families. It seemed that these two families, who had gathered so many powerful people here, were going to compete for this heavenly sword supreme secret treasure. First shift, 5-star boing boing. Chapter 79, The Gosen Family, Immortal G Family. It was the existence of the beast of the ranking among the 13 immortal families in the southern borderlands, with its profound heritage and strength far exceeding that of the other immortal families. In the 1,000 years that the other 8 holy places had joined forces to suppress the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the Immortal Lin family and the Immortal Li family, who were in the top 3, had a great chance of replacing the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's 9 holy places. In the meantime, these 3 great immortal lineages were also called by the major powers of the southern border Dao region, the Imperial 3 families. In other words, they were the strongest force under the 9 Holy Lands as well as those 3 demonic forces that were not weaker than the Holy Lands. What's more, these 3 great immortal families had been wearing the same pants for hundreds of thousands of years, and the young people of each generation would intermarry with each other, adding to the binding between the families. So, these 3 great lineages joining forces would definitely not be weaker than any Holy Land power. Even the Supreme Divine Palace, the number 1 force in the southern border that was currently gaining momentum, wouldn't easily mess with them. Now, I didn't expect to encounter the Immortal G Clan, one of the 3 great immortal families, in this supreme secret treasure. And at this moment, the one who was competing with the Immortal G Clan for resources was the heaven-devouring Wolf Demon Clan that was entrenched in the Shun Huang Divine Mountain, belonging to the same immortal level Dao lineage. It seemed like there was a good show to watch. Master, the one occupying the other mountain is someone from the 3rd-ranked Immortal G family, one of the 13 immortal families in the southern borderlands. At this time, the Sky Ice old ancestor hurriedly spoke. Immortal G family? Underneath the cloak, Jian Wuxian frowned as she sized up the 2 forces. As the young palace master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, one of the 9 great sacred grounds of the southern borderlands, she naturally knew something about the major immortal level Dao lineages of the southern borderlands. However, it was also limited to those 9 holy places, as well as among the 6 demon races. As for the 13 immortal level lineages of the same immortal level Dao lineage, she could say that she had rarely heard of them. After all, in addition to being the young palace master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, Jian Wuxin was also the door-opening great disciple of the Ice Cloud ancestor Su Chen. Adhering to Su Chen that mortals cultivate the body and mind cultivation concept, she has been following Su Chen go all these years in the Misty Peak planting, feeding chickens, fishing, inserting seedlings, and researching the planting and grafting of all kinds of crops. He has always lived the life of a mortal, working at sunrise and sunset, drilling wells for drinking and plowing fields for eating. The days were plain, but every day was full and happy, a joy she had never had in her millions of years of living in her previous life. And during those 3 years at Misty Peak, her understanding of the outside world was only limited to the 9 Holy Lands and those 6 great Taiku demon races. As for the 13 immortal world families, which were also one of the immortal level Dao lineages, she could say that she had never even heard of them. Of course, with Jian Wuxin's identity as well as her cultivation strength, no matter if it was the 13 great families or the 6 great demon clans, or the 9 great Holy Land Taoist lineages that had ruled over the southern border for hundreds of thousands of years. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter her ears. You know, she is the reincarnated body of the Empress. What is the reincarnation of the Empress? That was an ancient great emperor who did not know how many epical extinction catastrophes he had to go through without being extinguished, and did not know how many millions of years he had lived without being immortal. Although she hadn't succeeded in proving the Tao, with her cultivation in her previous life, wanting to overthrow this so-called 9 great sacred grounds Tao system, the 13 immortal families, as well as those 6 great Taiku demon races would only be a matter of a slap. Not to mention, this was an immortal level power. Even the entire southern border Tao region, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to carry a sword from her previous life. The immortal Ji family is one of the 13 major immortal families in the southern border Tao region. They have a long heritage, deep and powerful, and each of them possesses at least one immortal semi-saint realm powerhouse, especially the top 3 immortal Ji families, the immortal Lin families and the immortal Li families. These 3 families are strong enough to fight against any Holy Land Taoist system, and even the Supreme Divine Palace won't mess with them easily. Even the Supreme Divine Palace wouldn't easily mess with them. Thus these 3 immortal families are also known as the Imperial 3 families, and the one who is competing with the heaven-devouring wolf demon for this supreme secret treasure is the immortal Ji family, one of the 3 imperial families, while the immortal Ji family is also ranked 3rd amongst the 13 immortal families, only behind the immortal Lin family and the immortal Li family, one of the 3 imperial families in the same position. At this time, the heavenly ice-old ancestor once again explained to Jian Wuxin, Imperial 3 families. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin's eyes narrowed slightly, ignoring the heavenly ice-old ancestor and instead carefully observing the battlefield, preparing to watch a good show. The heavenly pride of 2 immortal level Tao lineages battling it out. This was definitely a great show that couldn't be missed. In the meantime, on the other side, the pride of those 2 major forces at the supreme secret deposit moved, only to see a figure rise up in the air amongst the crowd of the sky-devouring wolf demon clan. That was a heaven-devouring wolf demon, one's heavenly pride, whose appearance looked similar to the heavenly ice-old ancestor at this moment. As this figure emerged, the southern border celestials present on the sidelines all recognized the identity of this person and began to boil over. Look guys, that seems to be the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan's heavenly pride demon, Simmering Night. It's actually him. I didn't realize it was staying up all night. You should know that this Simmering Night is the lord of the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, the heir of the heaven-devouring wolf king. And it's said that he's a half-blooded being. What? A half-blooded spirit? You have to know that the talent of the demon race is judged through the bloodline, and the talent of a half-blooded living spirit is definitely not below those demonic prides of my human race who carry divine body visions. It's simply terrifying. The so-called pure blood beings, that represented the bloodline of the demonic beast clan. The human race has a difference in physique, and demonic beasts and other living beings also have a difference in bloodline. And the bloodline of the demonic beast clan can be divided into demonic beasts, ancient relics, ancient ferocious beasts, half-blooded beings, pure-blooded beings. However, any demon clan's heavenly pride person who was able to dip into a half-blooded living being was already completely no weaker than those immortal Tao lineage heirs of the human clan who possessed divine body visions. As for this generation of heaven-devouring wolf demons, due to the heaven-devouring wolf king breaking the shackles of the mortal Tao and stepping into the immortal sage realm, he had thus stimulated the pure-blooded living spirit bloodline of the ancestor of that ancient heaven-devouring wolf demon clan within his body, resulting in a substantial increase in the heaven-devouring wolf king's bloodline, which had also evolved into the pure-blooded living spirit realm. And as descendants of the sky-devouring wolf king, they all had the chance to be born with these ancient bloodlines. Fruity. Among the sky-devouring wolf king's descendants of this generation, there were sufficiently 3 sky-devouring wolf demon descendants who were half-blooded beings, so naturally, it could be seen that their bloodline was powerful. Not to mention, rumor had it that the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan had descended a super demon with a pure-blooded birth spirit 90 years ago. The heaven-devouring wolf demon clan is relying on the terrifying bloodline of this pure-blooded being to rise in this generation, standing out amongst the major demon clans and gradually becoming a powerful demon clan that crushes a number of immortal lineages and can be compared to the 9 great sacred grounds, with the heaven-devouring wolf demon in attendance. The Shenhuang Divine Mountain had also become one of the forbidden areas in the southern border where the human race should never set foot. First shift. 5 stars. Boing boing. Chapter 80, Ji Clan's Divine Son. Ji Changju. As the heaven-devouring wolf demon's figure rose up, he was only seen coldly sweeping his eyes over the opposite side of the immortal Ji clan. Simmering Night said with a disdainful expression, "Humph. A mere immortal family dares to compete with my Swire God Mountain for the supreme inheritance." Although they were both immortal level forces, the Shenhuang Divine Mountain was a top-tier Tao that was no weaker than the 9 great sacred grounds, and possessed a top-tier Tao like the heaven-devouring Wolf King, a demon saint powerhouse that had stepped into the sage realm to sit at the helm. Naturally, he could not look at the 13 great immortal world families that only had half-saints sitting around. In the eyes of those top-tier Tao lineages that had saintly powerhouses sitting at their side, whether it was an ordinary immortal lineage or this so-called imperial three families, they were all nothing more than a bunch of ants. After all, in the middle of the southern border, below the saints, all are mole crickets. Only by truly having a saintly powerhouse in attendance could one cross over into the ranks of a holy land. To these sacred ground-level Tao lineages' heavenly prides, the immortal family's heavenly prides were just a little bit stronger than those mole crickets, able to carry a few more punches. Hearing this, the crowd of immortal G-clan celestial prides' faces fell green, as hard as if they had eaten. Although it was true that the immortal lineages behind them were inferior to these Taiku divine mountains, how could they say that they were also heirs to the same immortal level Tao lineages? Since they were born, they were like stars in the sky, hailed as the future of the family. How had they ever endured such indignities? Immediately, there were quite a few immortal G-clan's prideful people who were unconvinced, and one by one, they rose up in the air and angrily spoke to the arrogant and incomparable Simmering Knight. I'll be damned. What arrogance you have. It's just a dog demon. Do you really think you're a husky by painting a circle of white hair on your neck and coloring your eyes blue? That's right, a dog demon is just a dog. No matter how much you mutate, you're still a dog. You bunch of want to monopolize the supreme secret collection. Our immortal G family will be the first to say no. Yes, first no, and never promise. The geniuses of the G-clan were all filled with righteous indignation. All of them had grown up as if they were being held in the palm of their hands by the elders of the family. When had they ever been subjected to this kind of insult? When was he ever treated with such contempt? We are all the pride of the southern border, and we all come from immortal level Taoist lineages. No one owes anyone, so why should we be insulted by you? Why should we listen to you? Why do you demons want to monopolize the supreme secret treasure? If you want to monopolize the supreme secret collection, I, the immortal G family, will be the first to refuse. Yeah, first no. Saying that, one by one, their breath rose, and a powerful aura erupted from them. These heavenly prides from the immortal G-clan. Surprisingly, a large portion of them had already attained the realm of spirit drawing and earth sect. Even the aura of the celestial realm had quite a number of them. And there was even a heavenly pride demon that had actually stepped into the realm of the king. This kind of realm, even if it was placed in the 9 holy lands, it was still the most top-tier demonic talent. Was this the depth of the immortal G family? The third-ranked immortal family of the 10 immortal families, which was also an immortal level Tao lineage. Seeing this scene, those southern border celestials who were watching the show sucked in a breath of cool air on the spot. Simply fearful as hell. Very well, dare to reject me. Death is your only destination. Seeing that a group of immortal G family's celestial pride, who were as weak as ants, dared to disobey him, Simmering Knight raised his huge dog paw and directly enveloped the group of immortal G family's celestial pride above their heads. In the meantime, an incomparably powerful aura permeated from him. This was actually an aura of the realm of the hegemonic emperor. Yes, as a half-blooded living spirit bloodline, Simmering Knight had already stepped into the realm of hegemonic emperor 100 years ago. Enough to have the qualifications to compete with top-tier Holy Land divine sons such as Zhang Guanyu in terms of glory. Moreover, 100 years had passed, and he had now reached the third sky of the hegemonic emperor realm. With his command, his gigantic dark dog paw then suddenly pressed down instantly towards that mountain of the immortal G-clan. Boom! 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 Boom 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 boom. Under this terrifying overlord's pressure, no dozens of heavenly prides who were only at the citation realm and earth sect realm were directly crushed into a bloody mist by him. The attack methods of the demon race and the human race were different, and they basically chose the simplest and most effective attack methods. Of course, this method of using the demonic beast's body as a means of attack was often the most violent as well. A year ago, when Jian Wuxin was returning to the Ma clan of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom of the Sword Prefecture to take revenge, the heavenly ice-old ancestor, who was her sword slave, had used the same attack and had directly smashed the entire Eastern Spirit Ma clan with a slap. This kind of fighting style, not only simple and rough, but also 10,000 effective, casually slapped down, are a cloud of blood mist. At that time, the heavenly ice-old ancestor was only able to bring forth the strength of the king realm, while this Simmering Knight in front of him, who possessed a half-blooded living spirit bloodline, was a solid hegemonic emperor powerhouse. Whether he was in terms of strength, talent, or cultivation, he was definitely not below the Zhang Guanyu of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, who possessed a divine body vision and was known as the #1 heavenly pride of the Ice Cloud over the past 500 years. He who possessed a demonic beast bloodline was even better than ever. It could be imagined that this kind of terrifying as hell hegemonic emperor level demonic pride just how terrifying his full-force strike would be. Humph. Rampant. Get your ass down here for this godson. As a voice rang out from the back of the crowd of the immortal G-clan, only to see a smattering of figures rushing in at an extremely fast speed, only leaving a bunch of residual shadows behind them, so fast that the naked eye could not catch them. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from him, directly pouncing on Sunmmary Knight's terrifyingly large hand. Boom boom boom. Explosive bombardment sounds exploded in the air, and Sunmmary Knight's fearful dog claw that released the Overlord Emperor's pressure was actually forced back hundreds of feet by him. Finally, after half a dozen moments, it stopped. Who? Where's the mole? How dare you sneak up on this king? Through the smoke, Sunmmary Knight's eyes were dead set on the direction that was attacking towards him, and he said with a face of anger. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of the mysterious person was finally revealed. Seeing the true appearance of this person, Sunmmary Knight had an incredulous face. Ji Changju. As soon as Ji Changju's 3 words came out, the countless southern border celestials who were onlookers on the spot all sucked in a breath of cool air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't expect that the person who came was the divine son of the G-clan, Ji Changju. As expected, the immortal G-clan and the Shen Huang divine mountain, the 2 immortal level Dao lineages competing for the supreme mystery trove, have attracted all of their leading divine sons in pride. It is said, that this Ji Changju is the first person of the younger generation of the immortal G-clan, and that he, who also carries a divine body vision, has broken the chi and blood, the sea of wheeling, the spirit-inducing, the earthly sect, the celestials, and the kings, the 6 times of the extreme realm. Moreover, his divine body, it's a chicken great divine body that ranks in the top 10,000 divine bodies. This kind of demon is simply terrifying as hell. His natural talent is definitely not below Jiang Guanyu of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 81, The 10 Murderers of the Ancient World. As the smoke cleared, the man's appearance appeared completely in front of the crowd. It was a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s, with sword brows and starry eyes, a jade-like appearance, a straight figure, and a white robe that showed the aura of a divine son, especially with his ever-so-crooked mouth. It makes you want to go up and beat him up just by looking at him. Crooked mouth? The Dragon King's smile. This person was no other than one of the 13 great immortal families, the heir of the current generation of the immortal Ji family, the divine son of the Ji family, Ji Changju. At birth, he will have 50 meters long koan, but also attracted a multi-million long dragon circling in the sky dome. This change directly shocked the entire immortal Ji family. Through the family and the old ancestor after confirmation, he has his 10,000 god body ranking the top 10 of the chicken big god body, with the capital of the great emperor, possessing a divine body vision. He was immediately established as a divine son by the G-clan's ancestor, and at the same time, he was the absolute heir to the immortal G-clan's next family head. Possessing such demonic talent, Ji Changju had continuously broken the limits of the 6 realms of Qi blood, chakra C, induced spirit, earth sect, celestial, and king, and had received 6 heavenly Dao blessings. Having passed 6 blessing baptisms, his natural talent was definitely not below the divine son of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Jiang Guanyu, seeing the shocked faces of the people on the spot, Ji Changju's face was enjoying himself. He grew up loving to see others his king's bastard Qi shocked. Don't ask why, because it feels so good to be pretending. Humph. Demonic mole crickets are worthy of competing with my immortal G-clan for the supreme secret treasure. Ji Changju snorted coldly as he smiled crookedly, sweeping over the Sunmmary Knight not far away with a disdainful face. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura emanated from him, directly pouncing on everyone present. Hegemonic Emperor Powerhouse. I didn't expect that this immortal G-clan's divine son, Ji Changju, would have already stepped into the hegemonic emperor realm as well. And it's still the hegemony emperor realm triple sky that's not weaker than Sunmmary Knight at all. It's too terrifying, isn't it? Another heavenly pride that possesses the body divine body vision. It seems that we're out of luck with this supreme secret treasure. Alas. What? You still want to rob the supreme secret collection? Are you brain dead or crazy? That's the Shen Huang divine mountain, which is not weaker than the 9 holy lands, and the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan. Now that another immortal G-clan, one of the 3 imperial families, has come out, we small sects would be lucky to pick up some in the supreme secret collection. Asterisk off. You're the one who wants to eat. I only like to eat mother-daughter gaijin. In the meantime, on the other side of the crowd of onlookers, the heavenly ice-old ancestor surveyed the forces on both sides and said, Master, with 2 great hegemonic emperor-level heavenly prides descending, and the demon race and the human race always being on opposite sides, It seems that this supreme secret deposit is going to stir up a bloody storm today. Is the hegemonic emperor realm third sky? Hearing this, Jian Wuxin also sized up this so-called southern border pride. She had seen the ice cloud divine son Jiang Guanyu when the ice cloud immortal palace's large troop departed, and as a divine body visionary, there was no doubt that he was the idol of all the people of the ice cloud immortal palace's current generation. At the same time, he was also the absolute backbone of the disciples of the ice cloud immortal palace in these centuries. And when Jian Wuxin first met Jiang Guanyu a year ago, the aura emanating from his body was that of a cultivation level of the fifth sky of the hegemonic emperor realm, regardless of whether it was Simmering Night, who came from the Shun Emperor Divine Mountain and carried the bloodline of a half-blooded living being, or Ji Changju, who came from the immortal Ji family, one of the 13 great immortal families, and possessed the vision of a godly body. Both of them were in the third sky of the hegemonic emperor realm. Jiang Guanyu was a cut above both of them. From this, it could seem that these top-tier heavenly prides of the southern borderlands who possess divine body visions should all have their cultivation levels between the first level of the hegemonic emperor realm and the third level of the hegemonic emperor realm, and Jiang Guanyu, being one of the top 10 demons of the southern borderlands, was second only to the 8 great sacred sons of the 8 holy lands, as well as that pure-blooded being in the demon race who had stepped into the hegemonic emperor realm. From here, it could be deduced that he was the first person under the southern border saint body. With this kind of demonic talent, it was no wonder that he would be touted by dog authors for 500 years, becoming the object of everyone's comparison. Jiang Guanyu, I'm not even dead yet, so everyone is not weaker than me. If I die, everyone will ride me in on my head. No way. In this session of the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, this divine son will be the sole ruler of the ages. You can come and try. Even if I carry the heavenly abyss on my back and need to hold my mother-in-law in one hand, I, Jiang Guanyu, will still be invincible in the world. This son of God is invincible in this world. Who can suppress me? Who in the world can kill me? The top of the immortal, proud of the world. I have a death day. Made. Author. Save me. In response, Jiang Guanyu just helplessly stated that he was devastated. The bull is blown by the dog author. The pussy is loaded by the 8 holy places, the 13 immortal families, and those holy sons and godchildren of the 6 ancient demon races. How come it is my turn to take the blame here? His grandmother. It looks like he'll have to change his name to Yu Guanzhong from now on. The other side. Hearing Ji Changju being so arrogant and the corners of his mouth always unconsciously rising to reveal a touch of the Dragon King's smile, Simmering Night was left with a gloomy face. As soon as he saw that upturned corner of his mouth, he wanted to slap Ji Changju. Let's see if he dares to pretend. One must know that he, Simmering Night, was the son of the Wolf King of the heaven-devouring Wolf Demon Clan, one of the 6 major demon clans, and a super heavenly pride demon with a half-blooded living spirit bloodline, Simmering Night. And the Shun Huang Divine Mountain behind him was a top-tier immortal Dao lineage that was enough to rival the 9 Holy Lands. Although this Ji Changju came from an immortal-level Dao lineage at the same time, the immortal Ji family that he was born into was merely a low-quality version of an immortal Dao lineage that possessed 1 or 2 immortal half-saints sitting around. In the eyes of a true immortal saint, half-saints were just slightly larger ants. Therefore, in the southern border, and even in the entire eastern wasteland realm, there was also a saying that circulated. Under immortal saints, all are ants, the saintly demonic beasts among the demon race, whether it was their strength or their physique and bloodline, or far beyond the human powerhouses of the same realm. This was also the reason why the many half-arts that had been passed down were all from the demon race. In the 9 heavens immortal domain where Jian Wuxin lived in his previous life, there was a rumor of the 10 fowls of the ancient world. The so-called ancient 10 fierce beasts are the 10 ancient fierce beasts that entered the true immortal realm in the ancient age. Xian. That was a realm far above the emperor realm. Any living being tainted with the immortal realm would live forever, with supreme Tao rhythms flowing through every drop of flesh and blood, every strand of hair. Even if they were unfortunate enough to be decimated by an external force, this body of theirs would be immortalized for billions and billions of years. There is just a remnant of a soul left, and it all lasts forever. One can even reverse time and space and step into the long river of history to be reincarnated and reborn, even if it was a certified great emperor. In front of it, it was like a mole cricket that could be exterminated with a single glance. The 10 ancient murderers are all powerful people who have entered the true immortal realm. They were, the true dragon, the 9 specters, the Kuan Pang, the true phoenix, the thunder emperor, the Mayfly clan, the Kirin, the 9-leaf sword grass, and the striking god stone. Chapter 82, The Clash of the 2 Top Heavenly Prides. As for the ancient 10 murderers who were at the true immortal realm, the precious arts, techniques, blood, flesh, and carapace bones that they had inherited were, without a doubt, supreme treasures that the entire 9 heavens immortal realm would not dare to hope for. Even those ancient emperors and great emperors could only wish for it, while ancient saints and half-emperors didn't even have the qualifications to ask for it. This can be seen. In the same realm, the demon clan pride combat power is actually far beyond the same realm of human cultivators. Whether from the physical, root bone, or bloodline point of view, the demon clan pride are more powerful than the human cultivators too much. Of course, the human race, as a powerful existence among the 10,000 races, is not without countermeasures, such as in the billions and billions of years of the 10,000 races fighting. In order to be able to fight against those powerful 10,000 races, the human race forefathers refined magic treasures, as well as spiritual weapons. Magic treasures and spirit weapons could substantially increase a cultivator's combat power. Just like the 4 immortal execution swords that Chen had signed up for in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace Sword Tomb, which were the Immortal Execution Sword, the Immortal Killing Sword, the Immortal Trapping Sword, and the Absolute Immortal Sword. And this cultivation 4 swords can be the holy level magic treasure. Is the world's powerful incomparable killing weapon? Inside it contains the way of killing is even more horrible as this. It was rumored that once the 4 immortal execution swords were combined, they could execute a supreme spell formation that dominated the killing power of the heavenly Tao. The Immortal Execution Sword Formation. There were rumors that any living being who fell into it would be crushed into a pile of powder by the terrifying as hell killing way in the sword formation, and even a strong person who stepped into the immortal saint realm would fall if they fell into the sword formation. And this horror, like this Immortal Execution Sword Formation, without the power of the 4 saints cannot be broken. Then, for example, the Yuanyang Heavenly Immortal Sword that Chen had acquired through the system sign-in later on. Although the same saint-level spirit weapon, the Mandarin Duck's Heavenly Immortal Sword was transformed by the 2 demonic beasts Mandarin Ducks of the entry saint realm, 2 in total, divided into male and female, due to the fact that the Mandarin Ducks represent the meaning of love and affection. It was said that this Yuanyang Heavenly Immortal Sword could slaughter saints separately, and could be combined to behead emperors, possessing a remarkable supreme power. If it was really as rumored, then the Yuanyang Heavenly Immortal Sword was going to be quite a bit more powerful than the Immortal Execution 4 swords, which were the same level of saint-level magical treasures. So through these incomparably powerful magic treasures and spirit weapons, the human race also finally had the qualifications to fight against those powerful demon race, devil race, and even among the 10,000 races. Demons excel in strength but not in wisdom, and humans excel in wisdom but not in strength. With the powerful magic treasures and spirit weapons, the ancestors of the human race also finally rose among the 10,000 races, fighting against all the major groups, and eventually being able to gain a firm foothold before finally becoming the absolute rulers of the heavens and the worlds. And as the demon saint heaven-devouring wolf king Sun, simmering night, he even had a half-blooded living soul bloodline that was comparable to the human race's divine body vision. This kind of ancient bloodline would definitely not be weaker than those divine body visions of the human race, and it was even better than that. Under this countless dazzling light, simmering night has been high-minded since childhood, looking at everyone as if they were inserting a label to sell their head. The so-called insertion of the label to sell the head is to look at anyone as if he had taken the initiative to put his neck out straight and let him cut it. Since they all liked to stick their necks out for him to cut, how could he not? If you don't cut it, are you apologizing to someone else? So don't ask. The question is that it must be cut, and it must be cut hard on his neck, so that he will know the pain, so that he will know why the flowers are so red. It's just a shame that usually after 1 or 2 of these cuts, you don't cut again, and you have to ask why. In fact, the reason was also very simple. Under normal circumstances, those cultivators were able to withstand the power of his blade at most. Under his powerful blade, these cultivators would have their corpses cut into 2. Even if they were lucky enough to carry through the blade and survive, they would definitely not be able to hold on to 2 of his blades. So although he stayed up all night and liked to cut people, he had always only made 1 cut, and if he could hold on to 2 cuts, he would be kind enough to let the person go. Because the person who could resist his 2 swords was either a renowned heavenly pride demon among the major powers in the southern borderlands, or a son of fortune who was famous and had the qualifications of a great emperor. That's right, this king is just so wild. What can you do to me? This king likes you like this, looking at me and not being able to me over. Ha. Just thinking about the scene he was going to pretend to be later. Simmering was so excited that he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't blame my brother for liking to pretend, because pretending is just too good. He coldly stared at, still crooked mouth a smile. Ji Changju disdainfully said, this king when it is who it is. It turns out to be the Griffin Ji family's Griffin godson. Ji Changju, don't think that if you take a name called Ji Changju you really think that you Koan is long and gigantic. Today you such ants dare to touch this king is already an offense to the heavenly authority. You immediately kneel down and kowtow to admit your fault, and then cut your 50 000 feet long Kunquan. Give this king as a dish of wine. This king can consider letting you off the hook today, letting you less rooted Kunquan walk out alive. If not, this king doesn't mind letting you, the Griffin divine son of the Griffin family, fall here today, become this king's blood meal. As he spoke, an incomparably powerful aura exploded out from him, directly pressing towards the divine son of the immortal Ji clan on the other side, Ji Changju. And the terrifying aura emanating from Simmering Night was clearly the third sky of the hegemonic emperor realm as well. Two hegemonic emperor realm powerhouses. This was already the strongest collision that had erupted since the opening of the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, i.e. this year. Although, this time, the Heaven's Pride demons who entered the Tai Desolate mysterious realm to compete for this world's chance were as many as tens of millions of people. However, there were very few that were truly considered strong. Most of the cultivators were in the realm of spirit-inducing. This Earth sect, and the celestial realm had already been called a party of the top strongest in the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm. A super demon like the King's realm, on the other hand, was something that only those top-tier forces were worthy of possessing. As for the immortal level heirs of the hegemonic emperor realm, they would only come from the special 9 holy lands, the 13 immortal families, and those 6 great demon clans. On top of that, there would also be a few immortal level heirs who never showed their faces hidden sporadically in the shadows. But even if all of them were added up, there were only a few dozens of them. These immortal level heirs, basically as soon as they entered the Tai Wasteland secret realm would look for an ancient secret treasure, or a place with rich aura, and begin closed-door cultivation to impact a higher realm. After all, even the most trashy aura in the Tai Wasteland secret realm was more than 3 times as much as that of the outside world. Under this terrifying aura, they were all eager to quickly increase their strength to compete for this life's Taiwan inheritance in the final battle of the Taiwan Ring. And since the opening of the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, this was considered to be the first time that a hegemony emperor realm powerhouse had to fight head-on. Moreover, these two were both from the immortal Dao lineage, with one side harboring a divine body vision and the other possessing the half-blooded beings of the ancient demon race. This is bound to be an amazing battle. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 83, Ji Clan's Divine Son. Please strengthen my human race. When Simmering Night said this, it exploded on the spot amongst the various clans' celestial pride. Rampant. It's just too rampant. This Ji Changju, no matter what, is also one of the great prides of my human race who possesses the divine body vision. Not to mention that he is also from the immortal Ji family, which is ranked third amongst the 13 immortal families. Even if the immortal Ji family is inferior to the Shen Huang divine mountain, there is no need to humiliate it like this. That's right, he boiled the night is not just a dog demon stained with a bit of half-blooded living soul bloodline, but also really think of himself as a wolf? I think he's just a birth. That's right. A dog demon is so rampant. I just can't stand watching it anymore. Damn it. Must explode him. Yes, he must be exploded. If my lord couldn't beat him, he would have to trample him hard under his feet, take off his shoes, and then whip my 43-sized handsome feet on his 58-sized face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Drinking foot washing water? Young Master Yi, you have heavy tastes. Ugh. Scum. Not only will this Sejin whip him with his feet, but he'll also make him kneel and drink my foot washing water. Wait, popped him? Is that what I understand by popping his ass? Gia. Gentlemen, I'm so excited. Ha 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 ha, busting chrysanthemums. Take the shoots. Simmering Night's arrogance had clearly angered countless human race celestials, each filled with righteous indignation, itching to personally go up and slap him twice. However, after all, Simmering Night came from the Swire God Mountain, and the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan behind him was no less than the 9 great sacred land Taoist traditions. One must know that the sky-devouring wolf demon had the bloodline inheritance of the ancient wolf emperor, and as a direct descendant of the sky-devouring wolf demon clan, Simmering Night's identity could be considered honorable to the extreme. This kind of noble birth he, naturally, is also in possession of incomparably noble bloodline of ancient beings, and because his mother is a human woman, so the Simmering Night also belongs to half-blood beings. However, even as a half-blooded being, the talent of the Simmering Night was still frighteningly high. Definitely enough to be comparable to the human race's divine body visions. With these auras added to his body, the speed of Simmering Night's cultivation was terrifying, and his realm's strength climbed rapidly like a rocket. Along the way, he defeats one strong enemy after another and pushes across the world with his strength and courage. In the end, he managed to become one of the 4 great heavenly prides of the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, with a lofty status and a far-reaching reputation. It could be said that aside from those existences in the 9 holy lands that possessed the holy body visions, and those pure-blooded beings in the 6 great demon races, Simmering Night had already stood at the peak of the entire world, with no one being able to match it. His qualifications were definitely not below Jiang Guanyu of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and even though his realm and battle power were not as good as they were, Simmering Knight asked himself that as long as he was given time to catch up, he would be able to push all of his enemies across the board until they were out of sight from afar. And although the clans can't beat him, but they can still play the mouthpiece, nausea him, provoke him, and then wait for the simmering anger. They see that the situation is not right, frowned, and hastily retreated to the crowd behind. As for why you're backing out? Joke. If they don't retreat, are they waiting to be killed by Simmering Knight as a human Kuan? As far as these people's cultivation was concerned, the highest they could reach was the celestial realm, and such a realm was simply unbeatable in the hands of Simmering Knight. Therefore, if we do not run away, should we sit back and wait to become cannon fodder? However, there were so many people at the scene, so what should be done? Here, hundreds of thousands of heavenly talents from various races were gathered in the front and back. If everyone only thought about retreating backwards, then even the entire space of the supreme secret treasure would not be able to hold so many people. Thus, they were in desperate need of someone who could draw fire. As long as there was someone who could attract the simmering anger, then no matter how much they provoked them, they would be fine. As for who this candidate was, the answer was self-evident. Ji Changju, who possessed the divine body vision, was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Not only that, but it was also a perfect opportunity to ingratiate himself with him and earn goodwill. Sure enough, after a group of old sixes had retreated behind the crowd, they began to brag, daring, "What are you barking at? Our Ji divine son is the contemporary heir of the immortal family, a super demon with a divine body vision. Is he not something a dog demon like you can touch? That is, really give you the face, or not to beat you. The old man must smack you 2 slaps actually provoked the Ji family godson. No, I'm so angry. The godson of the Lord, you must go to explode him. Let him know that you're powerful. Let this birth know the power of the immortal Ji family. Raise the power of my human race." The man who spoke immediately arched his hand at Ji Changju and bent down. "Right, Ji Shensi, make sure this knows the power of my human race. Please raise the might of my human race. Divine son of the Ji clan, strengthen my human race." Bang, bang, bang dash. Seeing that person bend down, many human cultivators were shaken by this stirring scene that, since ancient times, the demon race had relied on their powerful bloodline talent to oppress the human race, and these casual cultivators, or small clans and forces, were unlike the 9 Holy Lands and the 13 immortal lineages, which were immortal-level Taoist lineages that never feared the demon race. Their strength was low, and they had long been bullied and oppressed by the demon race, becoming their food source. Now, however, they finally had a chance to fight back, which caused them to see a glimmer of light in the long years of darkness, the light of dawn that represented hope. The moment, Ji Changju's figure was like a giant, deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. His powerful and invincible image galvanized the long-suppressed emotions deep within the hearts of the crowd, those years of bullying and oppression, as well as the anger and indignation buried deep within the marrow of their bones. Ji Changju's appearance was like a fire that ignited the fighting spirit in people's hearts. His presence told everyone, "We can't remain silent any longer. We must reclaim everything we've ever lost from the demon race." This belief swept through everyone's mind like a storm, causing them to instantly become galvanized and filled with determination to fight. The scene was so shocking that it made the blood boil. At this moment, I felt a powerful force welling up from deep within me, as if every cell, strand of hair, and pore in my body was filled with this force. This feeling was so strong that I could not describe it in words. It makes me feel omnipotent and able to overcome any difficulty or challenge. That dash, it was the light of hope. Explode, my little universe. All of you get hot and bothered. Immediately, the surrounding countless onlookers of the southern border of the major forces of the Pride, at this point in time as many as possible to kneel down. That rolling sea of people, each face is full of hatred for the demon race, as well as in front of us to bring hope of Ji Changju's hope. Divine son of the Ji clan, please strengthen my human race. Divine son of the Ji clan, please strengthen my human race. A voice as low as thunder boomed and echoed in this heaven and earth. At this moment, that inexplicable emotion hit the hearts of all the ethnic cultivators heavily, causing them to burst into tears. Many cultivators cried red eyes. It was too hot. Divine son of the Ji clan, please strengthen my human race. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 84, Ji Changju's pretentious moment. Divine son of the Ji clan, please strengthen my human race. Divine son of the Ji clan, please strengthen my human race. Divine son of the Ji clan, please be strong for my human race. A voice as low as thunder boomed and echoed in this heaven and earth. At this moment, that inexplicable emotion, like a storm, hit every human cultivator's heart heavily, causing them to burst into hot tears and cry red eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so combustible. It's just hot. Yeah, it's really going to burn me to tears. No. Asterisk 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 must cry. Must all cry for me. Whoever doesn't cry, I'll give him 2 slaps on the face so he'll know what it means to say why flowers cry like this. Countless people hissed and roared, their faces filled with excitement and thrill. This scene was just too shocking. It was as if they saw their own figures, burning the fire of their lives and guarding the beliefs in their hearts in endless battles. It was a feeling that made one's blood boil and one could not contain the excitement within. In this instant, everyone's heart was ignited. They forgot all the fatigue and difficulties. Only the desire for victory remained. What a gas I am! Must cry. All of you cry hard for me. Whoa. At this moment, countless cultivators of the human race have bowed down in worship, willing to ask Ji Changju, the immortal heir from the immortal Ji family, one of the 13 great immortal families, to be able to step in to suppress the boiling night and raise the supreme power of our human race. Although simmering night was similarly gifted with extraordinary tripods, possessing the half-blood bloodline of the ancient beings, with enough natural talent to rival the human race's divine body vision, Ji Changju was able to become the #1 person of the younger generation of the immortal Ji clan, and surely had a few brushes, and with his divine body vision, and cultivation as high as the 3rd heaven of the hegemonic emperor realm might really be able to fight with one of them. Of course, it was those old 6s that drew Ji Changju into the simmering line of sight. After all, as an old monster, he knew the principle of if you can't beat them, join them. So he turned his attention to those old 6s, wanting to see what they were capable of. And more monks followed along in empathy. Yeah, it's empathy. These loose cultivators of theirs were not like the 9 holy lands, the 13 immortal families, and those miscellaneous first-class forces, which had powerful backgrounds shining on them, and were noble and incomparable at birth, eating and drinking, and having countless maids to wait on them. Instead, they, the casual cultivators, had to rely on their own efforts to fight for everything, and even had to face pressure and challenges from all sides. From the moment they are born they have to fight against heaven, against the earth, all of them against themselves, to fight for themselves for a world of heavenly destiny. From the bitter fruits they have eaten and the grievances they have suffered are clear only to themselves, and there is not even a fellow traveler to whom they can confide, and without a strong background to rely on, they are even more in countless years, by these demon scum oppressed, weak strength, they can be said to have suffered all kinds of torture, and bullying. Therefore, when they saw those old 6s being so valiant and fearless, a feeling of empathy could not help but well up in their hearts. It was as if these old 6s were their embodiment, representing their deepest desires and pursuits. They hope that they can be as brave as the old 6ers and stand up for their dignity and rights. At the same time, they were looking forward to being able to make more people pay attention to the plight of casual cultivators through this incident, and give them the respect and equal treatment they deserved. Now that it was so hard, there was an opportunity to be able to ruthlessly punch the demon race in the face. How could they not empathize? How could they not get their blood boiling together? Yeah, it's so combustible. It's all going to set us on fire and make us cry. As more and more cultivators were attracted by this blood-boiling scene, all the remaining cultivators on the spot were not too big to follow along with the chanting and shouting. There was even someone who took off his fancy pants and held them up with one hand, waving the flag for Ji Changju. These old 6s. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of the heavenly ice-old ancestor's mouth couldn't help but twitch, clearly unable to see straight anymore. He asked himself that he was already insidious, cunning and despicable enough. But today he met a group of real old 6s. The insidiousness of these people's tactics and their thick skin were beyond his reach. Looking at those who held up their pants, old ancestor Sky Ice couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I thought I was already shameless, but I didn't realize that compared to them, I'm really a small witch. He suddenly realized that he might really be old and unable to keep up with the times. The young people nowadays, one by one, were all old 6s, all treacherous people, making people unable to defend themselves. His grandmother, it has the style of the old me back then, but I like it. Jia jia jia. With that said, the Sky Ice old ancestor couldn't help but slap down a claw, not knowing which young female cultivator's buttocks it had slapped on. Under that powerful force, coupled with the heavenly ice ancestor's terrifying and sharp claws, it even directly tore a large hole in that heroine's pants, revealing the lace-edged blasphemous pants inside. Under the horrible force, it was even more painful that she wailed and almost about to cry out. In the meantime, on the other side, under the stars, Ji Changju was enjoying the adoring gazes brought by these loose cultivators. Right, that's what it feels like. Like the stars, he became the only savior in the eyes of the people of the world, saving the day in the face of adversity, swimming upstream in the midst of desperation, and bringing the bright light of hope to all under the gaze of countless attentions. Ha ha, fine, 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 since you all wish for this divine son to make a decision for you, this divine son, as a divine body vision of the human race, will definitely not sit idly by and do nothing either. Ji Changju looked at the adoring gazes of the people around him, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He liked this feeling too much. He liked seeing others being shocked by his kingly aura too much. He liked this feeling of pretending to hit his face too much. Don't ask him why he likes to pretend. It should be really cool. At one point it made him so cool that he just couldn't stop. Immediately, Ji Changju then turned around to look directly at Simmering Night, and a domineering emperor's aura was instantly released. It was a breath of incomparable strength. Hegemonic Emperor Realm Triple Sky. Boom, 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 boom. Under this powerful aura, dozens of young heaven-devouring wolf demon prides were instantly blown into a bloody mist. Subsequently, Ji Changju even smiled crookedly and grunted coldly. You and other demonic ants, accept the judgment from this divine son. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 85, Supreme Law. The world's first fist. You demonic ants, accept the judgment from this divine son. Ji Changju snorted coldly. The corners of his mouth hooked into a disdainful smile, a smile that carried a sense of cold arrogance and contempt, as if nothing in the world could enter his eyes. It was a smile from the Dragon King, a look as contemptuous as that of a mole cricket, revealing an unshakable confidence and dominance. That's right, that was the crooked smile of the Dragon King. This smile was enough to make heaven and earth tremble. Coming from the immortal Ji family, which ranked in the top 3 of the 13 immortal families, Ji Changju had been in the spotlight since he was a child, and his family's illustrious background and abundant resources had caused him to enjoy the praise and flattery of the crowd since he was a child. Under the favor of the clan elders at home, he became the pride of the younger generation of the Ji clan in the outside world. He also attracted a lot of attention and was regarded as a future leader. Growing up in this environment, Ji Changju naturally developed an arrogant and uninhibited character, thinking that he was a unique being, invincible under the sun, and that no one could match him. There was no doubt that he who possessed the divine body vision was indeed the man of the hour, and his exceptional talent and heavenly ability was astonishing, and his strength was on par with Zhang Guanyu's, or perhaps even better. And within 5 katas of cultivation, i.e. 300 years, he managed to step into the third sky of the hegemonic emperor's realm, proving his outstanding talent even more, an achievement that proclaimed to the world that he was one of the strongest heavenly prides of the current generation, invincible in the world. Not to mention Zhang Guanyu, even in Ji Changju's own opinion, he was the absolute heir to the next head of the immortal Ji family, destined to become the controller of the entire immortal Ji family in the future. However, what about Zhang Guanyu? He was merely a slightly talented ordinary Holy Land heavenly pride of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, 200 years older than him, and had cultivated for a whole 200 years more before barely reaching the divine body realm. Therefore, in Ji Changju's eyes, Zhang Guanyu was not worthy of being his opponent at all, and the only target he really wanted to catch up with was the one who was known as an undefeated myth and possessed the name of the #1 heavenly pride of the southern border, Yi Wuxing. As for people like Zhang Guanyu and Simmering Night, they were merely beings with a mere divine body vision and ancient half-blood, and were completely unworthy of his attention. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Ji Changju never put staying up all night in his eyes. Just before, when the immortal Ji clan and the sky-devouring wolf demon clan were confronting each other, Ji Changju had kept a low profile and hid amongst the crowd of Ji clan disciples, silently observing the sky-devouring wolf demon clan's every move. After all, a supreme secret treasure was an extremely important existence to anyone, containing countless supreme treasures and legacies. Whoever could obtain these treasures and legacies would be able to dominate the party, and was even expected to impact a higher realm. Therefore, Ji Changju attached extra importance to this competition for the supreme secret treasure. And when Ji Changju saw that Simmering Night had easily defeated the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, he couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise welling up within him. But more than that, he was still disdainful. Although Simmering Night had displayed great strength, Ji Changju thought that it was only because he had a powerful magic treasure on him that allowed him to easily defeat his enemies. Moreover, in Ji Changju's opinion, staying up all night to enhance one's strength with the help of external forces was too despicable and shameless. Therefore, despite Simmering Night's outstanding performance, Ji Changju still didn't put him in his eyes. In Ji Changju's heart, he always believed that only by relying on his own strength could he go farther. Only through constant efforts to cultivate and break through oneself can one truly become strong. Therefore, Ji Changju did not feel intimidated or deterred by the power of the Simmering Night, but instead inspired him to fight even stronger. He decided to go all out to compete for the Supreme Secret Collection and prove his strength to the world. And during this time, Ji Changju also secretly observed Simmering Night's movements, hoping to find a break in him. Once he sees an opportunity, he won't hesitate to strike and deliver a fatal blow to Simmering Knight. At the same time, Ji Changju was also silently preparing for various situations that might arise. Whether he was facing challenges from other forces or encountering unknown dangers, he would be fully prepared, because he knows that in this world full of competition and crisis, only by staying alert and constantly improving his strength can he ensure that he is invincible. Ji Changju knew that in order to become the next head of the immortal Ji family, he had to possess sufficient strength and wisdom. And this time, the competition for the Supreme Secret Collection was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity for him to display his strength. So no matter what difficulties or challenges he encounters, he goes all out and never backs down. One must know that this was an inheritance that was second only to an immortal level power. Such a temptation would be difficult to resist even for those powerful immortal families and the swift demon race. The immortal Ji clan. As one of the immortal families, their desire for this supreme secret treasure could be imagined. The heaven-devouring wolf demon clan of the 6 great demon clans was even more unabashed. They wouldn't easily give up this opportunity. A fierce battle ensued. Both sides almost came to blows, and the scene was once very tense. However, the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan was powerful and completely inferior to the demonic forces of the 9 Holy Lands. Although the immortal Ji clan was powerful, it was still a bit difficult to completely monopolize this supreme secret treasure. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Ji Changju decided to take action himself. He secretly mixed into the immortal Ji clan's disciples' ranks and waited for an opportunity to make a move. As expected, as the atmosphere between the immortal Ji clan and the sky-devouring wolf demon clan grew increasingly tense, the sky-devouring wolf demon's leader of this generation, Simmering Knight, suddenly rushed out. He wanted to dominate this supreme secret stash all by himself. Simmering Knight was not an ordinary person. He was one of the 3 people of the heaven-devouring wolf demon's generation who possessed the ancient half-blood living spirit bloodline. However, in the face of such arrogant behavior, how could Ji Changju, who was also an immortal level power and an immortal heir, sit back and watch? As a result, when Simmering was less than 3 seconds from pretending to be a bully, Ji Changju immediately rose up in the air from the crowd and directly blasted Simmering down, displaying his strength and dominance. Joke. I, Ji Changju, am a born king of push. I'm the only one who pretends to be a bully in front of others. How can anyone pretend to be a bully in front of this divine son? Adhering to this belief and pretending, Ji Changju was able to rise all the way up after awakening the chicken great divine body, gradually becoming a famous heavenly pride in the southern border. Coupled with the immortal family as well as the name of the imperial 3 families, Ji Changju's reputation was so great that he was definitely not below Zheng Guanyu. Today, I, Ji Changju, am going to pretend. Let's show you what a real king of push is. Ji Changju swept over Simmering Knight with a disdainful face, and then coldly grunted, "Demon ants. You watch. This is the supreme fist handed down by my immortal Ji family. Next, tremble. Look at my world's first fist." As soon as the words left his mouth, he no longer hesitated, and a determined light shone in his eyes. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful aura instantly erupted, surging like a volcanic eruption. That was naturally the aura of the 3rd sky of the hegemonic emperor realm. Like a lofty mountain that inspired awe. This kingly aura was like a shocking wave, carrying an unrivaled might that directly pressed horizontally towards the opposite side of Simmering Knight. Simmering Knight's face changed slightly when he felt this terrifying aura, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he met it. At the same time, Ji Changju was like a cannonball, rushing towards Bo Knight at an astonishing speed. His fists were clenched, his power converging at a single point, and Trail's fist blasted towards Bo Knight. That terrifying punch seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. The wind of the fist whistled past with an indestructible aura, causing the surrounding space to distort. Every minute and every second, an endless supreme might filled the heavens and earth, as if the entire world was dominated by this fist. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 86, The Terrifying Underpinnings of the Holy Land Taoist System. As Ji Changju blasted out a fist, his figure flashed like a ghost. His speed was so astonishing that he only left a few residual shadows in the air. 2. The Supreme Law? Someone cried out in shock. Could it be that tens of thousands of years ago, a fist cultivator ancestor of the immortal Ji family who possessed the vision of a divine body had created his own supreme fist technique, the first fist of the world? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Supreme Law. The crowd let out exclamations of surprise. These big family disciples of the immortal family are really generous, casually striking out with supreme laws. Someone said enviously, people casually strike out with supreme laws, and we scum still often fight over some king and hegemonic emperor inheritance. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. Many people cursed indignantly. Ho ho ho, you silly bird, did you see clearly the body technique he just performed? If I'm not wrong, That is most likely the supreme stance technique passed down by the immortal G-clan's old ancestor with the divine body vision who fell 50,000 years ago, Ghost Shadow Misty Trail. What? Surprisingly, I have cast another supreme law. How is this possible? Just how many tricks does he have? My god, this is too outrageous. Did he start cultivating from his mother's womb? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can one person master so many supreme laws? Could it be that he's an heir of some ancient family? But even if it's a descendant of one of those hidden families, it's impossible to be so demonic. What exactly is this guy's origin? Why is it so powerful? The people present were all stunned by the scene before them, their mouths wide open as if they could swallow an egg. They stared at Ji Changju with wide eyes, full of unbelief, their hearts filled with shock and fear. At this moment, Ji Changju was like an invincible god of war, radiating a powerful aura that made people not dare to look directly at him. The war halberd in his hand flashed with a dazzling light, as if it was capable of tearing apart the entire heaven and earth. Ji Changju's figure was as erratic as a ghost, and every flicker was elusive. His speed was so fast that it dazzled people, and they couldn't even make out his movements. He possessed amazing strength and means that far exceeded their imagination, and such an existence would be a major obstacle on their future path. Every time he swung his war halberd, it would bring up a harsh gust of wind, shattering the air around him. Is this the power of the supreme law? It's truly terrifying. Someone couldn't help but marvel. No wonder those heavenly pride demons from the 9 Holy Lands don't come to compete for it. So it's because they can't even look at it. Another person said with a sudden realization. Indeed, the strength displayed by Ji Changju, the divine son of an immortal family, who casually waved his hand with 2 supreme laws, was simply too astonishing. And as the 9 great sacred grounds existed far beyond the immortal world families, their strength was even more unfathomable. These holy ground-level immortal Dao lineages had been passed down over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, and their depth was incomparably deep, and over the long years, they had spawned countless emperor and supreme-level supreme powerhouses, and such a depth allowed them to not care about the southern border's supreme secret stash at all. After these emperors and supreme powerhouses had fallen, the treasure arts, techniques, divine abilities, and magic treasures that they had passed down would have automatically become the underpinnings of a clan for their descendants to comprehend and pass on. It was no exaggeration to say that these king's hegemony laws, which were hard to come by in the eyes of southern border cultivators for 10,000 lifetimes, were nothing more than entry-level feats in the sacred land Taoist system. Empery and supreme-level techniques were only slightly rarer for holy lands. An immortal family with only half-saints sitting on the sidelines was born with 2 supreme techniques in a single strike from its divine son Ji Changju, and the divine sons of those holy land-level Dao lineages were feared to have one in their hands, or even carry several supreme techniques in their possession. As for the holy sons of the Holy Land who carried the holy body vision, they were afraid that one of them would be able to carry several, or even nearly a dozen, supreme-level Gongfu inheritances. And I'm afraid that the strongest inheritance that these saints' sons have mastered has already reached the half-saint level. It was also known as the half-saint inheritance, which could also be called the immortal inheritance. Inheritances of this level were extremely precious and rare even for holy lands. Each type of half-saint inheritance represented a glorious history and endless power, and possessing it meant being able to transcend mortals and step onto a higher path of cultivation. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg within the Holy Land. The depth of a truly powerful Holy Land was far beyond imagination. In addition to the half-saint inheritance, there were even more profound and unfathomable inheritances that existed. For example, the legendary saint inheritance. It was a supreme inheritance that contained the wisdom and power of a saint, allowing the recipient to obtain a transcendent realm enhancement. In addition, there were also mysterious ancient inheritances, which might be hidden in secret realms deep within the Holy Land, or sealed under ancient relics. These legacies were often associated with great powers from ancient times, containing endless mysteries and power. In short, the depth of the Holy Land was unfathomable, and the inheritances in it were even more varied and dazzling. Whether it was the half-saint inheritance or other more profound inheritances, they were all valuable assets that the disciples of the Holy Land could only dream of. Just ask, a holy son of a holy land who carried the vision of a holy body, an immortal inheritance, and several supreme inheritances. How could they look at a supreme secret stash that only had a supreme inheritance? This is a joke. For them, this so-called supreme secret collection is nothing more than a trinket, and it doesn't even enter their eyes. As for the holy sons and godchildren of these Holy Land Dao lineages, what they wanted, I'm afraid, were those half-saints and even ancient saints' inheritances hidden in the deepest part of the Taiwan mysterious realm. Those immortal-level inheritances were what they really wanted. Just like in the case of Jian Wuxin, as the reincarnated body of a female emperor, She was originally carrying the female emperor's Tao intent of her own previous life, that is, the female emperor's inheritance, which was an existence that surpassed the immortal inheritance. Plus, she had comprehended the heavenly ice sword pavilion, as well as the Stygian cold heavenly pool, the heavenly ice sword intent of the heavenly ice ancestor, and the ice phoenix inheritance of her master ancestor, Mu Xianyin, she who carried 3 supreme inheritances in one person. If it wasn't for Su Chen allowing her to go down to the mountains to practice, she wouldn't even bother to enter this Tai wasteland mystic realm. After all, with her current strength and realm, she was already strong enough to stand proud and unrivaled, and her own Empress Dowager's Tao intent. It could be well and truly said that it was originally the strongest Tao in this world. There is no doubt about that. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 87, Heaven-defying divine power. Heaven-devouring demon god transformation. With such a heaven-defying Tao inheritance, there was naturally no need for Jian Wuxin to compete for these ancient saint inheritances from the southern border's celestial pride anymore. On the other side, as Ji Changju's figure flickered, he was only seen leaving several residual shadows in place. This was clearly the supreme law. Ghost Shadow Misty Trail. Inherited from the immortal Ji family's supreme realm ancestor who was extremely adept at body techniques and physical arts 50,000 years ago. What is the supreme law? That was the inherited technique that was passed down for posterity by a powerful person who had stepped into the supreme realm after his fall. In the same way, after the strongest people of the king and hegemonic emperor realms fell, the Gong methods they passed down were called king methods and hegemonic emperor methods. The inheritance technique of a powerful person in the emperor realm was called the emperor law. These inherited feats were the inheritance of every ancient powerhouse who had spent their entire life, such as Jian Wuxin receiving the inheritance of his master ancestor Mu Xianyin in the underworld cold heavenly pool, and the ice phoenix pouring codex belonged to a type of feats inheritance as well. However, there was a fundamental difference between inherited feats and inherited Tao. Gongfu was the application of the Tao laws one had mastered to the extreme, while Tao laws were the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Thus, even after receiving the inheritance of the merit law, it was not an easy task to cultivate it, requiring a deep understanding of the Tao. For example, Jian Wuxin had obtained the Ice Phoenix Tipping Codex, but he could currently only cultivate part of the Tao and was unable to fully execute it. However, for Ji Changju, Ghost Shadow Misty Trail was a unique body technique. This stance physical art allows him to quickly weave in and out of enemies in a fight, creating several shadows, thus confusing his opponents and delivering a fatal blow. Moreover, the Ghost Shadow Maze also allowed him to explode with great speed and strength in a short period of time, making his attacks even more powerful. In addition, the Ghost Shadow Misty Trail had another special feature, which was that it could help Ji Changju better evade enemy attacks. When facing an enemy's attack, he could utilize the Ghostly Shadow Misty technique to avoid the enemy's attack by making his body illusory as if he didn't exist in this world. In short, the value of Ghost Shadow Misty Trail as a supreme law was self-evident. Not only did it give Ji Changju a huge advantage in battle, it also allowed him to better protect himself. Now that Ji Changju had initially grasped the essence of the Ghost Shadow Misty Trail, it was conceivable that in the future, he would become a leading member of the younger generation of the southern border. On the other hand, when she was in the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion, the Heavenly Ice Tao intent that she received from the Heavenly Ice Ancestor belonged to the Sword Tao inheritance, which was quite a bit more advanced than the Merit inheritance. After all, the Merit inheritance was only receiving the merit of the forefathers. The Tao intent inheritance, on the other hand, is to receive all that the ancestors have left behind in the human world, the so-called complete inheritance. That is, the inheritor will inherit all the techniques, martial arts, Tao, divine powers, etc. of this ancient powerhouse. Of course, in the end, how much of the true material could be comprehended would depend on this Heaven's Pride Supreme's own enlightenment. Any ancient powerhouse would completely dissipate between the heavens and the earth after the Tao intent had been completely handed down by their descendants. However, there were exceptions, just like the Sky Ice Old Ancestor, who had decided to attach himself to Jian Wuxin as her sword slave after witnessing her terrifying qualifications in the Sky Ice Sword Pavilion in the first place. In order to wait for the future, after Jian Wuxin revisited the realm of half-emperor, or even certified as a great emperor, he would be reborn against the heavens. This was the so-called Tao intent inheritance, which not only contained the techniques, but also the cultivation tips and experiences of the predecessor's entire life. For the inheritor, this was undoubtedly a great treasure, but it was also a heavy responsibility. This was because it was only through constant effort that one could truly understand and utilize these valuable legacies. As for Jian Wuxin, who was the reincarnation of a female emperor, with her previous life's Tao as well as her cultivation, she was also absolutely certain that she would be able to bring back the Heavenly Ice Ancestor. As Ji Changju's figure flickered, While he executed the supreme law ghost shadow misty trail, his right hand clenched its fist in the same manner and blasted out a fist towards Boyu. Boom! Boom! Boom oh boom dash! That horrifying fist deity aura drove a vibrating and booming sound. It was as if he was going to punch through the dome of the sky. This was clearly the first fist of the world, one of the several supreme laws that Ji Changju had mastered. Although Ji Changju has always been arrogant and uninhibited, with no one in sight, looking at anyone as if he was inserting a label to sell his head, and always smiling crookedly, but in the face of the demon saint's son of Simmering Night, who was not weaker than the human race's immortal Dao level, he did not dare to slack off, and the moment he made his move, he was playing 2 bottom cards. Not bad. There was no doubt that Ji Changju was trying to completely suppress Simmering Night, who possessed a half-blooded living spirit bloodline, in a single move. Ha ha, good to see. Let this king see what you human ants are capable of. To compete with my heaven-devouring wolf demon clan for this supreme secret treasure. Griffins suffer death. Heaven-devouring demon god transformation. Looking at Ji Changju who was blasting towards him, Simmering Night wasn't afraid in the slightest and even wanted to laugh a little. He said with a crooked smile and a cold grunt. In the meantime, at the same time as Simmering Night's voice fell, his already incomparably large wolf demon body instantly swelled thousands of times. Next moment, Simmering Night then transformed into a tens of thousands of feet tall gigantic wolf demon, and that fearful overlord emperor's might pervaded the entire supreme mysterious treasure and was still spreading outwards. Ji Changju's earth-shattering fists appeared to be not even a pinch of dust in front of Simmering Night's massive body. Seeing this scene, everyone on the spot froze in place. They were completely dumbfounded. What is this? Why would this dog demon instantly turn into a massive mountain tens of thousands of feet tall? What the hell kind of divine ability is this? If I'm not mistaken, this is most likely the original treasure art inherited from the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan. Heaven-devouring demon god transformation. Heaven-devouring wolf demon treasure art. Heaven-devouring demon god transformation? What kind of divine ability is that? The so-called heaven-devouring demon god transformation is the ontological aptitude inherited from the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan. And only those descendants of the wolf clan who possess the bloodline of a demon saint will have the opportunity to comprehend it. And as the son of the demon saint sky-devouring wolf king, this Simmering Night is naturally also known to comprehend. Only Simmering Night is only a half-blooded living spirit, and the ontological mysterious technique that he grasps is naturally only a remnant of the secondary. And I'm afraid that if you want to fully comprehend this divine ability, it's only that the divine mountain successor with a pure-blooded living spirit lineage, Simmering Ching, will be able to comprehend it. However, even though what Simmering Night has executed is only a remnant of the secondary heaven-devouring demon god transformation, it is still completely sufficient to rival these 2 supreme laws executed by Ji Changju. You have to know that this heaven-devouring wolf demon clan's native secret method is in existence that is not at all weaker than our human clan's immortal saint level technique. Asterisk. Not weaker than an immortal inheritance? This Shunhuang divine mountain is also too rich, worthy of being a Taiku divine mountain with a demon saint at its helm. This kind of power is feared to be completely no weaker than my human race's 9 holy grounds. Damn, if I had this background, this status, this talent, and this strength, why would I still need to compete with these bulls and snakes for opportunities in this Tai secret realm? It's really a man for a man. Some are born in Rome. Some are born as cattle and horses. His grandmother. Scramble. I would have had a fairy on my hands and 3,000 on my hips, and I would have had a harem. Damn it. If I had this kind of status, I would have had a fairy in one hand and 3,000 on my hips, and gone out to start a harem. Damn it. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 88, The Springing Sword Wuxin. It's horrible. Ji Changju is my human race's immortal Dao lineage heir. One person carrying 2 supreme laws is also even. I didn't expect that this demon race dirt dog is even more so. There is even a saint's divine ability that is far above the supreme laws. The immortal inheritance. Even though the heaven-devouring demon god transformation that stayed up all night is only a defective product, it's still powerful enough to be comparable to the power of 2 supreme level techniques. I want to have this background, have the identity, still need to rob the ancient inheritance in this bird not graveyard? Rob you mom lua pussia. I went to the hook bar to listen to the song. A hand building too. She does not smell. Fragrance. Why doesn't it smell good? Stop it now. Naya. I can't help it if I say it again. No. Heck no. I'll go to the restroom first. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone around them froze in place on the spot. All of them were completely dumbfounded. Most of them were geniuses from the great powers of the southern border's great Dao states, and some of them were also casual cultivators. But whether they were the heavenly descendants of the great clans or those southern borders casual cultivators, most of these heavenly pride demons are from humble origins. even though they are gifted with different tripods, but the world they are exposed to is different. The background is different, and the identity is different, in that they rise through their own efforts in the face of adversity, and push their way up horizontally. It is not easy, and it can even be a poor lifetime to get in touch with the inherited merit law is also but the king's law, and the emperor's law of the hegemony. The emperor's law and even the supreme law could be considered a dream that was out of reach for a lifetime in their eyes. They didn't even have the qualifications to dare to dream. However, it was such a precious and incomparable supreme law that was rare to find in 10,000 lifetimes, and in the hands of these immortal level Tao lineage transmitters, they were actually able to make 2 of them at a time, and the immortal inheritance, which was far above the supreme law, was surprisingly as good as a cabbage, and was casually cast on a dog demon. It's a real people pleaser. These heirs of the immortal word were born in Rome, while those of us who were born are cattle and horses. We exhaust ourselves every day trying to cultivate, fighting for every bit of resource, not daring to waste it, swimming against the current, all our lives fighting against the sky, fighting against the earth, fighting against ourselves, fighting against the sky. But in the end, he fought for a lifetime of cultivation fruits, but not as much as a child's leg hair. So the clown was me. On the basis of what? On what grounds? Exactly. Aha. But, pffffffffffff. Thinking of this, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and the countless celestial pride present spat out blood from their mouths. Their Tao hearts were shattered, and they directly knelt down in place. Many of the celestial pride who had risen up in the air were even shattered in their Tao hearts and fell down from the sky. Seeing this scene, countless heaven's pride demons who came from great powers were shocked. What happened? Why are all these people vomiting blood? They seem to have their Tao hearts shattered. Shattered by our noble status. The Taoist heart is broken this way? This is a ing glass heart, right? If the Tao heart is shattered so easily, then how can you still cultivate your mother's immortality? That is, a group of scum. My generation of cultivators, although from a humble background, but has always been to remove the devil and defend the way, guarding the world's living beings as their own responsibility. So easy to be those nebulous things to break the heart of the Tao, that still cultivate what immortal. Go home to planting, forget it. In the meantime, the heavenly ice-old ancestor couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw this scene. TSK, young people nowadays are also too glassy-eyed. Seeing people possessing 2 supreme laws shatters their Tao. These vases growing up in greenhouses, how do they know the perils of society? At those words, Jinwu Xin was also speechless. Although she is the reincarnation of the female emperor, and worshipped the ice cloud ancestor Su Chen under the door, become the ice cloud immortal palace young palace master, heavenly talent in the ancient times, but no matter in the past life, or in this life she is not a smooth sailing. In her previous life, although Jian Wuxin was from an ancient and mysterious Sword Dao emperor clan, it was only after her millions of years of diligent cultivation and countless brushes with death that she was able to obtain this female emperor Dao fruit. And in this life, before meeting Su Chen, Jian Wuxin was nothing more than the daughter of a concubine of a 4th-rate power of the Ma family of the East Spirit Kingdom, in the lower realm of the Sword State. What's more, she had been bullied by the green tea Dao body Ma Yufang in all kinds of ways in her early childhood, the unfair treatment of people in the family, and at the age of 10 she had also experienced the blood slaughter of one of the sword veins by the Ma family, as well as the death of her mother by the toying of Ma Yufang, with the addition of various buffs from the scrappy start, the death of both parents, and the clan's sacrifice to the heavens. Sword Wuxin this awakened the protagonist's aura and went all the way against the current, awakening the 10,000 sword sacred body at the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's disciple acceptance ceremony attracted a pilgrimage of ancient saints, shaking the entire eastern wasteland's 9 great sacred lands, and then worshipped under the Ice Cloud ancestor Su Chen, became a great disciple of the Misty Peak, and was even set up as a young palace master by the palace master Mu Bingchan. Not long after, in the heavenly ice sword pavilion, with her cultivation at the beginning of the realm of spirit drawing, she broke into the 108th floor of the heavenly ice sword pavilion in one fell swoop, breaking the undefeated myth of the ice cloud divine son, Jiang Guanyu, over the past 500 years. And it was only after a year's secluded cultivation that Jian Wuxin awakened the memories of the female empress from her previous life, and ultimately gained the heavenly ice Dao intent, completely rising to prominence. Therefore, in Jian Wuxin's opinion, in order to become a truly strong person, in addition to having an invincible identity background, one must also have an invincible heart. If it's really like these eastern wasteland prides, who are shattered when they move, what's the point of practicing? It would be better to go home and farm. Of course, except for her master, Su Chen. After all, in her impression Su Chen is walking the way of mortals, also commonly known as Go Dao, the way of the old 6. Everyday planting can be planted to achieve the immortal saint realm. In the millions of years she had experienced in her previous life, she had never seen a person like Master Zun who specialized in the Go Dao. But why? Even if Master Zun is planting, he is planting so handsome. I'm so happy. As soon as she thought of this, Jian Wuxin's jade-like carved young face was covered with a blush, causing her to blush with shame. Yeah, in Suchen that is full of dense gas in front of the body, as well as that as if the heaven of the immortal's appearance, coupled with that more than 3 years since, day and night of careful care, pampering, and which girl is not pregnant? Even if it was the reincarnated body of a female emperor such as Jian Wuxin, the merciless and ruthless Sword Dao Emperor, it would still be difficult to hold on and completely sink under Su Chen's tenderness, right? Thinking of this, Jian Wuxin's tender young face was once again covered with a blush, and even more so, it spread all the way up to his snowy neck. What an evocative picture was unfolding underneath her bucket hat. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 89 Immortal Family's Plan. In the meantime, on the other side, Ji Changju, the divine son of the immortal Ji clan who was casting the 2 supreme laws, also frowned and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air after witnessing Simmering Knight's body become enormous. This, Ji Changju's eyes widened as he gazed at the scene happening in front of him with a face full of astonishment. Obviously, Simmering Knight's huge body that had suddenly grown larger, as well as the terrifying immortal divine ability heaven-devouring demon god transformation that he had unleashed, had frightened him. A monumental level divine ability that was far above those 2 supreme laws that he had executed, reaching a terrifying immortal grade Dao. What is the immortal level? As the name suggests, it is also the Gong methods created and handed down by immortal saints, as well as the Dao. Or, it could be, a great ancient demon that had stepped into the immortal saint realm, the original secret magic aptitude that had been passed down after its fall. These feats, divine abilities, and secret techniques were all inherited from immortal saint level powerhouses. Whether it was the pressure, the aura, or the Gongfu inheritance, they were all far above the supreme Dao. And at this moment, Ji Changju was facing just such a power from the immortal level. He felt an unprecedented pressure, as if a lofty mountain was pressing down on his heart. He couldn't help but begin to wonder if he could really resist this powerful force. That was why the immortal great divine ability that Simmering Knight had unleashed had caused the crowd present to be so shocked beyond measure. Even though the half-blooded living spirit bloodline Simmering Knight, the principal secret method devouring heavenly demon god transformation that he had executed was only at the immortal half-saint level, it was still a true immortal divine ability. This level of secret magic aptitude could be far from comparable to the 2 supreme laws he had cast. One must know that the immortal saint-level heaven-devouring demon god transformation performed by a complete pure-blooded being was capable of directly killing a strong person of the same realm in seconds, even when facing an opponent of a higher realm. Now, on the other hand, Simmering Knight could only execute the immortal half-saint-level heaven-devouring demon god transformation, which was weakened, but was still enough to crush all the enemies of the world. How is this possible? Ji Changju's eyes widened with disbelief as he looked at Simmering Knight, a wave of despair welling up in his heart. He originally thought that he was already strong enough to defeat Simmering Knight, but he didn't expect his opponent to possess such terrifying strength. Immortal-level secret magic aptitude. That was an unparalleled method that even he had not mastered. However, right at this moment, Ji Changju suddenly realized a problem. There was no way back for him. As the saying goes, to pretend out of the force, as splashing out of the water, as the so-called water can't be retrieved. Ji Long Giant is now in tears also onto this to pretend the force is finished. Moreover, at this moment, there were still countless pride of the human race around him looking at him, hoping that he would be able to come forward and carry the banner of the human race, resisting the demons for the human race. These people were all scattered cultivators who had come from various places, and they were usually bullied by the demon race and lived in dire straits. At this moment, they saw Ji Changju, a figure who was known as the #1 heavenly pride of the heavenly wasteland domain, and pinned all their hopes on him. Ji Changju, make sure you win. Ji Changju, you are the pride of our human race. You must not lose to him. Go for it. Ji Changju, you're the best. An excited voice came from all directions, causing Ji Changju to feel a rush of blood. He knew that he couldn't let these people down. He had to overcome the Simmering Knight and fight for the glory of the human race. I won't lose. Ji Changju took a deep breath as a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He decided to go all out and execute his strongest means of attack, the heavenly desolate world's first fist. This was an extremely powerful fist technique that contained endless might and power that could easily destroy a mountain. With Ji Changju's roar, his fists became incomparably red, as if they were burning with flames. Immediately after that, he violently slapped out his palm, and a huge palm shadow appeared in the air, blasting towards Simmering Knight with a heaven-destroying might. Go to hell! Ji Changju roared, a scowl on his face. He believed that with this strike, he would definitely be able to defeat Simmering Night and win this battle. And it was under these circumstances that Ji Changju was carried out by these human scattered cultivators as the last hope of the human scattered cultivators to kill the demons for the human race and strengthen the might of my human race. Where? In this situation, Ji Changju absolutely could not retreat. Right, he could never back down. Even if I can't beat it, I will let these demonic ants know what is the true human pride, what is the true human demon, and what is the true human supreme, the teenage supremacy of the human race. That's right. That light of hope that shines like light into the hearts of the world and guides them forward is me, the divine son of the immortal Ji clan of the human race, Ji Changju. If it was possible for Ji Changju to be able to fight for the human race to resist the demon race in this Tai wasteland mysterious realm and establish prestige for the human race, there was no doubt that he would be able to establish supreme prestige as a result. When it came time for the future Holy Land ranking battle, they would gain the support of the scattered cultivators from all sides, and in uniting the other two of the Imperial Three families, they would combine together to form a new immortal level power. And this newly formed immortal level power would definitely not be beneath any Holy Land Dao team. And he would replace the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace as the new Holy Land Dao team. Ji Changju embarked on his journey with firm conviction and determination, knowing that he was shouldering the expectations and responsibilities of the human race, and that he must show true strength and courage. In the secret realm of the Great Desolate, he will fight fiercely against powerful enemies, proving the glory of the human race with his fists. Every challenge is a test of his ability, but he is undaunted. He believes that as long as he perseveres, he will be able to achieve his goal. And in battle, he continues to sharpen his skills and enhance his realm, gradually growing into an invincible warrior. When he finally threw that punch for the human race in the Tai wasteland mysterious realm, the entire world was shaken. People saw his light and felt his power. He became the object of admiration. His name spread to every corner of the human race, and his prestige skyrocketed. However, Ji Changju was not satisfied with this. He knew that there was still a long way to go before he could become a true human supreme, and he continued to cultivate hard, constantly exploring the mysteries of more profound martial arts in order to achieve greater victories in future battles. In the end, on the stage of the Holy Land ranking battle, Ji Changju won the support of many loose cultivators with his unrivaled strength and charisma, and he joined hands with the other two of the three imperial families to form a brand new immortal level force. This force brought together the top talents and resources of the human race and became a force to be reckoned with. In this new era, Ji Changju led the human race to prosperity. His story inspired countless people to go forward and pursue their dreams, and he became a legend, forever engraved in the long history of the human race. In that case, Ji Changju scorned Simmering Night with a haughty look on his face, snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Humph, come on then. Let this divine sun see whether you, a demon husky, are a wolf or an earth dog. Supreme law, the first fist of the world. Kill me. First shift. 5-star boing boing." Chapter 90, Ji Changju must not lose. Supreme law, the first fist of the world. Kill me ah. As Ji Changju's bellowing voice fell, the aura on his body violently erupted like a volcano erupting. An endless kingly aura gushed out from his body, forming a powerful pressure that impacted towards Simmering Night. Humph, a mere human ant. How dare you take a shot at this king? Really don't know how to die. In the face of this horrifying scene, the corner of Simmering Night's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile as he moved like a ghost and quickly rushed towards Ji Changju, meeting his attack without fear. Boom! Boom! Rumble dash! Rumble rumble rumble. Only a violent roar could be heard, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to tremble, as the two men's power collided together, creating a shocking energy fluctuation. And even the surrounding emptiness couldn't withstand the pressure, and crumbled apart. Yes, the first exchange between the two great hegemonic emperor-level powerhouses was surprisingly so intense. Their power was so powerful that space could not withstand their impact and was directly shattered into countless fragments. And these two were no ordinary hegemonic emperor realm powerhouses. They represented the immortal Ji clan of the immortal Great Dao system and the Shun Huang Divine Mountain of the Swire God Mountain. The exchange of blows between them was undoubtedly an earth-shattering battle that one could not help but be shocked by. The aura of the two hegemonic emperor powerhouses was too terrifying. Their presence was like two bright stars that illuminated the entire world, and their battle caused everyone to feel unprecedented tension and excitement, as if the end was coming. Breaths so terrifying that they merely collided with each other were still spreading all around with lightning speed after shattering the firmament. This horrifying scene was deeply engraved in the depths of everyone's eyes like a brand, making it unforgettable for a long time. It's worthy of being a hegemonic emperor-level powerhouse exchanging blows, someone said in awe. This kind of terrifying aura is by no means comparable to us cultivators of the king realm. Another cultivator chimed in. his tone filled with awe. At this moment, in the middle of the Lin family in the first-class power Tsang-zhou, Lin Langtian said with a grave expression, "Yes, if the difference between the celestial realm and the king realm is like a difference between clouds and mud, then the difference between the king realm and the hegemonic emperor realm is like a heavenly moat that can never be crossed." There was a hint of emotion in his voice. That's right, back when this young master was still at the 8th level of the celestial realm, he was barely able to pass a few moves with a powerhouse who had just entered the king realm. But now that he has stepped into the king realm, when faced with the aura of this hegemonic emperor realm powerhouse, he doesn't even have the qualifications to look directly at them. It was truly terrifying. What's more, these two are both immortal heirs from an immortal level Dao lineage. Someone echoed Lin Langtian's words, their eyes flashing with shock. Who do you guys think will win when these two fight? Suddenly, a person raised this question, arousing the interest of everyone present. I think it's Ji Changju who will win, someone guessed. After all, he is the heir of the Ji family, with a strong background and resources to support him. The others nodded in agreement, seeming to be a bit more favorable towards Ji Changju. Ji Changju is the heir to the immortal Ji family, the third ranked of the 13 immortal families of my human race, and is a super demon with a divine body vision, casually striking out with 2 supreme laws. And this kind of horrifying underpinnings is definitely not something that can be compared to the average level of heavenly pride. That's right, and he has also mastered 2 different attribute supreme laws. This kind of talent and strength is simply amazing. Right, I guess it's also Ji Changju. You have to know that this immortal Ji family is the third existence among the 13 immortal families, and it is even called the Imperial Three Families. It's enough to rival the 9 great sacred grounds Taoist system. Yes, as the heir of the immortal Ji family, Ji Changju's strength naturally cannot be underestimated. Moreover, this challenge still represents the honor of our human race, so everyone is very optimistic about him. Furthermore, Ji Changju is the one who punched the demon race on behalf of the countless demonic prides of our human race. There's no reason why we shouldn't support Ji Changju. That's right, he's the pride of our human race. And this challenge is also a chance for our human race to show our strength to the demon race. Not bad. I also support Ji Changju. However, I don't think that Simmering Knight should be underestimated either. After all, he comes from one of the 6 great demonic races, the Taigushan Mountain, and his strength base shouldn't be too much worse than Ji Changju. No. Although Ji Changju represents my human race, but this Simmering Knight is from the 6 great demonic races' ancient divine mountains. The strength of these ancient divine mountains is definitely not below the 9 great Holy Land Taoist systems, although the 13 great immortal families are strong, but there is still a great gap between them and the Holy Land level immortal Taoist systems. Well, indeed, the strength of the Taigushan Mountain has always been a mystery, and no one knows just how powerful they are, and although Ji Changju is powerful, it's still hard to say whether they will win or lose against such an opponent. Someone said, but no matter what, this battle will definitely be very exciting. Let's just wait and see. Another person chimed in. And this Simmering Knight is an incomplete immortal divine ability right out of the gate. And I'm afraid that the power of its outburst will be far above those 2 supreme laws that Ji Changju executed. Someone else marveled. In the Supreme Secret Collection, the onlookers from all sides of the cultivators were talking, each with their own opinion. Some supported Ji Changju, thinking that he was so powerful that he would definitely be able to defeat Simmering Knight, while others supported Simmering Knight, thinking that he was unpredictable and might surprise everyone. However, most of them still supported the divine son of the immortal Ji clan, Ji Changju. After all, this wasn't just a fight between 2 immortal heirs, it was a fight between the human race and the demon race. One must know that at this moment, Ji Changju represented the entire human race, so no matter what, he couldn't lose. If Ji Changju lost to Simmering Knight, then it would deal a heavy blow to the morale of the human race. On the contrary, if Ji Changju was able to defeat Night Boiling, then not only would he be able to win a reputation for himself, but he would also be able to win honor for the human race. Therefore, people expected Ji Changju to be victorious in this battle. However, the crowd also understood in their hearts that the outcome of this battle was unpredictable. Simmering Knight's strength was likewise not to be underestimated, and he had also mastered the crippled immortal avatar. I'm afraid it will take a great deal of effort and expense for Ji Changju to overcome staying up all night, but no matter what, he absolutely could not lose this battle. And he had reasons why he absolutely could not lose. He had to win no matter what. Give me must win Chapter 91 A punch to the world again. In the meantime, with the first collision between the 2 of them, under those 2 terrifying hegemonic emperors' auras, both Ji Changju and Simmering Knight flew backwards like kites with broken strings. That terrifying pressure was even shaking the void, stirring up layers of ripples. In the end, it was only after flying out dozens of miles backwards that the 2 of them finally stabilized their bodies. No doubt about it. In the first exchange just now, it was clear that these two had fought to a draw. That is, a 50-50 situation. Again, this is something that a lot of people predicted. After all, these two were both hegemony emperor realm powerhouses with equal strength. Neither of them could easily defeat the other. Oh my god, is this the aura of a hegemonic emperor realm powerhouse? It's too terrifying. Yeah, the moment these two exchanged blows just now, the surrounding void was torn apart. You know that this is a spatial barrier within the supreme mystical treasure. I don't know how many times harder it is than the space outside. The crowd marveled, their hearts filled with awe. They had never imagined that the power of a hegemonic emperor realm powerhouse would be so strong that it could easily tear through space. This kind of power is beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and makes people wonder how small and powerless they are. More than just a supreme secret treasure. You must know that this is a supreme secret treasure in the middle of the Thai wasteland secret realm. In other words, this is a secret realm within a secret realm, or a realm within a realm for short, with the double buffs stacked on top of each other. One can only imagine how hard the spatial barriers of this supreme secret collection can be, and these two, under a simple exchange of collisions they were able to tear apart such spatial barriers. They are simply terrifying as hell. Seeing this horrifying scene, the countless surrounding celestial pride sucked in a breath of cool air and felt a great deal of emotion. It's too strong. Yeah, it's horrible. After all, the two sides were famous as the sons of the Southern Borders Party of heavenly pride and demons, and neither of them was convinced by the other. Ji Changju is one of the 13 immortal families, immortal Ji family's godson. At birth will have 50 meters long koan, but also attracted a millions of feet of dragon circling the sky dome. This change directly shocked the entire immortal Ji family. Was the clan ancestor set up as the Ji family godson? Ji Changju was a man with sword brows and white clothes. His face was handsome, but his eyes revealed a majestic and domineering aura. The sleeves of his robe fluttered in the wind, as if he had become one with the surrounding darkness, and in his hand he held a huge black sword, which flickered with a cold light that sent shivers down one's spine. On the other hand, that demon race being from an ancient power from the southern border was wearing a worn-out grey Dao robe, which was embroidered with some strange runes that seemed to contain some kind of ancient power, but a strong confidence and determination could be felt from his deep eyes. The two stood there, facing each other, and the atmosphere between them was tense to the extreme, as if a fierce battle would break out at any moment. The people around them all held their breath, not daring to make a single sound for fear of disturbing this upcoming showdown. After a 50-50 punch, suddenly, Ji Changju took a step forward. The black sword in his hand swung violently, and a black sword chi instantly chopped towards Bo Yu. The sword chi was incomparably powerful, carrying an endless pressure, as if it could tear through the void. However, that mysterious demon half-blooded being didn't retreat. He gently raised a hand. His fingertips flickered with a faint light. As he flicked it, a golden light instantly shot towards that black sword chi. The two rays of light met in the air and immediately erupted into a terrifying roar, and the energy aftershock swept around like a storm, making the people around them unable to help but take a few steps back. Ji Changju and Simmering Night each took a few steps backward, their eyes filled with surprise and vigilance. Clearly, the other party's strength was beyond their expectations. This brief exchange of words made people realize that both of these two were by no means idle, and that they might actually represent the level of the highest combat power of the younger generation of the southern border. Ji Changju, who possessed the chicken great divine body, had a heavenly talent that was unparalleled in the ages, and was a born supreme, with the qualifications of a great emperor. He had consecutively broken the limits of the 6 realms of Qi and blood, Sea of Wheel, Spirit Drawing, Earth Sect, Celestial, and King, and had been blessed by the heavenly Tao 6 times. Each bestowal of blessings had greatly increased his strength, causing him to become a supreme powerhouse. Passing through 6 blessing baptisms, he was even more proud of the ages, and his qualifications were by no means below Jiang Guanyu's. With his talent and hard work, he created miracle after miracle that was amazing to behold. The same was true for the other party's Simmering Night, who came from the demon race and had possessed a half-blooded living spirit bloodline since he was young, a bloodline that allowed him to possess strength and wisdom that surpassed that of ordinary people. His heavenly talent was enough to rival those young supreme beings of the human race who possessed divine body visions, displaying unrivaled potential and talent. What was even more surprising was that Simmering Night had also mastered an immortal divine power. Although it was only a remnant scroll, its power was definitely no less than those 2 supreme laws of Ji Changju, and might even surpass them. In such a situation, the duel between Ji Changju and Simmering Night became extremely intense. Both were the best of the younger generation of the southern borderlands, and their battle was full of suspense and challenges. Whether it was Ji Changju's formidable strength or Simmering Night's half-blooded living spirit bloodline and immortal divine abilities, it all made the duel confusing. Under the same realm, I'm afraid that it would still be a bit difficult for them to separate the winners from the losers. After all, both of them had extraordinary talent and strength, and it was not easy to defeat the other. However, it was precisely because of this that the battle was particularly exciting and attracted the attention of the crowd. At the same time, Ji Changju, who had flown out backwards above the celestial dome, narrowed both of his eyes and stared at simmering night in death. He was secretly surprised in his heart, not realizing that this mixed blood dog demon was so strong, causing him to feel unprecedented pressure. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he inspired a stronger fighting spirit, preparing to meet the next challenge. He had only managed to fight a tie with simmering night even with the two supreme laws that he had executed at the same time just now. One must know that at this moment, Ji Changju represented the entire human race, so he could not lose no matter what. Even more so, he couldn't lose at the hands of the demon clan's heavenly pride. This battle against simmering night was not only an encounter between two heavenly pride demons, but it was also as Ji clan's divine son Ji Changju's punch to the world. So, then come and fight. The supreme law, the first fist of the world. Asterisk 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 me. Ji Changju let out an explosive roar as his figure swayed once again, and a terrifying and incomparable aura erupted from his body. Yes, after a collision, Ji Changju, who had flown out backwards, was in no hurry to cover his ears, and once again unleashed one of his bottom cards, the supreme law, the first fist of the world. He was just going to take advantage of the fact that simmering night hadn't slowed down yet, and directly blow him away completely with a single punch. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 92, Slaying the Demon Race King to Prove My Invincible Name. As Ji Changju let out a bellowing cry, countless rune patterns quickly covered his right arm, which shone with a dazzling light as if they contained endless power. Immediately afterward, a terrifying hegemonic emperor's aura erupted from Ji Changju's body, like an invisible torrent that pressed horizontally against everyone around him. Many cultivators were so suppressed by this aura that they could barely breathe. Their faces were pale and their bodies trembled. Some people were even directly crushed to the ground, unable to move. TSK. Performing the supreme law twice in a row. This immortal Ji family's junior is really something. I'm afraid that this kind of strength, when placed within my ice cloud immortal palace, would only be second to Jiang Guanyu, who also possesses the same body vision. Seeing Ji Changju's situation at this moment, Sky Ice Old Ancestor also couldn't help but smack his lips in awe. The Supreme Dharma was an extremely powerful Dharma that originated from the inheritance of supreme powerhouses in ancient times. The power and might contained in this kind of secret method was far beyond that of ordinary feats. Every time it was performed, it undoubtedly required a large amount of spiritual qi and physical strength to be consumed. Ji Changju was able to execute two supreme laws at the same time in his first strike, which had fully demonstrated his strength and talent. Such a performance, even if it was placed in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, only Jiang Guanyu could match it. And the reason why Jiang Guanyu was able to be so outstanding was precisely because he possessed the blessing of the divine body vision. In old ancestor Tian Bing's opinion, after Ji Changju had executed this supreme law, regardless of whether or not he was able to defeat simmering night, he was bound to be severely depleted of his physical strength, and it was still questionable whether or not he would be able to stand still. But he never expected that this Ji Changju would be able to cast a supreme law again. Humph! The depths of the immortal family are truly not to be underestimated. The heavenly ice old ancestor secretly snorted in his heart, but his face was unmoving as he watched the battle between Ji Changju and simmering night. At this moment, the two people in the field had entered the final stage of the duel. The aura on Ji Changju's body became more and more powerful as the long sword in his hand continued to swing, a sword aura chopping towards Bo Knight. While simmering night was going all out to fend off Ji Changju's attacks, cracks began to appear on his body and blood flowed out from his wounds, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. The heavenly ice old ancestor looked at Ji Changju, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. It seemed that he had really underestimated these immortal family celestials. However, it was also fortunate that this generation of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had also produced a female emperor reincarnated as Jian Wuxin in addition to the divine body vision Jiang Guanyu. Otherwise, if the royal three of the 13 immortal families joined forces, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would really be in danger in this Heaven's Pride conference. However, the most important thing was still that after the Heaven's remarkable assembly, the battle for the ranking of the 9 great sacred grounds was about to come. The so-called Battle of the Ranks. That was the sequence battle that the major immortal forces of the southern border would hold once every 10,000 years. In addition to reshuffling the rankings of the 9 holy places, a new 9 holy places will be re-elected at the same time. And this Battle of the Rankings is the key battle that will truly determine the future pattern of the southern border. Thinking of this, Old Man Sky Ice's gaze became even more determined. He knew that this war would be very cruel, but it was also an opportunity for the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to rise. Only by winning this war would the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace become the true overlord of the southern border. Of course, with the terrifying depth of the 9 great sacred lands that far exceeded that of other forces, the only thing that changed in each session of the 9 great sacred lands was the internal rankings. However, with 1,000 years ago, the last Ice Cloud Palace Master fell in the Demon Road invasion of the southern border of the Battle of the Destruction of the Sky. Ice Cloud Immortal Palace loss of heavy. The strength is still less than 1/3 of the previous. To this point, everyone realized that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, I am afraid, that has long been gone. It was still a question whether or not they could keep the name of the 9 great sacred grounds for this term. Even the 7 immortals of the Ice Cloud as well as a group of Ice Cloud elders were worried about it. The 9 holy places are more than just a symbol of strength. It is the status and honor that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has fought for with their lives for hundreds of thousands of years. Every generation of Ice Cloud ancestors definitely can't disgrace the old ancestors in their generation. Just when everyone was worried about this matter, the appearance of a person gave hope to the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. This person was Chen. Ever since Chen had arrived at the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, he had displayed extraordinary talent and strength, especially at the apprentice assembly. He shocked everyone when he stepped into the realm of the sacred Tao with 365 drops of Saint Essence blood in a high profile. This news quickly spread throughout the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and even to other holy lands. For a time, people were filled with anticipation for this new disciple. This was because everyone knew that as long as a supreme genius like Chen existed, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would definitely be able to retain its position. Therefore, Chen's arrival had solved the biggest problem for the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and had caused the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud and the elders to breathe a sigh of relief. They believed that as long as they properly cultivated Jianwuxin, the future Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would definitely be stronger. Now that Chen was in attendance, this session of the 9 Holy Land Sequence Contest, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would definitely push across all the enemies in the world, once again guarding the honor of the generations of Ice Cloud ancestors. In the meantime, other side, Demon Griffin, die for me, as Ji Changju's aura rippled, his icy cold eyes, deadly tightly stared at Simmering Night, and then he let out a violent yell as he blasted out a fist. That terrifying killing aura instantly rose up to the sky, charged toward the Simmering Night. Yes, he once again cast his bottom card. The Supreme Law, the first fist of the world. This time, Ji Changju erupted with his full strength. Without giving Simmering Night any chance to catch his breath, he was bound to completely blast this king from the Swidden Mountain. I, the divine son of the immortal Ji clan, Ji Changju. Today, I will kill the king of the demon race to prove my invincible name. Ji Changju's voice resounded between heaven and earth. His eyes filled with confidence and determination. He knew that he had to defeat the enemy in front of him in order to prove his strength and status. Simmering Night felt Ji Changju's determination and strength, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he galvanized the demonic power within him and prepared for this battle of life and death. The gazes of the 2 men met in the air as if they could rub off sparks. They both understood that this moment determined each other's fate. Ji Changju's fist carried endless killing intent as it rushed towards Simmering Night like a burning meteor. On the other hand, Simmering Night performed his own stance. A mysterious light shone out from his hand and collided with Ji Changju's fist. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds rolled over. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding air to become distorted. Ji Changju and Simmering Night both pulled out all the stops, and their battle was like an earth-shattering storm that shook the entire world. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 93. It doesn't matter. We'll do it. I am the divine son of the immortal Ji family, Ji Changju. Today, I will kill the king of the demon race here as proof of my invincible name. Ji Chang roared loudly, his voice like thunder exploding in the air, deafening. His gloomy eyes stared deathly at Simmering Night, an icy killing intent flashing in his eyes as if he wanted to eat the other party alive. That gaze filled with killing intent was like a ferocious beast, chilling. The hatred between the human race and the demon race had been around for a long time, and it wasn't just a simple conflict or contradiction, but a blood feud that had been accumulated over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Even though millions of years had passed and countless epochs had changed, this hatred still existed and had never changed. The demon race has always used the tender humans as a food source, while the human race has always been united and risen up to fight these powerful ancient demonic beasts in fierce battles. Although Ji Changju came from one of the 13 great immortal families, with the immortal Tao lineage behind him as a solid backing, he had been in the limelight since his birth, enjoying endless glory and envy, but in reality, his path of growth was not smooth. His family had high hopes for him, gave him the best resources to train him, and were strict with him. However, he had gone through a difficult time, having been defeated and humiliated by the divine sons of other clans. This painful experience made him deeply feel his own inadequacy, so he practiced hard and continuously improved his strength, hoping to regain his lost dignity. Now, he had finally waited for this opportunity to show his strength in full view of everyone and wash away the shame of the past. For Ji Changju, this was not only a battle of life and death, but also a crucial moment to prove his worth and reclaim his honor. Therefore, when he faced the simmering night, his heart was filled with endless battle and determination. However, a powerful existence like the Swire God Mountain, whose power was completely no less than that of a Holy Land's Dao lineage, had never placed the immortal world family in their eyes. Even the immortal Ji clan often suffered from the oppression and plundering of the sky-devouring wolf demon clan, and many disciples in the clan were even captured and used as blood food by the wolf demons. As a result, a deep hatred existed between the immortal Ji clan and these Taiga divine mountains. At this moment, faced with a good opportunity to behead Simmering Night, a half-blooded being, Ji Changju certainly wouldn't let it go easily. He was determined to use this opportunity to prove his name of invincibility, to forge brilliance with simmering blood. Humph, just in time. Even if this king drags his crippled body, I'll still let you ants die prematurely here. Seeing Ji Changju desperately trying to kill himself, Simmering Night obviously felt furious. As a race of demonic beasts, they are cruel and murderous by nature. And now the other party even tried to put it to death. Then it could only fight to the death. Human ants obediently become this king's food. With a roar of fury, the Simmering Night unfolded its enormous wings, setting off a terrifying whirlwind. It opened its sharp claws and pounced on Ji Changju with endless killing intent. The auras of both sides grew more and more ferocious, as if they wanted to tear the entire world apart. This battle had entered a life and death situation, and neither one refused to retreat a step. Heaven-devouring demon god transformation. Ow! Simmering Night let out a loud roar. A terrifying to the extreme aura erupted from him, and there was even a blood-red light flickering in his eyes, with a hint of insanity hidden. At the same time, he once again executed the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan's native secret technique, the immortal divine power, heaven-devouring demon god transformation. And this time, the heaven-devouring demon god transformation that he unleashed was far more powerful than before. And the heaven-devouring wolf demon that he transformed into was also different from before. One could only see that at this moment. His hair all over his body had turned blood red, emitting endless ferocious might and killing intent. At the same time, in this instant his body once again transformed into a heaven-devouring wolf demon that was tens of thousands of feet in size, roaring up to the sky, sound waves rolling and resounding through the clouds. At this moment, the aura emanating from Simmering Night was like a demon god descending into the world, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky. Ji Changju wrapped in the power of endless thunder, like a meteor crossing the sky, carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and blasting towards Simmering Night. In the face of Ji Changju's full-force strike, Simmering Night didn't have the slightest intention to retreat. A flash of madness flashed in his eyes as he directly met the Ji Changju who blasted his way. At this moment, both of them laid down their deadly hands, and they likewise laid down their killers. Boom! With a loud bang above the sky dome, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be shaken at this moment. A huge crack appeared above the dome of the sky, and cracks were shaken up within the supreme mystery space, as if time had been stood still at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in the sky, their hearts filled with shock. They knew that this battle had already transcended the realm of ordinary battles, but was a true contest of life and death. At this moment, whether it was Simmering Night or Ji Changju, they were both putting their best foot forward and utilizing their strength to the extreme. However, the end result is that only one person will survive. Everyone understood that the pinnacle duel between these two supreme celestial prides who represented the younger generation of the southern border and possessed invincible talent was also over. I'm afraid. Who's gonna win? It was Ji Changju, the divine son of the immortal Ji clan who was born with a divine body vision and had broken the Chi blood, chakra C, induced spirit, earth sect, celestial being, and king extremity realms 6 times in a row, and possessed 2 supreme laws. Or is it the mysterious and enigmatic, hiding countless secrets, and also possessing an invincible posture of simmering? No one knew the answer, but they were all clear that no matter who won or lost, this battle would become a legend in the history of the southern border. The crowd looked towards Simmering Night and Ji Changju, and murmurs arose. Simmering Night is the heir to the Shanhuang Divine Mountain. How could he be defeated by a human brat? Ji Changju isn't simple either. He's the one who possesses the divine body vision and the immortal great inheritance secret technique avatar. It's not easy to say who will win or lose this battle. I think Ji Changju has a better chance of winning. After all, he's a genius of the human race, and he's also very strong. But Simmering Night isn't a vegetarian either, and his half-blooded living bloodline is no joke. You guys, if Ji Changju can really defeat Simmering Night, doesn't it mean that our human race is going to rise? Yes, this way, our human race will be able to raise our eyebrows and no longer need to be afraid of those demon races. But, Simmering Night is also an heir to the Shun Huang Divine Mountain. There must be a powerful backer behind him. If Ji Changju really kills him, will it cause trouble? It can't be. This is the Tai Wasteland's secret realm. No one knows what exactly happened inside. As long as Ji Changju can make things clean, no one should know. That's right, as long as Ji Changju can win, he'll be the hero of our human race. And at that time, who will dare to say anything? The crowd was talking and discussing, each face filled with anticipation and excitement. Perhaps, after beheading Simmering Night, Ji Changju would even allow them to enter the core area of the Supreme Mystery Treasure to seek opportunities once he was happy. That would be a real moneymaker. Both eradicating the demonic forces and obtaining the qualification to enter the Supreme Secret Stash was simply like falling asleep and waking up with a smile on one's face. Meanwhile, on the other side, after seeing the tragic situation that erupted from the battle between these two heavenly pride demons, the heavenly ice-old ancestor also made an assessment. He faintly opened his mouth and said, although Ji Changju is strong, he is still too young. Even though he has exhausted all of his cards and is able to barely defeat Simmering Night, it will only be a disastrous victory. I'm afraid that his body will still be left with irreversible injuries, and he wants to directly decapitate this half-blooded living being, which is even more delusional. He still underestimated these demon race celestials. The gap between the supreme law and the immortal avatar is not something that can be made up for by quantity alone. In this battle, Ji Changju lost. Master, it's time for us to make our move. First shift. 5 stars. Free swag to go. Boing boing. Chapter 94, Become a Blood Meal. In this battle, Ji Changju lost. Old Ancestor Sky Ice looked at the two people who were fighting furiously in the air and said these words in a calm tone. Master, it's time for us to make our move. The tilapia on the side concurred. Their eyes were locked in the air, closely watching the battle unfold. Even though Ji Changju and Simmering Night were both supreme geniuses of the southern borderlands with extraordinary talents that were rare in the world, Old Man Tian Bing, as an immortal saint who had cultivated for over 30,000 years before stepping into the sacred path, still possessed extraordinary insight even though he was now left with only a fragmented soul. He could see through the gap between the two at a glance. Indeed, Ji Changju came from an immortal family, was young and talented, and had already mastered 2 supreme laws. But Simmering Night not only possessed a pure bloodline, but also mastered half of the immortal secret laws, whether it was physical quality or divine power. Simmering Night was slightly ahead of Ji Changju. As a result, in a short period of time, the two sides may fight to a standstill. However, if the protracted war continues, Ji Changju will eventually lose the battle. After all, Simmering Night's depth was even deeper than Ji Changju's, and he was able to support the battle's exertion for a longer period of time. Over time, the advantages of staying up late will become apparent, while Ji Changju will be at a disadvantage. Thus, Old Ancestor Tian Bing judged that Ji Changju was doomed to fail. However, if this continues in the long run, the gap between the supreme law and the immortal secret law will show up, and at that time, Ji Changju will definitely lose. Right at this moment, a terrifying roaring sound suddenly erupted above the sky dome. Boom! Boom! Rumble dash! Only to see that the distant sky dome was shaken by the two hegemonic emperors' power to cause ripples, and then it even quickly cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly spreading towards the surroundings. That space being shaken. No, to be precise, it was the spatial barrier that was actually shaken and cracked under the collision of that terrifying hegemonic emperor powerhouse. I didn't expect that the spatial barrier in this supreme secret stash would be given a direct shatter under these two hegemonic emperor-level powerhouses bombarding each other. What level has the strength of these two people reached? Just a single collision was able to shatter the spatial barrier that was formed by the legacy left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Their strength was too terrifying. It was simply going against the heavens. This scene instantly stunned everyone on the spot. What? Look guys, the space cracked. Asterisk. The ultimate duel between these two teenage supreme beings actually shattered the spatial barriers of the supreme secret stash. What kind of strength have the two of them reached? It's too terrifying. The space barrier of the supreme secret stash is many times harder than the outside space. With the strength of my first entry into the king's realm, the full force of my strike in the outside space can still stir up a layer of quiet wave patterns. But in this supreme secret stash, I can even clearly feel my own cultivation have been suppressed by the supreme inheritance's pressure to a lot of people. And these two teenage supremacists were able to resist the supreme inheritance's pressure and shattered the space barrier. resist the mighty pressure of the supreme inheritance and shatter the spatial barriers, worthy of being an heir to the G-clan from an immortal family, as well as a half-blooded being from the mountain of the Swidden gods. This kind of demonic talent should be astonishingly heavenly, crowning the ancient and modern world. After witnessing the terrifying strength of these two, countless southern border celestials sighed. But unfortunately, everyone understood that after today, only one of these two teenage supreme beings would survive, because as the demon race and the human race, Simmering Night and Ji Changju had long since reached the point of immortality. The crowd couldn't help but feel sorry in their hearts. It was really lamentable that such two supreme geniuses had to fight to the death here. However, they also knew that this was the arrangement of fate and could not be escaped. In this thrilling battle, everyone felt their insignificance and powerlessness. The figures of Ji Changju and Simmering Night were like two streaks of lightning, crisscrossing and colliding in the air, with each clash triggering a huge tremor in the heavens and earth. It was as if their strength surpassed the limits of humanity, leaving the surrounding people with their jaws dropped. Boom! There was another fierce collision, and both of them retreated dozens of steps each. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Ji Changju's mouth as he tightly gripped the lance in his hand, an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. On the other hand, Simmering Night was gasping for air. The wounds on his body continued to bleed, but he still maintained a determined look. What a powerful opponent, Ji Changju muttered, a trace of respect flashing in his eyes. He had never encountered such a strong opponent before, and this half-blooded being brought him unprecedented pressure. You're strong too, Simmering Night responded, and he was equally shocked. Ji Changju's strength exceeded his expectations, and this battle was destined to become a major milestone in his life. The two looked at each other, then simultaneously erupted an even more powerful aura. They decided to go all out and meet their opponent's challenge with their strongest stance. At this moment, they forgot about the hatred between their races and only thought about defeating this honorable opponent in front of them. Battle! Ji Changju roared angrily and rushed towards Simmering Night once again. Simmering Night did not show any weakness and met him. Their figures intertwined in the sky to form a magnificent picture that people couldn't help but be moved by. In this secret treasure of supreme beings that was full of dangers and opportunities, the battle between Ji Changju and Simmering Night attracted the attention of many people. People looked forward to the outcome of this peak duel, looking forward to seeing who was the true junior supreme. Today, a battle of life and death was inevitable, and only one person could survive the end of this battle. However, who exactly was this person? Was it the divine son of the Ji clan from one of the 13 great immortal families, Ji Changju? Or was it the Taiku divine mountain demon king Simmering Night from one of the 6 great demon races, whose strength was comparable to that of a Holy Land Dao lineage? The crowd was not allowed to know, but Old Man Sky Ice already had an answer in his heart. As expected, as one cracked spatial rift after another shattered, an immense and incomparable figure appeared in the people's field of vision. It was actually an incredibly huge demonic beast figure, and the terrifying aura it emitted seemed as if it could devour the entire heaven and earth. This behemoth was none other than a half-blooded being from the Swidden mountain, Simmering Night. Yes, he managed to have the last laugh. Ha 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 ha, you tiny human ants, how dare you go against this king? It's simply out of your depth, presuming to strike a stone with an egg. O G clan divine son, obediently become this king's food. As Simmering Night's maniacal laughter rang out, a powerful pressure filled the air, causing everyone to feel a sense of suffocation. P.S. Just after New Year's Eve, updates will resume from tomorrow. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 95, Jealous Demon Plan Heir. Ha 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 ha. A mere human mole cricket is worthy of being an enemy of this king. It's simply an ant trying to shake a tree, and it doesn't think it's worth it. G clan divine son, obediently fall into this king's blood meal. With the sound of this voice, an unparalleled domineering aura came from the air, as if it was going to shatter the entire heaven and earth. One could only see Simmering Night standing above the sky, a powerful aura emanating from his body, a cold and merciless light flickering in his eyes, and a contemptuous smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was locked on the direction where Ji Changju had fallen, and a smug look appeared on his face. Yes, he won. In this sparring match that represented the two top heavenly prides of the southern border, he finally defeated his opponent and became the final winner. He stood proudly in the middle of the sky as a victor, looking down on the crowd below. His figure was as tall and imposing as a giant's, and one could not help but feel in awe. At this moment, he seemed to be invincible and no one could compete with him. His eyes revealed a sense of confidence and contempt, as if all his enemies were not worth mentioning. His voice echoed in the air with endless majesty and dominance. You ants! How dare you challenge this king, truly out of your depth. His tone was filled with disdain and mockery for everyone, giving people a sense of his arrogance and untouchability. Divine son of the G clan, do you think you can challenge this king just because you have an immortal inheritance? Let me tell you, this king is the true king. His voice sounded again, this time with an even more indescribable domineering aura. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and every single person felt his terrifying pressure. In this moment, Simmering Knight displayed his formidable strength and unparalleled talent as a half-blooded being. With his cultivation at the third level of the hegemonic emperor realm and a remnant of the immortal secret technique, he managed to defeat the divine son of the Ji clan who also possessed the immortal inheritance, Ji Changju. The result shocked and disbelieved everyone. Look, you guys, it seems like the winner has been divided, and the final winner is the half-blooded being from the Swift God Mountain. Simmering Knight. What? I didn't expect it to be him. Even Ji Changju lost to him. People were in awe as they stared at the powerful being in the air with wide eyes. Their hearts were filled with shock and awe, expressing deep admiration for Simmering Knight's strength. At this point, the figure of staying up all night becomes incredibly tall in people's minds, as if it has become an insurmountable mountain. You should know that Ji Changju is the contemporary heir of the immortal Ji family, one of the 13 immortal families of my human race, and with the chicken great divine body, he should be called invincible. I didn't expect that Ji Changju was not a match for Simmering Knight. This is too strong. Yeah, it's so invincible. It is said that this boiling knight is only 12 years old, that is to say, only 600 years of age of the bone. Even with the Ji Long giant is not far off. The same young Ji Long giant has been the south border is famous for the pride of the sirens, and Boil the Knight is more so. This is simply demon to his mother some perverted This demonic talent of Simmering Knight is completely not below the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace Divine Son Jiang Guanyu. Yeah, I'm afraid that at this moment, no one in my southern borderland is a match for Simmering Knight except among those 9 holy lands. Too demonic, too invincible. Upon seeing this scene, countless prideful people from the southern borderlands' various clans in Great Dao unification were in awe, their eyes wide and mouths open in disbelief. Their hearts were filled with shock and admiration, expressing heartfelt admiration for Simmering Knight's strength. Some shook their heads and said with a helpless face, I thought I was gifted, but compared to staying up all night, it's really nothing. Some clenched their fists in excitement, with a determined gleam in their eyes. I'm going to follow Simmering Knight's example and cultivate hard to be as powerful as him someday. Someone else said with great emotion, a demonic talent like Simmering Knight is really out of one's reach. The crowd was buzzing and the scene was lively. Everyone was impressed by the strength that Simmering Knight had displayed, and was looking forward to his future. This battle has shown people the potential and unlimited possibilities of Simmering, and I believe he will become a shining star in the Southland, leading a generation. Some of them were from the demon race, some were from the human race, and some were from other ethnic groups, but no matter what, they were all deeply shocked by that horrifying strength of Simmering Knight at this moment. Isn't Ji Changju perverted enough? Being in the chicken great divine body, he could be described as an unrivaled demonic talent in the ages. With such demonic talent, Ji Changju had continuously broken the limits of the 6 realms of Qi blood, chakra C, induced spirit, earth sect, celestial, and king, and had received 6 heavenly Dao blessings. Having passed 6 blessing baptisms, his natural talent was definitely not below the divine son of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, Jiang Guanyu, and such a heaven-defying Ji Changju, now is only 500 years old. These 500 years he does not know had defeated, killed how many opponents of the same level. The name of invincibility had long been deeply imprinted in the world's mind. It could be said that his invincibility was not blown out, but rather Ji Changju killed out step by step with fellow heavenly pride demons. Rumor has it that he is even more of a man or woman. It's scary as hell. But it was such a demonic to the extreme Ji Changju that was defeated in the hands of Simmering Knight. From this, it could be seen that Simmering Knight's strength was still above Ji Changju's. One must know that Ji Changju was a peerless demon who had once broken the limits of 6 realms in a row, and such an existence had lost in the hands of Simmering Knight. So how strong must Simmering Knight be? Moreover, Ji Changju had only lost 1 move, which showed that Simmering Knight's strength had far exceeded Ji Changju's. The news caused an immediate uproar when it broke. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Who would have thought that an unknown Simmering Knight would be able to defeat such a powerful Ji Changju? Who the hell is Simmering? How did he get so powerful? Could it be that he is also an heir of some ancient power? People speculated about the identity of Simmering, but no one could give an answer. Only Ji Changju himself knew that Simmering Knight's strength was unfathomable. He even wondered if Simmering Knight had surpassed the level he was at and reached a higher realm. But no matter what, Ji Changju had been defeated. He had to admit that Simmering was indeed more powerful than he was. This battle made Ji Changju realize that there was nothing strange under the sun. Even for a demon like him, there was no guarantee that he would never be defeated. And for Simmer, the win didn't make him complacent. Instead, he became more aware of his shortcomings. Although he had defeated Ji Changju, he knew that there were more and stronger opponents waiting to challenge him. Only by working hard and improving ourselves will we be able to go farther down the road. Human Griffin. Since you've been defeated, then obediently turn into this king's blood meal. Simmering Knight disdainfully swept a glance at Ji Changju, who had long been unconscious, his eyes filled with scorn and greed. Looking at the delicious and savory blood food in front of him, he couldn't help but salivate, as if he had already seen himself tasting the tender and juicy human flesh. Yes, it's too delicious. That's a human pride with a divine body vision. This king has never tried such a demonic body before. Ha ha, along with the excited laughter, a blazing light flashed in Simmering Knight's eyes, as if he couldn't wait to devour Ji Changju into his belly. Say it! The huge body of the heaven-devouring wolf demon that boiled Knight had transformed into opened its bloody fangs, ready to bite down on Ji Changju's body, especially his 50-meter-long quinquin, which Simmer had long wanted to try. Yes, as a demon, Simmering Knight's heart was filled with jealousy. He was jealous of a human with such a long kunai. On the basis of what? What the hell is this based on? So in order to mend his broken heart, Simmering decided to bring Ji Chang. What the hell is this based on? So in order to make up for his broken heart, Simmering Knight decided to take Ji Changju's kunai down himself. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 96, The Great Tonic. Looking at Ji Changju's seductive body, as well as the 50-meter-long kunai, Simmering Knight couldn't help but salivate. As the pride of the demon race, what kind of earthly delicacies hadn't he tasted? All sorts of rare ingredients and exotic beasts had been included in his belly, but he had never tasted this kind of human celestial pride that possessed a divine body vision. Ji Changju's body exuded a mysterious aura, as if it contained endless power and potential. His unique divine body vision was mouth-watering, and every inch of his skin exuded a tantalizing aroma that seemed to speak to him of the freshness and distinctiveness of its flesh. For this demon race heavenly pride, such a delicacy was simply too tantalizing to resist. A strong desire flared up in his heart. He must eat Ji Changju and make him a part of himself, forever becoming one with himself. In his eyes, Ji Changju was no longer an ordinary human pride, but a rare delicacy, and only by devouring him could he satisfy his craving for food. So he decided to start a thrilling chase, vowing to capture Ji Changju and enjoy this unique feast. It's so delicious. It's just so delicious. Looking at Ji Changju, who was emitting a tantalizing aroma in front of him, the desire in his heart erupted like a volcano. The wonderful flavor that made him salivate was irresistible. He stared at Ji Changju with wide eyes, as if he wanted to swallow her into his stomach. Drool dripped uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth, and he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, trying in vain to stifle the urges within him. Finally, he could no longer endure this torment, and violently pounced on Ji Changju, opening his bloody mouth, ready to enjoy this rare delicacy to the fullest, especially the 50-meter dragon in his crotch. It was a heavenly gift that nourished Yin and strengthened Yang. If you can eat it all together, you will surely be able to become a 3-second slugger by staying up all night. This is a chance for him to get rid of the title of 1-second underdog. From now on, he no longer had to endure the mockery and ridicule of those female wolf demons of the same clan, and could raise his eyebrows and tell them, "I'm no longer that weakling that can only last for a second." Thinking of this, his mood was thrilled, as if he saw his future brilliant achievements. And for anyone who is involved in the words nourishing Yin and tonifying Yang, the temptation is irresistible. This is because nourishing Yin and Yang means that it can enhance the health and vitality of the body, giving a new lease of life and charm. And for this wolf demon, who had always been plagued, this temptation was as precious as a heavenly gift, especially for a wolf demon like him, who becomes weak and feeble after staying up all night, and whose mating time is even pitifully short. This baby is literally a savior to save him. It gave him the hope to revitalize himself and made him believe that he could have more power and longer staying power. So he must personally bite off Ji Changju's koan. What? It's really the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan's original treasure art, the Taotai devouring technique. This is an amazingly powerful spell, someone said in shock. That's right, this is indeed the Taotai devouring technique. Legend has it that this dharma allows the cultivator to devour the aura and life force in the heavens and earth, thus gaining great power. This kind of dharma is simply an invincible existence, another person said excitedly. However, it requires an extremely high level of talent and enlightenment to master this dharma. Furthermore, it is extremely difficult to cultivate and requires the consumption of a great deal of time and energy. Thus, even a strong person in the sky-devouring wolf demon clan may not be able to fully master this dharma, someone said worriedly. However, just as the crowd was talking, the huge heaven-devouring wolf suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. As the roar sounded, an invisible pressure emanated from it, as if it wanted to crush the entire world. Rumor has it that this heaven-devouring wolf demon clan is the descendant of the ancient great monster Tao Wu. and they contain a trace of Tao Wu bloodline in their bodies, and once awakened, they will surely have the qualification of becoming a saint, and they are even able to comprehend the Tao Tai treasure technique, Tao Wu devouring technique. I didn't expect that this simmering knight had not only mastered half of the immortal avatars at such a young age, but had also awakened the Tao Tai bloodline that only exists in legends. In that case, I'm afraid that the Ji clan's divine son is in dire straits. This generation of the demon race is truly full of demons. It's hard for my human race. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank, especially those from the human forces who were even more sorrowful. It was important to know that the immortal avatars were one of the top secrets inherited from the various clans, and each of them possessed earth-shattering powers. And now, Simmering Knight had actually grasped half of the immortal divine principles, which meant that his strength had already surpassed most of his peers, and could even be comparable to the older generation of powerhouses. What was even more shocking was that Simmering Knight had actually awakened the Tao Tai bloodline. This kind of bloodline power that only existed in legends. Once it was stimulated, its potential would be incalculable. No, we must find a way to stop him. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will surely become a great danger to our human race. Someone proposed. That's right, but what's the use of talking about this now? With Simmering Knight's talent and strength, he will surely become the leader of the demon race in the future. And what should my human race do then? Another person said worriedly. The crowd fell into deep thought as they realized that this incident was not just a grudge between the Ji clan and the Simmering Knight, but also a battle involving the future destiny of the human and demon clans. Faced with such a situation, they had to re-examine their position and strategy. The principal secret technique that Simmering Knight had unleashed was simply too astonishing. First a remnant of the immortal divine principle, followed by a move of the bloodline treasure technique of the ancient great murderer Tao Tai. Either move was too shocking. This kind of heavenly pride demonic capital has completely not in the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace godson Jiang Guanyu below, is far more than the Ji family godson Ji Long Giant. It was no wonder that under the continuous attacks of Ji Changju's series of supreme laws, Simmering Knight was still able to cope with them, and was even able to defeat the Ji clan's divine son head-on. In that case, it seems that Simmering Knight's natural talent has already far surpassed the Ji clan's divine son, Ji Changju. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is the Tao Wu bloodline treasure art, the Tao Wu devouring technique. Looking at Simmering Knight above the sky with his bloody mouth open, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor frowned and spoke in slight surprise. I didn't expect that this Taiku Divine Mountain Simmering Knight would have mastered this Tao Wu bloodline's bloodline treasure technique. It is certainly a few demonic points. As one of the ancient saints of the human race, even though the Heavenly Ice Ancestor was already an ancient figure from 200,000 years ago, he was naturally well informed. After all, to be able to cultivate to this realm, the things he had experienced and seen were by no means something that ordinary people could imagine. Moreover, this body of his now was a heaven-devouring wolf demon. Therefore, he was also considered to know quite a lot about the secret of the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan's essence. When he had followed Jian Wuxin to return to the East Spirit Ma family to take revenge, it was this Tao Wu devouring mysterious technique hidden in the power of the bloodline of the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan that had been executed, giving the East Spirit Ma family its final fatal blow, devouring the entire Ma family into its belly and completely turning it into a blood meal. Not only that, but this heart had even allowed his cultivation to be greatly enhanced. Nowadays, it seemed that this Taigushan mountain clearly wanted to devour Ji Changju, the divine son of the Ji clan, through the same means. TSK. One must know that a human pride with a divine body vision was truly a tonic of the world. Even the Heavenly Ice Ancestor couldn't help but be moved by this and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Chapter 97, The Great Dark Upheaval. These have a divine body vision, holy body vision, and even a variety of special talent physique of the human race. Pride for the demon race can be said to be the world's great tonic medicine, simply can be encountered and cannot be sought. After all, if one could devour these human celestials who were endowed with supreme talent, then one would certainly obtain the endless potential and creation contained within their bodies. At this point, even a peerless and heaven-defying ancient sage like the Heavenly Ice Ancestor couldn't help but gulp at the sight of it. It couldn't be helped. Now that he was possessing a sky-devouring wolf demon to live on, he naturally had some of the habits of the demon race. Not to mention this heaven-devouring wolf demon clan that possessed the Tao Tai bloodline and mastered the power of devouring. Therefore, when he saw all the major forces of the southern border's heavenly pride gathered at this point, the loneliness in the heart of the Sky Ice Old Ancestor became more and more intense. If he didn't still have a trace of sanity left from his previous life, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to resist rushing up and swallowing these human celestials in one gulp. You know, these people are the things he craves the most right now. However, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor ultimately resisted his inner urges. This was because he knew very well that if he really did this, not only might he himself be caught in a place of no return, but even the entire demon clan would be implicated. Therefore, he could only hold back the desire in his heart and silently watch what was in front of him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jian Wuxin was quite emotional when he saw this. In her previous life, although she was invincible in all ages, she entered the Tao with a handful of swordsmanship and ascended to the realm of a half-empire, shaking the ancient world. But in fact, it was not all plain sailing, and it can even be said that her whole life was a struggle against the sky, against the earth, and against herself. All of them didn't know how many bloody battles of life and death they had gone through before finally stepping into the realm of the half-emperor and proudly looking down on the 9 heavens. And in the 9 heavens of the immortal domain where she is, countless ancient powerful forces. Immortal Taoist system will be the lower world of those so-called heavenly pride sirens, to have been captive, as a tonic, until the descendants need to eat, only then will be harvested. This is the real strongest person can decide the life and death of billions and billions of living beings in the heavens and the world with a single thought. And these oppressions from the upper planes were in turn called by these natives of the 10 directions region, the Great Tribulation of Extinction. It seemed that every time it was unleashed, it would destroy countless Tao states and Tao domains. And the vast eastern wasteland realm was only one of the 10 regions, or the weakest one. The 9 heavens immortal domain's great eastern extinction cataclysm to the 10 directions region had obviously completely surpassed the lifelong knowledge of these natives. In the 9 heavenly immortal realms that Jian Wuxin was in his previous life, it was actually just a tonic that had been captive raised by higher realms. And the annihilation catastrophe unleashed by the beings of that higher realm was also called by the people of the 9 heavens immortal realm, the great dark upheaval. At every turn, the blood of the living beings, full of bleakness, hundreds of millions of living beings eternal annihilation, not into the cycle of reincarnation. And if you want to break free from the bondage of fate, rise from it, and stand out, you can only continuously and desperately cultivate, break the shackles of the heavenly Tao, step into the realm of the great emperor, and certify eternal life. This was also the reason why half-emperor powerhouses such as Jian Wuxin preferred to die in their bodies and reincarnate to pursue that illusory path of eternal life. To put it simply, it means that if you don't cultivate desperately, sooner or later you will be devoured by more powerful beings and completely disappear into the river of history. As the saying goes, my destiny is my destiny. Your own destiny should be in your own hands. Moreover, now in this life, in addition to the heap of enemies from his previous life, Jian Wuxin also had a fresh and tasty master teacher that he needed to feed. Therefore, he had to work even harder and desperately to cultivate before he could do so. Therefore, a great tonic such as the Ji clan's divine son, which possessed the vision of a divine body, could be considered unattainable for today's heavenly ice-old ancestor, and definitely could not be easily missed. Immediately, underneath the bucket hat, Jian Wuxin's icy cold eyes narrowed and he smiled crookedly. Wang Kai, the 2 of them are yours. The medicine which is a great tonic is enough to make up for your thin Tao bloodline. Go ahead and eat them. It's back. I've been disappeared for 2 months, and I'm being watched by my beautiful 25-year-old aunt, so I'll start updating again tomorrow. And I'll start a new book in a couple of days. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 98 Demonic Beast Bloodline about to evolve. Wang Kai, the 2 of them belong to you. This kind of divine body in ancient beast's blood is a great tonic for you. It is enough to activate the thin Tao bloodline hidden in your body. Never let it go. Go ahead and eat them. Underneath the bucket hat, Jian Wuxin's eyes, which were already clear and cold, flashed with a ray of cold light, as if in just one sentence. He had already decided the life and death of these 2 people. To know that these 2 are not ordinary Holy Land disciples, a person with a divine body vision, is to break 6 times in a row the extreme realm of the immortal Ji family godson. The other is the half-blooded beings of the ancient divine mountain, the body with extremely anticlimactic ancient saint half-blood. These 2 casually a person thrown to the outside are enough to push the world's absolute demon, and in a matter of moments, the reincarnated body of this ancient empress from the upper realm had easily decided the life and death of these 2 people. Still reduced to food for a husky dog demon, can only be used as a tonic drug to activate the bloodline. Although this heaven-devouring wolf demon was transformed by the heavenly ice-old ancestor at the moment, other than Jian Wuxin, no one else knew about it. He was just an ordinary heaven-devouring wolf demon in the eyes of the others, an immortal family god's son. A demon saint's son was just set to be a blood meal. Wouldn't the contrast be a bit too great? However, it was fortunate that Jian Wuxin's voice was very small, or rather it was a voice transmission, so that only the heavenly ice-old ancestor could hear it, or else if this had reached the ears of the others at this moment, they wouldn't have been infuriated to death, especially the 2 great demonic prides above the sky, who were engaged in a life and death blood battle. They were fighting to the death for their clan, but in the end, they were designated as food by a 14-year-old human girl who was only at the celestial realm. It's also too infuriating. By order, Master. Hearing the order given by Jin Wuxin, the corners of the Sky Ice Old Ancestor's mouth instantly hooked up with a flash of brilliance. Looking at those two piles of blood and flesh on top of the celestial dome, his mouth had long been full of harangues. This kind of human blood and flesh with the divine body vision, and that demon blood and flesh with the demon saint bloodline, simply made his eyes water. If he wasn't waiting for Jin Wuxin's order, he would have gotten on it long ago. That's a blood food that can make his bloodline evolve. If he was able to completely refine the simmering night, it was possible that Old Man Sky Ice might even be able to stimulate the Tao Wu bloodline hidden within him, thus evolving into the ancient great beast of ferocity, the Tao Wu. It was important to know that although this Tao Wu fierce beast was not as mysterious and powerful as the ancient 10 fierce beasts, it was definitely the best amongst the demonic beasts. A great completion Tao Wu was enough to step into the realm of a half-emperor even if it couldn't become an immortal, and could compete with those great completion sacred bodies for the glory of a world of heavenly destiny. If one was able to stand out amongst the emperor's path and certify as a great emperor, both their bloodline and talent would be further enhanced. In the future, even if one were to pursue that illusory realm of immortality, it would not be impossible. It should be known that even with a heavenly talent, Jin Wuxin's previous life was only a holy body vision. After she fought with the sky, fought with the earth, fought with herself for millions of years, before her holy body finally became a great success and stepped into the realm of half-emperors, shocking the ancient and modern world. And if old ancestor Sky Ice was able to awaken the ferocious beast bloodline in his body, coupled with his own holy body vision, with two powerful physiques converging in one, the achievements he would be able to achieve in the future could be imagined. As soon as the words left his mouth, he could no longer contain his hot heart. Immediately afterward, it manifested its demonic beast body, which was a heaven-devouring wolf demon tens of thousands of feet tall. Yes, after the heavenly ice old ancestor's cultivation had regained to the hegemonic emperor realm, the original body that he would have manifested had he further undergone a qualitative change. Like staying up all night, his demonic beast body at this moment was naturally able to transform into tens of thousands of feet. That huge body seemed as if it could shake the heavens and devour all the spirits in one bite. Terrifying to the extreme. First shift. 5-star boing boing. I should be starting a new book in a few days, so remember to stop by. Chapter 99, The Might of the Demon Race. Two half-blooded beings. The scene that the heavenly ice ancestor suddenly manifested immediately stunned the crowd. That terrifying aura was unexpectedly not at all below the peak period of the Taiku Divine Mountain Demon Saint Sun, simmering night, and was even better than ever. What's going on? Devouring. The sky-devouring wolf demon. How could there be another sky-devouring wolf demon? What the hell is going on here? And from this wolf demon outbreak bloodline breath is extremely strong, rich and incomparable. At least is also a half-blooded ferocious beast. Cultivation is stepping into the realm of the hegemonic emperor. Even if compared to that simmering night, Ji-Long Giant has also been more than that. What? Another half-blooded spirit? Its cultivation has reached the hegemonic emperor realm. Could this be the other two half-blooded beings of the Shun Huan Divine Mountains generation that possess the ancient demon saint bloodline? It's horrible. The heaven-devouring wolf demon clan has directly deployed two half-blooded demons in order to compete with the immortal Ji clan for this supreme secret treasure. It seems like they are determined to win this supreme secret deposit. Hey, I'm afraid there's no hope for us scattered weaklings. Yes, a half-blood spirit is okay. Waiting for the Ji family god's son and its fight a defeat. We then go up to take the opportunity to pick up the leakage. Even if it is worse, can also pick up some rags. Drink a mouth of soup. Now two half-blood demonic beasts descended. This Ji-Long Giant is afraid that the fate is bad. We are even more no chance. Waiting for the Ji family god's son fell. This supreme secret Tibet will certainly soon be the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan to control, and become the backyard of this group of people, and then not to mention drinking soup and picking up rags. At that time, let alone drinking soup and picking up rags, we won't even have to eat. Nappy. I'm so pissed. Fuck. I'm so pissed off too. My supreme secret collection. Give me. Woo woo. In the meantime, on the other side, the simmering knight, who was currently opening his bloody mouth, felt the aura of the arriving Sky Ice ancestor and was instantly excited. Great! It's an aura from my sky-devouring wolf demon clan, and it looks like it's also a half-blooded being with hegemonic emperor realm cultivation. So my sky-devouring wolf demon clan has two hegemonic emperor powerhouses here. This supreme secret treasure is not something that human ants would ever want to get their hands on. Ha 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 ha. In accordance with the past of each session of the Tenjiao Conference, the major forces in the deserted ancient secret realm to fight for glory for the ancient powerhouse, the secret collection is bound to be the top priority, and the general hegemonic emperor's secret stash was a battleground for celestial realm cultivators. The emperor's secret collection was a king's realm cultivator fighting for glory. The top heavenly prides of the major powers that had stepped into the hegemonic emperor realm were competing for the chance of a lifetime in the supreme secret collection. As for those 9 great saintly bodies possessing saintly body visions, the saints of the various great dynasties, and the divine sons possessing divine body visions, they set their sights on the higher level of the half-saint mysteries, which was the crowd-pleasing drama of the Taiwanshuang mystic realm. It was because the legend said that this half-saint secret collection possessed the saintly inheritance of a half-saint powerhouse, or even an ancient saint powerhouse. Although supreme secret collections such as these were not as mysterious as that mysterious half-saint secret collection, they were still enough to cause the great Tao unification to pay attention to them. After all, from the opening of this Heaven's Pride conference until now, only 3 supreme secret treasures had appeared in such a long time. How rich the inheritance of opportunity contained within it was imaginable. The general supreme secret collection. The major forces will basically only send a god body vision of the heavenly pride demon to compete. Just like this supreme secret collection immortal family side is to come Ji family godson Ji Long giant, and the ancient demon race is to come to the son of the heaven-devouring wolf king, half-blooded living spirit simmering night. Now, no one expected that this heaven-devouring wolf demon clan would once again descend a half-blooded being. It seemed that this heaven-devouring wolf demon clan was determined to obtain this supreme secret treasure. But except for Jin Wuxin, who was watching the show among the human race's heavenly pride, no one knew that this new half-blooded wolf demon was the heavenly ice-old ancestor who was trying to uniquely swallow this entire supreme mystical treasure. First shift. 5 stars. Big sister says I'm too weak and doesn't want me. New book tomorrow. Boing boing. Chapter 100. That's what I say. And Jesus can't keep it. Yes. This tens of thousands of feet tall terrifying wolf demon figure was none other than the heavenly ice ancestor. Since he had possessed this heaven-devouring wolf demon body, it had been several years, and during this period of time, under the nourishment and nurturing of Su Chen's bone broth that was full of the breath of life on a daily basis, Old Man Sky Ice's wolf demon bloodline power had also evolved to the realm of a half-blooded living soul. The so-called blood spirit is to have half of the ancient beast bloodline breath, strong and incomparable, compared to the human cultivator's physical talent is the god body vision, with a half-saint posture, coupled with the saint realm cultivation that Old Man Sky Ice had already possessed in his previous life. His strength today was naturally imaginable, even against the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan's simmering knight, who also possessed the bloodline of the half. He had the certainty of victory, and if he was able to evolve this demon body to the pure blood level and possess the qualifications to enter the saintly realm, then in time when he stepped into the saintly realm again in this life, with the 2 major physiques of the heavenly ice sacred body and the fierce beast pure blood in his body, his strength was bound to far exceed that of his previous life and skyrocket to a terrifying degree. Old Ancestor Sky Ice asked himself that once he stepped into the realm of the saints, he would be invincible in the same realm, sweeping across the entire southern border Taoist realm. Of course, Su Chen's master and disciple were excluded. After all, these 2 were not normal people. One casually threw out a great Tao law, and one was the reincarnated body of a female emperor. He could still tell the difference between how many pounds and how many tails the Sky Ice old ancestor had, but the others, he wouldn't put it past him. What with the 9 holy lands, the 6 great demon races, the 13 immortal families, the entire southern border Tao region will be ruthlessly stepped on by my ice cloud immortal palace, and will be subjugated for all eternity. He was also able to travel to the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan to kill the wolf king and reclaim that wolf king consort that he had once been so enamored with. And soon, in the excited eyes of simmering night, the bloody mouth of the heavenly ice old ancestor arrived in an instant, about to swallow Ji Changju into his stomach. Seeing this, Simmering Night was so excited that he immediately said in a maniacal manner, "Ha ha 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 ha, human ants, all of them go to hell for this king. Be a good boy and become the blood food of my heaven-devouring wolf demon clan." Under his hysterical maniacal laughter, the human cultivators from all sides closed their eyes, their faces full of shame and unwillingness. Is it true that our human race can only be reduced to the blood food of the demon race? Even the divine son of the immortal Ji family was defeated, and now he has to be reduced to this kind of food. This is a strange shame. You should know that Ji Changju is a lineage heir who possesses a divine body vision. If even a hegemonic emperor-level powerhouse like him can only be reduced to a blood meal, then what are we casual cultivators? Do we really have to resign ourselves to this? But just as they all had dared not open their eyes to see this tragic scene, a shocking and dramatic change occurred, only to see that the tens of thousands of feet huge wolf demon above the dome of the sky didn't stop after devouring Ji Changju in a single bite, but instead headed towards the simmering night not too far away. And that terrifying aura permeated to the entire Taiwang mysterious realm. What are you doing? Stop. Stop now. This king orders you to stop. Could it be that you want to devour this king as well? At the sight of this sudden onslaught, Simmering Night was instantly horrified, and had long since lost his previous arrogance. As a member of the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, he certainly knew exactly what heavenly ice-old ancestor was doing at this moment. Of course it was to devour him along with Ji Changju. Devouring and refining the ferocious beast bloodline in their bodies is the way of survival of the sky-devouring wolf demon clan since ancient times. But after all, he, Simmering Knight, was the son of the heaven-devouring wolf king, and he had always been the only one to devour other heaven-devouring wolf demons, and there had never been a wolf demon that dared to hit him. It is in this kind of pampered environment, Simmering early on developed the arrogance of no one in sight, defying everything. Even just now, when he was facing Ji Changju, the divine son of the immortal Ji clan who also possessed the divine body vision and had also stepped into the third level of the hegemonic emperor realm, he had never placed it in his eyes. Although Ji Changju was able to execute two supreme laws, Simmering Knight, by virtue of his even more noble bloodline, had mastered a half-dozen demon saint avatars, and stiffly defeated Simmering Knight by virtue of his formidable strength. So he has the same arrogant capital, coupled with his noble origin. Even when this suddenly appeared heavenly ice-old ancestor was also a hegemonic emperor powerhouse with a half-blooded living spirit bloodline, Simmering Knight had never thought that he would be reduced to a blood meal for him. But at this moment, he really panicked, because in the previous life and death battle with Ji Changju, he used all of his strength almost without reservation, and now if he wasn't resting on his strong will he would have fainted. So he really panicked. He doesn't want to die yet. This king is the son of the demon king of the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, possessing a demon saint bloodline, a born saint. How can I be devoured by a lowly bloodline like you? Absolutely not. You can't devour this king. This king can give you everything you want. Women, money, status, slaves, as long as you want, this king can give you. Even if it is the mother consort of this king will also have to tie her to you. Please, please, let me go. In the midst of the astonished and shocked gazes of each and every one of them, this son of the heaven-devouring wolf demon who possessed a half-blooded living spirit bloodline had long since been scared to the point of ting and urinating, and was incontinent. This scene came too suddenly, outside of all of their expectations. They, who were still in despair from the fact that the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan had descended upon two half-blooded beings, were instantly dumbfounded plus dumbfounded again. Then there was the near miss of laughter. Although none of them knew what had happened, many of the sons of the great families were still clear that a demonic beast like the sky-devouring wolf demon, which possesses the power of devouring, can refine their bloodline by devouring its own kind? And if a half-blooded being devours another half-blooded and then refines it, it is likely to evolve into a true pure-blooded being. Obviously, in addition to swallowing Ji Changju, this later half-blooded wolf demon also intended to devour Simmering Knight along with it, evolving its own bloodline into a pure-blooded being. Although it was likely that the demon race would once again produce a pure-blooded ferocious beast, this scene at this moment was still something they were happy to see. Two half-blooded demonic beasts of the same race killing each other. There was even such a good thing under the sky. The party that was devoured was still the son of the heaven-devouring wolf king, which was the son of a true demon saint. That is, an ancient great ferocious beast that had stepped into the realm of entering the saint. What exactly was the identity of this later heaven-devouring wolf demon? What status? To dare to target the demon saint's son was simply audacious. Mother consort? I can't tell. You're really a great filial son. Old Sky Ice Ancestor's eyes teasingly stared at Simmering Knight. He didn't realize that this Simmering Knight was still a great filial son. I also wonder if his mother consort is the same royal consort that he favored back then. I heard that back in the day, after his affair with the wolf princess came to light, it wasn't long before that princess gave birth to a son, and I don't know if it's his child or not. If so, then the one in front of you stayed up all night. But none of that matters. Now, what he needed most was to devour a ferocious beast bloodline that also possessed a half-blooded spirit and refine it for his own use. In this way, the two wolf demon half-bloods were fused together, and the bloodline breath within the Sky Ice-old ancestor's body would also receive a qualitative leap, completely evolving into a pure-blooded being with the qualifications to enter the Holy Spirit. How rare are pure-blooded beings? It can be said to be rare for ages. Even the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan among the 6 major demon clans had only produced one pure blood in this generation. Simmering Ching, like the 9 sacred grounds of the human race, only the heaven-devouring wolf demon, the 9 thunder mythical beast, and the heaven-swallowing sparrow clans of the 6 great demon clans, which were not weak to the heavenly sacred grounds Tao lineage, had demonic sons who had awakened their pure blood bloodline. Now, the heavenly ice-old ancestor only needed to devour the Simmering Knight in front of him, who possessed a half-blood living spirit bloodline, and he would also evolve into this pure-blood living spirit bloodline that was rare in the ages. And how is that not exciting? Right. Moreover, while he swallowed the Simmering Knight, he was also able to gift an immortal Ji clan divine son, Ji Changju, who possessed a divine body vision. This was a heavenly opportunity. It could be said that there was no one that could resist the temptation of staying up all night at this moment to the heavenly ice ancestor, even if it was the bone soup that Chen had made. That's what I said. Jesus came and couldn't stay. Finally, the book is finally 100 chapters in 3 years. It's still a 3,000 word chapter. Now I'll see who dares to call me short. I should be opening a new book in the next couple of days, so check it out from my homepage. Chapter 101, A Change of Heart. I'm going to rush the division. Mother consort? Gee, I can't tell you're really a great filial son. Upon hearing this, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor sneered with a playful expression. But unfortunately, compared to your mother consort, I still want to eat you more. As soon as the words fell, not waiting for Simmering Night, who had long been scared into incontinence, to struggle, the tens of thousands of feet of wolf demon body transformed by the Sky Ice Old Ancestor opened its bloody mouth, devouring towards Simmering Night. Wah! Don't! This king doesn't want to die yet. Don't! No! Under that terrifying overbearing emperor's pressure, simmering in the middle of the night in full view of everyone, this half-blooded being with a demon saint bloodline and possessing the qualifications of a half-saint, a young supreme being, fell just like that. Still, along with a young human juvenile supreme being, Ji Changju, the divine son of the immortal Ji clan who possessed the divine body vision, fell into the hands of the heavenly Ice Old Ancestor. It was just that, in the eyes of these cultivators, Old Man Sky Ice was a demonic heavenly pride, and in order to completely evolve his bloodline into a pure-blooded being, that was why he devoured Simmering Night along with him. It was a scene that was not to be missed. Alas, it is a pity. This Ji Changju is the heir to one of the 13 immortal families of my human race, the Ji family, with a divine body vision. If it does not die young, it will become a supreme in the future, with the qualifications of a half-saint to become a saint. It's a pity that he fell in the mouth of the demon race so easily and ended up as a blood meal. Yes, now that Ji Changju is dead, the immortal Ji clan is bound to regard the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan as mortal enemies, and in the future, it will set off an immortal war, which will truly be a catastrophe on Earth. Not to say anything else, this 13 immortal family and the first 3 immortal Li family, immortal Lin family, as well as the immortal Ji family, is a marriage for generations, with the common advancement and retreat. Devouring the Sky Wolf Demon Clan may not be afraid of the immortal Ji family, but the 3 immortal family, even if it is the 9 Holy Land Taoist system, also have to be afraid of. I see. And so on the end of this 2 barren secret realm, we can run as far as possible. As far as possible, then the 4 immortal level Taoist system pull off the immortal war, is bound to the blood of the living world will be full of bleak. At that time, when the 4 great immortal level Daos pull off an immortal war, there will surely be bloodshed among the living beings, and the eyes will be filled with desolation. Staying up all night to be devoured by a sky-devouring wolf demon that was also a native-blooded being might be something that these southern border scattered cultivators would be happy to see. After all, since ancient times, the human and demon races had been great enemies in life and death. However, the fall of Ji Changju, the divine son of the Ji clan, still caused them to be overwhelmed with emotion. It is important to know that this Ji Changju is the body of a divine body vision, breaking 6 consecutive extreme realms, obtaining the blessing of the 6 great Tao of the human race teenage supreme, half-saint into the saint's capital, if not prematurely, will become supreme in the future. These young and promising young supreme beings had just fallen into the blood food of the demon race. How could this not make people feel emotional and painful? Pain. It hurts too much. It hurts like hell. Why is there such heartache in the world? In the meantime, amidst the hearts of countless southern border dispersed cultivators as if they were knives, Ji Changju, a young and promising teenage supreme being, and Simmering Night, a demon half-blooded living being, finally fell. Together, they fell into the belly of the heavenly Ice Old Ancestor, turning into nutrients and making great contributions to the evolution of the heavenly Ice Old Ancestor into a pure-blooded being. Their greatness would always be remembered in the hearts of all cultivators. TSK, worthy of being a divine body and a half-blooded being, the life force contained within its body is really immense. It should be enough to evolve this demon body of this seed into a pure-blooded being. Feeling the newly infused surging chi and blood in his body, the Sky Ice Old Ancestor had a face of contentment. What he had to do now was to find a place with abundant aura, and refine the demon saint bloodline that had grown significantly from devouring the Simmering Night Ji Changju, turning it into a part of his own body, thus stimulating the thin Taotai bloodline hidden in his body, completely evolving into a pure-blooded being. As soon as the words fell, the tens of thousands of feet huge wolf demon body manifested by the Sky Ice Old Ancestor disappeared above the sky dome. Only the disciples of the great clans, the demon races, the scattered cultivators, and the heavenly pride demons were left there in a daze. At the same time, amongst the crowd of people observing the various great Tao unification, and the scattered cultivators, a touch of ice-cold silhouette also disappeared. Obviously, this smudge of immortal shadow was Su Chen's open-door great sinful disciple, Sword Wuxin. After she saw that the purpose of Bai Xing was accomplished, she also stopped staying too long. And as for the topmost supreme inheritance in the supreme secret collection, it could be said that she couldn't even look at it, simply because what she herself had inherited was originally the Empress Dowager's Tao intent that was unmatched in all of history. Now, she only wants to quickly end this trip to the secret realm of the Taiwai, early return to the ice-cloud immortal palace, back to the misty peak, back to the master's side, back to the master's warm embrace, looking at the master's cheeks that are like the heaven of the banishment of the immortal, as if it is a fantasy, such as a dream, such as intoxicated. Never leave. Master, my disciple really misses you. And I don't know to whether the master's father has been thinking about the apprentice like the apprentice is thinking about the master's father like this, also thinking about the apprentice. I want to be with my master forever, never to be separated again, even if I go up to the immortal palace, down to the 9 hells, and reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes. I want to be with my master forever and ever and ever and ever. This is the Tao of my disciple in this life. Yes. The disciple would like to call it the way of the punching master. The journey to punch the division is a long way to go. First shift. 5-star boing boing. The secret realm has written 50 chapters. Finally almost over. Too difficult to write the secret realm. Or daily line is good to write. After the end of the Taiwara secret realm, we'll soon return to the daily line of teachers and disciples. Also, go for the high school entrance exams and win the gold medal. Chapter 102, The Immortal War that is about to begin. With the disappearance of the figures of Jian Wuxin and the heavenly ice-old ancestors master and servant, the entire Tai wasteland mysterious realm set off an uproar. As an heir to one of the 13 great immortal lineages of the immortal level Tao lineage, the divine son of the Ji clan, Ji Changju, had unexpectedly fallen. Still, he fell in the mouth of a heaven-devouring wolf demon, and along with him, there was also the son of the demon sage of the mountain of the ancient gods, Boiling Night, who was also an immortal level Tao system person. These two, no matter which one in the southern border, are extremely prestigious. Is the son of a demon, invincible a world. Its natural talent are not in the ice cloud immortal palace divine son Zheng Wanyu below, but it was these two immortal heirs, who were famous enough to leave a mark in history, who both fell on the same day, at the same time, at the same minute, at the same second, and fell in the mouth of a dog demon that scurried out of nowhere, and was turned into a blood meal. This matter, at the same time, also provoked the anger of many human cultivators. Ji Changju, although arrogant and unruly, look at anyone like a mole cricket, but he, no matter how to say, is also the human race's immortal level Tao lineage heir to the supreme half-saint of the qualifications, and this time he is still on behalf of the human race out of the war, is for the dignity of the human race and fight, and put all their efforts to fight against the demon race, and ultimately ended up with a corpse and bones of the end of the situation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This demon race is really hateful. It's even if they usually bully and suppress my human race, but now they even dare to behead the pride of my human race. Are they trying to provoke a great war between the two races? It is. A bunch of births. Duke Ji is so handsome and his second brother is so gigantic. This young lady was decapitated by them before she could experience it. Could it be that they are trying to start an immortal war? This young lady is a first-class force under the 13 immortal family Tang family, the princess of Qingxian Dao State's Great Yan Divine Kingdom. This group of births of theirs are just jealous that Duke Ji is bigger than them, and they dare to decapitate this princess's future husband. This princess swears that from today onwards, she will not rest in peace with your heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, and that if the immortal Ji clan sets off the immortal war, I, Great Yan Divine Kingdom, am willing to be the daredevil. The Great Yan Divine Kingdom princess is right. This king is also the prince of the heavenly Du Empire under the banner of the immortal Lin family, one of the 13 great immortal families, the top power of the Tao heavenly state. The snowy night, this heaven-devouring wolf demon clan dares to kill my human immortal heir to the throne in a fair and square manner. That is a provocation to my human race. This revenge must be avenged. All the disciples of the heavenly Do Empire listen to the order. From today onwards, this king gives the order to kill. Wherever you encounter the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, give this king the order to kill them. No one will be left behind. Ugh, you dead wife Dolawa come to be funny. A bunch of half-step blood-moving realm humanoids. This king can trample them to death with 1 foot. All the disciples of my Gamma Empire are under orders to hunt down all the demon races, and we're going to be immortal as well. At the same time, This kind of execution order given to the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan as well as to the major demon clans was being staged everywhere in the Taiwang mysterious realm at the moment. These human forces, relying on the fact that they were covered by the major lineages behind them, which were also immortal level Dao lineages, also offered their attentions and expressed their heartfelt intentions, lest they were half a beat slower than the other forces. In their opinion, the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan dared to blatantly decapitate the Ji family's divine son. It was declaring war on the immortal Ji family, and the immortal Ji family could never tolerate a demon clan standing on their heads and ting on their heads. Besides, Ji Changju is still the only divine body visionary of the immortal Ji family in this generation, and he has been cultivated as the next head of the family at birth, so the importance to the Ji family can be imagined. After this incident, the immortal Ji clan and the sky-devouring wolf demon clan would surely be mortal enemies. From the strength of the immortal Ji family, although the force is far less than the devouring wolf demon family, but the 13 immortal families have always been the same gas-even branch, especially the imperial 3 immortal Lin family, immortal Li family, as well as the immortal Ji family. These 3 families is the marriage of generations. Messing with a family is equivalent to messing with the 3 at the same time. The 3 families, even if it is the 9 holy places, do not dare to mess with it easily. Therefore, since the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan had messed with the immortal Ji clan, it also meant that between the immortal world clan and the swift demon clan, they had already torn their cheeks, and between the 2 immortal Daos, sooner or later, they would set off an immortal war in which the pale beings would be bloodied and filled with desolation. It was also their turn to show their loyalty to these first-rate and second-rate forces under their command. Anyway, the real fight. There is no such thing as these scum, when a mouth-high boy, blowing powerful or quite good, and this kind of great opportunity to blow awesome and not get beaten up. Those of them who were human casual cultivators, naturally, would not let go. Each and every one of them stood out, and were furious, letting out a loud roar. Humph, demonic ants, dare to kill my human race's pride, really bully my human race has no one. This seat is the jade tripod realist of the cloud beyond cave. Demonic ants all wash their necks for this seat and wait to receive the wrath from the immortal family. A celestial pride wearing backpack pants with a center parting and holding a basketball in his hands had the same angry look on his face. And from the aura that emanated from his body, it was actually completely not below the previous immortal Ji clan's divine son Ji Changju, as well as the ancient half-blooded living spirit Simmering Night, which was actually an invincible demon that had stepped into the realm of the hegemonic emperor. Looking at the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan outside the supreme mystical treasure, this backstrap pants heavenly pride cursed angrily. This Gongzi is the Gongzi of the Kai clan. Kai Koan is also, personally known as the Duke of the Void. Stunned is singing and dancing rap basketball music. Your demonic ants dare to defy my human race. They are simply looking for death. As soon as these words came out, countless surrounding heavenly prides were shocked. Heavens, he seems to be the divine son of the immortal Kai family, one of the same 13 immortal families, Kai Koan, known as the Void Prince. What? The Void Duke? I heard that this Kai Koan is the leader of this generation of the immortal Kai family, with a basketball Dao body, with a lifespan of no more than 4 katas, that is to say, 240 years old, having broken the extreme realm 6 times, crushing countless heavenly prides with invincible capital, and stepping into the hegemonic emperor's realm. A heavenly talent, definitely not below the ice cloud immortal palace divine son Jiang Guanyu. 2.5 years of practicing the way of basketball. Ah no, less than 250 years of practicing the way of basketball to have such an achievement. The Void Duke is truly invincible, worthy of being an heir from an immortal family. That's the difference between the bottom and the bottom. Damn it, it's really a case of people being more angry than people. Even Kai Koan, a divine son of the same 13 immortal families, can't stand to watch. It seems that this time, the immortal families and the Swidden demon races are completely torn apart. Having said that, anger was anger, but the Taiku demon race was not something they dared to mess with. Therefore, these human scattered cultivators are every day behind the back cursing the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, scolding them for not being able to give birth to a son, giving birth to a son with no asshole, and giving birth to daughters who are prostitutes, slaves and prostitutes. The human cultivators said, even if I can't beat them, I'm still going to have a good time. Damn it, it's so great to be the old sixth in private. And the ones who were truly going to start a life and death battle with the demon race would inevitably be these peerless demons from the 13 great immortal families. First shift, 5-star boing boing, Chapter 103 Ancestor of the Ji family, Uncovering the Coffin, the Eastern Wasteland Realm. Daoxian Prefecture, desolate ancient Ji family. As a party of the Eastern Wastelands 500,000 Dao states, the immortal Ji family has been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, and has survived several epical cataclysms without being extinguished, and it is rumored that there was once an immortal saint who stepped into the Holy Realm, thus ranking as the first of the 13 great immortal families, and with the immortal Lin family and the immortal Li family, it is also referred to as the Imperial Three Families. Even the 9 Holy Lands did not dare to easily mess with them, especially after the invasion of the southern border by the Devil Dao 1,000 years ago. After the Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master led countless strong men of the Ice Cloud to break out in a heaven-destroying battle with the Devil Dao, causing the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to fall for 1,000 years, and has almost existed in name only. The Immortal G-Clan has also been touted as the immortal level Dao lineage that is most likely to replace the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to become the new 9 Great Sacred Grounds in the qualifying battle in the next 9 Great Sacred Grounds ranking contest. In the meantime, inside the G family's ancestral land, an agate building and immortal pavilion stood in a row, with a 7-colored divine rainbow, spanning across the vast sky, with clouds and mist, just like an earthly paradise. Now, countless absolutely horrifying auras suddenly lifted the coffin and stretched out a dry, pale palm, which then crashed through the roof and hovered above the G family, all gazing at the distant Taiwu ancient city, sending shivers down one's spine. It's the aura of my G clan's divine son, but why is he getting weaker and weaker? What's going on here? Could it be that something has happened in the Tai desolate mysterious realm? Someone dared to injure the divine son of my immortal G-clan, such as the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Xin Tian old ancestor. They are all the immortal G family's successive generations of old ancestors, usually in the form of burial, have slept in the G family's ancestral land, basically will not wake up. Only when the immortal G family is facing the survival of life and death, only then will awaken. But now, just because they sensed that the breath of G family's divine son Ji Changju was getting weaker and weaker, as if they were out of some kind of state, they actually lifted off their coffins, crashed through the roofs, and rose up from the ground, and each one of them exuded an incomparably horrifying and appalling aura, and seemed to have stepped into the realm of the Supreme Being. Just then, Zhang family ancestral land inside suddenly emerged again a thick black smoke, and then only heard a boom was exploded. A black sarcophagus appeared, suspended in mid-air. It still appears to be a stone coffin sealed with cement. More than just a situation. Just half a breath ago, the soul crystal that this seed left in the long giant's body directly shattered, and his entire body is gone. With the sound of an explosion, this sarcophagus instantly blew apart, and an overbearing, heaven-shaking sound resounded within the ancestral land, shaking the heavens and the earth, and at that moment, it was as if all living beings were trembling. This is an old man in tattered gray clothes, and on closer inspection, this is actually a dry body with a stooped figure and withered bones. The aura emanating from him was even more powerful than those G-clan ancestors, which seemed to be a G-clan great ancestor who had stepped into the immortal half-saint level. The entire immortal G-clan was shaken by these words. What? The long giant's soul crystal is shattered. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My G-clan is the third of the 13 immortal families. Even the 9 great Holy Land Taoist systems don't dare to easily mess with them. Who would dare to lay a deadly hand on my G-clan's divine son? Moreover, the long giant has been carefully cultivated and tempered by us for hundreds of years. With his means and strength, there are not many people in this Taiwang secret realm who will be his opponent, and the only people in the 9 Holy Lands are the 8 demonic heavenly prides who possess the holy body's visage in addition to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to be able to defeat him. Right. Ji Changju also carries 2 supreme laws and has a cultivation of the 3rd heaven of the hegemonic emperor realm. Even if he can't be defeated, those 8 Holy Lands sacred sons will definitely not easily invite such a difficult opponent for themselves. Do you guys think it could be that the 6 great demonic tribes' heavenly pride made a move? No matter who it is, daring to decapitate my G-clan's divine son is not giving face to my immortal G-clan. Not giving face to my G-clan is not giving face to us. This son should be executed. Passed down the order. Can be transmitted to the voice this trip to the Tai Wasteland secret realm a total of follow the protection of the road elders? Full force to us to track down this matter. Long Giant was carefully cultivated by us as the future hope of my G family. Dare to be heading my G family godson. My immortal family will be immortal with it. If this person is related to those 9 holy places and 6 demon races, my immortal G family will definitely pull off an immortal war. It will also destroy its Dao lineage and thwart this person's bones and ashes. Meanwhile, at this moment, the entire southern border Dao region was shocked. Feeling this strand of ancient aura from the immortal G clan, the countless forces and Dao lineages around them were shocked. I don't know what has happened, but it has actually awakened these old monsters of the G family who have been buried and lived for tens of thousands of years. And among them, there seems to be that G family's great ancestor who has stepped into the realm of the immortal half-saint, and then soon after in news, will be from the 2 desolate secret realm, such as locusts crossing the general, crazy sweeping the entire southern border. This news is the G family that is known as the first pride in 1,000 years, born with a divine body vision, but also have become a half-saint of the G family godson fell. It was no wonder that those old ancestors of the immortal G clan had uncovered their coffins and were awakened from their slumber. And more importantly still, the one who had struck out at the divine son of the G clan was a half-blooded being from the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan of the Taiku demon race that possessed the third heavenly stage of the hegemonic emperor realm cultivation. More people can't figure out is the sky-devouring wolf demon clan also has a half-blooded living beings fell. And the way they fell are swallowed by this sky-devouring wolf demon into the belly, turned into blood food. It makes you sweat. What's wrong with the world? The two immortal level Dao lineagers fought each other in a bloody battle. And then a fellow heaven-devouring wolf demon clan picked up the slack and became his blood meal, only to be transformed into sustenance. And the immortal G clan naturally placed this blood feud on the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan. After all, regardless of whether Ji Changju died at the hands of Simmering Night or at the hands of the Heavenly Ice Ancestor, it wasn't that Simmering Night had taken the blame for the Heavenly Ice Ancestor. After all they represented was the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan. The ultimate immortal G clan's wrath was all borne by the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan. Even if Heavenly Ice Elder Ancestor didn't make a move, with that half-dozen immortal divine abilities that Simmering Night had mastered, Ji Changju would definitely not be a match for him, and would only end up turning into Simmering Night's blood meal. Anyway, Ji Changju's outcome is to be turned into a blood meal for the demon race. In that case, what difference does it make who was going to be the bad guy? The Heavenly Ice Old Ancestor could still pick up a leak when he made his move, and eat an additional Simmering Night that possessed a half-blooded living spirit bloodline. This was simply a buy one get one free, a big profit. So what's not to like about him? If you are still alive at this moment, you will certainly say you old six, and then directly be angry to death. And shortly afterward, another piece of news that was enough to shake the entire southern border came out. After the next session of the 9 Great Sacred Grounds Lie sequence struggle is over, the 13 great immortal families will be pouring out their nests, bound to pull off an immortal war that will leave the pale beings bloodthirsty and full of bleakness, and make every effort to exterminate the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, eradicating the scourge of the demon race for the entire southern border human race, and returning the human race to a peaceful and prosperous world. First shift, 5-star boing boing. Chapter 104, Old Ancestor, I've become a success. The 13 great immortal lineages and the sky-devouring wolf demon clan were considered to have completely torn their faces apart. The divine son of the G clan, the head of the immortal family, Ji Changju, fell in the belly of a wolf demon, and the half-blooded beings of the wolf demon clan also fell in this battle. And although the body of Simmering Night's fall was not directly related to Ji Changju, it was also indirectly related. If he hadn't had a life and death battle with Ji Changju and fought a losing battle, he wouldn't have let another half-blooded living being pick up the slack. So the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan likewise blamed the immortal G clan for Simmering Night's fall. So for the declaration of war by the 13 immortal families, the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan was similarly furious to the extreme, and was bound to make the immortal G clan pay for their blood. Thus, the 2 great immortal Dao lineages were all completely tied up. This monumental battle will come sooner or later. As for the others, such as devouring the Sky Ice Old Ancestor who had stayed up all night to allow a generation of half-blooded beings to be turned into nourishment, the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan was bound to be aware of this, but the higher echelons of their internal hierarchy hadn't paid too much attention to it, and even attributed all the faults to Ji Changju's body. After all, within the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan has always practiced the law of survival of the weak and the strong. As long as your strength is strong enough, you can eat each other and turn each other into the nutrients for your own bloodline evolution. Even if it is the son of the Wolf King Demon Saint is not an exception, and the same can be used as the object of being hunted. Of course, this law of survival is only effective for the same realm of the Wolf Demon. After all, the Wolf Demon clan is so huge, the clan is even more intertwined. The various veins of the branch has long been on the Wolf King's position, and even that pure blood spirit bloodline as well as cross into the realm of Demon Saint, eyeing the tiger. And if there wasn't this rule to constrain them, wouldn't those old monsters who had long ago cultivated for thousands and thousands of years have killed all the heavenly pride demons of the younger generation? Having said that, having this layer of constraints also allowed those old demons who were restless within to press their hearts. So the younger generation's heavenly pride demons were absolutely safe within the clan, especially the 3 half-blooded beings of one of the heaven-devouring wolf kings, as well as a pure-blooded being. The ones that could pose a threat to them within the pack hadn't been born yet at all. So it had always been only the son of the Wolf King who bullied other people, and there hadn't been any other wolf demons of the same clan who dared to engage in bullying them. So this time, when the heavenly Ice Old Ancestor devoured Simmering Night in one bite, just how huge was the sensation created within the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan? If it is not the upper side of the sky-devouring Wolf King pressure, the clan within the various veins of the branch has long blown up the pot. Want to see exactly which vein of the air even dared to be so arrogant? In broad daylight, in the middle of the clear sky, a mouthful of devouring off the wolf saint of the son of the demon saint heir with a half-blooded living bloodline simmering night. In the meantime, in one of the chances of the Thai wilderness mysterious realm, a dog demon figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by countless rich spiritual chi of the heavens and earth, and beside him, a cold silhouette stood quietly, and the aura emanating from her body was so cold that it chilled one's soul. These two were none other than Su Chen's open-door senior disciple, Jianwu Xin, and her personal sword slave, Old Man Tian Bing. At this moment, a month had passed since the heavenly ice elder ancestor had devoured simmering night. During this period of time, both the outside world and the Thai wasteland mysterious realm had undergone earth-shattering changes. The heaven-devouring wolf demon clan was besieging the immortal Ji clan with all their might, but as the head of the 13 immortal families, the immortal Ji clan wasn't a vegetarian either, and in conjunction with the other 12 immortal families, they engaged in several life and death battles with the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan, with both sides suffering heavy losses. As the heavenly ice-old ancestor of that time, he was still lying peacefully in this secret realm at the moment, refining the Taotai bloodline brought about by the devouring simmering night. He was taking advantage of this opportunity to cross over into the realm of pure-blooded beings in one fell swoop. Right at this moment, only a loud bang could be heard. A loud sound was heard, and a bloody light rose up to the sky, enveloping half of the Taiwang mysterious realm. As a rumbling and cracking sound rang out above the sky, the entire Taiwang mysterious realm was shrouded in layers of bloody light, revealing a bizarre aura from top to bottom. It seemed to portend that some terrifying existence was about to awaken and descend on this earth. What's going on here? Blood-light vision. This seems to be a blood-light vision, heralding a calamity descending upon the world. Could it be that there is an invincible heavenly pride that stepped on some kind of bad luck in this Thai wasteland mysterious realm and obtained a supreme inheritance? A blood-colored vision, spreading for millions of miles. It seems to be a pride of the demon race, awakening some kind of supreme returning ancestor bloodline, about to step into the realm of pure blood beings. Returning to the ancestral bloodline? What is that thing, actually able to be so against the heavens? To know the horrible breath of this vision, simply not in my human race those god body vision below. Even more than ever what is the situation in the end? Could it be that a certain demon pride awakened in this Taiwang secret realm? Not more than that. This kind of terrifying aura, even a god body vision is just a younger brother in front of it. I feel that this is at the very least the level of a saint body vision. These demonic scumbags are really hiding deep enough. A half-blooded being simmering is so heaven-defying, and now there's a pure-blooded being who has been awakening the ancestral bloodline. Do you guys think it could be the half-blooded wolf demon that devoured the simmering night? If it's really him, then this heaven-devouring wolf demon generation is simply going to go against the heavens. A pure-blooded spirit is enough to crush the human race's divine physical abnormalities, prideful demons, and compare to the sacred physical abnormalities. And now there's another pure-blooded spirit that's crossed over into the realm of the hegemonic emperor. In this case, the heaven-devouring wolf demon tribe has two pure-blooded spirits, which means that the two sacred physical abnormalities are invincible demons of the ancient times. This heaven-devouring wolf demon tribe is simply going to go against the heavens. This heaven-devouring wolf demon clan is simply going against the heavens. Two pure blood beings, this terrifying lineup. Who else among the major immortal level Tao lineages of my human race is their opponent? I'm afraid that even the Supreme Divine Palace, which is about to replace the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace as the new head of the 9 Holy Lands, doesn't have this kind of power, right? The others would have to have 2 Holy Lands join forces to have the possibility of being on par with the heaven-devouring wolf demon clan. It's simply too terrifying. Too terrifying. Fortunately, my human race has a holy body vision immortal level Holy Land Taoist lineage enough. Even if in addition to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace also has a sufficient number of 8, or sooner or later will be crushed by the demon race, swallowed, then my human race that there can be room for survival. There are 8 Holy Land in. Even if the demon race power is strong again, can only be in the River of the Ages as a supporting role. My human race is the master of this world. I, the human race, am the master of this world. Just then, within that secret realm, the heavenly ice-old ancestor, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, and then shouted excitedly at the sky dome. Old ancestor, I've become a success. Ha 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 ha. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 105 3 Flowers Gathering. One step into pure blood beings, with the dome of the sky above, that a bloody light filled, instantly covered to the entire Taiwang secret realm. As if a great beast of the ancient times is about to appear in general, that horrifying and incomparable aura is appalling. It made the countless heavenly pride demons in the Thai wasteland mysterious realm couldn't help but feel panicked, palpitating, and trembling with fear. What in the world is happening here? Such a horrifying sight. I'm afraid that even if a great evil from the ancient times descended into the world, it would be nothing more than that. Such a terrifying aura. At the very least, it's at that realm of pure-blooded beings. This generation of the demon race is really a hidden tiger and dragon. After more than a year of fighting, this I don't know exactly which dark horse, from tens of millions of heavenly pride to stand out. Look at this vision breath seems to be the demon clan side of the child awakened the ancestor's bloodline. Yes, such a powerful bloodline aura. It's definitely a pure-blooded being without a doubt. There's no way the power of a half-blooded being's bloodline isn't as exaggerated. And I don't know whether it's actually that one invincible demon from the ages. In this way, there are 4 pure-blooded beings amongst the demon race in this term. This kind of lineup is simply terrifying as hell. If my human race does not unite and fight against the demon race, I'm afraid that we will still roll over and be crushed by the demon race in this session of the Heaven's Pride Conference. Not bad. Rumor has it that a month ago a heaven-devouring wolf demon with a half-blooded spirit bloodline of the heavenly pride of the demon-boiled knight, in the battle to the death with the immortal Ji family heir to the first of the 13 immortal families of my people Ji Changju, both fell. And finally, after being killed by the divine son of the Ji family with a sword, Ji Changju was also seriously injured because of his body. And then at this point in time, I don't know where to come out of the stronger and more powerful half-blooded powerful and terrifying half-blood wolf demon. This half-blood spirit's realm seems to be in the boiling night and Ji Changju above. Face a leftover blood state of a trace of blood skin of the Ji family gods. It is like looking at a little cute, as expected, in the face of the Ji Changju, such as the god body vision of the heavenly pride of the siren. This half-blood wolf demon, not the slightest bit of loneliness, he is like a crazy beast, instantly pounced on, will be Ji Changju, who had long been left with only one mouthful, swallowed it into his stomach and turned it into a blood meal, while at the same time, the corpse of the half-blood wolf demon of the same clan that had been simmering in the night, he didn't let go of it either, and all of them had been turned into his blood meal. What? Not even the corpses of their fellow clan members are spared. This heaven-devouring wolf demon clan is really a group of bloodthirsty. Even the dead corpse of a fellow clan member can be swallowed in one bite without blinking or skipping a beat. This still has no point of ethics. This still has no point. Simply morally degenerate. Humph. Not bad. Is just that. Easy to eat. Moral degeneration. Bloodthirsty. Just this kind of is worthy to be compared with the pride of my human race? I see non also. According to rumors within the demon race there is an unwritten rule. It is said that these demons are able to eat through the same family in the way. Sucking each other's body contains the power of the bloodline, so as to refine it into a part of their own body, able to make its bloodline evolution more higher existence. If the sucked bloodline power can be thick and pure, and even is able to appear return to ancestor phenomenon, that is, a pure-blooded being. Think carefully, if a half-blooded living spirit demonic beast devours the ancestral blood of another half-blooded living spirit, wouldn't it have the effect of 1 + 1 = 2? With the two half-blooded living spirit bloodlines fusing with each other and refining each other, it's very likely that it would evolve into a true pure-blooded living spirit bloodline. That is to say, a true ancient great foe. This time the blood light vision is so terrible, simply horrifying. According to this honored one, either the ancient great evils sleeping in the secret realm of the great desolate have awakened, or there is a pride of the demon race who has gained a supreme great opportunity, and from now on the green clouds will soar, and rock up 90,000 miles. Or that half-blooded living spirit that devoured the simmering night a month ago, devoured and refined the power of the simmering night's body's blood lineage, and thus evolved to the ancestor's bloodline, becoming a supreme being with a pure-blooded living being's bloodline. This demon will have the qualifications of a demon saint, and is a great danger to the human race in the future. I hope that among my human race, there is someone who can make a move to kill this bloodthirsty with a single sword, and return an explanation to my human race. The divine son of the Ji family absolutely cannot die in vain, and a life must pay for a life. Yeah, not bad. We also agree, this pure-blooded being must be beheaded. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of the great spirit of love that the Ji clan's divine son has served my human race? Then you go. I'll be in the back shouting and cheering you on. Our combo will surely crunch messy kills. You're in charge of messy kills. I'm in charge of crunching and shouting 666 in the back. Roll. Damn you. The earth dog raised by the family of my next-door neighbor's uncle's third great-grandson's nephew's grandson's wife's sister-in-law knows what you have in mind. That's a pure-blooded being that has stepped into the third heaven of the hegemonic emperor realm. Why don't you go? With this kind of horrible strength, Even those divine sons of the 9 holy places in the 5th heaven of the hegemony emperor realm of my human race can't possibly be his opponents. And only those 8 supreme demons who possess the holy body's visions can make a move to subdue this demon. If you're going to go up and die, don't drag me along. In the meantime, on the other hand, after completely absorbing all of the surrounding heaven and earth aura into his body, the body of the heavenly ice-old ancestor rapidly expanded all of a sudden, and in a matter of moments, it transformed into hundreds of thousands of feet of demonic beast's true body. The bloodline power emanating from him was so dense and simply terrifying that it made people shudder. That terrible sense of oppression, to countless times far above the simmering night in Ji-Chang-ju, at this moment as if he was not a sky-devouring wolf demon, but a true pure-blooded being, the ferocious beast Taowu of the ancient great demon. Right at this moment, 3 bizarre flowers revealing an unsettling aura suddenly blossomed above the sky ice-old ancestor's head, and in an instant, the entire Taiwan mysterious realm was filled with a sense of strangeness and unsettlement. The 3 flowers are gathered together. These 3 bizarre flowers that bloomed above the sky ice-old ancestor's head were clearly 3 flowers. It has the qualifications to witness the Tao and claim the title of emperor. And the aura emanating from him was even more unfathomable, seemingly having reached an extremely terrifying existence. That was actually the cultivation level of the 7th heaven of the hegemonic emperor realm. Yes, in the sky ice-old ancestor will boil the night in the body of the half-blood spirit bloodline, as well as Ji-Long giant body of the god body vision swallowed refining. His body of the Wig bloodline completely evolved into a real pure blood spirit, and also not half of the pure blood, that seems to have a god body vision, as well as the old ancestor of the ice of the sky itself inherent in the existence of a holy body vision. The 2 supreme physique plus the 2 half-blood spirit bloodline phase. After fusion and refinement, the new ancestor's bloodline was birthed. This kind of terrifying physique was unheard of. Even if it is thrown in the 3000 holy body, it is absolutely enough to rank among the top, not under those supreme physique, and can compete with those real supreme demons in the upper realm of the immortal domain, to seize the destiny of the world. And in the future, there will be a half imperium, or even certify the qualifications of the great emperor, and his cultivation level, even more so, with the addition of devouring the 2 physiques, instantly came to the terrifying realm of the 7th sky of the hegemonic emperor realm. In this way, he was confident that he could easily crush that 8 great sacred lands even when he faced that true demon who possessed the holy body vision. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 106, The Immortal helps me up and grants me eternal life. In the meantime, not far from this side of the secret realm, a cold silhouette stood quietly, her entire body revealing a cold aura. From the aura emanating from her body, it was clearly a cultivation of the 10th heavenly realm of the celestial realm, or a half-step king, which seemed to be just a step away from the realm of kings. Yes, a month passed, and Jian Wuxin's cultivation had refined again, having reached the point of a half-step king, as if he could break through the bottleneck at any time, thus waking up to the blessings of the great Tao and stepping into that king's realm. One must know that she was only 15 years old now, and with such achievements at such a young age, the heights she could reach if she were to reach in this life were simply unimaginable. In terms of the cultivation speed of ordinary cultivators in the southern border, the average cultivator could reach the realm of celestial beings by 500 years of hard cultivation, and once he stepped into the realm of celestial beings, the cultivator's lifespan would increase exponentially to 1,000 years old. From the time Jian Wuxin was 11 years old and worshipped under Su Chen of Purple Bamboo Peak, to now but just 4 years, she had broken all the way from the blood condensation realm consecutively. Blood condensation, body tempering, sea of wheel, spirit inducing, and earthly zone, 5 realm extremes, and gained 5 times of the great Tao bestowal of blessings, and she was just a step away from the king's realm, and she could break through at any time, by virtue of Jian Wuxin's heaven-defying physique, the unparalleled demonic talent of the ages. It is bound to be able to easily obtain the blessing of the great Tao once again, and thus is even more physique Chi-Luck a step closer. A year ago, at the time of the Ma family in the Eastern Spirit Kingdom of the Sword Prefecture, she had killed dozens of celestial realm powerhouses one after another by virtue of her cultivation out of the beginning celestial realm, and could battle a powerhouse at the peak of the celestial realm. But even more so, when she burned her origin sword intent, she fronted up against the Emperor Realm's super powerhouse, the Supreme Divine Palace's elder, He Weya, and with a single sword, broke through his aura defenses, leaving a sword mark on the face of He Weya, the Supreme Emperor Powerhouse. If it wasn't for the fact that He Weya had been slapped in seconds and blasted into dregs by Su Chen, who had hurriedly arrived to save his disciple's heart, this incident would have definitely become a stain that He Weya would never be able to erase in his entire life. Nor would he want to mention it, and he would be laughed at, as well as a black history. One must know that at that time, Jian Wuxin was only at the cultivation level of the beginning of the celestial realm, while He Wuya was a supreme powerhouse of the emperor realm who had long since become famous. Celestial realm and emperor realm, the difference between two words, but in the middle there was a full difference between kings, hegemonic emperors, and emperors, 3 great realms, 30 great realms. With her cultivation at the celestial realm, Jian Wuxin was able to injure He Wuya, who possessed the realm of an emperor, so one could imagine how strong she was. And now, Jian Wuxin had long been practicing and cultivating hard in the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm for a year, and her strength had long since grown exponentially. I'm afraid that apart from herself, no one could already tell what kind of realm her strength, actually, had reached. If, after she broke through to the king's realm and obtained the blessing of the great Tao of the celestial extreme realm, her cultivation, her strength, would definitely be able to grow exponentially once again, reaching an even more terrifying realm. Triple flower gathering. This is actually triple flower gathering. Looking at the 3 bizarre and ominous flowers blooming on top of the sky ice-old ancestor's head, Jian Wuxin's icy eyes frowned, slightly surprised. I didn't expect that 2 half-blooded living spirit bloodlines, plus the origin power of a divine body vision, and the fusion of the holy body vision origin within his own Weinkai's body, would be able to blossom into this immortal supporting the top of the triple blossom gathering. Rumor has it that these 3 flowers gather at the top. Is the photo of the feathered immortal? That's a proper proof of the great emperor, with the qualification of eternal longevity. This kind of supreme opportunity is rare for ages, even in the 9 heavens immortal domain where this emperor was in his previous life. Just then, old ancestor Sky Eyes suddenly stood up, even more excitedly yelling madly, "Old ancestor, I've made it! I've made it! Ah! The 3 blossoms have gathered! Feathered immortality! Ha ha ha! The immortal stroked my top, tied my hair and received immortality. Old ancestor, I have really achieved it this time. The dog days of the Wolf King, come again with my ancestor I sparring. This life to see who with a chopper to chase who. See, I have become emperor to become an immortal qualifications. The fire of the sky to train the body, the steel of the sky to stab the soul, the 3 flowers to return to the source of the gas, into nothing, into the Why do you have a hint of fear with your eyes? Look, I've become, ahahaha. First shift, 5-star boing boing. Chapter 107, where is your home? Point me in the right direction. Old ancestor, I've made it. Made it, ah. The 3 flowers have gathered, feathered into immortality. Ha ha ha. The immortal stroked my top, tied my hair and suffered a long life. Old ancestor, I've really made it this time. The dog days of the Wolf King, come to the old man to spar. This life to see who chased who with a chopper. See, I have become an emperor to become an immortal qualifications. The fire of heaven to train the body, the steel of heaven to stab the soul, the 3 flowers to return to the source of the gas, into nothing, into the Why do you have a hint of fear with your eyes? Look, I'd become an immortal. Ahahaha. Right at this moment, the heavenly ice-old ancestor, who was sitting on his knees in the secret realm here, suddenly stood up and shouted madly at the sky dome. And that maniacal state didn't even scare people half to death. And the terrifying aura emanating from his body had clearly reached the 7th heavenly cultivation level of the hegemonic emperor realm. Moreover, this was not an ordinary hegemonic emperor realm 7th heaven, but a pure-blooded being with a heavenly ice saint body, as well as the bloodline of the Tao Tai, an ancient great evil demonic beast, plus the 3 bizarre and unsettling flowers that bloomed open above his head. Nowadays, the heavenly ice elder ancestor's body was as tall as 30,000 feet, and that terrifying and massive demonic beast's body sent shivers down one's spine, a horrifying sight that could directly frighten one to death. That's a lot of middle age for a lot of years. Gen Xin was powerless to spit out a sentence at old man Tian Bing's middle-aged behavior. I didn't think that this old man, the ancestor of the ice cloud, had lived for 200,000 years, but he was still as straight as a middle-aged man. It's true what they say, a man is still a teenager until he dies. In contrast, her master Su Chen is not the same. Master is always a leisurely and relaxed, gentle and elegant, whether it is that smile like the breeze brushing the willow, or that invisible temperament aura, as well as that like the sky of the banishment of the world's face, the magnificent, the breeze of the proud bone, are all attracted to the sword heart that the young girl meets the spring of the beginning of the heart all the time, provoking her spring heart, can't help but want to press the master underneath the body to do a rushing master. Rebellious disciple, cough cough, sword Wuxin, ah sword Wuxin, you are really filial. Master elder is either good to you, you even want to press him down and bully him, Be a rushing master and rebellious disciple. How can you have this kind of thought? It's simply treasonous. If Master Zun knew what you're thinking at this moment, he wouldn't be sad and upset to death. At that time I don't know how disappointed he would be in you. Pooh. This emperor is the rebirth of the Sword Emperor in the previous life. His whole life has been fighting with the sky, with the earth, with himself. His splendor is outstanding. The best in the past and present. Is there any man that this emperor can't match? This emperor can look at him Chen in this life as his 100 generations to repair the blessing. Since to punch the master to punch thoroughly. Big deal in the future. The master tied to the side of every day to wait for him, to take care of him comfortably on the good. This is not called punching the master. This is called riding the master to defy the ancestors. At this moment, in Jian Wuxin's mind, two voices suddenly came to mind. A white and a black figure were fighting in her spiritual emperor representing the two thoughts she had at this moment, repeatedly pulling and tugging between punching the division, and not punching the division. Punching a teacher is high treason and will lead to the wrath of God, but the master is so perfect, so good looking, it would be a shame not to punch the master. Treason? You're going to be punished? Joke. Looking at the entire southern border Dao region, this emperor is this heaven. This emperor is the body of a reincarnated female emperor, blessed with supreme Dao rhythms, destined to rocket up 90,000 miles in the future and certify the great emperor's fruition. What is a mere heavenly Dao? If this emperor were to charge the division, and the district heavenly Dao were to send down the heavenly Dao divine punishment, this emperor wouldn't mind chopping it off with a single sword, so that there would be no more heavenly Dao laws in this lower realm from now on. Humph. If you dare to stop this emperor from charging the division, this emperor will kill them all with a single sword. Speaking of which, after Jian Wuxin had made sure of the idea of charging the division, he finally let out a cold snort of contentment. Master, ahem, pay attention to your saliva. In this regard, the heavenly ice-old ancestor was speechless, the one who puts the rushing master in such a lofty manner. I'm afraid that you, master, are the only one. Also, what does it mean to be a big old man and still have a middle child? Although I'm old, I'm still just a kid who is less than 300,000 years old and only 200,000 years old. So why can't I be middle-aged? Being called old by an old monster who didn't know how many years, dozens, hundreds, or even tens of millions of years he had lived in his previous life. The heavenly ice ancestor old ancestor felt aggrieved. After all, he was only a small child who had lived for more than 200,000 years. What's wrong with being a little middle child? If the person who said this wasn't his master, Sword Wuxin, Sky Ice old ancestor would have long ago slapped him across the face. Get out! Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin wiped his indisputable saliva and cursed angrily, then raised his head to look at the sky dome and smiled crookedly. Heavenly Dao, where is your home? Point a direction. First shift. 5-star boing boing. The new book is coming soon, so be sure to check it out and follow it on the homepage. It should be up in a few days. Chapter 108 Ascended. But a coal digger. Humph. If you dare to stop this emperor from charging the division, this emperor will kill them all with a single sword. Speaking of which, after Jian Wuxin had made sure of the idea of charging the division, he finally let out a cold snort of contentment. Then he wiped his indisputable saliva, looked up at the sky above, and said with a crooked smile, Tendo, where is your home? Point a direction. As she spoke, she held her sword in her hand, pointing it straight at the sky and the universe, and that overpowering and terrifying sword she emitted a low, unison sound, as if it was going to tear the sky and the dome to pieces. It seems to be telling the heaven, dare to block this emperor rushing division. This emperor sends a sword to chop it. That exudes the horror of the sword as defying the multitude of beings. Understand, and this sword in her hand is not another, is accompanied by her previous life from the humble rise, and all the way up 90,000 miles, through endless years, and countless heavenly pride demon killed, with their blood cast its god, condensing its soul, together with the saint's blood, chopped through the body of a half-imperial, and finally stepped on the realm of a half-imperial female emperor's sword. It is a unique symbol of her former life. The white-clothed empress, with her magnificent style, is the best in the ancient world. And this sword of the empress that had witnessed countless glories with her was eventually fused with it with her own essence blood, forming the current empress sword intent. And this empress emperor's sword intent, which could also be called empress emperor's Dao intent, was a brilliant achievement created by her previous life through her entire life, and likewise all of her inheritance from her previous life. An ordinary person who could obtain this female emperor's sword intent would instantly take off, thus obtaining all of her sword Dao inheritance from her previous life, and in an instant, he could go from a pig to a supreme demon who possessed the qualifications of a great emperor and was invincible for the ages. This kind of ancient invincible supreme demon with the capital of a great emperor could definitely not be comparable to the local people who had the holy body vision of the 9 holy bodies in the countryside of the lower realm like the southern border, who only had the capital of becoming a saint. To know, although the saint realm is the ceiling of the southern border and even the lower world, but in the upper world, but it is just a small clan, small family digging, cleaning and doing farm work of the odd job disciples. As the saying goes, supreme beings are inferior to dogs and saints are all over the place. And it couldn't be better used to put it in the upper realm immortal domain. And the upper world such as Jianwu is located in the side of the immortal domain. There are 10. These 10 immortal domains and the lower world of the 9 territories are also called 9 heavens and 10 earths. And according to the memory fragments from his previous life, Jian also vaguely remembers that, in addition to these 9 heavens and 10 earths, there seems to be even more massive worlds, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths are just a tiny wave in this vast sea of boundaries. How insignificant. So if you really cultivate to the extreme and one side of the world don't choose to ascend, or your worldview will collapse instantly, will you find yourself surrounded by strong people just like you, who are surprisingly only worthy of mining in the upper world? The good news is that I have ascended, with a broader vision, a wider world. Let me spread my wings and rock up to 90,000 miles. Bad news, my grand old man of the first realm is just a coal digger here. Those one and all the juniors of the big families took a whip to me that day when they looked at me wrong. And after feeling Jian Wuxin's terrifying female emperor's sword intent, outside the Taiwu secret realm, far above the heavenly dome, the heavenly Tao that was keeping an eye on all the cultivators from all sides who were about to cross the threshold of ascension was even more frowning, almost giving him the piss. Dare not dare not dare. Small absolutely dare not have any opinion. You want to charge the division on the charge. Small can also help you to thunder and rain to create a chance to be alone. Seeing this scene, the heavenly Tao hurriedly sent a voice message to Jian Wuxin in the Tai wasteland mysterious realm. Lest the home be terminated by a sword from this crazy batch of empresses who wanted to rush the division. You know, he still had tens of millions of female cultivators in his family, and watching them wash and change their clothes every day was a nice and beautiful job. First shift. 5 stars. Chapter 109, Heavenly Blessings. Making a good karma. Dare not dare not dare. Small absolutely dare not have any opinion. You want to charge the division on the charge. Small can also help you to thunder and rain to create a chance to be alone. Seeing this scene, the heavenly Tao hurriedly sent a voice message to Jian Wuxin in the Tai wasteland mysterious realm. Lest the home be terminated by a sword from this crazy batch of empresses who wanted to rush the division. You know, he still had tens of millions of female cultivators in his family, and watching them wash and change their clothes every day was a nice and beautiful job. And these female cultivators are not he from the major clans, Taoist system, family, as well as the various lower realm forces in the carefully selected. Each can be said to be one of 100 million. Definitely not those rouge and vulgar powder can be compared to. There are people's wives, imperial sisters, lowly, sickly, arrogant, crazy batch, empresses, earthly empresses, imperial princesses, demonic demonesses, clan saints, Taoist goddesses, reincarnated and recultivated ancient mighty heavenly proud girl, only like women's daughter of the lilies of the lily. From the name of the blue star crossed over from the cross over the female main body, all kinds of female cultivators can be said to be innumerable. 100 flowers blossomed, 100 competing, and even 2 or 3 years old, and the just-born baby girl. You know, these could be his favorites, and this was the only pleasure that could give him relief from boredom during the incomparably long years that he, as the heavenly Tao, had to guard this party of lower realm forces for millions of years. He didn't want to thus provoke this reincarnated and recultivated female emperor's body, thus attracting the trouble of killing his body and being chopped off by its sword, and even his home was given to the whole family. What is the way of heaven? It was the laws of heaven and earth that carried a side of the heavens and earth. He could restrain all the living beings in this side of the heavens and earth, send down blessings and divine punishments on them, and was in charge of where the order of the entire lower realm was located. And he was unimaginably more powerful than those cultivators who had stepped into the holy realm, and he was unimaginably powerful, bearing the power of a party's heaven and earth and protecting the living beings of a party's heaven and earth. This was his pronouncement. He could be said to know this side of heaven and earth like the back of his hand, all seeing the entire lower realm as his home, and his harem would not be too much of a stretch, and as the heavenly Tao of the southern border Tao region, he naturally and also knew all the things that happened in the lower realms, such as who was reborn, who was a traveler, who was carrying a system, who was blessed with supreme great chi, and who was in the body of a reincarnated empress. He can naturally be fearless in front of him. After all, he is the supreme controller of this heaven and earth, and all those travelers, novel heroes, crooked-mouthed dragon kings, and godly villains were all nurtured up, and with the addition of his qi, they can only be able to spread the wings of the Kunpeng from now on, and rise up to 90,000 miles. But the only thing he does not dare to provoke is those reincarnation repairers. If you encounter them, he's weak even if direct suppression. Anyway, they are now also a weak chicken. Look at the eye directly crushed and wiped out on the good. But Jian Wuxin is the reincarnation of the female emperor recultivated body. Wherever the word of any emperor is touched, it is absolutely not an existence that he can mess with. And as the heavenly Tao arranged by the upper world to supervise the lower world, he naturally knows the identity of Jian Wuxin, and has also seen and more or less heard of her glorious deeds. The white female emperor, killing and decisive, cold and proud, magnificent, a cultivation strength of the ancient and modern, killing people, never blinking, is definitely the upper world of the immortal domain, is also absolutely cannot be messed with that one of the existence of a few. Although today's Jian Wuxin was still very young, and his cultivation level was only a weak half-step of the king's realm, it could be said that it was much weaker than a mole cricket, and he was able to crush and obliterate it easily. But anyone with the emperor of the related people, related things have supreme great fortune plus, or they themselves are a party of supreme fortune, can protect behind the family, behind the power, the Tao lineage, the heaven and earth of a party of supreme great fortune. This kind of emperor's fortune than his heaven and earth fortune don't know to be countless times more powerful. If he dares to give birth to the bad intention to harm Jian Wuxin, will be stained with the great bizarre and uncertainty. This kind of karma is not something he can provoke. It was very likely that he would be instantly obliterated by this great cause and effect before he even had a chance to strike at Jian Wuxin. To put it bluntly, they, the heavenly Tao of these various worlds, were also nothing more than an eyeline, a painful packer in the lower realms, arranged by those emperor realm powerhouses such as Jian Wuxin in the immortal realm of the upper realm, as well as those ancient forces handed down from those ancient half-emperors and those who had become emperors. While monitoring these reincarnated recultivators, they can also look for the family to see if there are any good faces that can be cultivated, so that they can be sent to the family in the future to those young masters, emperor sons, emperor daughters, etc., as a cauldron for taking over and double cultivation, while those old ancestors of the lower realm forces who ascended from the lower realm are sent directly to the mines to dig for minerals. Compared to those tripods, these old ancestors of the major powers in the lower realm are much happier, although the daily mining is a bit bitter, but at least the life is still there. And those who were sent to that emperor's son or daughter as a cauldron, no matter how young or old they were, would eventually turn into a pile of white bones. So, these lower realms were actually just medicinal gardens cultivated by the various great unification forces of the upper immortal realm. Those mysterious and ancient forces in the upper realm could harvest whenever they wanted. And this great cleansing of the upper realm was also called by the cultivators of the lower realm, the Great Dark Unrest. This kind of hitman of the heavenly Tao is used to supervise these medicinal gardens, giving the forces of the immortal realm and the upper realm a continuous gift of great tonic medicines, as well as a constant supply of miners. Good news. I'm ascending. Bad news is a digger. And when it came to that realm in Jian Wuxin's previous life, any inheritance left behind would be enough to stir up a bloody storm in the upper realm, not to mention in this lower realm that was like a medicinal garden. The heavenly Tao, who was just a lower realm overseer, naturally didn't dare to mess with a reincarnated and recultivated female emperor's body like Jian Wuxin. If he really pissed her off, when she regained her cultivation in the future, would she not split his old house with a sword? When the time comes, the heavenly Tao will have no place to cry if it wants to. Since this was the case, it would be better to send her a great creation, a great chance. Even if she couldn't get hitched because of it, at least it would be a good karma. With that said, the heavenly Tao suddenly rained down a blessing of qi toward the entire Taiwu secret realm, and the target of this heavenly Tao's qi was clear. It was none other than Jian Wuxin, who was still practicing in the Taiwu secret realm. Boom! A roaring sound suddenly resounded in the Tai wasteland mysterious realm, and the surrounding aura instantly surged wildly, similar to the aura reviving, quickly coalescing into a river, and one aura transformed into a dragon and directly injected all of it into Dao Jian Wuxin's body. Master, what's going on? Why is this aura suddenly rioting? Seeing this scene, 3 bizarre flowers blossomed out above the sky ice old ancestor's head, swaying in the wind amidst this riotous aura. It looked even weirder, filled with countless ominous signs, as if just one look would taint one with great karma. First shift, 5-star boing boing, Chapter 110 Epiphany of the Celestial Extreme Realm. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the entire Tai wasteland mysterious realm began to vibrate violently. This sudden roar shocked everyone as they looked in the direction the sound came from, only to see that within that area, the auras suddenly became abnormally active, and as if they were attracted by a powerful force, they frantically converged towards one place. In the blink of an eye, the aura formed a huge river that flowed in a raging torrent. And these auras didn't stop flowing there. They continued to converge and coalesce, eventually transforming into a small, agile dragon. These small dragons were lifelike, with dazzling light emanating from their bodies, as if they possessed life. Immediately afterward, like a pack of hungry wolves seeing food, these little dragons quickly pounced on Dao Jianwu Xin before burrowing into her body. At this moment, Dao Jianwu Xin's entire body was flooded by countless aura-transforming dragons. Her body began to emit an intense glow, illuminating the space around her as if it were day. At the same time, her aura continued to climb, gradually surpassing her previous limits. At this moment, countless cultivators in the outside world were gazing at the scene before them, their hearts filled with shock and surprise. They couldn't imagine what kind of great opportunity was hidden in this secret realm, and what kind of heavenly pride had gained what kind of harvest that could trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth anomaly. At this moment, Dao Jianwu Xin did not know that with the heavenly ice-old ancestor as well as the heavenly Dao bestowing blessing, this secret realm had already become the center of attention, and everyone was looking forward to what kind of astonishing performances would come next over this secret realm. Master, what's going on? Why is this aura suddenly rioting? Seeing this scene, the Sky Ice-old ancestor's face changed slightly, but he didn't have the slightest intention to panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Just then, above his head, 3 bizarre flowers suddenly blossomed, each of which was the size of a fist, appearing in 3 colors, black, red, and green, swaying with the wind in the midst of this riotous aura. These 3 weird flowers looked even weirder, filled with countless ominous signs, as if they contained endless darkness and evil power, making people's bones creepy. The aura they exuded was palpitating, as if just one look at them would be tainted with countless strangeness and uncertainty, and be obliterated by that great cause and effect. This terrifying aura was simply appalling. Even cultivation as profound as the Sky Ice Ancestor did not dare to touch it easily. It's alright, this is a blessing from the Heavenly Tao. It seems that the Heavenly Tao of this world is trying to make a party of good karma with this emperor, thus specially sending down this Heavenly Tao blessing to help me break through to break the celestial realm extreme realm. Jian Wuxin shook his head, gently scornfully glancing at this Heavenly Tao blessing with disdain in his eyes. If an ordinary person was able to obtain the blessing of the Heavenly Tao of this heaven and earth, then he would be blessed with the Heavenly Tao's fortune and instantly soar, because this person will become the son of Qi of this heaven and earth, with endless good fortune and opportunities. He can be said to be bursting with luck, and whatever he does will be twice as effective and his chances of success will be greatly increased. Such a person is likely to get all sorts of precious chances, treasures, and secret books of Gongfu, etc. They will even meet many noble people to help them, and both their cultivation and life will take off instantly. The so-called sons of Qi is to have supreme great luck, as long as in this side of heaven and earth, will meet countless big chance to let you take off, such as walking to pick up the treasure, chest ancestral jade pendant hidden in the remnants of the ancient great souls, jumping cliffs into the cave to pick up the inheritance of the divine work within the, and you can't die. You can have a breakthrough by drinking and sleeping. You can have an epiphany about the meal path by eating a meal. You can have an epiphany about the foot path by washing your feet. You can have an epiphany about the bathing path by taking a shower. You can have an epiphany about the basketball path by playing basketball, and so on. This kind of birth has supreme great luck of heavenly pride demon. The beginning is also basically a waste, either by the fiancé withdrawal, or as an orphan with a blood feud, or the opening of the parents' sacrifice to the sky magic power, and usually pick up a sister or something. They are also called by those novels' authors as the male lead. Don't look at these novels where the male protagonist starts off as a loser, knowing that when the passive buffs from his tragic birth stack up, he'll be able to take off instantly, directly become the crooked-mouthed long-outyan who seconds the sky and seconds the earth and seconds the air, who sees anyone who looks at him with displeasure and wants to give him 2 slaps, and then yells that 30 years of the river is east and 30 years of the river is west, and that there is no way to deceive the young and the young and the young are poor. Of course, there's a male lead and a female lead, and these female leads generally take on the role of being a sidekick to the male lead. Most of them are vases, kept captive in a gilded cage by the male lead. But there is also a female version of the male protagonist. Just like when the sword is heartless, parents are dead, the family lineage was blood slaughtered, from childhood by the family's proud daughter of the Sky Ma Yufeng, all kinds of bullying and suppression, simply a variety of buffs stacked off. Ultimately, after worshipping under Su Chen's door, he took off completely, directly awakening the memory inheritance of his previous life, and from then on, the Koan Pang spread its wings and rocketed up 90,000 miles. Also, she wants to be a crazy batch rebel who wants to punch the division. It was simply treasonous. Swordless Heart, dog author. You said you wanted to rush the division. Is it that you haven't been decapitated? Where is your home? Pointed direction. Chen thought. No good. This crazy batch of female emperors is rushing at me. Having said that, in the end, this heavenly Tao bestowing blessings was also a good intention. And although Jian Wuxin said that he couldn't see it with his mouth, his body was still very honest, and he accepted the heavenly Tao's good intentions with great generosity. Afterwards, she sat down on her knees and began to have an epiphany of this celestial realm extreme realm. Jian Wuxin closed his eyes and immersed himself in the endless sword intent. Her aura gradually became deeper and deeper, as if she was one with heaven and earth. As time passed, a faint layer of light gradually rose from Jian Wuxin's body, which grew brighter and brighter, eventually transforming into a brilliant sword light. That sword light was as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. It exuded infinite pressure, as if it was going to tear apart the entire world. Under the illumination of the sword light, Jian Wuxian's body began to change. Her skin became crystal clear. Like jade, her hair became silky smooth and danced with the wind. At this moment, Jian Wuxin had already entered a subtle realm. Her mind was incomparably calm, as if everything in the world had become irrelevant to her. Various sword Tao epiphanies continuously surfaced in her mind, which were like starry auras that converged into a brilliant river of stars. Under the guidance of this river of stars, Jian Wuxin's sword intent grew stronger and stronger, and her sword arts became more and more refined. Finally, when that sword light reached its extreme, Jian Wuxin violently opened his eyes, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. In the endless convergence of auras, Jian Wuxin's figure gradually became blurred, as if it had become one with the heaven and earth. Her mind became clearer and clearer, as if she was able to penetrate all the mysteries of the universe. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from her body and shot up into the sky. A supreme sword was vaguely visible in the light, its body flashing with mysterious runes and emanating a palpitating pressure. As the light faded, Jian Wuxin slowly opened her eyes revealing a cold and piercing confidence and majesty. She had finally broken through the celestial realm extreme realm and had successfully stepped into the realm of kings. The corners of Jian Wuxian's mouth rose slightly as she felt the surging power within her body. She opened her eyes and a brilliant sword light flashed through them. Standing up, Jian Wuxin exuded an unrivaled aura, as if the entire world was under her control. The sword in her hand trembled slightly, as if it was cheering for its master's power, and with a gentle wave of the sword, heartless sword chi streaked across the sky, cutting through the void. From now on, I am the master of this world. Jian Wuxin's voice spread throughout the heavens and all living beings trembled. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 111, King's Realm 4th Sky. The corners of Jian Wuxin's mouth rose slightly as he felt the surging power within his body. She opened her eyes, and a brilliant sword light flashed from her eyes as if it was as dazzling as a star. Standing up, Jian Wuxin exuded an unrivaled aura, as if the entire world was under her control. The sword in her hand trembled slightly, emitting a crisp sword chirp that seemed to be cheering her master's might. With a flick of the sword Wuxin's sword chi streaked across the sky, cutting through the void and leaving behind a dark and deep spatial rift. From now on, this emperor is the master of this world. Sword Wuxin's voice spread throughout the entire Sword Tao universe, carrying an endless pressure and dominance. Her voice was like thunder, resounding through the clouds, causing all living beings to tremble. And at this point in time, Jian Wuxin's comprehension of the Sword Tao had already surpassed that of his peak self, becoming a master-level existence among the Sword Tao. The great Tao blessing she had received was the heavenly Tao blessing that the highest controller of this world, the heavenly Tao, had sent down in order to flatter her so that she could make a good karma from then on. It was definitely not those ordinary heavenly prides who had passed the heavenly Tao's qualification recognition after breaking the realm extreme realm, thus only handing out so little resources and chi to temper themselves for them. This level of great Tao bestowal was undoubtedly the top of the line. It could be said that the heavenly Tao of this world was very partial to Jian Wuxin, granting her all the good things. As a result, when she broke the extreme realm of the celestial realm, the heaven and earth visions she triggered were exceptionally terrifying. Fortunately, there was a boundary barrier between this secret realm and the heavenly Tao, completely obscuring the heavenly Tao's visions caused by this heavenly Tao blessing that shook the heavens and earth. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this secret realm would attract countless powerful demonic prides of various great Tao unification to compete for it. These people were all eye-catching monsters, and the inheritance in the Tai Wasteland secret realm was even more tantalizing to the extreme. Naturally, everyone wanted a piece of the pie, and even if they couldn't get it, they still wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to reap some benefits. What they can't get, no one else will ever get. That's human nature. Jealousy. Naked jealousy. As Jian Wuxin slowly opened her eyes, she officially declared that she had broken the extreme realm of the celestial realm, gained the blessing of the supreme heavenly Tao, and had successfully stepped into the realm of the king. And it wasn't just any king's realm. After all, she was the one who possessed the holy body vision. continuously breaking the 5 realm extremes of Qi and blood, chakra C, spirit-inducing, earth zone, and celestial being, opening up a full 1,000,000 spirit veins, obtaining 5 heavenly blessings, and accomplishing the supreme demonic qualification, invincible for all time, of the supreme demon. Just her own reincarnated empress body alone was enough to crush all the enemies of the world, and at this moment, at a glance from the aura emanating from her body, it wasn't just as simple as the first heavenly realm of the king's realm, but had already stepped into the 4th heavenly realm of the king's realm. It's a proper midterm king now, with her own talent, as well as that perverted to heaven-defying combat power. She asked herself that even if she had just entered the king's realm, she would still be able to be invincible in the same realm. And the same realm she was referring to wasn't the 4th heaven of the king's realm, but the entire king's realm, with her current cultivation, as well as her strength, and her attainment of the way of the sword. Even if it was against those supreme demons of the 9 holy bodies who had already stepped into the realm of the hegemonic emperor, she would also be able to fight one of them. Mind you, she's only just turned 15 today. Those who had stepped into the hegemonic emperor realm, which of them were not old monsters who had cultivated for 500 or 600 years? First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 112, Just Want to Be a Punching Teacher's Rebellion. A hegemonic emperor realm powerhouse who was only 15 years old. That was no longer something that could be described as a demon, but could be said to be a supreme demon. Even if it is thrown in the upper realm of the 9 heavenly immortal domain, is also a unique, ancient rare existence, even if it is the previous life of the sky, all the way from the end of the rise, and the sky to fight, and the earth to fight, and their own fight for countless years, and ultimately to cultivate the sword road to step into the realm of the semi-imperialist, is known as the white female emperor. The magnificent is the upper realm of the immortal domain of one of the most powerful of few existences of the sword heartless. In the previous life is also absolutely not this kind of demonic invincible 10,000 ages, the capital of, and in this life, Jian Wuxin had absolute confidence in competing for the fruit of heavenly destiny Dao in the middle of the emperor's path, and ultimately achieving a generation of truly supreme emperors. Even if it was that even more nebulous realm of true immortality, Jian Wuxin was confident in touching it. After stepping into the realm of the great emperor, one is bound to touch the truly ethereal realm of the true immortals. Anything that is tainted with the word immortal is far from being comparable to the realm of the emperors. And at that time perhaps the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths will set off a bloody storm, and the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths will be reshuffled. Feeling the changes brought about within his body, Jian Wuxin muttered as if he had come to a realization. If it was before, or in a previous life, she wouldn't have paid too much attention to that. After all, she was a loose cultivator in her previous life, never joining any sect, creating any Taoist power, alone and proud, not caring about anything other than cultivation. It could be said that the cultivation of the way of too high forgetfulness was no different. Even if the outside fight to the darkness of the sky, the destruction of the world also has nothing to do with her. The big deal is that the world reboot, the various major powers reshuffle just. But in this life, she has a clan, a mountain, a senior sister, and a master who she misses, who wants to bully and tie up and temper in every way. After having so many attachments in this life, she didn't seem to be able to be as cold and unfeeling as she was in her previous life, but instead, she put more of her heart into her master's body. After the end of this Tai wasteland mysterious realm, she was going to return to her master without stopping, only to be a good disciple in the arms of her master, a filial disciple. A great filial disciple who only wanted to rush her master. Su Chen thought to himself, boy, how come your disciple is getting more and more crooked the more you raise him? All crooked into an impulsive master and rebellious disciple. You are really filial, really want to filialize your master to death. Sky Ice old ancestor, hoping that I don't deserve to be mentioned with a stroke. Hoping that this old ancestor is a husky that specializes in watching the house. Wu Chen said helplessly, it can't be helped. Who made you just a dog? Cultivate your humanity beforehand if you have to. Collecting the aura emanating from his body, Jian Wuxin's eyes were cold, and it seemed that he already had a bit of the figure of the Empress of the Sword in his previous life. In her previous life, she only practiced the sword way all her life, only with the sword as a companion. Has long reached the realm of human sword unity. She can be the sword is her. She can use her hand as a sword, use her fingers as a sword, use grass as a sword, a flower or a piece of wood can be a sword. And all things in the world can be the sword in her hand. This side is the highest realm of the way of the sword, using everything as a sword. When a sword comes out, it can cut through the sky and the heavens and uniquely break the ages. In his previous life, Jian Wuxin was only one step away from stepping into this step, a single sword that would uniquely break through the ages, achieving the highest realm of the sword Dao, and being able to certify to the realm of the great emperor. recultivating for a new life. She was bound to witness the true great emperor realm in this life. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 113. Collecting the aura emanating from his body. Jian Wuxin's eyes were cold, and it seemed that he already had a bit of the figure of the Empress of the Sword in his previous life. In her previous life, she only practiced the sword way all her life, only with the sword as a companion. Has long reached the realm of human sword unity. She can be the sword. The sword is her. She can use her hand as a sword, use her fingers as a sword, use grass as a sword. A flower or a piece of wood can be a sword, and all things in the world can be the sword in her hand. This side is the highest realm of the way of the sword. Using everything as a sword. When a sword comes out, it can cut through the sky and the heavens and uniquely break the ages. In his previous life, Jian Wuxin was only one step away from stepping into this step, a single sword that would uniquely break through the ages, achieving the highest realm of the sword Tao, and being able to certify to the realm of the great emperor, recultivating for one life. She was bound to witness the true great emperor realm in this life, and gain the way to eternal life. Master, when my disciple fights for the heavenly mandate in this life, proves to be a great emperor, and obtains the way of eternal life, my disciple will tie you to his side, and serve and honor you forever. No one can separate us. We will be together forever and ever. My disciple will always and forever be snuggled up to my master's side, and will be a good and virtuous disciple who will do his filial piety to his master. Looking up at the dome of the sky, Jian Wuxin slowly raised his eyes, a touch of icy coldness flashing through them, but after a trace of icy coldness, what was left was to hook up an evil smile. It's over. It's over. Every time the master smiles like this, it means that she has the idea of charging the master in her heart. Seeing this scene, old ancestor Sky Ice couldn't help but shiver. After following Jian Wuxin for the past few years, he couldn't be more familiar with Jian Wuxin. It seems to be an ice-cold, ruthless, magnificent, white-clothed empress with a cultivation level that surpasses the ancient and modern world. In reality, he was a teacher-rushing rebellious disciple who was only thinking about how to rush the teacher, tying the master to his side to bully and temper him every day. A great treason. It's too scary, being pestered by this kind of sickly and crazy batch of female emperors. Chen, this brat, was considered to have had a great deal of bad luck. But then again, when the old ancestor I also received a lot of disciples, there are also a lot of disciples. Female disciples also have a lot of, each flowery, born of heavenly beauty. How is it that there is not a female disciple who wants to rush the division? But also with the old ancestor I came to a period of let the envy of all beings of the teacher-disciple relationship. What a sweet master and disciple romance. I want it too. Old ancestor. Wooing. Watching a generation of magnificent white-clothed female emperors pining for sex like this, the Sky Ice old ancestor was envious. But envy was envy. What he wanted was the kind of soft, silly, sweet, good disciple who would do whatever she was told to do. Not a murderous, cold, ruthless, crazy batch of female emperors like Jian Wuxin. It's going to be one of those soft, silly, sweet things that are fun to train, and she'll wear whatever uniform she's told to wear. Exactly like a Barbie doll. Wait, how did I know about the uniforms and Barbie dolls? Old man? The heavenly ice ancestor frowned and began to doubt his life. Could it be that his brain's memory had been modified by someone? Forcibly implanted with something strange? Wait a minute. It seems, and black silk, white silk, fishing nets, straight socks. What the hell? What the hell is happening to me? Someone please tell me. Sky Ice old ancestor began to completely doubt life. These strange and weird things. He had never seen these types of items before in his 100,000 years of traversing the southern border and living for 200,000 years. It seems to be for women to wear though? Looks good. Hey. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 114 Okishi's thoughts. Wait. How did I know about the uniforms and Barbie dolls? Old man? The heavenly ice ancestor frowned and began to doubt his life. Could it be that his brain's memory had been modified by someone? Forcibly implanted with something strange? Wait a minute. It seems, and black silk, white silk, fishing nets, straight socks. What the hell? What the hell is happening to me? Someone please tell me. Sky Ice old ancestor began to completely doubt life. These strange and weird things. He had never seen these types of items before in his 100,000 years of traversing the southern border and living for 200,000 years. It seems to be for women to wear though? Looks good. Hey. If all these uniforms were given to that heaven-devouring wolf king consort he was having an affair with, the picture would be unbelievable and simply not too beautiful. Just imagine, a female wolf demon manifested her body, turning into a tens of thousands of feet huge demonic beast body, and then put on black silk, white silk, fishing nets and so on. This scene can scare Chen to death. to know Su Chen is a modern man. Of course, know what is black silk white silk fishing net stockings, and he signed to this 1,000 years. He in addition to black silk, white silk, fishing nets, straight socks and so on, but also signed to a lot of good things, such as Chao Lao Shi's portrait, Ozawa Maria's night vision movie, Portono Yikio teacher's collection of What the Thing. It can be said to be everything, only you can't think of. There is no system to sign to not. Of course, except for the Dome Girl. After all, that thing is a sick and crazy batch of brother control. And this system obviously prefers to accept the female emperor as a disciple and play the drama of punching the teacher against the disciple, and doesn't have much feeling for this crazy batch of brother control like the Dome sister. But Su Chen is different. He was eager to sign a Dome Girl and experience the joy of being a big brother, especially when the Dome Girl called out to him, with tear-filled eyes, for Oni-chan, a scene he'd been thinking about for 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, finally waited for indeed Jin Wuxin, this rushing teacher rebellious disciple. A rushing master rebellious disciple who called out to his master and was full of thoughts about how to rush the master, tie him down and properly temper him. Moreover, since Jin Wuxin entered the Tai wasteland mysterious realm to train for this year, Su Chen was again on the misty peak. Although the two were separated by billions and billions of miles of distant space and time, but Jin Wuxin's state of mind in this year did not know how many times he had changed his state of mind, and his teacher and disciple affection with Jin Wuxin in these few years down the road had long since penetrated into his bones and marrow, so that Jin Wuxin was able to be the first to sense it no matter how he had changed his state of mind. So this year down, Jin Wuxin all the rushing thoughts of the teacher. In fact, Su Chen is slightly perceived, but when Jin Wuxin returns later, he will not choose to poke and prod. After all, Jin Wuxin is still just a 15-year-old girl, just to the youthful ignorance. Have a good feeling towards the opposite sex is very normal, especially since Jin Wuxin has never left the Misty Peak since she worshipped under him. The ice-cloud immortal palace people are already few, and there are not many men that she has seen, and Su Chen is so perfect, so considerate, and Jin Wuxin's master, the two of them stick together all day long, and the impact on her mind is not known to be as big as it should be, perhaps habitual, or perhaps attachment. So Su Chen's idea of Jin Wuxin wanting to rush to the master I didn't too care. When she was older, after her emperor's soul was fully awakened, her eyesight would naturally be higher, and at that time, when she recalled her current thoughts, she would probably want to laugh herself. Of course it's all an afterthought. Highly emotional, the plot hasn't been written yet, everything is an afterthought. Low EQ, the dog author hasn't figured out how to write it at all. However, what Su Chen didn't know was that back then, the scene where he had protected his body with golden light during his discipleship, with billions of saintly silhouettes worshipping behind him, and had smiled warmly and elegantly at Jin Wuxin, asking her if she was willing to be his great disciple, that instantaneous scene, had long since been deeply imprinted in the bottom of Jin Wuxin's heart. It can never be erased. So, Jin Wuxin's desire to be a rushing master and rebellious disciple had been decided from the time she had just worshipped Su Chen's crotch when she was 11 years old. Second shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 115, Su Chen also wanted to rush the division. However, what Su Chen didn't know was that back then, the scene where he had protected his body with golden light during his discipleship, with billions of saintly silhouettes worshipping behind him, and had smiled warmly and elegantly at Jin Wuxin, asking her if she was willing to be his great disciple, that instantaneous scene, had long since been deeply imprinted in the bottom of Jin Wuxin's heart. It can never be erased. So, Jin Wuxin's desire to be a rushing master and rebellious disciple had been decided from the time she had just worshipped Su Chen's crotch when she was 11 years old. A reincarnated female emperor who was only 11 years old rushes his master against his disciples. Just thinking about it was terrifying. In the meantime, at this moment in Yangzhou, the ice-cloud immortal palace, above the misty peak, a handsome man in snowy clothes was wielding a hoe in the field, and with every hoe he went down, he was able to dig out a large pit in the barren land full of withered grass. It looks like it's reclaiming the wilderness here. After a bit of pounding, the entire barren meadow was reclaimed by him, and there were a number of earthworms dug into 2 knots of blood and flesh under the loosened soil. And then, out of nowhere, he took out a generation of fertilizer-like powder and began to fertilize and turn the loose soil along the mound. Hearing the system's prompting voice, Su Chen, who was still burying his head in the sand, slowly raised his body, his face confused. What the hell is all this signing up for? But soon, Su Chen reacted. Since the system had clearly told him that the signing had been successful, there was bound to be a deeper meaning. Perhaps there was some special use or value hidden behind these seemingly ordinary items. He decided to take these things in first, and then scrutinize their roles and meanings. After all, this world was full of all sorts of mysterious and marvelous things that could not be judged by superficial phenomena alone. Thus, Su Chen packed up his farming tools and returned to his residence with the bag of fertilizers. He sat at the table and carefully observed the fertilizers, trying to discover some clues from them. After some thought, it suddenly occurred to him that perhaps these fertilizers could be used to plant spirit grasses or cultivate spirit medicines. In this way, they could be utilized to a greater extent. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately took action. He found some flower pots and seeds, spread the fertilizer evenly in the flower pots, and then planted some precious spirit grass seeds. Then, he used his spiritual chi to moisturize these flower pots, hoping to accelerate the growth of the spiritual grass. As time passed, Su Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that those spirit grasses were rapidly sprouting and growing under the fertilizer's nourishment, at a much faster rate than usual. Moreover, the quality of these spirit grasses had also been significantly improved, becoming purer and stronger. Seeing this scene, Su Chen secretly rejoiced in his heart, fortunately not belittling the rewards obtained from this check-in. He realized that every sign-on opportunity given by the system was valuable, and even seemingly mundane items could contain great potential and value. From then on, Su Chen paid more attention to the system's check-in function and took it seriously every time, expecting more unexpected gains. At the same time, he also understood one thing: when facing the unknown, don't easily give up the opportunity to explore, because often the most unintentional discovery will bring the biggest surprise. He this 1,000 years down, good things are naturally signed to a lot, can be said to have everything? In addition to the old master portrait, like what black silk, white silk, fishing net, straight socks, what? But also signed to a lot of good things. Ozawa Maria's night vision of a small movie, Portono Yikio teacher's collection of what the thing, only you cannot think of. There is no system to sign to the unavailability of the. I didn't realize that he'd piled up all these gadgets long ago, and that the system had come to sign him in. This is for him. This only want to bully the teacher to destroy the ancestor of the rushing teacher rebellious disciples, is really some redundant, can only be thrown in the system space to eat dust? If it is not, the system is a female small unification of the mother. Su Chen are serious about this system, has somewhat special fetish, specializing in signing up to some of this useless contraption. He was determined to be a teacher-defying and rebellious disciple of the punching master. How could those gadgets of the district's island teachers arouse his interest? What do you say, readers of the old color batch? At this moment, the readers were crumbling inside. It's over. This crazy batch of Su Chen who also wants to rush the division is coming at me. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 116, all want to deceive their teachers and scorn their ancestors. He this 1,000 years down, good things are naturally signed to a lot, can be said to have everything? In addition to the old master portrait, like what black silk, white silk, fishing net, straight socks, what? But also signed to a lot of good things. Ozawa Maria's night vision of a small movie, Portono Yikio teacher's collection of what the thing, only you cannot think of. There is no system to sign to the unavailability of the. I didn't realize that he'd piled up all these gadgets long ago, and that the system had come to sign him in. This is for him. This only want to bully the teacher to destroy the ancestor of the rushing teacher rebellious disciples, is really some redundant, can only be thrown in the system space to eat dust? If it is not, the system is a female small unification of the mother. Su Chen are serious about this system, has somewhat special fetish, specializing in signing up to some of this useless contraption. He was determined to be a teacher-defying and rebellious disciple of the punching master. How could those gadgets of the district's island teachers arouse his interest? What do you say, readers of the old color batch? At this moment, the readers were crumbling inside. It's over. This crazy batch of Su Chen who also wants to rush the division is coming at me. For all the miscellaneous crap you sign up for from wherever the system is, it does have a lot of appeal to a chipper teenage boy. But for Su Chen, this kind of rushing teacher rebellious disciple, it can be said that it cannot be interested in the slightest. His mind is all floating back to the teacher Mu Xinin's figure. Her worldly immortal face, slender immortal posture, as well as the teacher's every smile to him, all make him that obsessed. So much so that for the sword Wu Xin, this kind of also want to be a rushing teacher rebellious disciple reincarnated female empress body, also cannot mention half an inch of interest. Don't suspect that Su Chen was worried about worldly ethics, or that Jin Wuxin was still too young to have evil thoughts about her that he shouldn't have. You have to know that Su Chen was trying to punch even a spinster like Master Mu Xianin, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and was cold all day long, and was likewise punching the master. So there wasn't the slightest bit of worldly ethics to speak of in Su Chen's case. As for the problem of Jian Wuxin being too young, these 2 years down the line he didn't know how many times he had given the even younger Lin Tian'er a bath, didn't know how many times he had appreciated it, even if Su Chen was more puritanical and desireless. For Lin Tian'er, this kind of dreamy ketone body of the little girl that was just like an angel, naturally he would be tempted to think of a few evil thoughts, but they were all suppressed by Su Chen. so there was no need to doubt that Su Chen's physiological problems were absolutely normal. It was just that both he and Jian Wuxin's thoughts were to be a rushing master and a rebellious disciple, and were not half interested in any of the rest of the opposite sex except for his master's interest. Don't look at Jian Wuxin wanting to be a rushing master and rebellious disciple, breaking the master's leg, then tying it to his side and bullying him every day. When the master is hungry she feeds him and feeds him with her mouth. When the master is sleepy she coaxes him to sleep and coaxes him with her lips. When the master wants to shower and change his clothes, she waits for him. Anyway, the master can only be her. She alone. No one can take away. No one can snatch away. Of course, can be in the future after the master's sister Lin Tian'er grows up, can reluctantly let her serve the master with herself? After all, it is her master's sister, and the master's sister to share the master. To serve the husband together is not a big deal. She is still afraid of her own alone in the future to serve the master Badit. Lin Tian'er, worthy of being my senior sister. It's so nice to even think of me for something like kidnapping my senior and keeping him around for conditioning. Su Chen, what? There is this good thing. Wait, seems not quite right. How these two are want to charge the teacher of the crazy batch of sick and delicate rebellious disciples. This world in the end what happened? How to accept the disciples are all rushing teacher rebellious disciples. Wait a little longer. It seems as if master is also an impulsive and rebellious disciple who wants to ride the master and defy his ancestors. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 117 Entering the Way with Go. The Great Emperor of Go. Anyway, the master could only be hers. Hers alone. No one could take it away from her. No one could rob her. Of course, if you wait until the future after the elder sister Lin Tian'er grows up, you can reluctantly let her and yourself together to serve the master. After all, even if she is sickly and pampered, the master is more important. Lin Tian'er is also her elder sister, and the elder sister to share the master. To serve a husband is nothing. She is also afraid of their own one person in the future to serve the master is not good. In the future, if there is an elder sister, the sister duo teamed up, can definitely serve the master to a comfortable and comfortable. As the saying goes, if you want to hold on to a man's heart, you have to fill his stomach first. As long as she and her senior sister teamed up and fed their master, they would be able to tie him firmly to their side, so that he couldn't go anywhere, and the master was hers, so he wouldn't want to go out and steal food. If you want to eat it, you can only eat the two of them, her and her senior sister. Lin Tian'er, worthy of being my senior sister. It's great that you can even think of me for something like kidnapping Master Zun, locking him up in a secret room and chaining him up for tempering and tutoring. To Master Zun can only be the two of us. No one can steal it. Humph. To eat also can only eat me and my senior sister. Hey wait, good think not quite right Senior sister is only 15 years old, and people are less than 10 years old it. How will have this strange idea? Tempering this is what it means. Locking up the senior sister to prevent him from stealing food? Is it to prevent him from getting hungry and eating food made by other people? So strange yo, but as soon as I see that handsome face of the master, I can't help but want to pee. Su Chen, what? There is such a good thing? Put the teacher in a secret room, chained up, and then properly coached to eat? Or two sisters together? Where are you guys playing secret room fights? BB Dong versus Chihuahua? Dead wife fighting? See how my own mother is twisted? Laughing at Arakanese emperor? But the room fighting is still good. Wait, not right. Seems not quite right Was locked up in the training of people how is me And these two evil disciples how are all want to charge the teacher of the crazy batch of sick petite rebellious disciples. This world in the end how? How to accept the disciples are all rushing teacher rebellious disciples. Wait a little longer. It seems as if master is also an impulsive and rebellious disciple who wants to ride the master and defy his ancestors. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's supreme palace master Musianin, who had long since passed away 1,000 years ago, would still be alive if she were still alive. Shiver? So I'm going to be punished by this traitorous disciple too? If it weren't for the fact that I've been dead for 1,000 years, I wouldn't have to be locked up and coached by that evil disciple. 2. Wait a minute. Chamber Dolua, locked up and tempered by that evil disciple? With a whip? How to sound so exciting. The teacher heart is still a little excited. A little excited. A little looking forward to. Cough. Good guy. Rebellious disciple rushing the teacher. Riding the teacher to destroy the ancestor is really the traditional culture of my Misty Peak lineage. A lineage Master ancestor master disciple 3 generations are all want to charge the master of the treacherous generation. The moment, Shui Dash, Su Chen, who was still bending over the field to cultivate the wasteland, suddenly sneezed, stretched his back, and muttered, "This early in the morning, who is that one who doesn't know how to die is scolding me, causing me to have a hard time sneezing?" Su Chen rubbed his nose, so he continued to bow and bend his body, and began to continue his land clearing and planting. After all, he walked the way of mortals, and his whole day's life was either farming and feeding chickens, or fishing and playing Taijiquan, and then tutoring and conditioning Lin Tian'er. It is also commonly known as the Gudo Flow. He used Go to enter the Tao and achieve the realm of entry into sainthood, which could also be called Go sainthood. If in the future, he could certify to the Great Emperor realm with the Go Tao, he could be called the Go Emperor, the Great Emperor of Go. And what Su Chen didn't know was that not far away from the deepest part of that underworld cold heavenly pool where the ancestors of the successive generations of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had been buried, there was a sudden flash of an icy blue point of light, and where his master, the previous Ice Cloud Immortal Palace Master Mu Xianyin, was buried. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 118, the only constant misty peak. However, what Su Chen didn't know was that not far away from the deepest part of that underworld cold heavenly pool where the ancestors of the successive generations of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had been buried, an icy blue point of light suddenly flickered, and his master, the previous Ice Cloud Immortal Palace Master Mu Xianyin, was buried there. Nowadays, it had been 1,000 years since Master Mu Xianyin's fall. This 1,000 years have changed. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in that devil invasion of the heaven-destroying war, fell a saint and 2 half-saints. Dozens of step into the supreme realm level of the old ancestor, hundreds of emperor realm of the clan elders, as well as countless all major realms in the clan and the high-end war power, resulting in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace of the heritage greatly depreciated. The integrated war power is less than 1/3 of the heyday. So the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's position in the southern border is also in a state of flux. He nearly fell out of the ranks of the 9 great sacred grounds of the southern borderlands, and was replaced by other top immortal level power Taoisms. Compared to the era of Mu Xianyin 1,000 years ago, the southern border pattern could be said to have changed dramatically, but the only thing that remained unchanged was the netherworld peak deep within the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Still a mountain peak, a snow-clad immortal, and a diminutive human being at her side. It was just that the immortal had changed from Mu Xianyin to Su Chen, and the short-statured persona had changed to Lin Tian'er. This seemed to be a reincarnation, a new beginning, a place where the misty peak, the most mysterious peak since the opening of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, had been passed down through the generations. It was just that Su Chen could no longer see the dreamy fairy shadow of his master's daughter dancing by the underworld cold heavenly pool, and he could no longer see his master's daughter pulling his little hand every day, stepping on the sword between the clouds. He just wrapped his arms around his master's delicate willow waist, smelling the rich yuan scent emanating out of his master's body, and he swore that it was the best smelling scent he had ever smelled, and that it was a kind of mature elder sister scent. I don't know how many times better it smells than a tender young girl like Jian Wuxin who has a little girl growing up in her family. It was even more faultlessly crushing than the aura of a 10-year-old young girl like Lin Tian'er. He swore that his master's smell was definitely his favorite and the best smell he had ever smelled, because it was a ripe woman, mixed with the metaine scent of a 10,000-year-old spinster. And he had even rubbed Lin Tian'er's bath for I don't know how many times over the past 3 years, so her smell had long been known at first sniff. In the meantime, at this moment, in the Tai Wasteland ancient city, in the Tai Wasteland's secret realm, collecting the entirety of the aura emanating from himself, Jian Wuxin returned to his senses and suppressed the thought in his heart of wanting to be an impulsive and rebellious disciple, deceiving his master and destroying his ancestor to the deepest depths of his heart. Jian Wuxin had now successively broken the Qi in blood, chakra C, spirit drawing, earth sect, celestial, and 5 realm extremes, stepping into the terrifying cultivation of the 4th heaven of the king's realm. Moreover, with her own holy body vision, millions of spirit veins, and the Empress Dowager's intent that she had cultivated through countless years in her previous life, her actual combat power was definitely not comparable to the same realm anymore. Although Jian Wuxin was currently only at the 4th level of the king's realm, she asked herself that no one in the same realm could block one of her swords, and even within the entire king's realm, there was absolutely no one who was her opponent. With her cultivation of the 4th heaven of the king's realm, Jian Wuxin was confident that she could battle with the divine sons and saints of those 9 holy lands in the southern borderlands who had stepped into the hegemonic emperor's realm, the immortal Tao lineage heirs, the heavenly ice-old ancestor who had cultivated into a pure-blooded living bloodline, blossomed into the 3 flowers and stepped into the 7th heaven of the hegemonic emperor's realm. Even more so, asked himself that he was enough to casually crush these so-called divine sons of the Holy Lands, the immortal family heirs, and I'm afraid that only that holy son of the 9 Holy Lands would be able to fight with him. However, right at this moment a news that was enough to stir up the entire Tai Wasteland mysterious realm came out. In the deepest part of the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, a sage's secret treasure appeared. Chapter 119, the sage's secret treasure appears. Right at this moment, a piece of news that shocked the entire Tai Wasteland mysterious realm swept over like a storm. In the deepest part of the Tai Wasteland mysterious realm, A sage's secret treasure had unexpectedly appeared. This mysterious treasure triggered countless people's attention and heated discussions, becoming the center of attention. What? A sage's secret reserve has actually appeared in the depths of the Thai wasteland mysterious realm? Are you sure you heard it correctly? It can't be some celestial secret stash, king's secret stash, hegemonic emperor's secret stash, emperor's secret stash, or supreme secret stash, right? Is it really a legendary saint's secret stash? Someone asked incredulously. That's for sure. This news has already spread throughout the entire Thai wasteland's secret realm. And it said that it was also discovered by a Shao clan brat who was withdrawn from marriage. Initially, he thought it was just an ordinary secret inheritance, but then he accidentally discovered sage chi in it. Another person said excitedly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Saint's chi luck? Isn't that the supreme chi only possessed by a terrifying powerhouse who has stepped into the realm of entering sainthood? Someone couldn't help but cry out in shock, looking at the sight before them with a face full of shock. It is said that this kind of saint's luck only exists in the 9 holy places. Is the 9 holy places those saint powerhouse into the saint of the supreme luck? Can be used to bless a side of heaven and earth? With saint's luck blessing, this is called a side of the Holy Land Taoism. Another person opened his mouth and said, a look of awe flashing in his eyes. Although those 13 great immortal lineages are similarly profound, with strengths that are not weaker than those Holy Land Taoist lineages, and can similarly be called immortal Taoist lineages, the difference between a half-saint and a saint can be described as the difference between clouds and mud. Another person sighed, his tone filled with emotion. Otherwise, the ice cloud immortal palace back then wouldn't have been suppressed by the other 8 great holy lands after the previous ice cloud palace master fell, and it has been devastated ever since, nearly falling out of the ranks of the 9 great holy lands. As the saying goes, all under saints are mole crickets, and without a saintly powerhouse sitting at the helm, the other 8 great holy lands dared to be so unbridled. If it's really a saint's chi, then this ancient secret stash is definitely a saint's secret stash without a doubt. It's a pity that the news of the saint's secret stash coming out will definitely be monopolized and fought over by the heavenly pride demons of those 9 holy lands, 13 immortal families, and 6 ancient demon races. And there's definitely no part for us little minions, a young cultivator said with a sigh. The companion beside him said with a disdainful face, isn't that nonsense? What do you think that is? That is a saint's secret stash, with countless opportunities and techniques. Tao inheritance. The secret stash of resources is countless. A saint realm powerhouse's lifetime resources, how huge? What's more, it's a saint's inheritance that's full of endless temptations. A supreme demon that is enough to make an ordinary person transform. From then on, a salted fish turns over and sings. A peasant rises to become a local lord. And a knight is enough to have the qualifications to enter the saint's awe. Another cultivator's face was red with excitement, his eyes flashing with greed and desire. The other cultivators around them chimed in, expressing their yearning and anticipation for the saint's secret stash. However, they all knew that they were just ordinary casual cultivators who didn't have the strength to compete for such a mysterious inheritance, and could only fantasize about it in their hearts, hoping that one day they would be able to get a piece of the chance to change their destiny. With this kind of attraction, this sage secret collection will definitely be fought over by the 9 great sacred grounds, the 13 great immortal families, as well as the 6 great ancient demon races. And you still want to drink the soup? That kind of existence, us vegetable chickens watching from the side. Drooling is fine. The fight of the immortal level Tao lineage is not something we are qualified to meddle in. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 120, The Heavenly Pride of the Great Tao Unification with a Broken Heart. With this kind of attraction, this sage secret collection will definitely be fought over by the 9 great sacred grounds, the 13 great immortal families, as well as the 6 great ancient demon races. And you still want to drink the soup? That kind of existence, us vegetable chickens watching from the side. Drooling is fine. The fight of the immortal level Tao lineage is not something we are qualified to meddle in. A cultivator shook his head inside, his eyes filled with helplessness and envy. Another cultivator also chimed in. Yes, we have to know that it's a saint-level inheritance, and the great opportunities contained within it. A saint's inheritance is enough to make those invincible powerhouses who are also strong at the sacred realm of entry fight for it. Let alone the junior casual cultivators like us who are only at the earthly sect, celestial, and king realms. A bitter smile appeared on his face. The third cultivator then said angrily, this feeling of only being able to watch others take off while you're still a loser is too unbearable. I'm getting angry. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with resentment and anger. The other cultivators around them nodded their heads in agreement. They were all the younger generation from different forces, but in the face of such a great opportunity, they could only look on. At this moment, a mysterious man dressed in a black robe appeared in the crowd, his voice low and cold. You ants, you only know how to complain. but you don't know how to work hard to improve yourselves. As long as you are strong enough, you will be able to participate in this fight and obtain your own chance. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded cultivators. Nappy, don't you say it? Say it again. This seed is also going to be hard to die. Obviously are all the southern borders various great Tao unifications heavenly pride demons. By what reason the 9 holy places, the 6 demon races, the 13 immortal families dog scums will be able to monopolize these supreme great chances? That's the saint's secret stash. Inside casually throw a saint powerhouse pooped for me to eat. I can casually take off. What else? Just on the basis that people are all supreme demons of the immortal level Taoist system, while you're just a T100086, or simply a rookie from an unorthodox Taoist system. Asterisk. You want to eat the of a saint too? That's a lot of flavor. But I want to eat it too. I'm going to eat 10 more pounds. Whoa. You guys just know how to bully. You might as well let me die. Whoa. If I can get the of a saint, I'll definitely become an invincible existence in the world. Whoa. Why is fate so unfair? Why can't we enter the saint's secret stash? Whoa. You know that's a saint's secret stash. The great opportunities and saintly inheritances contained within were so great that even supreme powerhouses at the same saintly realm were reddened by them. After all, this was a precious treasure from the ancient times that contained endless mysteries and power. Whoever gets this treasure will have the potential to become the new saint to lead the world, not to mention in the Tai wasteland mysterious realm. Even if it was thrown in the entire southern border Tao region, or even the entire eastern wasteland mysterious realm, it would instantly set off a bloody storm. Countless powerful members of the Tao will fight frantically for this, even at the cost of their lives. Because, this treasure did not only represent an increase in one's strength, but it could also affect the rise and fall of the Taoist system. However, fate seemed to have predetermined that this supreme great opportunity was destined to belong to the hands of a supreme demon from the 9 holy lands of the southern border. This demon was bound to be exceptionally gifted and talented, and all the way through his cultivation so far, he had already displayed unrivaled strength and potential. His appearance was enough to leave everyone in awe, as if they had seen a new star about to rise. In a world full of variables, only the most powerful can control their own destiny. And this demon from the southern border Holy Land was undoubtedly that most powerful person. He possesses wisdom and courage beyond ordinary people, never retreats in the face of difficulties, and always goes forward. I believe that in the near future, he will stand at the top of the world and become a generation of legends. And inevitably, after another 10,000 years, he will step into the holy way and achieve the realm of saints. Where is he? The crowd yelled. After that mysterious black-robed man left, everyone pondered over his words in their hearts, feeling both angry and resentful and a bit bewildered. All of them eagerly searching for the one who could change the status quo. Could it be that he's just talking randomly to scare us? Someone muttered in a low voice. Even if what he said is true, where are we going to try to improve ourselves and how can we become strong enough? Another person said with a sad face. For a while, the crowd fell into silence and entanglement, all thinking hard about a way out. Why don't we try seeking adventure in those dangerous places? Maybe we can come across some chance to make us stronger, someone suggested. But those places are too dangerous. You could lose your life if you're not careful. Immediately, someone objected. Just as everyone was arguing, there was suddenly a cacophony of noise in the distance, as if something was moving. The crowd tensed up and all looked in the direction from which the sound came, only to see a figure staggering from afar. His figure a bit lousy. It was the same cultivator who had screamed about eating sage earlier. His face was red, his eyes were filled with madness, and he was chanting, "Sage, I'm coming. I'm going to get it." The crowd looked at him in this state and didn't know what to say. One of them couldn't help but speak up and ask, "What's wrong with this dude? Is he really crazy?" Another person frowned and said, looking at him, "He seems to be under the influence of some kind of mind control or hallucination." Others chimed in to echo this sentiment. However, right at this moment, the cultivator suddenly sped up his pace and charged straight towards the crowd. The crowd was startled and scattered for cover. The cultivator, however, turned a blind eye to them and passed right through them, continuing to walk forward. As he walked, he frantically chanted, "Sage, I'm coming. I'm going to get it." As the crowd watched his fading back, a sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. What's wrong with this guy? Will it get us in trouble? Someone asked worriedly. I don't know, but let's be careful. This is no ordinary place, the other man warned. Thus, the crowd decided to follow this cultivator first to see where he was going, while keeping their guard up just in case. And the mysterious person said others, seems to have not appeared. We are still in this endless confusion and desire to struggle, waiting for that unknown opportunity. The sage's secret stash is open. The entirety of the Tai Wanchuang mysterious realm is shaking. This news quickly swept through every corner of the Tai wasteland mystic realm like a storm. Countless powerful people who had been dormant for a long time had emerged from their respective hiding places, their eyes flashing with a blazing and greedy light. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 121, Opening of the Secret Deposit. The top figures of all the major powers reacted immediately after learning of the news that the secret stash was about to open. They quickly gathered the most elite disciples under their command and headed towards the place where the secret stash was opened at the fastest speed possible. These top people knew that this opportunity was rare and they had to get a head start. On the way to the secret stash, fierce battles break out frequently. The forces are fighting relentlessly for the lead. Each one hopes to reach the destination and gain more benefits than the others. And this competition makes the already tense atmosphere even more white-hot. However, it wasn't only the big powers that were ambitious. Those scattered cultivators who were usually silent were also driven by their inner desires at this moment. They traveled either in groups of 3 or 5, or ventured out alone, trying to find their own opportunities in this chaotic situation. Despite their relatively weak strength, with courage and luck, they remained determined to advance towards the secret treasure. Finally, the crowd arrived at the place where the saint's secret stash was opened, an ancient and mysterious mountain peak. This mountain peak towered into the clouds, surrounded by a rich aura and bizarre aura, as if it hid endless secrets. When the door to the secret stash slowly opened, a powerful attraction instantly enveloped everyone. Whether it was a large force or a loose cultivator, they were unable to resist the attraction of this force and involuntarily surged towards the interior of the secret stash. The first to rush into the secret stash were those top forces with the most powerful strengths, and they searched inside like wolves and tigers for all sorts of precious treasures and cultivation methods. Some rare medicinal herbs were like absolute treasures in their eyes, and were quickly picked and collected. Those scattered cultivators were exploring the corners carefully, afraid of alarming those powerful forces, but they could occasionally find some small chances that had been missed, making them excited. As time passed, the fight in the secret stash became more and more intense, with all sorts of magical treasures shining brightly and powerful spells constantly blasting out. The entire Taiwu secret realm seemed to be immersed in a bloody rain. Boom! A loud rumbling sound rang out, and a cultivator was sent flying out by a powerful force, spraying a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The magic treasure in his hand also shattered into countless pieces at this moment, scattering on the ground. Ha ha! This magic treasure is mine! The other cultivator laughed out loud and reached out to grab the shattered magic treasure in his hands, a greedy light flashing in his eyes. In this fierce battle, everyone wanted more magic treasures and resources. They don't hesitate to use all sorts of tactics, even to the point of hurting their fellow man. Watch out! Suddenly, a cultivator shouted, only to see a huge monster flying from afar. It exuded a powerful aura that made people feel fearful. What is this? Someone asked. This is an ancient relic species that lives in the sage's secret stash. A powerful demonic beast of the celestial realm. We must leave here as soon as possible, another cultivator said. So, the people cast spells and tried to escape from this place. However, the powerful demonic beast that had stepped into the celestial realm was in hot pursuit, constantly attacking them. In the process, many cultivators were injured or even died, but they still didn't give up and continued to charge forward. It was all still unknown as to who would gain the most from the opening of the saint's secret stash and who would be the ultimate winner. And this thrilling battle for supremacy has just drawn to a close. However, what they didn't know was that this was just a little bit of useless, withered weeds all over the place at the entrance of the entire saint's secret stash. The real treasure was still in the depths waiting for them to explore. First shift. 5-star boing boing. Chapter 122, Flocking into the sage's secret deposit. The sage's secret collection has opened. These words were like a thunderbolt, instantly spreading to every corner of the southern border. The 9 holy lands of the southern borderlands, the 6 demon races, the 13 immortal lineages, and the 500,000 celestials from the various Tao states were all shocked by this. They know that this means an unprecedented opportunity and challenge is on the horizon. Let's go to the sage's secret collection, someone shouted. If you're late, there's nothing left. Another man chimed in. Get a head start. Get a head start. More voices rose and fell. For a while, the entire southern border was abuzz. Countless celestial pride couldn't wait to embark on their journey, rushing nonstop in the direction of the sage's secret treasure. Along the way, there were hurrying figures everywhere, their eyes shining with excitement and anticipation. However, behind this hustle and bustle lie countless battles and killings. Get lost. This is mine. A heavenly pride roared. By what right? I saw it first. Another heavenly pride responded without showing any weakness. Rubbish. Get out of the way. The third heavenly pride viciously cursed. Seek death. The fourth heavenly pride was enraged. All kinds of magic treasures flashed with light, and all kinds of spells roared endlessly. The celestial pride fought for the first chance to enter the sage's secret stash. In this fierce competition, no one is willing to back down, because they know very well that once they miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out. The two celestial pride were simultaneously sent flying, blood spurting out of their mouths. Their magic treasures shattered in the air, turning into fragments and scattering all over the place. Seeing this, the surrounding celestial pride stopped their steps and looked around vigilantly. At this moment, everyone realized that this fight had become exceptionally brutal, and that the slightest carelessness would cost them dearly. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack me? One of the celestial pride roared in anger. Humph! Who told you to block my way? Another heavenly pride responded without showing any weakness. The two of them looked at each other angrily and once again fiercely fought together, their figures interlacing in the air, their magic treasures flashing with cold light and emitting bursts of booms. Right at this moment, a loose cultivator took advantage of the moment when the two were in a heated battle and quietly swept past them, quickly rushing towards the entrance to the sage's secret stash. Ha ha! Snipers and muscles. Fishers win! This loose cultivator laughed triumphantly. The two heavens pride were furious when they saw this. Damn it! Let that kid get the jump on me. Chase! We can't let him get away with this. They couldn't be bothered to continue fighting and hurriedly turned around to chase after the casual cultivator. The entrance to the saint's secret stash had become exceptionally chaotic at this point. Numerous heavenly prides flocked to the entrance, scrambling to rush into the secret stash, fearing that they would fall a step behind. What's the point of squeezing? You've never seen the world. Someone shouted angrily. Get out of my way. The other man growled. Be careful. Don't get trampled to death. Someone else anxiously warned. Various shouts, cries and quarrels intermingled in a scene of confusion. Inside the secret stash, it was pitch black and you couldn't see your fingers. The celestial pride could only rely on the faint aura on their bodies and carefully feel their way forward. It's so dark in here. I can't see anything. Someone complained. Be careful. Don't get separated. The other man warned. Hee, there seems to be something in front. A celestial pride shouted as he pointed ahead. The crowd followed the sound and saw a ball of light in front of them, as if it was a bright light in the darkness. Go over and take a look. The celestial pride shouted excitedly and hurriedly walked towards the direction of the light. When they got close to the light, they realized that it was a huge stone monument, dozens of feet high and several feet wide, with densely engraved words on it. This is? Someone asked suspiciously. The rules of the sage's secret collection, a celestial pride exclaimed. The crowd rushed forward and carefully read the words on the stone tablet. I see. The sage's secret collection is divided into 9 layers, and each layer has a different test. Only after passing the current layer's test can one enter the next layer, and the last layer is the saint's inheritance place, a celestial pride said excitedly. So where are we now? Someone asked. According to the stone tablet, we should be on the first level. As long as we pass the first layer, we can enter the second layer, another heavenly pride replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started, someone said impatiently. The celestial pride nodded their heads in preparation for the upcoming test. Only if you pass the test can you enter the next level. Moreover, there is a time limit for each floor, and if you exceed the time limit, you will be teleported out. The celestial pride was talking about it. This sage secret collection. It really isn't simple, but that's not a problem for me at all. Humph. I'm the first genius of the southern border. Who dares to compete with me? The celestial pride rubbed their fists and jumped at the chance. Well, cut the crap and start breaking in. A heavenly pride bellowed and took the lead in stepping into the first layer. Seeing this, the other celestial pride also followed. In the meantime, those 9 holy lands, the 13 immortal families, and the 6 demon races had also entered the sage's secret deposit. Seeing this, Jian Wuxin said to the sky-ice old ancestor, let's go as well. As the words fell, both of them entered the secret stash as well. Sage's secret stash, officially opened. First shift, 5-star boing boing. Chapter 123, Divine Son of the Holy Land of the Eastern Path. Oriental direction. Look, there's a medicinal garden up ahead. A cultivator shouted excitedly, his voice filled with surprise and anticipation. Immortal Medicine Garden. This is a legendary place. There must be countless precious spirit medicines inside. Another cultivator was so excited that he almost jumped up. The gazes of the cultivators were all drawn to the medicinal garden, their eyes glittering with greed and desire. These spirit medicines were undoubtedly priceless treasures for cultivators, which could enhance their cultivation, break through bottlenecks, and extend their lifespan. However, right at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly rang out, as if the entire world was trembling. The crowd turned their heads in horror, only to see a gigantic demonic beast rushing out from the medicinal garden, its body exuding a terrifying aura. and its powerful pressure causing the crowd's hearts to tremble. Damn it! It's a king realm demonic beast! Someone shouted in horror. Let's run! This demonic beast is too terrifying for us to deal with. The others chimed in. The cultivators retreated backward in fear. Knowing the gap in strength between themselves and the demonic beasts of the king realm, they were simply unable to fight against them. Facing such a strong enemy, they could only choose to escape. However, the demonic beast didn't give them a chance. It opened its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar before lunging towards the cultivators. Ah! A cultivator couldn't dodge in time and was bitten by the demonic beast, instantly being torn into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely tragic. Help! The other cultivators screamed in terror and fled in all directions. They ran desperately, but the demonic beast was extremely fast and caught up with them in the blink of an eye. Don't kill me! A cultivator cried out and begged for mercy, but the demonic beast showed no mercy and directly bit him to pieces. The bloody scene caused the cultivators to fall into despair, their hearts filled with fear as they felt the approach of death. The divine son of the Dongdao Holy Land, Dongfang Xiang, also arrived at the medicinal garden at that moment. His brows furrowed as he saw the chaos in front of him. He knew that this king realm demonic beast was a huge challenge for him as well, but he couldn't back down, because he represented the honor of the host Holy Land and would lose his dignity if he backed down here. So he decided to stand up to the demonic beast and engage in a life and death battle. Dongfang Xiang was a peerless heavenly pride who carried a divine body vision, and his outstanding natural talent was astonishing. He was young, yet he had already cultivated to the fourth heavenly realm of the hegemonic emperor realm, and his strength was far superior to the divine son of one of the immortal families, the immortal world Ji family, Ji Changju. This extraordinary strength and talent made him the center of attention. Not only was Dongfang Xiang's strength superb, but he had once continuously broken the limits of the 6 realms of Qi blood, chakra C, induced spirit, earth sect, celestial being, and king, and was honored with 6 heavenly blessings. Such brilliant achievements fully demonstrated his exceptional talent. Compared to Jiang Guanyu, his heavenly talent was no less impressive. Divine Son, that demonic beast is so strong. A divine son of the host Holy Land said worriedly. They couldn't help but feel fear in the face of a powerful enemy. However, Dongfang Xiang responded blandly, there's no harm in it. A mere king realm demonic beast. I don't put it in my eyes yet. He was confident and seemed to be full of faith in this battle. Dongfang Xiang's figure flashed and instantly blocked in front of the demonic beast. Seeing this, the demonic beast roared in anger and lunged at him aggressively. However, Dongfang Xiang was not the least bit afraid and directly swung his fist to blast out. With a loud bang, the demonic beast was unexpectedly blown away by Dongfang Xiang's punch. The demonic beast stared in horror, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. It never expected that its all-out attack would be easily defused by Dongfang Xiang, and even sent flying by a punch. This scene shocked the surrounding people, giving them a new understanding of Dongfang Xiang's strength. It was a demonic beast of the king realm, but it was blown away by this human cultivator in front of it with a single punch. Again, Dongfang Xiang's eyes turned cold as he once again blasted out a fist. Boom! The demonic beast let out a hiss of pain as its huge body was once again blown away by Dongfang Xiang's punch. This time, the demonic beast was no longer capable of standing up and lay on the ground panting heavily. Divine Son, you're too powerful. Those disciples of the host Holy Land looked at Dongfang Xiang with faces full of reverence. Small point. Dongfang Xiang smiled lightly with a calm demeanor. Afterward, he walked to the medicinal garden and carefully picked a precious spirit medicine. These spirit medicines will greatly benefit our cultivation, the elder of the Dongdao Holy Land said ecstatically. Lord Godson is truly too handsome, these disciples said excitedly. Dongfang Xiang led a group of sacred ground disciples to pick a large number of spirit medicines, then left the medicinal garden with a full load. Damn it, that kid actually snatched my spirit medicine. The demonic beast roared angrily, its heart filled with resentment and anger. It struggled to get up from the ground and staggered toward the east in pursuit. Roar! The demonic beast once again opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar as it lunged towards the east. Dongfang waved his hand impatiently, and a powerful spiritual energy instantly burst out. Roll! Dongfang Xiang coldly shouted, and the demonic beast was once again sent flying out. A powerful force erupted from Dongfang Xiang's body, and the demonic beast was instantly sent flying. Pooh! The demonic beast spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground dying. If you dare to come again, you will be killed without pardon. A hint of coldness flashed in Dongfang Xiang's eyes, and his icy voice echoed in the surroundings, as if it carried an endless amount of pressure and killing intent. His eyes were like 2 sharp swords, stabbing straight at the group of scared demonic beasts. When the demonic beasts heard this rebuke, they immediately trembled in fear. They felt the powerful aura emanating from Dongfang Xiang's body. That aura made them feel fear and despair. Their original arrogant aura instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a deep fear. The demonic beasts retreated back and forth, not daring to take another step closer to Dongfang Xiang. They were afraid that they would be the next victim and be mercilessly decimated by Dongfang Xiang. It was only at this moment that they realized what a terrifying existence they had incurred. Dongfang Xiang's figure appeared incomparably tall at this moment, and his majesty and aura made the demonic beasts not dare to resist in the slightest. He was like an insurmountable mountain, awe-inspiring but untouchable. However, just then, a loud noise came from heaven and earth, as if it was a thunderbolt from a clear sky, so people couldn't help but be shocked. Immediately afterward, a frightening demonic beast, as massive as a small mountain, suddenly emerged from the clouds. Taking a closer look, the crowd was shocked to realize that this demonic beast was exactly the same as the one that was guarding the spirit medicine garden. It turned out that it was not an ordinary demonic beast, but the big brother of that demonic beast. Bold human griffin, how dare you covet this demonic spirit medicine? You're simply looking for death. The big brother of the demonic beast opened his eyes angrily, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and an angry roar emitted from his mouth, shaking the entire spirit medicine garden as if it was about to collapse. Countless cultivators were shocked and dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, and they murmured with a look of horror on their faces. Heavens, what kind of demonic beast is that? It even possesses such a terrifying aura. Could it have broken through to the hegemony emperor realm cultivation? A cultivator said with a trembling voice. This Dongfang Xiang is also too unlucky to have incurred such a powerful demonic beast. Another cultivator shook his head regretfully, sympathizing with Dongfang Xiang. It's over. It's over. Dongfang Xiang is dead this time. How can he be a match for this demonic beast? More cultivators began to worry about Dongfang Xiang, thinking that he would definitely die this time. The big brother of the demonic beast flickered and quickly lunged in the east direction, spewing out a black flame from its mouth with a raging momentum. Facing the attack of the demonic beast's big brother, Dongfang Xiang didn't retreat as he executed his supreme law, his entire body emitting a dazzling light as he offered up a mysterious native spirit treasure. This spiritual treasure was crystal clear and emitted an ancient and powerful aura. Dongfang Xiang held a spiritual treasure and engaged in a fierce battle with his demonic beast elder brother. The two of them went back and forth, not giving way to each other, and each exchange of blows triggered earth-shattering energy fluctuations. Their battle was exceptionally fierce and mesmerizing. Although Dongfang Xiang was powerful, the demonic beast's elder brother was, after all, at the cultivation level of the hegemonic emperor realm, and his strength was not inferior to it. At this time, Dongfang Xiang had already gradually fallen into the wind, and his body had many injuries. Blood stained his clothes red, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted on fighting. Just when he was about to be unable to support himself, all of a sudden, he erupted with a powerful force, which instantly shook the big brother of the demonic beast back a few steps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dongfang Xiang immediately executed his own masterstroke and killed the demonic beast's big brother in one fell swoop. Before the big brother of the demonic beast died, it let out a roar of unwillingness as it stared wide-eyed, as if it couldn't believe that it had been decapitated by a human cultivator just like that. Dongfang Xiang, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief as he finally killed this powerful demonic beast of the hegemony emperor realm, defending his name of invincibility. The surrounding cultivators were stunned. They never expected that Dongfang Xiang would be able to decimate a powerful demonic beast that was also at the hegemonic emperor realm. Chapter 124, The Tragic Spirit Medicine Garden. However, just then, roar, accompanied by deafening roars, hundreds of celestial king realm demonic beasts flew out from the spirit pill garden, their eyes filled with hatred and anger, clearly wanting to avenge their dead demonic beast elder brothers. Kill. The disciples of the Dongdao Holy Land didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, as they sacrificed their own magic treasures and rushed towards the demonic beasts without any hesitation, launching a thrilling life and death struggle. Dongfang Xiang was even ahead of the others, waving his spirit treasure in his hand like no one's business, and wherever he went, demonic beasts fell down. Put. With a crisp sound, a demonic beast was killed by Dongfang Xiang with a single sword blow. Hot blood spilled onto the ground, coloring the originally green grass into a bright red. Roar. Seeing this, another demonic beast roared angrily and pounced towards Dongfang, but before it could even get close, it was slapped by Dongfang and flew away, falling heavily in the distance. Under Dongfang Xiang's leadership, the disciples of the Dongdao Holy Land were highly demoralized and became more and more courageous as they gradually gained the upper hand. Kill. Dongfang Xiang let out a roar. The sword in his hand shone with light. A powerful sword chi chopped out. Dozens of demonic beasts were instantly killed, their bodies lying on the ground. The demonic beasts began to retreat, and they realized that they were unable to withstand the host sanctuary's attack. Escape. a demonic beast realized that the situation was not good and roared, turning around and fleeing. Chase! Dongfang Xiang would not let these demonic beasts go easily. He shouted and led his disciples in hot pursuit, vowing to wipe out all the demonic beasts in one go. The demonic beasts were terrified and fled in all directions like birds of prey, but the disciples of the host Holy Land were in hot pursuit. Put! Dongfang Xiang's hand rose and fell with his sword, and a powerful sword she chopped at a demonic beast, instantly killing it. The corpses of the demonic beasts fell from the air and smashed onto the ground. Roar! The other demonic beast was slapped away by Dongfang Xiang's palm wind and let out a miserable howl as it fell heavily to the ground, severely injured and dying. The disciples of the Dongdao sacred ground worked together in unison, closely cooperating to hunt down the demonic beasts without sparing any of them. The demonic beasts tried to escape, but in the end, none of them were spared. The Dongdao sacred ground had successfully occupied the entire spirit medicine garden, and Dongfang Xiang's fame spread in all directions. He showed exceptional strength and ability to be the center of attention. Dongfang Xiang led the disciples of the host sacred ground to continue the pursuit, killing all the demonic beasts. They acted decisively and swiftly and without mercy. The disciples of the Dongdao Holy Land moved to clear the battlefield, pocketing all the heavenly treasures. When Dongfang Xiang and the disciples of the host Holy Land left, the surrounding casual cultivators who were watching the battle immediately took action and fought over the remaining spirit medicine and geomantic treasures, triggering a fierce melee. Ha ha! This 1,000-year Lingji is mine, a loose cultivator shouted excitedly, greed flashing in his eyes. This 10,000-year-old blood ginseng belongs to me. Another loose cultivator was not willing to show weakness and rushed forward to fight for it. This purple gold ore is mine. A third loose cultivator joined the fray, attempting to grab the precious mineral resource. The scene was chaotic as the casual cultivators scrambled and fought with each other. Everyone was eager to obtain more spiritual medicinal earth treasures, even at all costs. Humph! This 1,000-year-old Lingji is mine. Who dares to rob it? A loose cultivator bellowed with a greedy glint in his eyes as he offered up a flying sword and stabbed towards another loose cultivator like lightning. Seek death. The other loose cultivator was also not willing to show weakness, and similarly offered up a long knife, its light flashing as it slashed at the flying sword. The two weapons collided in the air with a deafening bang, sparks flying everywhere. Put! The flying sword was incomparably sharp, instantly piercing through the long blade and continuing to fly forward, piercing through the casual cultivator's chest. That loose cultivator screamed miserably, blood spurting out, his body falling softly to the ground, dying of gas. Humph! Out of your depth. That loose cultivator snorted coldly and put away his fly sword, a smug smile on his face before continuing to snatch the spirit medicine earth treasures. This 10,000-year-old blood ginseng is mine. Another loose cultivator shouted out, excitement shining in his eyes as he couldn't wait to reach out and pick the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. Slow down. Suddenly, another loose cultivator shouted. His body flashed and appeared in front of that loose cultivator like a ghost, slapping his palm at that loose cultivator. The loose cultivator was caught off guard and had no time to react, and was sent flying out with a slap, crashing heavily into a large tree, spraying a mouthful of blood from his mouth, killing him on the spot. Humph! Just you want to snatch it from me? That loose cultivator smiled coldly and withdrew his palm, then carefully plucked the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and put it into his bosom. Humph! This 10,000-year-old blood ginseng is mine. That loose cultivator snorted coldly. His body flashed like lightning and rushed towards the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. Reaching out and grabbing it, he plucked it off and put it in his bag. When the other loose cultivators saw this, they all looked angry, but they didn't dare to strike easily. After all, this loose cultivator's strength was not bad, and they were worried that they would be targeted. And right at this moment, a few other loose cultivators also discovered a few 1,000-year-old spirit medicines and some rare earth treasures, and without saying a word, they directly rushed up to grab them. For a while, the entire valley was filled with killing intent and tension, as these loose cultivators became ferocious and unrelenting in order to compete for the spirit medicine and geomantic treasures. Ha ha! This purple gold ore is mine! A loose cultivator suddenly laughed out loud, holding a shovel in his hand as he quickly dug into the purple gold ore on the ground. Humph! This purple gold ore is mine! Don't you dare take it away! The other loose cultivator bellowed, and his body moved, pouncing at the loose cultivator who was digging for purple gold ore like a tiger descending from the mountain. And at the same time, he blasted out with a fist, bringing up a harsh gust of fist wind. The loose cultivator was caught off guard and was blown backwards by this punch, hitting a huge rock heavily and fainting instantly. On the other hand, the loose cultivator who had grabbed the purple gold ore laughed and proudly collected the purple gold ore before turning around and walking away. At this moment, the loose cultivators in the valley had fallen into a frantic scramble, and they were willing to stop at nothing and even kill each other in order to get more spirit medicine and geomantic treasures. Inside the valley, a bloody aura filled the air, and the killing atmosphere was condensed and creepy. Numerous loose cultivators were frantically grabbing for spirit medicines and geomantic treasures, and there was chaos. They attacked each other without mercy. Blood stained the earth and corpses were strewn all over, creating a miserable picture. The pungent smell of blood drifted into the depths of the secret stash, attracting a group of powerful demonic beasts. The eyes of these demonic beasts flickered with greed as they stared at the group of human cultivators with a deadly glare. Suddenly, the demonic beasts opened their fangs and pounced on the human cultivators in a thrilling fight. Facing the sudden attack, the human cultivators were caught off guard and fell in a pool of blood, becoming food in the mouths of the demonic beasts. The valley was filled with a strong, gut-wrenching scent of blood and killing. Right at this moment, a furious cry came from not far away. Damnable demonic beasts! How dare they slaughter my human cultivators! It turned out to be the arrival of two profound cultivation heavenly pride. Each of them came from a first-class power Tao in the heavenly emperor state, and their strength had already reached the 8th heaven of the celestial realm. One of the celestial pride was enraged as he took out a sword that emitted a powerful sword aura, the Regulus sword, and killed towards the demonic beast without hesitation. Another person also sacrificed a spirit sword to fight alongside this heavenly pride. Such a scenario was happening everywhere in this elixir garden, and even the same scene was being played out in the entire Sage Secret Collection. Chapter 125 We Rob. Hand over all your resources. Dongfang Xiang led the disciples of the host Holy Land to the next place of opportunity with great vigor, and they talked and laughed along the way in anticipation of a new great opportunity. However, just as they were on their way, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way, fixing their eyes. It turned out to be the Immortal Sword Domain disciples led by Immortal Sword Domain Divine Son Li Daoxian. He only saw Li Daoxian dressed in white and elegant, but his eyes revealed a hint of arrogance and indifference. He was holding an incomparably sharp spirit sword, the tip of which was pointed towards Dongfang Xiang and the others. Dongfang Xiang, hand over all of your resources or don't blame us for being impolite. Li Daoxian had a haughty face as he looked down condescendingly at Dongfang Xiang, his tone cold and determined. When Dongfang Xiang heard this, he was instantly enraged. His eyes widened in anger as he cursed. Li Daoxian, you shameless dog, how dare you rob something to the head of our Dongdao sacred ground? You are simply shameless. Hearing these words, Li Daoxuan's face became gloomy as he sneered. Dongfang Xiang, cut the crap and hand over the resources. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Before the words fell, Li Daoxian unsheathed his sword. A cold light flashed from the sword as he violently swung the sword in his hand and chopped a sword chi into the air. Like a bolt of lightning, the sword chi quickly shot towards the east. Seek death. Seeing this, Dongfang Xiang shouted angrily as he quickly offered up his own innate spirit sword, gripping the hilt with both hands as he slashed forward with all his might. In an instant, a powerful sword chi gushed out from the spirit sword, colliding fiercely with Li Daoxuan's sword chi in the air, emitting a deafening roar. The sword chi from both sides intertwined with each other, forming a huge vortex of energy, and the air around them seemed to be torn apart. Dongfang Xiang and Li Daoxian were both carrying divine body visions, consecutively breaking the chi and blood. We'll see, attracting spirit, earth sect, celestial, king, a full 6 extreme realms, obtaining 6 times the great Tao blessing of the great Tao of the great prides. Strength is not the same. The two are the hegemonic emperor realm of the 4th heaven of the strong. For a time to fight hard to distinguish. However, Dongfang Xiang had previously decapitated a hegemony emperor realm demonic beast big brother in the spirit medicine garden, and although he succeeded, he himself was heavily injured and his strength was greatly affected. As a result, in the fierce battle with Li Daoxian, he gradually fell behind. After hundreds of rounds of exchanges, Dongfang Xiang was clearly out of strength, while Li Daoxian seized the opportunity to hit him repeatedly. The situation was critical as we saw that Dongfang Xiang was about to be defeated. Right at this moment, Dongfang Xiang suddenly used a secret technique. His aura instantly skyrocketed, and the long sword in his hand waved, directly forcing Li Daoxian to retreat. Li Daoxian was shocked. He completely did not expect Dongfang Xiang to actually hide such a powerful means. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dongfang Xiang quickly offered a magic treasure, which transformed into a ray of light and trapped Li Daoxian tightly. Li Daoxian struggled with all his might, trying to break free of the magic treasure, but no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. Dongfang Xiang snorted coldly and said in an icy tone, "Humph, Li Daoxian, today it's either you die or I die. I will not rest in death with you." After saying that, Dongfang Xiang was ready to offer a killing move, wanting to forcibly decapitate Li Daoxian, a divine son of the Holy Land that was also from one of the 9 great Holy Lands, the Immortal Sword Domain. However, while ideals are always beautiful, reality is often cruel. After killing a hegemonic emperor demon beast, Dongfang Xiang's strength had been exhausted, and at this time, facing Li Daoxian, who was in full blood and full condition and had been waiting for an opportunity, how could he defeat it? Not only that, the secret technique that Li Daoxian had just offered was not a strong one, but a truly powerful killing move. Right at this moment, a sword light suddenly descended from the sky with unrivaled might, cutting off Dongfang Xiang's magic treasure. Dongfang Xiang was shocked and hastily looked up, only to see that Li Daoxian had broken free at some point and was snickering at him with a disdainful face, as if he was just a pitiful mole cricket, or a comical and ridiculous clown. TSK, isn't this Donggao sacred land god's son Dongfang Xiang, who claimed that the sun rises in the east but seeks to lose? How come he's become so weak now? Can't even resist a sword from this divine sun? Li Daoxian said mockingly. You, Dongfang Xiang gritted his teeth in death. If his eyes could kill, he would have killed Li Daoxian hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, tens of millions, billions of times by now. However, nowadays, he was only left in a bloodied state and his strength was greatly reduced, so he was unable to fight against Li Daoxian. At this moment, escape was the only option. Thinking of this, where is Dongfang Xiang's previous ruthlessness of looking at death and fighting to the end with Li Daoxian? What's the point of pretending? You can't even save your life. So what the hell are you pretending? Thinking of this, Dongfang Xiang did not hesitate to spit out a mouthful of essence blood, making use of the hidden secret method, turning into a stream of light, and quickly fleeing from the scene. When Li Daoxian saw this scene, he just smiled coldly and didn't chase after him. Those heavenly pride disciples of the Eastern Dao Holy Land, seeing that Dongfang Xiang had already fled, immediately lost their backbone and also threw down the resources they had picked up from the Spirit Pill Garden, scattering and fleeing in all directions. Seeing this situation, Li Qingxian did not order a chase. After all, these people were all supreme prides from the 9 great sacred grounds, with immortal-level sacred ground Dao lineages behind them. As the saying goes, do something and you'll see it later. There was no need for them to drive the disciples of the host Holy Land to extinction, as long as they could grab the resources. Otherwise, by drawing those top warriors from the host Holy Land over, even the immortal sword domain, which was also one of the 9 holy lands, wouldn't dare to easily mess with them. Grabbing resources and killing people, that's a completely different thing. Rob the resources is okay to explain. After all, the opportunity to inherit the capable, who grabbed is who. Behind everyone was a Holy Land level immortal level Dao system, the true power holders of the entire southern border. Although they were secretly rubbing their fists together, each looking at the other with disdain and wanting to swallow each other. But after all, there were all saintly powerhouses sitting around, and there wouldn't really be anyone poking through the window paper. Among these 9 holy places in the southern border, it was only the Bingyun Immortal Palace, which did not have the Supreme Palace Master Mu Senin to sit in the center of the city. That was the target to be bullied and suppressed by the other holy places that came in the open. This was the dominance of a sage-level powerhouse in the southern border Dao region. Once a person died, but also Dongfang Xiang, Li Daoxian, such as carrying a divine body vision, consecutively broke the qi and blood, the wheel C, the introduction of the spirit, the earth sect, the celestial, the king, a full 6 Dao extreme realm, to obtain 6 times the great Dao blessing of the supreme prides. Then it will evolve into a direct confrontation between the 2 immortal level Holy Land Dao lineage. Even as a divine son of the 9 holy lands, one would not be foolish enough to behead a divine son of a holy land of the same level for the sake of a momentary pretense of face-punching, inviting unnecessary trouble for one's holy land. Chapter 126, Surprise, we're the oldest 6. After Dongfang Xiang disappeared with the disciples of the host Holy Land, Li Daoxian didn't immediately chase after them, but instead led the disciples of the immortal sword domain to clean up the battlefield, picking up all sorts of resources, spiritual medicines, and heavenly treasures. However, just then, a deafening roar of a beast came and broke the calm. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see dust flying in the distance and a group of dark figures running wildly this way. At the head of them were 10 King Realm demonic beasts that emitted a powerful aura, and they were obviously attracted by the smell of blood on the battlefield. And behind them, there were thousands of demonic beasts of the celestial realm, earth sect realm, and spirit drawing realm, coming in like a tidal wave. Li Daoxuan's face changed and he shouted, "Not good, it's a demonic beast, everyone be careful." He knew the power of these demonic beasts. Once surrounded by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. The disciples of the immortal sword domain drew their weapons and stood by. They knew that it would be a battle to the death. The demonic beasts were incomparably ferocious, waving their teeth and claws, opening their bloody mouths, revealing their sharp fangs, and aggressively pouncing on the immortal sword domain's disciples. Li Daoxian was undaunted as he held the divine sword, and with a flash of his body, he instantly rushed into the beasts. The divine sword in his hand swung like lightning, each swing bringing out a powerful sword chi. The sword chi crisscrossed the ground, and wherever it passed, demonic beasts fell to the ground. The disciples of the immortal sword domain were not willing to show weakness as well, as they followed closely beside Li Daoxian and fought fiercely with the demonic beasts. Sword lights flashed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was exceptionally tragic. For a while, the shouts of killing and the roars of the demonic beasts resounded through the clouds, and the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. Li Daoxian became more and more courageous the more he fought. His swordsmanship became more and more skillful. Each sword contained endless killing intent. His divine sword was invincible, indestructible, and wherever it went, demonic beasts were killed. Under his leadership, the disciples of the immortal sword domain fought bravely to kill the enemy and gradually gained the upper hand. After several bitter battles, they finally managed to repel the beast tide. After the battle ended, the ground was filled with the corpses of demonic beasts, piling up like mountains. As Li Daoxian looked at the tragic situation in front of him, he could not help but feel a surge of sadness in his heart, but he knew that this was war, cruel and merciless. The only way to protect yourself and those around you is to keep getting stronger. Li Daoxian took a deep breath and slowly put the divine sword in his hand into his bag. At this time, his body was still slightly trembling from the fierce battle just now. Gasping for air, he said, "This time, I really have to thank all of you fellow disciples. If it wasn't for you guys, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable." When the disciples of the immortal sword domain heard these words, their faces were filled with the joy of victory, and cheers rose and fell. This life and death battle against the beast tide had brought them closer to each other, and their team spirit had been further enhanced. Li Daoxian swept his gaze over the corpses of the demonic beasts all over the ground. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Then he said loudly, "The corpses of these demonic beasts are the trophies of our common battle, so everyone is free to distribute them according to their respective needs." The disciples of the immortal sword domain chanted excitedly when they heard this. They acted quickly, some collecting the inner pills of the demonic beasts, while others organized the fur, bones, and other materials of the demonic beasts, preparing to bring them back to the sect to use for refining pills and magic treasures. Li Daoxian silently gazed at the scene in front of him as a complex emotion surged in his heart. He had never imagined that he would be able to lead the disciples of the immortal sword domain so successfully against the ferocious tide of beasts. At this moment, he had a whole new perception of his strength. He knew deep down that he had already stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation of the southern border Dao region, but this was only the beginning. He firmly believed that as long as he kept cultivating hard, one day, he would become the most powerful existence in the southern border Dao region. At the moment, his heart was filled with fighting spirit, looking forward to more challenges in the future. In the meantime, on the other side, two figures were on a mountain bone silently watching what was happening here. "Master, it's our turn to strike. Go!" Jianwu Xin did not speak, only a simple word, and then her figure disappeared, and behind her, the heavenly ice ancestor similarly disappeared into thin air. Other side, Li Daoxian led the immortal sword domain disciples to clean up the battlefield, and the atmosphere was jubilant. They talked cheerfully about the victory in the battle, and laughter echoed in the air. However, right at this moment, a deafening sword sound came from the sky, and a cold light descended from the sky, pushing straight at Li Daoxian. Everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events and looked up. One could only see a mysterious female sword immortal wearing a white dress with a hooded headband and her face covered by a white veil. She held a long sword and rushed towards Li Daoxian at an astonishing speed. That long sword emitted a biting sword aura, as if it could tear through the void. Li Daoxian's face changed. He felt the powerful aura emanating from the other party. But why was he only at the king realm? Without hesitation, he drew the sword at his waist and performed his strongest sword technique to meet the mysterious man. The two of them engaged in a fierce duel in the air, sword light flashing and sword chi spreading. It was as if the air around them had been torn apart, creating a furious stream of air. The immortal sword domain disciples below nervously watched the battle as they worried that Li Daoxian would be harmed. However, Li Daoxian demonstrated exceptional swordsmanship talent and great strength, and fought the mysterious white-clothed female sword fairy. For a while, both sides were in a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Right at this moment, Li Daoxian's face suddenly changed as he sensed an extremely powerful sword chi was flying towards him. He hastily swung his sword to fend it off, but the power of this sword chi was too great, instantly forcing him back several steps. At the same time, Jian Wuxin and the Sky Ice-Old Ancestor descended from the sky as they landed steadily on top of a high mountain, looking down on Li Daoxian from above. A cold smile hung at the corner of Jian Wuxin's mouth as he said in an icy voice, "Li Daoxian, as long as you obediently hand over all the resources on your body, this emperor can consider sparing your life." When Li Daoxian heard this, A flash of anger flashed in his eyes, then he laughed back in anger. Ha ha, handing over all the resources? Do you guys really think that I, Li Daoxian, am a 3-year-old child? One must know that he was born in the immortal sword domain, one of the 9 holy places in the southern borderlands, and not only did he possess a divine body vision, but he was also a supreme celestial pride who had continuously broken a full 6 extreme realms of chi and blood, chakra C, leader of the spirit, earthly sect, celestial, and king, and had obtained the great Tao bestowal of blessings for 6 times. Such a character naturally had his own pride and arrogance. How could he easily give away the resources in his hands? When the heavenly ice-old ancestor saw Li Daoxian being so forceful, he was furious as he roared. What a thing that doesn't know how to live! How dare you disobey the orders of this seat's master? Since you've refused to drink until you're punished, then I won't blame this seat for being merciless. Afterwards, only the heavenly ice-old ancestor's figure shifted and directly transformed into a gigantic heaven-devouring wolf demon. This heaven-devouring wolf demon was covered in black hair. Its body length was huge, tens of thousands of feet in size. Its eyes flashed with a ferocious light, and saliva dripped from its mouth. The sky-devouring wolf demon opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pounced towards Li Daoxian. Li Daoxian was shocked. He didn't expect Jian Wuxin to still have such a powerful strength. He hastily executed his fastest stance, trying to avoid the heaven-devouring wolf demon's attack. The speed of the heaven-devouring wolf demon that the heavenly ice-old ancestor had manifested was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Li Daoxian and opened its mouth to bite down. Li Daoxian hurriedly dodged sideways, but he was still scratched through his clothes by the claws of the heavenly ice ancestor. When the disciples of the immortal sword domain saw that Li Daoxian was in danger, they all sacrificed their own magic treasures and spirit swords and attacked towards the heaven-devouring wolf demon and the sword Heartless. They had a variety of magic treasures. Some were flying swords, some were shields, and some were hammers. However, Jian Wuxin let out a cold smile and swung the longsword in his hand. A powerful sword chi crisscrossed across, forming a huge sword net that blocked all the attacks. The heavenly ice ancestor was even more ferocious as it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a disciple of the immortal sword domain in one gulp. The other disciples' hearts were filled with fear when they saw such a ferocious sky-devouring wolf demon, and they retreated backward in panic, not daring to take another step closer. Li Daoxian's heart sank when he saw that the situation was not in his favor. He had already guessed the identity of the heaven-devouring wolf demon in front of him. It was the same half-blooded wolf demon that had consecutively killed a half-blooded living spirit bloodline heaven-devouring wolf demon and devoured the divine son of the immortal Ji clan, Ji Changju, not long ago. Nowadays, this heaven-devouring wolf demon might have evolved into the pure-blood living spirit realm, and its strength was far beyond his ability to contend with. Li Daoxian knew that he was by no means an enemy of Jian Wuxin and Old Man Sky Ice, so he didn't hesitate to display his stance and tried to flee the scene. Want to run? Not that easy. Jian Wuxin snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Her eyes were as cold as frost, and the long sword in her hand flashed with a cold light, like a life-threatening ice spike. This was clearly the saint's Tao intent inherited from the heavenly ice ancestor, the heavenly ice sword intent. As he swung it, the ice sword instantly transformed into a stream of light and sped towards Li Daoxian at an astonishing speed. Li Daoxian desperately fled, his heart filled with fear and despair. However, Jian Wuxin's speed was simply too fast. His figure was like a ghost as he quickly closed the distance between him and Li Daoxian. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wuxian caught up with Li Daoxian. A cruel glint flashed in her eyes as she roared, "Griffin, seek death." Subsequently, the heavenly ice sword intent in Jian Wuxin's hand violently stabbed at Li Daoxian's heart with a deadly threat. Li Daoxian felt a wave of despair as he helplessly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. He knew that he could no longer escape from Jian Wuxian's pursuit and could only silently accept his fate. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Li Daoxian, blocking Jian Wuxian's attack. This figure was like an insurmountable mountain, exuding a powerful aura. "Where did you come up with a ruthless little girl who strikes so hard?" Only the figure said in a cold voice. His voice revealed a sense of majesty and coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 127, Immortal Sword Domain Saint Sun, Sword Junlin. Just then, a figure descended like an instant, appearing in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye. His arrival was like the sun rising, instantly attracting everyone's attention. People were casting curious and awestruck eyes, trying to see the true nature of this mysterious figure. Soon enough, someone recognized the man's identity, and gasps of surprise rose up. Heavens, this man seems to be the Immortal Sword Domain's contemporary Saint Sun, Sword Junlin. As soon as this name was uttered, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Then, more people looked back at the figure in shock. What? Sword Junlin? You mean the Immortal Sword Domain's Saint Sun, Sword Junlin? He's one of the topmost supreme prides of the southern border, known as the leader of the younger generation. That's right, I've heard of him. It's said that he was born with the Tao Sword Saint body, carrying the supreme saint body vision, continuously breaking the chi and blood, the sea of chakras, the spirit-inducing, the earth sect, the celestials, and the kings, for a full 6 realm extremes, obtaining 6 baptisms of the great Tao, and now his entire cultivation has even reached the hegemonic emperor realm's 8th heavenly realm. It is a truly invincible existence in the southern border. Yes, he's so powerful. I'm afraid that no one would be his opponent except for the remaining 7 supreme demons in the 9 holy lands who possess the saint body vision. I didn't expect that we would be able to meet him here. The absolute demon who carries a holy body vision. This is a truly invincible existence in the southern border. It's definitely not comparable to the streams of divine body visions such as Simmering Night, Ji Chang Ju, Li Daoxian, and Dongfang Xiang. The immortal sword domain Saint Sun, Jian Junlin, blocked sword wishing with a sword and looked at the white-clothed female sword immortal with a disdainful expression. His eyes were full of arrogance and confidence, as if he didn't give a damn about anyone. Where did that little girl come from? How dare she act recklessly in front of me? Jian Junlin snorted coldly, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. His voice was cold and merciless, making people feel an invisible pressure. And who are you? Jian Wuxin's arched brows frowned slightly. She could vaguely guess this person's identity, but still wanted confirmation. Her gaze disdainfully scorned Jian Junlin, as if she was trying to see through his inner world. I, the immortal sword domain Saint Sun, Jian Junlin, the 8th heaven of the hegemonic emperor realm, have come today to take away Li Daoxian, as well as the fact that you need to give my immortal sword domain, and me, Jian Junlin, an explanation. Sword Junlin said proudly, his tone was firm and decisive, not to be questioned. Still want to take away Li Daoxian? Make this emperor give you, Jian Junlin, an explanation? Jian Wuxin sneered. On what grounds? There was a hint of mockery and disdain in her voice, as if she was laughing at Jian Junlin's request. With the sword in my hand, a cold light flashed in Sword Junlin's eyes, and the long sword in his hand hummed. His aura instantly erupted out, and the air around him became heavy. His figure was as ghostly as a ghost as he quickly rushed toward Jian Wuxin. The long sword in his hand flashed with a dazzling light like a silver dragon as he lunged toward Jian Wuxin. When the heavenly ice-old ancestor saw how arrogant Jian Junlin was, a trace of anger could not help but well up in his heart. Without hesitation, he stretched out a huge palm and ruthlessly slapped it towards Li Daoxian. This palm contained endless power and majesty, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Seek death. When Jian Junlin saw this, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes as he let out a fierce roar. The long sword in his hand flashed with a dazzling light, rising into the air like a giant dragon. As he swung, an overwhelming sword chi roared out, rushing straight into the sky. In an instant, the dome of the sky seemed to be cut off by the sword, revealing deep darkness. Old Ancestor Sky Ice was not intimidated by Sword Junlin's aura. Instead he charged forward to meet the sword aura. His body exuded a powerful aura as he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Sword Junlin. Each of his attacks carried an astonishing amount of power, causing the space around him to tremble. The two of them had unleashed their own stunts, and for a while, the sky and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds surged, their figures intertwined in the air. Sword light and palm shadows intertwining together, forming a spectacular picture. While on the side, Jian Wuxin quietly watched the battle without the slightest intention to intervene. Just as Jian Junlin was in the midst of a fierce battle with the heavenly ice-old ancestor, all of a sudden, the heavenly ice-old ancestor took advantage of Jian Junlin's distraction and suddenly struck out, slapping Li Daoxian in the face. Li Daoxian didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was slapped into a bloody mess. Damn it! Jian Junlin was enraged when he saw Li Daoxian die tragically. He didn't expect old Ancestor Sky Ice to be so ruthless that he dared to kill Li Daoxian in front of him. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent, itching to immediately cut down the Sky Ice old ancestor. You seek death, Jian Junlin shouted. The long sword in his hand swung once again, stabbing towards the Sky Ice old man. This sword was extremely fast, just like a shooting star crossing the sky. However, the heavenly ice ancestor was not the least bit afraid as he opened his bloody mouth and bit down on Jian Junlin's long sword. Roar! The heavenly ice-old ancestor roared up to the sky as a terrifying cold aura gushed out from his mouth. In an instant, it was as if the air around them was frozen and the temperature dropped drastically. Jian Junlin was instantly struck by this cold aura, and his body was quickly frozen into an ice sculpture, unable to move. Good performance, Jian Wuxin praised. She didn't expect the heavenly ice-old ancestor to be so powerful after swallowing and refining the Simmering Night, and Ji Changju evolved into a pure-blooded being, completely hanging the immortal sword domain Saint Sun Jian Junlin, who was also a saint body visionary and had the 8th heaven of the hegemonic emperor realm. By a thread. That's true. Old ancestor, I was at least an invincible southern borderline sacred realm entry powerhouse back in the day. When old ancestor I was pretending to be a pussy. These little dolls were still eating. Old ancestor Sky Eyes said smugly. You guys are unbridled. Jian Junlin roared, the long sword in his hand erupting with a brilliant light. He was exerting the sacred body sword intent. Heavenly ice sword intent. Sword Wuxin stabbed out with his sword. A streak of powerful sword chi crisscrossed across, forming a huge sword net that enveloped Jian Junlin. Jian Junlin roared, the sword aura on his body sword, shattering Jian Wuxian's sword net to pieces. Little girl, you're not even close, Jian Junlin said disdainfully. Jian Wuxin frowned slightly surprised in his heart. Worthy of being the saint son of the immortal sword domain, he really does have two brushes. However, but unfortunately, this emperor is the reincarnation of a female emperor. Thinking of this, Jian Wuxin's eyes turned cold as he once again swung his sword at Jian Junlin. This time, she used the entirety of her heavenly ice sword intent, and a faint layer of golden light rose above the sword, as if there was endless sword chi surging through it. Sensing the power of Jian Wuxin's sword, Jian Junlin didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly swung his long sword to meet the enemy. The sword lights of the two intertwined together in the air, emitting a crisp sound. For a time, the field was filled with sword chi, and the air around them was cut apart. The two sides went back and forth, not giving way to each other, and the scene was very intense. However, as time passed, Jian Wuxin gradually gained the upper hand. Her swordsmanship became more and more powerful. Each sword contained endless might, causing Jian Junlin to be tired of dealing with it. Humph. Mole cricket. The corner of Jian Wuxin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. The ice sword in her hand flickered with an icy light, radiating an endless chill. Indeed, even though she had just entered the 4th level of the King realm at the moment, with her deep understanding of the Tao of the sword and her exquisite skills, she was still confident that she could battle against those overwhelming demons of the 9 saint bodies who had already stepped into the hegemonic emperor realm even if she faced them. Heavenly ice sword intent. Second weight. The third weight. Fourth weight. As Jian Wuxin let out a dainty cry, her sword technique became more and more powerful, each sword containing endless sword intent. A sword chi crisscrossed across, forming a huge sword net that tightly enveloped Jian Junlin. This sword net was dense and impermeable, as if it wanted to freeze everything in it. Jian Junlin was trapped by the sword net and was unable to escape, so he could only keep waving the sword in his hand in an attempt to fend off Jian Wuxian's attacks. However, he realized that his power was so small in front of the sword net that he was unable to break through it. Jian Wuxian's eyes became increasingly cold as the ice sword in her hand continued to release a powerful sword chi, filling the entire space with a piercing coldness. Was she contemplating defeating Jian Junlin to prove that she was the #1 heavenly pride of the southern border? No, of course she isn't, not to mention Sword Junlin, a peerless demon who carried the supreme holy body vision, consecutively breaking the chi and blood, chakra C, induced spirit, earth sect, celestial, and king, a full 6 realm extremes, obtaining 6 baptisms of the great Tao, and whose cultivation had now reached the 8th level of the hegemonic emperor realm. Even his master, the immortal sword domain holy lord who had once wanted to accept Jian Wuxin as his personal disciple in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, was likewise uselessly qualified to enter Jian Wuxin's eyes. But after all, Jian Junlin's cultivation was sufficiently higher than Jian Wuxin's by 1.5 major realms, and it was still a bit difficult for Jian Wuxin to cross 1.5 major realms to defeat Jian Junlin. Finally, during an exchange of blows, Sword Wuxin found a break in Jian Junlin and struck him in the chest with a sword. It directly chopped apart Sword Junlin's protective aura. Sword Junlin let out a muffled grunt and took a few steps backward, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Humph. Mole cricket. Jian Wuxin coldly looked at Jian Junlin, a cold smile flashing in his eyes as if he was looking at ants. Jian Junlin's face was gloomy. He could never imagine that he would lose to a woman. However, he knew very well in his heart that at this moment, if he continued to fight on, it was already meaningless to speak of, so he could only clench his teeth and said viciously, "The shame that I have suffered today, I, Sword Junlin, will surely bear it in my heart, and I will surely pay it back twice as much in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and turned into a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, he cast a special secret technique and quickly fled the scene. Joking aside, if we stayed any longer, wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the crowd? After all, he was the saint son of the hallowed immortal sword domain, one of the 8 most outstanding supreme prides of the southern border. Now he was being hanged by a little girl in such a sorry state. How could he be embarrassed? Instead of continuing to be humiliated, it would be better to hurry up and escape. Perhaps his life would be accounted for here later. He could see that heaven-devouring wolf demon clearly, It was definitely the one that had beheaded Simmering Knight and Ji Chang-ju at the entrance of the Supreme Secret Collection earlier.